Dear family, I was utterly astonished. When I awakened my martial soul, I placed my hand upon the crystal ball, and with a resounding crack, it shattered into pieces. The soul master, Su Yuntao, was so taken aback that he could scarcely utter a word. I had transmigrated into the persona of Tang San's elder brother, Tang Zhua. Possessing a visage reminiscent of Sasuke, at the tender age of 3, my innate talent overshadowing that of my younger brother. Now, with my martial soul awakened, I was also graced with an unexpected boon, an exhilarating turn of events. Allow me to tell you, the scene was nothing short of extraordinary. As soon as my hand touched the crystal ball, it shattered with a loud crack. Su Yuntao's eyes bulged like copper bells, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, stammering you for what felt like an eternity, yet failing to form a coherent sentence. Ah, wait a moment. It seems the story does not commence here. We must rewind back to 6 years ago when I first transmigrated that I must confess, I was utterly bewildered. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, can you believe it? I, a mere corporate drone who toiled at a manga company translating Naruto and producing Douluo effects, had previously struggled to gather enough friends for a single game of Mahjong. Yet in this life, I found myself inexplicably dropped into the Douluo continent, and to my surprise, I had even acquired a younger brother, Tang San. The manner of my transmigration was equally classic. It was one of those click plots where I was on the street, intent on performing a good deed in the spirit of lay foam, only to be struck by a Porsche and sent to meet the king of hell. I awoke as a helpless infant, with another tiny being beside me, younger brother, Tang San. Even more astonishing was the moment at the age of 3 when I gazed into a mirror. Lo and behold, was that not the striking face of a young Uchiha Sasuke? Those piercing eyes, that prominent nose, what a future awaited me. Though I was merely an adorable chibi boy at that time, the foundation of my appearance was undeniably exquisite. From that day forth, I understood that the script of my life was firmly in my grasp. My father, Tang Hao, a disheveled blacksmith perpetually clutching a bottle of liquor, regarded me with an intensity akin to that of a lottery winner. Indeed, my talent was rather formidable. By the age of 6 months, I could call for dinner, and before turning 1, I was already running about, strong enough to use my brother as a makeshift punching bag. Who understands my plight? My poor brother, Tang San, was also a transmigrator, yet he had been reduced to a mere muggle in my presence. His previous mastery of Tang sect techniques paled in comparison to my superhuman physique. The way he looked at me was reminiscent of how one gazes upon a child from another family, filled with despair. One day, just as we had managed to hoist our inebriated father off the ground and prepare for dinner, there came a thunderous knock at the door. I instructed my brother to eat first while I dashed to open the door. Standing before me was an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, the village chief of Holy Soul Village, Grandpa Jack. Little San, little Zhua, tomorrow the Soul Master will arrive to awaken your martial souls. In that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Finally, the moment had arrived. At long last, fortune was about to smile upon me. Would I awaken the Sharingan or the Hao-Ian hammer in this lifetime? Just the thought of it sent shivers of excitement coursing through me. Grandfather Jack cast a glance at Tang Hao, who was relentlessly consuming wine, and his ire surged. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, he exclaimed, "You, a grown man, shamelessly letting 2 children support you daily." I must say, Grandfather Jack was truly courageous, the revered deity of Holy Spirit Village, the only one bold enough to call a title de law a sluggard to his face. As for my father, he embodied a philosophy of insults can come as they please. I remain unshaken, barely raising an eyelid in response. With a shake of his head, Grandfather Jack departed, and my brother and I exchanged knowing smiles, hastily clearing away the dishes. The meal I had prepared was nothing short of exquisite, transforming a simple piece of tofu into a feast worthy of a banquet. My brother consistently devoured it with an expression of pure bliss, his belly round and satisfied. After the meal, my brother suddenly expressed a keen interest in learning to forge metal. My father, Tang Hao, rarely showing such enthusiasm, picked up a hammer and demonstrated with rhythmic strikes. The cadence and force in my brother's eyes were akin to a masterful chaotic wind hammer technique, while to my ears, it simply sounded like noise. Upon completing his demonstration, he handed the hammer to my brother. Determined, my brother gritted his teeth and struck vigorously, managing 38 blows. At that moment, my father's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped in astonishment. Then the hammer was placed in my hands. The anticipatory gazes from both of them sent a shiver down my spine. Not wanting to discourage my brother too much, I thought I would merely swing it casually, only to inadvertently unleash 56 strikes. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. My father looked as if his jaw might drop, while my brother wore an expression of utter disbelief, staring at me and exclaiming, "Brother, I thought I could finally best you in forging, but instead I've been utterly outclassed." At that moment, one phrase echoed in my mind. Xia Ji 8 hits. Unable to contain myself, I burst into laughter. Approaching my brother, I mimicked Itachi's gesture, gently tapping 2 fingers on his forehead and saying, "Forgive me, Tang-san." Goodness, my brother's face turned crimson in an instant, and he buried his head in his legs in embarrassment. The following day marked the awakening ceremony of martial spirits. I pulled my brother along in a fervent rush to the martial spirit hall at the heart of the village. The sole master responsible for the awakening was none other than the man who altered the fate of Douluo, continent Brother Tao, Su Yuntao. Brother Tao commenced with a standard procedure, embodying a lone wolf and showcasing his flair before beginning the awakening process for the village's children. However, the initial few were met with disappointment, their spirits manifested as scythes or hoes, all being useless martial spirits, which darkened Brother Tao's expression as he likely fretted over his performance metrics. Finally, it was my brother Tang-san's turn. In a flash of golden light, a seemingly unremarkable blue-silver grass appeared in his right hand. Brother Tao's face instantly fell, and he could hardly muster the energy to measure its soul power. "Uncle, you haven't measured my soul power yet," my brother protested, unwilling to accept defeat. Impatiently, Brother Tao tossed him the crystal ball. As my brother placed his hand upon it, the orb emitted a resonating hum, and a radiant blue light surged forth, filling the entirety of the sphere. An innate full soul power. Brother Tao was left dumbfounded, muttering, what a pity, such a waste of a martial spirit." I was standing nearby, nearly bursting into laughter. "Ah, Tao, you truly are blind to the mountain before your eyes. This is none other than the future god of the sea and the god of Azura." Of course, he did not notice that my brother's left hand was discreetly concealing a small black hammer mark. Then it was my turn. As I stepped forward, Tao weakly called out, "Martial soul, awaken." In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. While others awakened amidst dazzling golden light, I was greeted by an awe-inspiring aura of purple energy, tinged with an ominous red glow, as if I had activated some demonic filter. The sheer magnitude of my presence caused Tao to stagger back a step. As the light faded, I appeared unchanged on the surface, leaving Tao puzzled. Suddenly, my eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, adorned with 3 tomo. Simultaneously, a long sword, akin to the kusanagi, materialized in my right hand, its blade shimmering with a faint orange hue. Tao lifted his gaze to meet mine, and in that fleeting moment, he nearly lost his composure, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He must have witnessed something extraordinary. My true martial soul. It's the eye, the rarest of true martial souls. Tao scrambled over, trembling with excitement. "Could you measure my soul power first?" I asked calmly. He hurriedly handed me the blue crystal ball. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. As soon as my hand made contact, there was a sharp crack. The crystal ball shattered. Tao stood in shock, quickly retrieving a deeper colored, evidently more sophisticated crystal ball from his bag. I placed my hand on it once more, channeling my soul power. That advanced crystal ball emitted a resonant hum, instantly illuminating 1/3 of its surface. Tao's pupils constricted to pinpoints, his voice trembling. Preternatural soul power, level 20. How is this possible? Not just him, even my brother Tang-san, who had lived 2 lifetimes, gazed at me as if I were a deity. While I was still posturing as a master, a sound echoed in my mind, and my long-awaited golden fingered system I had been waiting for 6 years finally made its grand entrance. Beep. Host martial soul has awakened. System activated. I couldn't help but smile broadly. System, is there a starter pack? I mused internally. Response to the host. The starter pack grants 4 opportunities for a bronze lottery draw. Beep. A tribute panel generated. Name. Tang's martial soul. Sharingan. Haotian sword 10 fist sword soul power. Level 20 low, and behold, my martial soul clearly indicated my true identity, and Haotian sword was accompanied by the parenthesis of 10 fist sword. The system certainly understands my essence. I then summoned the system to display my brother's panel. Name. Tang-san martial soul. Blue silver grass. Haotian hammer soul power. Level 10. In this comparison, the disparity became apparent. The value of my existence as a transmigrator was indeed quite remarkable. Upon returning home, Grandpa Jack recounted our talents to Tang Hao, hoping to secure his approval for our schooling. However, my inebriated father flatly refused, exclaiming, "No, who will cook for me if they leave?" Grandpa Jack, enraged, stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Once the door was shut, Tang Hao coldly inquired about the nature of our awakened martial souls. My brother promptly showcased his blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer. The moment our father laid eyes on the Haotian hammer, he trembled with excitement, embracing my brother with tear-filled eyes, insisting that he must not add any soul rings to his second martial soul. Then, he turned his gaze towards me. With a sly smile, I replied, "Father, I too possess 2 martial souls." I activated my 3-Demo Sharingan, summoning the gleaming orange Haotian sword with my right hand. Upon witnessing my eyes, my father appeared as if struck by lightning. He attempted to probe with his soul power, only to be repelled by an unknown force, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his brow. He surely beheld the true nature of my martial soul, the terrifying illusion of the Suzhua behind the soul. When he caught sight of the Haotian sword in my hand, an unprecedented brilliance erupted from his hollow eyes, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. "Is this the Haotian sword?" He informed me that the Haotian sword is the legendary martial soul of the Haotian sect, even more formidable than the Haotian hammer. "Shaozhua, what level is your innate soul power?" 20. With a clatter, the wine gourd in my father's hand fell to the ground, and he appeared utterly petrified. "Divine miracle," he muttered. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses, casting a deep glance at us before conceding, "All right, I agree to your studies." He instructed me to rename the Haotian sword, treating it as a weapon and concealing its identity as a martial soul. I pondered, that's simple enough. It shall henceforth be known as the Shiqian sword. The following morning, Tang San and I boarded the carriage prepared by Grandpa Jack, embarking on our journey to Notting City. As I gazed back at the diminishing blacksmith shop, a myriad of emotions swirled within me. Once on the carriage, my mind began to race. My father had concealed his true capabilities so deeply. Just what was his level? All right, I have the system. Quickly display my father's attribute panel. With a chime, the panel materialized before me. Upon closer inspection, my eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Name, Tang Hao. Codename, Haotian Douluo. Martial soul, Haotian hammer. Soul power, level 97. 97, dear friends. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. I must say, this configuration is extraordinarily explosive across the continent. My seemingly ordinary father, who clinks around the house reeking of alcohol, is actually one of the pinnacle forces in this realm. Who could comprehend such a contrast? Noticing my prolonged silence, Tang San, concerned, inquired about my state. How could I possibly explain? Am I contemplating life? I could only fabricate an excuse to deflect. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly struck me was the realization that I still had 4 draws left for my novice gift pack. System lottery, hurry up. Suddenly, I found myself in a peculiar blue space, where a handsome young man with golden hair stood in the center. I was taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" He smiled and replied, "I am the system host." Goodness, it's 2025, and the system has been personified into a customer service representative, a rather charming young man at that. Enough of this triviality. Let us get to the draw. With a wave of his hand, a large spinning wheel appeared, adorned with splendid rewards such as the Chinkoan sword technique, 7-kill sword manual, and even a title Douluo experience card. I even spotted the flying thunder god technique and the shadow clone technique. What a fortunate coincidence to have skills from Naruto appear. In the center of the wheel was a large question mark. I thought, let us take a risk, perhaps I could transform this bicycle into a motorcycle. I pressed it directly. The pointer spun like a whirlwind before finally coming to rest on the question mark. Bang! Golden light erupted, and I knew that immense fortune had finally come my way. The system informed me that the question mark grand prize entailed 4 random rewards. To my astonishment, I instantly received 4 beams of golden light. Trembling, I clicked on them one by one. The first was a title Douluo experience card. Incredible, a life-saving artifact. Although it has side effects, it can turn the tide in critical moments. The second was a 30,000-year soul ring. The third was the shadow clone technique. The fourth was an upgraded version of the flying thunder god. Eagerly, I inquired about the differences of the upgraded flying thunder god. The system representative informed me that it does not consume soul power. I was astonished. A space ninjutsu that doesn't deplete energy? Is that not invincible? However, he followed up with the caveat that each mark could only be used once. Well, that is acceptable. At least I have a reliable escape option. In my excitement, I exclaimed towards the system, claim the rewards. Immediately regretting my hasty words, I urged, wait, Don't claim the soul ring just yet. The system representative awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Apologies, host. It has been issued and cannot be retracted. I was taken aback. While still in the carriage, I felt a tremendous force pulling me upward, and I was lifted off the ground. The previously clear sky darkened in an instant, ominous clouds rolling in, as though the world were coming to an end. My brother Tang San was so shocked he shouted, Brother! Even my father, lurking in the shadows, was likely sweating profusely from anxiety. The next moment, a beam of darkness darker than night descended from the heavens, crashing down upon me, and a pitch-black soul ring enveloped me. What else could I do? Since I was already here, I could only sit cross-legged and brace myself to absorb it. I assure you, this commotion startled the prominent figures across the continent. The master from Nodding Academy stood up with a thud, nearly losing his glasses, muttering about the daily bestowal of soul rings. The gods from the divine realm were also bewildered, including the god of fate and the creator god, who eventually remarked, This is my arrangement, which helped resolve the situation. When I finally opened my eyes, the 10,000-year soul ring was firmly established as my first soul ring. I, Tangzhua, at the tender age of 6, was a one-ring soul master, and my first ring was indeed 10,000 years. Upon arriving at the gates of Nodding Academy, the two gatekeepers, with their eyes practically on their foreheads, regarded our martial soul hall credentials with disdain, claiming we were trying to deceive them with fakes and ordered us to leave. Grandpa Jack approached politely to explain, but they became increasingly arrogant. My brother Tang San, unable to endure such insolence due to his fiery temper, unleashed a powerful punch of Xintian Gong, sending one gatekeeper flying into the wall. As for me, I opted for a more direct approach. Turning to glare at the other gatekeeper, I activated my Sharingan, the three tomo, slowly rotating, and beneath my feet, the 10,000-year black soul ring rose. I assure you, their faces turned pale, their eyes wide as saucers, as they stammered, Teach the first soul ring is 10,000 years. I made no move. Instead, I unleashed my first soul skill, Suzwa Strike. A massive purple energy hand erupted from my back, delivering a punch to the nearby ground with a thunderous crash, creating a 3-meter-deep pit. This ruckus drew out the master. Upon witnessing the spectacle, he was first astonished. Then his gaze towards me transformed, radiating warmth as if he had discovered a precious treasure. Without hesitation, he scolded the two gatekeepers vehemently before graciously inviting us into his office. In the office, the master, with keen insight, immediately recognized that my brother Tang San possessed twin martial souls. When my brother revealed the Haotian hammer, the master was nearly propelled from his seat in excitement, eager to take him as a disciple. I could not let this opportunity slip away. I raised my hand as well, declaring, Master, I too possess twin martial souls. With that, I summoned my Shuriken sword. The master was utterly stunned, gazing at us, likely contemplating what kind of monstrous lineage the Tang family was, with one possessing full innate soul power and twin martial souls, and the other a 20-level twin martial soul accompanied by 10,000-year soul ring. Seizing the moment, I implored, Master, will you accept me as your disciple? To my dismay, he shook his head, stating he was unworthy to teach me. I thought to myself, this old man possesses a fair degree of self-awareness. However, would I allow him to escape? I executed a smooth kneel, my eyes reddening as I began my performance. Master, if you do not take me as your teacher, then please be my adoptive father. I proceeded to share my tale of lacking paternal love, lamenting how my father drank daily and neglected us, which moved him to the point of acceptance. Family, the emotional value was palpable. After settling in, my brother and I headed to dormitory number 7. Having perused the original text, I was aware of the potential troubles within, so I pushed my brother in first. As anticipated, the moment the door opened, a kick from a Hong Kong foot came flying. The dormitory leader, Wang Sheng, was swiftly subdued by my brother in mere moments. Wang Sheng was a straightforward individual. Upon losing, he acknowledged my brother as the new leader. My brother attempted to shift the blame onto me, claiming I was far superior to him. I was utterly exasperated, pointing coldly at the large pit outside the window and uttering, I did that. The entire dormitory fell silent in an instant. Just then, the door swung open, and a charming girl clad in pink with rabbit ears hopped in. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu. As in the dance of the dance, she cheerfully asked who the leader was. Wang Sheng and the others pointed in unison at my brother, Tang San. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu charged at him, swiftly subduing my brother, who had never fought a girl before, and ultimately plopped down on his face. Oh, how my family would understand. The scene was so beautiful, I couldn't bear to look. She proclaimed herself the new leader, but Wang Sheng contested, defiantly stating, "You are not the strongest. His brother is the real leader." While saying this, he imitated my gesture, dramatically pointing at the pit outside. Only then did Xiao Wu notice me. Still lying on the bed, she insisted on battling me, and though I was reluctant to move, a system task arrived. Went against her for 2 spirit herbs. Or face annihilation. Fine, let me show off a bit. I jumped off the bed, without even activating my martial soul, simply observing her quietly. Then, with a hum, the ancient black soul ring beneath my feet rose majestically once more. The entire dorm, including Xiao Wu, was petrified. After a prolonged pause, Xiao Wu pouted her lips and decisively declared, "I lost." Later, the master sent someone to deliver blankets, and I sent a shadow clone to retrieve them, astonishing everyone again. Xiao Wu wanted to share a bed with me, but I firmly rejected her, tossing her to my brother. Judging by the flush on his face and the rapid beating of his heart, he was undoubtedly overjoyed. Early the next morning, the master took us to the hunting soul forest, intending to secure my brother's first soul ring. As for my second soul ring, he claimed he couldn't handle a 10,000-year-soul beast and would need to seek help from a friend. He also provided each of us with a storage soul device. My brothers named 24 bridges under the moonlight, to which I casually responded with a line from a poem. What does the jade person teach the flute? This left my brother astonished, likely questioning whether I too had traversed worlds. Not long after entering the forest, disaster struck. From the bushes, a giant ape over 3 meters tall leaped out, causing the master to turn pale and declare, "This is a 6,000-year battle demon ape. We are doomed." I remained composed, jokingly asserting that my father, Tang Hao, was nearby watching, so what was there to fear? I pulled out a kunai, inscribed with a seal, and told my brother and the master to hold on tight. With a flick of my wrist, the kunai transformed into a beam of golden light and shot forth. The master shouted for us not to rush to our deaths, but in the next instant, whoosh, the flying thunder god technique activated. The 3 of us vanished from our spot and reappeared hundreds of meters away. The expressions on the master and my brother's faces resembled that of seeing a ghost. I explained nonchalantly, "Oh, it's a space soul skill I developed that allows teleportation to marked locations." The master was rendered speechless, gazing at me with incredulity, likely contemplating the extraordinary nature of the sun he had taken in. Having evaded the battle demon ape, we continued deeper into the forest. My brother inquired about the optimal age for absorbing his first soul ring. The master, with a professional demeanor, analyzed the limit for ordinary people is around 400 years. As a twin martial soul, your limit should be approximately 700 years. After saying this, he discreetly glanced at me and lowered his voice to say to my brother, "Of course, your brother is an exception. He is a monster among monsters." I caught this and promptly raised my chin at them, implying, "I am invincible. You're free to do as you wish." Just as I finished this display of bravado, and had barely been cool for 3 seconds, several large white wolves sprang from the bushes, surrounding us. The master shouted for caution, while my brother and I quickly positioned ourselves back to back. Frankly, these wolves were just offering themselves up. They were laughably weak. However, my brother's eyes sparkled with excitement as he awaited the master's soul skill. What unfolded next was nothing short of a revelation. The master summoned 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet, bellowing, heaven-shattering rose sand cannon. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss and quickly pinched my nose shut. My brother, still oblivious, was exhilarated and even removed his mask. Then, a purple creature that resembled a pig leaped 3 feet high, elegantly turning in midair, presenting its rear to the pack of wolves. Immediately following, a thunderous poof erupted as purple gas burst forth like a cannonball, sending one wolf flying 2 miles away. Oh dear family, who could comprehend the physical attack coupled with biochemical damage? My brother, who had been fervently excited just a moment ago, suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted from the overwhelming stench. I found myself doubled over in laughter. Unable to stand, my stomach in knots. The master could no longer contain himself, covering his face in mirth, likely astonished at the absurdity of this martial soul. At that moment, a notification rang in my mind. Another system task had arrived. It stated that if I secured a soul ring and returned to deal with Xiao Chunyu, I would be rewarded with a divine herb known as Song Dan Dan, along with a book titled A-Class Ninjutsu Compendium. As soon as I heard Song Dan Dan, my eyes lit up. This herb could break through the martial soul bottleneck. It was practically tailor-made for my adoptive father, Yu Xiaojiang. It could allow his rose sand cannon to evolve into a dragon. With these thoughts racing in my mind, I glanced at the fainted Tang San on the ground and couldn't help but chuckle again. When Tang San finally regained consciousness, his expression was dark, likely harboring murderous intent towards me. But unfortunately for him, he couldn't overpower us. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't resist asking the master, "Teacher, how can your beast martial soul escape your body?" The master sighed, his voice heavy with weariness, explaining that his martial soul had mutated in a negative direction. Hearing this only solidified my resolve. I had to complete this task. Just then, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes. The master confidently declared, "No worries. It's a snake vine flower, mimicking a mandrake snake, used to scare people." However, before he could finish, a genuine 100-year mandrake snake lunged straight at my face. I assure you, this was no joke. It was as if 2025's version of Not a Brother had come to life. I activated my Sharingan, sidestepped lightly, and dodged. The master's face turned pale as he shouted, "It's real. Xiao-san, use a hidden weapon." I immediately stepped forward, flashing a dazzling smile at Tang San. You won't believe what happened next. The mandrake snake, upon seeing my grin, actually blushed slightly. Was my appearance so captivating that even soul beasts were rendered smitten? The system task updated simultaneously. Defeat this snake to earn the spirit beast Qing Shi. What was there to deliver it? I was ready for battle. I swiftly launched a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique, and, as the snake's tail approached, I executed a substitution technique, instantly appearing behind it. I formed a Rasengan the size of a palm and pressed it against its back. With a resounding explosion, the snake's skin twisted into a spiral, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Yet it was surprisingly resilient, flipping and swinging its tail back at me. The master and Tang San yelped in terror, even my father. Tang Hao, who was lurking in the shadows, nearly rushed out. But they were unaware that my previous hand seals were meant for this very moment. Just as the snake's tail was about to strike me, I transformed into a piece of wood. My true self had already appeared elsewhere. First soul skill, Susanoo Strike. A massive purple energy arm exploded from my back, akin to a giant mech, delivering a powerful punch that crashed down upon the mandrake snake's head. Boom! The ground cracked, and the snake was driven into the earth, its head remaining above ground, marked by a distinct fist imprint. The entire scene fell silent. I shouted at the still-dazed Tang San, "Xiao-san, don't just stand there. Finish it off." Only then did Tang San snap to attention, rushing forward to dispatch the foe with a dagger. The master stood beside me, utterly dumbfounded, muttering, "A 6-year-old single-handedly defeating the Manjuash. What kind of prodigy is this?" As the yellow soul ring materialized on the ground, I felt elated, but suddenly an indescribable sense of crisis enveloped us. A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the forest, reminiscent of an earthquake. A colossal figure emerged, parting the trees. It stood at least several dozen meters tall, its body a mass of bulging muscles, resembling a mighty gorilla. "It's a Zamoyan," the master stammered, his voice trembling. He pushed me behind him, his expression grave as if preparing for a death sentence, and began to arrange for our escape. "Tinga, you and Xiao-san must flee. Remember to head to an academy called Shalake. Your adoptive father will hold them off." At that moment, I felt a mix of emotions, touched yet overwhelmingly amused. Adoptive father. This is not how the script is written. I grasped him back, stepping forward and declaring, "Adoptive father, take a rest. Allow me to handle this." The master, his face flushed with urgency, bellowed, "Tongzhua, come back. Do you wish to perish?" "Who says I am fated to die?" I replied with a mysterious smile, retrieving a titled Douluo experience card from the system space. I slapped the card against my chest, and a radiant light soared into the heavens. At that moment, Tang San, who had just awakened from absorbing his soul ring, beheld a scene he would never forget. As the light dissipated, I stood firm, a towering, complete body of purple Susanoo rising behind me. I stood atop the giant's head, and beneath my feet, 9 soul rings ascended with a rapid succession of colors. Black, 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 red, 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 5 10,000-year rings and 400,000-year rings. In that instant, the entire Nording city, no, the entire continent's powerful beings, must have sensed this overwhelming aura. I raised my hand, my blood-red Sharingan fixed upon the still-dazed Zamoyan, and uttered softly, "Amaterasu." Black flames ignited instantaneously upon the giant ape, and no matter how it thrashed and howled, the flames could not be extinguished. Within a minute, it was reduced to ash. Task accomplished. I descended from Susanoo, but my legs buckled from the height, and I found myself plummeting directly into the master's embrace. promptly losing consciousness. Upon awakening, the scene was surreal. The master, Tong San, and Xiao surrounded me, their 6 eyes fixed upon me as if I were an extraterrestrial. Tong San was the first to speak, bro. Your 10,000-year soul ring is beyond exaggeration. Mine is only 700 years. This question left me momentarily speechless. What could I possibly say? I couldn't very well declare, "System, activate," and demonstrate right there, could I? That would be quite inappropriate. I could only adopt an innocent demeanor, feigning ignorance, and tell them I have no idea. It just felt like my martial soul emerged with a whoosh, and then, bam, the soul rings appeared. To my astonishment, they actually believed me. Who understood the ease of this current team? Just as I was weaving my tale, the master approached, breathless, inquiring about the divine soul ring. Annoyed, I shouted, I don't know. The phrase "show off and get struck by lightning" rang true. I decided to play it low-key from then on. At that moment, Xiao burst into laughter, prompting my temper to flare. I turned to glare at her. What are you laughing at? Do you believe I want to roast you and eat you? I intended merely to frighten her. Yet her face drained of color as she likely pondered how I knew she was a rabbit. Tong San, witnessing this, swiftly came to her defense. I shot him a disdainful glance. What a traitor. Just as this matter was settled, Tong San insisted on sparring with me. I was left with 3 question marks floating above my head. You, a mere level 11 or 12 child, wish to spar with me? A being with 2 10,000-year soul rings? Are you not seeking torment? I instructed him to bow as a gesture of respect, then promptly forgot about him. By the time I remembered, he had been bowing so long his legs trembled, dripping with sweat, before he collapsed to the ground. With nothing else to do, I asked the system to show me our panels. To my shock, Tong San's mental strength was at max, and mine was at max as well. Even more astonishing was the revelation of 3 characters under martial soul. Zinko. My word, a 3rd martial soul. In my excitement, I exclaimed loudly, what? Once again, silence fell over the scene as all 3 pairs of eyes turned to me in unison. Tong San immediately inquired, bro, what is this Zinko about? I realized I had let something slip. I could only muster the courage to explain the existence of my 3rd martial soul, summoning it forth on the spot. In the next moment, their mouths hung open as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. The master, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered that if I could not become a deity, then there would be no deities in this world. Even more astonishing, I discovered that the 3rd martial soul shared the same soul rings as the previous 2. The master's gaze toward me shifted from that of a genius to that of a monster. 3 years swiftly passed, and I ascended to a terrifying level 32, while Tong San reached level 23 and Xiao will level 21. During our break, we returned home only to find the house eerily empty. My father had vanished, leaving behind a letter stating that I was now grown and must forge my own path. Yet, at the end of the letter, he personally instructed me to find him in the Xingdo Da Senlin. Very well. A man must pursue his career. I bid farewell to Tong San and Xiao. The scene filled with tears, as if I were departing never to return. I patted their shoulders, turned away, and the moment I did, the tears fell. Upon arriving at the Xingdo Da Senlin, I shouted for my father, but instead of him, I inadvertently provoked a colossal beast resembling Godzilla. I couldn't let it have its way. Without hesitation, I summoned my spirit. Come forth, Qingsha! A fierce green serpent coiled at my feet. I addressed it, we are allies, not master and servant. Today we fight side by side. The elder green serpent was touched. We charged head-on while I launched a surprise attack from behind, creating a chaotic battle, employing earth escape techniques and the Kusanagi sword for thrusts. I even activated my Byakugan for 360-degree awareness. However, this giant beast was indeed robust. One blow sent me flying, causing me to spit blood in retaliation. Pushed to my limits, I unleashed a spiral sphere from my left hand and Chidori from my right, delivering a luxurious combo. Have you ever seen a ball of lightning and storm combined? I dubbed it the Yin-Yang ball. It sounded impressive. I hurled the ball, and the beast was instantly obliterated. After the battle, my father leisurely emerged from behind a tree, offering me grilled fish. He inquired why I had chosen the master as my adoptive father, which ignited my anger. I erupted, exposing his negligence over the years, treating Tong San with indifference. The mere mention of a title Douluo left him shamefaced as he glanced at my mother's blue-silver emperor, tears welling in her eyes. He asked if there was a way to revive my mother. I assured him, yes, but not now. Once I win the Soul Master competition. Thus began another 3 years of rigorous training under my father, transforming me almost beyond recognition. Finally, the day arrived for me to attend Lake Academy. Before my departure, my father delivered a heartfelt punch, claiming he learned it from One Piece. I was truly taken aback. Having bid farewell to my father, I ventured into the city. The brightly lit streets felt like a rebirth. However, not long after, I heard a woman's cry for help from an alleyway. My temper flared, and I rushed forward. To my surprise, I found the three troublemakers from the unlucky trio harassing her. I charged in, delivering a flurry of blows, and executed an earth-dwelling technique, burying them up to their necks, leaving only their heads above ground. The rescued girl, who resembled a celestial being, introduced herself as Ning Rongrong. What a coincidence! She was also on her way to report to Shillake Academy. We decided to join forces and travel together. After searching the entire city, only one hotel room with a large bed remained. Well, as a solitary man, I couldn't possibly let a lady sleep on the streets. I deliberately drew a line down the bed. Yet when I awoke the following morning, to my astonishment, she was clinging to me like an octopus. Upon seeing our position, she let out a shriek and slapped me, accusing me of overstepping my bounds. I truly felt as though I couldn't clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Our playful scuffle led us to Shrek Academy, a quaint little village. While I was expressing my discontent, I heard a familiar voice call me brother. Turning around, I saw Tang San and Xiao Wu. It had been 3 years. Tang San had grown into a young man, standing at 7 meters tall. As soon as Xiao Wu spotted me, she rushed over and enveloped me in a warm embrace. Before I could even bask in the moment, I felt a sudden pinch at my waist. Turning around, I found Ning Rongrong glaring at me, her little eyes radiating jealousy. Xiao Wu, with great curiosity, inquired, "Brother, who is she?" Rubbing my waist, I reluctantly replied, "This is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School's leader." No sooner had I finished speaking than Xiao Wu's gossip radar went off, and her big eyes sparkled with interest as she pressed for details about our relationship. I maintained my composure and simply stated, "Just friends." However, Xiao Wu's expression clearly conveyed her disbelief. At that moment, my younger brother Tang San, resembling a forgotten NPC, timidly interjected, "Did you forget about me?" I swiftly grabbed his ear and pulled him closer, conveniently avoiding the relentless inquiries from the two girls. Anyone with siblings understands that younger brothers serve as shields in critical moments. Xiao was thoroughly entertained by my antics and began to spill my secrets to Ning Rongrong, claiming I had always been a staunch straight man. She recounted how I had kicked her onto my brother's bed when she wanted to share a bed with me. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she processed this information, her imagination likely running wild. Just then, a commotion arose at the registration desk. A man had thrown 10 gold soul coins onto the table, but the testing teacher coldly informed him that his son was too old to qualify. The frustrated father protested, insisting his son was a genius. The teacher, unimpressed, pointed to the written rules. No applicants over 13 years old. When the father attempted to retrieve his money, the teacher further added that all fees were non-refundable once registration was completed. The situation had reached an impasse. The teacher called out, "Mu Bai, handle this." A striking blonde young man rose, and I must say, the aura he exuded was remarkable, with 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, illuminating around him. The father and son quickly fled, trembling with fright. That blonde was Dai Mu Bai. Once he had settled the matter, he turned to see Tang San, and they clearly recognized each other. Tang San hastily introduced me, but upon seeing my face, Dai Mu Bai's lips twitched, likely pondering the unfairness of the world. However, when his gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, the expression in his eyes changed, revealing undeniable interest. I felt a surge of anger and stepped in front of Ning Rongrong, my eyes transforming into a star pattern as my voice turned icy. "I advise you to behave yourself." Dai Mu Bai was momentarily taken aback, scoffing before turning his attention to the cool girl in black, Zhu Zhuqing. His gaze was far more complex when it came to her, filled with surprise and curiosity. Xiao Wu, ever the provocateur, chimed in, "Oh, who caught your eye?" Dai Mu Bai replied with irritation. I sense a resonance between her martial soul and mine. Just as I began to relax, Ning Rongrong blushed and announced her intention to take the test. Seeing her face as red as an apple, I instinctively placed my hand on her forehead, exclaiming, "Hey, you're not feverish." This statement rendered Ning Rongrong silent. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation as she turned to leave. Upon her arrival at the testing platform, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul manifested, startling the testing teacher. Next up was Zhu Zhuqing, whose martial soul, the spectral cat, revealed her to be at level 27. Suddenly, I recalled that she was the cat girl I had saved in the Stardow Forest 2 years prior. I rushed over to confirm, and she recognized me, her surprise evident. Yet, another sharp pain shot through my waist, and I turned to find Ning Rongrong pinching me, her expression akin to a dramatic scene in a palace intrigue. After they both completed their tests, it was Tang San's turn. When his blue-silver grass martial soul emerged, the teacher was astounded, questioning how a waste martial soul could be cultivated. Tang San straightened up and delivered a classic line. There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters. Finally, it was my turn. Observing the teacher drinking water, I kindly advised him to set it down, fearing he might choke. He dismissed my concern, boasting about his experience as a soul emperor. Fair enough. He examined my bone age for quite some time, but couldn't determine it, eventually asking me to remove my upper garment. As a staunch straight man, I thought nothing of it and casually unbuttoned my shirt in front of several girls. Xiao Wu shielded her eyes, Zhu Zhuqing closed hers, while Ning Rongrong merely covered her face, albeit with fingers that allowed her to peek through. Age is appropriate. Release your soul rings, the teacher stated calmly. I concentrated, and 4 rings, black, 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 and crimson, slowly ascended. The teacher spat out his tea, utterly dumbfounded. The room fell silent, followed by an eruption of astonished gasps. Soul Zone. I grinned widely and proclaimed, Tangzua, martial soul Sharingan, over level 40, an all-encompassing type. The crowd erupted in disbelief, jaws dropping everywhere. A soul zone at 12 years old? What kind of joke was this? Tang San was bewildered, inquiring what I had experienced over the past 3 years. Ning Rongrong, her eyes wide with astonishment, nudged my shoulder and whispered, Big brother, how did you achieve this? What could I say? I offered a wry smile, completely unbuttoned my shirt, and tore off a layer of fake skin from my back. Beneath it lay a web of scars, my back devoid of unblemished flesh. In that moment, silence enveloped the room. Tang San froze, his eyes welling up with tears. Ning Rongrong instinctively reached out to touch my wounds, but as she made contact, I winced in pain, causing her to retract her hand in alarm, her eyes filled with concern. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, a distant shout broke the silence. Sausages for sale? A vendor pushing a cart approached. Tang San rushed over to buy 2, hoping to lighten the mood. However, he inadvertently referred to the vendor as Uncle, which provoked an outraged response. Who are you calling Uncle? I'm only 14. I received my sausage and casually handed it to Ning Rongrong. Just then, Dai Bai rushed over, cautioning her not to eat it, and pulled the vendor, Oscar, forward for a demonstration. To everyone's astonishment, Oscar recited, I have a big sausage, and conjured a replica out of thin air. I tell you, the expressions on Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces turned green, as if they had tasted something revolting. I was puzzled. Was he not just a food-type soul master? What was so distasteful about that? This display nearly overwhelmed my CPU. Ning Rongrong, seemingly unwilling to waste my goodwill, endured her disgust and took a small bite, her expression one of agony. Seeing her face, I thought, why force yourself to eat if you don't want to? I snatched the sausage from her and took a big bite myself. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, her face reddening as she processed the thought. He ate the sausage I bit into? Since we were all of a sufficient level, we bypassed the 2nd and 3rd tests, arriving directly at the 4th challenge. However, we were stopped by other candidates in the 2nd round, who accused us of taking shortcuts. Dai Bai had no choice but to ask us to demonstrate our soul power right then and there. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, each one fiercer than the last, rendered that group speechless. Eventually, it was my turn, and they insisted that I take the test. I accepted the crystal ball, infused it with a slight amount of soul power, and with a crack, it shattered. The testing instructor was left dumbfounded. Dai Bai then brought a larger one, claiming it could measure up to level 50. Upon trying again, it too cracked. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes upon me as if I were a monster. I could only awkwardly scratch my head and say, I'm sorry, my soul power is rather unique. Probably around level 47. As soon as I uttered this, the silence deepened. Wishing to comfort them, I added, it's nothing much. I just consumed a divine herb, which helped me rise from level 44. However, this remark only intensified their disdainful glances, as if to say, listen, is this even human talk? Thus, we continued our journey through the trials until we reached the 4th stage. The examiner for this round was a remarkably muscular man named Zhao Wujin. Upon seeing me, he delivered a sarcastic remark. Oh, whose little pretty boy is this? Quite a nice face you've got. His words elicited laughter from everyone, with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu nearly rolling on the ground in mirth. My expression darkened. Fine, Zhao Wujin, I shall remember you. Zhao Wujin announced that he would personally assess us in the 4th round, where we 5 needed to endure for the duration of a stick of incense. Xiao Wu, brimming with confidence, thought it was merely a soul emperor. I poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Based on his soul pressure, at the very least, he's a soul sage. The mention of soul sage drew a collective gasp from the crowd. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock, revealing him to be the formidable Zhao Wujin, who had once offended the spirit hall, yet managed to escape unscathed. Truly, a level 76 battle soul sage. What hope do we have? However, a glimmer of opportunity caught my attention, prompting me to ask, Teacher Zhao, as long as we last for the duration of the incense, we pass, correct? Zhao Wujin confidently nodded. That made things simpler. As the battle commenced, the 5 of us charged together. The moment my 4 soul rings illuminated, black, 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 and black-red, Zhao Wujin's jaw dropped, his astonishment evident as he stammered, "What on earth is wrong with your soul rings?" I nonchalantly replied, "Bestowed by the gods." "You'll get used to it." As Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared him, I swiftly formed seals with my hands, ignoring Zhao Wujin entirely. An unleashed, water release, water flow bullet. A water dragon surged forth, not aimed at any adversary, but instead accurately dousing the incense stick beside us. With a sizzling sound, the incense extinguished. I clapped my hands and declared, "All right, Teacher Zhao, it's over. You've lost." Zhao Wujin was taken aback, exclaiming that I was too clever. Yet, he quickly shifted tactics, claiming it was a lesson to teach us to fight until the last moment, which was merely a guise for his eagerness to thrash us. I was furious. This was blatant bullying. Very well, if it's a fight he wants, then a fight he shall have. Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower granted us 2 enhancements, boosting our strength and speed. Xiao Wu attempted a strike, only to be deflected effortlessly by Zhao Wujin. Seizing the opportunity, I darted forward and delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing away. This finally ignited his true wrath. He roared in fury, but rather than targeting me, he charged directly at our weakest support, Ning Rongrong. My eyes turned red with rage, without a second thought. I hurled a flying thunder god kunai. In a flash of golden light, I appeared before Ning Rongrong, crossing my arms defensively across my chest, and took Zhao Wujin's heavy punch head-on. The impact sent me flying like a kite with its string cut, and I spat out blood mid-air. Realizing he had gone too far, Zhao Wujin was late to comprehend the gravity of his actions. Rising from the ground, I wiped the blood from my mouth. My gaze as frigid as ice. He dared to harm my companion. This was the gravest mistake of his life. Without uttering a word, I retrieved a no-side-effect titled Douluo experience card from the system and slapped it against my chest. In an instant, a resplendent red light shot skyward. A towering purple giant arose, while behind me, 9 blood-red 10,000-year soul rings ascended slowly. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena, causing Zhao Wujin's legs to buckle beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. I regarded him, my Sharingan spinning slowly. Tsukuyami. To the outside world, it was but a fleeting moment, yet within his mental realm, I had stabbed him repeatedly for 3 days and nights. As the Susanoo dissipated, I gently descended from the air, not sparing a glance at the unconscious Zhao Wujin, and rushed to Ning Rongrong, gripping her shoulders with urgency, asking, "Rongrong, are you all right?" She looked at me, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she shyly nodded. I finally exhaled in relief. Then, I hurried to check on Xiao Wu, brushing aside my brother's attempts to intervene, insisting, "Don't move, I'll handle this." With a flash of blue light in my hand, I cast a healing spell, and Xiao Wu instantly opened her eyes, completely unharmed. Having resolved everything, I stood up and instinctively glanced at the battered Zhao Wujin. A pang of guilt struck me, realizing I might have gone a tad overboard. However, upon seeing the worried expression on Ning Rongrong's face, that fleeting guilt vanished. After all, who was it that bullied my sister? He deserved it. Nevertheless, he was still a teacher, and I couldn't truly incapacitate him. Thus, I approached and administered a healing spell, restoring him. I assure you, this incident left Zhao Wujin with an indelible psychological scar, and I bet he will avoid me like the plague from now on. Turning around, I noticed Xiao Wu standing there, and I inquired, "Hey, why didn't you use the technique I taught you?" Xiao Wu's face flushed as she replied softly, "I was afraid of dirtying my feet." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among our group shifted to one of playful awkwardness. My brother Tang San and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, their little radars buzzing with alertness as they shot wary looks our way. In unison, they asked, "Brother, what technique?" I deliberately enunciated, "That technique is called Tua, Z, Deng, Ing." The air instantly thickened, the expressions on everyone's faces reflecting disbelief. Just as the awkwardness peaked, a distant voice called out, "Sausages for sale. Sausages for sale." Goodness, Oscar. That lad appeared like a walking meme every time. We all rolled our eyes in unison. I felt a surge of irritation rise within me, striding toward him, my gaze icy enough to freeze. Oscar, likely terrified, trembled like a leaf, fearing he had offended me. Yet, as I approached before I could utter a word, darkness enveloped my vision, and I fell backward, completely unconscious. The aftermath of Tsukuyami had been overwhelmingly potent, akin to mental pollution. The last sight I registered was Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and my brother rushing toward me frantically. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in my brother Tang San's embrace. The shock of waking up cradled by my younger brother was indescribable. Tang San, startled by my awakening, quickly set me down, anxiously asking, "Brother, are you all right?" After a moment to collect myself, I leaned in with a mysterious air, asking him, "Xiao San, do you know what I just did to Teacher Zhao?" Seeing him shake his head, I grinned and whispered in the illusion I stabbed him for 3 days and nights. That must have been thousands of times. And the sensation was 100% real. My brother's pupils dilated in an instant, his expression a mix of fear and unexpected satisfaction. He stammered, "Brother, isn't that cruel?" I patted his shoulder, countering, "Xiao San, isn't it exhilarating?" He hesitated for a moment before finally squeezing out a single word. "Exhilarating." Mission accomplished. As our eyes met, we exchanged a smile, and I swiftly executed a technique, transporting us back to the arena. No sooner had we landed than Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong rushed over, the latter's eyes glistening with tears, which tugged at my heartstrings. Unable to resist, I playfully pinched her cheek and jested, "Oh dear, do refrain from crying. We've only known each other for a few days. If you continue to weep for me, do you believe I might offer myself to you?" To my astonishment, she immediately ceased her tears. I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Really, you have stopped crying?" She lowered her head, resembling a child caught in mischief. At that moment, Zhao Wujia cleared his throat, striving to maintain decorum, and began to announce, "Ahem, it is time to allocate the dormitories. This year we have a surplus of students, and both male and female dormitories are short by 1 room, necessitating that 2 individuals share accommodations." The atmosphere grew tense, as Tang San and his companions exchanged glances. Visibly troubled, observing my brother's conflicted expression, I resigned myself to the situation, declaring, "With a brother like you, I truly suffer." This proclamation lightened the mood instantly. While the boys' arrangements were settled, the girls faced a greater dilemma. Xiao Wu contemplated stepping forward, but hesitated, fearing Tang San's jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing appeared indifferent, merely observing Ning Rongrong. Ultimately, it was Rongrong, blushing fiercely, who timidly suggested, "I will go." Just as she stepped forward, Xiao Wu seized her arm, whispering in her ear, "Rongrong, you do not know. Tang San instinctively throws anyone extra off the bed while he sleeps." Ning Rongrong looked perplexed, replying, "That cannot be. The night before coming to Shrek, we slept together." Boom! Can you imagine the shock that ensued? Her words were like thunderclaps, igniting everyone's curiosity as they leaned in closer. Rongrong's face turned crimson as she hurriedly clarified, "No, no, no. Please do not misunderstand. That night, the hotel had no rooms left, and we were left with only one." Xiao Wu, unconvinced, wore a mischievous grin that made me uneasy. I knew that this little rascal was concocting some scandalous tale in her mind. Truth be told, I had fabricated the story merely to avoid sleeping next to Xiao Wu. As I was grappling with my own social demise, news reached the 7-treasure glazed tile school, where Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, had been informed. I had no idea that his subordinate reported, "Master, the young lady has entered Shrek," just a day before joining the academy. She stayed overnight with a boy at a hotel. With a crack, Ning Fengji crushed the wine glass in his hand, his expression dark as coal. "Tell me about this boy," he demanded. "Master, he is a 12-year-old soul master." Ning Fengji gasped, falling silent for a moment before his tone shifted. "What does he look like? What is his character?" This clearly activated the father-in-law investigation mode. His subordinate swallowed hard, his face flushed. "Master, he is quite handsome." Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and snorted coldly. "Humph, I shall personally see if he is worthy of my Rongrong." Just then, my father arrived. What a twist of fate, with the younger generation caught up in a storm, and now the elders stepping in. My father, Tang Hao, summoned Zhao Wujie to a nearby grove. Without hesitation, he unleashed his 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Zhao Wujie fell to his knees, his legs trembling, struggling to articulate under the heavenly crown. How? My father coldly retorted, you forced my son to reveal his trump card for survival. If not you, then who? Dean Flender, witnessing the scene, shook his head vigorously, desperately disassociating himself. Zhao Wujie, furious, pointed at Flender, accusing him of disloyalty. What followed was a merciless beating. I assure you, that day Zhao Laoshi was truly unfortunate. Meanwhile, the Wuhuan temple erupted in chaos. Hope Bibi Dong, upon reviewing my innate 20-level soul power report, was so enraged she overturned her desk, issuing a death order. Find him immediately. Either recruit him or eliminate him on the spot. How barbaric these people are, always resorting to violence. Returning to the dormitory, it was ultimately Rong and I who shared a room. She was busy marking a line down the bed with a pen, so I snatched it away, drawing a narrow line at the edge, stating, I will sleep here, and if you are restless, the space is all yours. Yet, she still curled up in the corner, fearing to touch me. I chuckled at her demeanor, but remained silent. In the dead of night, an old injury resurfaced, and I suddenly sat up, spitting blood. By instinct, I turned my head, ensuring she was spared, but the blood landed on the sheets between her legs. I thought she was sleeping soundly and decided to clean it up in the morning. The next day, upon waking, I found her sprawled half on me, sleeping like a pig. I did not rouse her and instead went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. I assure you, my spicy hot pot was nothing short of extraordinary. Once it was ready, Tang San and the others arrived, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just as we were about to dig in, a piercing scream erupted from the dormitory. The cafeteria door swung open with a crash, and Ning Rong rushed in, tear-streaked and frantic, leaving everyone dumbfounded. I set down my bowl and asked with concern, what happened? Without a word, she slapped me across the face. The sting was sharp. She cried, what did you do to me? The room was in utter confusion. I covered my face, equally bewildered, feeling more concerned than angry. Could you please tell me what is going on? What do you mean, could I tell you? What about the blood on the bed? Her face was flushed, and her veins nearly bursting as she shouted. It dawned on me, and I finally understood. Oh, you mean the blood? That was from me spitting blood yesterday after the altercation with Zhao Laoshi. I did not clean up since you were sleeping so peacefully. My apologies. Now it was Ning Rong's turn to be flabbergasted. She stared at me in disbelief. Brother, are you saying it was you who spat it? I nodded, still covering my face. I'm sorry. Before I could finish, she burst into tears, rushing to embrace me, gently touching my bruised face. I patted her back reassuringly, saying, it is all right. After all, you are my sister. The onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Dai Mubai was the first to burst into laughter, and soon everyone joined in. Rong's face turned beet red, from her neck to her ears, as she covered her face and returned to her seat. Xiao Wu mischievously chimed in, teasing, look at you. Ha! Rong, pouting, ignored her, but upon catching sight of my spicy hot pot, her eyes lit up, and she began to devour it like a little hamster. As she ate, she exclaimed, is everything for Shrek this delicious? Tang San casually remarked, this was made by my brother. Rong halted, gazing at me in astonishment. I affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, if you wish to eat, I will make it for you daily. She nodded enthusiastically. After finishing the meal, Rong patted her full belly. Joking, this little belly feels like I am pregnant. Xiao Wu popped up from behind, cheekily asking, pregnant with whose? Rong shot her an annoyed glare, retorting, with your third brothers, is that satisfactory? I halted in my tracks, staring at the two of them in disbelief. Family. I genuinely thought I misheard. I foolishly asked Rong, what did you just say? At that moment, we stumbled upon a rotund boy entangled with a girl named Suwa. The boy was Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu approached, unleashing a barrage of words that infuriated him, prompting him to reveal his martial soul, resulting in feathers sprouting from his backside, which Xiao Wu mockingly dubbed chicken. The boy, incensed, insisted he was a phoenix and even dared to call himself the one. My brother and I felt our patience thin, our expressions darkening. Without hesitation, I activated my martial soul, the pressure of my 4,000-year soul rings forcing him to the ground. Later, Dai Mubai elucidated that the rotund fellow's martial soul had undergone a mutation, imbued with malevolent fire, which rendered his desires particularly insatiable, leading to a state of being beyond his control. Upon hearing this, I thought it fortuitous and boldly declared, I have a solution. I retrieved a Celosia Phoenix flower from my storage soul guide. My younger brother, Tang San, was immediately taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out as he pointed at the herb and exclaimed, Brother, this is a celestial treasure, the Celosia Phoenix flower. Observing his lack of composure, I chuckled softly and reassured him, Do not fret, there is plenty for all of you. With a flourish akin to a magician, I produced an array of celestial herbs. Tang San, overwhelmed with excitement, could scarcely articulate his questions about their origin. I summoned each of them to distribute the treasures, instructing Rong Rong to sit. I took a splendid iris and tucked it into her hair, saying, Rong Rong, this will elevate your 7-treasure glazed tower to the 9-treasure glazed tower. As my words resonated, tears cascaded down Ning Rong Rong's cheeks. She dashed toward me and planted a kiss on my cheek. At that moment, I was utterly flabbergasted, my heart pounding like a drum, my mind a blank slate, stammering, Rong, you I kiss face siblings. The surrounding crowd erupted into uproarious laughter. Embarrassment flooded over me, my limbs felt disoriented, and I awkwardly shuffled as if I were marching in place. Xiao Wu pointed at me, rolling on the ground in laughter. Ha ha, brother, he's south marching in place. My brother Tang San, in a surprising display of seriousness, approached Ning Rong Rong and bowed. Sister-in-law, greetings. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. In that instant, I thought, Tang San, you are my deity. What a splendid assist. Yet, I found myself surprisingly unperturbed, even admiring his boldness. After the laughter subsided, I handed the Celosia Phoenix flower to Ma Hongjun, distributing the other celestial herbs to Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Destiny led me to present the Heartbreak Red flower to Xiao Wu. Upon seeing the flower in Xiao Wu's hands, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, shock evident on his face. Brother Xiao Wu Shi, hey, hold on. Don't rush. Let me clarify. I'm also a novice in matters of the heart. Utterly clueless, but I have long discerned the feelings between you and Xiao Wu. Furthermore, I assured him that this flower held great significance for Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily stunned, his expression a tumultuous knot. Xiao Wu, with wide, curious eyes, inquired, Brother, what is this treasure? I explained, This flower is known as Heartbreak Red, steeped in a tragic tale. It recounts the story of an ancient, pure-hearted warrior who loved a flower so deeply that he captured the attention of the flower fairy, who descended to be with him. Yet, as fate would have it, celestial beings are often at odds with mortals, leading to their tragic separation. The warrior, heartbroken, wept before the flower that represented his beloved, ultimately perishing in despair. And thus the flower was born. I cleared my throat and shared an even more astonishing stipulation. To pluck this flower, one must hold in their mind the image of their one true love, a devotion unwavering unto death, and then spill a drop of their heart as blood. Any hint of doubt, and the flower shall remain untouched. Ning Rong Rong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she posed a soul-searching question. Brother, how did you manage to obtain it? I felt a wave of sweat break out. How could I respond? Should I admit that I acquired it from the system's marketplace? I shot Tang San a fierce glare, silently conveying that any further inquiries would jeopardize our brotherly bond. In a moment of quick thinking, I waved my hands dismissively. No, it was my father who procured it. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong Rong's forlorn gaze brightened instantly, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, her mind likely racing with fanciful notions of romance. Tang San, upon my mention of father, grew serious and asked if I could share about her mother. I had to reassure him that the moment was not right. Next, I pulled Xiao Wu aside for a private conversation. Lowering my voice, I said, Xiao Wu, you are a 10,000-year-old beast, correct? Her face drained of color as she retreated several steps, her expression akin to a startled rabbit, nearly mistaking me for a soul hunter. I hastily added, Fear not, dear sister. I'm no villain. This Heartbreak Red can perfectly conceal your soul beast aura. I have witnessed your connection with San. Give it a try. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes, perhaps believing I was about to champion her cause. Returning to the group, she held the flower, her gaze fixated on Tang San, and resolutely, she spilled a drop of blood upon it. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The flower erupted in a resplendent display, its petals unfurling in breathtaking beauty. Tang San, anxious, clenched his fists in anticipation, and as the flower bloomed. He swiftly embraced Xiao Wu, planting a kiss on her forehead. I was about to interject, urging moderation, when Xiao Wu proclaimed, "No, this is the culmination of my love for San. I shall not absorb it." I was left utterly speechless. Now, I still had one flower remaining. I inquired with the system if I could make it bloom as well, but it required 3,000 soul coins, and I was short by one. The insufferable system taunted me. "Host, what are you pretending for? I see right through your little schemes. Dare you claim you have no interest in Ning Rong Rong?" Blushing from its words, I decided to take the plunge, thinking, all right, let us give it a go. As I was grappling with the system, I opened my eyes to find Ning Rong Rong waving her hands before me. I looked up and was met with the sight of her skirt. My goodness. I quickly turned away, wishing for Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing to step in, but Zhu Zhuqing coldly stated, "I have no relationship with him," effectively quelling any further conversation. With no other option, I steeled myself and declared, "Then I shall attempt it myself." The proclamation silenced the crowd. Ning Rong Rong's face paled, and Xiao Wu puffed her cheeks in anger. "Tang, Sin looked bewildered, brother. Do you have someone you like? When did this happen?" I felt too embarrassed to confess, my face reddening to the roots of my neck. I stole a glance at Ning Rong Rong and whistled, feigning ignorance. "I am merely curious, just testing it out. If it succeeds, I will inform you all." Tears brimmed in Ning Rong Rong's eyes, caught between laughter and sorrow, utterly distressed. I gathered my resolve and pressed my palm to my chest, spilling a drop of blood. In the next instant, the flower burst forth in a dazzling explosion. A radiant glow enveloped the area. A vision of a girl in a pink and white dress appeared in my mind. Ning Rong Rong. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Tears streamed down Ning Rong Rong's face as she turned to leave, her small frame evoking a pang of sympathy. Could I allow her to depart? I teleported swiftly and pulled her into my embrace. She looked up at me, her tear-filled eyes searching mine, leaving me utterly bewildered. I fumbled to wipe her tears away, and she, with a quivering voice, asked, "Brother, you have someone you like. Why do you still care about me?" In a moment of impulsiveness, disregarding everything else, I kissed her. 2 seconds later, I quickly released her, eyes shut as if awaiting a sentence. "Rong Rong, I like you. If you do not reciprocate, strike me. I shall not resist." To my surprise, the anticipated slap never came. Instead, I heard her voice filled with delight. "Brother, are you serious?" I opened my eyes to find her face a blend of tears and laughter, stammering, "Of course, the heartbreak red has bloomed." Beside us, Dai Mu Bai and his companions laughed heartily, resembling a group of ants. Teacher Zhao Wuji appeared. His face darkened with discontent. "Why are you little monsters not in class? Is this a matchmaking convention?" We hurriedly followed the teacher, and I took Ning Rong Rong's hand, quietly asking, "Rong Rong, is it all right to be with me?" She glanced at me and playfully replied, "No." My heart sank and my expression fell. But then she chuckled. "It should be you with me." What a roller coaster of emotions that was. I then presented my heartfelt flower, the Xiang Si Duan Chang Hong, to Xiao Wu. Ning Rong Rong looked aggrieved. I quickly patted her head, saying, "Rong Rong, does our love not count without this flower? It is crucial for Xiao Wu." Upon hearing this, Ning Rong Rong nodded in understanding. Xiao Wu, holding the flower, was deeply moved. At that moment, a man with a face like a shoe sole approached, and Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Ah, you are that unscrupulous merchant?" To which Ma Hongjun shouted, "Director Flender," leaving us newcomers bewildered. I scanned him with the system, and lo and behold, a soul sage at level 78. This academy is teeming with hidden talents. Just as I was thinking, another handsome young man with white hair and peach blossom eyes swaggered in, styling himself with a comb. Dai Mu Bai introduced him as Oscar, freshly shaven. Oscar boldly declared, "I like Rong Rong, Dai Lauda. Don't you dare compete with me." Dai Mu Bai, looking awkward, pointed at me and Ning Rong Rong, chuckling, "Aha, Loleo. I advise you to give up. She is already my sister-in-law." Oscar was left dumbfounded, and with a crash, he shattered into pieces. I shot him a glance, thinking, I considered you a brother, and you dare to covet my territory? Subsequently, Director Flender began outlining the rules and announced the first lesson of the day, eating Oscar's sausage. Everyone, especially the girls, turned pale. Oscar lewdly recited a soul incantation. "I possess a grand sausage." Ning Rong Rong was on the verge of tears. How could I let my dear wife endure such humiliation? I stepped in front of her, pulling out an energy sausage from the system, and with a face full of innocence declared, "Rong Rong, don't eat his, eat mine." The crowd fell silent. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was intense, almost as if to say, "Oh man." Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she playfully hit me. "You are so bad." "I like it." I was momentarily taken aback. And when I retrieved the proper sausage, they finally reacted. Ning Rongrong took a bite, and her soul power instantly rose a level. Thus, the lesson of eating Oscar's sausage transformed into one of consuming mine. That evening, Ning Rongrong approached Tang San regarding concealed weapons, wanting to equip the Qi Bao Liuli's sect. Seeing she hadn't sought me out, I felt a twinge of disappointment. But she thought I was jealous and returned to explain. Once back in the dormitory, as we sat on the bed chatting, she suddenly asked, "Brother, will your parents accept me?" She even began planning for a future child. I was flabbergasted and blushed. "Rong, we aren't even married yet, and you've already thought of names for our children?" She quickly realized, her face turning beet red. The next day, the 8 of us gathered on the playground, where Director Flinder introduced the Academy's teachers, all of whom were soul emperors and soul sages, leaving us in awe. After the introductions, Flinder called me and Tang San aside, instructing Ning Rongrong and Oscar to step forward for specialized training for support-type soul masters. Flinder addressed them, stating, "Shrek Academy does not teach you how to use your martial soul, but how to utilize it effectively. Oscar, how should a support-type soul master employ their martial soul?" After pondering, Oscar replied, "Utilize the terrain to hide behind teammates and avoid danger through architecture." Flinder nodded approvingly, but soon grew serious. "Simply put, you support types are slow and thus become targets. Now, go run 20 laps around the village. No one eats until the task is completed." Let me tell you, Flinder is genuinely ruthless. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong and Oscar began running. After just 1 lap, the young lady could hardly continue, panting heavily. Oscar, feeling sympathetic, quickly conjured a large sausage and offered it to her. "Rong, eat a bit to regain your strength." "What do you think happened?" The young lady, dismissively shaking her head, retorted, "I only eat my brother's sausage." I was taken aback. Oscar, being the honest man he is, continued to persuade her. "Rong, this lap is 20 kilometers. Without food, you truly can't finish." "What nonsense! 20 kilometers for 1 lap? 20 laps? That's a whopping 400 kilometers. Who understands? Is this soul master training or an Ironman triathlon?" Ning Rongrong exploded in anger, her noble temper flaring as she declared, "I refuse to serve. I'm going shopping in Soto City." With that, she turned and left, leaving Oscar bewildered in the wind. By afternoon, everyone regrouped, and Oscar looked utterly exhausted, while Ning Rongrong returned, carrying bags and wearing a bright smile. I sensed the atmosphere shift. Tang's face darkened, likely regretting not stopping this little princess. Indeed, Flinder's face darkened as he pointed at Ning Rongrong. Fuming, "Ning Rongrong, I ordered you to run laps, and you went to Soto City instead? Gorging yourself and buying a bunch of useless trinkets?" The young lady was displeased, retorting, "Are you spying on me?" Flinder coldly replied, "What if I am? I am a director here. I am the young lady of the Qi Bao Liuli's sect. What right do you have?" My heart raced. This was the moment my father's XX card was about to be played. The crowd fell silent, their gazes towards Ning Rongrong shifting, revealing that her previously gentle demeanor was merely a facade. Flinder, laughing in anger, countered heavenly pride. "Let me tell you, at Shrek, if you were a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie low. Who here is not stronger than you?" "Impossible," Ning Rongrong protested. Flinder began his performance, which I would call a dimensional strike. "Tang Zhua, not much older than you, is a soul sect. Tang San and Xiao Wu, at 12, are both 29th level great soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing possesses the determination to grow stronger to defeat Dai Mu Bai. What do you have?" This barrage of facts left Ning Rongrong stunned, tears welling in her eyes, and she pointed at Oscar. "What about him?" "Oscar?" Flinder dropped the bombshell. "A food-type soul master with innate, full soul power." Boom! Everyone, except for us few in the know, gasped in shock. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's confidence shattered completely, and she ran out, crying. Tang Zhua, feeling pained, immediately wanted to chase after her, but Flinder, the old miser, blocked his way. Let me tell you, the next scene was something else. Without a second thought, Tang Zhua extended 3 fingers, 3 bags of gold powder. Flinder's eyes lit up instantly, like a dog seeing a bone, and he donned a flattering smile, gesturing, "Oh, hurry back and comfort her, then come back to class." With a flash, Tang's would disappeared, reappearing by a small river outside the village where Ning Rongrong was crying alone. I must say, though Tang Zui usually appears cold, he knows how to comfort his girlfriend. He stealthily approached from behind, covering Ning Rongrong's eyes, and playfully asked, "Guess who I am?" Ning Rongrong thought she was in danger and cried even harder, struggling and shouting, "Let go of me. I am a young lady of the Qi Bao Liuli sect." Tang Zui quickly released his hold and sat beside her. Upon seeing him, Ning Rongrong fell into his arms, crying, "Brother, am I particularly annoying?" How do you think Tang Zui responded? He firmly replied with a single word, "Yes." What a quintessential steel straight man response. However, he later added, his tone so gentle it could almost be described as soothing. "As long as you are willing to amend your bad habits, everyone will truly become your friend." This heartfelt sentiment struck a chord with Ning Rongrong, and the little girl nodded in agreement. Then, she boldly declared, "Brother, I like you. You are my boyfriend." Tang Zui felt a surge of emotions, his face reddening like a monkey's bottom. After a moment of stammering, he managed to utter, You are my little peanut." This peculiar nickname took everyone by surprise, yet Ning Rongrong seemed to appreciate it. With their foreheads touching, they had officially announced their relationship. Upon returning hand in hand, Ning Rongrong sincerely apologized to everyone, her demeanor exuding earnestness. Seeing this, Flander recognized Tang Zui's commendable efforts in this matter and waved his hand, canceling any penalties. Meanwhile, poor Oscar was still running laps at the village entrance, completely unaware of the changes back home. With matters settled, Flander led us on a grand journey towards Suotawa City. What was our destination? The Suotawa Great Soul Arena. Let me tell you, that place was nothing short of magnificent, resembling a royal palace. Flander distributed masks to each of us, instructing us to choose code names. Tang Sim became Qinsho Shila, Xiao Wu was Roughbone Enchantress. Tang Zui adopted the name Suzanu. Ning Rongrong was Liuli Fairy. Dai Mubai chose Evil Eye White Tiger. Zhu Zhuqing became Yumming Spirit Cat, and the chubby Ma Hongjun predictably named himself Evil Fire Phoenix. Tang San and Xiao Wu were the first to sign up for the 2-on-2 matches, naming their duo the San Wu team. However, the receptionist misheard and registered them as the San Wu team, requiring a fee for a name change, which infuriated Xiao Wu, who could only stomp her feet in frustration. Next, it was Tang Zui and Ning Rongrong's turn. Ning Rongrong insisted on partnering with Tang Zui. Initially reluctant, as a soul master, he feared that her lack of experience would be a disadvantage against their likely soul master opponents. Yet, unable to resist his little girlfriend's charms, he eventually agreed, naming their duo Su Li Shuangxing. Before long, Tang San and Xiao Wu's match commenced. Their opponents were two muscular men known as the Iron Blood team. However, they were no match for Tang San's blue silvergrass, which left them bewildered. With a well-timed waist maneuver, Xiao Wu skillfully combined her poisoned hidden weapon with Tang San's attacks, securing a textbook victory in the first round. The next match was the highly anticipated battle of Soul Masters, Su Li Shuangxing versus the Black and White Twin Devils. I must say, the opponents looked ghostly, resembling the figures of Black and White Impermanence, their tongues unnaturally long. The Black Impermanence immediately revealed his level as a 45th level Assault Soul Master, his gaze lingering uncomfortably on Ning Rongrong. Tang Zui felt a surge of protectiveness, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan as he displayed his 4 soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, calmly announcing, Tang Zui, Martial Spirit Mind Reflection Eye, 49th level Comprehensive Soul Master. An instant silence enveloped the arena, and Dai Mubai's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What? In just a few days, he's reached 49? He is on the verge of becoming a Soul King. The expressions of the Black and White Twin Devils turned pale, realizing they were in over their heads. As the battle began, it was a one-sided affair. Tang Zui swiftly closed the distance to the Black Impermanence and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong activated the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to enhance Tang Zui's strength and speed, but the immense soul power consumption left her pale and breathless. Realizing the need for a swift conclusion, Tang Zui prepared for an explosive finale. Just as the two opponents attempted a desperate rush towards Ning Rongrong, Tang Zui activated a shared vision with her, utilizing his Byakugan. Those who understand know how extraordinary the Byakugan is. It can see through clothing. At that moment, Ning Rongrong inadvertently gained an intimate view of her boyfriend, causing her to freeze in shock, her nose bleeding from the overwhelming realization. Tang Zui, equally foot sto, quickly trapped the opponents in a water prison, swiftly ending the match. He rushed to Ning Rongrong, concerned for her well-being. Once she regained her composure, her first words were, You must take responsibility for me. Tang Zhua was bewildered. Aren't you my girlfriend? What I need to take responsibility for? I don't care. Ningrongrong replied. Her face as red as an apple. You can only find one more person at most. Oh dear, what on earth was going through that little head of hers? Tang Zhua couldn't help but laugh, pulling her into his embrace and gently teasing her nose, stating earnestly, Silly girl, I will only marry you in this lifetime. The sweetness of their bond was palpable. Just as they finished this tender moment, the announcer called for the next match, LevelSpirit Cat versus Qinsho Xiaoluo. Instantly, silence fell over our side. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang sent exchanged glances, both chuckling resignedly. What a coincidence! On their first day at the Seoul Arena, they were to face each other. Dai Mubai hurriedly leaned closer to Tang San, advising him to go easy. Tang San nodded with a smile, though his brows furrowed as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Now, let the two sides enter the arena. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to reveal her martial spirit. Two yellow soul rings glimmering as dark energy enveloped her, her nails growing sharp and elongated. Zhu Zhuqing, martial spirit LevelSpirit Cat, 27th level agility attack soul master. Tang Sin stepped forward, his blue-silver grass appearing vibrant and menacing, clearly infused with poison, distinctly different from ordinary plants. With two yellow soul rings glowing, he declared, Tang San, martial spirit blue silvergrass, 29th level control soul master. As the match commenced, Zhu Zhuqing darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, attempting to find an opening. However, those familiar with the dynamics of soul battles understood that an agility-type fighter against a control type was akin to a mouse confronting a cat, especially with Tang San's superior level. Blue silvergrass erupted beneath Tang San's feet, lashing out like a living creature towards Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, she deftly executed two graceful backflips to evade, unleashing her first soul skill, Yumming Thrust. My heart raced. If that hit, Tang San would surely sustain a significant injury. But in a flash, he used Ghost Shadow Mist, evading the attack effortlessly and remaining unharmed. Next came Tang San's turn, utilizing his second soul skill, Parasite. Instantly, grass began to sprout on Zhu Zhuqing. Unfazed, she retaliated with swift strikes, severing the plants with precision. Recognizing her skill, Tang San quickly wove a thick net of blue-silver grass in front of him. However, Zhu Zhuqing countered fiercely with her second soul skill, Yumming 100 Claws. Hundreds of claw shadows converged into a single black beam, tearing apart Tang San's net with a single swipe, leaving a small cut on his face. I was astonished. But who was Tang San? With a swift motion, he summoned blue silvergrass behind Zhu Zhuqing, ensnaring her leg and hurling her backward. She performed a flawless 360-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully. Yet, as soon as she regained her footing, the blue silvergrass surged forth, binding her hands and feet securely. Now, she was truly immobilized. With a firm grip, Tang San declared, You've lost. As he retracted the grass, Zhu Zhuqing collapsed to the ground, clutching her injured arm. Tang San said nothing more, leaving behind an antidote as he departed, choosing to remain humble amidst his triumph. And let me tell you, the excitement did not end there. Dai Mubai intercepted Tang San in the corridor, giving him a thumbs up. Thanks, brother, for showing mercy. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing, who had just approached, turned pale with realization. She finally understood that Tang San had merely been toying with her throughout the match, never even using his 8 spider lances. Tang San patted Dai Mubai on the back. We are all brothers. But Zhu Zhuqing shot Dai Mubai a cold glare. You're deluding yourself. With that, she stormed off, leaving Dai Mubai speechless, stammering in frustration as Tang San pulled him away. Not long after we returned to the academy, we heard Oscar's raucous voice exclaiming, I have reached level 30. Goodness, the entire academy erupted in excitement. Even Dean Flanders and the others were astonished by the rapid advancement of the food system soul master. Teacher Zhao Wujia clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly, joking about needing to realign Oscar's bones. We were all filled with envy. Just as everyone was surrounding Oscar to congratulate him, my dear older brother Tang Zhua, scratching his head, casually remarked, Dean, I think I've become a soul king. My goodness. The entire place fell silent. All eyes were suddenly fixed upon him. Ning Rongrong was the first to dash over, grabbing his hand and bouncing with excitement. Brother, how many years will it take for your 5th soul ring? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zhua nonchalantly replied, about 100,000 years. Flanders and teacher Zhao's eyes nearly popped out. Their gazes fixed on him as if he were an extraterrestrial. 100,000-year soul beast. My friends, that is a being even a title Douluo must regard with caution. Xiao Wu turned pale and quietly stepped back a couple of paces. Yet my brother remained remarkably calm, reassuring everyone not to worry, stating he had his own methods. I tell you, his expression was as relaxed as if he were merely pondering what to have for dinner. Later, we set off for the Stardow Forest to help Oscar find a soul ring. Along the way, Tangzhou flirted with Ning Rongrong, asking her to stop calling him brother. My third brother followed suit, requesting Xiao Wu not to call him third brother either. Xiao Wu retorted, "Then what should I call you? Little three?" This left my third brother's face darkened with displeasure. Upon arriving in the forest, Tangzhou was suddenly called out to Oscar, pulling out a flower exuding ethereal energy from his soul guide. Upon seeing it, Oscar was so startled he hid behind Dai Mubai, exclaiming, "Tangzhou, I considered you a brother, and yet you wish to woo me." Laughter erupted all around. My third brother quickly clarified, "That's an ethereal item, an 8-petal fairy orchid, capable of greatly enhancing your soul power." Oscar's attitude flipped 180 degrees, eager to take it, but Dean Flanders unexpectedly appeared and snatched it away. Oscar reclaimed it, inquiring how many levels he could gain. My third brother stated, "At least 5 levels." "What did you say?" "5 levels." Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief, and he rushed to hug Tang's leg, vowing to be a good brother for life, promising to repay him in the next life by being his servant. My brother's expression at that moment was akin to an elderly person on the subway, staring at a smartphone, unable to endure any longer. He gave Oscar a slap that sent him flying into a tree. "Next time, I'll strip you bare and hang you in the village." That certainly brought him back to his senses. In a flash, my brother activated his Sharingan and suddenly shouted, "Danger, be on guard." We all tensed up, but then he relaxed. "Oh, it's just a phoenix tail coxcomb snake, no problem." Over 1,000 years old, perfect for Oscar. Oscar was ecstatic, gazing at my brother eagerly. My brother, decisive, announced one last time, "Universalpul." Remarkably, the snake, still deep in the forest enjoying a hot pot and singing, was swiftly drawn towards us. Then, using his second soul skill, Susanu, he immobilized the snake completely. In an instant, the snake found itself before Oscar. My brother tossed an explosive talisman, which adhered to the snake, and infused it with soul power. Oscar was still in a daze, but he applied the talisman. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued. The snake was obliterated, and Oscar found himself charred on the outside, but tender on the inside, with an explosion hairstyle twitching on the ground. My brother approached, using palm healing to restore him, urging him to absorb the soul ring quickly. Just as Oscar sat cross-legged, my brother halted him. "Someone's coming." Emerging from the grass was an elderly woman and a stunning young lady. Upon seeing the young lady, Oscar nearly drooled. Teacher Zhao Wujia stepped forward, revealing his 7 soul rings, emanating the overwhelming pressure of a soul sage. The elderly woman, known as Chao Tianxiang, nicknamed Snake Granny, claimed that the snake had been pursued for her granddaughter, Mangaran. Teacher Zhao insisted there should be a sense of order in everything. Snake Granny, upon hearing that we had a 30-level child, was also taken aback. She proposed a duel between Oscar and her granddaughter, with the winner claiming the snake. Teacher Zhao's face turned green. "Elder, my student is a food system soul master. How can he compete?" Upon hearing food system, Snake Granny and Mangaran's eyes lit up. Such a rare breed. Snake Granny immediately changed her tune. "Then let your student join my Longshi family, and the soul ring shall be a gift." Oscar was utterly bewildered, happiness arriving too suddenly. At that moment, my masked brother Tangzhou chimed in cheerfully, "Elder Snake Granny, why not marry your granddaughter to Oscar? He has 14, level 30. A food system soul master, a perfect match. My goodness, what divine assistance." Oscar was so thrilled, he nearly bowed to my brother. However, the grandmother was even more formidable. "All right, I agree. We shall arrange the engagement today." Oscar rushed up shouting, "Greetings, mother-in-law," only to realize she was actually the grandmother. I nearly died laughing. Then the two stood there like they were at a matchmaking event, their hands clasped. Later, Snake Granny curiously asked Oscar why he called a 12-year-old boy brother. Teacher Zhao proudly explained, "In Shrek, we rank by strength, and Tangzhou is the eldest." At that moment, an old man emerged from the forest, long Gongmeng Shu. A soul Douluo. They all assumed Tangzhou was merely a soul zone. Teacher Zhao shook his head. Could he be a soul king? The two elders were nearly in shock. A 12-year-old soul king. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Never. My brother stepped forward, exuding a touch of humility. To the elder, I am but a humble individual, having just stepped into the realm of Quasi-Soul King today. I nearly burst out laughing. Is that what you call humble? Long Gong and Snake Granny looked ready to tear him apart. They offered to assist my brother in hunting for soul rings, revealing their soul Douluo and soul emperor rings, claiming they had a martial soul fusion technique that could rival a title Douluo. However, my brother shook his head. You might not be capable. Then, with a thunderous roar, black, 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 red, 4 soul rings rose, the fourth being 100,000 years. The Conqueror's haki unleashed caused the ground beneath to shatter. Long Gong and Snake Granny were left dumbfounded. Long Gong, still not giving up, said, Kid, how about a Mary Ran to you as a concubine? Ning Rong Rong turned pale. In response, my brother embraced Ning Rong Rong and kissed her right in front of everyone, mumbling something incoherent about only loving Ning Rong Rong. My friends, who understands? The sweetness of this dog food was overwhelming. After showcasing their affection, my brother remembered that Oscar had yet to absorb the soul ring. Oscar hurriedly sat down to begin the absorption. My brother was even more excited, as the system task was completed and his 100,000-year soul ring would soon be his. After a long while, Oscar finally stood up, a purple soul ring now adorning him. I've completed the absorption. Everyone eagerly inquired about his third soul skill. Oscar proudly announced, My third soul skill is the fantastical mushroom sausage. The entire crowd was left in shock. Who came up with such a ridiculous name? Its effect allows for flight for 1 minute. Dai Mubai scoffed. What can be done in 1 minute? Oscar grinned mischievously. The speed is based on that of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. At this, everyone was astonished again. That speed could traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Oscar immediately conjured a large sausage, which Snake Granny snatched up first to taste. In a flash, she soared to the treetops, returning with praises. Haha, grandson-in-law. Your third soul skill is indeed impressive. Seeing Chao Tianxiang give him a thumbs up, Oscar chuckled. But trouble was brewing, I tell you. This kid didn't stop for a second, immediately producing 2 more mushroom sausages, eagerly handing them to Meng Yiran and her grandfather. My goodness, our Shrek brothers were nearly rolling their eyes to the heavens. Who understands? This twist was sharper than a hairpin turn on a kin mountain. Teacher Zhao Wujia was so furious he nearly ground his teeth to dust, his gaze seemingly aimed to devour Oscar on the spot. Meanwhile, Oscar stood there grinning foolishly. Brothers are brothers, but Iran is still my fiancé. As soon as those words were uttered, Long Gong Meng Shu burst into laughter, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Wuji. What's the matter? Do you have any objections? In that fleeting moment, Teacher Zhao, who had previously exuded an air of unyielding authority, appeared utterly deflated, resembling a wronged wife as he quickly donned a smile. Senior, you jest. It is only natural for Xiao Ao to assist. Satisfied, Meng Shu stroked his beard and took a hearty bite of his sausage, only to sprout 2 pairs of wings behind him. Meng Yiran, blushing, took a small bite as well, and soon, she too grew wings. The 2 soared into the sky, reveling in their flight like 2 exuberant moths. Observing his future fiancée enjoying herself, Oscar joined in, crafting a sausage of his own to accompany her. Once they had had their fill of flying, Tangs spoke up, delivering a bombshell. By the way, Oscar, the 8-petal Xianlan I gave you could be absorbed now. 8-petal Xianlan? Meng Yiran's curiosity was piqued. Tang San immediately transformed into a walking encyclopedia, enlightening them. That is a celestial herb, capable of significantly enhancing one's soul power. There are scarcely a few of them across the entire continent. Upon hearing this, Long Gong and Long Po's eyes gleamed with avarice, their expressions nearly revealing their desires. Long Gong rubbed his hands together, mirroring the money-grubbing demeanor of Dean Flander, and tentatively inquired of Tang's young friend, "Is there any more of this celestial herb available for my granddaughter?" Initially, it seemed a mere pleasantry, but to their astonishment, Tang's nonchalantly replied, "Oh, indeed. There's one more." Boom! The entire assembly was left speechless, incredulous at the revelation. Did your family operate a celestial herb wholesale market? With a flick of his wrist, Tang's conjured a pink marvel, a flower known as Rose of Love. He did not directly hand it to Meng Yiran, but instead passed it to Oscar, signaling him with conspicuous gestures. Little A.O. Understand? Oscar instantly grasped the implication and dashed to Meng Yiran, presenting the flower as if it were a treasure. Long Gong and Long Po exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that a debt of gratitude had been incurred. Long Gong directly declared, "Young man, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. I Gaishi Longshi promised to grant you one request in exchange for this celestial herb. What say you? Very well. Tangs were replied with alacrity. At that moment, Long raised a pivotal question, but Iran still lacks a third soul ring, making absorption impossible. Danjuos my Li. At that instant, it was evident that someone was about to face misfortune. His eyes transformed, revealing a mesmerizing swirl of colors. And the veins at his temples bulged with intensity. His hands shot forward as he bellowed. Wanxiang Tianin. In an instant, a colossal azure serpent, seemingly drawn by an invisible thread, soared towards them from several li away. Before anyone could react, Tangs conjured a blue energy sphere, and with a swift spiral strike, he created a gaping wound upon the serpent's body, followed by a bolt of divine lightning, reducing the unfortunate Millennium Soul beast to its dying breath. But that was not the end. He casually produced a knife from his pocket and hurled it towards Meng Iran. Reflexively, she attempted to pull the knife from the ground, exerting all her strength, yet the knife remained steadfast. Her grandmother, Chao Tianxiang, skeptical of this, approached to demonstrate her prowess, only to find herself reddening in frustration as the knife barely trembled. Chao Tianxiang was left in shock. This knife must weigh 1,000 pounds. Tangs scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. My apologies, I grabbed the wrong one. He then retrieved a nondescript dagger and tossed it over. This time, Meng Iran learned her lesson, waiting for the knife to land before picking it up, effortlessly dispatching the nearly lifeless giant serpent, from which a purple Millennium Soul ring slowly ascended. With everything now in place, Meng Iran and Oscar sat cross-legged, ready to partake. That's what Meng Iran called out, her use of gu sounding rather forced. How we consume this? Tangs instructed. For the rose of love, just ingest a petal. Oscar hurriedly asked, and what about me? Tangs gave him a thumbs up and imparted a profound piece of wisdom. The deeper the affection, the more one should gulp it down. To everyone's astonishment, Oscar took him at his word, seizing the entire 8-petal xianlon and stuffing it into his mouth. The bitterness overwhelmed him, contorting his face into a grotesque grimace. In contrast, Meng Iran found the petal melted in her mouth, enveloped in a powdery glow as her snake staff soul began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The serpent's head morphed into a dragon's, and its tail into that of a dragon, evolving seamlessly from a serpent staff into a dragon staff. Long Gong and Long Po were rendered speechless, unable to articulate their excitement. This was the evolution of the martial soul their family had pursued for generations. Iran, what is your soul power level now? Oscar asked eagerly. Meng Iran sensed her energy and reported, approximately level 37. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Soaring from level 30 to 37 was nothing short of miraculous. All gazes turned to Oscar, who, with a flash of crimson light, released a powerful wave of soul energy. Zhao Wuji hastily queried, Oscar, how about you? Oscar scratched his head, somewhat bashful. I am now at level 38. Another heavyweight, Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, nearly wept with envy. Goodness, Oscar has truly struck it rich. A trip to the Stardow Forest, and he has acquired a wife and caught up with Dai Lauda in levels. Dai Mu patted him on the back. Do not fret. I still have a Chirong Tonti Anju. Ma Hongjun sighed. If only I had Oscar's looks. Tangswa, overhearing this, had a spark of inspiration and tossed a pill to Ma Hongjun. Fatty catch. Limited time, fat-burning pill. Experience the sensation of losing weight. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he swallowed it. In an instant, flames enveloped him, and when they dissipated, a fit, handsome youth with captivating peach blossom eyes stood in his place. Even Zhu Zhuqing cast him a second glance. Gazing at his transformed self in the mirror, Ma Hongjun was ecstatic, declaring, I've made up my mind. Ma Hongjun shall begin my weight loss journey today. While he was caught up in his fervor, Tangswa quietly set up a barrier on the ground. Ning Rongrong, curious, inquired, Brother, what about your 5th soul ring? Tangswa looked up at the sky, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I believe it should not require a search. No sooner had he spoken than the barrier manifested a tempest, dark clouds gathering and a scarlet beam of light descending, enveloping Tangswa in its embrace. The oppressive aura nearly suffocated us. As the light receded, a radiant red soul ring slowly descended, merging with Tangswa's being. The 5th ring, 100,000 years, a divine bestowed soul ring. Long Gong and Long Po, utterly petrified, gaped in awe, their mouths agape, as if to swallow an egg. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, proudly interjected, "It seems my brother's soul rings are all divine bestowed. With this one, we now know of the fourth." At this moment, Long Gong and his spouse regarded Tang Zhuo not as a mere man, but as a deity. When Tang Zhuo completed his absorption, Ma Hongjun reverted to his former rotund self, eager to procure a divine bestowed soul ring, only to be thwarted by Tang Zhuo, who executed a shoulder throw, pinning him down. Subsequently, they deliberated returning to Sitawa City to continue their competition, yet both Dai Mu Bai and Tang Zhuo had surpassed their levels. Long Pachao Tianxiang promptly offered favor, teaching them a secret technique to conceal their soul power levels. This technique would likely take Dai Mu Bai 2 days to learn, yet Tang Zhuo merely glanced at it and instantly mastered it. With a mere retraction of his soul power, he transformed from a Soul King to a level 39 Soul Sovereign, leaving Chao Tianxiang utterly bewildered. Just as everyone marveled at Tang Zhuo's extraordinary prowess, the entire forest began to tremble violently, thudding as if someone were beating a drum, and a massive shadow emerged from the depths of the woods. What on earth was that? Covered in black fur, with arms of extraordinary length, it resembled a small mountain. Zhao Wuji's voice trembled. "Titan! Great! Ape! The king of the forest!" We were all petrified, our hairs standing on end, instinctively encircling it in a protective formation. The Titan giant ape completely disregarded us, its enormous lantern-like eyes fixed intently on Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujia and Long Gong Long stood bravely at the forefront, ready to fight to the death, urging us to flee quickly. However, the Titan giant ape paid them no heed and struck down with a single fist. I must tell you, when that fist came crashing down, the pressure of the wind was so intense it felt as if it might wrinkle one's skin. Zhao Wujia, that old rascal, employed his soul skills to stand firm, but to no avail. It was as if he were merely giving the Titan giant ape a light massage. The beast didn't even lift its eyelids. Long Gong and Long Pa, both over 100 years old combined, wore expressions of despair akin to witnessing their stocks plummet on the very first day of the year 2025, just when everyone thought we were doomed. My friend Tang Zhuo stepped forward. We heard him let out a hum, exuding an aura of dominance. To our astonishment, 5 soul rings burst forth in a flash. 3 black, 1 black-red, and 1 red. That configuration was enough to fry the CPU of Long Gong and Long Pa. His eyes instantly turned red. Adorned with a shuriken pattern, looking strikingly handsome, the 5th soul skill, Divine Might. I tell you, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. We saw the space before him distort with a hum, resembling a black hole, beginning to rotate and whirl. A similar phenomenon appeared before the Titan giant ape. The suction force was utterly unreasonable, relentlessly pulling the colossal Titan giant ape and Tang Zhuo inch by inch into the void. When they both vanished entirely, everyone present was left dumbfounded, the air thick with silence. The next moment the cries resounded. The Shrek kids, believing Tang Zhuo had perished alongside the beast, wept uncontrollably. Ning Rongrong was particularly devastated, her tears flowing like a waterfall. I thought to myself, you all are crying too soon, my friends. As they wallowed in sorrow, Tang Zhuo's voice suddenly emerged from behind. Everyone turned in unison to see Tang Zhuo standing there, as if nothing had happened. Ning Rongrong was the quickest to react, letting out a scream before leaping into his arms, sobbing profusely and soaking his clothes. Tang Zhuo, equally pained, gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "It's all right. I'm fine. I won't abandon you." After comforting her, he swiftly teleported to Tang San's side, mimicking his brother's gesture, poking his forehead with 2 fingers and saying, "Forgive me, Xiao San." I tell you, at that moment, Tang San's face flushed instantly, red as a monkey's bottom, holding back tears. In truth, the Titan giant ape was entirely unharmed. It was merely scratching its head in the Divine Might space, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Tang Zhuo's technique could at most confine a Soul King. Encountering a Soul Emperor would shatter the space. It was simply due to the brute's lack of intelligence that it became ensnared. Tang Zhuo explained the situation to everyone, then dove back into the Divine Might space. This time, he wasn't there to fight. He looked at the bewildered Titan giant ape and initiated a conversation. First, he reassured it that he was already aware of Xiao Wu's identity, so it need not worry. The giant creature roared at him a couple of times, to which Tang Zhuo calmly replied, "Let me tell you a story." To our incredulity, he began narrating the tale of Tarzan. Can you believe it? He successfully coaxed a 100,000-year spirit beast. He even added, "I fed Xiao Wu some celestial herbs. Even a titled Douluo wouldn't recognize her as a spirit beast. With that, the Titan giant ape was thoroughly swayed, affectionately nuzzling against Tang Zhuo. When Tang Zhuo released the Titan giant ape, those outside were startled, only to see the fearsome giant behaving like a pet, allowing Tang Zhuo to pet it. Everyone was left in shock, their worldview shattered. Xiao Wu was particularly astonished. She knew her Ming's temperament well. He listened to no one except her and Ming. Yet today, he had been tamed by a human. Tang Zhuo paid no mind to their astonishment, directly pulling Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape back into the divine might space, urging her to absorb the soul ring. As she had reached level 30, when he emerged again, Ning Rongrong and Tang San, the little jealous pot, were fuming, puffing their cheeks and questioning what he had taken Xiao Wu to do. Tang Zhuo nonchalantly replied, "Oh, Xiao Wu is level 30 now. She went to absorb a soul ring." What? Xiao Wu had become a soul master. Zhao Wujia's eyes nearly bulged out. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San timidly raised his hand. I've also become a soul master." The crowd was left petrified. They hadn't even recovered from their shock when Tang San mentioned that he still hadn't secured his third soul ring. Tang Zhuo, the ever-doting brother, activated his blood yin-yang eyes, scanning the area for miles and locking onto an unfortunate creature, directly using the technique universal attraction to forcibly draw a spider from its lair. The spider, utterly bewildered, flew over, landing to find a gathering of soul masters, soul kings, and titled Doa staring at it, causing its legs to go weak with fright. The formidable Long Pa instantly recognized it. That's a human-faced demon spider. Tang Zhuo, excited, quipped, "Xiao San, this one is 2,000 years old, exceeding your limits. The absorption success rate is 50-50. Will you gamble?" Willing. Tang San was indeed a bold character, agreeing without a second thought. Zhao Wujia exploded on the spot. "No way. This is a death sentence." He and Tang Zhuo faced off like roosters, each refusing to yield. Ultimately, it was Tang San who made the final call. "I will absorb it." Zhao Wujia, furious, stormed off to sulk in a corner. What followed was Tang San's personal performance. I must say, Tang San was also quite the warrior, despite a significant gap in soul power. He skillfully utilized Tang Sek's hidden weapons and Ghost Shadow perplexing track to engage in a fierce battle with the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. The sleeve arrows blinded its eyes, and the blue-silver grass bound its legs, creating an exhilarating spectacle. However, the age gap soon took its toll, and Tang San fell victim to poison. On the verge of collapse, in a critical moment, he recalled Tang Zhuo's advice: find a weak point. With a stylish 360-degree turn, he leaped onto the spider's back, discovering the hidden weapon had vanished. In a flash of inspiration, he used the Xiantian skill to draw a brick from afar, smashing it repeatedly onto the creature's head. Thus was born the most unfortunate spirit beast in existence, beaten to death by a brick. Everyone was left in disbelief. Ma Hongjun and the others laughing until their stomachs hurt, declaring Tang San had outshone them all. Tang Zhuo approached, using palm healing to aid Tang San's injuries, while casually boasting about being an all-round soul master, further astonishing Long Gong's family. The process of Tang San absorbing the soul ring was a painful ordeal. I tell you, it was akin to an epic family drama unfolding in his mind. First, his father, Tang Hao, was beaten by the Spirit Hall, and his mother sacrificed herself to become a soul ring. Then he found himself back at Tang's sect, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Moments later, he was pursued by Tang's sect elders, resulting in a scene of mental fragmentation, grappling with the questions of identity and existence. Finally, he encountered another version of himself, and the two reconciled, allowing him to overcome his inner demons and reclaim his true self. Those outside were nearly frantic, with Xiao Wu shedding tears. Only Tang Zhuo leaned against a tree, unfazed, telling Zhao Wujia, "He is my brother. I trust him." Just then, a radiant purple light enveloped Tang San, signifying the successful absorption of the soul ring. When he opened his eyes, Xiao Wu dashed towards him like a cannonball, embracing him tightly. However, before they could revel in the moment, Tang San felt a sharp pain in his back and quickly shouted, "Xiao Wu, get back." Just as Xiao Wu used her teleportation to retreat, 8 shiny, razor-sharp spider legs exploded from Tang San's back. Ma Hongjun, unable to evade, was directly slashed, leaving a gash on his arm. "What the heck? Third brother has mutated?" Oscar exclaimed in shock. "Mutated my foot. This is an external soul bone." Tang's voice echoed, providing a much-needed explanation to the bewildered assembly. Meng Iran and her family, upon hearing the term external soul bone, had tears in their eyes. It was a legendary treasure. But what was even more critical? The external soul bone is indeed formidable, bursting Tang San's clothing with ease. As the purple light dissipated, Tang San stood there in his entirety. My dear Tang Zwa reacted with remarkable swiftness, darting to Ning Rongrong's side and enveloping her in an embrace, covering her eyes. Can anyone comprehend this overwhelming display of boyfriend prowess? Xiao Wu, completely oblivious, rushed over to hug Tang San and weep. Once she finished, she lowered her head and her face flushed crimson. She quickly turned away. Tang San, still bewildered, was only brought back to reality when Oscar quietly reminded him, Brother San, take a look at yourself. Upon glancing down, he was equally stunned. When he looked up again, he saw Ning Rongrong's eyes covered by Tang Zwa. And Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Iran were also tightly closing their eyes. I must say, the scene was utterly awkward. Tang San, in a flurry, retrieved clothing from his prized belt to dress himself, allowing us girls to finally open our eyes. I turned to Ning Rongrong and was taken aback. Half of her face bore a red imprint from Tang Zwa's hand. Ning Rongrong, in her innocence, asked her brother what was happening, and Tang Zwa, clearly embarrassed, stuttered that he was afraid she might see something inappropriate. Can you guess what happened next? Ning Rongrong's face flushed even redder than the previous mark, and she muttered under her breath. Her bashful demeanor was simply adorable. Fortunately, teacher Zhao Wujie intervened, suggesting a celebratory feast for us newly promoted students. As soon as he uttered those words, the atmosphere instantly brightened, with Ma Hongjun and Oscar being the first to cheer enthusiastically. We all rushed to find a restaurant, and shortly after taking our seats, the door swung open with a bang. A group of over 10 individuals clad in matching white suits entered, strutting in as if they were about to walk a red carpet, their noses held high in the air. Ma Hongjun, the hefty fellow, had his eyes nearly glued to the girls across from us, while Oscar, having recently developed a connection with Meng Iran, managed to restrain himself but still cast furtive glances. The group opposite us regarded our plain attire with disdain. However, the girls from their team were fixated on Tang Zwa, practically swooning. Can anyone fathom the implications? Ning Rongrong's radar buzzed, and she immediately ran over to cling to Tang Zwa's arm, sticking her tongue out at the opposing group, asserting her position as the main partner. This incited outrage among the boys across the room. It was likely that several of them were the girls' admirers, and witnessing their goddess fawning over another man ignited their tempers. Just then, as the waiter was serving our dishes, one of the boys deliberately extended his leg to trip Tang Zwa. I thought to myself, this is it. The food will spill. However, Tang Zwa swiftly dodged and positioned himself in front of the waiter, catching the dish with a deft motion and placing it on the table. Immediately after, he glared, activating his Sharingan, the 3 Tomo spinning rapidly. Remarkably, the boy who attempted to trip him also found his eyes transformed into Sharingan. Astonishingly, he was ensnared in an illusion. With a surge of soul power from Tang Zwa, the boy was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. The opposing group scrambled to catch their fallen comrade, their faces turning green with frustration, yet they dared not retaliate. It was evident. Tang Zwa's previous display of soul power was indicative of a soul zone or higher. Which academy are you from? One of them shouted defiantly. Tang Zwa responded with nonchalance. Shrek Academy. Ah, Shrek? Never heard of it. What a trivial academy, came the retort. Tang Zwa chuckled, a smile illuminating his face. We have registered. Now it's your turn, isn't it? We are from Songhui Academy. Are you scared now? They boasted. Tang Zwa mimicked their earlier tone, sarcastically replying, Songhui Academy? Huh. That must be a minor academy. I've never heard of it. The laughter erupted from our side, with Ma Hongjun clutching his stomach, nearly in stitches. Tang Zwa tapped his ear, his expression suddenly chilling, taking a step forward with an aura of malevolence rising. In that instant, it felt as though a colossal purple phantom resembling a celestial dog loomed behind him, terrifying anyone present. Remember, don't get too arrogant. It's easy to be toppled by the wind. With the first soul ring dazzling, a massive purple energy arm descended from the heavens, crashing down and creating a substantial crater in the ground. The students from Songhui Academy turned pale, rendered speechless. Just then, the restaurant door swung open again, and in walked an older man, their teacher, Yi Zhiqiu. Upon entering, he paused momentarily, but, as a soul king, quickly regained his composure. Humph. A bunch of useless fools who can't even see through an illusion. Tang Zwa, seeing the main figure arrive, ceased the illusion. Yi Zhiqiu attempted to smooth things over, stating it was his students' ignorance, suggesting they let the matter go. However, emboldened by a few drinks, Ma Hongjun stood on a chair and shouted, "No way. They should kneel and apologize." This riled Yi Zhiqiu, who summoned all 5 of his soul rings, a large turtle shell appearing behind him as he angrily declared, "Do not bully us." But as he activated his martial spirit, he quickly realized something was amiss, pointing at Tang Zhua, his voice trembling. "Your soul rings are disguised." With that shout, the student who had been sent flying suddenly revived, pointing at Tang Zhua and laughing maniacally. "Ha! I knew it. How could you be a soul zone at just 12 years old? You're clearly faking." Tang Zhua also found amusement in the situation. Indeed, the truth is revealed. "I'm not a soul zone." Hearing this, the boy became even more animated, rushing towards Tang Zhua, shouting, "I knew you were garbage. I will kill you." Our group from Shrek held a singular thought. Laugh while you can. Soon you'll be the one crying. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Zhua's 3 disguised soul rings shattered explosively, unleashing a Soul King's pressure that was exponentially greater than before. The charging student couldn't even touch Tang Zhua's clothing, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. You're not." Tang Zhua looked down at him from above, smirking. "Indeed, I'm not a soul zone." Then, with a thunderous eruption, 5 soul rings materialized. "I'm a Soul King," he proclaimed. When those 5 soul rings appeared, the entire restaurant fell silent. Yi Zhiqiu's group watched in disbelief, their eyes almost popping out, rubbing them to ensure they weren't seeing things. The soul ring configuration was 3 black, 1 black-red, and 1 black. What does this configuration signify? It is vastly superior to several versions ahead. Yi Zhiqiu was utterly dumbfounded, confirming countless times that this was not an illusion. A 12-year-old Soul King, with his first ring being 10,000 years and the 5th starting at 100,000 years. You're deceiving us." The student on the ground continued to struggle. Tang Zhua, uninterested in him, beckoned to Yi Zhiqiu. "Come on, let's have a duel. If you win, we will kneel and apologize. If I win, you kneel." Yi Zhiqiu's face turned pale. Whether to fight or withdraw was a dilemma. Given the background and strength, how could he possibly engage? Yet he couldn't tee back down in front of his students. Ultimately, he steeled himself to agree, just as he summoned his turtle shell. Expecting a direct confrontation, Tang Zhua swiftly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Earth escape. Heart decapitation technique." In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu was yanked into the ground, with only his head remaining above the surface. Before he could extricate himself, Tang Zhua's 5th soul ring illuminated, transforming his Mangekyo Sharingan into a shuriken shape. A white vortex materializing out of thin air. Divine might. The aftershock of spatial distortion tore a deep, bone-exposing gash into Yi Zhiqiu's waist. Gazing at his wound, Yi Zhiqiu felt his soul escape in fear. Should that attack land, he would meet his end today. Without hesitation, he conceded, "I surrender." At that moment, Teacher Zhao Wujie and the Dragon King and Snake Lady entered, and upon witnessing the scene, they immediately understood. Rather than being angry, Teacher Zhao was elated. "Exactly. Our principle at Shrek is that a soul master who does not dare to provoke trouble is not a good soul master." After his declaration, all 7 of his soul rings ignited, the aura of a soul sage pressing down on Yi Zhiqiu, forcing him to kneel on one knee. At Songhui Academy, there was a stubborn individual whose legs trembled yet remained defiant, proclaiming, "Let me tell you, it's not just your academy that boasts a soul sage. Ours has one too." Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhao couldn't help but chuckle, turning to share a knowing smile with Long Gong Meng Shu. The venerable Meng Shu rose leisurely without uttering a word, simply standing there. Suddenly, 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, spiraled upwards, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Opposite him, Yi Zhiqiu blurted out, "Soul Douluo." At that moment, the entire Songhui Academy fell into despair. The boastful student's arrogance was utterly shattered, leaving him soul-searching. In an unexpected turn, Tang Zhua approached the young man, patting him on the shoulder and imparting a dose of motivational wisdom about the significance of a soul master's conviction. To everyone's surprise, the young man, named Luo Yi, a grown man, turned crimson and bowed deeply to Tang Zhua. After this tumultuous episode, we settled the restaurant bill and began our journey back. Along the way, Teacher Zhao announced delightful news. Long Gong Shi Pu and Mengaran would be joining our Shrek Academy. Oscar, upon hearing this, was nearly overwhelmed with joy. And when Mengaran affectionately kissed his cheek, he boldly declared, I've decided not to wash my face tomorrow. Upon returning to the academy, Long Gong, Shipo's expression darkened at the sight of our ramshackle institution, prompting an awkward scratching of the head from Teacher Zhao. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Tangs was stepped forward, declaring, "Leave it to me." With a flourish, he executed the wood release, 3 rooms and 1 hall technique. To our astonishment, the ground erupted with the rapid growth of wood, and within minutes, an exquisite wooden mansion emerged from the earth. We all stood, dumbfounded, reminiscent of the first Hokage. Later that evening, in Dean Fran's office, he was engrossed in listening to Zhao Wuji's boast about their recent adventures when suddenly, the door swung open, and Yu Xiaojiang, also known as the Master, entered. Fran, elated to see him, eagerly inquired, "Xiaojiang, have you not yet broken through to Soul Emperor?" The Master, having caught the infectious spirit from Tangsua, smiled slightly and replied, "Not yet." Just as Fran was about to offer comfort, the Master continued, "I have, however, broken through to Soul Sage." What on earth? Fran thought he had misheard, and even reached out to check the Master's forehead for fever. The Master, disinterested in further explanation, emitted a golden glow, revealing 7 neatly arranged soul rings behind him. Fran and Zhao Wuji's were left speechless, their jaws dropping. Once they collected themselves, the Master began recounting the secrets of the Star Dough Forest, mentioning the formidable Tianqing Niomang that could instill fear even in the Titan giant ape. "I must emphasize," the Master lowered his voice, "the Forest King, Titan giant ape, is akin to a remorseful elementary student before the Tianqing Niomang, afraid to make a sound." Just as the Master finished enlightening us with the top-tier gossip of the Stardow Forest, my younger brother Tang San fell back into his usual timid demeanor. I had intended to engage him physically, but he recoiled as if he had seen a ghost, insisting he preferred to abstain. The disdainful glances from the other Shrek members flew towards him like arrows. At that moment, Puff from the Dragon Snake duo stepped forward and called out, "Hey, if you're afraid to spar with your brother, how about a match with me?" Hearing this, I was amused. It was as if a pillow had arrived, just as I felt drowsy. I bowed graciously and gestured, "Please, Senior Shipa, you go first." My girlfriend Ning Rongrong, her face tense with worry, subtly tugged at my sleeve. I turned to her, offering a reassuring smile, confident in my capabilities, which caused her face to flush. Knowing she couldn't dissuade me, Shipa, unable to bear the display any longer, urged, "All right, enough with the show of affection. Let us get started." With that, I activated my 5 soul rings, my red Sharingan flaring to life, exuding a powerful aura. Shipa, undeterred, summoned her 6 soul rings, brandishing her snake staff with an imposing demeanor. In a moment of youthful bravado, I challenged her, "Are you eager to dance as well?" Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek collectively malfunctioned. Dai Mubai quietly asked Rongrong, "Why does Wuji always speak in a way we can't comprehend?" Rongrong, with starry eyes, replied, "I don't know, but it's undeniably cool." Ignoring the banter, I activated my first soul ring and dashed forward with a swift strike aimed at her face, causing a cloud of dust to erupt beneath my feet as I reached her in an instant, delivering a powerful punch infused with purple energy. However, I soon realized that a Soul Emperor was no pushover. With a twist of her body and a swing of her staff, 3 energy snake blades shot towards me. Having anticipated her move, I swiftly merged my hands, elementalizing my body as the snake blades soared harmlessly through me. Shipa gasped in astonishment. "What?" I flashed her a grin. "Not seen this before, have you? This technique is called the Art of Surprise." No sooner had I spoken than my skills began to unleash in rapid succession. Upon activating my blood yin-yang eyes, a powerful repulsion sent her subsequent attacks flying. She launched her snake shadow, and I erected a wooden wall for protection. When her soul skills proved formidable, I countered with water blades. The ensuing battle was nothing short of spectacular. Then I unleashed my ultimate technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding boom, 5 or 6 clones materialized. Leaving Shipa bewildered, she bravely retaliated, striking at my clones with her staff, successfully destroying 5. The last clone attempted a sneak attack from behind, but she swiftly countered with a strike, only to discover that the 6th was also a decoy. The real me had transformed from a small stone at her feet. With my Kusanagi sword drawn, crackling with electric energy, I unleashed a technique that resonated like 1,000 birds singing, launching a 1,000-bird flow towards her. Shipa, demonstrating her prowess, activated her 6th soul ring, conjuring a shield formed from countless snakes to block my attack. Realizing that conventional methods would not suffice, I decided it was time to unleash my true power. Executing a backflip to create distance, I began forming seals at a speed that left only afterimages. First, a massive fire dragon head shot into the sky, followed by several fireballs directed upwards. Sheepa, believing I was preparing a fire attack, charged in for close combat. Utilizing my observation haki, I evaded her strikes effortlessly. Just as everyone wondered why I was launching fireworks into the sky, the once clear sky suddenly darkened. Clouds gathering as thunder rumbled. The scene was akin to a divine tribulation. Amidst the clouds, a blue lightning bolt emerged. Raising my right hand towards the heavens, all the lightning converged into my grasp, morphing into a Qilin composed entirely of pure lightning. Upon its appearance, Sheepo's face paled, sensing the cataclysmic energy within. She relinquished her snake staff, conceding with a bitter smile, "I admit defeat." She candidly acknowledged that had this been a life-and-death battle, she would not have granted me the time to conjure such a powerful technique. The disparity in soul power levels was no jest. However, in a friendly competition, she accepted her loss with grace. I promptly retracted my abilities, exchanging pleasantries and complimenting her as a senior who had graciously allowed me to prevail. Long Gong also stood, praising my strength. In that moment, my younger brother Tang San spoke up, "Brother, I've developed a new hidden weapon." To my astonishment, he finally unveiled his secret treasure. From his storage belt, he extracted a mechanical box roughly the size of 2 hands and donned it on his wrist. Aiming at a nearby tree, he pressed the switch. A barrage of whistling wind erupted, but then silence fell. Dai Mubai and the others were bewildered, asking, "Where are the arrows?" I chuckled and approached the tree, lightly tapping it. To everyone's astonishment, with a resounding crash, the massive tree splintered into countless wooden shards. As I gazed further ahead, I noticed a tree adorned with 16 crossbow arrows perfectly aligned in a row. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This remarkable contraption is known as the Zhuvishenu. As Tang San explained, its most impressive feature is that it requires no soul power, making it accessible to ordinary individuals. Furthermore, its penetrating force is extraordinarily potent, rendering it virtually invincible for ambushes. Imagine, my friends, a commoner wielding such a device could easily eliminate a formidable soul master. This is nothing short of a dimensional strike. At that moment, Meng Iran, feeling defiant, insisted on competing with Tang San in throwing darts. I chuckled. Challenging a member of the Tang sect in the art of hidden weapons? It was absurd. True to form, Tang San flicked his wrist, and the thrown weapon curved gracefully through the air, eventually spelling out Tang's sect on the tree. The skill left Long Gong in awe, exclaiming it as nothing short of miraculous. I, too, felt a surge of excitement and tossed a few shuriken, executing a stunning display of aerial collisions and rebounds, hitting the bullseye each time, leaving them all speechless. Dai Mu inquired about the origin of our skills, to which we responded in unison. We picked it up. Naturally, no one believed us. Later, the elder Meng Shu pressed me for the source of my flamboyant techniques. Could I admit to possessing a system? I could not. I merely puffed out my chest, and in a deliberately pretentious tone, stated, "Oh, those? I devised them myself. Let me tell you, apart from my brother, everyone regarded me with the eyes of someone witnessing a monster. My girlfriend, Ning Rongrong, was particularly starry-eyed, filled with admiration. This made me feel rather smug. However, later that night in the dormitory, Rongrong suddenly appeared discontented and quietly asked, "Brother, am I not worthy of you?" Upon hearing this grave inquiry, I took her hand, earnestly analyzing. "You are the most formidable support type, Soul Master. Your 7 Treasures Glaze Tower will one day transform into the 9 Treasures Glaze Tower. With your assistance, I will only grow stronger. Together, we will achieve a synergy greater than the sum of our parts. Do you understand?" My words left her momentarily stunned, but ultimately restored her confidence. The following morning, Flinder summoned us all, and Master Yu Xiaojang was present as well. Flinder announced publicly that Master was now my adoptive father. This news alone was explosive, but then he dropped a nuclear bomb. Yu Xiaojang had been promoted to Soul Sage. I was left with an expression akin to an elderly man on the subway, staring at his phone, as the world around me transformed into an unfamiliar chaos. Everyone stood dumbfounded, with Long Gong and Sheepa nearly dropping their jaws. Wasn't Master a legendary Soul Master for millennia? How did he ascend to Soul Sage overnight? Master smiled and explained that I had provided him with a spirit herb called Song Dan Dan. As he spoke, he summoned his martial soul, revealing not the adorable Luo San Pao, but a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon. 7 soul rings adorned its form, with the final one being a black 10,000-year soul ring. I stepped forward to educate everyone. This elixir breaks the limitations of martial souls. My adoptive father possessed the bloodline of the golden dragon, but his body could not withstand it, leading to its regression. My elixir merely activated the bloodline. Master was astonished, jotting down every word I spoke. At that moment, Ning Rong, overwhelmed with anxiety, approached Master, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and exclaimed, "Adoptive father, good day." The entire assembly fell silent, the air thick with tension. Flinder burst into laughter, pointing at her. "Shaogang, this is your daughter-in-law." Only then did Master realize, looking at me, and Rong, smiling and commenting on my impressive choice. Master then began to assign seating arrangements, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be known as the Shrek 8 monsters." Confusion arose, as there were 9 of us. Master pointed at me and added, "And a demon." Thus, I was expelled from the ranks of monsters and elevated to the status of a prodigy. As we prepared to dine, Long Gongmeng Shu discreetly pulled me aside, rubbing his hands together and inquiring if there was any more Song Dan available. I explained that the herb required a specific bloodline to be effective and would not work for him. Seeing his disappointment, I added, "However, I can concoct a pill called Han Xiao Bamboo Dian." Upon hearing this name, Long Gong's eyes lit up, assuming it was a miraculous elixir. I smirked and clarified, "This substance is a poison. Anyone who succumbs to it will never be able to smile, for should they do so, they will perish." I can only imagine the collapse of Meng Shu's worldview. But let me tell you, Flinder's perspective was remarkably adaptable. Just moments before, he was stunned by my adoptive father's strength, and now he was haggling over training hours with me, being particularly meticulous about it. I initially demanded 5 months, and he countered with 3. I accepted without hesitation, leaving him bewildered, likely not anticipating my swift agreement. Nearby, teacher Zhao Wujie found the situation hilarious, while Flinder became exasperated. Arguing with him, what a pair of characters they were. This minor episode quickly faded as the main event approached. My adoptive father, Yu Xiaojiang, called us all to the arena. His expression grave. He cleared his throat and called my name. Tang Zhua stepped forward. I took a step ahead, fully aware of what was to come. As expected, he instructed me to face the remaining 8 members of Shrek in a duel. I remained unfazed, but the faces of my opponents fell instantly. Who understands? Their strongest, Daimu Bai, was merely at level 40, while I, a soul king capable of defeating a soul emperor, stood before them. This was pure bullying. It was no longer a university student against an elementary school child. It was akin to a university student piloting a Gundam against a child. However, with my adoptive father's command, who would dare defy him? The 8 stepped onto the stage with trepidation. The match commenced. Xiao Wu was the first to charge at me, attempting to take me down with a waist bow. I could tell with a mere glance where her strength originated. I swiftly seized her ankle and executed a spinning maneuver. Launching her away, Tang San was quick to catch her, preventing an embarrassing fall. Next, Daimu Bai unleashed his white tiger's radiant wave, a dazzling energy cannon that seemed imposing. I simply activated my Susanoo, enveloping myself in a skeletal frame that absorbed the attack without leaving a mark. At that moment, everyone was fully buffed. Ning Rong's 7 treasures glazed tower radiated brilliance, amplifying both strength and speed, while Oscar distributed his sausages to everyone. Instantly, the 8 opponents' morale surged. Then, a barrage of colorful skills rained down upon me. Daimu Bai's tiger claws, Tang San's blue silvergrass, and Xiao Wu attempted another waist bow, which I dodged, countering Zhu Zhuqing's sneak attack with a punch that dispersed the white tiger's radiant wave and severed Tang San's grass. As Xiao Wu prepared to employ the same tactic again, I executed a clever maneuver, seizing Zhu Zhuqing and using her as a human projectile against Xiao Wu. The two collided spectacularly. I must say, the cries of Daimu Bai and Tang San, both protective of their companions, were deafening. Seizing the moment while they scrambled to assist their comrades, I conjured another Susanoo to block Meng Iran's Dragon Blade. With rapid hand seals, I unleashed a water release, great waterfall technique. Although devoid of water, the display was impressive. I then turned and charged at Daimu Bai. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line surged from the side, but I paid it no mind, executing a leaf hurricane and dispersing the flames with a single kick. My adoptive father, watching from the sidelines, grew anxious and gave the green light. "Little San, you are allowed to use hidden weapons." Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly distributed the Zhuge Shinu among the group. As Dai Mube, I noticed my approach. He exhausted his soul power, expanding his white tiger's protective shield to the maximum. If my kick landed on his head, he would surely meet his demise. Thus, I moderated my strength, delivering a kick to his shield. 18 Tiger descents, regret for the tiger. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered, and Dai Mube, I spewed a mouthful of blood, soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut. Meng Yaran's poison dragon staff exhaled toxic breath, but I countered with a summoning technique, conjuring a massive green serpent that devoured the poison. I then commanded the serpent, "Go. Entertain yourself with that rotund fellow and the one with the peach blossom eyes." Just as I reveled in the excitement of the battle, a chime echoed in my mind. The system had activated. In an astonishing turn of events, I was abruptly assigned a mandatory task to vanquish the formidable Shrek 8 monsters, with the reward being the mastery of Kenbunchika Haki, and failure resulting in utter obliteration. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to strike the system with a punch, questioning the extremity of such a KPI evaluation. Suddenly, I was jolted back to reality as 2 crossbow bolts zoomed towards my face. Executing a backflip to evade them, I unleashed a powerful fireball technique aimed at Tang San. He countered with a web of restraints, but I swiftly followed up with an even more ferocious fire dragon technique. Seizing the opportunity while he was flustered, I darted towards Xiao Wu, where her concealed arrows clashed with my Kusanagi sword, resulting in their immediate severance. I lifted my foot before her, halting her in her tracks, causing her to jump off the stage in fright. Meng Yaran unleashed a sonic attack, Dragon's Roar, which caused a painful ringing in my ears. Activating my blood Yin-Yang Eye, a fusion of the Sharingan and Rinnegan manifested behind me, resembling a shadowy doppelganger. Observing Ningrongrong. Drenched in sweat as she struggled to buff her teammates, I resolved to conclude this battle sooner rather than later. Yet, they remained undeterred. Arrows from Zhuge's divine, crossbows raining down from all directions. I summoned a Susanoo to shield myself, then activated Kimui, instantly drawing all the arrows into an alternate dimension. With a flourish of my hands, I shouted, "Universal pull!" Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were engrossed in their own skirmish, were suddenly pulled before me. I retaliated with a swift Shinra Tensei, propelling both of them out of the arena with tremendous force. But my onslaught was far from over. I invoked the Golden Sea technique, enveloping myself in shimmering gold dust that swiftly blanketed the entire arena. Dean Flander, witnessing the spectacle from below, had his eyes transform into dollar signs, nearly drooling in anticipation. The golden powder ensnared Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Oscar. As Tang San attempted to bind me with blue silvergrass, I unleashed a burst of Chidori, summoning a spectral figure of Thor behind me. With a decisive strike of the 10,000 purple thunder sword, I cleaved downwards, shattering a significant portion of the arena. Remarkably, Tang San manifested 8 spider-like soul bones from his back, bracing himself against my formidable attack. Assessing the situation, I decided to unleash my final move, Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. A genuine torrent cascaded forth, sweeping away everyone on the field except for Ning Rongrong. Just as the water threatened to engulf her, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly appearing in front of her and safely landing with her in my arms. Her face flushed crimson in response. The match concluded, and as Flander prepared to rush onto the stage to collect gold, I waved my hand, retracting all the golden powder back into my body, leaving him empty-handed. My adoptive father ascended the stage, clearing his throat. In this match, Tang Zhua emerged victorious, though I find his performance quite unsatisfactory. I thought to myself, as expected, to protect Rongrong, I had been unable to unleash my full power. Stepping forward with a serious demeanor, I addressed him, "Father." He looked at me, stating, "This is training. You must demonstrate your true abilities." Upon hearing this, the Shrek team was left in utter disbelief. To them, my previous display had seemed godlike, yet it was not my full strength. I smiled subtly, my gaze shifting. "Father, if I were to exert my full strength, they would stand no chance." "You Xiaojiang, taken aback, inquired, "Oh, you have trump cards?" "Indeed," I replied, surveying my surroundings, particularly the newly acquired Kenbunchika Haki. "Kenbunchika Haki?" The crowd appeared bewildered. Ning Rongrong curiously asked, "What is that?" "It allows me to predict your next move." As I uttered these words, the audience collectively gasped, the sound nearly shattering my eardrums. Predicting the future? How could one even compete against that? My adoptive father did not allow their astonishment to linger, swiftly redirecting the conversation to address each individual. Dai Mubai. What were you doing while Tang San restrained Tangzhua? Lying on the ground like a corpse. Xiao Wu, as a agility-based soul master, engaging in close combat with a being whose strength rivals that of a titled Douluo? Are you merely practicing acupressure? Throughout the match, you were nothing but a hindrance. Oscar, aside from launching a single sausage at the start, what else have you done? Are you a battlefield journalist? When it came time for Zhu Zhuqing, she maintained her icy demeanor. Unable to remain silent, I stepped down to confront her. Locking eyes, I spoke with clarity. Zhuqing, while your desire to win is commendable, you must recognize reality. You're not yet qualified. The battlefield is not a rehearsal. Life offers no second chances, only a live broadcast. If you continue to charge blindly with such misplaced confidence, all that awaits you is death. My words were harsh, yet they were necessary to awaken her awareness. My adoptive father appeared quite pleased with my admonition, particularly the assertion that life provides no rehearsals. Finally, it was Ning Rongrong's turn, and my father's expression transformed from that of a stern king to a gentle father, a sudden shift that startled me. He spoke kindly. Rongrong, even if you do not rely on your own strength, you can still lead a good life, but is that what you truly desire? Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. Then promise me, you will strive to learn and improve every day. Understood? Yes, I understand. Thank you, master. In her excitement, Ning Rongrong nearly referred to him as father, causing the atmosphere to become palpably tense. Her face turned beet red as she scurried behind me for cover. In response, my adoptive father burst into laughter. Since you are Xiao's girlfriend, it is perfectly acceptable for you to call me father. At that moment, the relationship was firmly established. Ning Rongrong joyfully bowed to my adoptive father before blushingly returning to embrace me. After the commotion settled, my adoptive father requested that I share some combat experience with them. This was my forte. I immediately began imparting knowledge, formulating a unique combat theory categorized into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and hero levels, along with 4 branches: ground combat, aerial combat, spirit combat, and dominance combat. Ma Hongjun, in his usual foolish manner, raised his hand to ask which level he belonged to which I replied, "You're likely at the medium aerial combat level." Oscar then inquired, and I declared, "I am at the pinnacle, the hero level of dominance combat." I assure you, aside from Tang San, everyone else was left in stunned admiration, their eyes filled with reverence. Only Tang San struggled to suppress laughter, his face turning purple. He undoubtedly understood that I was merely jesting. In this day and age, a lack of cultural awareness renders my humor incomprehensible. To demonstrate the essence of my hero-level dominance combat, I unsheathed my Kusanagi sword, targeting a distant tree. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashed. I sheathed my sword, turned on my heel, and walked away, exuding an air of grandeur. Oscar called out, "So don't lose heart. You can definitely try again." Barely had he finished speaking when crack. The distant tree was severed cleanly in half. The audience collectively dropped their jaws, while Oscar stood agape, unable to close his mouth for quite some time. "What do you call that move?" Ning Rongrong asked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Clear in my throat, I decided to enrich their minds with a tale. Let me share a story with you. Once upon a time, there was a swordsman named Jinji, who discovered that there was a woman with the same name. Feeling that this was an affront to his dignity, he resolved to assassinate her. Under the cover of night, he stormed the gates of her abode, wielding his sword with unparalleled skill, conjuring a whirlwind. However, he was unaware that this female Jinji was also an extraordinary master. In an instant, she too conjured a whirlwind, countering his attack. Their battle ravaged the entire estate. What transpired next? Ma Hongjun, impatient, insisted on knowing the outcome. After their duel, they both collapsed, lying on the ground in the shape of an staring at each other in confusion. The woman asked, "Who are you? And why do you come to attack me?" The man gasped, "I am a swordsman." The woman, bewildered, retorted, "What does that have to do with me?" After a prolonged silence, the man finally exclaimed, "Because I'm also named Junji." Can you believe that over such a trivial matter, 2 unparalleled masters nearly brought about their own demise? You must understand the absurdity of it all. And what do you think happened next? They exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing each other as equals. They established a pact to return home and cultivate their ultimate moves, vowing to meet again 3 years later atop Mount Hua for a life-or-death showdown. Incredibly, 3 years later, they indeed stood atop Mount Hua. The male Jinji had no intention of fighting. He believed that the woman was far more deserving of the name and was prepared to surrender without resistance. However, The female Zhenji insisted on a fair duel. Eventually, with no other option, the male Zhenji drew his sword, but the strike he delivered was feeble, as if he hadn't eaten, a mere show of force. In one swift move, the female Zhenji dispatched him effortlessly. At this point in the tale, we were all anxious, questioning the relevance of his swordsmanship. Tang Zhua leisurely explained that the female Zhenji, in memory of him, spent 3 years honing his sword techniques to perfection, mastering the art of drawing the sword with lightning speed. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her impatience and urged him to reveal the name of the technique. Clearing his throat, Tang Zhua solemnly announced that the name of this technique was Zhenji Ba Jian. I almost spat out my drink. Is it truly called that? Goodness, is this a pun that incurs a penalty? Tang San's face darkened, likely pondering the consequences should Li Dan hear this. He would surely weave it into his comedic repertoire overnight. Dai Mu Bai and the others, however, were ecstatic, eagerly urging Tang Zhua to teach them. Without further ado, Tang Zhua placed his right hand on the hilt, and 5 soul rings flared to life, transforming the atmosphere entirely. This time, he summoned all his strength, bellowing, Zhenji Ba Jian. I tell you, a flash of purple light zipped by, so swift that our eyes could scarcely follow. By the time we regained our senses, the sword had already returned to its sheath. Looking at the tree that had previously been severed, there was no trace of it left, not even a splinter. We stood there, utterly astonished, our jaws nearly hitting the ground. This technique was genuinely formidable, although the wind-up time was excessively long. When Master declared the class dismissed and the teachers departed, the rotund Ma Hongjun immediately swaggered over to Xiao Wu and the others, raising his eyebrows and saying, "Come on. Ladies, call me fifth brother." Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful glance, replying, "Only if you can defeat me." Ma Hongjun immediately wilted. He then turned to Ning Rongrong, who retorted, "Only if you can best my brother." Finally, he approached Zhu Zhuqing, who was even harsher, casting a cold glare and stating, "Defeat me, and I shall call you." Oscar, laughing so hard he could hardly breathe, bounced over and said, "Come on, call me second brother." And what happened? He was met with identical responses from the 3 ladies. Just as these 2 clowns were questioning their existence, Tang Zhua strolled over and casually remarked, "Call me brother." You can guess the outcome? Xiao Wu immediately sweetly exclaimed, "Brother." Ning Rongrong ran over, grasping his hand, and called out, "Brother." Even Zhu Zhuqing, uncharacteristically, chimed in, "Brother." Goodness. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were filled with envy and jealousy. Oscar attempted to salvage his dignity, prying Ma Hongjun's hand away, proudly declaring, "Who asks your kind? I'm already engaged." He then dashed over to Meng Yiran's side. The background music kicked in with a melancholic tune, leaving Ma Hongjun in disarray, standing alone like a sorrowful statue. Unable to bear the humiliation, he shouted that he wanted to go to Suotawa City for some fun. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhua and Tang San immediately said, "I'm going too." This time, the girls were displeased. Zhu Zhuqing floated over, casually remarking, "Men." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances that were laden with scrutiny. Ma Hongjun thought he had found allies, winking at them, believing they had finally come to their senses. Tang Zhua hastily clarified, "Misunderstanding. I'm only going to find a blacksmith to forge something." Ning Rongrong finally relaxed. Everyone then turned to Tang San, who also said, "Me too." Only then did they feel reassured. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing added coldly, Dai Mu Bai?" Dai Mu Bai, standing nearby, felt a chill run down his spine, likely thinking, "Why am I caught in the crossfire?" Upon reaching the city, Tang Zhua and Tang San headed straight to the blacksmith shop, slamming their design blueprints onto the table. The blacksmith, upon seeing Tang San's drawings, muttered in amazement. However, when he picked up Tang Zhua's blueprint, he began to tremble, stammering that the design was simply outrageous and that he couldn't handle it alone, needing to seek the 2 most skilled masters in the shop. The shopkeeper, initially quite arrogant, was glancing at the blueprints while hammering away, but after just 2 seconds, he dropped his hammer in shock, his cigar falling from his mouth. As a master blacksmith with 30 years of experience, he stared dumbfounded at the blueprints, particularly Tang Zhua's, whose precision left him thinking that even the best craftsman in the shop might struggle to replicate it. Just as he finished recounting this absurdity, chaos erupted on the training ground. Tang Zhua single-handedly challenged our Shrek 8 monsters. Dai Mu Bai unleashed his white tiger barrier to its maximum. It still found himself sent flying and coughing up blood from a single kick by Tang Zhua. Meng Yiran's poison dragon breath had barely been released when Tang Zhua countered with a summoning spell, conjuring a green serpent to neutralize her poison. The system issued him a mission, declaring that defeat would lead to obliteration, and this spurred him into action. As Tang San unleashed his web of spiders, Tang Zhou spat forth a massive fireball, shouting, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" I was left dumbfounded, thinking, are you playing a Naruto simulator on Douluo? Tang Zhou swung his Kusanagi sword as if it were free, appearing before Xiao Wu in an instant, severing her Zhuge Divine crossbow with 2 swift strikes. Just as he was about to kick Xiao Wu, he abruptly halted, causing her to jump off the stage in fright. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran unleashed a dragon's roar, a wide-range sound wave attack that left everyone dizzy. Tang Zhou covered his ears, his eyes transforming into a fusion of Sharingan and Rinnegan, a dark doppelganger appearing behind him. Ning Rongrong desperately provided us with enhancements, her face pale. Seeing her distress, Tang Zhou resolved to end the battle swiftly. As Tang San's Zhuge Divine crossbow arrows rained down from all directions, Tang Zhou shouted, "Susiyo!" All arrows halted midair, subsequently being drawn into an alternate space by a technique named Shinra Tensei. But that wasn't the end. He suddenly spread his arms wide, bellowing Tenchi Shinsei. To our astonishment, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were yanked forward by an immense force. The next moment, they were launched out of the arena like cannonballs. Golden powder erupted from his body, flooding the entire platform, and Dean Flinder watched with gleaming eyes, his pupils shaped like currency symbols. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San found themselves ensnared by the golden powder. While Oscar was swept away, Tang San, refusing to give up, attempted to ensnare him with blue silver grass, but Tang Zhou unleashed the Chidori's lightning, a thunder god's silhouette emerging behind him, cleaving the arena with a single stroke of the thunderblade. Tang San barely managed to defend himself using the 8 spider lances as a last resort. Finally, Tang Zhou executed a water release, Great Waterfall, sweeping everyone off the stage except for Ning Rongrong. He then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside Ning Rongrong and safely landing back on the ground. As the match concluded, Yu Xiaojiang expressed his dissatisfaction, claiming that Tang Zhou had not showcased his true strength due to his concern for Ning Rongrong. The following morning, we were met with the grueling training regimen of the master. On the field lay 9 baskets filled with stones, each marked with a name. Tang's was the most outrageous, weighing nearly 100 pounds. Dai Mubai and Meng Yiran's were 40 pounds, Tang San's 30 pounds, and the rest of us bore 20 pounds. Ning Rongrong had the lightest load at 15 pounds. The master announced, "Strap these on and run 20 laps around the village." 20 laps, each lap measuring 18 kilometers. I calculated frantically. 360 kilometers? What kind of international joke is this? Wouldn't we be running until the end of 2025? Moreover, the master stated that as a unit, if one person failed to finish, we would all face punishment. Tang Zhou, ever the quick thinker, ran ahead of everyone, then abruptly slowed to converse with Tang San. "Do you think the master truly wants us to run aimlessly? Why emphasize collective punishment?" In an instant, Tang San understood. The master was testing our teamwork. As a result, the leading individuals all slowed their pace, waiting for the larger group behind them. Once the 9 of us regrouped, a sense of certainty and renewed confidence enveloped us. After completing the first lap, we were utterly exhausted, akin to worn-out hounds, and we immediately guzzled down the water on the table. However, Oscar spat it out in disgust. The water was excessively salty. The master informed us that this was saline water, the best source for replenishing energy. Thus, we reluctantly pinched our noses and consumed it. By the time we reached the 3rd lap, fatigue had truly set in. Then, a memorable scene unfolded. Tang Zhou approached Ning Rongrong and effortlessly lifted the heavy basket she had been carrying, transferring its weight onto himself. Concerned for him, Ning Rongrong anxiously remarked, "Do you truly look down on me?" His teasing gaze and gentle tone radiated a sense of affection. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Tang San, equally moved, silently stepped beside Oscar to share in the burden. Overcome with gratitude, Oscar rushed to Meng Yiran, eager to assist her as well. Although Meng Yiran declined his offer, her expression clearly conveyed a newfound warmth toward him. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Tang Zhou dashed over, relieved Oscar of his load, and took half of Meng Yiran's burden, using a firm glance to quell their protests before returning to Ning Rongrong to affectionately ruffle her hair. However, this tender atmosphere was short-lived. I sensed something amiss. Shadows lurked in the forest, stealthily observing us. My temper flared. Here we were, utterly spent, and yet someone dared to stir trouble? I promptly dropped the stone on my back and, in an instant, appeared before them. My companions would understand. I didn't even need a strike. I merely revealed my soul ring, summoning a colossal purple energy arm that crashed down onto the ground before them, creating a sizable crater. The trio was immediately paralyzed with fear, cold sweat streaming down their faces, stammering excuses about merely passing by to take a look. How absurd! With my keen perception, I recognized them as the petty troublemakers from Songhue Academy, who had previously sought to harass us. Now, seeing us utterly exhausted, they thought it an opportune moment to provoke us again. Did they believe that the Shrek team was devoid of strength? Here, we boasted Soul Kings, Soul Emperors, and Spirit Douluos in abundance. Did they truly dare to approach us? Escape? That was out of the question. I conjured a shadow clone, which materialized with a resounding thud, and promptly delivered a thorough lesson to them. Within mere minutes, the trio, battered and bruised, fled, wailing for their mothers, leaving in what could only be described as a harmonious retreat. Having dealt with these nuisances, we pressed on with our run. I must tell you, the master's training is not for the faint-hearted. As we completed lap after lap, nearly everyone, aside from myself, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, was on the verge of collapse. The rotund Ma Hongjun relied heavily on Dai Mubai for support, while Oscar leaned on my brother, Tang San. Upon reaching the 10th lap, even Ning Rongrong could no longer endure. Her complexion turned pale, and she was on the brink of collapse. Could I stand by and watch? I swiftly scooped her up in a princess carry. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she softly pleaded, "Brother, put me down." I firmly replied, "No." She insisted. I could still run by myself. I resolutely countered, "No, you cannot." At that moment, I was filled with an overwhelming sense of authority that surprised even myself. After finally completing 10 laps, I hastily informed the master and others about the incident with Songhue Academy, hoping to secure some rest for everyone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia and the others erupted with fury, eager to retaliate against the academy. Ultimately, it was the master who intervened, advising patience, proclaiming that a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. With the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament approaching, he suggested we would have the opportunity to defeat them on the battlefield, leaving them unrecognizable. Did you think this was the end? Far from it. The master announced, "Have you rested enough? There are still 10 laps to run." Our faces turned a ghastly shade of green. Reluctantly, we continued. By the end, my burden had increased from 125 pounds to 180 pounds as I shared the load with everyone. This time, Ning Rongrong resolutely refused my assistance, her eyes a mixture of determination and concern, insisting she could finish on her own. My heart softened. This girl was incredibly tenacious. The final lap was a poignant sight. The 9 of us, shoulders touching, trudged toward the finish line step by step. Just after crossing, a series of thuds resounded as all 9 of us collapsed in unison, losing consciousness. When our teachers arrived to carry us back, an unusual incident occurred. My adoptive father, Yu Xiaojing, attempted to lift me, but despite his strength, I remained immovable. Dean Flinder joined him, and together they tugged at me, yet I felt as if I were glued to the ground. Zhao Wujia sensed something was amiss and came to help, but even the 3 of them found me heavier than a mountain. Ultimately, it was Senior Snake Lady, with her keen perception, who activated her soul skill and instructed my adoptive father to roll up my sleeve. The entire venue fell silent. On my wrist were 2 dark metal bands, clearly inscribed with 3 characters, 300 pounds. This indicated that, in addition to the nearly 200 pounds of stones I was already carrying, I bore an additional 600 pounds of weight on my person. The next day, I woke to find myself in a medicinal bath, devoid of the armbands. I knew then that my secret was no longer safe. Next to me, a wooden partition separated me from Ning Rongrong, and as I reached out to remove it, blood began to stream from my nose. Opposite me, Ning Rongrong also sat in the bath, equally unclothed. I can assure you, the sight was surreal, as if crafted by an AI. Our gazes met. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds, before a piercing scream shattered the silence. Startled, I hastily replaced the partition, my heart racing. Shortly after, Ning Rongrong emerged, fully clothed, but with a face as red as an apple. In a moment of impulsiveness, I declared that I would take responsibility for her, vowing to propose to her at the Qibao glazed sect once she absorbed the miraculous herbs. Just as I was about to make a solemn oath, she unexpectedly kissed me, taking the initiative. This incident left me in a daze for the entire day. The following morning, during assembly, Dean Flinder presented my armbands before everyone. With a swift motion, He released them, and a thunderous crash echoed as the combined weight of 600 pounds created two massive craters in the ground. Everyone stood in shock, jaws dropped in disbelief. At that moment, my system chimed, issuing a new task: persuade Oscar to wear the armbands. The reward? An advancement pill. How could I not be elated? In the original tale, it was this very individual who had won over Ning Rongrong. I signaled to Oscar to come over, seized his hand, and with a click, fastened the bands onto him. Oscar was instantly pulled down, crashing into the ground and creating a human-shaped indentation. I silently wished him to embrace this fortune. To my astonishment, he emerged from the pit, bewildered, exclaiming, "Did I just level up?" The crowd gasped, their gazes towards me shifting as if I were some walking enhancement cheat. Upon receiving the reward of the advancement pill, I immediately turned and handed it to Ning Rongrong. Without a moment's hesitation, she swallowed it down. In the next instant, her soul power surged, breaking through the level 30 barrier. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed, not merely for the upgrade, but because it meant she could absorb the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang, and with that, I could propose. Overcome with excitement, she rushed over and embraced me. Holding her close, my heart was filled with sweetness. However, upon turning, I caught sight of my adoptive father watching us with a grave expression, his eyes filled with concern, as if observing a foolish lad on the verge of heartbreak. Truth be told, he was overthinking it. I must clarify, BB Dong was coerced, yet Ning Rongrong? She had no means to abandon me, and that is a fact. As I produced another pill, everyone was left speechless in astonishment. The venerable Meng Shu, grandfather of Chao Tian Xiang, erupted into laughter. "Young Tangzhua, you truly possess an abundance of treasures." Xiao shook her head and whispered to my brother Tang San, "My brother is indeed remarkable." Speaking of my brother, while we share a resemblance and a similar smile, his demeanor exudes pure gentleness. As for me, I have infused my gentleness with charisma, enhanced my appearance, and added warmth, rendering myself the Pro Max Plus version. My brother's average looks pale in comparison, leaving him far behind. "Brother, when shall we venture to procure soul rings?" Ning Rongrong gazed at me with eager anticipation. After contemplating for a moment, I declared, "Let us embark on this quest at once, right now." Upon uttering those words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone regarded me with incredulous expressions, as if questioning my sanity. Rubbing my hands together, I flashed a grin at my adoptive father. "Father, look." Yu Shao Gang cleared his throat and waved his hand. "Go on," returned swiftly. Delighted, I seized Ning Rongrong's hand, disregarding her blushing cheeks. And with a flash of purple light, we instantaneously descended into the Star Doe forest. How did we arrive? Previously, I had left a flying thunder god mark on the Titan Great Ape, locking in the coordinates for a 1-second arrival. Upon landing, Ning Rongrong caught sight of the towering Titan Great Ape behind us, causing her to leap back in fright. The massive gorilla, known as Ming, sensing our presence, turned to deliver a powerful punch before even registering our arrival. "What on earth?" I exclaimed, startled by its audacity to strike upon our first encounter. I quickly shouted, "Hey, Ming, it's me." Upon hearing my call, Ming halted his fist mid-air, sheepishly scratching his head and letting out a few roars. Although I could not comprehend beast language, the meaning was clear. "Oh, you have arrived. Where is Xiao Wu? She did not accompany you? You're in trouble now." With Xiao Wu absent, I noted how Ming's great head searched for her, and I could see disappointment wash over him as he lowered his head. At that moment, the nearby lake erupted. A colossal beast with a bull's head and serpent's body emerged from the water. More astonishingly, it spoke in human language. "Humans, depart at once. I see your cultivation has been arduous. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." Upon seeing the beast, Ming hurried over, gesticulating and roaring explanations. The beast, Deming, the sky blue bull python, changed its expression as if performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Once the explanations concluded, Deming leaned in closer, causing Ning Rongrong to clutch my arm tightly, her hands turning purple. I patted her hand, offering a reassuring glance. To my surprise, Ning Rongrong displayed remarkable courage. Standing tall and locking eyes with Deming, her gaze seemingly conveying, "Dare to harm us, and I shall fight to the end." Deming chuckled, "Ah, so you are Ming's friends. What brings you here?" With Ning Rongrong by my side, I stated plainly, "I had come to procure a soul ring for my girlfriend." Ning Rongrong tugged at my sleeve, her face pale with trepidation. How could one comprehend the audacity of declaring an intention to hunt a soul beast in front of the Soul Beast leader. It was akin to announcing a desire to switch jobs in front of one's boss. Yet Deming merely feigned indifference. Oh? You dare to proclaim your intent to hunt soul beasts before me. You possess quite the audacity. I grasped Ning Rongrong's icy hand tightly. Smiling. I dare to assert this because I understand that your connection with other soul beasts is merely that of passing acquaintances. Furthermore, I have left a spatial mark outside, allowing me to escape at any moment. Even if you can pursue me, you would have to leave the Stardow Forest. Will you take that gamble? After hearing my words, Deming's gaze shifted, now filled with admiration. Young man, I have lived for over 100,000 years and have never encountered a human with such courage. Speak, what kind of soul ring do you desire? 1,000-year purple jade butterfly, I replied nonchalantly. The atmosphere instantly chilled. Hey, young man, do not be too excessive. Deming's veins bulged, his eyes sharp as daggers. Even a usually silly Air Ming looked serious, glaring at me. Ning Rongrong was on the verge of tears. Yet I laughed. Deming, the purple jade butterfly bears no familial ties to you, does it? We locked gazes, neither willing to yield. At that moment, I revealed my martial spirit. 5 soul rings shimmering, particularly the blinding red 100,000-year soul ring, radiating an air of arrogance. Deming was utterly enraged. A 12-year-old soul king? And a 100,000-year soul ring? It assumed I'd slain a 100,000-year soul beast, prompting an immediate fury. With a flick of its tail, a gust of wind surged towards me. I quickly pushed Ning Rongrong to a safe spot, retreating just in time to evade the attack. Roar! The mighty bellow shook Ning Rongrong to the ground. My anger flared, and with a glare from my Sharingan, I appeared beside her, helping her to her feet. Adaming rushed over, explaining to Deming that my soul ring was divinely granted. Upon hearing this, Deming froze, his expression akin to that of a child caught spying on someone. Yes, you heard right. This creature had such a past. Rarely did he lower his massive head, speaking in a deep, rumbling voice. As compensation, I consent to your hunting of the 1,000-year purple jade butterfly. What a magnificent stroke of fortune had finally befallen us. After bidding farewell to the 2 colossal beings, we began our search for the butterfly. Ning Rongrong expressed concerns about our chances of success, and I gently tapped her head. Silly girl. What is there to fear with me by your side? Initially, I intended to share my vision with my Byakugan, but recalling the awkwardness from the last Great Soul Arena, I blushed and decided to proceed alone. Byakugan. Blood Inyang Eye. My upgraded vision activated, scanning the surroundings comprehensively. After circling for a while at last, I spotted atop a pine tree. The butterfly, as large as a husky, fluttered its wings, emanating a purple glow that suggested it would be a formidable opponent. Universal attraction. I initiated an attack, drawing it towards me. Susanoo Strike. A massive energy arm descended upon it. Yet, the butterfly swiftly shrank to the size of a palm, slipping through the gaps. What? It can shrink? Divine might. I lost patience with its antics. Warping space, I ensnared it within a different dimension, rendering it immobile. Rongrong. Act swiftly. Ning Rongrong sprang into action, her hands slicing down with precision, and with a soft sound, the task was accomplished. A radiant purple soul ring ascended. Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged, beginning her absorption. The process went smoothly, and soon, she was adorned with an additional purple soul ring. Brother, my 3rd soul skill can temporarily elevate my soul power by 1 level. She exclaimed with excitement. Do not rush, there is still something splendid. I reminded her to absorb the Chihuahua tulip. Cautiously, she cradled the flower and gently inhaled its stamen, and in the next moment, a soft azure light enveloped her. The phantom of the 7-treasure glazed tower behind her grew, transforming from 7 layers to 9. The 7-treasure glazed tower officially evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tower. Her soul power surged from level 30 to 37. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Family, do you understand what this signifies? It means she has shattered the centuries-old curse of her sect, which could only cultivate to soul sage. She can become a title Douluo. She embraced me tightly, sobbing, Brother, why are you so good to me? I cannot bear to be apart from you. I was taken aback, then smiled, stroking her hair. Why would you ever need to leave me? My ultimate goal is to ensure you remain by my side forever. On our return journey, I unfurled a pair of fiery wings, cradling Rongrong in my arms as we soared through the skies. She was astonished to discover my external soul bone. Suddenly, our bodies trembled. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tower flew out of control, and my second martial spirit, the Sharingan sword, reacted intensely. This overwhelming force was a martial spirit fusion technique. Brother, I sense an incredibly strong allure emanating from you. This is indeed a martial spirit fusion technique. I was astonished. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Her father had told her that if she encountered someone capable of martial soul fusion, and as long as their character was commendable, she should marry them without hesitation. At the thought of this, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As we landed, I helplessly summoned the Sharingan, adorned with 5 soul rings. Brother, you possess a dual martial soul? Indeed, I nodded. Then why did you not inform me? She pouted, visibly aggrieved. After a moment of contemplation, she seized my hand and declared, "It matters not. As long as you love me, that is sufficient." How delightful. This moment was a testament to companionship and understanding. Let us attempt the martial soul fusion technique I suggested. How do we proceed? Embrace me tightly. We stood entwined, and in an instant, the Jiobao, Liuli Pagoda, and the Sharingan surged, spiraling together in the air, melding into one. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent new sword, half azure and half violet, materialized, cleaving downwards toward the ground. A resounding boom echoed as a massive wave of sword energy sliced through, creating an unfathomable chasm that shimmered with hints of purple light. We gazed in awe at the destructive power that rivaled a full-force strike from Soul Sage, gasping in astonishment. Even more astonishing was the fact that this skill was accompanied by a comprehensive 30-attribute enhancement. What shall we name this skill? I pondered, a light bulb illuminating my mind. Let us call it the radiance of the Liuli sword. With everything settled, we hastily flew back to Shrek Academy. Upon seeing the dilapidated gates, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of emotions, as if she had narrowly escaped death. We stealthily infiltrated the academy. But as soon as we reached the playground, my expression darkened. To my dismay, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and the others, along with the dragon and snake couple, were gathered around a bonfire, secretly roasting meat behind our backs. Clearing my throat, I dispelled my invisibility and coughed lightly. The entire scene froze. Each person holding skewers of meat, their expressions awkward enough to elicit laughter. Only Ma Hongjun, the glutton, stuffed his mouth so full that he didn't even notice, curiously observing why everyone else had suddenly gone silent. It was only when he heard Ning Rongrong's indignant voice that he finally reacted. He could hardly contain his astonishment. "I must tell you," I nearly exclaimed in disbelief. I exclaimed, "After we worked so hard outside, guess what I returned to find? There was Ma Hongjun, grinning lewdly while chomping on a piece of watermelon, and my temper flared at the sight. The old miser, Dean Flinder, wore a guilty smile. "Ah, Tang's, you're back so soon?" "Of course." My brother laughed wickedly, cracking his knuckles. "So you lot decided to hold a celebration feast while I was out risking my life with Rongrong? I must say, Tang San and Xiao Wu, those 2 little traitors, were quite something. One moment they were munching on ham, and the next they slipped behind my brother, looking as innocent as 2 gate gods." Infuriated, I retorted, "You 2 are too fickle." They awkwardly smiled back at me, profusely apologizing. My brother ignored them entirely, his gaze keenly focused on the remaining group. The dragon and snake couple remained unperturbed, feasting to their heart's content, as they were titled Douluo and had the capital to do so. But Flinder and Zhao Wuji were another matter. As teachers, they felt guilty and fidgeted in their seats. My brother waved his hand. "All right, we're not that petty. But you lot must be feeling a bit mischievous." His sharp gaze suggested he was on the verge of taking action. Of course, he only dared to glare at us youngsters. As for Flinder and the others, that was a different story. My brother was wise enough to strategically ignore them. Tang San quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Brother, come and have some. Don't let it go to waste." Xiao Wu also rushed over to pull my brother along. Just as I was about to speak, Rongrong boldly stepped forward, standing tall and proud, exuding an aura reminiscent of a wealthy matron surveying her estate. She cleared her throat and addressed everyone. "I will forgive you this time. But if I catch you sneaking food again, what will happen?" Everyone, including my brother, looked at her with bated breath. "If that happens, I shall never allow my brother to cook for you again." Such words struck the room into silence. The skewers of meat in everyone's hands instantly lost their appeal. My brother's culinary creations, exquisite Chinese dishes, were a monumental leap above mere roasted meat. The next moment, Flinder and Zhao Wuji, along with the others, all stood in unison, bowing deeply at 90 degrees towards us, exclaiming in unison, "We shall never dare again." The sight left me utterly speechless. My brother, witnessing their pitiful expressions, could only shake his head in resignation, casting a loving glance at Rongrong before, without further ado, retrieving a professional grill and a bag of charcoal from his storage soul guide. Those who understand will know. Thus began my brother's personal display of prowess. He formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" A large fireball ignited the charcoal with a poof. Then, extending his hand, he summoned the heavenly pull. All the ham and meat in the vicinity soared into the air. With the Kusanagi sword, he deftly sliced the meat into pieces mid-air. Following that, he performed the wood release insertion technique, causing a multitude of skewers to rain down from above. With remarkable finesse, he skewered the meat and placed it on the grill. This series of actions left everyone utterly astonished. Cooking with soul techniques, and with such precision, he was no mere chef, but an artist. Before long, the skewers were roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within, and with his flamboyant sprinkling of seasoning, the aroma was divine. As soon as the meat was ready, the ravenous wolves of Shrek could no longer contain themselves. Xiao Wu was the first to dash forward, followed closely by Dai Mubai and Oscar. Zhu Qing. I must say, the typically aloof Zhu Qing smiled in her eagerness to snatch some food, deploying her soul technique to flash to the grill side. The most outrageous was Flinder, who teleported to snatch the first skewer, only to find it too hot and contort his face in pain. Ma Hongjun fared the worst. Having eaten too much earlier, he could only stand by, drooling and patting his round belly, his face a portrait of regret. Naturally, my brother did not forget Rongrong. He had discreetly reserved a generous portion for her, leaving the others green with envy. After we had feasted to our heart's content, my brother suddenly took a deep breath and announced, "By the way, there is something I must tell you all." Rongrong, still in her daze, asked, "What is it?" My brother regarded her with a look of mild disbelief, ruffling her hair. "Strange, you don't have a fever. I'm going to your home to meet your father." "What?" Rongrong was momentarily stunned, stepping back, her face flushed crimson. "Brother, are you serious?" "Indeed." My brother's cheeks reddened as well, whispering, "You forget, this morning," as we were about to let our feelings surface. Just then, my brother dropped another bombshell. Calmly addressing everyone, he stated, "I'm going to the Qibao Liuli sect to propose." Flinder, who had just taken a sip of wine, immediately spewed it all over Yu Xiaojing behind him. I tell you, Yu Xiaojing's face turned from white to green, then to black, until it resembled a charred pot bottom. He looked down at his drenched clothing and then back at Flinder, whose expression was one of innocent surprise. The next second, his fury erupted. Flinder, with a roar, Yu Xiaojing's formidable five-clawed golden dragon martial soul manifested behind him, 7 soul rings dazzling the eyes. His 6th soul skill, Dragon's Roar. His 3rd soul skill, Dragon Shield. A resplendent golden barrier enveloped Flinder, the sound of the dragon's roar causing Flinder to go weak in the knees as he collapsed, pleading, "Xiaojing, I was wrong. Let me out." Yu Xiaojing ignored him entirely, taking 5 skewers of meat from my brother, his face dark with displeasure as he departed. My brother watched the scene with amusement, likely thinking, "Serves you right for sneaking food behind our backs." Once the commotion had settled, Tangson finally recovered from his shock and asked, "Brother, are you truly going to the Qibao Liuli sect to propose?" The venerable Shi sighed, expressing her initial belief that another sect would emerge among the 4 great sects. However, it now appears that a new Wuhuan Hall is about to rise. She implied that if my brother were to join the Qibao Liuli zone, the strength of that sect would undoubtedly soar. At that moment, a chime echoed in my brother's mind, signaling the system's activation. A mission had been issued to establish an organization named Shao within 4 years, elevating it to one of the lower 4 sects. My brother was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the script could be altered in such a manner. This system seemed to excel in crafting enticing prospects, as he had been prepared to accept a life as a son-in-law. Yet it now compelled him to forge his own path. After a brief contemplation, without uttering a word, he led Long Gong and Shipa to a secluded grove. Rong wore a worried expression, but my brother gently ruffled her hair, assuring her to wait. Once in the grove, he spoke candidly. "Dear seniors, I wish to establish my own force and seek the support of the Long and Shi families." Long Gong and Shipa were taken aback, exclaiming, "Young man, you possess talent, but you lack backing." My brother calmly seated himself upon a stone, resting his chin in his hand, and enigmatically replied, "Do you know who my father is?" "Who?" they inquired. "Hao Tian Douluo, Dang Hao." "What?" The 2 elders were instantly petrified. Such a name carried more weight than any promise. Not long after, my brother returned with Long Gong and Shi Pe, both sharing a knowing smile. He took Rong Rong's hand and declared, "All right, let us head to the Qibao, Liuli Zone." Then, before everyone's eyes, he lifted Rong Rong into his arms, unfurling a magnificent pair of wings behind him, soaring into the sky. The crowd below erupted in astonished gasps. As we ascended, our speed was astonishing. However, midway through our flight, a booming voice called out, "Hey, you there, come down." We looked down to see a burly man with a scruffy beard, wielding a shovel as his martial soul, adorned with 5 soul rings: white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. His soul ring configuration was quite ostentatious. He pointed at us and shouted, "This tree was planted by me, this road was carved by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." My brother chuckled at the absurdity of encountering such a retro bandit. He initially intended to educate this fool, but the bandit, oblivious to his impending doom, leered and demanded, "Hand over your money, or I will kill you and take the beautiful girl in your arms." My brother's expression darkened instantly. A dragon possesses its reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. To harbor ill thoughts towards Rong Rong was to court disaster. He gently descended with Rong Rong, uttering not a word, as an overwhelming soul pressure erupted from him, skillfully avoiding Rong Rong. The 5 soul rings shimmered, and a Sharingan activated in an instant. The burly man had no time to react, collapsing to the ground, spitting blood, and creating a human-shaped crater. My brother did not even glance back, coldly stating, "You may insult me, but dare to insult Rong Rong, and you shall not escape my wrath." Having spoken, he turned and ascended once more with Rong Rong. We traveled through the night, and by the next day, we beheld the grand entrance of the Qibao, Liuli Zone. Upon seeing Rong Rong, the guards were taken aback. As she sweetly asked, "Is father in?" It was known that she had once been the notorious little demoness of the sect. Upon entering, we encountered Ning Fengji, alongside the bickering Jian Yi and Gu Yi, who burst in mid-argument. The moment Rong Rong approached, the 2 old men ceased their quarrel and began to fuss over her. At that moment, Ning Fengji finally noticed my brother, his expression turning grave. "Young man, who are you?" Rong Rong hurriedly ran to him, clinging to my brother's arm, and boldly proclaimed, "This is Tang Zhua, my boyfriend." "What?" The 3 elders were instantly thrown into chaos. Jian Ye's face darkened, and a terrifying soul pressure bore down upon my brother. He promptly pushed Rong Rong away, bracing himself against the impending force. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Jian Ye's soul pressure escalated from level 10 to 40, and my brother stood firm without even releasing his soul power. As it reached 50, he had only broken a slight sweat, leaving the 3 elders in shock. Jian Yi, undeterred, ramped up the pressure to 60. My brother's aura erupted as well. The Sharingan activated, and 5 soul rings spiraled around him, their configuration leaving them awestruck once more. With a mere 2 words, my brother responded. Jian Yi gritted his teeth, unleashing 70-level soul pressure. My brother was forced to one knee, but at that moment, an external soul bone erupted from his back. Enormous wings unfurled. The external soul bone. The 3 were once again left in shock. Ning Fengji attempted to call for a halt, but Jian Yi was already consumed by his fervor, his soul power surging uncontrollably to 80. Just as everyone believed my brother was doomed, a radiant sword materialized in his hand, dispersing the surrounding soul power. With a flash of purple light, he unexpectedly broke through. Dual Wuhuan. My brother laboriously lifted his head, gazing at the astonished trio, and inquired, "Did I pass?" Upon hearing this, he promptly fainted in Rong Rong's embrace. "You passed," Ning Fengji stuttered. Rong Rong, holding my brother, wept while casting a resentful glance at the elders. When my brother finally regained consciousness, he found himself in an opulent chamber, adorned in shades of pink and white. His gaze fell upon Rong Rong, who was resting by the bed, her hands cradling her face as she slept, tears glistening on her beautiful cheeks. My brother's heart ached, feeling as if it had been pricked by a needle, filled with both pain and tenderness. He gently called out, "Rong Rong." In an instant, she sprang up, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him awake, and she leaped into his arms. "Brother, you finally woke up?" she exclaimed. My brother was momentarily stunned, pondering the weight of her words. How long had he been unconscious? 2 days? Or perhaps a week? He smiled and asked, "How long was I out?" Rong Rong wiped her tears, pondering seriously before replying, It seems like 2 hours." I tell you, the atmosphere froze at that moment. 2 hours. Just 2 hours. Who among family and friends could comprehend the comedic twist of this situation? My brother was left in utter shock, 3 lines of black forming on his forehead. Feeling like a clown. After the exuberance had subsided, the two made their way to the grand hall. The Qibao Liuli zone was truly magnificent, reminiscent of a royal palace, resplendent in gold and splendor. Upon entering the main hall, they encountered 2 elders, Jiando Luo, Chan Exen, and Gudo Luo, Gu Rong, standing like gatekeepers. Upon seeing Rong Rong, they spoke in unison, Rong Rong, you have finally arrived. The next moment, the 2 elders exchanged glances, their expressions crackling with tension, as if the air itself were charged with gunpowder. Jiando Luo launched the first verbal attack. Old Bone, do you wish to fight? Gudo Luo retorted defiantly. Bring it on, I'm not afraid. Just like that, a brawl ensued. Gudo Luo summoned a black and white bone dragon, 9 soul rings illuminating in a flash. Jiando Luo was even more formidable, summoning the overwhelming 7-kill sword, its 9 soul rings shining brightly, instantly overpowering Gudo Luo. After all, a 97-level Super Douluo is no trifling matter. As the 2 elders prepared for battle, Ning Fengji, Rong Rong's father, stepped in with a look of exasperation. All right, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, cease this nonsense. My brother stood by, utterly astonished. The spectacle was more thrilling than battling soul beasts. Ning Fengji managed to calm the 2 elders, then turned his penetrating gaze upon my brother. I tell you, that look was as piercing as that of an interviewer. He spoke, Tangzhua, do you truly love Rong Rong? At that moment, the ultimate interrogation from the future father-in-law had arrived. My brother stepped forward, standing tall and resolute, and earnestly declared, Master Ning, I genuinely love Rong Rong, and I will bring her happiness. Yet beside them, Jiando Luo scoffed dismissively. How will you do that? Just because of your talent? There are countless girls outside who are enamored with such a prodigy. As soon as the words were spoken, Rong Rong immediately flared up, ready to retort, but a single glance from Ning Fengji restrained her. My brother, however, laughed. He shook his head and addressed Jiando, saying, Jiando, do you truly find me, Tangzhua, so lacking? The atmosphere instantly froze. Fortunately, Gudo, ever perceptive, quickly diverted the conversation. Ah, enough of this. Rong Rong, how are things at Shrek Academy? Have you reached level 28 yet? Ning Fengji promptly gave him a thumbs up, commending the smooth transition of topics. Upon hearing this, Rong Rong's expression bloomed with pride. I will surely astonish you all. With that, she summoned her martial soul. 9 radiant beams of light shot into the sky, and a pink pagoda appeared in her hand, adorned with 3 soul rings. The aura of a soul sovereign instantly enveloped the space. Ning Fengji and the others were left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Rong Rong, how is this even possible? Jian, with keen eyes, pointed at the pagoda, his voice trembling. Fengji, look at that tower. Upon closer inspection, Ning Fengji gasped in shock. They counted the layers of the pagoda. 1, 2, 3, 9 layers. This was the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengji was stunned, feeling as though his worldview had shattered. However, after the initial shock, the 3 of them quickly grew serious. Gudo Luo asked sternly, Rong Rong, have you used some forbidden technique? It was understandable for them to think this way, as very few on the entire continent were aware of celestial herbs. Rong Rong hurriedly shook her head, wrapping her arm around my brother's. No, it was my brother who gave me the celestial herb. Celestial herb? The 3 of them turned their gaze to my brother. He briefly explained that it was the finest among herbs. Upon realizing it could upgrade the 7 treasures to 9 treasures, Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. But he restrained himself from asking if there were more. Just then, my brother walked up to Rong Rong and in front of everyone, removed the exquisite tulip he had given her, which she had been wearing in her hair. Then he approached Ning Fengji and handed him the flower, saying, Zhongzhu Ning, this is the celestial herb. This revelation struck like a thunderclap. Ning Fengji looked at the flower, his expression growing even more serious. Tangzhua, why are you giving this to me? My brother, sometimes a bit naive in matters of social niceties, replied without a second thought, because I like Rong Rong. I tell you, this straightforward declaration was more powerful than any flowery rhetoric. Ning Fengji's gaze towards my brother shifted instantly, filled with admiration and excitement. He had been stuck at the Soul Sage level for many years, and now the opportunity for a breakthrough was within reach. Beside them, Jian and Gudo were internally bursting with emotion. Gudo urged, accept it. You should take it quickly. Douluo countered, don't accept it. This kid must have ulterior motives. After careful consideration, Ning Fengji ultimately accepted the flower. He looked at my brother, his tone changing. Xiao, how do we absorb this exquisite tulip? The speed of his change of heart was astonishing. Rong was so excited she nearly jumped up. At that moment, my brother heard the system's voice in his head, announcing that he had completed a hidden task and earned a golden lottery draw. My brother momentarily lost focus, and Ning Fengji thought he was dazed by being called Xiaozua, prompting him to ask again. Regaining his composure, my brother explained how to absorb the flower. Then his consciousness slipped into the system space for the lottery. What did the system reward him with? A Shiba Inu. A spirit beast Shiba Inu. This was not what he expected. It felt like a cruel twist of fate, transforming from a mouse into a dog. My brother was instantly disheartened. When he emerged from the system space, Ning Fengji had already completed the absorption. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul energy surged through the venue. And the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda in his hand radiated brilliance, transforming into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengti Lauket Hertidi. Our 7-treasure glazed tile sect has finally broken the limits. At this point, Douluo had nothing more to say, his gaze towards my brother shifting entirely. My brother had become the great benefactor of the entire sect. Yet at that moment, the ruthless system's voice echoed in his mind again. Task issued. Incorporate the 9-treasure glazed tile sect into the Shao organization. Task reward, 6 soul ring. Failure penalty, eradication. My brother was stunned. The system was audacious in issuing tasks. With no choice, he steeled himself and spoke. Zhongzhu Yuning, and esteemed seniors. May I ask you to follow me for a moment? Ning Fengji, displeased, waved his hand. No need for formalities. Just call me father-in-law. My brother, stunned, stammered. Father-in-law. I would like to invite you 3. As he spoke, Ning Fengji patted his chest, assuring everyone that it was absolutely safe here. Well, having reached this point, my brother took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and with closed eyes shouted, Father-in-law, Jian Grandpa, Gu Grandpa, I wish to establish a sect called Shao and hope you will join. The room fell silent. Ning Fengji's expression turned serious. Xiaozua, do you realize what you are saying? I am the leader of a sect. I cannot gamble with its future. My brother understood the unlikelihood of this proposal and added, Xiao, not counting me, there are currently 4 people. Ning Fengji shook his head in disbelief. 4 people? Is this a child's play? But Rong stepped forward, declaring, Brother, I support you. My brother felt warmth in his heart, then looked at Ning Fengji with a sly smile. Father-in-law, aren't you curious about who these 4 people are? Chen Exine, impatient, asked. Who? Without further ado, my brother dropped the bombshell. The first person, Hao Yin Douluo Tang Hao. At these 4 words, Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo, and Gu Douluo's pupils trembled in unison. Tang Hao, the legendary figure. Ning Fengji's mind raced. Tang Hao, Tangzua, you both share the surname Tang. Are you from the Haotian sect? No. Your martial soul is not the Haotian hammer. My brother looked at them, clearly enunciating, Tang Hao is my father. This revelation left even Rong astonished. Jian Douluo's face darkened. Kid, do you know the consequences of deceiving us? What about your Haotian hammer? With no choice left, my brother gritted his teeth and summoned his second martial soul, the Haotian sword. To make matters worse, due to soul ring sharing, 5 soul rings appeared on the Haotian sword. The 3 were once again left in shock. How does your second martial soul have soul rings? My brother calmly replied, my soul rings are shared. The magnitude of this information was enough to nearly overwhelm their minds. After a long pause, Ning Fengji finally made a decision. He looked at my brother and said, Xiaozua, here is the deal. As long as you can lead Shrek Academy to victory in the Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, I will agree to lead the 9-treasure glazed tile sect into your Shao organization. This was practically a free task for my brother. However, unexpectedly, Jian Douluo added, there is one more condition. What? Jian Grandpa bluntly stated, I want you 2 right now immediately to get engaged. My brother and Rong froze in place. Rong stole a glance at my brother, her eyes filled with anticipation. My brother slowly approached Ning Fengji and the others, deeply bowing, his face flushed. I agree. Rong's eyes brimmed with tears, wanting to cry, but holding back, she rushed over and hugged my brother tightly from behind. Gu Douluo, witnessing the scene, solemnly warned my brother, Tang kid, remember, Rong is our precious darling. If you dare to fool around outside and hurt her, We will use the entire sect to teach you a lesson. Chapter 75, Return to Shrek Academy. Tang Zhua, having utilized one of his trump cards, felt a sense of danger in exposing such secrets, even in front of companions, let alone those who were not true friends. Subsequently, due to a lack of available rooms, the two were assigned to share one. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Ning Rongrong gradually discerned that her feelings might transcend mere sibling affection. Later, upon encountering Ma Hongjun, Tang Zhua produced the Phoenix Chicken Crown Sunflower. When he presented the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of envy. As he then handed her the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang, informing her that this divine herb could break through the limits of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong sensed the possibility of sharing a profound bond with Tang Zhua. This realization led her to believe that she might be worthy of him after all. However, despair gripped her when Tang Zhua revealed yet another Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, successfully making it bloom. In her anguish, she contemplated the unthinkable. Yet, when Tang Zhua confessed his affection for her, she felt that everything had been worth it. As she slowly came to understand him, she found herself plagued by feelings of inadequacy, convinced that she was unworthy of someone as exceptional as him. Resolute in her decision to share Tang Zhua with other women, she was initially unperturbed by the polyandrous nature of the Douluo world. However, upon realizing that Tang Zhua's affections were solely for her doubts dissipated. Later, upon the arrival of Yu Xiaojiang, Ning Rongrong was momentarily left in a daze after discovering his true identity, leading to a comedic incident. Following a rigorous training session, Tang Zhua opened his eyes to find himself in an unexpected situation. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet, when Tang Zhua expressed his desire to propose, her heart brimmed with emotion. The young man she once admired as an elder brother had transformed into her one and only boyfriend, filling her with immense joy. Brother, you must have thought this through. Since you've agreed, you can only marry me. If you have any doubts, do not consent, she said, adorably wiping her tear-streaked eyes and gazing at him earnestly. Dan Zhuos, my Rongrong, I promise you. His voice was devoid of any other sentiment, filled only with love and sincerity for Ning Rongrong. With that, they embraced tightly, their faces drawing ever closer. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong watched the scene with fervent emotion. At that critical moment, a voice shattered the tranquility. Ahem, Jian Xin Yin Tazet, adorned with several lines of annoyance above his head. The couple instantly recalled Jian Douluo, Gu Douluo, and the fact that Ning Fengji was present. They hastily released each other, embarrassment washing over their faces. Hey, Jian Lao too. Can't you see the children are sharing a moment? What are you meddling for? Gu Rong exclaimed, seemingly aflame with indignation. Umph, you old bone, they haven't even held the betrothal ceremony yet. What do you want? The confrontation escalated, igniting a fierce exchange between the two. Jian Shu, Gu Shu. The kids are still here, Ning Fengji lamented, exhaling a weary sigh. He truly felt helpless against these two lifelong troublemakers. The term old child had become synonymous with Gu Rong and Chen Xian. These two were impulsive and often bickered, yet Ning Fengji understood that their bond was exceptionally strong. In other words, they were tightly knit and deserved a good thrashing. Fengji, do not hold me back. I must give him a good beating today, Chen Xian declared, brimming with rage. I'm not stopping you, Ning Fengji replied weakly. Chen Xian's expression darkened as he scrutinized Ning Fengji. Haha, Jian Lao too, feeling awkward, are we? Gu Rong remarked with a mischievous grin. And what of it? Do not forget, you cannot defeat me. I am a 97th level super Douluo, Chen Xian declared, proudly puffing out his chest. Gu Rong felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart. They say one would knife a brother. Yet here, Gu Rong felt the sting of betrayal from his own kin. What if you can't defeat me? Even if I cannot win, I will ensure you are left crippled. Gu Rong retorted. At this, Chen Xian's anger flared once more, and the two were plunged into a legendary battle. Brother, it's time for us to return to Shrek. They're still waiting for us. Ning Rongrong tugged at Tang Zhua's sleeve. Tang Zhua nodded gently and approached Ning Fengji. Father-in-law, we are leaving, he stated. Ning Fengji sighed and nodded slightly. Go on. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, we are off, Ning Rongrong playfully announced. The bickering Gu Rong and Chen Xian fell silent, gazing at her with reluctance. Must you leave? They implored pitifully. If I do not leave, will you support me? Ning Rongrong teased, sticking out her tongue. Support you? Cough. Cough, we have gone off script. With that, Gu Rong and Chen Xian resumed their quarrel. I will support her, Gu Rong asserted. I will support her, Chen Xian declared. With those words, their bickering reignited. Tang's was smiled, slowly crouching down as the fiery wings of the great flaming bird sprouted from his back. After a few flaps, he came to a halt. Rong Rong, hop on, Tang's was said. Ning Rong Rong joyfully leaped into his embrace. Take off. With astonishing speed, Tang's was soared through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. He gently kissed Ning Rong Rong on the cheek, causing both of their faces to flush. What are you doing? Ning Rong Rong, Sili inquiret. You're my fiancé now. Why should you be shy? Tang's replied, puffing his chest with a hint of arrogance. Look at your face. It's as red as a ripe tomato, Ning Rong Rong retorted. Wait, what is a tomato? Why did I say that? This encapsulates Ning Rong Rong's inner thoughts. Fengji, will this prodigy truly treat Ning Rong Rong well? Chen Xian, seeing the couple depart, abandoned his pretense and approached Ning Fengji. He will, without a doubt. I can see his sincerity and unwavering devotion, Ning Fengji replied. Are you truly willing to allow the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to join the organization he is establishing? Gu Rong leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Tang Hao, that man, along with the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, and of course, most importantly, Xiao's was future. If no unforeseen events occur, he may very well become the legendary god, Ning Fengji stated. Chapter 76. Re-entering the Soto Great Soul Arena. Tang Zhua, utilizing his extraordinary speed, arrived at Shrek Academy within 2 days. Shrek Academy remained as dilapidated as ever, in a state of disrepair beyond measure. 2 individuals descended gracefully. Tang Zhua gently lowered the sleeping Ning Rong Rong from his embrace. Rong Rong, wake up, he urged softly. As she stirred, Ning Rong Rong slowly opened her eyes and realized they had arrived at the hazy gates of Shrek Academy. She promptly took hold of Tang Zhua's arm. Brother, let us enter, she suggested, shaking his arm playfully. The pair approached the entrance of Shrek, only to find the bustling dining hall filled with students enjoying their midday meal. Tang Zhua, observing the scene, assumed that everyone had followed the original narrative to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. However, that was not the case. The Shrek 7, due to the absence of Tang Zhua and Ning Rong Rong, had refrained from going to the Soto Arena, instead engaging in rigorous training and awaiting the return of their companions. Where are they? Ning Rong Rong inquired curiously. Tang Zhua transformed into a seemingly erudite scholar. Need you ask? They must have gone to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. He replied confidently. Oh, Ning Rong Rong said, showing no doubt in his words. The two continued walking inside, where the lively sounds of chatter filled the air. Tang Zhua awkwardly turned his head to Ning Rong Rong and smiled. Brother, didn't you say they went to the Soto Great Spirit Arena? Why are they eating? Ning Rong Rong asked with a mischievous grin. Ahaha, they must be waiting for us, Tang Zhua replied, forced to fabricate an excuse. What else could he say? Brother, you have finally returned, Xiao Wu lamented, her voice dripping with mock sorrow. Indeed, Zhuge, it is about time you made your appearance, Ma Hongjun added, his demeanor noticeably deflated. What has happened? Tang Zhua asked, puzzled by the despondent expressions of his companions. Zhuge, you cannot imagine the ordeal we have endured in your absence, Oscar exclaimed, dramatically slamming his fist on the table. What exactly happened? Ning Rong Rong's curiosity was piqued. Dai Mubai stood up, sighing deeply as he shook his head. Due to your absence, our original plan was delayed. The dean has made us run 20 laps daily, and we are on the verge of vomiting, he expressed with evident frustration. Oh, Dai Mubai, you're quite daring to speak ill of me. A figure with a shoe-shaped face and braided whiskers approached, hands clasped behind his back. Ah, Dean, I apologize. Dai Mubai quickly bowed. Ha, how dare you? The dean responded playfully. Just then, Yu Xiaojing approached. Xiao Zhua, Rong Rong, you have returned at last. It pains me to see you both enduring such hardship daily, he remarked. Tang Zhua smiled awkwardly, unaware that their brief absence had created such a significant ripple effect, causing the Shrek 7 to suffer greatly. Well, you all must have finished your meals. It is time for us to head to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Flander announced. Indeed, we have delayed long enough. If we do not depart soon, we might graduate before we compete, Zhao Wujia chimed in teasingly. Huh? Dean, we have just finished our training. Ma Hongjun and Oscar said in unison, their expressions glum. Enough. We finished our morning training, had lunch, and we must be ready for the afternoon match. No more dawdling. Let us go, Flander ordered. With a collective sigh of resignation, the 7 of them complied and prepared to leave. I have a flying thunder god mark at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Rong Rong, and I will head there first, Tang Zhua interjected suddenly, leaving everyone bewildered. At that moment, Flander recalled, Tang Zhua, Don't you have a mark with me as well? Why not use it to return? This question left Tang Zhuo momentarily stunned. For it was an oversight on his part. I forgot, he finally admitted, eliciting a chorus of disheartened gazes from his companions, as they lamented that had he returned sooner, they would have avoided such grueling training. Brother, remember to be more mindful next time, Xiao Wu teased, sticking out her tongue in exasperation. Tang Zhuo scratched his head in embarrassment as he took Ning Rongrong's bewildered hand. With a swift motion, a flash of golden light enveloped them, and they found themselves at the entrance of the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Tang San watched with a hint of disappointment, realizing that since Tang Zhuo had met Ning Rongrong, he had fallen out of favor. The scene shifted to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, where a vibrant crowd buzzed with excitement amidst the grand atmosphere reminiscent of a palace. If this were not a battleground, Tang Zhuo wished fervently to share an exquisitely romantic date with Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, let us proceed inside, he suggested, and together they approached the reception desk of the arena. Presenting their tokens, Tang Zhuo handed them to the attendant. The Su Li Shuang Xing team, correct? The attendant inquired. Could you tell us when the next match is scheduled? Ning Rongrong asked. In 20 minutes, the attendant replied, glancing at Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong, who had donned masks. But I have advanced to Soul King, Tang Zhuo calmly declared with a voice that belied his tender age, shocking the attendant. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong asked, noticing the attendant's sudden change in demeanor. Oh, nothing. We just had a Soul King team arrive recently, and we were searching for opponents, the attendant responded, regaining composure through years of experience, albeit internally flustered. Who are they? Tang Zhuo Inguit? Let me check, the attendant said, rifling through records until he found the information. What is their name? They both pressed. They are called the YP team, the attendant replied. YP team? Brother, what kind of name is that? Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. Who knows? Wait, YP. Monthly tickets, understood. They must be the monthly ticket team, Tang Zhuo realized. The attendant nodded stiffly. It seems that was indeed how they introduced themselves. Tang Zhuo enlightened. How much longer until the match begins? Let me see, the attendant said, accessing the YP team's details. The next battle is in 10 minutes. Rongrong. They should still be an hour away. Let us finish our match and wait for them, Tang Zhuo suggested. All right, she agreed. And they collected their tokens from the reception before heading toward the arena. Just then, a bespectacled mature man emerged from behind the desk. These two are remarkably mysterious. He mused aloud. When they last visited, that one named Tang Zhuo was still a soul zone, wasn't he? Indeed, their duo is known as Su Li Shuang Xing, the very combination that effortlessly vanquished the formidable Heibai Wu Chang. As the front desk observed Tang Zhuo and his companion depart, the tension in their hearts gradually eased. Upon seeing the approaching figure, their hearts once again became uneasy. The scene shifted to the arena where the previous battle had just concluded, and the next match was set to feature Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong. Both were pleasantly surprised by the timing of their arrival. What coincidence! We just made it in time, Ning Rongrong remarked. Indeed, Tang Zhuo replied, and with that, they leapt onto the stage. The host, noticing the arrival of Su Li Shuang Xing, displayed a hint of excitement, for the astonishment Tang Zhuo had previously caused was still fresh in everyone's minds. Look, it's Su Li Shuang Xing, an enthusiastic spectator shouted, pointing at Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong. Su Li Shuang Xing? What kind of duo is that? I've never heard of them, another audience member inquired. How can you not know Su Li Shuang Xing? Your ignorance is truly astonishing, interjected yet another onlooker. Why not enlighten us? They encouraged. Certainly. The two members of Su Li Shuang Xing are of unknown age, but they cannot be older than 16. Moreover, they have defeated that Heibai Wu Chang, and remarkably, the girl among them is even a soul sovereign. The audience member eagerly shared everything he knew about Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong. A soul king? Not older than 16? And they defeated two soul kings with a soul sovereign in tow? Their soul rings are so potent? Gasps of disbelief filled the air as the audience erupted into fervent discussions regarding this newly emerged duo. Meanwhile, two figures approached from the opposite side. One, dressed in white, with white hair and beard, possessed a square visage that exuded an air of mastery. Tang Zhuo felt an uncanny familiarity with this individual. Beside him stood another man, round-faced and robust, sporting a mischievous grin that hinted at a comedic disposition. Tang Zhuo recognized him even more readily. The host gradually made his way to the center of the two duos and proclaimed the commencement of the match. A thunderous sound erupted as the white-haired elder summoned an octagonal disc beneath his feet. Ma Baohua, martial spirit, Taiji, level 54 soul ancestor. Young man, to reach Soul King at your age is a testament to your exceptional talent. Mastery does not come easily. It would be prudent for you to withdraw, the elder stated, adopting a Taiji stance. Tang Zuo was taken aback upon hearing the elder's introduction. Another individual then approached with a smile, as a green vial slowly materialized. 5 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, illuminated in sequence. I am Yao Shui Ge. My surname is Yao Shui. My given name is Ge. My martial spirit is the 9 treasure bottle, and I'm a level 52 support type soul master, he declared. Tang Zuo struggled to suppress the urge to grin as he felt a surge of energy. A resounding boom echoed, even louder than before. Smoke filled the air as the ground beneath Tang Zuo collapsed nearly a meter in depth. His gaze shifted as his eyes transformed into a striking crimson hue, filled with a malevolent aura. 5 black soul rings slowly emerged around him. The 5th soul ring was black due to the soul skill bestowed upon him by Shipa. This soul skill had its limitations. Given the strength of Tang's with soul rings, it could only alter those below the 10,000-year mark. Consequently, Tang Zuo opted to apply all his soul skills to the 10,000-year soul ring, elevating it to the status of a million-year soul ring. Ning Rongrong noticed the transformation of Tang Zuo's 5th soul ring into black and nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was rebranded as the 9-treasure glazed tile school, signaling the announcement that the 7-treasure glazed tile school had indeed broken its limitations. Within the Hall of Spirits, Bai Dong sat anxiously, observing the proceedings. Before an eldest soul master delivering news. The 9-treasure glazed tile school. Bai Dong's voice was sharp as she gazed skyward, followed by a heavy sigh. By the way, have they found that individual named Tang Zuo? She inquired. Upon hearing the name, the subordinate trembled slightly, well acquainted with it. Your Holiness, it has come to light that Tang Zuo is at Shrek Academy and is likely to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. He reported after a moment of contemplation. Invite him to the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Offer him the status of Holy Son or face death without mercy. The gravity of the statement was undeniable. It was a command issued from the highest echelons of the Spirit Hall across the entire Douluo continent. As the audience witnessed Tang Zuo's overwhelming power, a hush fell over the crowd, silence enveloping the arena. Finally, a spectator dropped their cheer stick, igniting a fervor among the masses. Dan Duo, Tang Zuo. The thunderous applause and cheers resounded throughout the venue. Tang Zuo, martial spirit, riding wheel I, level 55 all-round combat soul master. With a flourish, Tang Zuo drew his Kusanagi sword, striking a pose of utmost grandeur, complemented by an intense gaze. Ningrongrong, feeling proud amidst the audience's cheers, knew that Tang Zuo was indeed her man. She too summoned her martial spirit, performing a graceful 360-degree spin in the air, enveloped in a radiant array of 9-colored light. The 9-treasure glazed tile materialized in her hands, with 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rotating in a harmonious pattern above it. Ning Rongrong, martial spirit, 9-treasure glazed tile, level 37 support type, soul master. As news of Ning Rongrong's martial spirit spread, the cheers transformed from calls for Tang Zuo to praises for Su Lishuangxing. The opposing duo stood frozen in shock. What was this? A Soul King at level 55? Even a single-level disparity at this rank was monumental, let alone the assistance of the 9-treasure glazed tile. Their counterparts appeared pitiful in comparison. The opposing support soul master could merely heal, while Tang Zuo boasted versatility across all domains, including support capabilities. Even if the two adversaries managed to outmaneuver Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong, they could not inflict harm upon them. The reason for this was clear. The 9-treasure glazed tile signified the 9-treasure glazed tile school, and Ning Rongrong's martial spirit confirmed the veracity of the recent news regarding the school's breaking of limitations. The individual standing before them was unmistakably significant. Ning Rongrong, noticing the dazed expressions on the faces of her opponents, puffed her cheeks in irritation. Chapter 78. Su Lishuangxing, sensing the panic in his adversaries. Tang Zuo swiftly activated his movement technique. 7 treasures, glazed tile. First, strength. Second, speed. The 9-colored radiance enveloped Ning Rongrong, and Tang Zuo felt a warm current coursing through him. Subsequently, his speed and strength surged by 30%. Third soul skill, purple jade empowerment. The 9-colored light surrounding Ning Rongrong gradually subsided, replaced by a resplendent purple glow. The radiance was extraordinarily brilliant, intertwined with potent soul power. Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong momentarily heightened their soul power by 1 level. It is worth noting that Tang Zhua was originally a level 55 Soul King. Ascending another level atop this foundation was no small feat meanwhile. Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat feeble. Tang Zhua cast a concerned glance at her before resolutely re-entering the battlefield. Ma Baohua, caught off guard, was swiftly sent flying by a single punch from Tang Zhua. Fortunately, Tang Zhua had shifted his focus due to Ning Rongrong's weakness. Otherwise, facing the 2-level disparity, he would have been utterly helpless. The only fitting description for such a situation would be waiting for death. Seeing this, Yao Shuigu quickly caught Ma Baohua, who spat out a mouthful of blood and gently collapsed to the ground. The first soul skill, Recovery Potion, saw a vial of violet liquid dribble onto Ma Baohua, casting a faint glow around him. Tang Zhua was momentarily taken aback by this scene. He had not anticipated Ma Baohua to be so weak. Truly, he was exceedingly feeble. After receiving treatment from Yao Shuigu, Ma Baohua rose swiftly, staring blankly at Tang Zhua. The first soul skill, Transformation, was activated, and the Taiji disc began to spin beneath Ma Baohua's feet. The black and white Taiji expanded rapidly, spinning incessantly. Dan Duo Watet Bu Wu. As Ma Baohua placed his right hand atop his left and beckoned with his fingers, provocatively saying, "Come here." The audience erupted in laughter at Ma Baohua's comical demeanor, and even Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong struggled to suppress their amusement. However, as this was a battle, Tang Zhua relied on his immense self-control to remain composed. With a swift hand gesture, Tang Zhua unleashed the fire escape, great fire extinguishing technique. Instantly, a massive inferno erupted from his mouth, and Ma Baohua fell once more. Yao Shuigu gazed at Tang Zhua in shock, managing to help Ma Baohua to his feet again. "Kid, don't you know to respect your elders? Didn't your family teach you to honor the old and love the young?" Ma Baohua, attempting to assert his seniority, remarked upon seeing Tang Zhua's formidable strength. Just as Tang Zhua was about to respond, he found Ma Baohua was suddenly before him. Indeed, this was his 5th soul skill, Qian Kuan De Nu. Ma Baohua assumed a stance as if to unleash his 3rd soul skill, 3 whips. Tang Zhua stood unmoving, while the audience watched the unfolding battle with bated breath. Suddenly, Ma Baohua was struck with his palm, resembling a fierce dragon's tail. Yao Shuigu simultaneously activated his soul skill, his soul enhancement technique. The green potion gradually transformed into a golden hue, dripping onto Ma Baohua. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted. The force of this strike was devoid of any residual energy, as Ma Baohua concentrated all his might into a single point. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Ning Rongrong rarely revealed a sinister smile, for Ma Baohua's attack surged through Tang Zhua, or rather, Ma Baohua himself was sent flying. Tang Zhua transformed into a cloud of golden dust. In the following second, Tang Zhua used his first soul skill's Susanoo arm to seize Ma Baohua, tossing him outward. Tang Zhua had no intention of killing him, which meant Ma Baohua was eliminated. The previously silent audience erupted into cheers and applause once more. As for Yao Shuigu, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Why? Because of Tang Zhua's overwhelming strength and presence. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong withdrew her auxiliary soul skill. Tang Zhua turned to Yao Shuigu and asked, "Are you stepping down yourself, or shall I assist you?" A smile graced his face, though to any discerning observer, it was a smile laced with provocation, or rather, a veiled threat. Yao Shuigu felt a chill run down his spine, trembling in response. "I'll step down myself," he nodded, gently leaping down from the platform. "All right. The Su Li Shuang Xing combination and the YP combination have presented us with an extraordinarily thrilling match. Our new duo, Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong, have beautifully triumphed in this contest. Let us celebrate with a resounding round of applause," the host proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Internally, he was profoundly astonished, his expression betraying a hint of awkwardness as he spoke. The applause resonated like thunder. Amidst the fervent cheers, Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong exited the arena. Ma Baohua slowly rose from the ground, feeling utterly humiliated. Having battled against juniors thrice, he had been thoroughly bested each time, bloodily so. Yet considering the level disparity, he found some justification for his defeat. On the high platform, a man observed the scene, astonished. Tang Zhua had shattered his preconceptions. While others may have been unaware, he had scrutinized Tang Zhua's age in the records, 12 years old. A 12-year-old Soul King, the first of its kind in Douluo. Moreover, The golden ratio of his soul rings was yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Yet Tang Zhua had defied this norm. Not to mention, his first soul ring was a millennium old. Such anomalies left the man perplexed but also filled with hope. As they strolled forward, a group of burly men and a woman appeared before them. These individuals had not come from the previous match but had entered from outside. Among them, the largest man fixated on Ning Rongrong, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Tang Zhua, utilizing the dynamic prowess of his Sharingan, instantly sensed the threat and stepped forward, positioning himself before Ning Rongrong with a piercing gaze fixed on the brute. Hey there, you're quite the catch. Your boyfriend doesn't seem all that impressive. Why not come with me? He leered, undeterred by Tang Zhua's presence. Tang Zhua, incensed at the disrespect shown to his beloved, was poised to unleash his soul ring. But Ning Rongrong restrained him. She was quite sensible, not wishing to expose Tang Zhua's capabilities unnecessarily. In an instant, Tang Zhua understood. His eyes transformed into the blood-red yin-yang eyes, glaring fiercely at the large man, uttering a single word, scram. The brute felt an oppressive force bearing down upon him, rendering him immobile. He attempted to raise his hand to block their passage, but found himself utterly unable to move. He staggered, realizing that a mere glance from Tang Zhua could immobilize him. It was evident that Tang Zhua's strength far surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Chapter 79. The Frenzied Battle Team? I shall ensure you can never be frenzied again. The companions of the large man noted his suddenly pale and dazed expression. A team member slowly approached and gently patted the broad shoulder of his companion. In the next moment, the large man suddenly faltered and fell to the ground. What happened? Boss, the Quangzhan team, you just had a conflict with those people, and now you're stirring up trouble with the Su Li Shuangxing, one of the few remaining teams. Do you want to be disqualified? Supervisor AO, the man from before, slowly walked over and said. The members of the Quangzhan team turned around to see that this man, though not weak, wore glasses, exuding a somewhat scholarly demeanor. Supervisor AO, we are the Quangzhan team. Are you really speaking to us this way over these two kids? A member of the Quangzhan team retorted angrily. Just as Supervisor AO was about to respond, he was interrupted by Tang Zhua. Supervisor AO, if that's the case, then I won't make things difficult for them. Rongrong, let's go. Upon hearing the Quangzhan team refer to him, Tang Zhua instantly recognized who he was. In a moment of reflection, he suddenly felt compelled to participate in the team match, driven by the desire to teach these unreasonable brutes a lesson. The Quangzhan team remained silent, acknowledging their wrongdoing. Before leaving, Ning Rongrong playfully stuck her tongue out at the members of the Quangzhan team. Just as they were about to retaliate, the large man stopped them. What's wrong? A team member inquired. That person, he is too strong. The large man said slowly. Meanwhile, Supervisor AO gazed into the distance where Tang Zhua had walked off, then followed after him. Brother, why did you leave so quickly? They wanted to tarnish my reputation, Ning Rongrong said, her eyes radiating a strong sense of pity. Ling Long's eyes reflected a sense of loss. Tang Zhua halted his steps. Rongrong, rest assured, I will definitely teach them a lesson. He gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's short hair and smiled. She nodded in response. The uneven sound of footsteps approached as the members of Shrek Academy and their teachers strolled over. Seeing Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong display such affection, they were filled with frustration. Oscar had a large bump on his head, while Meng Yiran shot him an angry glare. Tang San and Xiao Wu rushed over upon spotting Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, you are so slow, Ning Rongrong proclaimed proudly. Humph. It was brother who used Flying Thunder God to bring you here, Xiao Wu replied, fuming. By the way, brother, we just encountered a team called Quangzhan. They wanted to tarnish my reputation and that of Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu exclaimed, turning to Tang Zhua, gesticulating animatedly. Tang Zhua's expression darkened. This Quangzhan team truly did not know their place, daring to repeatedly cross his boundaries. Dean, if we face the Quangzhan team, I want to participate. Quangzhan team? I'll make sure you don't act so recklessly. Tang Zhua said with a grim expression. Flinder's gaze shifted in surprise, looking at Tang Zhua as if he were foolish. Tang Zhua, don't you know they are Soul Sovereign team? You're a Soul King. If you participate, there won't be any opponents left in this fighting soul arena, and it wouldn't be possible to compete with the Quangzhan team, Flinder remarked slowly. It's all right. This is manageable, Tang Zhua replied. Ning Rongrong, Flinder, and the others all wore puzzled expressions. After saying this, Tang Zhua sprayed something onto his hair, gradually flattening his spiky hairstyle. He moved the two front strands of hair to the side. The onlookers were left bewildered. as Tang Zui's new hairstyle made him appear like a completely different person. Tang Zui, you have quite a talent. Just a change in hairstyle can transform you like this. Though a careful observer would still recognize you, Zhao Wujie exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, but this version of brother looks quite handsome, Ning Rongrong sincerely commented, her eyes turning into hearts. Tang Zui then smirked disdainfully, using his finger to tease the corner of his eyes. After spraying something else, he suddenly looked rejuvenated, with two perfectly symmetrical tear grooves appearing on his face. He took out a forehead protector adorned with a distinctive mark, which was indeed the headband of Konoha, albeit with an additional scratch. Tang Zui's appearance was no longer the same. He had transformed from resembling Sasuke to embodying Itachi. In truth, Tang Zui's features had not changed drastically. It was merely a change of hairstyle, along with the forehead protector and the addition of two tear grooves. Brother, is that really you? Ningrongrong Cuspet, covering her mouth in surprise. Tang Zui, you are truly remarkable, Flender acknowledged, his expression dark, yet giving him a thumbs up. Mao Nujun curiously approached, circling around Tang Zui to inspect his current appearance. Zuigo, you must help me dress up too. Look at me. I should be dashing and charming, but I just can't seem to lose weight, Ma Hongjun lamented sadly. Tang Zui glanced down at Ma Hongjun, who was hugging his leg on the ground. Get off. You'll be fine once you reach level 30 and absorb the Phoenix Flower, Tang Zui said dismissively, kicking Ma Hongjun away. The latter's weight was no challenge for Tang Zui, who could easily send him flying. Yet, Tang Zui had no intention of using force, right? Ma Hongjun held his purple face, looking pitifully at everyone, who all turned away, ignoring him. The vibrant colors of life suddenly turned gray in Ma Hongjun's eyes. Just then, a beautiful receptionist approached, and Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The next moment, without knowing what had come over him, he took out a rose he always carried, placed it in his mouth, and rushed up to the receptionist, making flirtatious gestures. Indeed, he was ignored. Snowflakes fluttering the north wind, howling. Ma Hongjun knelt on the ground, drawing circles. I'll cast a curse on you. Yes, Ma Hongjun had entered his melancholic phase. The others watched Ma Hongjun with amusement, as if they were witnessing a performance. Xiaozua, shouldn't you consider changing your name and codename? Yu Xiaojing pointedly asked. Hearing this, Tang Zui fell into contemplation. Indeed, having transformed like this, it was only fitting to adopt a new name. Then I shall be called Tang Yao, Tang Zui declared. And a codename? Yu Xiaojing inquired again. Let us call it Yao Shun. The group seemed to brighten at this name, which was undeniably powerful. Hey, brother, even if you change your appearance, your soul power remains unchanged, right? The astute Ning Rongrong asked cleverly. Chapter 80, The Shock of the 10 Complete Swords on the Shrek 8 Monsters. You need not worry about that. Didn't T Elder Snake Lady give me a soul skill? Tang Zui pondered for a moment before responding. However, your soul rings and soul power are too strong to disguise. The snake matriarch, upon hearing Tang Zui's words, began to speak. Tang Zui was momentarily taken aback. In the midst of darkness, he swiftly formed hand seals. As his words fell, a shroud of black mist enveloped the surroundings, completely obscuring everything outside. The intent behind Tang Zui's action was to prevent any onlookers from witnessing the unfolding events. What are you doing, Tang Zui? The snake matriarch inquired. Gazing at Tian Xiang with a puzzled expression, Tang Zui smiled gently and summoned the Shijian sword, which manifested in his grasp, radiating a powerful soul force. However, this force was immediately mitigated by Tang Zui's ninjutsu. In the next moment, 5 soul rings erupted into existence, swirling above the Shijian sword. Except for those familiar with Tang Zui's martial soul, the others displayed expressions of disbelief. Kid, are you a dual martial soul? Long Gong and the snake matriarch exclaimed in astonishment. During their previous encounter, Tang Zui had merely disclosed his connection with Tang Hao, revealing nothing further. Tang Zui nodded slightly and transformed his 5 soul rings into yellow, purple, and purple hues. As for why he did not opt for yellow, purple, it was because he believed that did not align with his essence. The ability to compress the soul rings stemmed from the fact that the essence of the martial soul remained within his Sharingan. This sharing resulted in a certain diminishment of the soul power, allowing Tang Zui to condense the soul rings. Zuigo, please be reasonable and stop shattering our confidence, Dai Mubai remarked. Indeed, Tang Zui was a man whose prowess surpassed anyone who dared to compare themselves to him. A genius, a divine genius. However, it was rather idle of Dai Mubai to take such a comparison upon himself, as it was akin to inviting misery. The surprises you bring me are overwhelming, Franda said, supporting his face with his hand. Tang's was slowly dissipated the dark curtain, only to find Supervisor Ao staring blankly at the scene, leaving Tang Zhua and his companions feeling quite awkward. Supervisor Ao, what seems to be the matter? Franda Nguayev. I am here to remind you not to be deceived by appearances. The individuals you encountered earlier are the frenzied warriors. The lowest among them possesses formidable strength at level 35, having only registered at the Seoul Arena 10 days ago. Should they win this match, they will ascend directly to the Copper Spirit Arena. If you believe your strength is insufficient to confront them, it is best to concede immediately. Otherwise, the outcome will be either death or serious injury. Supervisor Ao's expression was stern, devoid of any other emotion, only seriousness prevailing. Upon hearing this, Franda felt a chuckle rising within him. Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Meng Iran, Dai Mubai, Tang Yin, report your soul powers. Franda declared with bravado. The others looked at him with a mix of bewilderment and support, as the thrill of the challenge was simply too exhilarating. Tang San and Xiao Wu were no longer the novice old masters they once were. Tang San had absorbed the essence of the Youxiang Qilao, while Xiao Wu had ingested the Shaanxi Duanchang Hong that Tang's were provided. I am Tang San, a 38-level weapon soul master with the martial soul of blue silvergrass, declared Tang San, his masked visage revealing confidence. Supervisor Ao was left stunned by the mention of level 38. I am Xiao Wu, a 37-level assault system soul master with the martial soul of the softbone rabbit, she proclaimed, demonstrating her signature move. I am Tang Yin, wielding the Shijian sword, a 39-level assault system weapon soul master. After deliberation, Tang Yin resolved to keep his soul power at 39 for the time being. Supervisor ao zastoni shmenchni depenit. With his extensive experience, he could discern that these individuals were all under the age of 14. I am Oscar, with a martial soul of the big sausage, a 38-level auxiliary system weapon soul master. Oscar's talent did not match Tang's was otherworldly nature, hence he remained at level 38. I am Meng Iran, with a martial soul of the dragon staff, a 38-level assault system weapon soul master. Although Meng Iran's talent had significantly improved due to the consumption of the Rose of Love, her original potential was not particularly high, and she remained at level 28. Upon hearing voices of those under 16, Supervisor Ao felt as though his eyes would pop out in disbelief. And then the main event unfolded. Iam Dai Mubai, with the martial soul of the evil Eye White Tiger, a 40-level assault system soul sovereign. Dai Mubai gestured in the air, and had Supervisor Ao been unaware of Tang's will prior, he would likely have fainted on the spot, as these individuals were simply astonishing. The teachers from Shrek observed Supervisor Ao's bewildered expression, feeling a surge of pride. So, Supervisor Ao, are you still worried about us? Franda Nguayev, Supervisor, having released his grip on his sleeves, was indeed intimidated by Tang Zhua and his companions. He attempted to pivot the conversation. At that moment, he noticed Ning Rongrong and approached her politely. Fairy Lioli, may I ask if Suzu no Mikoto is present? Supervisor, I'll ask it. Ning Rongrong, taken aback by the question, froze momentarily. She couldn't possibly reveal that Tang Yin was Tang Zhua, as that would prevent him from participating. Tang Zhua, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes slightly and deepened his voice. Supervisor Ao, Suzu no Mikoto is currently not here. He has returned to Shrek Academy, Tang's was stated. Supervisor Ao's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by profound astonishment. Suzu no Mikoto is also from Shrek Academy? It seems your institution is indeed brimming with talent. Supervisor, I'll market. Tang's one nodded slightly. Oh, it is merely a reputation, a mere reputation, Franda replied courteously, waving his hand. How can that be just a reputation? Your academy cultivates such rare talents from across the continent, truly deserving of its name. Supervisor Ao returned the compliment. Tang Zhua, growing impatient with their exchange, interjected, Supervisor Ao, I have yet to register. May I kindly ask for your assistance in this matter? Hearing this, Supervisor Ao recalled that he had not seen Tang Yin in the Shrek Academy team previously. Are you a new student at Shrek Academy? Supervisor, I'll inquired. Yes, I am. Tang Zhua replied after a moment of contemplation, deciding that this was the more reasonable response. Very well, please follow me. Tang Zhua complied and followed Supervisor Ao to the front desk, casting a flirtatious glance back at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, taken aback by the transformed Tang Zhua, felt a flush of shyness wash over her. Chapter 81. The Frenzied Warriors at a time, when when they cannot be frenzied. The front desk attendant was intently focused on a computer screen, failing to lift his gaze. Tang Yin. Tang's was warm and resonant voice uttered the name slowly. After registering, the attendant handed him a badge inscribed with Tang Yan's name, his complexion turning crimson instantly. Director AO, I shall take my leave and join them. The matters concerning the Guangzhou team will be entrusted to us, so there is no need for concern, Tang's would declared. Indeed, with your remarkable group of genius soul masters, I am confident that the Guangzhou team cannot pose a threat to you, Director AO responded. That is a certainty. With that, Tang's would departed without a glance back. While Director AO fell into a contemplative state, he perceived an uncanny resemblance between Tang Yin and Tang Zue in both demeanor and appearance. Rong Rong, Xiao San, Xiao Wu. I'm back, Tang Zue exclaimed, waving his hand. The others turned, momentarily taken aback by Tang Zue's current appearance. Tang Zue then engaged in discussion with the Shrek 7 monsters about the simplicity of defeating the Guangzhou team. With just one fierce fire-extinguishing strike, he could obliterate half of them. So, why the discussion? It was merely a formality, perhaps to afford the Guangzhou team, which might never regain its former glory, a semblance of dignity. As for why the Guangzhou team had fallen, a fierce glint flickered in Tang Zue's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of a door being kicked in echoed through the air. The wooden door collapsed instantly, and the assailant was none other than the towering figure of Guangxi, the captain of the Guangzhou team, followed closely by a heavily made-up woman. Her alluring figure exuded a certain charm, causing Ma Hongjun to stare in disbelief. Oscar and Dai Mubai shared a similar reaction, but Oscar soon turned his gaze to Meng Aran, while Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing, letting out a sigh. Shrek team. Humphew. Tang Zue appeared before Guangxi in an instant, delivering a seemingly light kick that contained a subtle infusion of soul power. Guangxi was hurled against the wall, crashing through it, his mouth stained with blood, while a pool of crimson formed on the ground. Clutching his purple chest where Tang Zue had kicked him, Guangxi struggled to breathe. Guangxi found it exceedingly difficult to speak. An intense pain in his chest surged once more. His ribs were broken. How could that not hurt? He thought he was invincible. The woman beside Guangxi hurried to help him up, gazing at Tang Zue with indignation. Do you not know that attacking an opponent before a match is against the rules? She accused, pointing at Tang Zue. Tang Zue remained unfazed. Are you not aware that intruding into an opponent's resting area is also a violation? Flander, protective of his team, interjected. You humph. The woman was at a loss. Indeed, her team had breached the rules first. Even if Director AO were present, he would not side with them. Moreover, Tang Zue's earlier kick had genuinely frightened her, serving as a warning. The Shrek Academy was not to be trifled with. The possibility of their defeat was not merely a chance, but almost a certainty. It wasn't a matter of lack of confidence. Just from Tang Zue alone, the pressure he exuded was immense. In the eyes of Guangxi, who had endured that kick, the pressure multiplied exponentially. The two departed in disarray. The woman angrily supporting the injured Guangxi, her expression grave. She dared not underestimate Shrek, for even the slightest oversight could jeopardize their future. She harbored significant resentment towards Guangxi. Had he not provoked Shrek Academy, their two teams might never have crossed paths. Xiao Zue, you were too impulsive, Yu Xiaojing remarked. Apologies, foster father. I cannot restrain myself. He insulted Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, and Xiao San. It was lenient of me not to eliminate him, Tang Zue replied, his thoughts lingering on Rong Rong. Oh child, Yu Xiaojing shook his head with a wry smile. Brother, you're the best, Xiao Wu exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Tang Zue's arm and giving it a gentle shake. Enough, enough. You all, it's time for the match. Let us confirm the lineup. Tang Zue interjected. First, Tang Zue will definitely take the stage, along with Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai. You 7 shall participate, Flander announced, and the 7 nodded in agreement. Ma Hongjun and Meng Aran, unable to participate, felt no disappointment, for they believed that Tang Zue alone could annihilate the Guangzhou team. As for why everyone needed to participate, it was merely a formality, aimed at teaching the Guangzhou team a lesson. Tang Zue's anger flared at the mere thought of them. Had Rong Rong not stopped him, he might have directly eliminated Guangxi. No one dared to utter such words to Tang Zue's girlfriend. Soon, the time for the Shrek versus Guangzhou match arrived, and the 7 participants walked towards the arena. The disguised Tang Zue garnered a warm welcome from the female audience. Who is that? Look, wow, so handsome. A male voice exclaimed. Indeed, I'm in love. I want to get his WeChat. Wait, what is WeChat? Though unaware of what WeChat was, the audience member blurted it out. Alright, this match features our new student team, the Shrek 7 Monsters, against the Kwangjan team, the host announced enthusiastically. Though the Shrek team was a new group, they were formidable. Do not underestimate their youthful ages. They included the likes of Qianshou Shuo, Liuli Xianu, Ruga Meitu, Yuming Lingmao, Xianyao Baihu, Xiangchang Zhuanmai, and the first-time participants from Uchiha. As the host concluded, fervent discussions erupted among the audience. My goodness, it's that Liuli Xianu. Who is Liuli Xianu? You're living under a rock. Liuli Xianu is the girlfriend of the Soul King-level powerhouse, Susanoo. Except for Tang Yin, everyone wore masks, which explained why a few did not recognize Liuli Xianu. The masks were crafted by Tang Zhua from pure gold, incomparable to ordinary golden masks. Tang's was still recalled Flander's ecstatic expression upon seeing the masks. A memory that now felt somewhat awkward. Flander, with his wrinkled face, had nearly attempted to kiss Tang Zhua at that moment, nearly giving him a heart attack. Chapter 82, Celebration. Meanwhile, the Kwangjan team found themselves on stage, seemingly ignored, as the spotlight was firmly on Shrek Academy. In a dim corner of the stage, 3 individuals sat, their expressions darkening as they watched Ning Rongrong. Kwangjan team, tear them apart. One of the 3, resembling a kangaroo with prominent teeth, commanded. The other 2 bore equally unpleasant visages. Indeed, they were none other than the Not Happy Trio. Now I announce that the competition begins, the host declared. With those words, Tang's was stepped forward. What was originally supposed to be Dai Mu Bai's responsibility has now fallen upon him. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Tang's voice was both inspiring and melodious. Upon finishing his words, the 10-fist sword materialized out of thin air, enveloped in a swirling crimson glow. The yellow, purple, and purple soul rings illuminated, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Heavens, what an impressive configuration, one spectator exclaimed. However, other attendees seemed less impressed. You clearly have not seen much. That Susanoo's soul ring is far more terrifying, another audience member retorted. What, more terrifying than this? Just how powerful must that be? The astonished spectator gasped again. Yet, he would never come to know that these 2 individuals, who shattered his understanding, were, in fact, the same person. Silence. The individual beside them had grown furious, flames seemingly igniting behind him. He had witnessed Tang's matches. How could he not recognize that Susanoo was Tang Zhua? The psychological impact this man had left on him was immense. He could never forget how Tang Zhua had effortlessly overwhelmed him without utilizing any soul power. It had been utterly humiliating. The same could be said for his 2 companions. They were soul emperors at the time, yet they had been brutally defeated by Tang Zhua without him tapping into his soul power. What could they do? Now, learning that Tang Zhua had ascended to Soul King, they felt utterly hopeless. Though the 3 of them had also leveled up, the disparity between them and Tang Zhua was monumental. Tang Zhua could easily reduce them to submission with just a few punches and kicks. Yet below the rank of Soul King, Tang Zhua could be deemed invincible. Facing no rivals, he could contend with some weaker Soul Emperors, but against those above level 67, he would nearly exhaust all his trump cards. Even when utilizing all his skills, excluding the title Douluo experience card, Tang's strength would barely reach level 72, still significantly lower than Yu Xiaogang, who had fully assimilated his soul power and reached level 78. Tang's strategy relied on surprise. If he were to conduct an assassination, not only he, even Tang San, would have a potential to slay a soul saint. Songhui Academy was a prime example, even gifting Tang San a soul bone. Not to mention Tang Zhua, whose illusion techniques, ninjutsu, and hidden weapons were on par with, if not superior to, Tang San's. Moreover, Tang's methods were undoubtedly more sophisticated than Tang San's, characterized by their flamboyance. And now, the competition had commenced. The title Frenzied Rhino aptly described him, for his martial soul was indeed a rhinoceros. The damage inflicted by Tang's kicks still lingered, showing no signs of fading. He stood there, immune to pain, thanks to a special potion, allowing him to compete against Shrek Academy. Tang San's blue-silver grass radiated a blue light as his first soul skill, Blue Imprint Entwined, activated, causing an uproar. Just the presence of Tang Yao alone was enough to astonish the crowd. Now, witnessing the prowess of the remaining members of Shrek, the spectators found their astonishment beyond the capacity of mere words. Shrek! 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 The chants for Shrek echoed continuously, accompanied by an unending applause. The members of the frenzied team felt discontented, but what could they do? They were no match for the 7 from Shrek. The woman, now fully aware of the strength of Shrek's 7, harbored even deeper resentment toward the frenzied rhino. Had it not been for their nominal captain, would they have dared provoke such a monstrous academy? Perhaps they might have crossed paths, but it would have merely resulted in a lost match. However, the situation was now vastly different. They had indeed stirred the ire of Shrek. Would the 7 from Shrek simply let them off the hook? In a normal case of provocation, that might have been possible, as seen with Song Hui Academy. But their case was different. They had audaciously harbored ill intentions toward Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, and that was the very reason for their downfall here. In an instant, the blue silver grass surged forth. Before the 7 from the frenzied team could respond, they were ensnared by the rapidly extending blue silver grass, tightly binding them with no chance of escape, effectively rendering them powerless. Observing this, Tang's was smiled faintly. Thunder, half-moon slash. A powerful strike emanated from the 10-fist sword, imposing immense pressure on the opponents. The roar of flames erupted as the Inferno sword unleashed the extinction slash, engulfing the arena in a sea of flames. Tang San's blue-silver grass glimmered anew as his first soul skill, Blue Imprint Entwined, activated once more, inciting another wave of excitement. The astonishment generated by Tang Yao alone had been overwhelming. Now, with the display of the rest of Shrek's members, the audiences all transcended the ability of language to encapsulate. Shrek! 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 The fervent cheers for Shrek continued to resonate, with applause echoing endlessly. The members of the frenzied team felt their dissatisfaction grow. Yet what could they do? They were no match for the 7 from Shrek. Chapter 83. 1 against 7. Tang Zhua, enhanced by Ning Rongrong's soul skills, had become even more formidable. With all his might, he could easily incapacitate Quangxi with a single kick. Holding the Shiqian sword, Tang Zhua approached Quangxi, the sword scraping against the ground without igniting any sparks, yet leaving deep gashes in the earth, precisely the depth of the sword's insertion. What are you going to do? Quangxi, clutching the swollen wound from Tang's earlier kick, looked panic-stricken at him. He feared that Tang Zhua might strike him again, and if that were to happen, he could very well be ruined. You may provoke me, but to dare provoke Rongrong, Xiao Wu, or Xiao San is unacceptable. Tang's words were delivered with conviction, resonating powerfully. Upon hearing this, the trio behind him felt a surge of warmth within. Don't come any closer. I can pay you. I can pay you. Can't I? Quangxi stumbled backward, desperately attempting to flee the arena. Wanxiang Tianin. Quangxi sensed an overwhelming pulling force. Do not approach. My brother is Quang Tai, a soul emperor. You will die. His eyes widened, bloodshot with fear. Tang Zhua was taken aback by this revelation, as the original story did not mention a figure named Quang Tai. Nevertheless, the name felt hauntingly familiar to him. Since you mention him, let us converse further. Tang Zhua said, slowly gesturing towards the audience. Do you see that burly man over there? That is the unmovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujia, our teacher. Dan Zhuo Mai. And that bespectacled face, one of the Iron Triangle, is the Soul Sage Flender. He continued, pointing out 2 others. Look over there. The Dragon King and the Snake Lady. Need I elaborate further? By this point, Quangxi felt as though his worldview was crumbling. What kind of academy was this? With such impressive faculty? Tang's within indicated Yu Xiaojiang. This is Yu Xiaojiang, whom you refer to as the Master. Do not underestimate him. His martial spirit issues have been resolved, and he is now a soul sage. The more Tang's spoke, the more Quangxi's composure shattered. Tang's smile was not sinister, but rather a normal one. Yet, in Quangxi's eyes, it twisted into something grotesque. In the depths of extreme fear, a normal person can appear as a specter, and Quangxi was engulfed in such paralyzing terror, a fear that could leave lasting scars within. As Tang Zhua advanced step by step toward Quangxi, he cheerfully waved his hand. You may leave the arena now. The atmosphere was tense and silent. Even the Shrek 6 monsters remained utterly still, for this version of Tang Zhua was terrifying. They had never witnessed such a display before. Deep within Tang Zhua lurked darkness, embodied by Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. Quangxi was doomed. Shen Hui Jai Xin, Hun Beio, Dao Jin, Tian Jai Dihun, Meng Yuan Shen, Dao Tian Li Hizhan. The 8 extraordinary meridians sealed. Tang's will plunge the Shiqian sword into the ground, bringing his hands together in a sealing gesture. 3 soul rings emerged in response. Golden characters appeared in the air, forming the character seal. With a thunderous roar, golden light flashed. Tang's drew the Shiqian sword, and time around him seemed to freeze. He swung the sword, yet the strikes hung suspended in midair. Slash! The single word echoed. Countless sharp strikes erupted in an instant, all directed at Quan Shi, who was utterly defenseless, his hope extinguished. It was akin to a devilish game that drained one's will to live, ultimately leading to self-destruction. Yet, Tang Zhuo had no intention of killing Quan Shi. His goal was merely to teach a lesson to this arrogant, lawless individual who dared to target Ning Rongrong. Ah, no, stay away, get away. Quan Shi screamed in despair. Quanzhan team, you are truly insane. It is said that those who fight against you either die or are grievously injured. Today, I shall make you remember that there are people beyond you and realms beyond this. The resonance of Tang Zhuo's voice created an echo within the arena, a reverberation that stunned the audience. This shock was profound, a testament to Tang Zhuo's power and character. Shrek! 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 Unbeknownst to them, cheers erupted once more. But this time for Shrek, not Tang Zhuo, for they did not know his name, and the impression left by the others still resonated strongly. The slashes before Quan Shi vanished in an instant as Tang Zhuo retracted them. However, would he easily spare someone who dared to toy with Ning Rongrong? Clearly he would not. Golden seals illuminated the area around Quan Shi, ethereal chains binding his limbs. Within this surreal environment, desolation surrounded Quan Shi, beneath which were countless eyes. Tang Zhuo's figure loomed large, accompanied by an enormous purple monster, instilling a profound chill deep within him. Unable to bear it any longer, Quan Shi crumbled, as Tang Zhuo lifted the veil of the environment. The chains, however, were not part of it. They inched toward Quan Shi's soul rings, gently wrapping around them. With a crack, the 3 soul rings showed signs of fracture, deep and ominous. In the next moment, the audience experienced unprecedented astonishment. Quan Shi's soul rings had cracked. Indeed, the seemingly indestructible rings, which appeared intangible, shattered before their eyes. Quan Shi, stripped of all soul power, found Tang Zhuo suddenly before him, delivering a gentle kick that sent him soaring from the platform, crashing against the opposing wall. This match was over before it even began. The Shrek 6 monsters had not had a chance to intervene, merely witnessing Tang Zhuo single-handedly confront the Quanzhan team. Thus, this was a remarkable display of 1 against 7, perfectly embodying Tang Zhuo's name, Tang Yu. In Japanese, Yu phonetically translates to 1 against 7. Chapter 84, Quang Tai Shrek. Shrek, Shrek. The name resonated incessantly from the crowd, a collective chant from nearly every spectator present. As the thunderous applause echoed, Tang Zhuo retracted his martial spirit, and soul rings, slowly turning around. To his astonishment, he found Ning Rongrong leaping directly into his embrace. The audience, taken aback, fell silent, their cheers abruptly ceasing. To them, Tang Zhuo was Ning Rongrong's boyfriend, and at this moment, he was Tang Yin, not Tang Zhuo. Tang Zhuo was utterly bewildered. Realizing the peculiar situation around him, he discreetly signaled Ning Rongrong with his eyes. However, the astute Ning Rongrong easily deciphered his intent. Observing the sudden quietness, including the host who stood frozen in place, she hastily released her grip on Tang Zhuo and softly called out, "Brother." Upon hearing this term of endearment, the audience and the host relaxed, resuming their exuberant cheers. Tang Zhuo felt his hands trembling. He was genuinely flustered. If they were to deduce that he was Tang Zhuo using disguise techniques, it would spell disaster. After all, this was not merely a case of disguise. He had simply altered his hairstyle and added a subtle detail to his appearance. Those who scrutinized closely could still recognize him, such as Supervisor AO, who adjusted his glasses while observing the match from the stands. A glint flickered across the lenses, and he muttered, "Tang Yin, Tang Zhuo, dual martial spirits. This individual must be befriended and never offended." Noticing the host's prolonged silence, Tang Zhuo grew impatient and waved his hand. "Hey, can you announce the conclusion of the match?" he asked with irritation. The host, caught off guard, stammered and finally declared, "I announce that the victors are the Shrek 7 monsters, led by Uchiha Itachi." The crowd erupted in cheers once more. "Ah, this child Tang Zhuo is far too impulsive." Yu Xiaojiang sighed with a wry smile. "Indeed, he is rather headstrong." Long Gong nodded in agreement, but added, "Yet, if such a genius were not a bit reckless, he might not have reached this point." The Shrek teachers burst into laughter at this remark, finding some truth in Long Gong's words. "Brother Zhuo, you haven't given us a chance to shine." Dai Mubai chuckled. "Yes, Brother Zhuo, next time you must let us have our moment. Otherwise, we might as well play in the mud," Ma Hongjun complained. "Ha, my apologies," Tang's replied, glancing at the fallen Quang Shi. "This fellow truly deserves a good beating." The Shrek 6 monsters shuddered at this scene. After all, Tang's in this state was quite terrifying. They had no desire to provoke him, not out of disregard, but out of sheer fear. "Brothers we must indulge in a grand feast to celebrate," Ma Hongjun said, wrapping an arm around Tang's neck. Tang's seized Ma Hongjun's arm and executed a shoulder throw. "Hey, brothers are you messing with me?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he landed on the ground. Tang's laughed as they exited the arena. Once in a secluded area, Tang's swiftly transformed back into Tang's finding the guise of Tang Yin exceedingly uncomfortable. His hair, once sharp and defined, required a considerable amount of styling product to achieve its current state. "Rong, I'm back," Tang's called out, waving at Ning Rong with a smile. Upon recognizing him, Ning Rong joyfully rushed forward and enveloped him in a bear hug. Tang Zhou did not retreat an inch, and Ning Rong felt a jolt of energy from him. After all, Tang Zhou possessed an extraordinary physique that could even rebound some ordinary physical damage. "Director, here, 2 bags of gold powder for you. We are going to feast extravagantly," Tang Zhou exclaimed, tossing 2 golden pouches towards Flinder. The sight of the pouches sent Flinder into a frenzy, his eyes transforming into glowing orbs of excitement as they reflected a single large character: riches. Yu Xiaojiang, observing Flinder's enthusiasm, chuckled softly, shaking his head. Flinder's insatiable greed is a lifelong affliction. No one can change that. Unless one were to hand him the spirit hall itself, he would still meticulously count his expenses. After a short while, the Shrek group gathered at a nearby hotel. "Let us go in and eat," Ma Hongjun said eagerly. "Didn't you mention wanting to lose weight? Why the sudden excitement?" Flinder squinted at his unmotivated disciple, a smirk on his lips. He knew Ma Hongjun would not adhere to his diet. He was simply too lazy, much like that foolish author, always procrastinating, pushing today's tasks to tomorrow. About losing weight, I'll deal with that tomorrow. Today, Brothers Wu is treating us, and I intend to feast. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled with visions of delectable food. The group found a table, but 2 stools were missing. "Ma Hongjun, go fetch 2 stools, Flinder instructed. Ma Hongjun promptly sprang to his feet. "On it," he replied, heading downstairs. As he approached the stools on the first floor, a shadow loomed behind him, an individual not particularly tall, but with a sturdy physique. "Who are you?" Ma Hongjun asked. "I am your grandfather, Quang Tai. My brother, Quang Shi, is the one you Shrek Academy have wronged." Quang Tai's face darkened, his fury palpable as he fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun. During the match, Ma Hongjun had heard Quang Shi mention having an elder brother who was a Soul Emperor. How could Quang Shi possibly send Quang Tai under such circumstances? He wasn't foolish. He was merely reckless. My brother returned home and fell unconscious, and you dare bring it up?" Ma Hongjun's realization dawned as he understood the gravity of the situation. "Director, Teacher Zhao, Brothers will help." Ma Hongjun yelled desperately towards the second floor. Chapter 85. Shinyu Space. The individuals on the second floor did not hear Ma Hongjun's cries, as the soundproofing on that floor was exceptionally effective. Meanwhile, Quang Tai's disdain flickered in his eyes upon hearing Tang Zuo's name. He was well aware that Tang Zuo was the embodiment of Su Sanu. In his eyes, Tang Zuo was merely an ordinary Soul King. Despite his extraordinary talent, it mattered little. Quang Tie's rank was simply superior to Tang Zuo's, compounded by Quang Tie's own sense of superiority. Thus, Tang Zuo was dismissed as inconsequential. However, if a confrontation were to ensue, Quang Tie would undoubtedly be knocked out within 5 minutes, for Tang Zuo was no ordinary Soul King, but one whose prowess rivaled that of a Soul Sage. "Little fatty, it seems your Tang Yao is up there, isn't he?" Quang Tie revealed a lewd grin, gazing at Ma Hongjun with a seemingly malevolent expression. Ma Hongjun, with a quick thought, realized if he could deceive Quang Tie into ascending, it would surely lead to his downfall. They boasted a formidable lineup of Soul Douluo, 2 Soul Sages, a Soul Emperor, and a Soul King whose strength was comparable to that of Soul Sage. Indeed, after you," Ma Hongjun said, donning a suitably agreeable expression and pointing ahead with a smile. Quang Tie's face lit up in a grin. "You're perceptive, but first, I must deliver a beating to relieve my frustration." Quang Tie's expression darkened. A hammer seemingly entwined with lightning materialized in his grasp, crackling with electricity. The audience on the first floor scattered in panic at the sight. With a resounding boom, 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, purple and black, encircled Kwang Tie's hammer, seemingly accompanied by a dramatic soundtrack. Ma Hongjuan felt a wave of terror wash over him. Why was it always he who suffered? Why do I keep saying again? He exclaimed, bewildered. On the second floor, Tongzwa watched the scene unfold with amusement, but soon his demeanor shifted as he halted. Ma Hongjuan is in trouble, he declared. Hearing this, the members of Shrek turned to him with puzzled expressions. What's wrong? Is there something up with Ma Hongjuan? Xiaowu asked, tilting her head adorably. Without a word, Tongs was suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light. First soul skill, electric hammer. Kwang Tie swung his hammer, laughing maniacally at Ma Hongjuan, resembling a frenzied warrior. In utter resignation, Ma Hongjuan shut his eyes, calling out, "Zo, help me." Yet Kwang Tie ignored his pleas, convinced that even if Tongzwa did arrive, he would not be intimidated. It was not arrogance on Tongzwa's part. Anyone would feel the same in his position. The sound was deep and resonant, not like the impact of a blow against the ground or wall. Blood appeared on the ground, albeit scant, yet it continued to flow. So, Ma Hongjuan gazed blankly ahead. Tongzwa stood firm, while Kwang Tie's soul skill was blocked by Tongzwa's hand, which was now stained with blood. Tongzwa's gaze remained fixed ahead. Did it not hurt? Yes, it was excruciating. Though capable of defeating such a low-tier soul emperor, Tongzwa's physical form was still not resilient enough to endure the damage inflicted by a soul emperor. Kwang Tie stared in shock at the figure before him, as if something flickered in his mind. To Ma Hongjuan, Tongzwa had transformed into a towering giant. Do you dare to bully my companion? Do you seek a trip to hell? Tongzwa uttered through clenched teeth, enduring the pain. Kwang Tie slowly lowered his hammer. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Very well, I shall send you both to your demise. Like a rabid dog unleashed, Kwang Tie charged at Tongzwa. In response, Tongzwa opened his eyes, one white and one blood red, as the dual-toned eyes of the yin-yang orb began to manifest. The illusion of the blood yin-yang eye enveloped Kwang Tie, indicating that he had entered Tongzwa's illusionary space. Within this realm, Kwang Tie laughed maniacally at the two figures on the verge of death. Ha ha ha! You dare to strike my brother? What does it matter if you're a prodigy? You shall still fall before me. The scene shifted, and Kwang Tie found himself surrounded by a crimson shroud, where a half-red, half-white moon loomed ominously, casting a sinister glow. Gradually, Tongzwa emerged from the shadows, transforming into a swarm of bats. What is happening? In the next moment, a wooden stake appeared behind him, accompanied by numerous others. Under the eerie illumination of crimson light, everything appeared terrifying. The Red Sea surged toward Kwang Tie, and iron-like barriers sprang forth from the stakes, enclosing him within a cage. Tongzwa's ethereal form of the Susanoo began to materialize behind him, as the violet glow of his soul power ignited the crimson light. The red realm of the divine moon was gradually shrouded in purple, until it transformed entirely into a violet expanse. System, extract the curse seal. As he spoke, black curse seals spread across Tongzwa's body, simultaneously manifesting within the illusionary space. Kwang Tie found himself at a loss, unsure of how to react or what to think. A testament to the power of Tongzwa's divine moon space. His strength was insufficient, leaving him susceptible to its influence. Kwang Tie was forced to retreat, but he collided with the iron cage behind him, unaware of when it had materialized, as his focus remained solely on Tongzwa. Although the divine moon space had turned purple, the blood sea remained a vivid red, contrasting against the surrounding hues. The crimson tide advanced toward Kwang Tie's feet, and the cage, initially formed by barriers, was now enveloped by a forbidding shield, one that permitted entry but barred escape. As Kwang Tie gazed at the increasingly deep crimson ocean beneath him, his psyche began to unravel. No, please let me go. I'll pay you. ILL hand over Kwang Shi. It must be noted that Kwang Tie's personality mirrored that of his brother, but he was oblivious to Tongzwa's utter disdain for such cowardice. A despicable individual willing to betray friends for self-preservation, even relinquishing everything around him. How much more so when he spoke of sacrificing his own brother. Tongzwa felt no compassion for such a person. Therefore, he resolved that today, Kwang Tie would be erased from existence. Chapter 86. Soulbone. The crimson sea had gradually filled more than half of the cage. Kwang Tie could sense a palpable difficulty in breathing, gasping desperately as he sought an escape. However, it became apparent that there was no way out. The cage was exceedingly sturdy. Even as Kwang Tie struggled to lift his hammer and strike the iron cage, it showed no signs of yielding. The truth was that it was not the cage that was robust, but rather that Kuang Tia found himself ensnared within Tang's Shinyu space. Everything he perceived was constructed from soul power. Outside the Shinyu space, Ning Rongrong gazed at the motionless Tang Zhua, who bore traces of blood on his hands. His eyes transformed into the blood yin-yang eyes, before turning her attention to Kuang Tia, whose eyes had similarly morphed, although a blood streak had begun to manifest. Ma Ongjun, what is happening to my brother? Ning Rongrong inquired with mounting concern. The injury on Zhuji's hand was inflicted to save me, Ma Hongjun replied, his eyes reflecting a mixture of emotion and gratitude. Yet he too was filled with worry for Tang Zhua. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong rushed to Tang Zhua's side, scanning the surroundings. Senga, Xiaowu, why are you not worried about Zhuge? Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at the impassive Tang San and Xiaowu. He's employing an illusion. There is no need for concern, Xiaowu said, skipping over to Ning Rongrong. But it's all right. He is exceptionally capable, Tangs were reassured with a smile. It was indeed Tang Zhua who had no cause for worry. Yet Kuang Tia was in peril. TSK, Flandre exclaimed, his face animated. Indeed, Zhuge values his comrades above all, yet he attempted to slay Ma Hongjun. He deserves what he gets, Dai Mubai shouted angrily. Returning to the scene, Kuang Tia was completely engulfed in a crimson sea. He held his breath tightly, for any lapse in concentration would lead to drowning in the sanguine waters. Slowly, Tang Zhua advanced step by step, observing the enduring Kuang Tia. The Susanoo behind him had now reached its complete form. Listen, if you bully my comrades, I might reluctantly spare you. However, should you harbor murderous intent towards them, then congratulations, you are finished, Tang Zhua declared with a cheerful wave. Subsequently, the Susanoo unleashed a sword, causing the iron cage to dissipate, leaving Kuang Tia utterly defeated. To Ning Rongrong and the others, it appeared as if the two had simply stood there for a moment before Kuang Tia suddenly bled from his orifices and collapsed. Tangs would gradually crouch down, a severe headache surging through him, leaving him somewhat dazed. He shook his head, slowly regaining clarity. Brother, are you all right? Ning Rongrong, Jiaowu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun queried anxiously. Not only they, but the rest of the Shrek Academy shared the same concern. Tangzhou adjusted himself and rubbed his head. I'm fine, he assured. It was merely the effect of that illusion. In truth, while the Shenyu space was indeed an illusion, it was more accurately described as a realm crafted from soul power. This Shenyu resembled a diluted version of the moon reading technique. Although it appeared to be a weakened form, it could gradually transform the illusory space into reality through the reactions of the caster. Much like what had just transpired with Kuang Tia. The crimson waters were, in fact, blood-like water generated by Tang's was soul power. This blood, thicker than water, possessed corrosive properties. As for the Susanoo, it was entirely an illusion. Upon hearing that Tang's was unharmed, the Shrek group sighed in relief and turned their gazes towards Kuang Tia. Brother, did you kill him? Ning Rongrong asked, her face a mask of disbelief. Having grown up in the Qibao, Lili sect, she had never witnessed such a scene. Yes, Tang's replied, his strength completely depleted, his voice trembling slightly. Rongrong, Tang's did the right thing. This is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. As long as there is a hierarchy among soul masters, peace is unattainable. Furthermore, Kuang Tia is a villain, a feared street thug in Suatawa City. Notorious for his heinous acts of abduction, arson, and slaughter, Yu Xiaojiang stated with a composed demeanor. Indeed, while Tang's actions may have been somewhat impulsive, they were justified. Flandre added, taking a sip of water. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun seemed to notice something. Look, there's blue light emanating from Kuang Tia's leg, he remarked, puzzled. Tang's immediately became alert. Could Kuang Tia have a hidden trick? That was his initial thought, but such an idea was unfounded, for Kuang Tia had already met his end. With his remaining soul power, Tang's activated his third soul skill, the White Eye. Kuang Tia transformed into a figure composed of black and white, transparent in appearance. The source of the blue light became clear to Tang's. What is it, Zhuge? Dai Mubai inquired, eyes wide with anticipation. Under the eager gazes of his companions, Tang's attracted the White Eye, beginning to falter towards the ground due to the exhaustion of his soul power. Fortunately, he was caught by Ning Rongrong. Brother, are you okay? She asked with concern. I am fine. What he has beneath him is a soul bone, Tang's responded with a smile, albeit pale in complexion. The group was taken aback by this revelation, and Flandre's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and kicked Kuang Tia's body, examining the soul bone closely. This soul bone was crystalline and translucent, predominantly blue in hue, clearly extraordinary. It was an exceedingly rare trunk bone. The question of how Quantia acquired it seemed irrelevant to them now. Tang Zhou had surmised its ability to enhance speed. As for why Quantia had not utilized the soul bone to escape, it was simply because he was trapped in the Shenyu space. Even if he had attempted to use the soul bone, escape would still be impossible, as Quantia's true strength paled in comparison to Tang's was. Moreover, Quantia's mental fortitude was akin to that of Orochimaru from the Naruto universe, possessing no resistance to illusions. The reason Itachi could eliminate Orochimaru with a mere glance stemmed from Orochimaru's lack of resistance to illusions. Furthermore, Tang's with Shenyu was a significantly flawed soul skill, consuming an excessive amount of soul power. Thus, this soul skill could only be employed in one-on-one combat. If an additional opponent entered the fray, it would spell disaster. Tang Zhou would face defeat or death due to a combination of physical exhaustion and depleted soul power. Therefore, this soul skill was not to be used lightly. Zhuge, you defeated him, and you also saved me. I support giving this soul bone to you, Ma Hongjun declared. Indeed, I concur, Tang Sen added. So do I. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. I support as well, Xiao Wu chimed in. Tang Zhe, who had been feeling somewhat dazed, suddenly regained his composure. However, this soul bone was of no use to him. Did he lack soul bones? Certainly not. For instance, he finally recalled his system. Simultaneously, he remembered the Shiba Inu, Ning Rongrong, that he had drawn at that time. After a moment of hesitation, he called out to her. Ning Rongrong approached him with small steps. Her curiosity piqued. What is it, Zhuge? She inquired. I wish to gift you this soul bone, Tang Zhou replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately felt a wave of pressure. Tang Zhou had given her so much, yet she had never reciprocated with anything. Was it that she did not wish to give? No, it was simply that she could not find anything that Tang Zhou needed from her. He seemed akin to Doraemon, possessing vast knowledge and an abundance of resources. Whether it was celestial herbs capable of elevating her 7 treasures glazed tower to the 9 treasures glazed tower, or soul bones, Tang Zhou appeared to be flawless. The members of Shrek had never perceived any weaknesses in him. None at all. Yet was he truly without flaws? Evidently, he was not. Setting aside other considerations, in terms of raw strength, most soul masters above the soul sage level could overpower Tang Zhou. The disparity in soul power represented a genuine divide. Even if his physical strength was at the level of a titled Douluo, it would not sufficiently bridge that gap. No amount of fanciful techniques could reverse such a profound difference in soul power. For instance, if Tang Hao were to battle an ultimate Douluo, he would undoubtedly be dispatched in an instant. What use would a soul ring be in bridging such a significant level gap? Naturally, it would be impossible. The same applied to Tang Zhou. If he were to face an intermediate soul sage, how would he contend? Would he rely on those extravagant but ineffective ninjutsu? Or perhaps on illusions? While illusions were indeed useful, employing them against someone with vastly superior soul power would be tantamount to courting disaster. Illusions could not restrain the opponent, and they were also exceedingly draining on soul power. Thus, after exhausting them, one would be left vulnerable, with no means to fight back. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, once a stronger opponent detected the residual spatial markers, they would instantly appear before him. Hence, it held little practical utility. Now, regarding Tang Zhou's Jin fruit, was it useful? Yes, but also quite useless. For example, during the earlier attack by Quang Tai, the Jin fruit proved ineffective because the attack was imbued with soul power. A battle-hardened soul sage would not make the elementary mistake of leaving opportunities for the opponent without applying soul power. No, I cannot accept this. You have given me too much, Ning Rongrong said, her expression tinged with disappointment. She had often questioned whether she was worthy of this nearly perfect Tang Zhou. Rongrong, you know I already possess soul bones, and this one is most suitable for an auxiliary soul master. If you do not want it, I shall dispose of it. Tang Zhou softly stated. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted to one of panic. As Tang Zhou's girlfriend, she understood his resolute nature. If he said he would throw it away, he would certainly do so. No, please keep it for me, she exclaimed, waving her hands anxiously. The others from Shrek burst into laughter at this scene. Tang Zhou handed the soul bone to Ning Rongrong, who carefully stowed it away. Suddenly, Tang Zhou gently pecked her cheek. Ning Rongrong's face flushed as if ignited. You tease. She pouted before darting behind Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu leaped to the right and planted a kiss on Tang San's cheek, eliciting a satisfied smile from him. Meng Yaran unexpectedly tugged at Oscar's hand. and when he turned his face, she kissed him directly. Oscar had never encountered such tumultuous experiences, and his face turned bright red, seemingly emitting steam. Surprisingly, Ning Rongrong did not absorb the soul bone, but instead tucked it away. Rongrong, what's the matter? Tang Zhuo asked. Is it not fine to wait until we return to absorb it? She replied. Tang Zhuo nodded in agreement. He also noticed the shopkeeper, whose head was barely visible behind the counter. Shopkeeper, we will fully compensate for your losses today, Tang Zhuo assured. After speaking, he produced 3 bags of gold powder from the flute of the jade figure and tossed them toward the proprietor. The gold powder landed securely on the ground. The shopkeeper cautiously picked up a bag and peered inside, his gaze widening in astonishment. He carefully opened the bag and pinched the gold powder, and upon confirming its authenticity, he was ecstatic. He dashed out from behind the counter and approached Tang Zhuo. The value of this gold was considerable. Tang Zhuo had given him 3 bags, each containing approximately 250 grams. Do you still wish to eat? The shopkeeper inquired. Of course, Tang Zhuo replied. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, quickly adopted a welcoming posture and escorted Tang Zhuo and his companions back upstairs. As night fell, Tang Zhuo and his 7 companions returned to Shrek Academy. Gazing at the brightly lit village and the desolate Shrek, a sense of belonging washed over them, bringing them comfort. All right, let us each return and get some rest. We shall continue training tomorrow, Flandra announced. They all yawned and then returned to their respective rooms. Tang Zhuo opened his door, and Ning Rongrong entered with a smile. Rongrong, it's time to sleep, Tang Zhuo said. Ning Rongrong stretched out her arms. Tang Zhuo, seeing this, smiled and shook his head. He then playfully brushed her nose and lifted her onto the bed. The two settled in comfortably for the night, or rather, it was Tang Zhuo who slept soundly. The next morning, Tang Zhuo opened his eyes. Just as expected, nothing had changed. Ning Rongrong was still tightly clinging to him, her left hand resting on his neck and her left leg draped over him, a small trickle of drool adorning her lips. Danduo Duka. Chapter 88, The Royal Combat Team. A month's time, while seemingly swift, had indeed passed quickly. During this month, Shrek Academy, under the banner of the Shrek 7 Monsters, participated in 32 matches at the Soto Great Soul Arena, achieving victory in all of them. Anything less would have been unbecoming. Given the circumstances, every team at the Soto Great Soul Arena was decisively defeated by Shrek's overwhelming prowess. Shrek had become synonymous with guaranteed victory at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Tang Zhuo, recognized by the title of Susanoo, participated in 20 matches, all of which he also won without exception. Moreover, each of his opponents was meticulously selected by the Soto Great Soul Arena. That is indeed a Soul King. Is being a Soul King as ubiquitous as crops? Thus, the manpower at the Soto Great Fighting Arena has been nearly exhausted by Tang Zhuo alone. Yet, the combination of Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong hardly participated in many matches, for there was simply no one capable of challenging them. Standalone Soul Kings are already a rarity, let alone in a combination. Therefore, whether in solo or duo battles, Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong navigated through with unparalleled ease, devoid of any formidable opponents. As for team matches, it is even more evident. Tang Zhuo, under the alias Tang Yu, participated in 15 matches, while he did not take the stage for the remaining ones, much to the dismay of numerous female fans present. Some male soul masters even expressed resentment towards Tang, lamenting that their wives had their souls entranced by him. Not to mention Tang Zhuo, others also had commendable records. Let us first speak of Tang San and Xiao Wu's trio, who engaged in 27 matches, maintaining a flawless victory streak, thus upholding the tradition of Shrek Academy. Ming, Iran, bearing the title of Dragon and Serpent, also dominated the Soto Fighting Arena, with 20 solo matches and 19 victories to her name. The lone defeat was due to her voluntarily conceding against Tang Zhuo, disguised as Tang Yu. This was not merely due to their camaraderie, but rather because she found herself outmatched. She partnered with Oscar to form the Dragon and Serpent duo, which became a topic of great interest at the Soto Great Fighting Arena. When the audience learned that Tang Zhuo was also a member of Shrek Academy, their astonishment rendered them momentarily speechless, for it was indeed a staggering revelation. Shrek not only nurtured numerous prodigies, but also birthed the extraordinary talent of Tang Zhuo. An astonishing phenomenon. Many in attendance began contemplating how to enroll their children in Shrek. In individual competitions, the group had scarcely faced defeat. Dai Mubai's 40th level soul power was enough to intimidate many. He refrained from hunting for soul rings, waiting for the conclusion of his training at the Soto Great Fighting Arena. He lacked Tang Zhuo's ability to merely alter his hairstyle to assume a different identity. Thus, he had no choice but to bide his time. The teachers at Shrek observed their students' performances with great satisfaction. Tang Zhua and his alias, Tang Yu, emerged as rare stars at the Soto Great Fighting Arena in a century. Tang Zhua himself felt somewhat bewildered. What was he to do? However, recalling his ability to create shadow clones, he felt reassured. Had it not been for the fact that the rankings at Soto Great Fighting Arena would only be finalized at the end of the month, Tang Zhua would already be a Golden Soul Master. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, Tang San, Meng Aran, and Dai Mubai would likely be Silver Soul Masters. Their impressive performances and outstanding records garnered the attention of the Great Fighting Arena. Tang's singular prowess captivated their gaze. Were it not for Shrek's relatively low fighting rank, currently not meeting the criteria to participate in the arena, he would have undoubtedly received an invitation to compete in the central venue. Throughout this month, Tang Zhua exhibited significant progress, his soul power soaring to the 57th level. His strength and charm at the Soto Great Fighting Arena are beyond dispute and remain unassailable. Although his looks may appear superfluous, it is indeed a fact that cannot be swayed. Tang Zhua possesses an advantage. Furthermore, he spent this month thoroughly understanding the Shiba Inu named Dai. It turns out that Dai is the celestial hound of heaven, banished to the mortal realm for teasing Chang'e, unexpectedly traversing into the world of Douluo, transforming into a large yellow dog. This revelation genuinely startled Dai. However, upon hearing Tang Zhua declare this large yellow dog to be an exceedingly precious breed of Shiba Inu, the Hound of Heaven was elated for quite some time. Tang Zhua also introduced Dai to the members of Shrek Academy. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Dai's eyes turned into hearts. However, the consequences were predictable. It ended up with a bruised nose from Zhu Zhuqing's playful reprimand. When Dai encountered Ning Rongrong, its adorable smile instantly captivated it. Yet again, the outcome was simple, a thrashing from Tang Zhua, followed by confinement within the system space, seemingly with no intention of releasing it. Moreover, Tang Zhua's height had surged to 1.80 meters, genuinely startling the members of Shrek. This is a crucial match for you all. While I have faith in you, please first review their information. A table laden with data lay before you, Xiaojiang. The team match rules at the Soto Fighting Arena stipulate that the maximum number of participants cannot exceed 10, with the number of participants determined by the side with fewer members. Undoubtedly, the team with fewer members is the Royal Fighting Team, comprising only 7 individuals. Thus, Shrek Academy could field only 7 participants. Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, 39th Level Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Captain, Dugian, Martial Soul, Green Phosphor Snake, 38th Level Control System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team members, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, 38th Level Defense System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, 37th Level Defense System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Bellbird, 36th Level Agility Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member, Eosluo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, 36th Level Agility Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, 35th Level Support System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Above are the participants and details of the Royal Fighting Team. When Ning Rongrong saw the words 9 Heart Begonia, her shock was immeasurable. Others might be unaware, but could she and Tang Zhua be oblivious? This is a powerful support Martial Soul, renowned for its ability to revive as long as the bearer is not deceased, rivaling the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda in its own right. However, the 9 Heart Begonia comes with a significant drawback. One of the 2 successors must perish. This could be considered the very mission of the 9 Heart Begonia. As Ning Rongrong recovered from her astonishment at the 9 Heart Begonia, she was once again taken aback by Yu Tianheng. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is renowned as the strongest beast Martial Soul and is among the top 3 sections. Thus, this battle will undoubtedly be challenging. Chapter 89, The Astonishment of the Royal Fighting Team. However, with Tang Zhua present, these concerns become moot. Yet, whether Tang Zhua will gain the consent of Yu Xiaojiang and the others to participate remains a question. If Tang Zhua is allowed to compete, the match would be devoid of suspense, but if he cannot, the battle would be quite straightforward. The scene shifts to the Royal Fighting Team. Here, the atmosphere is devoid of seriousness. The 7 individuals are engaged in their own activities, lounging on the sofa, seemingly indifferent to the impending battle against Shrek. The door swung open, revealing a rather elegantly dressed and handsome individual entering. The 7 immediately rose upon seeing him. "Teacher, you have arrived." The person they referred to as their teacher was none other than Qin Ming. Upon noticing their lack of urgency, Qin Ming's expression darkened. "Why are you all so unperturbed?" Qin Ming asked with a solemn expression. The 7 members of the Huangdo team displayed disdainful looks, convinced that there was no team in the entire Sotoa Great Soul arena capable of rivaling them. This sentiment could be described as confidence, yet it bordered on arrogance. Each of these 7 individuals hailed from illustrious backgrounds, all being favored children of destiny. They considered themselves the pinnacle of talent from Shrek Academy. This self-assuredness stemmed from their ignorance of the capabilities of the Shrek members, as their arrogance prevented them from comprehending any opposing teams. They were only aware of the name Su Li Shuang Xing, mistakenly believing it to be merely a Soul Master team, without considering the implications of the Soul King title. "Teacher, our next battle will likely be against a team similar to that of the Frenzied Warriors. How dull," Du Guyan remarked disdainfully. "Indeed, it is quite tedious." Yu Qianheng coldly agreed. The 7 exchanged smiles, seemingly convinced of their unparalleled strength. Qin Ming's irritation was evident, revealing his dissatisfaction with these individuals, yet he said nothing, merely tossing the materials towards them. This match was an unconditional duel, officially sanctioned, allowing the use of Copper Soul badges, provided that no participant exceeded the age of the oldest opponent. This arrangement was the result of extensive deliberation by Director Ao and other high-ranking officials. The 7 disdainfully picked up the materials, but when they opened the first page, they were taken aback. Yu Qianheng slowly turned his gaze towards Qin Ming, incredulously asking, "Teacher, is this information credible?" Nodding affirmatively, Qin Ming's certainty invoked a sense of danger among the 7, as the first page detailed Dai Mu Bai. "Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai. Level 40 Soul Master." Oscar involuntarily read aloud Dai Mu Bai's profile. Turning to the second page, Yu Qianheng discovered Tang San's details. Control-type Soul Master with a blue silvergrass. Level 39. The Sure brothers exclaimed in astonishment. Du Guyan, upon hearing this, felt her worldview shatter and hurriedly flipped to Tang San's page. It is well known that blue silvergrass is regarded as a completely useless martial soul in the eyes of all soul masters, deemed unrecoverable. Tang San's assertion to Yu Xiaojiang that no martial soul is worthless, only the soul masters themselves, does not align with the realities of Douluo continent. This world is defined by martial souls, and many are unable to cultivate due to their martial spirits. Moreover, Tang San's martial soul is not just any blue silvergrass. It is the blue silver emperor. Additionally, he possesses a second martial soul, the Hao Yin hammer. However, this knowledge remains unknown to the outside world. The astonishment within Huangdo Academy is solely due to the fact that Tang San can cultivate with a martial soul deemed as blue silvergrass. Isn't blue silvergrass a worthless martial soul? How can he cultivate it? The Sure brothers queried. "I do not know," Qin Ming replied seriously, shaking his head, still displeased with the pride and arrogance displayed by the 7 members of Huangdo. The 7, helpless, continued to peruse the materials, each exclaiming in shock at what they discovered. As they flipped through, they reached the final page. "Wait," Qin Ming's words prompted curious glances from the others. Having reviewed the materials, Qin Ming hesitated, torn between revealing it or withholding it from them. After much contemplation, he decided to let them see it. "Well, take a look," Qin Ming said. The others began to piece together the situation. Slowly, the 7 turned to the final page. Suddenly, the entire room erupted in excitement. "Soul King!" The 7 exclaimed in disbelief. "I have already advised you to frequent this place more often. It is likely that this Su Zuiji will also take the stage," Qin Ming remarked, shaking his head. "But he appears even younger than us," they protested. Despite Tang Zuo wearing a mask, anyone could surmise that he was no older than 16, perhaps even as young as 12. Since when can age determine one's soul power? Qin Ming regarded the 7 with the same incredulity one would have for 7 inept children, as he has questioned tested their intelligence. However, if this is true, it is simply preposterous. Are the Shrek 7 truly fabricating these statistics? Du Guyan questioned. Su Li Shuangxing has participated in numerous battles, defeating many combinations at the Soul Master level. Qin Ming covered his head, struggling to conceive any strategy that could secure a victory in this match. unless Tang Zhou were to refrain from participating. It seems that the Shrek 7 are unfathomably deep, Yu Tianheng remarked. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy concluded their discussions on combat strategies, ultimately confirming the participants. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Zhou. Tang Zhou would not engage initially, allowing the Huang Do team to face off against the other 6 before seizing the opportune moment to intervene and secure victory. Tang Zhou could be considered a protective element in this match, as the odds of winning without his involvement stood at 80%. Yet, it was precisely the 20% uncertainty that warranted Tang Zhou's entry. Often, it is the factors with low probability that prove to be the most formidable, as high-probability scenarios may not materialize, while the realization of low-probability events holds intrinsic value. At the same time, Oscar and Meng Yiran would participate in a duo match at the Suotawa Great Soul Arena under the guise of Dragon Snake Specialty. They could not enter the arena, yet they could not squander their training time. In Chapter 90, analyzing the materials, the duo would face formidable opponents, rumored to be undefeated in the realm of Soul Masters. However, the truth of these claims was unknown. At least the Shrek 7 had not heard such assertions. Foster father, I believe we should take note of this Geo Exine Haitang, Ning Rongrong stated earnestly. Yu Xiaojing was somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner by Ning Rongrong. Why? Ma Onujun inquired curiously. Because my father has mentioned that Geo Exine Haitang is an exceptionally powerful martial soul, regardless of the number of soul rings. It possesses only a single soul skill, Ning Rongrong explained. The members of Shrek Academy displayed expressions of astonishment, having never heard of such a martial soul before. Then that implies he should be quite weak, Dai Mubai commented, relieved at the thought that Geo Exine Haidang possessed only one soul skill. It is not that simple. Tang Zhou interjected, resting his chin on his hands. What do you mean? He continued, leaving the Shrek members in suspense. This soul skill is a wide-range healing ability. That's nothing remarkable. Oscar and his companions scoffed. What if I told you this healing effect can revive anyone as long as they are not dead? How would you react? Tang Zhou's smile resembled that of a malevolent demon in the night, exuding a palpable sense of danger. What? Brother Zhou, are you serious? Xiao Wu exclaimed, springing from her seat. Indeed. So, shouldn't it be stronger than Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile? Xiao Wu inquired again. First, Rongrong's martial soul is now the 9-treasure glazed tile. Secondly, the Jiuxin Haidang has a fatal flaw. Only one of its 2 successors can survive. Otherwise, the title of the strongest support-type martial soul sect, Jiubao Liuli Zong, might truly change hands. Tang Zhou spoke candidly, not out of bias for Jiubao Liuli Zong, but to enlighten everyone about the Jiuxin Haidang. Although Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of disappointment, she had to concede that the Jiuxin Haidang was undoubtedly the most outstanding among support-type martial souls in terms of efficacy. However, the 9-treasure glazed tile was not to be underestimated either, as the 7-treasure glazed tile had already been hailed as the world's premier support martial soul, not to mention the resolve issues of the 9-treasure glazed tile. In terms of amplification, there is no martial soul stronger than the 9-treasure glazed tile. This is an undeniable fact. Master, this match seems rather straightforward, Ma Hongjun remarked with a grin. Dai Mubai abruptly materialized behind him, gripping his neck tightly and pulling him back. It hurts. Boss Dai, let me go. Ma Hongjun protested in pain. What are you thinking, great soul master? We also fought effortlessly. Dai Mubai's words filled Ma Hongjun with a sense of shame. Zhu Zhuqing appeared to lower her head, her hands tightly clenched. Dai Mubai noticed her demeanor and discreetly shook his head. Zhu Zhuqing's icy disposition left him somewhat melancholic, as he felt she might merely be an ideal rather than a reality. Foster father, what about this Yu Tianheng? Tang Zhou rubbed his hands together. Yu Xiaojing was at a loss for words upon hearing the name. The blue spot Tyrannosaurus, Yu Xiaojing replied. Is that the strongest assault-type weapon martial soul, renowned alongside the 9-treasure glazed tile? Dai Mubai asked, momentarily surprised. Indeed. So, when Tang Zhou was not assisting earlier, it could have been a fierce battle for you. Yu Xiaojing attempted to analyze the situation, but concluded that no matter how he assessed it, Shrek would triumph. So he refrained from further comment. This time, you should be cautious not only of the blue spot Tyrannosaurus, but also the Xuanwu turtle. The mention of the Xuanwu turtle puzzled everyone. Tang Zhou recalled this martial soul, which was almost equally renowned as the blue spot Tyrannosaurus, though not a sect due to its scarcity. However, one should never underestimate them, lest they suffer significant losses. Tang Zhua adjusted the glasses that had appeared on his face, resembling an erudite scholar. Brother Zhua, where did you get those glasses? I want a pair too. They look so cool. Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly, seemingly oblivious to Tang Zhua's question. Ning Rongrong was entranced, a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth. Tang Zhua's lips curled into a slight smile. 1,000 gold soul coins. Flinder nearly had a heart attack upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Tang Zhua would be even more mercenary than he himself. Wow, Brother Zhua, how can you do that? Tang Zhua's image in Ma Hongjuan's mind transformed into one of half gold, half white. The starting price for the eye is 3,000 gold soul coins. Selling it to you for 1,000 is not unreasonable, is it? What? 3,000 gold soul coins? Calm down, Flinder. How can a mere pair of glasses cost so much? Flinder could hardly contain his emotions, astonished that a pair of glasses could fetch such a price. Yet, he found himself smiling, recognizing a new business opportunity. Tang Zhua's words laid the groundwork for Flinder's future as a glasses tycoon. Ahem, I digress. Yu Xiaojing chuckled at how the topic had shifted to glasses. Let us return to discussing the control-type soul master on the opposing team. The Bai Lin snake's sole characteristic is poison. Yu Xiaojing raised his head slowly, a newfound assertiveness in his demeanor. Does this Bai Lin snake possess any particular traits? Oscar inquired, puzzled. I have stated it clearly. The Bai Lin snake's only trait is poison. Yu Xiaojing's assertion was definitive, yet succinct. Is this Dugu Yan's martial soul truly that toxic? Tang Xin asked, eyeing the image on the material. Indeed. There exists a title Douluo whose martial soul is the Bai Lin snake, and his title aligns perfectly with this martial soul's characteristics, Flinder explained, noting Tang San's skepticism. However, Flinder misinterpreted Tang San's doubts. Tang San was contemplating whether he could counter the Bai Lin snake's poison. Flinder's statement astonished him. Wait, Xiaojing, what is her surname? Flinder asked, his eyes wide. Her surname is Dugu. Yu Xiaojing quickly responded, turning to Flinder with a sudden realization. The two exchanged incredulous glances, staring at each other for a moment. Ah, it appears this battle is indeed more complex than anticipated. Chapter 91. The match begins. What's the matter, Master Dean? Is our opponent formidable? Ma Hongjun asked, puzzled. This Dugu Yin is likely the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo Flinder sighed. The expressions of the Shrek members, except for Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong, were filled with shock. After all, titled Douluos are exceedingly rare on the Douluo continent. There are only a few throughout the entire continent. Although Dugu Bo may be considered the weakest titled Douluo, he is not someone to be looked down upon by mere soul lords. As for Ning Rongrong, her grandfather, Bon Douluo, and her other grandfather, Sword Douluo, are both titled Douluos. How could she be intimidated by Dugu Bo's name? Moreover, Sword Douluo is a rank 97 Super Douluo. Tang Zhua's situation was even more unique. Not only had he traversed from another world and possessed profound knowledge of Dugu Bo, but his father, Tang Hao, was also a Super Douluo. In the original text, Tang Hao was merely a rank 95 titled Douluo. However, due to the butterfly effect brought about by Tang Zhua, he had evolved into a rank 97 Super Douluo. The difficulty of such an upgrade is unimaginable. Perhaps Tang Hao had encountered more challenges than in the original narrative. A title Douluo, you say? Tang Zhuo Mumut Sopti. Foster father. What does it matter to her that her father is a title Douluo? Is there a chance that if she loses, that poison Douluo will come to trouble us? Ning Rongrong pondered, slightly confused. She did not comprehend the relationship between the two, nor its relevance to the battle. If Dugu Bo truly sought revenge, they need not worry, as most present had powerful backing. If Ning Rongrong could summon Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo, Dugu Bo would surely face downfall here. Moreover, Tang Zhua and Tang San, as well as Yu Xiaojing, have returned to the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long Zone due to the restoration of their powers. In truth, the higher-ups never intended for Yu Xiaojing to depart, but circumstances left them no choice. As for his second uncle, it appears that any animosity towards Yu Xiaojing has dissipated. This stirred a sense of guilt within Yu Xiaojing towards Lu Erlong. No, it primarily pertains to the poison, if she truly is Dugu Bo's granddaughter. The battlefield will be engulfed in toxic fumes, and the resolution will rest solely upon your shoulders, he stated solemnly. However, ISNTs will go present? Maongjun interjected. Yu Xiaojing and Flinder grew serious. Maongjun, I have made it clear that Xiao's was not to interfere in the previous battles. If you believe you can rely on others for everything, then you may as well forfeit this match. Yu Xiaojing slammed his hand on the table, startling Ma Hongjun. Indeed, Ma Hongjun, Self-reliance is paramount. Although Tang Zhua can alter the course of battle, the purpose of this match is to train you, not to witness Tang Zhua annihilate the Huang Do team. Flinder remarked with an expressionless face, taking a deep breath. Ha ha ha, this is a natural response. Given Tang Zhua's formidable strength, it is to be expected, Long Gong said with a smile as he stood up. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun recognized his mistake. Realizing that he had been inclined to depend on Tang Zhua whenever faced with adversity, for Tang Zhua's presence was undeniably imposing. Of course, Ma Hongjun had no interest in Tang Zhua's physique. All right, prepare yourselves and take a moment to rest. The match is about to commence, Flinder coughed lightly. Meanwhile, on the Huang Do team's side, Yu Qianheng could no longer contain his astonishment. Teacher, who exactly is this Susanoo? Despite his efforts to compose himself, it proved futile. I am uncertain, but through external inquiries and investigations, he may only be around 12 years of age, Qiming replied. His expression somewhat stiff, yet revealing a flicker of excitement. This is no trivial matter. He was once a member of Shrek himself, and Flinder and Zhao Wujing were his mentors. Naturally, he felt elated that Shrek had acquired such outstanding disciples as Tang Zhua and Tang San. However, he could not allow his personal feelings to cloud his judgment, as he now held the position of teacher for the Huang Do team and had to prioritize the interests of the entire group. Upon hearing that Tang Zhua might only be 12, the entire room could hardly contain itself. Teacher, are you certain? The Shijiao brothers leaped up from the sofa, utterly flabbergasted. There is approximately an 80% probability, Qinming asserted. Who is Qinming? He is the youngest sole emperor on the continent, holding a significant position at the Huang Do Academy. If he claims an 80% likelihood, it might as well be 100%. However, Tang Zhua has evidently shattered their preconceived notions, particularly regarding their worldview. A 12-year-old Soul King. The seven exclaimed in astonishment. Time passed swiftly, and both Shrek and Huang Do teams were poised to face each other in battle. In truth, the seven from Huang Do were incredibly tense. Could they not be? The weight of Tang Zhua loomed heavily over them, making it difficult to breathe. Although they understood from Qinming's analysis that Tang Zhua might not intervene, none wished to be on the receiving end of a beating, especially not those who considered themselves or were regarded as the pride of heaven. Conversely, the Shrek team appeared completely at ease, seemingly unfazed. This was not arrogance. Rather, the Huang Do team had a remarkably low chance of victory, especially in the early stages. Once Tang Zhua made his move, the outcome would be swiftly determined, leaving the Huang Do team with no hope of recovery. Oscar and Ming Iran had also arrived at their respective platform. Now, the next match is a highly anticipated clash between two formidable teams. The host's teasing tone left the audience feeling rather vexed, as it was excessively tantalizing and hardly enjoyable. While suspense can enhance excitement, excessive suspense becomes an annoyance. The Huang Do team versus the Shrek 7 monsters. The host emphasized the Shrek 7 monsters with a heightened voice. Upon hearing the name of the Huang Do team, the audience initially anticipated yet another lackluster battle. However, when they heard the Shrek 7 monsters, they erupted in fervor. Shrek! 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 The cheers and applause that should have belonged to the Huang Do team were entirely commandeered by Shrek. On the betting platform of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, the Huang Do team had but a solitary gold soul coin, while Shrek's side overflowed with them, nearly spilling over. The radiant glow emitted by the towering pile of gold soul coins dazzled Flinder, who was watching from a distance. Wow, what a fortune! Flinder exclaimed with the expression of a greedy old man. Chapter 92. The 9 White Bone Claws. My goodness. Is our reputation at Soto Great Spirit Arena truly this formidable? Ma Hongjun's expression was one of astonishment, clearly taken aback. Ha ha! We are indeed the rising stars of Soto Great Spirit Arena. Dai Mubai teased in response. On the battle platform stood a colossal circular arena, from which a huge golden column gradually ascended, upon which stood a woman. Welcome, everyone, to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, to witness the match between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Huang Do team. Your presence brings us great honor. The overly formal and courteous words flowed from the woman's lips, her gaze occasionally darting towards Shrek's position, clearly indicating her status as yet another fervent admirer of Tang Zhua. Subsequently, she introduced both teams, providing a detailed account of Tang Zhua. Douluo, Golden Su Sano, with a martial soul Sharingan, is an exceptional soul master embodying both beauty and strength. This statement left Tang Zhua feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. He gently ran his fingers through his chiseled hair, the interplay of wind and light rendering him momentarily dazed as all the arena lights converged upon Shrek, directly illuminating Tang Zhua. Olhat, Dang Duel, Dang Duel, Dang Duel. The members of Shrek cast glances of reproach towards Tang Zhua, feeling that he was seeking attention at an opportune moment. Tang Zhua only wished to shout that he was wronged. The gates on either side of the battle platform quietly swung open. Without further ado, the match begins. The woman called out, her cheeks flushed. Ning Rongrong puffed out her cheeks in irritation. The 7 members of the Huang Do team emerged from behind the gates, their previous confidence replaced by a palpable seriousness. This gravity was not merely ordinary. It bespoke a different atmosphere, as Shrek's aura overwhelmingly suppressed the Huang Do team. Yu Qianheng, as expected, led the way, followed closely by Du Guiyan, with the Shijia brothers trailing behind. Next came Oscar and Yu Feng. At last, the girl with the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul, Yi Lingling, made her appearance. In contrast, the Shrek team, still masked, had Tang Zhua donning a fox-shaped mask adorned with red patterns, which set him apart from the others. Coupled with his distinctive hair, unique attire, and exceptional sword, he incited a wave of cheers from the crowd. Beside him stood Ning Rongrong, clad in a pink and white short skirt with matching pink hair, exuding an ethereal grace. This created a striking contrast to Tang Zhua's ensemble of white and purple hemp rope, evoking a sense of harmony between them. Tang San and Xiao Wu walked closely behind them, radiating sweetness. The aura of the Shrek team was utterly distinct, especially in terms of style. Ma Hongjun trudged alone, glancing ahead at Dai Mubai, who was shamelessly throwing flirtatious glances at Zhu Zhuqing, struggling to contain his rising ire. Zhu Zhuqing, however, paid no heed to Dai Mubai and continued on her way. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhua had already appeared in the center of the arena. The golden radiance emanating from him instilled a sense of danger in the Huang Do team. Yet, Tang Zhua remained silent, instead moving towards the edge of the platform. Shield, he uttered lightly, and in an instant, 5 soul rings erupted forth. What? 5 black soul rings? The 7 exclaimed in astonishment. A massive shield materialized around Tang Zhua, seemingly indestructible, inscribed with the character Zhua. Amidst the astonished expressions of the 7, Tang Zhua retrieved a mat and some food from his storage. You may begin. I shall observe, he declared. At this, the 7 were completely convinced of Qin Ming's words, as they could distinctly sense the formidable soul power contained within Tang Zhua's soul rings. Meanwhile, Qin Ming on the platform sprang into action upon catching sight of Tang Zhua's vivid red 5th soul ring. This is bad, he thought to himself. You, despite being a soul king, should not underestimate us. We shall strike you together. Shurimo was the first to lose his composure, angrily stepping forward to shout. Tang Zhua slowly opened his eyes, smiling at Shurimo. Oh, let us see how you fare against them first, he replied. Du Guiyan could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, do not bully us too much. Hey, host, I assent it time for the match to begin. Tang Zhua ignored Du Guiyan, directing his attention to the host. Yes, the host responded. With that, both sides unleashed a powerful aura. A purple, blue-silver grass gradually emerged in Tang San's hands, with 3 soul rings rotating above it, while the others also summoned their soul rings, each exuding an air of invincibility. The Huang Do team appeared slightly dazed, clearly overwhelmed by Shrek's presence. Tang Zhua drew a line on the ground just outside the shield. Cross the line, and you shall perish. The term perish here clearly implied defeat rather than death. Du Guiyan attempted to charge forward, but was halted by Yu Tianheng. Do not go. Under Yu Tianheng's lead, the Huang Do team summoned their martial souls, 6 distinct lights flashing. The Shi brothers shared the same martial soul, hence the 6 lights. Begin the battle. With that command, Ning Rongrong activated her supportive soul ability, the 7 treasures glazed tile, declaring, first, strength. Second, speed. Everyone except Tang Zhua felt a significant enhancement, both strength and speed increasing by 30%. Empowered by Ning Rongrong's supportive soul skill, Dai Mubai was the first to charge forward, employing a self-created soul skill bestowed by Tang Zhua. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai stood before Yu Tianheng. 90 White Bone Claw, in Luin style, he proclaimed, as a flash of black and white light intertwined. Yu Tianheng raised his hands defensively, but it proved ineffective. He was sent flying without injury, the Shi brothers deftly blocking his path. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Sparks illuminated the arena as Yu Tianheng reappeared before Dai Mubai. Yet, Dai Mubai showed no signs of retreat. Knighting Whitebone Claw Misty style. A massive black and white tiger shadow emerged behind Dai Mubai. Its soul power undeniable despite being merely an illusion. The two claws clashed, black against blue and white, with Yu Qianheng at a disadvantage. It was crucial to note that Dai Mubai was already at a higher level and benefited from Ning Rongrong's 30% boost in strength and speed. To lose against him would be a significant disgrace. However, such a scenario was improbable. In an instant, the blue light diminished, and the once formidable Yu Tianheng was sent reeling backward. The current state of the battle indicated that Shrek held the upper hand. Though Tang's absence meant a loss of high-end combat power, the remaining 6 members were far from weak. Seeing the momentum shifting favorably, Tang San's eyes gleamed with determination. Xiao Wu, let us take on those 2 turtles. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, her 3 soul rings shimmering. In no time, she had appeared before the Sure brothers. Employing her soul skill, instantaneous movement. Before they could react, she executed her skill. Ni Bao. As the words left her lips, Xiao Wu's foot landed upon Shurimo, only to discover he remained completely unfazed. Though Xiao Wu was a powerful assault-type soul master, the Sure brothers' defense was not easily shaken by her agility. Witnessing this, Tang Sen gasped in astonishment and promptly summoned blue silvergrass. The grass sprouted from the ground, ensnaring Xiao Wu's legs and pulling her back, averting the Sure brothers' attack. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Tang San inquired with concern. I'm fine, she reassured him, and seeing her unchanged expression, he felt relieved. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai launched their second wave of assault. Knighting Whitebone Claw, Skyward style. A massive white tiger phantom emerged behind Dai Mubai, and his 3 soul rings expanded dramatically. The overwhelming soul power exerted pressure on Yu Tianheng, an unrelenting force. Yet, a cheetah-like figure brought Yu Tianheng a moment of respite. Thunder's Fury. The purple soul rings surrounding Yu Tianheng began to spin, accompanied by a blue glow. Electricity crackled across his body. Observing this, Dai Mubai did not relent in his attack against Yu Tianheng, continuing as if nothing had occurred, for he had unwavering faith in himself. However, a sudden figure appearing before him caught him off guard, as this figure withstood Dai Mubai's 9 in Whitebone Claw. The individual in question is AOC Luo. As he attempts to fly away, Yi Lung Lung swiftly intercepts him. Although Yi Lung Lung's Jiu Xian Hai Tang possesses only a single soul skill, its power should not be underestimated. The soul rings upon her body illuminate, and in an instant, AOC Luo's wounds begin to heal rapidly. Meanwhile, Tang Zhuo within the barrier observes with intrigue. He is familiar with the Jiu Xian Hai Tang, yet witnessing its prowess firsthand is indeed surprising. The reputation is well-deserved. Ning Rongrong's gaze is fixed on Yi Lung Lung, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She yearns to rush over to Tang Zhuo and pinches ways to remind him not to be distracted. Yi Lung Lung's soul skill astonishes Ning Rongrong as well. Although she has heard about the Jiu Xian Hai Tang from Ning Feng Ji since childhood, the restorative effect is undeniably extraordinary. At this moment, Dai Mubai finds himself in a precarious situation. His attack has been thwarted by AOC Luo, while Yu Tianheng's thunderous fury shows no signs of abating. Observing the unfolding scenario, Dai Mubai has no choice but to muster all his strength for defense. The white tiger guardian shield manifests around him, shimmering with a faint golden glow. The fierce current regretfully fails to breach Dai Mubai's defenses. He prepares to counterattack with a white tiger's radiant wave, positioning himself directly opposite Yu Tianheng. Yet, Yu Tianheng's onslaught persists, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning that blinds the spectators with its brilliance. The two forces clash, their intensity escalating. This is a battle between high-tier soul masters, and although it may appear similar to the previous skirmish involving the Great Soul Master team, the disparity is significant. Seated on the ground, Tang Zhuo feels compelled to join the fray. The thrill of engaging in such exhilarating combat is irresistible. However, should he enter the fray, the match would undoubtedly become a one-sided affair, a crushing dominance that starkly illustrates the insurmountable gulf between them. Despite being able to see that horizon, it remains forever out of reach, a formidable dilemma. Moreover, this training session is primarily designed for the other 6 participants. If Tang Zhuo were to join, the essence of the training would be lost, transforming it into a mundane spectacle of overwhelming force. Tang Zhuo resolves to refrain from intervening. But should the Huangdou team act thoughtlessly against Ning Rongrong, they would be courting disaster. No divine intervention could save them, as the author has stated. Two beams of contrasting light collide, resulting in a conclusion akin to the previous one. Ultimately, Tian succumbs, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. The 7 members of the Huangdo team are incensed by this development, with the most furious being Du Guyan, who has long harbored feelings for Tianheng. Her temperament is notoriously explosive, a reflection of the indulgence bestowed upon her by Du Gubo. Yet, she possesses the means to express such fury. A glint of light flashes in her green pupils, sending shivers down the spines of her 6 companions. In the next moment, a faint purple glow envelopes Du Guyan, cocooning her entirely. The acrid scent of poison wafts through the air, prompting the 6 members of Shrek to hastily cover their noses and mouths. Tang Zhuo can no longer contain himself. With a flash of golden light, he materializes before the other 6 members of Shrek. His piercing gaze momentarily startles Du Guyan as his eyes transform into the Sharingan. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall rises from beneath Tang Zhuo's feet, adorned with a lifelike canine visage. Wood release, poison defense wall. Countless wooden stakes erupt from the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier. This structure leaves no gaps, demonstrating the extent of Tang Zhuo's mastery over soul power. You all did not go too far. A colossal Susanoo arm emerges behind Tang Zhuo, crashing down toward the ground. The entire arena fractures beneath its might. Consequently, the other 6 members also find themselves thrust into the arena. Brother, what are you doing? Ningrong grong inquiris perplexet. I'll take you all on alone. Come forth. Tang Zhuo beckons them with a gesture, employing the culmination of his years of arduous training in the Eong Finger and Lion's Roar technique. You, come here. Chapter 94. The return of 1 against 7 in the Soul Master realm. The audience is momentarily stunned. They could hardly fathom that Tang Zhuo would propose a 1 versus 7 challenge. Despite being a Soul King, the Huangdo team comprises Soul Masters of higher ranks, and there are 7 of them. Under normal circumstances, a Soul King might not prevail. Yet, they overlook a critical point. Tang Zhuo is no ordinary Soul King. 5 soul rings ascend from Tang Zhuo's feet, black, 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 creating a stark contrast to his white attire. The 7 members of Huangdo chuckle. Indeed, they laugh in an unkind manner. They had previously joined forces to defeat a Soul Emperor. Thus, they do not regard Tang Zhuo as a threat. In their minds, he is merely a Soul King with exceptional talent, lacking a solid foundation. As for his soul rings, they attribute their appearance to the uniqueness of his martial spirit. They cannot fathom the true extent of Tang Zhuo's strength. No, they cannot even begin to imagine it. The discrepancy between Tang Zhuo's power and their current levels is simply inconceivable. As they laugh, Tang Zhuo reciprocates with a smile. On the platform, what is Tang Zhuo intending to do? Flander questions seriously. Little Zhuo is too impulsive. Yu Xiao Gang sighs and shakes his head. Surely, he cannot lose, Zhao Wuji remarks, intrigued by the somber expressions of the others. The notion that Tang Zhuo could be defeated is utterly absurd in his view. No, Flander es decisibly. Then why do you speak of Tang Zhuo's impulsiveness and lament? You frighten me. Zhao Wuji pats his chest, stating, while Tang Zhuo may not lose, this match does not serve our training purpose. After all, it is a rare opportunity for a team battle. How can it end so abruptly? Flander fixes his gaze intently on Tang Zhuo, asserting indeed, this should have been an excellent training exercise. Jutsu. Scene transition. The scene shifts back to the arena. Tang Zhuo's 5 soul rings continue to gleam vibrantly. The soul rings of the 7 members of Huangdo are nearly identical to Tang Zhuo's. Hey, Susanoo man, do not presume that just because you are a Soul King, you can take us all on alone. We have defeated Soul Saints. Du Guyan scoffs at Tang Zhuo, her disdain evident before shouting loudly. Is that so? Then I shall witness it myself. Having spoken, Tang Zhuo unsheathed the Kusanagi sword from his waist, facing the 7 adversaries head-on. Asro was the first to charge forward, seemingly oblivious to Tang Zhuo's presence. Blood, the yin-yang eye. The sensation of utilizing the blood yin-yang eye at the outset brought a profound comfort to Tang Zhuo. A comfort that resonated from his very soul, akin to the thrill of flaunting one's prowess. Asro halted in his tracks, astonished, as he beheld Tang Zhuo's eyes, one of which had transformed into a stark white. Tang Zhuo's foremost objective was to make them realize the limitations of their understanding of this world. Thus, he resolved to unleash his formidable soul power, comparable to that of a high-ranking soul emperor, to overpower the 7. with a resounding crash. His immense soul power shattered the ground around him. In that moment of imposing authority, a melodious voice from the system chimed in. Host, a task has been assigned. Task details. Defeat the Imperial fighting team. Task reward. The ability to transform into a humanoid form. Failure penalty. A 50% reduction in brain cells. Upon hearing this seemingly absurd task, a few black lines appeared on Tang's forehead. It was not the task itself that struck him as nonsensical, but rather the rewards and penalties, both of which he found unappealing. The mere thought of that entity, DY, casting lewd glances at Ning Rongrong filled him with a surge of irritation. He was genuinely averse to granting that DY the opportunity to assume human form. The rationale behind this sentiment was simple. It was insufferable. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that DY possessed considerable strength, likely at the Soul Zone level. The Imperial fighting team recoiled in fright, taking 2 steps back under the weight of Tang's overwhelming soul power. The Atom S apple of one of the boys bobbing nervously. Yi Lengling and Dugu Yin also gasped in disbelief. Is this truly the power of a Soul King? Shimo inquired. No, this must be the strength of a Soul Emperor, Shimo affirmed. Do not be deceived by this soul power. It may merely be a trick. Tangzhou heard Yu Tianheng suggest, momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. The audacity of Yu Tianheng's self-deception was indeed impressive. Indeed, perhaps it is merely a facade, he mused. What astonished Tangzhou even more was that Dugu Yin seemed to believe this assertion. Perhaps this was the power of love. However, the next turn of events left Tangzhou even more astounded. Indeed, bro, he must be someone who appears strong, but is weak inside. The 7 seemed to have coordinated their thoughts, collectively asserting that Tangzhou was merely a facade of strength. This revealed the significant role Yu Tianheng played within the team. Tangzhou could only shake his head in humility, for in this age, even soul power could be called into question. He felt an overwhelming urge to lament his plight. On the elevated platform, Flinder and Zhao Wujia rose to observe the approaching figure. The man's attire was rather extravagant, reminiscent of nobility. Yet his innate demeanor consistently conveyed that he was no aristocrat. Qin Ming, what brings you here? Flinder adjusted his glasses, scanning the area until he recognized Qin Ming. His surprise evident. Well, you actually decided to return, Zhao Wujia remarked. Qin Ming sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies for the late return, he said, adopting a contrite expression. May I inquire about these two? Qin Ming gestured toward Long Gong and Shi Pe, who sat beside him. Allow me to introduce them. These two are our newly appointed teachers at Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's interest was piqued. It should be noted that Shrek had not recruited teachers for quite some time. The fact that Long Gong and Shi Pe had become teachers at Shrek was a testament to their abilities in Qin Ming's eyes. This is Shi Pechao Tianxiang, and this is Long Gong Meng Shu. They are the world-renowned Great Dragon and Great Serpent. At this revelation, Qin Ming's understanding deepened. As the youngest Soul Emperor in the Soul Master realm, how could he not recognize Long Gong and Shi Pe? He simply hadn't known their appearances. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Long Gong and Senior Shi Pe. Long Gong and Shi Pe exchanged glances at the young man before them. Qin Ming, the youngest Soul Emperor of the current era. How intriguing, Chao Tianxiang remarked with a smile. Mere empty accolades. That Tangzhou Jr. surpasses my talent by leaps and bounds, Qin Ming replied respectfully. Chapter 95, the opening loss of 3 key members alas. That lad Tangzhou is indeed formidable. The Imperial fighting team is bound to lose, Meng Shu lamented, his gaze fixed on the arena, his eyes occasionally glimmering with admiration. Indeed, while the members of the Imperial fighting team are also talented in their own right, they pale in comparison to Tangzhou, Chao Tianxiang concurred, which astonished Qin Ming. May I ask, how old is Tangzhou? Qin Ming inquired awkwardly, as he had personally trained the members of the Imperial fighting team and felt a twinge of defensiveness at their disparagement. Yet, the sheer power of Tangzhou had obliterated the remnants of his confidence. In other words, Tangzhou was simply too formidable. It was not merely his prowess that irked Qin Ming, but rather his innate gifts. Although he was uncertain of Tangzhou's capabilities in other aspects, it was clear that the Imperial fighting team had only recently arrived and had not engaged in many battles. The battle of the Suli Twin Stars had been limited in number, and since Qin Ming had just arrived, he had not yet heard of this team. He had witnessed a match of the Suli Twin Stars, but it had been a swift, decisive victory, failing to showcase Tangzhou's true strength. Nonetheless, Qin Ming understood that Tangzhou was not to be trifled with. He later discovered the Shrek 7 monsters and reminisced about the academy that had nurtured him. Upon learning that Tang Zhua was a Shrek student, his astonishment was eclipsed by realization. Qin Ming vividly recalled Shrek Academy's rule of only admitting students under the age of 13. He naturally calculated the academy's founding date, leading him to deduce that Tang Zhua was likely around 12 years old. A 12-year-old Soul King. How extraordinarily powerful. This was unprecedented in the Douluo continent. However, he did not consider this an absolute certainty. Perhaps Tang Zhua had been admitted to the academy due to his exceptional talent, bypassing the entrance examination. Yet, after reviewing Shrek's records, he was astonished to find that Tang Zhui's age was indeed plausible. Oh, he just turned 12 this year, what of it? Flinder's words left Qin Ming momentarily stunned. Dean, you can't be joking, can you? Qin Ming stammered in disbelief. Certainly not. The scene shifted back to the arena. The 7 had readied themselves to confront Tang Zhua, yet he merely stood there with a smile. To underestimate someone is often the gravest error in battle, let alone underestimating Tang Zhua. Yu Qianheng and Osro surged forward, quickly reaching Tang Zhui's vicinity. However, they dared not engage him alone. Thus, Meng Yuran also joined the fray. Shimo and Shimo circled to Tang Zhui's side, while Yu Lengling remained poised at the rear, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had mysteriously vacated his previous position. Tang Zhui's expression remained unchanged. Thunderous might. As he spoke, a brilliant surge of lightning erupted from Yu Qianheng's body. The overwhelming electric light made it difficult for Silluo, who stood beside him, to open his eyes. However, Tang Zhua, with his blood yin-yang eyes activated, remained entirely unaffected. The second soul skill, Jinsha Shufu, unleashed several serpentine forms that surged toward Tang Zhua from Meng Yuran. This soul skill was undeniably powerful, capable of both immobilizing an opponent and inflicting poison, thus serving a dual purpose. But would it truly be effective against Tang Zhua? The answer was a resounding no. Although Tang Zhua could not summon a full Susanoo, he could invoke a fragment of its power, allowing him to perform ordinary defenses and grappling maneuvers with ease. Regarding the poison, Tang Zhua could only chuckle. His rigorous training alongside Tang Hao in the Xingdou Dasenlin had rendered him almost superhuman. He had consumed ample toxic mushrooms, which had granted him a foundational resistance to toxins. Coupled with the purifying properties of the Lianhua petals he had absorbed, he had transformed into a genuine poison immunity. Therefore, how could he fear Meng Yuran's modest soul skill? Even the poison from Douluo posed no threat to him. Yet, Douluo could still effortlessly eliminate Tang Zhua, a testament to the disparity in soul power. However, Meng Yuran was incapable of such feats. Thus, the Huangdou battle team effectively found themselves down a member. A phantom of a cheetah appeared around Silluo, and in the blink of an eye, they were before Tang Zhua. Meng Yuran's soul skill seemed to encircle Tang Zhua. With a thunderous roar, a surge of soul power erupted, creating a massive crater on the arena floor. The Kusanagi sword in Tang Zhui's hand shimmered with electricity, far exceeding the might of Yu Qianheng's thunderous energy. The power of his Qianyao Liu had reached the level of a soul emperor. As for the poison emanating from Meng Yuran's soul skill, Tang Zhua merely smirked. In an instant, Yu Qianheng was sent flying, and the electric glow surrounding him dissipated entirely. Indeed, it was Tang Zhui's formidable Qianyao Liu that had countered it. However, the electrical energy coursing through Tang Zhui's sword remained undiminished. In truth, Tang Zhua had infused a significant amount of soul power into the Kusanagi sword, a feat made possible by the Shichuan. Although the Shichuan and the Sharingan were considered a dual weapon, they could be utilized as separate martial souls. This arrangement allowed him to bestow soul power upon other weapons. While other soul masters could also infuse their weapons, the difference was monumental when compared to Tang Zhua. Should he choose to risk everything, he could concentrate all his soul power into the sword, delivering an incomparably powerful strike. The might of such an attack was unparalleled. Silluo and Yu Qianheng faced a similar fate, though Silluo suffered far less damage. This was not due to Silluo being stronger than Yu Qianheng. Rather, he was merely knocked back by the residual force of Tang Zhui's attack, thus sustaining minimal harm. The sheer potency of the assault momentarily stunned everyone present. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Tang Zhui seized the opportunity to strike. With a swift motion, he invoked the Shunshin technique and appeared behind Yu Feng, sensing the void before him. Yu Feng instinctively felt danger. In the next heartbeat, Tang Zhui's foot connected with his back, sending him soaring into the air. With another execution of the Shunshin technique, Tang Zhui positioned himself above Yu Feng, delivering a powerful axe kick that forced a spray of blood from Aesio's mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. In mere moments, the three members of the Huangdo battle team had sustained grave injuries. The chant of Susanoo no Otoko, Susanoo no Otoko, reverberated through the arena, a celebration solely for Tongzhua. He had demonstrated his strength, revealing to the audience the essence of true power. Chapter 96, Victory. The two brothers from the Shi family and Yelanglang trembled slightly. Tongzhua's strength was inhumanly formidable. With the defeat of these three, the match was effectively concluded. Why does my poison have no effect on you? Douluo Yin's complexion paled, the arrogance that had previously adorned her face dissipating. Tongzhua flashed a wicked smile. My apologies, but I'm immune to poison, he declared with an air of dominance, mimicking Tong San's mannerisms and eliciting another wave of applause from the crowd. Today's battle arena belonged to Shrek Academy and Tongzhua, while the Huangdo battle team seemed merely a backdrop to showcase Tongzhua's might. By the way, Qinming, what brings you here? Falande inquired, puzzled. Qinming's presence was somewhat unexpected, as he was widely recognized as the youngest Soul Emperor in the Soul Master community. Though Tongzhua was a 12-year-old Soul King, he was still merely a Soul King in the eyes of the world, rendering Qinming's title legitimate. Recovering from his earlier astonishment, Qinming smiled. Ha, Dean, I am now a teacher for the Huangdo battle team, he replied awkwardly. At his words, the four teachers exchanged glances filled with shock, though the atmosphere grew solemn as Tongzhua continued to dominate the Huangdo battle team mercilessly. Tianheng, clutching his painfully injured chest, slowly sat up. Lingling, understanding the situation, activated her soul skill. A blue light enveloped the three of them, as the Jiuxin Haitong radiated brilliance. With three soul rings, yellow, and purple, hovering around her. Gradually, the wounds on the three began to heal, and they rose to their feet as if they had returned to their original state. However, Lingling was different. She collapsed onto the ground. This could be considered a significant drawback of the Jiuxin Haitong. It was not so much a flaw as it was an imperfect aspect. After all, if the Jiuxin Haitong lacked this limitation, any soul master possessing it would be invincible, akin to immortality. Thus, a martial soul capable of disrupting the balance of the Douluo world could never exist. Continue, Yu Tianheng said, though he had accepted the reality of Tongzhua's overwhelming strength with a sense of resignation. Perhaps the Huangdo battle team's dictionary did not encompass the concept of surrender. Their unwavering resolve was, perhaps, Yu Tianheng's philosophy of perseverance. Although the trio's injuries had been fully mended, their fighting spirit had suffered irreparable damage. Aesio's recalled being blasted away by the residual force of Tongzhua's sword, his worldview crumbling. As for Yu Feng, Tongzhua had delivered a thorough lesson at close range. The lion's roar was even more devastating for him. While Yu Tianheng had not given up, an ingrained sense of dread towards Tongzhua had taken root within him. A fear that might linger for a lifetime, a phenomenon known as psychological shadow. This was indeed a precarious matter. As Shimo and Shimo realized that they could no longer remain passive, they understood that it was imperative to join forces with the three others in their offensive. Douluo Yin had yet to recover from her earlier shock, not due to a slow reaction, but rather because Tongzhua was simply astonishing. Let's proceed. The Wrath of Thunder. With those words, a magnificent blue lightning surged around Yu Tianheng, markedly different from the earlier display of overwhelming power, yet fundamentally similar in essence. He propelled himself towards Tongzhua with great resolve. Observing this, Osro also rushed forward, though his cheetah-like speed had vanished. He could not afford to act recklessly again. For the reason was Tongzhua's formidable strength. The two brothers from the Shi family followed suit, astonishing everyone with their unexpected swiftness, which belied their imposing physique. Upon witnessing the four charging forward, Yu Feng gritted his teeth. They had formed a geometric formation around Tongzhua. As for Douluo Yin and Yilonglong, they were no longer able to participate in this match. Yilonglong lacked the stamina to support a return to battle, and with Tongzhua being immune to poison, Douluo Yin found herself at a loss. The control soul techniques proved ineffective against Tongzhua, leaving Douluo Yin to assist Yilonglong as they gradually withdrew from the arena. Do you still refuse to concede? Tongzhua inquired with closed eyes after releasing a sigh. Do not overstep your bounds. Yu Tianheng's veins bulged on his forehead as his speed surged. The powerful lightning traced a graceful arc through the air. Tongzhua retracted the Kusanagi sword and shook his head once more. Yu Tianheng, having gained a preliminary understanding of Tongzhua's strength, had chosen the most irrational method of attack, an all-out assault. Tang Zhuo extended his right hand, and powerful lightning manifested within it. The 5 attackers displayed expressions of astonishment, for the density of the lightning was extraordinarily high, producing a sound akin to a chorus of birds. This sound was not mere noise. Rather, it was melodious and enchanting, evoking a sense of transcendence. However, Yu Tianheng, being somewhat knowledgeable about lightning, sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from it. Soon after, the blue electric light transformed into a deep purple. The 5 were left even more astonished, as the harmonious sound of birds ceased, replaced by an eerie silence, one that was unnervingly profound, devoid of any noise. This did not signify a reduction in the lightning's might. Rather, it represented a return to the essence of all things, the pinnacle of lightning. Purple lightning. The purple electricity in Tang's grasp intensified, illuminating the entire arena with a radiant glow that extended for yards. Yu Tianheng's Wrath of Thunder had already been unleashed with all his might. The Shi brothers, alongside Yu Tianheng, advanced towards Tang Zhuo, believing they could seize victory through their combined efforts. Yet, to their astonishment, Tang Zhuo directed his purple lightning downward. The arena beneath Tang Zhuo crumbled instantaneously, creating a vast fissure that reverberated with a thunderous sound. The entire platform shattered, causing all but Yu Feng to tumble off in astonishment, for such a grotesque tactic was not one that could be conceived by just anyone. Yu Feng, unable to contain himself, collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming shook his head vehemently. Tang's reluctance to engage them stemmed from the overwhelming power of the purple lightning, particularly against soul masters. Moreover, Qin Ming played a significant role in this. As someone who had read the original text, he could hardly fail to recognize Qin Ming. Although Tang's memories of Oscar were somewhat muddled, it seemed that others remembered him distinctly. Tang's would vaguely recall that Oscar's martial soul was supposed to be tofu, yet he was taken aback to discover it was actually a sausage. Chapter 97. The Might of Physical Energy. As for why Yu Feng remained on the stage, it was simply due to his unfortunate circumstance. He was the only man standing behind Tang Zhuo. The others were positioned against him, making Yu Feng a refreshing anomaly within the imperial battle. The term unfortunate scarcely encapsulated his plight. Initially, he had been elated to witness Tang Zhuo taking on all 7 of them, and together they charged at him. However, while Yu Tianheng and Osro were merely sent flying by Tang Zhuo, Yu Feng's experience was markedly different. He had been mercilessly awarded a close-range barrage by Tang Zhuo himself. The 6 individuals who fell from the arena experienced a sense of despair unlike any they had felt even against a Soul Emperor. This Soul Emperor was not Qin Ming, but rather an inexperienced one who had just obtained his soul ring without optimal configurations. Thus, comparing Tang Zhuo to him was an affront to Tang Zhuo's prowess, a gross misrepresentation of his abilities. With all cards on the table and a slight lapse in the opponent's awareness, Tang Zhuo could undoubtedly defeat a Soul Sage, without a doubt. It was akin to the match against Snake Lady, where Tang Zhuo unleashed the Qilin. Once deployed, it could certainly slay a Soul Sage. These Soul Sages lacked any miraculous defenses to evade the Qilin, for it was an unavoidable technique. Coupled with Tang Zhuo's formidable might and flamboyant techniques, he might very well be regarded as the most powerful Soul King in history. This was not mere empty praise. It was a veritable truth. As for Yu Feng, his legs trembled uncontrollably. To pit him against Tang Zhuo one-on-one, that was absurd. He would be annihilated. While the notion of death might be exaggerated, he would certainly receive a thorough beating from Tang Zhuo. Beat him! Beat him! Tang Zhuo! Tang Zhuo! The audience's chants prompted Tang Zhuo to sigh. He held a favorable impression of the Imperial battle team. If they were not the Imperial battle team, he would not have so readily allowed the 7 to lose the match. At the very least, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in some spirited competition. Setting aside such thoughts, he decided to unleash a flurry of attacks first, gradually retracting his soul power and martial soul. He stored the Xianyuan sword back into the flute held at his waist, as Tang Zhuo prepared to showcase his prowess once again. How about this? You exert your full strength, while I rely solely on physical techniques. If I lose, you win, okay? Tang Zhuo turned to Yu Feng, his expression conveying a sense of bewilderment paired with a hint of hope. He was uncertain of the meaning of okay. Regardless, he nodded, for this was their last glimmer of hope. He felt that perhaps victory was not entirely beyond their grasp. A Soul Sage might indeed be capable of defeating a Soul King without relying on soul power, reminiscent of Zhao Wuji's prowess when he refrained from using soul power against Yi Zhiqiu. However, For a soul king to engage a soul master without the use of soul power, one must possess formidable physical strength. Thus, Tang Zuo had afforded Yu Feng considerable respect. Yet, Tang Zuo still believed he had not been sufficiently humble. Perhaps he had overstepped, considering that his own strength was at the level of a soul emperor. After much contemplation, Tang Zuo retrieved the Xianyuan sword once more from the Yuan Huchu, Jiao Chue Shao. Yu Feng, filled with trepidation, took 2 steps back. Did you not say you would only use physical skills? Yu Feng inquired. Tang Zuo nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I shall lend you this sword, otherwise it would be rather unfair. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng's previously oppressive anxiety dissipated, for the sight of Tang Zuo unsheathing the sword had been truly daunting. It was not merely fearsome, it was fear-inducing for Yu Feng. To his surprise, he chuckled, finding Tang Zuo's arrogance amusing. For he not only refrained from utilizing soul power, but also intended to lend such an imposing weapon to Yu Feng. Had Tang Zuo lost his senses? Certainly not. However, there is a prerequisite for Yu Feng to wield the Xianyuan sword. He needed to possess the strength to lift it. A smirk played upon Tang Zuo's lips as he tossed the Xianyuan sword forward. It made no sound upon striking the ground, embedding itself into the earth entirely, leaving no gap as if it had formed naturally. Yu Feng, along with the 6 others and all spectators atop the platform, collectively inhaled sharply. What level of sharpness was this? It sunk into the ground without leaving a trace or sound. This was the might of the Xia Ji Ba Da. How could a divine artifact forged in such a manner be anything but formidable? Yu Feng stood in stunned silence, realizing that this sword was indeed extraordinary, far beyond what he had anticipated. Yet, simultaneously, he felt invigorated. Such a powerful sword meant he could potentially defeat Tang Zuo with it. Hurry up. I wish to conclude this swiftly, Tang Zuo said, a hint of impatience in his tone. Meanwhile, an intriguing notion crossed Tang Zuo's mind. As Yu Feng regained his composure, he approached the Xianyuan sword cautiously, grasping the hilt and pulling upward with all his might. In the next moment, nothing happened. A glint of golden light flickered in Yu Feng's eyes. He exerted more strength, yet the Xianyuan sword remained immovable, as if it were declaring, if you can move me, then I concede. But Yu Feng, undeterred, summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, his face reddening and beads of sweat forming on his brow, underscoring the sword's tremendous weight. What is this sword? Yu Feng asked in terror. The Xianyuan sword? I forged it from ordinary iron, transformed it into fine iron, and then elevated it further. Its weight is approximately 200 kilograms, Tang Zuo replied. At this revelation, everyone gasped. What did 200 kilograms signify? It was beyond comprehension. While an average soul master could lift such weight, one must recognize that Tang Zuo had effortlessly flicked the Xianyuan sword towards Yu Feng without employing any soul power, despite the distance being anything but negligible. This starkly illuminated the disparity between them. What are you trying to prove? Are you merely waiting to be humiliated? Consequently, it was no surprise that Yu Feng withdrew from the contest. The audience understood the reason for his retreat. Even without utilizing soul power, Tang Zuo could easily dominate Yu Feng. The atmosphere in the arena grew silent, leaving the spectators at a loss for words. Yu Feng, expression blank, exited the stage, expecting reproach from his teammates, only to be met with sympathetic gazes, as if they lamented his plight. The host, too, hesitated, and the applause that should have erupted from the audience vanished, as they were all still in shock. I declare the match concluded. The victorious team is the Shrek 7 Monsters. The female host, regaining her composure, nearly dropped her microphone. Chapter 98, Star Do Royal Academy? Predictably, as the audience collected themselves, cheers erupted, not for Tang Zuo, but for the Shrek 7 Monsters, as they recalled Tang Zuo's affiliation with them, thanks to the host's reminder. It was not only the audience. Even the host almost mistakenly declared the winning team as Tang Zuo's. Fortunately, her professional experience helped avert any blunders. Tang Zuo approached the 6 individuals below the arena, noticing their peculiar gazes directed at him, which left him puzzled. Brother, we must fight together from now on, Ning Rongrong said, her pouting demeanor adorably charming. Tang Zuo, predictably, ruffled her hair, a habitual gesture for him. What else could he do? It would be far too awkward to caress her face instead. Indeed, brother, you cannot fight alone from now on, Tang San remarked, his expression grave. Oh, little San. Alas, little San had fallen again. This time, it was Xiao Wu who grew jealous, the rare vinegar king manifesting. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat irked, dashed to Tang Zuo's side, exclaiming, "Brother, I want that too." Tang Zhua was initially taken aback, but soon donned a radiant smile as he gently kissed her forehead. Ning Rongrong felt a warmth enveloping her cheeks flushing crimson, as if she might emit steam. All right, let us ascend," Tang Zhua said, casting a sidelong glance upwards, scratching his head in bashfulness, unsure what else to say. Amidst the laughter and merriment of the seven, they soon reached the audience area. "Dean, we have returned," Ma Hongjun shouted, waving to the others. However, when the six, excluding Tang Zhua, spotted Qin Ming, they were filled with curiosity, for they had never encountered him before. He was engaged in light-hearted discussion with Fan Yu and Zhao Wujia, indicating a familiar relationship. Having read the original text, Tang Zhua bore no doubts about Qin Ming's identity. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is your senior, Qin Ming," Fan Yu announced. Noticing the six's interest in Qin Ming, the six exchanged glances intrigued. "So it's Senior Qin Ming, my apologies." Dan Duo Zima. Upon hearing Tang Zhua's address, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of unworthiness, as Tang Zhua's acknowledgement weighed heavily on him. While others would take pride in having such a junior, Qin Ming undoubtedly felt the same. "Haha, Tang Zhua, you flatter me. Your talent surpasses that of anyone I have ever heard of. I hardly deserve such a title as senior." Qin Ming chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Tang Zhua paused momentarily. "Senior Qin Ming, if I recall correctly, you're the youngest Soul Emperor in the Douluo continent, correct?" Tang Zhua's remark, acknowledging Qin Ming's humility, struck at the crux of the matter. "What? Soul Emperor?" While the others remained unaffected, the six from Shrek gasped in astonishment. "Not at all. Dan Duo, your talent far exceeds mine. I could never claim the title of the youngest Soul Emperor in history." Qin Ming protested, flustered. Qin Ming and Tang Zhua commenced their familiar exchange of mutual praise. However, this could hardly be classified as mere flattery, for Qin Ming's assertions were indeed grounded in truth. Tang Zhua undoubtedly possessed a far superior talent. The other six members of Shrek Academy sighed in relief. Despite their own remarkable abilities, they could not help but feel astonished by Qin Ming. He glanced at the six individuals and shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, in comparison to you all, I find myself lacking." He was genuinely taken aback by the number of talented students Shrek had recruited this year. "Well then, today's battles have concluded. Thank you for your hard work. Let us return and indulge in a grand feast," exclaimed Flender. "A grand feast," echoed the seven members of Shrek. Meanwhile, the competition between Meng Iran and Oscar had also reached its conclusion, with their opponents being utterly overwhelmed. Merely two soul masters. Thus, the match ended swiftly, and the reputation of a Longxi specialty was indeed well-deserved. Yu Xiaojiang had mysteriously vanished from the scene. At a certain location within the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Yu Qianheng stood alone, lost in thought, when Yu Xiaojiang approached him. Yu Qianheng called Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing his name, Yu Qianheng turned around, surprised to find Yu Xiaojiang addressing him. "Uncle," he replied, astonished. "What brings you here?" Yu Xiaojiang lowered his head slightly. "How are your parents?" he inquired. "Uncle, I heard that the issue with your martial spirit has been resolved," Yu Qianheng said, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. "Indeed, thanks to Xiao's with Song Dan Dan. My martial spirit has broken through its limitations and transformed into a five-clawed golden dragon," Yu Xiaojiang affirmed. "Xiao's what? It wouldn't be the Tang Zhua we know, would it?" Yu Tianheng asked. "Yes," Yu Xiaojiang nodded, then turned his gaze back to Yu Tianheng. "What is your relationship with Tang Zhua?" Yu Tianheng pressed further. "He is my benefactor and also my adopted son," Yu Xiaojiang confessed, a hint of guilt crossing his face. For he realized he had done little for Tang Zhua in return for all that Tang Zhua had done for him. What Yu Xiaojiang could offer was his willingness to sacrifice everything for Tang Zhua. "What? Adopted son?" Yu Qianheng seemed taken aback, his astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. He was well aware of Tang Zhua's formidable strength, as evidenced by the recent battle. "So you are from Shrek?" "Indeed, I am a lead teacher at Shrek," Yu Xiaojiang confirmed. "Ah, uncle, as expected, your theoretical knowledge remains impressive," remarked Flender, as the Shrek team arrived at the restaurant, ordering an extravagant feast to embark on a culinary journey of indulgence. "What a pity that the juniors are all students of Shrek. Otherwise, I would have gone to great lengths to bring you back to the Xingdou Royal Academy," Qin Ming lamented, taking a hearty sip of his drink. As the restaurant doors swung open, Yu Xiaojiang entered. "Even if they are students of Shrek, you could still bring them to the Xingdou Royal Academy," Yu Xiaojiang stated solemnly, devoid of any jest, indicating his seriousness. The group immediately ceased their activities, turning their attention to Yu Xiaojiang. Xiao Gang, do you realize what you were suggesting? Flinder replied, visibly irritated. Yu Xiaojing nodded in affirmation. Flinder, do you recall the original intention behind establishing Shrek Academy? Xiao Gang, are you intentionally trying to undermine me? Flinder's expression was grave, as if he had no intention of jesting. Yu Xiaojing mirrored his seriousness, the tension mounting between them. Flinder, do you believe that they can continue to thrive at Shrek in its current state? Yu Xiaojing questioned coldly. Flinder's expression stiffened. Why not? Can they not receive a proper education at Shrek? Xiao Gang, you must remember that they will forever be students of Shrek, past, present, and future. Flinder's tone carried an undercurrent of anger, as if the air itself crackled with tension. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew increasingly charged, setting aside other matters. Do you truly believe that, given Shrek's current conditions, they can receive a quality education? Yu Xiaojing analyzed the advantages of remaining at Shrek versus attending the Xingdou Royal Academy. The sole reason for joining the Xingdou Royal Academy was the resource scarcity at Shrek. This so-called resource was not merely about teaching staff, but rather about training resources. Overall, the Xingdou Royal Academy offered superior conditions compared to Shrek. Shrek was not the Lamba Academy of yore. It was simply Shrek, and it lacked sufficient funding. Although Tang's was Jin Jingua could produce golden powder, it consumed soul power. Transforming Shrek into a fully fledged institution akin to the Xingdou Royal Academy would likely take 3 years. Moreover, there was a critical issue, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Flinder fell silent, shaking his head slightly and sighing deeply. Xiao Gang is right. Perhaps I am growing old. The future of the children is what truly matters. Flinder's demeanor resembled that of a weary elder, pitiful and helpless. Alas, what could be done given the circumstances at Shrek? Observing from the sidelines, Tangzhou felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Although he was aware that the ultimate destination would not be here, but rather at the Lamba Academy, he still held a certain affection for this place. It is only natural to grow fond of a place over time. However, he had little time to contemplate these matters, as his primary focus lay in persuading the enigmatic Douluo to join the Shao organization. This task was exceedingly arduous, necessitating significant high-level combat power. Currently, Tang Hao and the potential addition of the Jiubao Yuli sect, along with the formidable Long Pu, constituted that high-end strength. Yet, as an organization lacking a substantial battle group, did they genuinely qualify to be among the lower 4 sects or even the upper 3 sects? Certainly not. Thus, it was imperative to urgently bolster their combat strength. It was precisely because of Douluo's loyalty that Tang would discern a glimmer of hope. After all, he was someone willing to risk his life for Tang San. What Tang San had given him was not much, after all. Therefore, Tangzhou began to formulate a strategy to win over Douluo. The Xingdou Royal Academy is one of the few institutions not influenced by the Spirit Hall, and it would greatly benefit the children's futures. Moreover, the teachers at Shrek should find a place to retire. Perhaps this is the sanctuary we deserve. Flinder's somber tone resonated with the crowd, evoking a shared sense of melancholy. The atmosphere turned sorrowful as it enveloped the room. You all discussed this amongst yourselves. Zhao Wujin and Xiao Gang's opinions align with mine. I wish to step outside for a moment of solitude. The others offered no objections to Flinder's request for Yu Xiaojing and Zhao Wujin to represent him. For after all, Shrek Academy was Flinder's brainchild. The tremendous effort invested to transform Shrek from a modest academy into the current monster academy is beyond words. It is well understood by all. Flandra is not a person lacking in understanding, and I believe he can comprehend this, sighed Yu Xiaojing. The night passed swiftly, with Shrek students deeply influenced by the atmosphere. They began to pack their belongings in preparation for joining the Royal Fighting Academy. This place, laden with our memories, is truly hard to part with. Ning Rongrong said with a hint of grievance towards Tangzhou. Tangzhou paused, unaware that he too felt a sense of reluctance. Yet, what to be done? Rongrong, it is merely a change of scenery. This place will not vanish. We can always return when we wish to revisit it. Tangzhou suppressed his inner disappointment and attempted to console Ning Rongrong. How could Ning Rongrong be oblivious to Tangzhou's reluctance? However, being astute, she chose not to expose him, for that was simply his nature. A man, Zhu Qing and Meng Yiran, do you wish to leave this place? Xiao Wu inquired. Both Zhu Qing and Meng Yiran shook their heads, indicating their sentiments. Although I have not been here long, the villagers' simplicity and warmth have touched me, teaching me the essence of true friendship. Initially, I found the place rather shabby, but living here has proven to be quite pleasant, Meng Yiran remarked while organizing her belongings. After all, Shrek remains Shrek, and we are still ourselves. There is no reason to feel sorrowful. Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly echoed Tang's with sentiments. The group soon arrived at Tiando City. Gazing upon the vast metropolis, a sense of astonishment filled their hearts. Soto City pales in comparison to Tiando City. Of course, this observation pertains only to a select few among them, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. As for the others, Tiando City hardly registered in their eyes. Particularly for Ning Rongrong, who grew up in the Jiubao Liuli sect, Tiando City was hardly worthy of her consideration. Tang Zhua, having read the original text, was naturally unfazed by such trivialities. Meng Yiran, on the other hand, needed no further elaboration. She was the granddaughter of the renowned Dragon King and Snake Lady, members of the illustrious tea-drinking duo. Dai Mubai, a prince of the Xinghua Empire, would find it laughable to regard Tiando City as significant. Zhu Zhuqing was no different. The perspectives of the teachers were even loftier. Is this Tiando City? How grand it is! Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Tangs would cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu. Look at your lack of composure. Such a small place has left you so astonished, he said with a wry smile. Xiao Wu pouted, slowly approaching Tang San. Third brother. Look, Zhugu is bullying me. What should I do? She said indignantly. Tang San was thoroughly bewildered, rendered speechless. Beware. Angering Tang Zhua could be fatal. Tread carefully. Tang San found himself caught in a dilemma. However, this incident was merely a minor interlude, brief and fleeting. The group, having shared laughter and joy, soon arrived at Tiando Royal Academy. Beholding the magnificent academy before them, all were left in awe. It was simply incomparable to Shrek Academy. Even thousands of Shrek Academies would not suffice. This is a reality. Of course, except for Ning Rongrong. Although Tang Zhua had seen Tiando Royal Academy in the comics, he could not escape the shock. The institution was even more magnificent than depicted in the illustrations. This is essentially a mountain. Are we in the wrong place? Flander queried. Indeed, the entire mountain constitutes the assets of Tiando Royal Academy. If we venture further, we will enter their territory, Ning Rongrong proudly stated. Upon hearing her words, everyone collectively gasped. This was indeed somewhat intimidating. They were aware of the wealth of Tiando Royal Academy, yet had not fathomed the enormity of its scale. After a brief moment of astonishment, they began to move forward. However, they had not gone far when a small interlude occurred. Halt! Who are you? And why are you here? A youth of 18 or 19 years spoke, his white and yellow noble attire confirming his identity as a student of Tiando Royal Academy. A line of students stood blocking Shrek's path, a significant number indeed. We are from Shrek Academy, here to engage in an exchange at the invitation of Tiando Royal Academy. Flanders stepped forward and declared, You beggars dare to engage with us at Tiando Royal Academy? Perhaps you should consider your own worth. Be gone, quickly. The leading youth expressed clear disdain, waving his hand dismissively and speaking with impatience. Boom! The faces of Shrek's members darkened, with Dai Mubai even contemplating a kick in retaliation. However, Tangs were resolutely executed a swift movement, appearing before the youth. Subsequently, a massive purple arm pinned him to the ground. Dan Zhuo Smai. Listen closely, show some respect, or I cannot guarantee your survival. Tang's piercing gaze sent chills through the youth. He seemed to have forgotten the pain, as he sensed a genuine murderous intent emanating from Tang Zhua. This was no jest, but an overwhelmingly palpable threat. The others were momentarily flustered at Tang Zhua's sudden display of strength. They involuntarily activated their spirit rings. It must be noted that these academy students were truly weak, lacking even a single soul sovereign among them, and they were all 18 or 19-year-old spirit masters. Their talent could only be described as subpar. It was not that they were entirely lacking, but they fell significantly short compared to those regarded as prodigies. Observing that none among them possessed a soul sovereign, Tang Zhua adopted a dismissive expression. With a glare, he unleashed an invisible aura of conqueror's haki, causing those spirit kings to collapse to the ground. Their strength was simply inadequate, at least when compared to Tang Zhua. You dare to attack us at Tiando Royal Academy? This is a provocation against the Tiando Empire. You will pay for this. The youth who had been pinned to the ground sprang up, pointing at Tang Zhua and the teachers and students behind him. You may have made a valid accusation, but ultimately, you are all worthless. Fetch your teacher, Flanders snorted coldly, fixing a stern gaze upon the youth. What has transpired? A figure clad in silver approached slowly. This person appeared to be around the same age as Flandra. Teacher son, you have finally arrived. Teacher's son. They're causing trouble at Tiando Royal Academy. Please, help us teach them a lesson. The student rushed forward, eager for assistance. Blood splatter, look at yourself. Teacher's son reprimanded. He then turned his attention to the Shrek group. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Teacher's son, filled with curiosity, inquired. This teacher's son could be considered a person of reason, as he did not mention the incident regarding his student being struck. We came to seek Qin Ming. Yet upon our entrance, we were subjected to humiliation by your eager students, who even demanded we leave. Flender exclaimed, his anger palpable. Seeking teacher Qin? I wonder if you all hail from the Shrek Academy of the Bala Kingdom? A ripple of intrigue stirred within teacher Sun's heart as he posed the question. Indeed, Tangswa nodded while approaching. This prompted a shift in teacher Sun's demeanor, transforming his expression into one of cordiality. Ah, so you are from Shrek Academy. It is an honor to meet you. To educate a student like teacher Qin Ming is truly commendable. I extend my apologies on behalf of those thoughtless students. Teacher Sun spoke respectfully. Flender's resentment dissipated, thanks to teacher Sun's graciousness. Well then, please follow me. With that, the group followed teacher Sun on their journey into the Tiando Royal Academy. As they gazed around, Shuebong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He chuckled, declaring, Shrek Academy, with me here today, shall not be permitted to join our Tiando Royal Academy. Shuebong gritted his teeth. The students who had just regained consciousness shook their heads at Shuebong's words. Your Majesty, is this truly prudent? One student cautiously inquired. What is wrong with it? The entire Tiando Royal Academy belongs to us. I shall not attend today's class. I demand justice. The scene shifted back to Shrek, where the group was nearing the Tiando Royal Academy under teacher Sun's guidance. This academy could be described, without exaggeration, as extravagantly opulent. Even the steps leading up were crafted from precious materials. Flender's expression remained unchanged throughout, oscillating between wide-eyed astonishment and a slack-jawed demeanor, resembling a baboon at times, and a goat at others. Flender could certainly profit from locking himself in a cage as a zoo exhibit, breathing in the fresh air. The Shrek members felt an unprecedented buoyancy wash over them, dispelling their previous fatigue, replaced by a sense of ease. Their pace gradually slowed, captivated by the beauty of their surroundings. Indeed, the Tiando Royal Academy exudes royal grandeur. Their generosity is truly astonishing, Tangswa remarked, shaking his head in admiration. It is indeed extravagantly lavish. Ning Rongrong chimed in, dashing to Tangswa's side and playfully grasping his arm. This drew the attention of those present, and Tangswa smiled gently, causing the female students along the path to exude a rosy aura. Indeed, your nine-treasure glazed tile school is the most luxurious. Tangswa replied with a smile, ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. I knew it. The Shrek members cast exasperated glances at Tangswa, who seemed to have undergone a transformation from a typical male. However, who could fathom that Tangswa had not changed at all, but rather owed his charm to the system and Dogdy's influence? After a considerable stretch of time, the Shrek members continued to marvel at the opulence of the Tiando Academy until they finally arrived at the reception area. Upon learning of their arrival, Qin Ming hurried to greet them. I have already discussed the academy matters with the higher-ups. They regard this issue with great importance and have arranged accommodations and a banquet for you. You can rest assured, Qin Ming said with a smile directed at Flender. Following this, the group enjoyed a delightful dinner, and it must be said that the meal was indeed exquisite, eliciting laughter at Ma Hongjun's hearty appetite. Upon returning to their dormitory, it was evident that the accommodation surpassed anything Shrek could offer. Elegant, pristine, and impeccably maintained, these descriptors hardly did it justice. As the night swiftly passed, Tangswa and the others seemed to struggle with the transition, having grown accustomed to the Shrek dormitories. Nevertheless, despite their discomfort, they slept soundly. Like logs. After breakfast, the group, alongside Qin Ming, prepared to meet the academy as higher authorities, specifically the school committee of the Tiando Academy. However, unbeknownst to them, a storm was brewing. Senior brother Qin Ming, why are the students of the Tiando Royal Academy so weak? Ma Hongjun was perplexed, reasoning that with such a powerful academy, the overall strength of its students should be considerable. The others shared similar expressions of curiosity. Haha, our students are categorized by levels. They are merely the lowest tier here. Qin Ming explained with a chuckle. How are these levels determined? Ma Hongjun inquired once more. The Tiando Royal Academy is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of students below level 25, known as Tianwei. The second tier encompasses those between 25 and 30, termed Tianji, and the third tier is the Tiando level, for those above 30. Qin Ming enlightened them about the academy structure, prompting a wave of understanding among the group. This clarified why the students they encountered earlier were so underwhelming. Ah, I wish to reach level 30 quickly. Then I could be a Tiendo level. Ma Ongjun lamented. Huh, who told you not to work hard? Now you feel regret, Flinder chuckled, patting Ma Hongjun on the back. Who says I don't work hard? I do put in a lot of effort, Ma Hongjun retorted, leading to a spirited debate between the two. Guided by Qin Ming, they soon arrived at their destination. 3 men stood before them, and their imposing presence was unmistakable. Their innate arrogance was evident. Moreover, their attire reflected their status as Soul Douluo. It was clear that these 3 held Shrek Academy in high regard. Flinder approached slowly, a smile gracing his face. Shrek Academy, Flinder, level 79, 7-ringed Battle Soul Master, greets the esteemed elders. In truth, Flinder should have been a level 78 Soul Saint, but with Tang's assistance, he had managed to advance a level, getting closer to Soul Douluo. Meanwhile, Tangzwa felt a twinge of apprehension towards Douluo, not out of fear that his team could not defeat him, but rather a concern about his inability to recruit him. After all, he was not Tang San. What if he failed to capture Douluo's attention? Would he then have to seek him out? Flinder's bow was not an act of humiliation, but rather a customary gesture of respect from a junior to a senior. Flinder, it is an honor to finally meet you. There is no need for such formalities. Your presence at our Tiendo Royal Academy truly elevates our stature. I am Meng Shinji, the chief of the Tiendo Royal Academy, with a martial soul of the Black Demon and a level 86 control-type Battle Soul Master. A colossal shadow emerged from behind him, undeniably showcasing his strength. 8 soul rings circled him, exuding an aura of grandeur. Save for Tangzwa, the others felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. My name is Bai Baoshan, an 85th level defense system soul master. I am Jeline, a soul master of the teaching vine with an 83rd level and 8 soul rings. The 3 committee members introduced themselves in turn, and their gaze subsequently fixated on the students. When their eyes fell upon Long Gong Meng Shu, they were taken aback. This junior, Meng Shinji, pays respects to the esteemed Long Gong and Long Per. Aware of the presence of these 2 venerable figures, Meng Shinji, much like Flander, exhibited a commendable sense of decorum. After their initial shock, Jeline and Bai Baoshan mirrored the gesture. Ah, there is no need for such formality. We have come here to teach. As for me, it would be an honor to serve as a consultant, Meng Shu remarked, adopting a friendly demeanor. Ha! It truly is a privilege for us to have the esteemed Long Gong as our consultant, Meng Shinji responded with a smile. The students of Shrek stood behind their teachers, appearing somewhat reserved, for this was their first visit, and they found themselves facing 3 soul Douluos, which naturally made them a bit anxious. I hear from Teacher Qin Ming that your students have triumphed over our Royal Douluo team, and at such a young age. Truly remarkable talents, Meng Shinji observed, casting his gaze over the Shrek group. Upon spotting Tangzwa, his eyes widened in surprise. Bai Baoshan and Meng Shinji noticed this unusual reaction and turned their attention to Tangzwa. Hearing this, Flander lowered his head and shook it. Alas, Shrek Academy no longer exists, he lamented. The seasoned Meng Shinji quickly grasped the situation. No, Director Flander, Shrek Academy will always remain Shrek Academy. Our Tiendo Royal Academy will never impose any tasks upon you that you find undesirable. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Within the bounds of our authority, we shall do our utmost to assist. Flander was taken aback by such deference from the Tiendo Royal Academy, realizing that only Shrek Academy could command such respect. Thank you very much. Chapter 102. Where does the limit lie? The limit lies far within the depths of the forest. The atmosphere grew serious, and the 3 committee members displayed somber expressions. I hear from Teacher Qin Ming that among you, there are a pair of talented brothers. May I have the honor of meeting them? He chuckled. Qin Ming had not disclosed Tang's soul power or soul rings to Meng Shinji, nor had he revealed their ages. Tang's realized he was in a bit of trouble, as the disguise he wore before the Soul Emperor was ineffective. This meant Qin Ming was aware that Tang's 5th soul ring was a red 100,000-year one. Tangzwa and Tang sent exchanged glances before stepping forward. Greetings, esteemed teachers, they said respectfully. Meng Shinji and Jilin rose slowly, taking a step forward, extending their hands, their expressions momentarily faltering. A powerful soul force suddenly manifested above Tangzwa and Tang San. The immense pressure cracked the floor beneath them, leaving Tang San astonished while Tangzwa remained unfazed. Tang Sen unleashed his Tian attack, yet Tang Zuo appeared unaffected. The Shrek students understood what these two were up to and refrained from intervening, knowing that such a minor display of soul power would pose no threat to them. Jilin felt a profound shock, but Meng Xinji remained unperturbed, though he was bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently unleashed soul power at the soul sect level without even provoking Tang's with soul rings. What is going on here? Meng Xinji exclaimed in astonishment. The other two committee members, Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan, were equally taken aback as they observed Tang Zuo. Soul power at level 50. Yet, Tang Zuo shows no signs of his soul rings manifesting. This is a monster. A monster. The three committee members exclaimed in disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, Jilin had already ceased the soul pressure he had exerted on Tang San. Tang San felt an unprecedented sense of ease. As his soul power reached level 60, Tang Zuo began to struggle, and his soul rings burst forth. Tang Zuo exhaled in relief. 5 soul rings, 4 black and 1 red, materialized before the assembly. The disguise he wore before the Soul Douluo proved utterly ineffective. What on earth? Meng Xinji exclaimed, abruptly withdrawing, staring at Tang Zuo in shock. Are you looking down or looking up? He scrutinized Tang Zuo. How old are you? Tang Zuo, feeling helpless, covered his head. 12 years old. The casual remark plunged the 3 committee members into a state of disbelief. This damn talent. Tang Zuo could only lament, while he relished the moment of pretense. He was acutely aware of its potential consequences. Unfortunately, circumstances had conspired against him, leading to this predicament. Soul rings, for black and 1 red. Soul King, 12 years old? The 3 were no longer merely shocked. Tang's astonishing talent had utterly astounded them. The continent had never witnessed such unparalleled prowess as that embodied in Tang Zuo. Even more infuriating was his nearly flawless celestial appearance, evoking envy wherever he went. Shrek Academy. My heavens, what a tremendous shock this is. Meng Xinji's legs buckled, causing him to collapse to the ground. He too was taken aback by Tang Zuo's presence. Naturally, they were elated. The addition of Shrek to the Tiando Royal Academy was indeed a splendid enhancement. No, it was akin to adorning a crown with diamonds. What is your name? Meng Xinji inquired. Tang Zuo smiled slightly and replied, I am Tang Zuo. May I test your limits? Remarkably, Meng Xinji's tone held a hint of reverence as he addressed Tang Zuo. It is worth noting that Meng Xinji was the head of the committee at the Tiando Royal Academy. For him to display such respect was indeed a rare occurrence. Need I even say it? Tang Zuo hesitated momentarily before nodding. I am the junior Tang Zuo, a soul master of the riding wheel eye, at level 58, specializing in attack. As he spoke, 5 soul rings rose from beneath Tang Zuo, an immense soul power radiating outward. Meng Senior, please guide me. Tang Zuo extended his hand with a respectful smile. Meng Xinji nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the soul power of the Soul Emperor surged forth, overpowering Tang Zuo. Gradually, the intensity of the soul power increased. The reason for initially employing the soul power of the Soul Emperor was to accommodate the preceding encounter. Tang Zuo's soul rings were already set at the strength of level 60 soul power. Thus, with Tang Zuo having prepared beforehand, it was hardly an exaggeration. The soul power escalated incrementally. Tang Zuo initially showed no signs of discomfort. However, as the soul power reached level 65, he clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. At 70, the pressure of a soul sage bore down on him, and Tang Zuo began to kneel, his expression revealing his struggle. Can you withstand this? Meng Xinji inquired. The members of Shrek Academy cast worried glances at Tang Zuo from time to time. Ning Rongrong, in particular, looked at him with deep concern, as if her gaze could alleviate his burdens. The immense soul power surrounding Tang Zuo had caused the ground beneath him to sink, yet his feet remained unscathed due to his own defenses. I can endure this, Tang Zuo asserted. Observing the situation, Meng Xinji intensified the flow of soul power. The pressure on Tang Zuo gradually escalated, and the reason for allowing Meng Xinji to test his limits was not due to folly, but rather a strategic advantage. This was akin to his previous experience at the Jiobao Lili sect, where the pressure from the Sword Douluo had elevated his soul power by an entire rank, and he had nearly solidified his current realm. With a bit of external assistance, he could reach level 60. If today's endeavor proceeded smoothly, Tang Zuo would undoubtedly ascend to level 99. Coupled with the system's talent enhancement, he would be on the brink of becoming a Soul Emperor. Such an achievement would afford him the potential to become a Soul Emperor before the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Competition. One might ponder, who has ever heard of a 12-year-old soul emperor? No one has, but that is not to say it is impossible. In the system's space, a yellow-haired dog sat with its arms crossed, anthropomorphically expressing its disdain. You might as well give up, Tangzhua. Meng Xinji is formidable. Go Meng Xinji. Suddenly, a figure approached and delivered a sharp reprimand to the dog. This is your opportunity for advancement. Be quiet, you foolish canine. In the blink of an eye, Tang's soul power surged to a staggering level of 75. Chapter 103. External soul bone like roasted wings. Tang's had not yet reached the point of collapse. In truth, he still possessed numerous trump cards. His second and third martial spirits, along with soul bones, could easily sustain him. Naturally, if he had to reveal one for the sake of leveling up, it would be the external soul bone. The onlookers would not dare to intervene or leak any information. Of this Tang's was certain, alleviating his concerns. The soul power continued to increase, and Meng Xinji's astonishment had dulled into a kind of numb acceptance. He understood that a talent like Tang's could not be measured by ordinary standards. Thus he felt little apprehension. However, the members of Shrek Academy could not help but harbor some anxiety. It was not a matter of disbelief in Tangzhua, but rather an inevitable effect of friendship. As for Ning Rongrong, her tightly clenched hands betrayed her tension. Gradually, Meng Xinji closed his eyes, and the explosion of soul power at level 80 erupted. Boom! A massive pair of flaming wings emerged behind Tangzhua, the overwhelming soul power incinerating the floor beneath him. As the flames dissipated, the true form of the wings was revealed, a deep crimson tinged with purple, radiating an ominous aura. The three committee members stared in shock at this spectacle, exclaiming in unison, This is an external soul bone. Meng Xinji, unable to contain his astonishment, inhaled deeply as he withdrew his hand from channeling soul power. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed, signaling the rupture of the membrane surrounding Tangzhua. He officially became a level 59 Soul King. The threshold to level 60 now within reach, contingent upon the support from Douluo. Tangzhua exhaled a sigh of relief. Expressing his gratitude, Thank you, Meng Xinji. He smiled as he retracted the soul bone behind him. As a soul Douluo, Meng Xinji could not possibly be unaware of the powerful fluctuations in Tang's soul power moments ago. You leveled up again? He asked, struggling to suppress his astonishment. Tangzhua nodded and smiled in reply. Brother, you've leveled up again. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, rushing to grasp Tang's arm. Indeed, he said, bestowing her with a fond smile. My apologies, young friend Tangzhua. I didn't manage my strength just now. Meng Xinji's apology was heartfelt. He shared a good rapport with Bai Baoshan and Jilin, and their camaraderie allowed Tangzhua to reveal his soul bone. Had he encountered different individuals, he might not have disclosed his power at all. This was the harsh reality of Douluo continent, where the strong prevail and the weak are eliminated. Revealing one's strength must be done without the threat of danger. Otherwise, who do you think you are? The leader of the Tian gang? Even they tread carefully. While Tang's would currently appear to be a gifted individual with a notable background, such talents are often the most susceptible to untimely demise. However, with the protagonist's halo surrounding him, he had little to fear. A genius, a prodigy, an anomaly, the trio remarked, shaking their heads in amazement. As Tang's seemed to shine like a beacon, astonishing all with each step he took. Eventually, Jilin recalled Tang-san and looked up at him. My apologies. I was too absorbed in my astonishment. Would you mind introducing yourself? Jilin said sheepishly. Tang-san offered an awkward smile, fully understanding the situation, especially considering his friend Tangzhua, who would shamelessly flaunt his prowess. I am Tang-san, with the martial spirit of Blue Silvergrass, a level 39 control system soul master. The committee members perked up instantly upon hearing this. Blue Silvergrass can be cultivated? As expected, the oft-repeated phrase about Tang-san escaped the lips of the three. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters, Tang-san stated with conviction. Ironically, even Yu Xiaojiang, who had coined this phrase, found it hard to believe, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet Tang-san believed it wholeheartedly. At this, Tang's nearly burst into laughter. The three committee members stood momentarily in awe before sharing a knowing smile. What a grand proclamation. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. Truly a remarkable declaration. Jilin laughed heartily. Indeed, if this saying were to spread, it would surely stir waves within the soul master community. Meng Xinji added with a chuckle. It seems you Shrek Academy have produced a talent like Qin Ming, having defeated our teams. You are indeed extraordinary. However, I did not expect you to be this extraordinary, Meng Xinji remarked in astonishment, shaking his head. Thank you for your acknowledgement, esteemed committee members, but I have a request. Flender stated respectfully. Please speak. Meng Xinji displayed no sign of impatience. He simply spoke in his usual manner. I hope that the matter concerning Tang's external spirit bone will remain confidential. Would you agree? Flanders inquired once more. Meng Xinji nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Our Tiando Royal Academy will ensure that a talent like Tang Zhua is safeguarded. Meng Xinji asserted with conviction. My thanks to you, Chief Meng. In truth, with Tang Zhua's prowess, he could easily serve as a Tiando level instructor here. However, he is preparing for the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, so it is natural that he cannot take up a teaching position. If Qin Ming were to face Tang Zhua, the outcome would be indisputable. Tang Zhua would undoubtedly emerge victorious. This illustrates the disparity in their strengths. Should Tang Zhua ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor, he would reach the pinnacle of that level, making him invincible against all below the Soul Saint rank. Yet, confronting a Soul Saint poses significant challenges. The 10-level gap between Soul Emperor and Soul Saint is indeed immense. The transition from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint can be likened to crossing a formidable threshold. Perhaps, under the rare circumstance of a Soul Saint's carelessness, Tang Zhua might achieve victory. However, the likelihood of such an event is exceedingly slim, almost negligible, save for those arrogant Soul Saints who overestimate their own strength. The vast majority of Soul Saints, equipped with extensive battle experience, can adeptly navigate the dynamics of combat. Even if an individual may not excel in tactical design, sheer strength can prevail over cunning. Chapter 104. The re-emergence of Shueshing Qin Ming stood alone behind Shrek Academy. His expression animated as he observed the crowd, seemingly wishing to interject. However, after much contemplation, he refrained from doing so. Despite his awareness of Tang Zhua's formidable capabilities, he remained astonished by Tang Zhua's prowess. The external spirit bone and his remarkable talent shattered his worldview. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the fact that Qin Ming is a genius in his own right. Although Tang Zhua far surpasses Qin Ming, his talent is exponentially greater, transcending the realm of genius. This is a prodigy, a being who surpasses the mundane. Shrek Academy, through the collective strength and talent of its members, has firmly established a profound position in the minds of the 3 committee members. If that is the case, then let us finalize this matter. Teacher Qin, please make the necessary arrangements, Meng Xinji said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Flanders smiled in agreement. In that case, we shall take our leave. After Flanders spoke, the other members of Shrek prepared to return for some rest. Just then, hurried footsteps drew everyone's attention. Tang's lips curled into a slight smile, for he sensed that an exciting spectacle was about to unfold. Is Chief Meng Xinji present? A voice, deep yet brash, resonated through the air, leaving the crowd perplexed. Upon recognizing the speaker, Meng Xinji trembled slightly and promptly stepped forward to greet him. Entering were several youths, those whom Tang Zhua had incapacitated with his conquering aura. The leader among them was none other than the boy known as Xueping. It must be noted that the name Xueping is quite fitting, a harbinger of imminent collapse. Akin to a snowstorm, Tang Zhua couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The youth's eyes glinted with malice. Had his gaze possessed lethal force, Tang Zhua would likely have already perished. Yet, Tang Zhua paid no heed to Xueping's resentful glare, instead surveying the surroundings. In the center stood an elderly man, his hair a shade of whitish yellow. His attire, a blend of white and red, accentuated his noble demeanor. It was evident that this man held a significant status. His posture was one of authority, hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the 3 committee members. Remarkably, the 3 did not exhibit any reluctance in response to such scrutiny, indicating the man's exceptional standing. Beside the elder stood another figure. This individual sported long green hair, cascading down to his waist, adorned with a red diamond on his forehead, which added a touch of elegance to his appearance. His sharp gaze and fair complexion rendered him strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a scholarly figure from ancient times. Tang Zhua was somewhat taken aback by Douluo Bo's appearance, not due to his looks, but rather because he bore little resemblance to his animated counterpart, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. He too stood with hands clasped behind his back, yet he seemed to regard himself as the most distinguished presence in the room. Your Highness, it is a rare pleasure to see you here, Meng Xinji greeted warmly as he approached. The elder cast a glance towards Shrek Academy and then smiled slightly. Shueping gradually approached the elder and whispered something in his ear, though the words were too soft for anyone to discern. Do the 3 committee members not wish to introduce this esteemed guest? The elder remarked, his gaze fixed upon the trio with amusement. A few dark lines appeared on the brows of the 3. After all, they were Soul Douluos, and according to the norms of the Soul Master Realm, even a prince ought not to behave so presumptuously towards them. Yet, given their status as committee members of the Tian Royal Academy, which belonged to the elder's family, they found themselves at a loss. Your Highness, this is Dean Flanders, and they represent Shrek Academy, which has come to our Tian Royal Academy for exchange. Meng Xinji introduced both parties before returning to his position. Flanders appeared noticeably displeased. Your Highness, greetings. However, Xuexing did not even spare Flanders a glance. Shrek Academy? I have not heard of it. It must be an inconsequential institution. Chief Ming, how could you allow such a subpar academy to send a student here? Xuexing scoffed derisively. At this remark, all members of Shrek, including Tang Zhuo, were filled with indignation. Tang Zhuo could hardly contain his fury, let alone the others. Your Highness, that is not the case. Shrek Academy has produced many outstanding students. For instance, our esteemed teacher Qin Ming hails from Shrek Academy. Their presence here to teach is indeed a momentous occasion. Not only do the members of Shrek feel this way, but even Meng Xinji was tempted to confront Xuexing. Jiling and Bai Baoshan shared similar sentiments. However, due to their status, they could only restrain themselves. In the perception of the people on Douluo continent, Qin Ming is undoubtedly among the most elite geniuses, having reached the sole emperor rank at the age of 34. This implies that he could attain the title Douluo rank before turning 60. The contribution of a title Douluo to an academy extends far beyond mere strength. It has significant implications for the entire Tian Empire. The ability to nurture talents like teacher Qin Ming indicates that Shrek Academy possesses considerable merit. However, the situation is far from over. I overheard my nephew Xueping saying that as soon as they arrived at Tian Royal Academy, they were met with hostility. Tian Royal Academy is a significant pillar of the Tian Empire, and naturally, it cannot admit these audacious, arrogant, and morally bankrupt individuals. Xuexing wore a stern expression as he addressed Meng Xinji. At this moment, the members of Shrek finally comprehended the intentions of Prince Xuexing. Clearly, he was attempting to restore his nephew Xueping's dignity and reputation. How does the prince intend to resolve this matter? Flander inquired. Since you are here to exchange ideas at Tian Royal Academy, I shall not make things difficult for you. This minor issue ends here. However, you must prove to me that you are indeed exceptional talents. Xuexing extended his right index finger and gestured over the Shrek Academy students. I wonder how His Highness wishes us to demonstrate our capabilities? Flander gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at the arrogant Prince Xuexing, seemingly wishing to devour him. Yet, Flander found himself powerless. After all, the prince held a noble title, and one could not simply attack him. However, Tang Zhuo truly desired to teach him a lesson. It is quite simple. If you can withstand 5 minutes under the esteemed Dugu's prowess, I shall acknowledge you as geniuses. Otherwise, you will need to pack your belongings and return from whence you came. Xuexing's overbearing attitude left everyone from Shrek feeling quite displeased. Additionally, the seemingly inconspicuous Long Gong and Shipo were even more irritated. To be candid, despite Long Gong and Shipo's martial spirit fusion technique being unable to defeat title Douluos such as Zhu Huaguan, they could easily handle Douluo. Although his title might seem exaggerated, it is not an exaggeration to say that Douluo is among the weakest of title Douluos. Douluo, however, remained oblivious to their presence, still gazing haughtily at the sky. Do not be overly arrogant. Meng Xinji, upon realizing Xuexing's intentions, became furious. It is important to note that Douluo is a title Douluo. How could Shrek's members possibly endure 5 minutes against him? This is preposterous. Yet, he forgot that Long Gong and Shipo were present. This was a decision made in the heat of the moment. Chief Meng Xinji, if you find my actions excessive, you may certainly report to His Majesty. However, until then, Tian Royal Academy is under my jurisdiction. You shall not interfere. The dragon shall coil, and the tiger shall lie still. Thus, matters within the academy are at my discretion. Xuexing clearly disregarded Meng Xinji, for despite his status as a sole Douluo, Xuexing remains a prince. Mr. Dugu, I must rely on you. Xuexing swept his gaze over the Shrek students before casting a smug glance at Meng Xinji, turning to Flander. Flander smiled lightly, suggesting, Let us all engage together. Immediately, a green glow enveloped Douluo, forming a thin membrane around him. Boom! Yellow, purple, black. The 9 soul rings circled around Douluo, and his formidable soul power caused some Shrek students to take a step back. Except for Tang Zhua, Qinming, and Long Gong and Shi Pe, who were aware of Douluo's identity. Everyone else appeared astonished. To them, a tidal Douluo seemed like an insurmountable mountain. To endure 5 minutes under Douluo was tantamount to courting death. Douluo, Zhao Wujia, and the others inhaled sharply, taken aback. Your surname is Douluo. The poison emanating from you suggests that you must be the poisoned Douluo. Am I correct? Yu Xiaojiang regarded Douluo with a serious expression, revealing his apprehension towards the esteemed title Douluo. Ha! I never expected someone to remember my name and recognize my identity. Now be gone. Douluo initially laughed heartily, but his gaze quickly turned fierce, instilling trepidation in the members of Shrek. Douluo, do not take advantage of us. Long Gong and Shi Pe stepped forward, unleashing their formidable soul power. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 8 soul rings formed and revolved around Long Gong Mengshu. Shi Pe followed suit with a disdainful snort, stating, do not think that just because you are titled Douluo, I fear you. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 6 soul rings spun around Chao Tianxiang, exuding a similar intimidating aura. Flander regarded the two with a furrowed brow, contemplating their identities. Upon realization, he understood. Long Gong Mengshu and Shi Pe Chao Tianxiang? Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Mengshu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged slight smiles and nodded in acknowledgement. Ha ha! It is well known that the martial spirit fusion technique of Long Gong and Shi Pe can defeat title Douluos. It seems today I shall put that to the test. In truth, Douluo remained skeptical about such claims, yet the achievements of these two in the realm of soul masters did instill a degree of concern. Challenging them without certainty is perilous. Douluo was fully aware of this. However, he possessed a pride intrinsic to titled Douluos, a pride that compelled him to speak boldly. Had he known Long Gong and Shi Pe were present, he would certainly have declined Prince Xuexing's invitation. Yet, he chose to attend. Douluo, do not overestimate yourself. While we may struggle against Zhu Douluo and other titled Douluos, we are confident in our ability to contend with you. Mengshu and Chao Tianxiang found Douluo's words somewhat irksome. After all, they indeed possessed that level of strength. Setting aside their prowess, their status in the Soul Master community surpassed that of Douluo. To be frank, their standing in the Soul Master realm might genuinely be higher than Douluo's, given their lineage and capabilities. Although one was a Soul Douluo and the other a Soul Emperor, their combined strength was formidable. Very well, esteemed Long Gong and Shi Pe. There is no need for your involvement this time. Since Tiando Royal Academy does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Flanders shot a furious glare at Douluo, speaking through gritted teeth. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang bowed to the 3 committee members, expressing gratitude for their warm hospitality. However, it seems we must depart. We shall not impose further. The kindness you have shown will remain etched in our memories, yet we deeply regret that we cannot join. The 3 committee members felt a sense of grievance upon hearing this. It was not easy to encounter such promising talent. A 12-year-old Soul King who could potentially ascend to Soul Emperor before the prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academies of the entire continent. The Advanced Soul Master Tournament of the continent only imposes age restrictions, not level limitations. Thus, as long as Tang Zhua participates, victory is assured. Even a long-standing champion, the Spirit Hall, would face a challenge. Yet, this Prince Xuexing is jeopardizing the future of Tiando Royal Academy. Should Shrek join another academy, the Royal Fighting Team would struggle to maintain even the runner-up position, especially considering those renowned institutions with uncertain prospects. Wait, please do not leave just yet. With that, Meng Shinji turned his gaze towards Douluo du Douluo. Today let the 3 of us experience your remarkable skills. Immediately, the soul power around the trio erupted instantaneously, a formidable force sweeping across the venue. The martial spirits of the 3 manifested, casting a heavy atmosphere over the entire Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu carefully concealed herself behind Tang Zhua and Tang San, despite having consumed the Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong, which assured her anonymity. Her fear of the titled law was entirely justifiable, as the mere mention of those 4 words instilled considerable dread within her. Tang Zhua wore a serious expression, fixating intently on Douluo, not out of anger, but rather contemplating how to persuade him to join the Xiao organization. In Chapter 106, the reappearance of Xuexing posed a daunting dilemma. My apologies, esteemed seniors. I did not anticipate that our visit would bring such trouble to you three, and we are deeply remorseful. We appreciate your kindness, and since Prince Xuexing wishes us to leave, we cannot impose further. For the sake of these juniors, I shall certainly return to pay my respects in the future. Flinder, typically known for his rebellious nature and strong-willed character, relinquished his obstinacy today for the sake of these juniors, demonstrating his regard for the students he has taught. Each student he has mentored is akin to family. Though not by blood, they are closer than kin. The trio, Dream Machine, realized their hopes have been dashed, with Prince Xuexing being the primary instigator. They slowly retracted their martial spirits, glaring furiously at Prince Xuexing and Douluo, both judging by their expressions. It was evident that had it not been for Xuexing's status and Douluo's presence, they would have likely confronted him already. However, given the circumstances, they felt powerless. As Shrek's group approached the door, a young girl brushed past them, rushing into the room and enveloping Douluo, who had just retracted his soul rings in an embrace. Grandfather! Yet upon noticing Tangzua, the terrifying scene from the Soto Great Soul arena lingered painfully in her mind. Douluo, evidently, caught sight of the girl's gaze. Iran, what is the matter? He asked, perplexed. Meng Iran trembled. Were those individuals from Shrek Academy? Yes, why? Do you know them? Douluo and Prince Xuexing both expressed interest. They had never heard of Shrek Academy, yet its faculty was astoundingly formidable. But they're only 12 years old? Meng Iran exclaimed in disbelief. What's happening? They constitute a battle team consisting of a Soul King, a level 40 Soul Zune, and 5 Soul Zunes. Meng Iran covered her mouth tightly, as though struggling to accept the revelation. What? Both Douluo and Prince Xuexing were taken aback. Outside, Tangzua chuckled, realizing that Meng Iran had unwittingly provided him with an advantage over Douluo. It dawned on Xuexing that he was in deep trouble. If these 3 educators decided to report him, his position would be jeopardized. Douluo was equally alarmed. In his vast experience, he had never encountered a 12-year-old Soul King or Soul Zune. Iran, are you speaking the truth? Douluo inquired, suppressing his excitement. Of course. That individual named Tang single-handedly defeated our entire royal battle team, she replied. Qin Ming, also coming to a realization, stood up. Esteemed educators, Prince Xuexing and Senior Douluo, I too hail from Shrek Academy. Today, it is regrettable that Shrek Academy was expelled, and I bear some responsibility. Therefore, I shall take my leave, and I am grateful for your guidance. After careful consideration, Qin Ming chose to align himself with Shrek Academy, which had nurtured him. Dream Machine was now thoroughly enraged. He had only known that the 2 brothers from Shrek Academy were powerful, but upon hearing Meng Iran's words, he felt utterly defeated. Bai Baoshan and Jilin shared his sentiments. With Qin Ming, the most promising potential title Douluo teacher from Tiando Royal Academy, now departing, the situation was dire, all thanks to Xuexing. Having said that, Qin Ming strode purposefully towards Shrek's group. In a hypothetical confrontation with Douluo, victory for the latter was implausible, ignoring the formidable Dragon King and Snake Lady. There were also 3 Soul Douluos, 3 Soul Sages, and 2 Soul Emperors, along with Ning Rongrong of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Martial Spirit, and Tangzua, whose strength rivaled that of a Soul Sage. Douluo had no chance of winning. However, this was the Tiando Royal Academy, and it was not a place for combat. Thus, the situation had to be handled accordingly. Qin Ming's status within Tiando was second only to the 3 educators, and given time, he could potentially surpass them. Meanwhile, Xuexing was in a state of panic. He had never anticipated the remarkable talent of Shrek Academy's students, nor could he fathom that Qin Ming would choose to follow them. Prince Xuexing, we 3 must report you to His Majesty. The 3 educators thundered in unison. Hearing about the overwhelming power of Shrek, Xuexing's companion, Xuebing, felt his legs weaken. Observing this, Xuexing hastily pulled Xuebing away. Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused me? One misstep, and I might lose my title. Xuexing glared at Xuebing, his eyes brimming with fury. Xuebing was equally alarmed, but what could he do? The trouble had already manifested. There was no way to escape its consequences. I never imagined they would be so formidable, Xuebing replied hastily. We must apologize to His Majesty immediately, or it will be over. Douluo, do you comprehend their exceptional talents? You are driving the Tiando Empire towards the abyss. Dream Machine shouted furiously. The 3 individuals had nearly exhausted all their anger today. It was likely they would not be enraged again for a year, as there was little choice in the matter, given Douluo's actions. It has nothing to do with me. I merely accepted Prince Xuexing's invitation for assistance, due to his past kindness. Douluo then turned slowly to his granddaughter, Yin. My dear granddaughter, study well here. I must take my leave. Yin was left bewildered. Anyone witnessing the day's events would surely feel the same. All right, she replied, momentarily stunned. As Qin Ming exited Tiando Royal Academy, the atmosphere among Shrek's group was grave. Ma Hongjun and Oscar remained silent, managing to suppress their naturally restless dispositions with great difficulty. Subsequently, Qin Ming strolled over and fell in line behind Shrek. Zhao Wujia, Flender, and the others turned to see Qin Ming approaching, sighing in resignation as they shook their heads slightly. Ah, Qin Ming, you should return. This is where you ought to stay and work diligently. Flander spoke with a hint of despondency. No, I have withdrawn from the Tiando Academy. I wish to return to the Shrek Academy, Qin Ming declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards Qin Ming, re-evaluating him once more. It could be said that Qin Ming had relinquished his own wealth. Chapter 107. Lon Baba Laundry Detergent. Qin Ming, what are you doing? Do you realize you are jesting with your own future? Flander's eyes were filled with concern and anxiety for this once favored disciple. Shrek no longer exists. The Tiando Royal Academy is your best sanctuary. Why must you act so foolishly? Flander added. Countless words coalesced into a single statement, and Qin Ming smiled. Because I will always be a student of Shrek. This sentiment resonated deeply within the hearts of those present, revealing Qin Ming's profound attachment to the academy. Flander's throat felt constricted, as though he could not utter a single word. Qin Ming, Zhao Wujia, slowly stepped forward to stand beside him. You are a good lad. I did not misjudge you back then, haha. Zhao Wujia patted Qin Ming on the back, erupting into laughter. The previously somber atmosphere seemed to be uplifted by this warm exchange, becoming lively once more. Dean, why not come to my Jiobao Lili sect? We will surely extend our utmost assistance, Ning Rongrong suggested, taking a step forward with a light leap. Flander shook his head. The Jiobao Lili sect is one of the top 3 sects. We cannot afford to aspire to that. Ning Rongrong felt somewhat displeased by this remark, unaware of its implications. However, Tangzhou intervened, smiling and shaking his head. Thus, the conversation waned without resolution. As they walked, they unwittingly left the Tiando Royal Academy behind. Upon taking their final step, each person's thoughts diverged. Flander's deep gaze was fixed on the ground, his mind seemingly blank, as if nothing could awaken him from this dreamlike state. He had nurtured Shrek Academy, where both teachers and students depended on this dilapidated yet affectionately cherished institution. This academy was a sanctuary for many, and it represented Flander's heart in another form. He was at a loss for how to make a decision, knowing that his choices would affect not only himself, but all the students of Shrek Academy. The numerous talented disciples and teachers of Shrek, although capable of thriving anywhere, shared an inseparable bond with Shrek. Tangzhuo's expression was equally heavy. He was not contemplating anything else but Du Gongbo. His obsession with Du Gongbo ran deep. Although individual combat might lead to ruin in the later stages, the capability to excel in battle was unparalleled, especially in clearing the battlefield. The toxins were no trifling matter. They could sweep the entire arena, though they were ineffective against high-end combatants. All right, everyone, let us lift our spirits. Although our experiences here have diverged from our expectations, all roads lead to Rome. There is always a viable path. Since we are here now, let us rest for a while and devise our plans later, Flander said, gathering his heavy heart and clearing his throat. The group nodded in agreement, feeling a tinge of disappointment from their experiences. After a brief moment, they instinctively arrived at the capital of Tiando City. The gates of Tiando City loomed high and grand, exuding an unmatched majesty. As they prepared to enter the city, a notice on the wall captured their attention. Hiring. Due to the expansion of the academy, we urgently seek soul masters of level 40 and above. Competitive remuneration offered. Flander squinted at the notice, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The brilliance was striking. For a recruitment advertisement to be placed on the city wall, it seemed their standards were quite high. Qin Ming, have you heard of this Lanba Academy? Flander inquired. I know a bit. It seems that Lanba Academy is a burgeoning institution, roughly 1/3 the size of Tiando Royal Academy, but they have a rather peculiar stipulation, Qin Ming replied, resembling a living encyclopedia, piquing everyone's interest. Oh, what stipulation? Long Gong Ming Shu stepped forward, asking. They only accept commoners and do not admit any noble students. Qin Ming stated. Oh, only commoners? No nobles? How intriguing, Flander remarked, turning to his fellow Shrek companions. Ahem, I have contemplated this on the way back. Shrek Academy is currently closed, and rebuilding it is unrealistic. Moreover, the teachers are aging and lack the strength to restore the academy. I find Lanba Academy quite promising. My decision is for everyone to join Lanba Academy. Is there any dissent? The tension on Flander's face dissipated, replaced by a more composed expression, possibly tinged with a hint of seriousness. Shrek Academy is yours. If you deem it suitable, then by all means, go ahead. Why ask us? Zhao Wujia chuckled. The 9 students of Shrek nodded in agreement, endorsing Zhao Wujia's words. After all, the academy belonged to Flander, and if he approved, they would proceed. Moreover, it seemed that this new academy held great promise. Very well, then we have reached a consensus. Even if it does not work out, we can always return. Let us move forward. With their affiliation decided, the Shrek group set forth toward Lanba Academy, following the directions indicated. Upon hearing the name, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow. Lanba, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, what is the connection? Initially puzzled, he soon realized that since Qin Ming mentioned they accepted impoverished students, it shattered his previous assumptions. He believed that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect would never engage in actions devoid of self-interest, especially in competition with the Tiando Royal Academy. Before long, they arrived at Lanba Academy. The pearlescent gates stood majestically before them, nearly 10 meters high, making Lanba Academy appear far from an institution solely for commoners. It resembled a royal academy akin to Tiando Royal Academy, which only accepted nobles. However, the reality was quite different. Lanba Academy was precisely what it claimed to be. From the outside, one could only glimpse the facade of Lanba Academy, but it was evident that the academy was vast and opulent. They must be incredibly wealthy, Flander exclaimed. In fact, Shrek Academy lacked for nothing in terms of funds. Thanks to Tang's was outrageous gold fruit. However, the prospect of combining Shrek with various training conditions remained nearly impossible. Chapter 108. Shocked to the core, even if it were feasible, it would take several years to accomplish. Currently, Shrek could not afford to wait that long. Thus, joining another academy emerged as an excellent choice. Qin Ming approached the gatekeeper of Lanba Academy and discussed the matter of his application. Subsequently, the gatekeeper led the members of Shrek into the academy. Upon entering Lanba Academy, although it did not quite compare to the grandeur of Tiando Royal Academy, it still possessed its own charm. The mountains encircled the waters, which were clear and the grass lush, enveloping the surroundings in a warmth that was absent at Tiando Royal Academy. The flowers here were meticulously cared for, indicating the presence of a woman who cherished flora, tending to them with dedication. The reception teacher briefed the Shrek group about the academy, explaining that it comprised 3 levels, including simulated training areas, teaching buildings, and dormitories. Please wait here for a moment. The testing instructor will arrive shortly, the reception teacher cheerfully announced. Not long after, 3 soul masters entered from outside, seemingly prepared to assess the Shrek members. Teachers participating in the evaluation, please step forward one by one of the soul masters stated. The 3 were unaware of the strength possessed by the Shrek members, and if they had known, they would undoubtedly have been taken aback. Xiaoming, you go first. Flander gestured towards Qin Ming. May I inquire how the evaluation will proceed? Qin Ming asked, puzzled. One of the soul masters stepped forward and addressed the group. As long as your strength is above soul master level, you simply need to engage in a spar with any one of us, and that will suffice for assessment. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. He took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his martial soul, but Flander intervened. Qin Ming looked at Flander with confusion, his expression revealing several large question marks floating above his head. Wait a moment, Flander gently adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the 3. Do you have any soul saints among you? He inquired. The 3 exchanged glances before shaking their heads. I apologize for disappointing you. Please escort them out, one of the soul masters replied. Flander's lips curled into a slight smile. Gentlemen, just because your esteemed academy currently lacks a soul saint does not mean it will forever remain so, he remarked with a chuckle. Flander seemed to have caught the infectious spirit of exaggeration, a trait that was first evident in Tang's. In simpler terms, it was just a show. What? The 3 soul masters displayed expressions of confusion and disdain. Flander's insinuation was quite clear. They certainly had a soul saint among them, and it was unnecessary to ponder over it. Yet, the truth was, none of them actually resembled a soul saint. Brothers, reveal your martial souls. Flinder's voice rang clear and melodious throughout the room. Boom! Qin Ming, at level 62, manifested his martial soul, the Blazing Wolf, an assault-type battle spirit. With this declaration, a massive phantom of the Blazing Wolf appeared behind him, exuding a formidable aura. 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, illuminated around Qin Ming, presenting an imposing sight. Li Yusong, level 33, martial soul dragon pattern staff, assault-type weapon spirit. Li Yusong declared, summoning the dragon pattern staff, accompanied by the same 6 spirit rings as Qin Ming. Lu Qibin, level 66, martial soul starry chess, control-type weapon spirit. 6 spirit rings erupted around him, showcasing tremendous spirit power. Xiao Xen, level 71, martial soul jelly bean. Food-type weapon master. In contrast to the others, 7 spirit rings encircled Xiao Xen, and upon hearing the food-type spirit master, the 3 soul masters were left dumbfounded. Zhao Wujia, level 76, martial soul mighty golden bear, assault-type battle master. The deep voice resonated from Zhao Wujia's broad throat, seemingly amplified. Boom! 7 spirit rings shone forth, contrasting sharply with the previous 6, displaying their distinct colors. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Flinder, level 78, martial soul four-eyed cat eagle, agile assault-type battle master. Flinder announced. The next participant appeared as if a deity, leaving an indelible mark of victory in the hearts of the 3 soul masters. Meng Shu, level 88, martial soul heavenly dragon, modified, assault-type battle Douluo. Meng Shu stepped forward, lightly pressing his foot against the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of spirit energy. A colossal heavenly dragon materialized beneath him, encircling him. Clang! 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, flashed to life, creating a gravitational force that enveloped the entire area. Chao Tianxiang, level 68, martial soul serpent staff, assault-type battle master. The serpent staff appeared in his hands, and the spirit rings flared up once more, inciting a commotion. The 4 soul masters felt their legs weaken, their mouths twitching, possibly lost in thought. Their minds may have gone blank. After all, they were merely ordinary soul masters. And witnessing such a lineup was overwhelming. Xiaozhuo, you go next. Tang's was said, his expression slightly dazed, yet he was eager to comply. Tang Zhuo, 12 years old. Martial soul Sharingan, level 59 assault-type battle master. This time, Tang Zhuo confidently revealed his true potential, devoid of any uncertainty, as this was Lamba Academy, the future Shrek Academy. The 3 soul masters had no other identities. What? Soul King? 59 level? 12 years old. The 3 soul masters widened their eyes, exclaiming in astonishment as Tang's words settled in. Tang's was summoned his martial soul, and the Sharingan spun within his eyes, powerful spirit energy sweeping across the venue. Akin to a tempest, 5 spirit rings burst forth, their colors distinctively unique, 4 black and 1 red. Such a configuration of spirit rings would certainly incite a stir throughout Douluo continent. The 3 soul masters stagger backward, one even collapsing to the ground, while the other 2 felt their legs weaken. They were on the verge of falling. While the presence of soul saints, soul Douluos, and soul emperors among the group astonished them, the disparity in strength and age was not unexpected. It merely evoked surprise regarding their power, but not regarding their talent. However, Tang Zhuo was a different case. At just 12 years old, even possessing innate full spirit power, being level 25 would be commendable. Yet, Tang Zhuo was a soul king, nearly at the level of a soul emperor, and the significance of his spirit rings was paramount, 4 black and 1 red. Chapter 109, the final encounter with Lu Erlong. The 8 individuals had not unleashed their full spirit power, only revealing a fraction. Otherwise, the reception room of Lamba Academy would likely have crumbled under the sheer force. Tang's spirit power was undeniably comparable to that of Soul Saint, meaning the group consisted of 1 Soul Douluo, 4 Soul Saints, and 3 Soul Emperors. Such a lineup would be sought after anywhere. Haha, I never expected you, Teacher Flinder, to also be one for showboating. Tang's remarked humorously, casting a playful glance at Flinder. What do you mean by showboating? Fulanda turned around, gazing at Tang Zhuo with a look of bewilderment, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Pretending to be exceptionally powerful is merely an act to astonish others, he thought, squinting and shaking his head. Am I not formidable? With that, he proudly lifted his chin. Dan Zhuo Zipli, have we passed? Fran raised his voice, calling out. This exclamation jolted the three from their astonishment. Have we passed? Can the esteemed seniors retract their martial spirits? The three soul masters exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually sheathed their martial spirits, turning their gazes towards the trio. The previously oppressive aura of soul power dissipated in an instant, leaving the three feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. The absence of the oppressive soul energy was akin to a pleasurable sensation, reminiscent of a muscle memory that brought forth the thrill of survival. May I inquire, is this 12-year-old Soul King also here to apply for a teaching position? The leader of the Soul Masters asked. Tang shook his head. I'm a student. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Soul Masters took a deep breath. The thought of having a 12-year-old Soul King as a student was exhilarating. Indeed, anyone would feel the same, as it reflected Tang's extraordinary talent and the advantages it bestowed. All these individuals possessed soul power above the rank of Soul Emperor. So what was there left to test? Ultimately, it was unclear whether these three were testing Shrek or whether Shrek was merely toying with them, thus rendering the testing process somewhat redundant. Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, having been deep in thought. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Tang's gaze held a hint of concern, for he understood what was about to unfold. Wait, I have one more, he said as the three were about to lead the others to Lanba. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward once again. Could it be that he was another Soul Emperor? The three wondered to themselves. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. Yu Xiaojiang's strength surpassed that of a Soul Emperor, for he was a Soul Sage. Yu Xiaojiang, possessing the martial spirit of the five-clawed golden dragon, stood as a formidable level 78 assault-type Soul Sage. With a resounding thud, 7 soul rings began to emerge, and the magnificent five-clawed golden dragon manifested in response, enveloping the surroundings in golden brilliance. The three, who had just regained their composure from earlier astonishment, found themselves plunged back into shock. The reason was simple. These individuals were overwhelmingly impressive. Wait, Yu Xiaojiang, are you that master? The Soul Master on the left exclaimed upon realization. Indeed, he affirmed. The other 2 Soul Masters were equally taken aback. It was well known that Yu Xiaojiang was still regarded as a great Soul Master within the realm of Soul Masters. Thus, his current status as a Soul Sage was utterly unexpected. This peculiar revelation was quite astonishing. However, the three wisely refrained from inquiring further about Yu Xiaojiang's circumstances, opting instead to bask in their astonishment in silence. Such restraint could be seen as a form of etiquette within the Soul Master community. To ask could be considered offensive, which would lead to complications. If Shrek and his companions chose not to attend Lanba Academy, the three would have to face the consequences with their own families. Thus, they dared not pursue this line of questioning. Shrek's group represented the future of Lanba Academy, and the actions of Xue Xing from the Tiando Royal Academy were, in fact, a contributing factor to its decline. Had Xue Xing not appeared, Shrek would undoubtedly have joined the Tiando Royal Academy, consequently strengthening it immensely. However, reality unfolded differently. Xue Xing's presence had severed the Academy's prospects. Suppressing their excitement, the Soul Sage extended his hands in a gesture of invitation. Esteemed guests, allow me to escort you to meet the Dean, he stated. Yes, please, Fran replied, reveling in the delightful experience of feigning superiority, a sensation that was truly exhilarating. The feeling of being addressed with such respect was indeed gratifying. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to invite scorn upon themselves. The Soul Master guided Shrek's group along a narrow path leading into a densely wooded forest, the scenery exuding an air of elegance, seemingly ideal for seclusion. Does your dean not reside within the campus? Fran inquired, puzzled. Typically, one would expect a residence to be situated within the campus grounds. This observation suggested that the dean was rather eccentric, perhaps even peculiar. Our dean prefers to avoid the clamor of the world. She favors a tranquil environment. Therefore, we seldom disturb her unless it is of significant importance, the leading Soul Master explained with a tone of deep respect. The reverence in his voice was unmistakable, especially when he mentioned the title of Dean, which revealed a genuine admiration that could not be concealed. Fran found this behavior entirely rational. It was perfectly normal for someone to seek peace and quiet. Yu Xiaojiang felt an unsettling anxiety rising within him, as if something momentous was about to transpire. Shortly thereafter, the group ventured deeper into the forest, walking for about 10 minutes when a melodious and haunting song began to echo through the air. The melody was serene, yet imbued with sorrow, as the lyrics seemed to recount a poignant and heartrending love story, laden with a sense of loss. As they drew closer, the group halted abruptly. Fran slowly raised his head, and in that moment the world seemed to freeze. Time itself appeared to have severed its connection with the outside realm. With wide eyes, he listened intently to the song, gazing at the woman before him. In stark contrast, Yu Xiaojiang was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his rugged face. This was the first time Tang Zhuo had witnessed the usually steadfast Yu Xiaojiang weep. The tears were a manifestation of myriad emotions. Tang Zhuo felt an urge to interject. Men should cry, it is no sin. Alas, the time and place did not permit such an outburst. Ah, this song was indeed written for me. Xiaojiang, where are you? Yu Xiaojiang whispered softly, wiping the moisture from his eyes as he sighed deeply. At that moment, memories of Lu Erlong formed a vivid tableau in Yu Xiaojiang's mind, complete and devoid of any gaps. As their shared recollections flickered through his thoughts, Yu Xiaojiang's gentle sigh sparked curiosity and astonishment among Shrek students. Subsequently, Tang Zhuo stepped behind Yu Xiaojiang and gently patted his shoulder. True affection still exists in this world. How can one face the end alone? Tang Zhuo stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang trembled, quickly turning to face Tang Zhuo, fully aware of the implications behind those words. Xiao Zuiyu. The members of Shrek looked on in astonishment at Tang Zhuo's audacity. Fran approached slowly, saying, Xiaogang, how long do you intend to evade this? You've encountered it today. Do you still wish to flee? Fran exclaimed angrily. Lamba, Xuan, Londian Bawang, Longzong, Faland. Did you already know about this place? Yu Xiaojiang lowered his head, his eyes still tinged with red, appearing quite agitated. Although Faland and Tang Zhuo did not display any overt expressions of concern, they were undoubtedly worried about Yu Xiaojiang. Truth be told, this was the first time Tang Zhuo had witnessed Yu Xiaojiang in tears. This individual had endured immense suffering in matters of the heart. Initially, he had fallen in love with Bibidong, but under the pressure from Qian Xuanji. Bibidong declared that her affection for Yu Xiaojiang was merely based on his intellect and advised him to leave. Subsequently, he encountered Liu Erlong, and believing that this relationship would flourish, he was devastated to discover on their wedding day that Liu Erlong was actually his cousin. A union between siblings is deemed unacceptable by the heavens. Although Tang Zhuo was aware of how things would unfold, the worry within him was inescapable. Indeed, with circumstances as dire as these, could one still evade reality? Tang Zhuo shook his head in silence, stating, how could I possibly know about this place? It is merely a coincidence. Faland responded. Yu Xiaojiang was utterly unprepared today, even if he had a modicum of readiness. It would not have manifested in the way it did now. Yet, what could be done when events unfold so unexpectedly? Life does not offer rehearsals. Each moment is a live broadcast, a sentiment that rings true. Is not life itself structured thusly? One's existence is largely dictated by fate, with a smaller portion relying on fortune. Faland gripped Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder more firmly, determined to reconcile him with Liu Erlong, even if it meant deceiving him today. Faland was indeed aware of Liu Erlong's presence here, which was precisely why he had come to Lamba Shuyuan. He had prepared himself beforehand, resolute in his decision to bring Yu Xiaojiang along. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong had not spotted the group from Shrek due to the distance, only catching a vague and indistinct glimpse of figures ahead. Before them lay a serene little cottage, flanked by two gentle streams, with lush trees and wild grasses lining the banks. Flowers blossomed vibrantly in front of the house, creating an exquisite scene. The woman, tending to the flowers, possessed a voice that, while melodious, resonated brightly, which was why the members of Shrek could hear her song. The content of the song was unmistakably a poignant tale of love. The Shrek members wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly unaware of what was transpiring, trailing behind the three in stunned silence, afraid to disrupt the enchanting atmosphere. They moved with barely a whisper, their footsteps light as feathers. Upon hearing the footsteps and murmurs of the Shrek group, the woman raised her head, her brows furrowing slightly, seemingly displeased that their presence had interrupted the tranquility in song. However, as her eyes widened and she recognized the newcomers, her expression transformed. The look of surprise faded, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting a myriad of emotions, as though she were encountering a long-lost friend or a beloved. The watering can slip from her grasp, spilling its contents upon the ground, yet she remained oblivious. Her gaze fixated on the group from Shrek. Her attire was quite ordinary, exuding a sense of simplicity, while her deep-set eyes conveyed a sharpness that radiated an air of maturity. Cascading red hair framed her face beautifully, a testament to her natural elegance. This inherent grace lent Liu Erlong an aura of sophisticated beauty. In an instant, she vanished from her previous position, appearing outside the fence in the blink of an eye. The members and teachers of Shrek were taken aback by this spectacle. Even Tang Zhuo was astonished, recognizing the formidable strength of Liu Erlong. "You, is that really you?" she asked, tears streaming down her cheeks, her complexion pale, not from despair, but from overwhelming emotion that had been suppressed for years. Xiaojiang clenched his teeth, gazing at the woman before him, his heart racing, yet unable to articulate a single word. "Ah, after so many years, it seems we, the Golden Iron Triangle, have reunited. Haven Tiwi, Erlong? How have you been?" Faland, sensing the heavy silence, sought to break the tension. Liu Erlong's gaze appeared unfocused as she slowly turned her attention to Faland. "Falauda, I am well, but what of you? You must have faced many hardships." She wiped her tears, her voice tinged with a soft tremor. "I have grown old. Yet these youngsters are our Shrek students, all of them exceptionally gifted. We came here in response to the enrollment notice, never anticipating to find you. What a coincidence." Faland chuckled. "Who would have thought this is your domain? We are merely here to make a living. You wouldn't hold that against us, would you?" He lightened the mood, alleviating the previously somber atmosphere. While Liu Erlong conversed with Faland, her gaze remained fixed on Yu Xiaojiang, reluctant to look away. Yu Xiaojiang, too, was ensnared in his thoughts of Liu Erlong, having walked the path of longing for her day and night over the years. Now that they were reunited, he found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the bittersweet feelings that engulfed him. Chapter 111. Learn to act cool with me, and you will want for nothing. Faland gestured towards Liu Erlong and turned to the Shrek students behind him. "Allow me to introduce the last piece of our Golden Iron Triangle, the Angel of Slaughter. Liu Erlong. I trust you have heard of her." Faland smiled warmly. "Erlong, won't you invite us in for a chat?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Internally, Yu Xiaojiang grappled with a multitude of complex emotions, not only in this moment, but throughout the years. He had harbored feelings for Liu Erlong, yet the depth of his affection remained locked away within his heart. "Falauda, you should take a look at my humble little cottage. Can it accommodate so many?" Liu Erlong retorted, her expression shifting as she regained her composure. Faland chuckled awkwardly, signaling that he would refrain from further commentary. "Qingshu, prepare for us. We are to feast heartily in the cafeteria on the second floor of the academy," Liu Erlong exclaimed excitedly. The members of the Soul sect nodded in agreement, aware that today's events would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. After all, who could remain unaffected? Shock, astonishment, and disbelief resonated throughout the group. Upon hearing the promise of a feast, Ma Hongjuan immediately perked up. "Xiaoao, are you hungry? You haven't eaten anything yet today," he remarked with a mischievous grin. "I have sausages. Would you like some?" Alcika questioned, bewildered. Just then, Mingyaran appeared behind Alcika, seemingly anxious to prevent any mischief and pulling him back by the ear. Lone Gong and Shapur exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile as they nodded in agreement. Tang Zhuo, after much contemplation, stepped forward. "Greetings, Emu. My name is Tang Zhuo," he said with a smile, extending his right hand. Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong halted, gazing at Tang Zhuo with a mixture of confusion, bewilderment, and even a hint of anger. Regardless of Tang Zhuo being a student of Flander, such behavior was inappropriate. However, it must be acknowledged that the young man was undeniably handsome. "Who is your Emu?" Liu Erlong inquired seriously. "Oh, is that not the case? But Yu Xiaojiang is my Ifu," Tang Zhuo replied, a playful grin adorning his face, reminiscent of a mischievous child who had succeeded in a prank. Liu Erlong was taken aback, feeling an unprecedented shock, leaving her at a loss for words. Tang Xiaozhua, I misspoke earlier. I should have said who instead of my." She quickly corrected herself. Ning Rongrong, upon witnessing this scene, turned her head back, her cheeks flushed with anger, puffing up adorably. She dashed to Tang Zhuo's side, grasping his hand and casting an indignant glare at Liu Erlong. "Oomph!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in fury. Observing this, Tang Zhuo covered his forehead, realizing he had created a misunderstanding. "Rongrong, this is Emu, the girlfriend of my Ifu," he awkwardly clarified. Huh? Ning Rongrong turned back in confusion, glancing between Tang Zhuo and Liu Erlong. "Igriega. She gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as if she had stumbled upon an incredible revelation. Liu Erlong nodded in excitement. Acknowledging Tang's was claimed that he was Yu Xiaojiang's girlfriend. Waimu. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong, Tang's was fiancé. She stammered, blushing and fidgeting. Ning Rongrong. Are you from the Qibao, Liuli clan? Lu Erlong exclaimed in shock upon hearing her name. Yes, I'm the daughter of the sect master of the Jiubao, Liuli clan. Ning Rongrong replied softly. All right, the Qibao Liuli clan has been renamed Jiubao Liuli clan. I heard something about Ning Fengji's daughter being engaged and so on. What did you just say? Lu Erlong asked, initially calm, but her expression shifted back to astonishment as she processed Ning Rongrong's words. I said I am the daughter of the sect master of the Jiubao, Liuli clan, Ning Rongrong reiterated. Wow, Tangzhua, you are quite impressive. To have captured the heart of the Jiubao, Liuli clan's young sect master, and even become engaged. How old are you and what level are you? Be honest with me, Lu Erlong demanded. From the fact that Tangzhua was the prospective son-in-law of the Jiubao, Liuli clan, Lu Erlong deduced that his talent must be extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing Qin Ming's. However, she was unaware that she had severely underestimated Tangzhua. When it came to comparing talents, Qin Ming and Tangzhua were in entirely different leagues, T0 and T3, utterly incomparable. Tangzhua smiled slightly, relishing the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Imu, are you certain you wish to inquire about me? He asked, feigning a tentative expression. Of course. I am one of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle. I have seen my fair share of storms. In our heyday, we traversed far and wide, rivers flowing eastward, and the stars shining bright. If you wish to astonish me, you have much to prove, Lu Erlong replied confidently, a seasoned woman who had weathered many challenges. All right, speak quickly. Do not dawdle. It was noteworthy that Lu Erlong was quite familiar with Tangzhua, having only exchanged a few words. Tangzhua, 12 years old, martial soul, Sharingan, he teased, casting a glance at Lu Erlong. And then, Lu Erlong pressed, unimpressed by his theatrics. 59 level, all-round battle, soul master. At this revelation, Lu Erlong's steps faltered, her neck turning robotically to face Tangzhua, her eyes wide with astonishment. You 12 years old? Soul King? All round? Lu Erlong stammered in disbelief. Yes, indeed. Tangzhua replied nonchalantly, as if these accomplishments bore no significance to him. This astonishing talent seemed trivial in his eyes. Within the confines of the system space, the system observed Tang's display of superiority. A Shiba Inu wearing sunglasses munched on popcorn, savoring the unfolding drama. This scene is quite entertaining, the system remarked, enjoying its snack. If Tangzhua were aware of this, he might be incredulous. System, how about transforming into a beautiful girl? Sakura would be delightful, the AI calmly suggested. Boom. DY game over. What? How is this possible? Lu Erlong exclaimed, her expression one of utter disbelief, her shock evident. Tang's prowess was indeed remarkable. A unique feat that astonished all. Nevertheless, it was a testament to his strength. After all, he had the talent to back it up. This was the essence of innate ability, the advantages of a system, and the benefits of being a transmigrator. Moreover, it seemed that the protagonist's halo of Tang San had been absorbed by Tangzhua, rendering it non-existent. Chapter 112. The pitiful Douluo was schemed against. There is nothing impossible for me. Just thought I'd let you know, Tangzhua whispered, lowering his voice. I have perfected my Ifu's martial soul. He is now a soul sage. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong stared blankly for a moment before her gaze shifted to Tangzhua. Her expression filled with a mix of shock and gratitude. This feeling was profound. It was well known that Yu Xiaojiang had long been plagued by his martial soul and talent, leading to a sense of inferiority that had lingered since childhood. This inferiority could very well be a significant reason for his separation from Lu Erlong. Indeed, it was a major factor. The scars of childhood insecurities ran deep. However, Tangzhua had shattered this considerable concern in Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Thus, one of the two significant barriers between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang had vanished, leaving only the more pressing sibling relationship to address. Xiaozhua, thank you so much. Lu Erlong expressed sincerely, managing to suppress her excitement while genuinely appreciating Tangzhua's efforts. Yet, Tangzhua could hardly accept Lu Erlong's gratitude. After all, she was Yu Xiaojiang's wife. Ha Mu, you are too kind. This is merely my assistance, Tangzhua responded. He had always felt a sense of pity for Yu Xiaojiang while reading Douluo, and perhaps this was a form of help. Before long, the members of Shrek Academy arrived at the dining hall, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the delectable dishes before them. Ma Hongjun and the others appeared to be salivating, their gazes fixed on the food. Once in the dining hall, several food enthusiasts pounced on the offerings. Lu Erlong took a seat beside them. Fla, how'd you all ended up like this? Lu Erlong inquired, her eyes narrowing at the sight. Oh, Sister Erlong. Don't even ask. We initially planned to attend the Tiando Royal Academy. We even had discussions with the 3 committee members. But then we were chased back by Prince Shueshing and the poison dog Flanders sighed, shaking his head as he recounted the events that transpired at the Tiando Royal Academy. Lu Erlong exhibited signs of anger during the discourse, and once Flanders concluded his remarks, her frustration erupted. Ah, what a splendid institution the Tiando Royal Academy is. Fear not. Flanders, the entire Lamba Academy is under my command now. It is I who hold sway here, so you all need only to remain. Lu Erlong proclaimed with an air of grandeur, her temper flaring. Flanders cast a glance at Lu Erlong and then at the pale-faced Yu Xiaojiang. Our demands are rather lofty. Can you afford them? Flanders retorted, raising his head with arrogance and jest. Lu Erlong, however, displayed no signs of discomfort, as if she had anticipated this turn of events. Oh, Flanders, your assertion is misguided. You see, as the leader of our Golden Iron Triangle, I am bestowing Lamba Academy upon you today. Hence, this matter is no longer my concern, but yours. Tomorrow, I shall convene a meeting for all faculty and students to announce this. With a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, Lu Erlong gazed at Flanders, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she observed his stunned expression. Turning her attention to Yu Xiaojiang, she noticed him still rigidly bowing his head, resembling a statue. Lu Erlong shook her head in exasperation. By the way, from now on, Lamba Academy shall be renamed Shrek. After all, they are essentially the same. Lu Erlong added, Why, you are serious? Flanders stared intently at this remarkable woman who dared to rival men, utterly astonished that she would so generously gift him such a grand institution. Meanwhile, everyone, except for Tang Zhua, was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend Lu Erlong's actions. Given the scale and stature of Lamba Academy, it was evident that Lu Erlong had invested immense effort into its establishment, only to relinquish it so casually to Flanders. One could only imagine Flanders' reaction if he were to learn that Lu Erlong's motivations stemmed from her desire to avoid the burdensome responsibilities of managing the academy. Zhao Wujin dropped the chicken leg from his hand, having anticipated some amusement at Flanders' expense, only to find the situation turn on its head. So, how does this even add up? Dai Mubai gazed blankly ahead, bewildered. If Lamba Academy is now Shrek Academy, with Flanders as its head, then I suppose it remains Shrek, merely in a different setting. Ma Hongjun spoke with his mouth full, his words barely intelligible. Dai Mubai, frustrated, gave Ma Hongjun a light tap on the head. You think I'm oblivious? And for heaven's sake, swallow your food before you speak, understood? Dai Mubai retorted angrily. Ma Hongjun shot him a defiant glare. But what good was his defiance? He couldn't possibly overpower Dai Mubai. It was futile to even consider. Dai Mubai was already a Soul Master at level 40, while Ma Hongjun had yet to reach the rank of Soul Elder. Engaging in combat with Dai Mubai, he would be fortunate to survive a single blow. All right, it seems the time is ripe. Let us eat quickly, Lu Erlong suggested. Shortly thereafter, the members of Shrek had finished their meal. Lu Erlong took a tour with them, but she evidently had yet to notice the almost invisible figures of Long Gong and Shi Per. Indeed, the two were rather reticent and secretive in demeanor. Tang's heart raced with trepidation as he awaited the arrival of Douluo Bo. Once Douluo Bo made his entrance, it would be a moment of triumph. He was confident in his ability to persuade Douluo Bo to join the Shao organization, thereby bolstering its strength. Despite Douluo Bo being perceived as the weakest among the titled Douluos of the Douluo continent in terms of individual combat prowess, his ability to clear the battlefield was remarkable. Having him on their side would equate to possessing the entirety of Douluo Bo's capabilities. Weighing the pros and cons, Tang's was struck by the realization that Douluo Bo was, in fact, quite useless. Did they truly need him to clear the battlefield? High-end combat capabilities were beyond Douluo Bo's reach, while Tang Zhua and his companions could easily handle lower-tier threats. Yet, Tang Zhua need not fret about his own safety, for he had Long Gong, Shi Pe, and the Golden Iron Triangle by his side. The current Golden Iron Triangle was not what it once was. Yu Xiaojiang was now a Soul Sage. The triune martial soul fusion technique of 3 Soul Sages was no trifling matter. Unless Douluo Bo was courting death, he would never dare to harm Tang Zhua. The trio might not prevail against Zhu Huaguan, Gu Rong, or Chun Exine, but Douluo Bo would undoubtedly fall before them without difficulty. In terms of the teacher's welfare, Liu Erlong was entirely unconcerned, delegating the responsibility, if not outright passing the buck, to Flander. Poor Flander remained blissfully unaware that he had been sold out while counting someone else's money. What a lamentable state of affairs. Yet, Flander found a peculiar sense of joy in his predicament. Everyone is weary. We have training tomorrow, so hurry off to rest, Flander said, stifling yawns. Xiaozhua, Xiaosan. I. Yu Xiaojiang attempted to evade Liu Erlong's gaze, turning to his companions with a troubled expression, seemingly uncertain of what to do. Tang Zhua immediately grasped his meaning, but he could not allow Tang San to join him. If Dugabo were to abduct Tang San as well, his plans would be thrown into disarray. This was not mere selfishness. It concerned his future. The Shao organization could not afford to be delayed, not for a single second. Yet, Tang Zhua overlooked a crucial point. He had already accomplished his task. The moment the Jiu Bao Lili sect joined, the Shao organization would ascend to become one of the top 3 sects, surpassing the lower 4. Unfortunately, Tang Zhua had tragically forgotten this vital detail. Xiao-san, Rong, you both head back first. I shall return shortly, Tang Zhua said, casting a fond glance at the two. Tang San appeared conflicted, but ultimately acquiesced. Ning Rong trotted over to Tang Zhua, planting a gentle peck on his cheek. In an instant, Tang Zhua's face flushed crimson. The memory of that devilish training session and the opening of the wooden board lingered vividly in his mind. How could he possibly remember such things? It was simply inconceivable. Ning Rong dashed back to her dormitory, her cheeks flushed adorably. As Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Zhua departed, they exchanged a meaningful glance with Liu Erlong, signaling her to follow. Liu Erlong instantly understood, yet concealing her presence before a soul sage like Yu Xiaojiang was no simple task. This was abundantly clear. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojiang lacked significant perceptive abilities, rendering him oblivious to Liu Erlong's presence trailing behind. However, Tang Zhua, with his keen insight, noticed her clearly. After walking for a while, they arrived at a secluded spot, and both paused. Xiaozhua, how did you come to know about my circumstances? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, his gaze lowered, devoid of color. It is said that, although this response may seem rather cliched, Yu Xiaojiang had come to believe Tang Zhua's words. This belief was not born out of blind faith, but rather stemmed from the credibility of Tang Zhua himself. Have you heard about our situation? Yu Xiaojiang inquired once more. Yes, I am fully aware. Tang Zhua replied with unwavering certainty. A few glistening tears unexpectedly welled up in Yu Xiaojiang's resolute eyes. Xiaozhua, please tell me, what should I do? Yu Xiaojiang's expression suggested he was on the brink of collapse, which tugged at Tang Zhua's heartstrings. After all, the bond between these two was truly unforgettable. It was a love that had etched itself into their very souls. Marry her and care for her for a lifetime, Tang Zhua suggested without a moment's hesitation. But she is my cousin. Yu Xiaojiang cried out in distress once more. Yet she is also your wife. Tang Zhua's voice suddenly rose with an assertive edge, the intensity of his tone jolting Yu Xiaojiang from his confusion. Ere long, she is my wife, Yu Xiaojiang murmured repeatedly. Was the judgment of society truly that significant? Shouldn't the happiness of two individuals together be enough? Why should they be concerned with such matters? Indeed, I understand now, Xiaozhua, thank you. Yu Xiaojiang gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. After speaking, he lifted his head, radiating a newfound confidence akin to those who have shed their excess weight and regained their lost hair. Tang Zhua chuckled softly, retrieving a pill from his pouch. Father, this is camphor, which can cleanse you of your grime. After so many years of neglect, it's time to tidy up. I believe you could very well be a handsome gentleman, he remarked, tossing the camphor pill to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, momentarily taken aback, accepted the pill with gratitude. He placed it gently in his mouth, and a warm, pale yellow glow enveloped him, transforming his tattered cloak, unruly hair, and unkempt beard into a refreshed appearance. As the glow faded, a rejuvenated and more handsome Yu Xiaojiang stood before Tang Zhua and Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong, hidden among the trees, gasped at the sight. After all, a more youthful and striking visage was the aspiration of every woman, so her surprise was not unwarranted. Though she possessed a delicate face and a figure that rivaled the alluring Zhu Zixing, she was, nonetheless, an older woman. How could she not feel exhilarated upon witnessing this transformation? In a predictable turn of events, she lost her footing and tumbled down from the tree, but quickly regained her position with remarkable agility, an occurrence that transpired in the blink of an eye. The only sound that alerted Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Zhua was the rustle of the trees. Who goes there? Yu Xiaojiang demanded, his demeanor composed. Who? Tang's echoed, his expression grim. Standing on another tree, Douluo was momentarily stunned. Due to the angle, he had not noticed Lu Erlong's presence. As a titled Douluo, how could he allow himself to be discovered by these two? Surely, he could not continue to exist in this world after such an oversight. Yet, he remained unfazed, his eyes darkening, the green hue of his pupils casting an eerie aura. The red diamond insignia on his forehead added an intriguing beauty to his presence. Tang's, however, smiled subtly, for he sensed that an opportunity had arisen. It was now or never. As the system notification chimed, Tang's swiftly stepped forward, dodging Douluo's attack. This evasion was not merely to avoid capture. He needed Yu Xiaojiang and the others to see their assailant clearly. Moreover, by evading Douluo's strike, he could potentially stage a counteroffensive. How might he accomplish this? Perhaps by stepping on a plastic bag, brandishing a soda can, and shouting for scrap? No. It was more about stepping forward, mimicking Tang San's stance, striking a dashing pose, and exclaiming, "My skin is thick, and I'm immune to poison." Chapter 114. You catch me. I am willing. The next moment, a green light illuminated the scene as Douluo turned in confusion. From Tang's earlier movements, it was evident that he had anticipated Douluo's presence. This was inevitable, yet the crux lay not there. Rather, it was how Tang's had utilized his strength to evade Douluo's attack that puzzled the latter. Douluo, being a titled Douluo, found it astonishing that a mere Soul King could evade his assault, a feat that had never been witnessed before. Little did he know, Tang's possessed both the system and the observation haki, two formidable advantages that ensured his survival. However, to the onlookers, the mystery remained. They were unaware of Tang's unique abilities, thus deeming the event inexplicable, attributing it instead to Tang's extraordinary prowess. Xiaozhuo, what is the matter? Lu Erlong stepped forward, her concern evident. Yu Xiaojiang abruptly turned, his eyes widening in shock upon realizing Lu Erlong's presence. He understood now that she had been here all along, and the preceding noise had originated from her. Before either could fully process this revelation, Douluo had regained his composure and charged directly towards Tang's. Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang snapped to attention, their shock renewing upon recognizing their assailant. The reason was clear. Douluo was, after all, a titled Douluo. Regardless of his strength, he was not someone Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong could easily contend with. Amidst their astonishment, the green light surged forth, unleashing a powerful force that struck Tang's. A resounding boom echoed, and a protective barrier enveloped Tang's. It proved ineffective against Douluo. The crisp sound reminiscent of bone shattering rang out as the barrier around Tang's collapsed in an instant, sending him hurtling away. Douluo. As the words left his mouth, Tang's vision faded to black, and he feigned unconsciousness. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Within a second, both Tang's and Douluo had vanished from their sight. This is bad. Xiaozhuo has been captured. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, his voice laced with anger. Xiaogang, we must return and gather reinforcements to rescue Xiaozhuo. That man was Douluo, Lu Erlong urged. Yu Xiaojing nodded, then discreetly took Lu Erlong's hand, summoning his soul ring, and they sped away with remarkable swiftness. When Lu Erlong felt the warmth of his hand, her body temperature surged, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Had anyone witnessed this moment, they would have found it hard to believe that this was the killing angle within the renowned Golden Iron Triangle. Although Lu Erlong had only known Tang's for a brief period, her impression of him was exceedingly positive, especially after witnessing his heartfelt counsel to Yu Xiaojiang. The burden that had weighed heavily on her heart had finally been lifted, and the recent transformation of Yu Xiaojiang was, in large part, attributable to Tang's influence. Tangdo burst onto the scene like a radiant cupid entwined within two separate romances. In contrast, on the side of Douluo and Tang's wielded his soul power with deftness, transforming his formidable energy into a harmonious balance of yin and yang, embodying both firmness and gentleness, thus mending his own wounds. Suddenly, Douluo turned around, startling Tang's, who promptly retracted his soul power just as his injuries had healed, leaving no need for further recuperation. After all, Douluo was a titled Douluo. Such trivial matters could hardly escape his keen perception. Boy, stop pretending. Hurry up. I know you haven't fainted. Douluo said with a measured tone. Tang's feigned enlightenment, opened his eyes, and with a hand pressed to his forehead, shook his head in resignation. Senior Douluo, you, a distinguished titled Douluo, resorted to ambushing a 12-year-old soul master. TSK, what a callous society we live in, Tang's were remarked with a serious expression. Douluo, seemingly unfazed by this comment, chuckled heartily. Haha, do you really think I would let this matter leak? His gaze, sharp and unwavering, was fixed on Tang's, as if fearing the boy might escape. However, such apprehension was unwarranted. Tang Zhua had no desire to implicate others, nor could he flee. Using the flying thunder god in the presence of a titled Douluo was tantamount to revealing one's position, making such a notion impossible. Just as Tang Zhua pondered this, Douluo unexpectedly delivered a fierce kick. With a sickening sound, Tang Zhua coughed up blood and was sent flying. His eyes opening wide, he glared at Douluo. Yet he knew the situation would not spiral beyond control. 5 soul rings illuminated around Tang Zhua, exuding an overwhelming aura. Although Douluo had heard about Tang Zhua from Tian, witnessing him firsthand was still a source of astonishment. This was unavoidable, as the adage goes. Hearing is but a shadow, seeing is believing. While Douluo had trusted Tian's words, the magnitude of Tang Zhua's presence before him was undeniable, stirring within him a sense of unease. Typically, such a potent and talented soul master would belong to the spirit hall unless they had a formidable background. Did Tang Zhua possess such a background? The answer was an unequivocal yes. Simply considering that the spirit hall had not sought trouble with Tang Zhua was indicative of a powerful connection. After all, Tang Hao had once raided the spirit hall's convoy while transporting intelligence, yet he had only taken items pertaining to Tang Zhua. Moreover, Tang Zhua was someone with a concealed background, elements that Douluo could hardly contend with. Who could he truly challenge? Tang Hao, or perhaps the divine? You. Douluo stammered, his eyes reflecting a white light. Susanoo. A colossal Susanoo arm manifested behind Tang Zhua and struck forward with great force. Douluo merely smiled slightly and flicked his hand, effortlessly dispelling Tang Zhua's immense arm with a nonchalant gesture. The overwhelming force seemed to have no effect before Douluo. Indeed, in the presence of Douluo, Tang Zhua was utterly powerless. Douluo delivered a kick to Tang Zhua, who, astonished, was propelled backward as dust and debris erupted around him, coming to a halt as he landed against a stone. You reckless youth, I acknowledge your talent, but you are merely a soul king, do you understand? Douluo pronounced from his lofty position. Chapter 115, The Scheming Tang Zhua. Douluo, although you are titled Douluo, our Shrek Academy boasts the Golden Iron Triangle and the Dragon King and Snake Lady. Tang Zhua dusted off his clothes, rising slowly to glare at Douluo. Seeing this, Douluo felt a twinge of trepidation, but, as Douluo, how could he show weakness before a junior like Tang Zhua? The Dragon King and Snake Lady have a formidable reputation in the Soul Master world, but can their martial soul fusion technique rival that of a titled Douluo? I am eager to witness it. As for your so-called Golden Iron Triangle, what are their triune martial soul fusion technique? If they were 3 soul saints, I might be concerned, but one of them is merely a great soul master. Do they truly think they can challenge me? That is sheer folly. Douluo's expression seemed slightly awkward, an incongruity evident in his demeanor. Douluo, you are mistaken. The Yu Xiaojiang of the Golden Iron Triangle is now a soul saint of level 78. Tang Zhua provocatively glanced at Douluo, his gaze lingering before he spoke again. Douluo swiftly turned his head, astonished by Tang Zhua's words. What did you say? He inquired, incredulity etched across his features. I said, the corner of wisdom in the Golden Iron Triangle, lauded as the foremost theoretical mind across the continent, Yu Xiaojiang, has lifted the limitations on his martial soul and is now a soul saint. Tang Zhua reiterated, each word punctuated for clarity. In an instant, Douluo reappeared before Tang Zhua, gripping his neck with a fierce intensity. Do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? Douluo asked, his gaze cold as ice. Tang Zhua chuckled lightly. Douluo, let me tell you, should you kill me today, you will not emerge unscathed either. Douluo, confronted by the resolute glimmer in Tang Zhua's eyes, felt a flicker of confusion cross his face. What could possibly go wrong for me? I am a titled Douluo. The expression on Douluo's face revealed his pride in his own strength. However, in the shadow of Tang Zhua's background, his prowess paled in comparison, rendering him devoid of any grounds for arrogance. Yet, under the veil of ignorance regarding Tang Zhua's connections, Douluo's confidence and pride seemed entirely rational. I am Tang Zhua, he declared, his expression darkening as he regarded Douluo with a smile. Of course, I know your name is Tang Zhua. So what? Douluo queried, bewilderment clouding his features. Have you not heard of this name recently? Tangzwa cleared his throat twice. Fixing his gaze on Douluo, Bo pondered for a moment, a realization dawning upon him. Your name, haha. Just as he was about to speak, Douluo recalled the benefactor of the Jiao Bao Liuli clan and the betrothed of Ning Rongrong, the clan's heiress. That individual was indeed named Tangzwa. What is your relationship with the Jiao Bao Liuli clan? Douluo retreated a couple of steps, his expression one of disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly incredible. His countenance and demeanor were slightly dazed, his gaze toward Tangzwa now tinged with astonishment. I am the fiancé of Ning Fengji's daughter, the leader of the Jiao Bao Liuli clan. In truth, Tangzwa could have easily subdued Douluo by merely referencing his own connections, but he refrained from doing so. He was not leveraging the Jiao Bao Liuli clan. Rather, the public knowledge of this fact was far more compelling. Speaking of other backgrounds might have seemed like deceit, but mentioning the Jiao Bao Liuli clan was different. After all, it was Ning Fengji himself who had proclaimed it. But what does that signify? Today I will kill you, and the Jiao Bao Liuli clan will find no evidence. Douluo declared with a triumphant expression. Tangzwa shook his head upon hearing the words, seemingly lamenting the peculiarities of Douluo's mind. You abducted me in front of my adoptive parents. Do you truly believe that the people from Shrek are unaware of your identity? Tangzwa took a deep breath and spoke. Douluo's expression froze upon hearing this. So what if they do? At worst, I will kill them all, allowing them to accompany you in taking the truth to the abyss. Initially flustered, Douluo soon regained his composure and boasted. Do you think you can overpower the golden iron triangle of Long Gong, Shipa, and three soul saints? Tangzwa gazed at Douluo in disbelief, marveling at his audacity. Douluo was completely taken aback, realizing that this was indeed the infamous Tangzwa. He had only been intrigued by Tangzwa's high aptitude and immunity to Doulu Yan's poison soul technique, which led him to kidnap him, never anticipating such a significant predicament. Yet now, Douluo felt powerless. Life and death were fated, and wealth and nobility were determined by the heavens, so he decided to take a gamble. After careful consideration, Douluo produced a snake from an unknown source. This snake, entirely green, exuded an aura of malevolence, unmistakably a venomous creature. I have heard you are immune to my granddaughter's poison. Is that true? Douluo inquired seriously. In truth, Douluo's seriousness was merely a facade. His innocent heart was in turmoil. Indeed, that is correct, Tangzwa replied with a smile, now assured that Douluo would not harm him. This snake is called Zhu Yiqing. If it bites you and you survive, I shall release you. Do we have an agreement? Douluo asked. Tangzwa nodded with a smile, appearing unfazed, as if it were not he who was to be bitten. Douluo, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger and glared at Tangzwa. Hold on. You must agree to one condition. Tangzwa said. What condition? Douluo inquired with furrowed brows, puzzled. If I come in no harm, you must give me this Zhu Yiqing, Tangzwa stated. Although he maintained a calm exterior, his thoughts were rather mischievous. He considered the snake's potent venom, which also had notable beauty-enhancing properties, perfect for brewing a soup for Rongrong. Little did he know how furious Douluo would be if he were aware of Tangzwa's current thoughts. However, Douluo, with his strong competitive spirit, nodded solemnly. I agree to your request. Immediately, Tangzwa stood up, his attire of black, white, and purple starkly contrasting with Douluo's green theme. The incessant sound of Zhu Yiqing flicking its tongue filled the air, yet Tangzwa showed not a hint of fear. Suddenly, Zhu Yiqing leaped from Douluo's hand and lunged toward Tangzwa, sinking its fangs into him. A loud, crisp sound echoed as Tangzwa had forgotten to remove the iron block on his hand, causing Zhu Yiqing to collide with it. The intense pain made Zhu Yiqing retract its body sharply, trembling in shock. It had never bitten someone so tough before and found itself at a loss. Douluo clearly noted this strange scene and abruptly raised his head. Tangzwa, what do you intend? Douluo asked with a darkened expression. Both Zhu Yiqing and Tangzwa were victims of circumstance. Alas, I forgot to lift the soul technique. Let us try again. Tangzwa scratched his head and chuckled. A purple light flashed, and the iron block was removed. Zhu Yiqing, now cautious after the previous incident, gingerly approached and took a small bite of Tangzwa's arm. This time was different. Tangzwa's arm was undoubtedly the most delectable it had ever tasted. The salty flavor, tender texture, and delicate skin seemed to possess a unique elasticity. Zhu Yiqing appeared enamored with this taste, refusing to let go. Tangzwa stared in bewilderment at the snake clinging to his arm, then turned to Douluo, equally perplexed. Douluo was equally astonished. When had Zhu Yiqing behaved in such a manner? Tang Zhua expressionlessly shook his arm, but Zhu Yiqing remained steadfast. Douluo, visibly embarrassed, had 3 lines of black sweat appear on his forehead, seemingly lamenting the plight of humanity. In a flash, Douluo appeared before Tang Zhua, gripping Zhu Yiqing's head and yanking it away. Yet, Zhu Yiqing shot Douluo a glare, as if ready to turn against him. Douluo was now displeased. The bite marks on Tang Zhua's arm had drawn blood, and though it stung to him, it was trivial, almost laughable. Tang Zhua placed his left hand over his right, and a green light enveloped the wound, healing it completely in a brief moment. His body showed no signs of distress. After all, he was immune to toxins. Yet he could not let Douluo discover this. Otherwise, he feared Douluo would seize him for dissection. Thus, Tang Zhua healed the wound, creating the illusion that he had mended it and expelled the poison. How can you heal? Douluo asked, astonished. He had always perceived Tang Zhua as a balanced soul master, never believing him to possess true healing abilities. The revelation was beyond his comprehension. In the next moment, Douluo seized Tang Zhua's wrist, his expression grave as he scrutinized him. He saw hope in Tang Zhua's strange soul technique, a potential cure for Douluo. Could Tang Zhua expel the toxins from both Douluo and Douluo? Undoubtedly, he could. Douluo's condition was, at worst, an intensified version of rheumatic disease caused by toxins. If it worsened, it could evolve into a late-stage cancerous form of rheumatism. Tang Zhua could easily expel the toxins from Douluo and Douluo's bodies using merely a few soul techniques, without needing the cumbersome methods employed by Tang San. Douluo felt Tang Zhua's pulse and was astonished to find it steady and unmarked, devoid of any indication of poisoning. He had never shown signs of having been poisoned at all. Douluo attributed this to Tang Zhua's formidable healing abilities, which was entirely plausible, as he was unaware of Tang Zhua's innate prowess. You little rascal, Douluo stammered in shock. Tang Zhua smiled, quietly observing Douluo as he contemplated how to win him over. Simply saving them would not suffice. He needed a more compelling approach. At that moment, an idea struck him. Unlike the world of Naruto, this realm lacked research on the souls of the deceased, making the technique of Edo Tensei a valuable asset. Lao Du, the poison coursing through your veins is something I can remedy. Tang Zhua's piercing gaze unabashedly scrutinized Douluo, causing the esteemed titled Douluo to shudder involuntarily. There seemed to be a reverential awe, albeit not overwhelmingly intense, as Tang Zhua appeared to embody the essence of an emperor. This impression was undoubtedly influenced by the activation of his conqueror's haki, which elicited such a response from Douluo. What poison are you referring to? Douluo feigned ignorance. Though his inability to deceive was evident in the cracks of his facade. There is no need for pretense. Nothing escapes the scrutiny of my eyes, Tang Zhua declared, placing his hands behind his head as his eyes gradually transformed into the Sharingan, emanating a faint white luminescence. The amalgamation of 2 hues along with the crimson glow birthed the blood yin-yang eye, revealing the intricate network of veins within Douluo's body to Tang Zhua's perceptual center. Douluo pondered deeply, realizing that the flicker of hope he harbored now shone like a beacon. If what you say is true, then as long as you can save my granddaughter, I no longer care for my own longevity. Just ensure her safety, and I shall grant you freedom. Douluo lowered his head, shaking it as he spoke. Tang Zhua nodded with a smile. Rest assured, both of you can be healed. Douluo's gaze shot up in shock at Tang Zhua's words. But I am already beyond salvation, he protested. And what of it? Do you doubt my abilities? Tang Zhua replied with a knowing smile, his expression laden with significance. Douluo hesitated, closing his eyes tightly. He was not entirely convinced of Tang Zhua's claims. Yet for the sake of his granddaughter, for the hope that Douluo would not meet the same fate as his son, even this seasoned titled Douluo could not afford to dismiss the possibility. I believe you, he finally conceded, the earlier bravado dissipating. His motivations were no longer self-serving, but rather focused on Douluo. Indeed, a true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. And Douluo could certainly be deemed a formidable hero of his time. He was among Tang Zhua's favorite characters from the original work. Who was your top favorite? One might inquire. Is there a need for such a question? It is undoubtedly Ning Rongrong, Tang Zhua replied. Let me begin your treatment, he said, his demeanor suddenly turning serious as he addressed Douluo. What? Now? Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Flander, come forth. Upon hearing you, Xiaozhang's urgent call, the entire Shrek group quickly emerged from their dormitories. Xiaozhang Erlong, what is amiss? Flander inquired, gazing curiously at the two who were panting heavily. Chapter 117. The overwhelming impact of Tangzhou on Dugubo Xiao has been taken by Dugubo Hurry to the Sun Moon Forest. Yu Xiaojiang's face was etched with concern as he anxiously addressed Dugubo. The drowsiness that had enveloped the Shrek members vanished in an instant. Tangzhou held a position akin to that of a protective elder in their hearts, consistently considering their well-being. The weight of Tang's influence was profound, prompting visible expressions of worry among them. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong even shuddered involuntarily. Merely a single utterance from Yu Xiaojiang brought tears to the corners of Ning Rongrong's eyes. Long Gong and Shipur exchanged solemn glances, their soul rings flaring to life. The uncontrolled surge of soul power creating ripples in the air. So what brothers will know, I must seek out Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, Ning Rongrong said, wiping her tears, her voice quivering. Do not fret, Tang's should be fine now. Dugu Bo has no reason to harm him. Stay here while we investigate, Flander instructed. He then turned to Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. The three exchanged knowing looks and nodded in agreement. Long Gong and Shipur retracted their soul rings, joining the trio. I, too, wish to go, Ning Rongrong implored, her eyes still red from weeping. No, it's too perilous. You cannot accompany us. Flander firmly blocked her path. But brothers Wa. Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with concern. Flander, allow her to come. Perhaps having experienced a distorted society, Yu Xiaojiang comprehended this sentiment, thus encouraging Flander to let Ning Rongrong join. Flander sighed heavily, ultimately acquiescing to bring Ning Rongrong along. Now is the moment. Dugu Bo thought as he observed Tang's unwavering confidence, feeling somewhat conflicted. He did not fully trust Tangzhou, despite the latter's extraordinary talents and formidable background, which were indeed daunting. Yet, this was Dugu Bo's final opportunity, one that concerned Dugu Yin. After much contemplation, Dugu Bo summoned his courage and agreed to Tang's proposition. Very well, I shall place my faith in you, this peculiar young man. Tang's shook his head in resignation, rising to sit beside Dugu Bo. Now sit cross-legged. If you wish to avoid experiencing that inhumane pain again, heed my instructions, Tang's commanded. Dugu Bo complied, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. Tang's employed his blood yin-yang to scrutinize Dugu Bo's entire being, finally locating the toxic glands. Gently pressing on the Naguan point, Dugu Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him as the toxins within began to rise. Palmi mortal technique. A verdant glow enveloped Dugu Bo, causing the accumulated toxins within him to evaporate from his skin, leaving no trace behind. Strangely, Dugu Bo's soul power and strength remained unaffected. However, should he exert his soul power, the toxins would re-emerge, rendering the treatment a mere temporary fix. Yet, such challenges were trivial for Tangzhou. Purification. The green luminescence gradually faded, transforming into a serene azure hue that evoked a sense of tranquility. Boom! The 5 soul rings surrounding Tangzhou illuminated, and the overwhelming surge of soul power left Dugu Bo in a state of shock. Being in close proximity to Tangzhou, he could distinctly perceive the authenticity of the soul rings, devoid of any pretense. For black and one red, entirely genuine. The purple toxins began to merge with the azure light. As the radiance descended, the once purple bloodlines before Tangzhu's eyes transformed into a translucent violet, a testament to the purification process. The purification eradicated the impurities within Dugu Bo's toxins, leaving him feeling remarkably lighter, as though his very essence had been cleansed. This sensation of being emptied was unexpectedly pleasurable, a complete release of tension. The purified toxins within Dugu Bo's body divided into 2 distinct entities. One part was lethal poison, while the other was the pure light of cleansing, forming a pattern reminiscent of Tai Chi, half blue and half purple. Dugu Bo's mastery of soul power manifested in the form of a vibrant purple hue. Thus, he found resolution for his ailment. You have healed me? He exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, how do you feel? Tangzhou replied, his expression one of surprise. As Dugu attempted to rise, his legs buckled, causing him to collapse to the ground. What is the matter? Tangzhou inquired, furrowing his brow, concerned that he had failed in his efforts. Ami truly headed. Dugu Bo marveled, observing that the world around him appeared more radiant. Can Yenner be cured as well? He asked, turning to Tangzhou with gratitude and excitement. Noticing the glimmer of tears in the eyes of this formidable man, Toto swallowed hard, feeling a lump in his throat. If I can heal you, an old poisoner like yourself, Is it not possible that I could also heal your granddaughter? He retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo, seemingly disdainful. Although the question posed by Douluo was of considerable significance, it was still somewhat understandable. Damn it, why could I not have met you sooner? Then, Xner. Douluo's eyes glistened with tears as he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Is Xner your son, old poisoner? Tangzhou approached and sat beside Douluo. Yes. He perished due to the flaws in his martial soul, Douluo replied, wiping the corners of his eyes. Is his body still here? Tangzhou's inquiry prompted a look of confusion on Douluo's face. What of it? The depths of emotion in Douluo's eyes revealed the weight of his life's tribulations. It was this martial soul that had rendered his life uncomfortable. However, now that he had encountered, these issues seemed to be resolvable. If you agree to one condition, I can bring him back to life, Tangzhou stated, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Douluo's hands rested on Tangzhou's shoulders, a look of astonishment flooding his features. Revive him? A wave of unprecedented shock erupted in his mind, akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb or an asteroid colliding with Earth. Indeed, I can revive him, Tangzhou declared, drawing in a deep breath and uttering those words with conviction. Tangzhou, are you certain? Douluo's eyes widened, gasping in disbelief, his pupils dilating. A formidable aura emanated from him as a translucent green serpent appeared in his grasp, its 9 soul rings illuminating in a moment of overwhelming excitement. Has my martial soul transformed? Douluo wondered, attempting to quell his restless emotions as he noticed the Bailin Shi. This martial soul bore a striking difference from its previous form, and its power appeared to have surged rather than diminished. What is happening? Douluo asked, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked toward Tangzhou. Tangzhou offered a faint smile. This is a normal phenomenon. Your martial soul was inherently toxic, affecting your being. I have separated the toxins that influenced you, and through this amalgamation, it has naturally become stronger. Moreover, your martial soul has transcended the Bailin Shi, evolving into the Tian Shi. Tangzhou elucidated, resembling a scholar explaining the intricacies of the situation. So, my martial soul has mutated from its original form into what you call the Tian Shi? Douluo queried in confusion. Precisely, Tangzhou affirmed with a nod. As Douluo attuned himself to the changes, he was astounded to discover that his soul power had also ascended, though it was merely a single level. In the realm of tidal Douluo, such an elevation was monumental. The soul power I have cultivated for years has indeed upgraded. Douluo's astonishment was palpable. After all, ascending even a single level in tidal Douluo was no trivial matter. This signified that Douluo was no longer the weakest tidal Douluo, merely capable of clearing enemies without any true efficacy. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, he recalled Tang's earlier words. By the way, Tangzhou, did you not mention that you could? Douluo's resolute tone betrayed a hint of suppressed emotion as he was lost in memories. He had endured considerable hardship, striving to become a tidal Douluo for the sake of his martial soul. However, despite achieving such status, his son, Douluo, had perished due to the flaws of that very martial soul. Furthermore, Tian was gradually succumbing to the poison's insidious grasp. Each passing day heightened his anxiety. He lamented his inability to find a remedy to shield his granddaughter, Tian, from the poison's corruption. He vividly recalled the devastation he felt upon his son's demise, lamenting the unfairness of fate. While destiny had bestowed upon him a formidable martial soul, elevating him to tidal Douluo, it had also afflicted his descendants with illness. Yet fortuitously, he encountered Tangzhou, a truly serendipitous event. Tangzhou was the sole individual capable of assisting Douluo in a thorough and definitive manner. I possess a soul skill known as Hui Tu Zhuan Sheng, which allows me to summon the soul of the deceased from the underworld, but it requires a body as a medium. However, this body must belong to a malevolent individual. This stipulation was a fabrication by Anka, intended to prevent Douluo from indiscriminately taking lives. Soul? Douluo inquired, perplexed. The soul refers to the consciousness that persists after death. In other words, I can retrieve him from the realm of the dead, Tangzhou explained formally. What is the realm of the dead? Douluo asked, somewhat bewildered. The realm of the dead is where one goes after death. Upon hearing this, Douluo comprehended that Tangzhou could indeed retrieve his son, Douluo's soul from its rightful place. So you truly can save him, Douluo exclaimed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment. Indeed, I have reiterated this multiple times. As long as his body is intact, I can save him. Rest assured, I have kept his body undisturbed, Douluo replied promptly, his tone revealing his urgency, joy, and excitement. After all, this was a matter of great significance concerning his son. How could he not feel elated? His previous despair was now matched by immense exhilaration. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated Douluo's current state. His overwhelming emotions could not be restrained, even causing his soul power to surge forth. By the way, what was the condition you mentioned earlier? Douluo inquired slowly, directing his gaze toward Tanga. My condition is quite simple. All you need to do is join the organization I am forming, known as the Shao Zhu. Douluo, upon hearing the words, trembled all over. Shao. This time, I must weigh this matter carefully. It is indeed a significant issue, for I am a titled Douluo. Who are the members of that organization now? He inquired. Long Gong and Shi Pe was the reply. Although shocked by the first name, he was not overly surprised, for he was aware of Long Gong and Shi Pe and Shrek. Are there any others? How Tian Douluo Tang Hao? Indeed, this brazen Tang Zhua had once again dragged his father, the unscrupulous one, into his organization. What? Upon hearing this name, it seemed that all spirit returned to Douluo. What is your relationship with Hao Tian Douluo? Douluo's kid. He is my father. The seemingly nonchalant words stirred a tempest within Douluo's mind. This family, how can they all be monsters, and yet produce such a one? Douluo lamented. I also have a younger brother, with a martial soul Lan Yin Chao, a 39th level weapon soul saint. You have a younger brother. The martial soul is Lan Yin Chao? Upon hearing these three words, Douluo was astonished. Indeed, he possesses innate, full soul power. Although he is somewhat weaker than I, he is still quite remarkable. The clumsy Tang's with strength had further increased. Innate, full soul power. Quite remarkable. Are you not an innate, full soul power? Danjuo Juka Sokti. I'm not an innate, full soul power. This is impossible. How could you possibly become a soul king at the age of 12? Douluo inquired. I possess innate soul power of level 20. Douluo, Zili Danjuo. A hearty voice echoed from outside the sunset forest, revealing that it belonged to Long Gongmeng Shu. Tang Zhua felt awkward as Douluo scratched his head, turning to look at Tang Zhua, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 119. Do not be infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. Please step outside. I shall explain. Hearing this, Douluo gently nodded. With a swoosh, two beams of purple and blue light streaked through the sunset forest at an astonishing speed, stirring up a tempest. The leaves in the sunset forest trembled, caused by the wind generated from their rapid movements. Outside the sunset forest, 6 figures stood, the atmosphere of the night making them appear as if they were challenging a demon king. The ambience was oppressive, causing involuntary shivers. Douluo and Tang Zhua appeared before the 6 in the blink of an eye. Ning Rongrong rushed forward upon seeing Tang Zhua. Her eyes were now wet with tears, appearing red and matching her pink skirt perfectly. Tang Zhua was taken aback, thinking, how did she arrive here? However, seeing Ning Rongrong's worried expression filled him with guilt, and thus he made no effort to stop her. Rongrong, why have you come? As Ning Rongrong leaped into Tang Zhua's embrace, tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhuge, you cannot abandon me, Ning Rongrong said. How could I possibly leave you? Look, I am doing well now, Tang Zhua replied awkwardly, ruffling Ning Rongrong's adorable short hair, casting an embarrassed glance at the side where Douluo stood. Realizing the situation, Ning Rongrong extricated herself from Tang Zhua's embrace and turned to Douluo. Douluo, I warn you, if you upset Zhuge, I will have Jian grandfather and Gu grandfather deal with you. Ning Rongrong declared angrily while pointing at Douluo. Douluo felt quite embarrassed, uncertain of what to do, as all his hopes rested on Tang Zhua. The revival of his son and the antidote for his granddaughter were both in Tang Zhua's hands. Shao Zhua, Rongrong, hurry back. We will protect you, Yu Xiaojiang urged, observing the scene. Ning Rongrong, realizing the gravity of the situation, grasped Tang Zhua's hand and returned to the Shrek team. Douluo, we have come to witness your strength. Long Gong's voice resonated powerfully. 8 soul rings swirling around his body. Long Po also summoned her martial soul. The Golden Triangle Trio, witnessing the current situation, summoned their own martial souls as well. Wait, teacher, foster father, foster mother, Dean, you have misunderstood. Douluo called me here to assist him, and he has conditions to offer. Hence we are merely engaging in a transaction. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Tang Zhua quickly stepped forward to explain. Ning Rongrong turned back, bewildered. Blinking rapidly, the others shared her confusion. The 5 gradually retracted their soul rings and then turned their gazes toward Douluo. The atmosphere hung heavy as their gazes oscillated between the two groups. It felt as though the air itself had stilled. Xiaozhua, what exactly is going on? Yu Xiaojiang asked with a serious expression. The situation is as follows. For the next 5 minutes, Tang Zhuo narrated the events, albeit a fabricated account. Nevertheless, the six believed him, for they placed their unconditional trust in Tang Zhuo. Foster father, dean, foster mother, an esteemed elder, you may leave first. I have matters to discuss with Douluo Bo. The six reluctantly covered their foreheads, shaking their heads vigorously. No, that is not right. More accurately, it was 5 individuals. The 5 turned to Douluo Bo. Esteemed Douluo Bo, we apologize. We have misunderstood you, Flinders said awkwardly. Ahem, I also have my shortcomings. I apologize. The malice that had once surrounded Douluo Bo at the Tian Royal Academy dissipated, and everyone knew this was due to Tang Zhuo. Xiaozhua, then we shall take our leave. You and Douluo Bo should have a good talk, but do return early, Yu Xiaojiang said worriedly. Yes, you may go first. Tang Zhuo waved to the 5. Ning Rongrong lowered her head and tugged at Tang Zhuo's sleeve. Can you take me with you? Ning Rongrong asked, her face suddenly flushed. Tang Zhuo was taken aback by her words. Then a smile spread across his face as he gently tapped her forehead with 2 fingers. Rongrong, forgive me, next time. Ning Rongrong's face, already red, turned even rosier, resembling a ripe peach, tender and dewy. Understood. You must return early. I will wait for you, she said, covering her forehead and giving Tang Zhuo a kiss before heading back. Goodbye, she called out. Goodbye, he replied. Little monster, I never expected your bond to be so strong. Douluo Bo teased as he observed Tang Zhuo. Hee, old monster, does your beating heart not stir? Will Douluo Yan allow you to marry again? Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's anger flared, lightly tapping Tang Zhuo's head. However, Tang Zhuo skillfully dodged to the left, evading the attack. Little monster, would you like me to arrange for my granddaughter to marry you? Douluo Bo shot a sidelong glance at Tang Zhuo. Enough of that. I have Rongrong, and I love only Ning Rongrong, understand? Tang Zhuo replied, deflecting the suggestion. What does that matter? I could have Yin'er be your concubine. Tang Zhuo, from the tone of Douluo Bo, could discern his true inner thoughts. He genuinely wished for himself to marry Douluo Yan. However, he naturally would not comply, for he is a devoted man. As for your Douluo Yan, does she not have you, Tianheng? Why does she keep casting her gaze upon me? I would rather she stay wherever she feels comfortable, he said impatiently. Yu Tianheng is quite a fine fellow. In the confines of the system's space, a golden-furred Shiba Inu squinted its eyes and remarked, Hey system, do you think Tang Zhuo is foolish? They're trying to marry their granddaughter to him, yet he refuses? Fa, do you think everyone shares your lecherous tendencies? Your incessant antics are tiresome, the system replied. Dai shot a sidelong glance at the system, expressing his disagreement. I believe Tang Zhuo is merely pretending to be aloof, he asserted. Following this, a golden light enveloped Dai, transforming him from a dog into a handsome young man. Although he could not rival Tang Zhuo's looks, he was undeniably attractive, with a celestial eye adorning his forehead, indeed reminiscent of the folk hero Erling Shan. Dai, why did you transform into a human? The system shot him a disdainful glare, clearly unimpressed. My transformation is of no concern to you. Besides, Yu Tianheng is quite commendable, so do not set your sights on me. Remember, do not become infatuated with me. I am but a legend. Understood? Tang Zhuo recalled the introduction of Ma Hongjun from the Douluo comic, feeling it particularly suited for pretentiousness. Chapter 120. I have admirers, while you have none. Enough of such useless chatter. Swiftly take me to the place where your son is buried. Tang Zhuo feigned impatience, glancing at Douluo Bo's eager countenance, exclaiming with resignation. Do we not require the corpse of a villain? Douluo Bo, now hesitant to provoke Tang Zhuo, feared what might happen if he refused to assist him. Oh right. Tang Zhuo almost forgot the matter at hand. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. In truth, Douluo Bo's memory was rather poor. The only reason he recalled was that he had listened intently to each word Tang Zhuo uttered, thoroughly analyzing them before accepting their truth. Tang Zhuo, do you have any enemies? Douluo Bo inquired. Tang Zhuo ponda gafao. Indeed, I do. A wicked smile spread across his face as he recalled the 3 individuals he encountered the first time he met Ning Rongrong. However, they were not truly enemies. He merely recognized their malevolence. He added a remark that enlightened Douluo Bo, who understood that if Tang Zhuo indeed had enemies, they must have already found their final resting place. Thus, the adversaries he referred to were simply wrongdoers. Were they? Douluo Bo frowned and asked. They should be in Soda City now. Tang's rubbed his chin thoughtfully and responded. Suwatawa City? Is that not rather far? Tang's chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. I happen to have a flying thunder god mark. What is the flying thunder god? Without answering, Tang's approached Douluo and placed his hand on his back. Douluo furrowed his brow. A flash of golden light enveloped them, and their geographical location altered. Initially blinded by the brilliance, Douluo soon opened his eyes. Boom! A green attack surged toward Tang's and Douluo. The suddenness of it left them momentarily dazed. Tang's raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting the attack, and surveyed their surroundings. What in the world? How do we end up on the arena? Only then did Tang's recall that the flying thunder god mark stemmed from the battle they had previously experienced. The host adjusted his glasses, announcing, "The match is on hold." His resonant voice echoed throughout the arena, snapping Douluo and Tang's from their astonishment. "Where are we?" Douluo asked like an innocent child. "The Suwatawa Great Soul Arena." Tang's swallowed hard. "What? We have arrived in Suwatawa City." An overwhelming shock erupted in Douluo's mind. He was familiar with spatial soul techniques, yet he had never heard of a skill that could directly traverse from the Sunset Forest to the Suwatawa Great Soul Arena. May I ask who you two are?" The host, having sensed their strength from the earlier incident, spoke respectfully. Poison Law Douluo. Douluo cleared his throat, placing his hand behind his back and standing tall, exuding the dignity of a titled Douluo. Upon hearing Douluo's name, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Titled Douluo? The competitors in the match stood agape, while the individual who had attacked the duo felt the weight of despair wash over him. He had just assaulted a titled Douluo. As for the other individual, the audience began to speculate about his identity. Standing alongside a titled Douluo appeared to have some uncertainty regarding Tang's. However, one audience member recognized him. Despite wearing a mask during the competition, the mask had been damaged once. He is Suzuo Zinan, as the name left the spectators' lips. Others in the audience quickly identified Tang's as well. Suzuo Zinan, though he had only recently appeared at the Suwatawa Great Soul Arena and was considered a newcomer, left a profound and heavy impression on the spectators. He was almost revered as a deity in their eyes, a figure of faith. Although few knew the specifics of Tang's 12th year, could it not be discerned? Upon hearing the name Suzuo Zinan, the crowd's astonishment even overshadowed that of the titled Douluo. Some had already risen to their feet, these being Tang's loyal fans. Having been disappointed that Tang's had not previously visited the Suwatawa Great Soul Arena, they had planned to support Shrek during the Senior Soul Master competition. Yet, witnessing Tang's today filled them with joy. Seeing him alongside Douluo only solidified their belief in his strength. Among them was even a Soul Emperor, who could clearly see the disguised soul rings on Tang's. He understood that he was no match for Tang's, who was merely a Soul King at present. This was a disparity of unyielding strength, akin to the admiration Bartolomeo held for Luffy, endless and unwavering. Suzuo Zinan. Suzuo Zinan. The name of Tang's resounded throughout the arena. Everyone, including Tang's himself, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated garnering such a loyal following. Tang's scratched his head, bewildered as he glanced around. Then, feeling a bit bashful, he looked at the host. "I apologize, we seem to have taken a wrong turn. Farewell." What he did not expect was that the host was also one of his fans. "Are you truly Suzuo Zinan?" the host inquired. "Yes, indeed," Tang's affirmed. "Could you please give me an autograph?" The host unexpectedly presented a photograph of the Shrek 7 monsters and a monster battling against the Tian Royal Academy. Tang's took the photo, signed his name, and handed it back to the host before hastily departing the scene with Douluo Little Monster. "I truly did not anticipate that you had so many fans," Douluo remarked, observing Tang's, who appeared slightly flushed. Having never experienced such a scene before, Tang's, despite his high popularity and strong reputation in this lifetime, found the sensation of being chased by admirers quite delightful. Enough of this. Let's focus on finding someone. Tang's quickly shifted the topic. "Where can we search in such a vast Soto city?" Douluo inquired, positive. "Tangzuo's my Li." Placing his hands on the ground and closing his eyes. "Perception," he uttered, and his soul skill blossomed instantaneously. The entirety of Soto City was vividly reflected in his mind, and he discerned the visage of a large-toothed individual whose face bore a striking resemblance to Flinder's shoe sole. Tang's confirmed his location. Chapter 121. This Douluo has something interesting. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his hands, displaying a look of ease. What was that power just now?" "Oh, my soul power is somewhat unique," It can also be referred to as chakra. Douluo had sensed Tang's mysterious power previously, but refrained from inquiring. Now, however, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Upon hearing Tang's explanation, Douluo remained silent, genuinely having not comprehended a word. Ah, little monster, you are truly enigmatic. It is somewhat disheartening to converse with you, as your talent is on an entirely different level. Perhaps the legendary Douluo raised his head, closed his eyes, and assumed an inscrutable demeanor, thinking Tang was unaware of the existence of deities. The one you mentioned, is that a god? Douluo's eyes widened as he gazed at Tang. You know, indeed, many of my soul rings are bestowed by the gods. The concept of gods in Douluo was originally an elusive legend, and Douluo had merely speculated. However, Tang's words shattered Douluo's understanding. God bestowed soul rings? So the issue of your soul ring's age was resolved by the divine? Tang shook his head. I do not know. All my soul rings are gifts from the heavens. Others have said they are God-bestowed soul rings. In this context, Tang could only respond in such a manner. I truly do not wish to converse with you. Douluo felt a wave of frustration wash over him, seemingly impacted by Tang's revelations. All right, let's find him quickly. With that, Tang would dash forward, followed closely by Douluo. The purple and green lights illuminated Soto City. Douluo was astonished at how Tang could keep pace with him, something he had not anticipated. To be honest, Tang's speed was genuinely impressive. His velocity was his greatest advantage. Although Douluo had explosive speed, he was still at the lower tier of tidal Douluo in a normal run. Before long, they arrived at the location Tang had indicated. The lights here were vibrant and colorful, creating a dazzling spectacle. Before them, Douluo was intently gazing at a woman. This woman was indeed beautiful and possessed an alluring figure. However, she paid no heed to Douluo, dressed in a combination of pink and white. She left Douluo drooling. In the next moment, Douluo summoned his martial soul and approached the woman. The woman, now aware of Douluo's intentions, was taken aback. Judging by her expression, it was clear she was not a frivolous person and held herself in high regard. There was no way she would acquiesce to Douluo's desires. Tang, is the person you mentioned that scoundrel? Douluo inquired. Indeed, it is, Tang replied, revealing a smile reminiscent of the Dragon King, tilting his head slightly. Fire release, heavenly flame. Black and red flames emerged from Tang's hands, transforming into the shape of a monstrous entity. Douluo felt an intense heat radiating towards him. Turning around, he saw the dual-colored flames rushing towards him. The scorching temperature rendered Douluo unable to open his eyes. The two-colored monstrosity enveloped Douluo entirely. The woman turned back, and upon seeing Douluo subdued by Tang, halted in her tracks. Breathing heavily, she raised her head, and upon seeing Tang's visage, her demeanor seemed to change entirely, her gaze now tinged with admiration. Perhaps it was admiration. Tang, what if the fire incinerates him? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Douluo asked, concerned. Do not worry. I merely require a body exchange, which will result in a new form. After hearing Tang's explanation, Douluo gradually relaxed. The blood yin-yang I manifested within Tang's pupils, and 6 soul rings illuminated. Tang's hair billowed, as if he were a celestial being. Emperor of Flames. Tang's raised his hand, conjuring a colossal fireball. The immense fireball soared towards below. The crimson and black flames, along with the light-colored flames of the Flame Emperor, converged. Douluo, trapped within, displayed a look of panic as he cried out for help. However, such a person deserved to perish. Tang had previously spared him solely to avoid killing in front of a woman. Otherwise, to the sensitive Tang, Douluo was akin to refuse, a scoundrel. Tang placed great importance on human relationships and emotions. The 3-colored flames engulfed Douluo entirely. The incident unfolded swiftly. Little monster, is it resolved now? Douluo inquired. I have controlled the temperature of the flames and directed their trajectory with the blood yin-yang eye, Tang replied. Therefore, it is fine. We have succeeded. Douluo's expression brightened as he turned to leave. Tang approached and collected Douluo's remains into the jade vessel used for teaching flute. Casting a glance at the woman, he shook his head and walked towards Douluo. All right, let us depart, Tang said to Douluo. The woman momentarily paused, then sprinted towards Tang. Thank you for saving me, truly, thank you. What is your name? She asked. I am Tang, engaged at 12, not interested. He replied succinctly before transforming into purple light and vanishing from the scene. Douluo followed suit. Douluo couldn't help but chuckle. He found himself pondering why he lacked Tang's striking appearance. If he possessed such looks, perhaps he too could relish the sensation of being pursued by countless admirers. However, he didn't consider himself lacking in appearance. Thus, it was fate. Tangzhua, can't you use that spatial soul skill to return? Upon hearing this, Tangzhua halted, smacking his forehead in frustration. He had forgotten to leave a mark for the flying thunder god. I forgot. Alas, it seems we must run back, Tangzhua lamented. Douluo shook his head, his expression clouded with distress. However, in the next moment, he regained his composure, for Douluo lay buried within the Xingdou Great Forest. Tangzhua, my son's body is in the Xingdou Great Forest. Oh, that simplifies matters, Tangzhua replied, appearing behind Douluo, a flash of golden light signaling his swift arrival at the forest. This marked the final flying thunder god Tangzhua would utilize. Douluo remained astonished. Despite having undergone such experiences previously, the spectacle never ceased to amaze him. After the initial shock, astonishment would return. Such extraordinary events warranted awe. Very well, lead the way, Tangzhua said, narrowing his eyes. Douluo nodded, relying on his memories to navigate the path. Chapter 122. Tangzhua's first attempt. Following Douluo's recollections, Tangzhua arrived at a dimly lit location where a gravestone stood ahead. Is this the place? Tangzhua inquired, gesturing towards the stone and casting a glance at Douluo. Indeed, it is, Douluo affirmed, his once commanding presence diminished upon encountering the gravestone, replaced by an expression imbued with tenderness. This gentleness, though lacking in intricate detail, radiated warmth, a gaze reserved for those held dear. Douluo approached, gently brushing away the dust accumulated over the years that obscured the inscription on the gravestone. Grave of Douluo, son of Douluo. The 10 characters stood out prominently, striking in their clarity. Tangzhua, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from interrupting, recognizing the rarity of such instances. Time passed, and Douluo gradually collected himself, turning to Tangzhua with a look of apology. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. His voice bore a melancholic tone, the impact of Douluo's death weighing heavily upon him. No matter, Tangzhua replied, his demeanor transformed into one of solemnity, for he harbored uncertainties regarding his first use of the impure world reincarnation technique. Approaching the gravestone, Tangzhua gently touched it, causing the earth beneath to stir. Douluo observed in silence, torn between words, shaking his head. Douluo's body emerged before Tangzhua, appearing unchanged. Gazing upon the figure resembling Douluo, Tangzhua's lips curved into a perfect arc. What do you think, Tangzhua? Is it feasible? Douluo asked anxiously. Yes, the chances are quite high. Though merely 6 words, they resonated deeply within Douluo's heart. Tangzhua retrieved the body of Douluo from the urine Huchu Jiao Chue Shao and produced a yellow talisman, affixing it to Buli's form. A flash of golden light transformed into darkness, and Buli's strength began to disintegrate into ashes. Douluo, though puzzled, chose not to interfere, placing his trust in Tangzhua, as he had no alternative. With a smile, Tangzhua turned his attention back to Douluo, applying another yellow talisman to his chest. In a brilliant flash, Douluo's corpse vanished into thin air. Tangzhua swiftly formed hand seals. Impure world, reincarnation technique. The ground trembled, the world itself seeming to warp. This was the force of the laws, manipulating the very earth beneath. The tremors intensified, and clods of earth flew as a wooden coffin materialized before Tangzhua, inscribed with the character for Xian. After a gentle clap of his hands, Tangzhua expressed his satisfaction. How is it? Did we succeed? Douluo asked with urgency. Indeed, success has been achieved. Tangzhua beamed, executing a simple gesture that caused the coffin's lid to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. From within emerged a figure with green hair and alabaster skin, reminiscent of a woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Douluo, albeit with several fissures marring the beauty of the face, adding an intriguing allure. This was indeed Douluo. Douluo scratched his head in confusion, gazing at his hands in bewilderment. As he tentatively lifted his arms and realized he could move, astonishment washed over him. Douluo regarded the figure before him, trembling with emotion. His crystalline green eyes shimmered with paternal affection, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he succumbed to the overwhelming tide of joy. Sin, mi de sin. Douluo's quivering voice broke the silence, capturing Douluo's attention. Turning around, Douluo regarded Tangzhua with puzzlement, but upon laying eyes on Douluo, he halted in his tracks. The two exchanged glances, locked in an embrace of mutual recognition for an indeterminate time. Old monster, your son is right there. Tangzhuo waved his hand in front of Douluo to snap him from his reverie. Douluo recovered from his astonishment. Xian, my dear Xian, is that truly you? He reached out, as if fearing Xian might vanish once more. Father? I thought I was dead? Xian gazed intently at Douluo. Realizing the gravity of his son's words, Douluo's heart swelled with understanding. In an instant, he enveloped Xian in a tight embrace. Xian, I am so sorry. I had no means to alleviate the pain of your martial soul. Forgive me. In Tang's eyes, Douluo resembled a benevolent father, evoking a longing to sing. Men may cry, and it is no sin. This background music seemed fitting for the moment. Douluo explained to Xian the circumstances that allowed him to return to the realm of the living. Tangzhuo, my young friend, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace. In my next life, I will serve you as a humble beast of burden to repay this debt. Xian bowed deeply to Tangzhuo, sincerity evident in his words. No need for servitude in next life. Perhaps you could join the Shao organization instead. It offers sustenance and shelter, ensuring a life free from worry. Tangzhuo replied with a mischievous grin. Xian now possessed formidable strength, being a pure soul sage. And under Tangzhuo's evolution, his martial soul had transformed into the Yulin Shi. While it may not match Douluo's Tianjing Shi, it was undeniably far superior to the Bailin Shi. Ha ha, Xian, a little monster saved you, why not join? Douluo chuckled, patting Xian's back. Xian's gaze flitted between the two, ultimately settling on Tangzhuo. I pay my respects to the esteemed leader, he declared. Tangzhuo quickly interjected, feeling uncomfortable with the title. Just call me boss. I'm not fond of being addressed as leader. By the way, has Yinner's poison issue been resolved? Xian suddenly turned to Douluo, recalling the matter. We shall visit tomorrow. I will assist her in resolving it, Tangzhuo assured him. Hearing this, Xian felt a weight lift from his heart. Thank you ever so much, boss. An old monster, you haven't forgotten your promise to join the Shao organization, have you? Tangzhuo raised his eyebrows at Douluo, who wore a proud expression. I cannot believe I agreed to this. I will certainly fulfill my promise. However, it is out of the question for me to call you boss. Douluo, with a haughty demeanor, turned his face away defiantly. If you do not call me that, do you believe I won't send your son back right now? Tangzhuo retorted, matching Douluo's defiance with his own. If you're unsatisfied, I shall ensure you comply. In chapter 123, Tangzhuo vanished into the bathroom. You dare use such despicable and shameless tactics, Douluo exclaimed. His face flushed with anger as he pointed at Tangzhuo. Call me boss. Tangzhuo gritted his teeth, elongating his voice. Boss. Douluo uttered the words quickly, barely audible. Repeat it, Tangzhuo said, a smile on his face as he regarded Douluo. You are crossing the line. Douluo pointed angrily at Tangzhuo. I shall cross it. What can you do about it? Tangzhuo was teasing exasperated Douluo, who appeared on the verge of an explosion. Boss. This time, Douluo shouted the words, suppressing his defiance as he forced them out. Tangzhuo was taken aback by Douluo's sudden boldness, having thought that the previous utterance had been the limit of his endurance. Yet, who could have known he would be so audacious? Xian observed the two, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead, surrounded by a gray atmosphere. Soon, the night deepened. Hey, old monster, you two bond while I return Shrek Academy. Tang's was said before disappearing in a flash of golden light before their eyes. Although Tangzhuo had left no mark at Shrek, he had left a flying thunder god mark on Ning Rongrong. Upon arrival, he found himself enveloped by a misty environment, a hint of warmth lingering. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he was not alone. Ning Rongrong appeared before him. Surrounded by white mist, Tangzhuo soon recognized he was submerged in water. In that moment, he grasped the situation. Ning Rongrong was bathing. Ning Rongrong's scream reverberated painfully in Tangzhuo's ears. He hurriedly covered her mouth, but she struggled against him. Rongrong, it's me, Tangzhuo. Due to the vapor, Ning Rongrong initially could not recognize him, but upon realizing it was Tangzhuo, she felt a rush of happiness. However, in her excitement, she leaned backward, and Tangzhuo caught her. Feeling the warmth of her skin, his face reddened instantly, while Ning Rongrong's face turned as red as an apple. You, she stammered, shyly uttering the words. Tangzhuo, feeling flustered, quickly helped her up and released his grip. He had disabled the system's exploration function, thus preventing the system and Dai from viewing the scene outside. How could you turn off the exploration function? You despicable Tangzhua. I've lived over 1,000 years and wish to see what I cannot. The system, exasperated, then struck Dai with a fist. Ning Rongrong, wrapped in a bathrobe, blushed furiously, her face and neck flushed with embarrassment. Tangzhua sat on the floor, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. Thankfully, the dormitory was a single room. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The thought alone terrified him, yet for some, it was a source of joy. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He kept repeating, each apology deepening Ning Rongrong's blush. So go, why are you back? Ning Rongrong turned to him, her gaze fixed intently. I just came back to see. I had nothing to do and missed you, Tangzhua replied, his bluntness revealing his awkwardness. As for the latter part, it was something he had learned from Tang San. Hearing those words made Ning Rongrong flustered, her cheeks flushed. Are you leaving again? She asked shyly. Yes, I will leave once you fall asleep, Tangzhua nodded. You, turn around, she commanded. Tangzhua scratched his head in confusion. Why? He asked. I need to get dressed, she replied. Tangzhua quickly turned away, his face reddening once more. All right. As he glanced at her in a pale, pink dress, her hair damp and cascading, his heart raced uncontrollably. What are you looking at? Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on the blanket. You are truly beautiful. The words slipped from Tangzhua's lips unconsciously, a heartfelt truth. Ning Rongrong trembled. Sitting up to gaze at him, gaining courage, she leaned in to kiss him. Tangzhua was left in shock by the unexpected turn of events. After a long moment, their lips parted. All right, Ning Rongrong, you should sleep now. I'll keep you company, Tangzhua said, his face still flushed as he spoke nervously. Ning Rongrong lay down, smiling as she tugged at his clothing. Before long, she drifted into a wonderful dreamland. Tangzhua gently stroked her short hair, smiling warmly. With a flash of golden light, he reappeared beside Douluo and Xian. So you're back? Douluo questioned. Old monster, you must call me boss. Do you understand? Tangzhua insisted. Douluo frowned, realizing that aside from the title Douluo, only Tangzhua would dare speak to him in such a manner. All right, go to sleep. We must save your granddaughter tomorrow, Tangzhua said, looking at Douluo with a smile. Inside the spear hall, have there been any reports of a person named Tangzhua lately? Bibi Dong inquired, resting her chin on her hand, regarding the soul master kneeling respectfully before her. Your Holiness, it is reported that Tangzhua and Shrek Academy intended to join the Tiando Royal Academy, but were expelled by Prince Xuesheng, subsequently arriving at a high-ranking soul master academy called Lamba Academy. Bibi Dong inhaled deeply. What is his current strength? She asked, her anticipation palpable. According to the information received, Tangzhua is on the verge of becoming a soul emperor. What? A soul emperor? Are you certain he is only 12 years old? The soul master's voice quivered. The incredibility of the news, overwhelming. Even Bibi Dong, well-versed in many matters, had never heard of such a phenomenon. Your Holiness, it has been just over 6 years since he awakened his martial soul. He is indeed only 12. At 12 years old, what level of strength does he possess? Bibi Dong was astute enough not to differentiate power solely by rank, recalling Tang Hao as a prime example. His strength can rival that of a low-ranked soul saint. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in shock, and she gasped. The global greenhouse effect must be attributed to Tangzhua. I have inhaled too much cold air. The golden generation? Our proud golden generation? In his eyes, are we merely a joke? Bibi Dong lamented. In the upcoming high-ranking soul master competition, we must exert every effort to recruit him. Should we fail, we must send a title Douluo to pursue him. Chapter 124. Is this still the proud Yin? On this night, Xian found himself unable to sleep. Rather than being unable to rest, it was more accurate to say he was restless. Yin was his daughter, and he eagerly anticipated their reunion. Yet he was equally filled with concern for her well-being. These anxious emotions contributed to his insomnia. Tangzhua rubbed his eyes, still blushing at the recollection of the earlier events. Undoubtedly, he too had lost sleep. He approached Xian and sat beside him. Why aren't you asleep? He inquired. Benefactor, what brings you here? The term benefactor sent a shiver down Tangzhua's spine. Why do you call me that? Although he understood the significance of the term, it was customary to inquire nonetheless. You resurrected me, allowing me to return to this world. Naturally, you are my benefactor, Xian explained. Xian and Douluo were quite different. Douluo was proud and haughty, while Xian possessed a more nuanced disposition. However, They shared many similarities, such as loyalty and deep emotional connections. Perhaps you ought to refrain from addressing me that way. Just call me boss. Tang's remarked with a sidelong glance at Douluo Xin, smiling. Surprisingly, Douluo Xin nodded in agreement. In his eyes, the debt of life outweighed all else. Indeed, boss. Douluo Xin deeply. Tang's felt a headache coming on. Even a jest could be taken seriously. Yet, this arrangement did have its merits. Throughout the night, both Tang Zhua and Douluo Xin engaged in training, while Douluo remained sound asleep. Hey, old monster, the sun's up, Tang Zhua exclaimed, unleashing a powerful roar reminiscent of a popular phrase from his past life. The resounding noise jolted Douluo from his dreams, covering his ears. Who dares disturb my slumber? He shouted, leaping up and scanning the surroundings, only to find Tang Zhua glaring at him. Douluo quickly grasped the situation. Hey, little monster, are you trying to get yourself killed? Why the commotion? Douluo retorted, mimicking Tang's tone. Are you going to rescue your dear granddaughter or not? Tang's would cross his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Douluo. Upon hearing this, Douluo perked up. Of course, we must save her. Tang Zhua, you cannot refuse. I will not let this matter rest. Tang Zhua waved his hand impatiently. All right, let us get moving. Douluo Xin watched the banter between the two with a smile, shaking his head occasionally. Purple, fluorescent green, and light green lights shimmered like a rainbow, a testament to the trio's incredible speed. The journey between Tiando Royal Academy and the Stardo Forest was indeed lengthy. After 2 days of relentless travel, they finally approached the grand gates of Tiando City. Suddenly, Tangs were recalled that Shrek Academy had relocated to Tiando City. Ding dong, a mission was issued. Mission details: heal Douluo. Mission reward: an unknown dimensional task. Failure penalty: erasure of the host. The long silent system notification chimed again, piquing Tang's interest. After all, the peculiar nature of the mission's reward suggested something extraordinary. Tang's understood that this task was far from ordinary, and the reward would likely be of significant use to him. Each time the system issued such ambiguous rewards, it could be considered a divine artifact. For now, the focus remained on the task. The reward could be contemplated later. Old monster, just call her out, and I will wait here, Tang's instructed. Are you going in? I have not forgotten the last time I was here. That Prince Xuexing was truly insufferable. He added, clenching his fist. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Prince Xuexing's powerful background placed him at the apex of the food chain, making it difficult for anyone to challenge him. Fine, wait for me here. In a flash of green light, Douluo vanished from sight. Yinner, he called gently to a woman ahead. She turned, and upon seeing Douluo, joyfully rushed to his side. Grandfather, what brings you here? Douluo asked with delight. Douluo proceeded to explain the situation to her, cautioning her not to divulge the details to anyone. Upon hearing the story, Douluo was first struck with shock, followed by exhilaration. Her father, Douluo Xin, had returned, and her grandfather's martial soul defect had been cured. She would no longer suffer. Was this all accomplished by that Susan Nonan? Douluo inquired, her anticipation palpable. Indeed, that lad Tang Zhua is truly enigmatic, Douluo mused. Little monster, we have arrived, Tang Zhua and Douluo Xin announced, halting their actions. Upon seeing Douluo Xin, Douluo's eyes brimmed with tears. What followed was an immensely touching scene. Father, is it truly you? Douluo exclaimed, embracing Douluo Xin tightly, as if fearing he might vanish again. It is me, indeed, Douluo Xin replied, equally moved. Wiping away her tears, Douluo Xin led Douluo to face Tang Zhua. Bowing deeply, Douluo Xin addressed Tang Zhua. Boss, I implore you. The term boss shattered Douluo's worldview. To hear a proud father refer to Tang Zhua as boss was astonishing. Despite her usual arrogance, Douluo recognized the gravity of Tang Zhua's benevolence towards their family. He had resurrected her father, healed her grandfather, and now sought to cure her. Any one of these acts would render her indebted for a lifetime. Yet Tang Zhua was not the type to demand servitude. Little monster, can you heal my granddaughter now? Douluo inquired, his surprise palpable at Douluo's respectful address. Realizing Douluo's words, Tang Zhua responded, oh, very well. He stepped before Douluo, who raised her gaze to him. At that moment, Tang Zhua, unmasked, revealed a striking visage. Douluo, though unmoved emotionally due to her affections for Yu Tianheng, could not help but be astonished. It was entirely reasonable. Tang Zhua's beauty could overshadow realms and even the very air itself. He was truly a sight to behold, captivating the heavens and stirring the hearts of spirits. As the Buddha would say, the beauty of Tang Zhuo is beyond the capacity of words to describe. Chapter 125. The first encounter with the three little ones. Tang Zhuo utilized his soul energy to conduct a brief examination of Douluo Yan's veins. Indeed, the signs of poisoning she exhibited were on an entirely different scale than those of Douluo. If the difficulty of treating Douluo is rated at 3, then the challenge of treating Douluo Yan is, at best, a mere 0. 3. This is akin to the distinction between early and late-stage cancer. Tang Zhuo's intention to treat Douluo Yan was merely a trivial matter. How is Yenner? The tone of the speaker reveals it to be Douluo Hexen. One need not ponder this. It is evident that treating her is far simpler than dealing with the old monster. Tang Zhuo nonchalantly waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Douluo recognized Tang Zhuo's complete confidence. Douluo Yan appeared slightly irked, perhaps due to Tang Zhuo's lack of respect towards Douluo. With a flourish, Tang Zhuo's right hand radiated a green light, enveloping Douluo Yan in a soothing aura, indicative of toxin purification. In a brief moment, he withdrew his hand. Douluo Yan's martial spirit abruptly transformed, resembling Douluo Xian's Yulin Shi. Is that all? Douluo Yan gazed at Tang Zhuo in disbelief, having anticipated a lengthy treatment process, only to find it completed in a mere 3 minutes. Little monster, we shall never forget your kindness. A satisfied smile graced Douluo's face. He had traversed far and wide, seeking a cure for Douluo Yan's ailment, believing it insurmountable. Douluo Yan was destined to live a life akin to Douluo's plight. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, for he encountered Tang Zhuo, who instantly alleviated Douluo Yan's suffering and even revived his son, Douluo Hexen. To add to his fortune, Douluo himself was cured. The debt of gratitude to Tang Zhuo could never be repaid, even if he toiled as a beast in his next life. Ding dong, task completed. Task reward. Dimensional dungeon unlocked. The term dungeon struck a familiar chord with Tang Zhuo, a seasoned gamer in his previous life. The concept of a dimensional dungeon piqued his interest. System? What is a dimensional system? Dan duo punda internali. Hey, are you foolish? Can't you deduce from a name? It naturally involves traversing to other dimensions to complete tasks. The system retorted with a mocking tone, inciting Tang Zhuo's ire. Silence. He commanded. System, open the dimensional dungeon. Understood. Tang Zhuo found himself in the system space, where time and the external world stood still, rendering him unperturbed by Douluo and the others. Before him, a scroll slowly materialized. The scroll unfurled unexpectedly, revealing a series of numerous levels, each adorned with 2 chains and a lock, indicating the necessity of overcoming challenges. The reward for the first level was a level promotion pill and a 100,000 year soul ring. This reward aligned perfectly with Tang Zhuo's current situation, facilitating his ascension to Soul Emperor, along with the provision of a soul ring. The prospect of a 100,000 year soul ring was indeed enticing. Furthermore, the initial task involved the War of the Land of Waves, specifically defeating Zabuza, the Land of Waves. Naruto. These 3 pivotal phrases escaped Tang Zhuo's lips in astonishment. Hey, system, what is the situation? He inquired, casting a serious glance at the system. It's simply a task, and given your prowess, you won't be suppressed in the Naruto world. Your strength is above that of the Kage, the system responded, extending a finger with a grin. Tang Zhuo's shock stemmed not from fear of defeat, but from the apprehension of how to extricate himself from the dungeon once inside. What about the timeline during the dungeon? He questioned. No need to worry, host. Time will halt in this realm once you enter the dungeon, the system clarified, alleviating Tang Zhuo's concerns. With such an uncomplicated dungeon promising rewards, how could he resist participation? Facing Zabuza as a Super Kage would be a simple feat moreover. It presented an opportunity to showcase his abilities before Sasuke. The thought alone filled him with excitement. How about it, host? Will you participate? The gift is quite tempting. The system remarked with a mischievous expression, gazing at Tang Zhuo with an inscrutable smile. Of course, I shall participate. It would be foolish not to. Without hesitation, Tang Zhuo stepped forward and pressed the participation button beneath the dungeon icon. A blue light enveloped him. Tang Zhuo found himself in a cerulean realm surrounded by screens, devoid of any other entities. The entire landscape was bathed in blue, and enigmatic codes flickered across the screens. A beam of light shot skyward. As Tang Zhuo opened his eyes, he realized he had arrived at a new location. Before him stood 3 children and a masked figure engaged in battle against a bandaged man wielding a large blade, marked by a distinct gash on its spine. Tang Zhuo's gaze fell upon the individual clad in blue, whose sharp features brought him a sense of reassurance. He then glanced at Haruno Sakura, noting her striking resemblance to Ning Rongrong, with both possessing short pink hair and similar physiques, differing only in attire. The masked figure was undoubtedly Kakashi, while the other was unmistakably Zabuza. The trio of children remained oblivious to Tang's presence, yet Kakashi and Zabuza, as elite shinobi, keenly observed the unfolding battle. Both sensed Tang's arrival. "Who goes there?" they queried, turning to perceive Tang's chakra, which surged like a colossal monster, causing them to shudder. The three children, noticing the expressions of Kakashi and Zabuza, followed their gaze. Sakura's pupils instantly transformed into hearts, a natural reaction given that, on some level, Tang's embodied Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared unaffected by the situation. "Hey, who are you? Wow, you look just like Sasuke." As a former Naruto enthusiast, Tang's was intimately familiar with Naruto. Yet standing before him, he found it implausible to compare him to the future 7th Hokage. As for Sasuke, he was formidable, far stronger than that man. Cold sweat beaded on Sasuke's brow. "If he could teach me, I would surely be able to defeat that man," he mused. Kakashi momentarily dismissed Zabuza, aware that he could not equate their strengths until he grasped Tang's true capabilities. "May I inquire why you are here, esteemed one?" Kakashi asked solemnly, regarding Tang's with utmost seriousness, unwilling to let his guard down. Zabuza mirrored this sentiment. Chapter 126. Naruto expressed that if he were to die because of him, he would feel guilty. Yet, the true terror of Tang's did not lie in his strength, but in his age. At merely 12 years of age, Tang's prowess had already reached such heights within the Naruto realm. "Kakashi?" Tang's instinctively blurted out, unable to hide his recognition of Kakashi. "Yes, esteemed one." The three children, having just discovered Kakashi and Zabuza's trepidation towards Tang's were left in awe. An overwhelming shock enveloped the atmosphere. Tang's picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it towards a tree. The velocity of the stone was astonishing, creating a sound akin to a fierce wind. "Descend now." The leaves rustled, and a figure leapt down from the tree. Aside from Zabujan, none of the others were aware of Bai's unexpected presence here. Kakashi swiftly retreated, contemplating the implications of Tang's prior actions, which allowed him to surmise the nature of Tang's formation. "I am Tangzwa. Simply refer to me as Tangzwa," he stated. Kakashi recognized that this individual was undoubtedly the strongest he had ever encountered. Even a legendary Sannin would likely find themselves outmatched by Tangzwa. As for the bloodthirsty Zabujan, his prowess was not even a matter of discussion. Tang's strength was transparently evident before Kakashi. That oppressive aura loomed large. Zabujan, expressed a hint of panic, glancing towards Zabujan. "Be cautious," Zabujan advised. In a moment of distraction, the boisterous Naruto had unwittingly approached Tangzwa. "Hey, who are you? Why do you look so much like Sasuke?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the crowd began to scrutinize the two, realizing that they could not merely be described as resembling one another. Sasuke had felt an uncanny familiarity upon first seeing Tangzwa. Yet he, who rarely gazed into mirrors, dismissed it. As for Haruno Sakura, she had already discerned the truth. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Tangzwa bore a striking resemblance to an adult Sasuke. Tangzwa shook his head and regarded Kakashi's Sharingan. "Obito entrusted you with this Sharingan. You must safeguard it. He gifted it to you, and should you allow it to be taken by another, it would be a disservice to him," Tangzwa declared. At that moment, he was striving to maintain his composure. How could he not feel exhilarated upon encountering these icons from his past life? Kakashi, upon hearing Obito's name, appeared to fall into a deep and somber reverie. "The past is the past. Fate will bring us together again." Tang's words carried a weight that might allow Kakashi to ease his burden somewhat. He turned his gaze towards Zabujan. Zabujan felt an involuntary shiver as every cell in his body seemed to contract. "You're allied with Kato, correct? Let us engage in a battle. If you win, so be it, but if I win, you must leave," Tangzwa proposed, gesturing an okay sign towards Zabujan. At Zabujan's level, a ninja was not easily cowed by death. Thus, he would not fear engaging with Tangzwa. This was a matter of the dignity of the strong. Do not overstep your bounds. Upon hearing this, Tangzwa did not harbor any contempt for Zabujan. Rather, he understood that in this world, he was perceived as a mysterious powerhouse. Naturally, he needed to embody the essence of strength. Moreover, he felt a modicum of respect for Zabujan, and he had no intention of allowing him to perish. Although this might merely be a replica of events, achieving what he desired brought him a sense of solace. Sasuke witnessed the true power of the Uchiha clan, Tang's declared, closing his eyes as he gazed ahead. Sasuke seemed to have heard something extraordinary. His attention immediately captivated by Tang's proclamation. With a thunderous roar, a ferocious chakra shattered the ground surrounding Tang's. In this realm, he faced no restraint. Blood Yin-Yang I, Rebirth I, Sharingan Rinnegan, everything converged. The power of the six paths allowed Tang's Sharingan to transform into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Zaibujan gulped, involuntarily stepping back. Susanoo. Tang's eyes morphed into the Sharingan. Upon witnessing this transformation, everyone, including Kakashi, Zaibujan, and Naruto, was left in stunned silence. This signified that Tang's was of the Uchiha clan and undoubtedly held some connection to Sasuke. The colossal complete Susanoo rose majestically, with Tang's standing atop its imposing form. The aura emanating from the violet Susanoo was undeniably formidable. Sasuke, do you see? This is the true might of a Sharingan. Sasuke stared at Tang's, seemingly entranced. Zaibujan, come forth, Tang's said, casting a playful glance at him. Zaibujan felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, he continually reassured himself that this Susanoo was merely an impressive facade. Grasping his executioner's blade, he turned to strike at Tang's. Unexpectedly, however, the weapon had no effect on Tang's. The defense of the Susanoo proved unexpectedly robust. Tang's retracted the Susanoo. To ensure fairness, I shall not utilize the abilities of the Sharingan in our duel, he stated, taking a stance before Zaibujan. Zaibujan's flicker of despair transformed into unexpected delight. He perceived Tang's actions as sheer arrogance, failing to consider the true extent of Tang's formidable power. Hey, you're ignoring me. Despite the shock from the earlier confrontation, Naruto's nature was such that he could not be daunted for long, and he soon recalled his prior feeling of being overlooked. As an elite Jonin of Konoha and the son of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi recognized the significance of Tang's eyes. Instantly, the sense of security Kakashi had felt regarding Konoha dissipated. It was known that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated. If Tang's was indeed one of them, such an overwhelming strength would not go unvoiced. With a serious expression, Kakashi contemplated how best to gather intelligence on Tang's. If possible, he might recruit Tang's, whose might could rival that of the original Hokage, the god of shinobi, to Konoha. Undoubtedly, Tang's abilities in the current shinobi world surpassed even those of Madara and Hashirama during the Warring States period, placing him at the zenith of his era. Observing that Tang's attention was diverted by Naruto, Zaibujan seized the opportunity to initiate his jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. He formed hand seals, albeit his speed was somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, at his level of strength, this would not be a significant drawback. With the executioner's blade, he could still reclaim some advantage. However, Naruto was left awestruck, realizing that if Tang's were to fall because of him, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Chapter 127, Return. But could Tang's be struck by such an effortless attack? After all, he possessed the ability of Kin Bunshiku Haki. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Tang's also unleashed his own Water Dragon Bullet. The speed of their hand seals seemed to belong to entirely different realms. The disparity between them could not even be quantified. A massive water dragon surged forth, far exceeding the size of Zaibujan's Water Dragon Bullet. As expected, Zaibujan's attack was instantly consumed by Tang's Water Dragon Bullet, which showed no signs of waning. Bai, witnessing this turn of events, positioned herself in front of Zaibujan, resolute in her decision that Tang's would not allow the narrative to unfold as it originally had. He hurled a kunai imbued with Flying Thunder God technique forward. With a gentle touch, it shattered. The two characters, casually mentioned, have caused the Water Dragon Bullet to vanish. This is one of the abilities of Tang's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern of Tang's eyes is nearly identical to that of Sasuke, yet distinctively. His Sharingan appears to possess an additional scythe pattern reminiscent of Kimui atop Sasuke's six-pointed star design. It is evident that these eyes are extraordinary. Sasuke is merely aware that this is another form of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he remains oblivious to the fact that Tang's eyes are of the Eternal Mangekyo variety. Then is that the Flying Thunder God? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, gazing ahead. He discerned that Tang's speed even surpassed that of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father, his mentor, and the hero of Konoha, both Feng Shui men. Such formidable prowess seemed to numb Kakashi's senses. should Tang's will perform anything further that is shockingly extraordinary. Kakashi might not be able to muster any significant reaction. It is imperative that Kakashi report Tang's actions back to Konoha, as it is his duty as an elite jonin of the village. Despite the possibility of Tang's causing him trouble, it is a necessity. When it comes to Kakashi's loyalty to Konoha, it is undoubtedly at its peak, even though he is aware that the death of his father, Konoha's White Fang, may be linked to the village. However, that is a matter attributed to Danzo. With a gentle kick, Tang's sent Zabuza soaring through the air. Despite Zabuza's face being obscured by bandages, Tang's could perceive his anxiety. Zabuza swung his massive blade towards him. Tang's ethereal figure suddenly appeared at Zabuza's flank. A kunai having materialized in his hand, now poised against Zabuza's throat. You have lost. Zabuza's entire body trembled violently. Tang's had likely utilized less than 5% of his strength in this confrontation, yet the outcome remained overwhelmingly dominant. The three young ones had already been astounded by the clash between these two jonin before Tang's appearance. Now, witnessing Tang's effortless defeat of Zabuza, their expressions darkened in shock. Tang's immense power undoubtedly stirred a tempestuous response within their small circle. We have lost. It is over. Do as you please. Zabuza closed his eyes, perhaps awaiting the arrival of death. He had prepared himself for the end. I said, I have won. You may leave now. Tang's retracted the kunai, drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist. He lightly swiped it before Zabuza. A colossal chasm instantly formed. This served as Tang's final warning, indicating that if Zabuza did not depart, he and Haku would meet a dire fate beneath the ground. Zabuza and Haku fled in disarray. In truth, it was not an escape, but rather they were released by Tang's. However, the essence remained the same. Kakashi, your matter has been resolved. You may go. Tang's mission had been deemed complete by the system. Yet before departing, he had a few more matters to attend to. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Tang's. We will remember this. Kakashi could have handled Zabuza on his own, yet Tang's support was indeed significant. Wait. Sasuke, noticing Tang's impending departure, hurriedly spoke. Tang's understood that this was not the appropriate moment for discussions. If he could alter Sasuke's fate, perhaps it would be a beneficial endeavor. With a fierce glare, the two found themselves in a realm of white curtains. Surrounding them was nothing but a vast expanse of white, devoid of any other substance. Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? The astute Sasuke refrained from inquiring about their current location, recognizing it as a space conjured by Tang's. I am your future self. Tang's contemplated for a moment before this idea slipped from his lips. A flash of thunder seemed to ignite in Sasuke's mind. What did you say? I said, I am your future self. Initially, Sasuke did not believe Tang's claim, yet now he felt compelled to accept it, for Tang's had no reason to deceive him. Why would he find amusement in lying? As someone who might surpass even Hokage. Yet, he never anticipated that Tang's was indeed deceiving him, albeit with good intentions. Itachi, has he been killed by me? Surprisingly, Sasuke exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, he inquired calmly. He was a person whose inner turmoil did not always align with his outward expression. What he thought did not necessarily manifest on his face. The impact of Itachi weighed heavily on him. Until his vengeance was fulfilled, perhaps he would not experience genuine happiness. This happiness carried a profound significance. Yes, you killed him. Upon hearing this, Sasuke displayed an expression of excitement, but Tang's next words plunged him into contemplation. Hey, let me ask you about my childhood self. Sasuke snapped back from his exhilaration. Do you truly believe that Itachi was responsible for that incident? Danjuo Inquit. Upon hearing this, Sasuke appeared to grasp something, inadvertently taking a step back, betraying his inner turmoil. He sensed that something was amiss. Do you mean to say? Tang's did not directly answer his question, but instead shook his head in apparent disappointment. The roots of this matter must be uncovered by you. I cannot interfere with the past, nor significantly alter the future. In any case, take care of yourself. After speaking, Tang's allowed the system to return him, and such words were, of course, a fabrication. Sasuke felt a sense of unexpected emotion upon realizing that his inquiries bore no resolution. He began to consider that perhaps, through the implications of Tang's words, the Uchiha clan might not be connected to Itachi after all. Wait, before he could finish his thought, Tang's had already activated the return button and turned back to wave at Sasuke. Farewell. Seek the truth of your fate on your own. Hearing is but illusion, and seeing may not always reflect reality. Remember this phrase. A violet glow began to emanate beneath Sasuke's feet, and before long, he vanished from the world of Hokage without leaving a trace. The spatial ninjutsu dissipated, and Sasuke reappeared before everyone. Sasuke, what happened? Kakashi inquired. Chapter 128. The red soul ring dazzles the eyes. He is incredibly powerful. Simultaneously, Tangzwa exited the mission realm. Glancing at the system and DY, Tangzwa unexpectedly felt that the two were quite compatible. Whether this was a mere illusion or a genuine compatibility remained uncertain. Noticing the unusual gaze Tangzwa cast upon them, the system and SY exchanged puzzled glances. 3 question marks simultaneously appeared above their heads. Tangzwa regained his composure. Clearing his throat. System, does the mission count as a success? Tangzwa asked. You succeeded, but the trajectory of the world has been disrupted. The system cast a disdainful glance at Tangzwa, her irritation evident in her tone. This atmosphere left Tangzwa perplexed. A world? Isn't it merely a mission realm? Douluo Ziplit? Mission realm, what nonsense. That realm is the true world of Hokage, akin to a blue serpent. The system's resounding voice jolted Tangzwa back to reality. He had initially believed it to be a mere fabricated challenge, a fulfillment of childhood fantasies. Little did he know that he had inadvertently altered the essence of the Hokage world. The narrative revolves around the intricacies of plot planning and world building, presenting a formidable challenge. What should I do? Tanduo tentative inquit? What'll be done? The world is in chaos, and I cannot intervene. However, your next instance may not align with the original plot of the Hoying, the system kindly reminded, enlightening Tangzwa to the alterations he had inadvertently made to the instance. Perhaps the next scenario could be the Fourth War, albeit this remained a mere possibility. Well, it is done now. We shall accept the mistake, he concluded nonchalantly, although DY appeared somewhat irked. Alas, it seems there is no other choice. Why did you not alert me? He lamented. We cannot interfere during the instance, the system replied, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Then why did you not inform me beforehand? Tangzwa pressed on. You did not inquire, the system retorted, holding a fan to its mouth, laughter causing tears to stream down its face, reminiscent of a certain emoticon. Tangzwa's expression darkened at the system's antics. All right, it is time for the rewards to be dispensed, is it not? He realized time was of the essence, as the system lacked the ability to reverse time. Upon exiting the instant space, the system rewards will be automatically distributed, it stated. What? You want me to accept a soul ring at the Tian Royal Academy? Do you wish for my demise? Tangzwa exclaimed, panic rising within him, for they were indeed at the gates of the Tian Royal Academy. The thought of receiving divine soul rings that was exhilarating yet perilous. Could we not change locations? He implored, genuinely wishing to avoid such an ordeal. Certainly. I demand all your soul coins. The system, sensing Tangzwa's distress, seized the opportunity to extort him. What? You want all my soul coins? This is robbery. Tangzwa discerned the system's intentions and retaliated. And what of it? Choose between safety and soul coins, the system declared with an air of superiority. DY felt a twinge of discomfort, having been disregarded in this exchange. Was this a distortion of humanity or a descent into depravity? Under the system's sincere coercion, Tangzwa, resigned, surrendered all his soul coins. Curse system, he muttered. You can exit directly. With that, a flash of purple light enveloped him, and he vanished from the instant space. The external world remained still during the instance, resulting in no significant events occurring. Indeed, nothing transpired at all. Douluo and the others continued their conversation when, suddenly, Tanduo Chenbo, little monster, what ails you? Douluo, known for his emotional depth and loyalty, questioned. Tangzwa had revived his son and saved both him and his granddaughter, leading Douluo to pledge his life to ensure Tangzwa's survival. The recent spectacle had stirred his heart. Tangzwa remained silent, unable to articulate his thoughts. In the next moment, light descended, and the four regained their composure. Realizing they were in a desolate cave, Tangzwa's inner power erupted. Regardless of his remarkable endurance, the surge of soul power was beyond human restraint. A formidable force radiated from him, affecting Douluo and Douluo Xian minimally, while Douluo was sent flying as if struck by a colossal object. Douluo Xian swiftly caught her as she fell. The three regarded Tangzwa with grave expressions. Little monster, are you leveling up? Douluo asked, astonished by the tumultuous wave of soul power emanating from Tangzwa. How can this be considered leveling up? Where does this excess soul power originate? Is it conjured from thin air? A tremendous force shattered the ground around Tang Zhua. As the power surged, a faint glow enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes, 5 soul rings appeared, spiraling above him, detached from his control. The serene purple light transformed into a resplendent rainbow. What on earth is happening with this little monster? Douluo Bo stood still, his concern evident despite the overwhelming soul power. Tang Zhua, are you alright? Douluo Xn gently lowered Douluo Yin and called out. As Tang Zhua opened his eyes, he discovered an additional tomo in his Sharingan, an unprecedented transformation. Overwhelmed by this change, he was oblivious to Douluo Bo's inquiries, as all his focus was on his ascension. The Hao Ian sword was on the verge of manifestation, yet he suppressed it. Above, a massive rift tore through the sky, bathing the area in a crimson glow that seemed to illuminate the entirety of Douluo, rivaling the sun in intensity. The dazzling light compelled the 4 to shut their eyes. Tang Zhua levitated, suspended in midair. Where was he? Why was he floating? A barrage of questions echoed in Douluo Yan's mind. How had he become the elder brother in her father's eyes? How had he revived Douluo Xin and healed her grandfather? These were mysteries she yearned to unravel, yet she could never fathom the truth. Chapter 129. Instant Transmission. 6th Soul Ring. The secrets of Tang Zhua's martial soul, the system's enigma, and the existence of the creator god and the god of fate in this world of Douluo were realms far beyond Douluo Yan's reach. Amidst the astonished gazes of the 3, the radiant crimson light from the rift descended, spiraling around Tang Zhua as if merging with him. The bright red aura transformed into a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of a Sharingan. Ascending to Soul Emperor, Tang Zhua's strength underwent a profound evolution. Elevated by the 100,000-year soul ring, this transformation marked a significant leap in his power. The difference between the Tang Zhua of moments ago and the one now was staggering. A confrontation would result in an instant defeat. While he could contend with his soul Douluo in terms of skill, his true strength remained that of a low-tier soul sage. Though such power may seem inconsequential in high-stakes battles, it would undoubtedly dominate every team, including the Wuhuan Temple team, in the upcoming Continental High Soul Master Tournament. This is the divine soul ring you spoke of. Douluo Bo's astonishment could hardly be described as mere shock. The well-informed Douluo Bo now appears in such a state. So one can only imagine the condition of Douluo Yin. She sits on the ground, seemingly having witnessed something terrifying. Douluo Xin expresses his astonishment at Tang Zhua's formidable strength. In their eyes, Tang Zhua might as well be a diamond, possessing a hardness that exceeds that of a diamond-level genius, radiating brilliance and beauty, with a smile that conceals daggers. All these qualities evoke a sense of trepidation. After absorbing the soul ring, Tang Zhua feels a surge of power coursing through his body, allowing him to relax and feel at ease. The immense strength of this soul ring elevates his soul power directly to level 63. It is noteworthy that he has just become a soul emperor, and ascending even a single level at this rank is akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, Tang Zhua has achieved the status of a 63rd level soul emperor right from the outset, coupled with his ability to defeat opponents 10 levels higher. The seemingly modest increase in levels is, in reality, terrifying beyond measure. Tang Zhua exhales deeply, sensing the changes within himself. Little monster, what just happened? Where exactly are we? Douluo Bo, upon seeing Tang Zhua descend, hurriedly approaches with curiosity. Despite being a titled Douluo, this is a sight he has never encountered before, and astonishment is inevitable. The members of Shrek Academy, having witnessed the earlier spectacle, are also left in awe, their feelings emanating from within and beyond their control. I have reached level 60, which means I have acquired a divine soul ring, a so-called heaven-sent soul ring. As for our location, I am equally uncertain. Tang Zhua responds to Douluo Bo with an air of ease, revealing no other emotions. His trust in these 3 individuals is nearly unconditional. One could articulate it differently. Tang Zhua possesses a profound understanding of these 3, particularly of their character. He is well aware that they would not speak carelessly. Although his knowledge of Douluo Yin is not extensive, he recognizes her fundamental nature, at least enough to know she would not repay kindness with malice. Hence, what is there to worry about in their presence? Should he be concerned about being outshone by his own charm? That would indeed be absurd. Upon hearing the phrase divine soul ring, Douluo Yin experiences an overwhelming sense of shock. Previously, she was only aware of Tang Zhua's extraordinary talent, which is exceptionally rare. However, the situation has now transformed. Tang Zhua is not merely gifted. This opportunity and his strength manifest his power in every conceivable way, leading to a significant change in her perception of him. How do we return? Douluo, with his exceptional mental fortitude, does not dwell on the matter excessively. After all, the event has transpired, and the initial astonishment has passed. Contemplating the issue further is impractical. By the way, what is your sixth soul skill? As Douluo ponders, curiosity about the power of a 100,000-year soul ring and its mysterious abilities arises. Upon hearing this, Douluo and the others also become intensely interested, casting aside other concerns. There is no point in dwelling on matters that cannot be changed. Pondering them would be tantamount to self-inflicted suffering. Comparing Tang's talent to others would be akin to comparing a common sword to Guan Yu's famed blade. Douluo my Fai Li, genuinely pleased with this new soul skill, as this soul ring has granted him two abilities. This venture has proven to be immensely rewarding. My soul skill is teleportation, Tang's declares, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Teleportation, a spatial soul skill, is familiar to the three, yet Tang's palpable excitement piques their curiosity. While teleportation is indeed rare, it hardly seems sufficient to elicit such fervor from a genius like Tang's. Thus, it must possess some extraordinary attribute. Little monster, do not keep us in suspense. We are all eager to know, Douluo complains. My teleportation ignores distance. Although it requires some charging and is less effective in battle, it proves invaluable in everyday situations, allowing me to transport myself anywhere across the Douluo continent. It cannot be compared to those mundane teleportation skills, Tang's proclaims with pride, his words sending a jolt of energy through the trio. The concept of being able to teleport to any location on the Douluo continent is indeed staggering, something that ordinary minds cannot fathom. Yet, these words come from Tang's lips, and they are indeed his soul skill. The sixth soul skill, merely the sixth, is already so terrifying. Contemplating the prowess of the preceding skill, associated with his martial soul's true form, is enough to instill fear. As for the other soul skill, that is the true manifestation of what this soul ring has to offer. However, Tang's has no intention of revealing it prematurely, for it is a powerful means of self-preservation in critical moments. This is beyond doubt. Little monster, we truly cannot comprehend your strength and talent. Is this soul skill not teleportation? Then let us depart swiftly, Douluo sighs, shaking his head. Indeed, Tang's talent is beyond the imagination of those who consider themselves as peers. Very well, stand in a line, with one person pressing their hand against the back of the next. Following Tang's instructions, the three align neatly, resembling a vividly animated Chinese dragon. Tang's joins them. Placing his right hand on his forehead, a radiant light flashes, and the four vanish from their location, only to reappear at the entrance of the Tian Royal Academy. Little monster, how did we return here? Douluo inquires. Shouldn't we first ensure your precious granddaughter, Douluo, returns safely? Are we to allow her to drop out and follow us? That would be quite absurd. Tang's responds impatiently, waving his hand. Douluo seems poised to argue, interpreting Tang's words as an insinuation that she is a burden. However, Tang's does not genuinely believe that. It is merely a matter of inconvenience. Alricht, Yanea. You should head back. Your teacher may be waiting for you. Douluo gestures, understanding Tang's implication. Douluo approaches Douluo, her emotions reflecting a sense of reluctance. After all, Douluo is her father and has just returned to life. Douluo shares a meaningful glance with Douluo before shaking his head. Well then, let us three take our leave, Tang's states, realizing it is time to depart now that Douluo has settled matters with Douluo. Douluo lets out a disappointed sigh. The feeling of separation just after reuniting with her father is genuinely disheartening. The initial excitement seems to dissipate in an instant. Although Douluo still bears the marks of his resurrection, does that truly matter? Douluo and Douluo look at Tang's with confusion, as he remains motionless. Hey, old monster, you must promise me one thing. Tang's narrows his eyes, fixing his gaze on Douluo as if fearing he might flee. What is it? Observing Douluo's demeanor, he appeared somewhat flustered, for in his eyes, Tang's was akin to a perilous devil. Too dangerous indeed. You are to serve as an advisor at Shrek Academy, but fret not, there is no need for you to assume the role of a teacher. Merely being an advisor suffices. Tang's words brought a sigh of relief from Douluo, as he viewed Tang's as someone who might next demand feats akin to traversing mountains of blades or fiery pits. This condition seemed trivial compared to the thoughts swirling within Douluo's mind. Furthermore, Douluo had already affiliated himself with the Shao organization, rendering this task rather insignificant. Simply serving as an advisor at an academy, bearing a title while attending to one's own affairs, was a perfectly ordinary matter. All right, little monster. I am eager to witness how you shine brightly in the Continental Senior Soul Master competition, Douluo remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze toward Tang's was now tinged with intrigue. Douluo, however, was enveloped in confusion. Though he had attained the rank of Soul Sage, his strength fell beneath that of Tang's. It wasn't entirely accurate to say Tang's was superior, yet the odds favored Tang's was slightly. Thus, Douluo felt he could contribute little to Tang's, despite the latter's revival of him. Every aspect of his will and thoughts urged him not to be without contribution to Tang's. Boss, may I teach a Shrek? The uncertainty of what he could contribute or what was expected of him led Douluo to seek out tasks for himself, a characteristic of his nature. Douluo felt a peculiar discomfort at Douluo's address of Tang's, yet he could not articulate that sensation. In any case, it was an exceedingly subtle feeling. Tang's, momentarily taken aback by Douluo's request, had initially believed Douluo reluctant to undertake such a role. Tang's was not one to impose his will upon others, hence he had never mentioned it, but to his surprise, Douluo had taken the initiative to volunteer. Of course, Tang's responded, suppressing his astonishment with his remarkable composure. He had begun to discern the character of the Douluo family, loyal, emotionally attuned, and grateful. The phrase "a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain" could very well serve as their family motto. Douluo smiled, allowing his anxious heart to settle. Now, let us hasten our departure. With that, Tang's activated his instant teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves at Shrek Academy. Douluo regarded the architectural marvel before him in silence. He was a well-traveled individual in his past life and was unlikely to be astonished by such matters. This structure likely did not even warrant his attention. Tang's glanced around, confirming his bearings. Follow me. Guided by the memories in his mind, Tang's led them to the training grounds. The arrival of the three drew the attention of 8 individuals who were diligently training. And the teacher stationed there wore a solemn expression upon seeing Douluo Ning Rongrong. Upon spotting Tang's, rushed forward. "So good, you've returned," she exclaimed, embracing his arm with excitement, only to then recall the events of that fateful day. Tang's gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's short hair. "Yes, I'm back, brother. How did you return so quickly?" Xiao Wu, tugging at Tang's San, scampered to his side. What followed was the customary exchange of pleasantries. Amid their lively conversation, the teachers were filled with astonishment. "Tang's, you have ascended to Soul Emperor?" Flender exclaimed, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. At his words, all the students turned their gazes toward Tang's, their astonishment palpable. One could hardly fathom the enormity of this revelation. In such a brief span, the arduous journey to Soul Emperor had been traversed. It was no small feat. After all, it typically took a year for most to achieve such a milestone. Yet Tang's had done so in mere days. "Brother, you've leveled up again?" Ning Rongrong stared at Tang's, momentarily at a loss for words. The attention of the others shifted entirely to Tang's. The matters concerning Douluo and Douluo faded from their minds, eclipsed by the significance of Tang's achievement. What's so strange about it? Tang's, accustomed to such occurrences since childhood, had grown indifferent to the astonishment of others. For him, leveling up was a regular affair. This sentiment aptly encapsulated Tang's experience. Had one been blessed with such fortune from birth, one would likely share his perspective. The heavens and earth bore witness to such prodigious talent, and lamentably, Tang's felt a twinge of melancholy as he mused. Teacher Zhao is truly a living sea god. The comparison to Yuan Hua was rather fitting. "Teacher Zhao, is it really necessary? You are a soul sage, far stronger than I." Tang's modesty was genuine. It was a statement of fact, albeit with an undercurrent of boastfulness. Zhao Wujia, upon hearing Tang's words, felt an urge to admonish him. "Look at your age compared to mine. I am currently stronger, but perhaps in a month, you may surpass me." Zhao Wujia's assertions held no flaws. Each statement he made resonated with accuracy. His prediction that Tang's could surpass him in a few months was not an exaggeration, illustrating Zhao Wujia's faith in Tang's. Tang's offered an awkward smile, pondering what more he could say. Provoking Zhao Wujia further might lead to another bout of punishment. This reference to punishment pertained to Zhao Wujia. "Xiao, your rate of advancement is astonishing. Just a few days ago, you were a Soul King, weren't you?" Lu Erlong inquired, sensing her worldview beginning to shift. Indeed, I was a soul king when I left, Tangzwa replied candidly. Such a clear response would likely incite envy among outsiders, who might wish to chastise him for his ostentatiousness. After all, who flaunted their prowess in such a manner? What is your seventh soul skill? Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry proved to be the most pertinent question, one that truly warranted attention. Upon learning of Tang's ascension to Soul Emperor, Yu Xiaojiang maintained his usual calm demeanor, exhibiting no overt astonishment. His understanding of Tangzwa rendered such feats unsurprising. If Tangzwa were to ascend to title Douluo the following day, that might incite shock. However, ascending several levels in just a few days was a normal occurrence for Tangzwa, and thus there was no need for astonishment. All eyes turned curiously toward Tangzwa, aware of the extraordinary nature of his fifth soul skill, Divine Might. It was only natural to expect that his sixth soul skill would be equally formidable. Tangzwa continued to conceal the identity of his other soul skill, only revealing his instant teleportation. This was not due to a lack of trust in those around him, for he held unwavering faith in each of them. Rather, he believed that if they were to discover it, the success rate in combat might diminish. My seventh soul skill is instant teleportation. Tangzwa's calm demeanor ignited the first barrier in the hearts of those present. Instantaneous movement, spatial soul technique. Upon hearing about this soul technique, Yu Xiaojiang felt a tinge of disappointment, not due to the inferiority of the spatial soul skill, but because it seemed unworthy of Tangzwa. If it were an ordinary spatial soul skill, it would merely be a trinket in Tangzwa's hands. In other words, it would be rather superfluous. Any member of Shrek would undoubtedly rejoice, but Tangzwa was a different case. When two individuals stand at different starting points, with varying resources along their paths, their endpoints are inevitably destined to diverge. This was indeed a spatial soul technique, yet not one of the ordinary kind. If others were to hear someone say this, they might not pay it much heed, but since it was Tangzwa who uttered it, it could very well be exceptional. Oh, in what way is it exceptional? Flinder recalled Tangzwa's self-created soul technique, Flying Thunder God, and was suddenly intrigued. My soul technique allows me to traverse anywhere across the Douluo continent to reach the location of anyone I'm familiar with. Tangzwa succinctly encapsulated all the remarkable aspects of this technique, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment. In essence, Tangzwa's spatial soul technique involves sensing the aura, or soul power, of those he knows, enabling him to teleport upon detection. The implications of this were evident from the very wording, showcasing its extraordinary power. Anywhere, you say? Yu Xiaojiang and the others could no longer remain seated, rising in astonishment as they gazed at Tangzwa in bewilderment. Indeed, anywhere. As long as I can sense the soul power of someone I am familiar with, I can relocate. Are there any limitations? Can it be used in battle? Tangzwa smiled and shook his head. It requires concentration and a few seconds to sense, making it impractical in combat. This was quite reasonable. If it could be employed in battle, it would transcend mere invincibility. If it could be used during combat, it would imply that no one could touch him. Tangzwa aspired to reach a level akin to Kakarot, but he still needed to attain the title of Douluo. Presently, despite his exceptional talent, he remained merely a soul emperor, powerless in high-level battles. Indeed, that was quite terrifying. Upon hearing Tangzwa's response, Yu Xiaojiang let out a sigh of relief. Ahem. Douluo noticed that others had overlooked him, furrowing his brows as he stepped forward and cleared his throat softly to assert his presence. The group's attention shifted to Douluo. The poisoned Douluo, due to the affairs concerning the Tian Royal Academy, elicited considerable trepidation from the members of Shrek. Why is Tangzwa here? Flinder glanced anxiously at the two, his gaze flickering nervously. Observing this, Tangzwa covered his head, knowing an explanation was imminent. Sigh. The old monster has already agreed to serve as an advisor at our Shrek Academy. What? A chorus of astonished voices erupted, as the crowd turned to Douluo in confusion. The poisoned Douluo, is this true? Flinder's stammering speech betrayed a shock. To have a title, Douluo, as an advisor signifies a significant elevation in the Academy's status. How many soul Douluos exist across the Douluo continent? Even the highest authorities at the Tian Royal Academy are merely soul Douluos. The fact that Douluo is willing to serve as an advisor at Shrek Academy truly astonished everyone. May I inquire who this is? Flinder, momentarily unperturbed by the situation, noticed Douluo's son, Douluo Xen, standing behind him. The moment he laid eyes on Douluo Xen, he felt a peculiar sense of curiosity due to the marks on his face. He is my son, Douluo Xin, here to teach at Shrek. The mention of son plunged the room into an abrupt silence. It was well known that Douluo's son had passed away, and Douluo's presence here was incomprehensible. Your son, he is not. Douluo remained silent, asserting, "This is none of your concern. It is our matter." With his high emotional intelligence, Douluo immediately recognised Tang Zuo's discreet signal. From Tang Zuo's demeanor, Douluo discerned that Tang Zuo preferred to keep this under wraps, and thus he refrained from divulging further details. Tang Zuo had been caught off guard. He had completely forgotten about this matter. The technique of impure world reincarnation must not be revealed here. What if Xiao Wu wishes to resurrect her mother? Or if someone asks Tang Zuo for assistance in reviving another? Would Tang Zuo help or not? This pertains to matters of the soul. And Tang Zuo felt a pang of guilt. After all, impure world reincarnation is considered a forbidden technique even in the world of Naruto. Tang Zuo's revival of Douluo was solely to facilitate Douluo's inclusion into Akatsuki without any ulterior motives. This was a monumental decision that would shape the future, and it could not be taken lightly. He discreetly gave Douluo a supportive gesture. Tang Zuo smiled. Chapter 132. Will you walk with me? I wonder how formidable this senior strength is. Strength is more pivotal than background. If Douluo lacks the prowess to teach his Shrek, then even if the teachers were to engage in a battle with Douluo, it is unlikely that Douluo would be accepted. After all, Shrek is a peculiar academy. Not only its students, but also its teachers exhibit extraordinary capabilities. Douluo smiled slightly, transforming into a crooked-mouthed battle god, the Shura Supreme. He stepped forward. The jade scale, snake martial soul suddenly erupted. 7 soul rings pulsating around him. The optimal configuration of soul rings appeared devoid of any other sensation. The crowd exhaled in relief upon witnessing this. With Douluo's addition, Shrek would gain yet another formidable force. If the current faculty strength of Shrek were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract fervent competition from various factions. Not for any other reason, but because it is indeed somewhat extraordinary. It could be said to surpass all academies except for the Spirit Hall. The current roster of Soul Saints includes Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong, Flinder, Douluo, and Xiao Exine, not to mention the formidable martial soul fusion techniques capable of contending with titled Douluos, such as the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, alongside the golden iron triangle of the 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. With the addition of the titled Douluo, Shrek's strength has undoubtedly escalated to a new echelon. Furthermore, Tang Zuo's current strength lies at the level of Soul Saint. This is even more impressive. Additionally, there is Qin Ming. The student's talents alone, excluding Tang Zuo, still make it the most formidable academy across the continent. Presently, Shrek can undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled in the world. Douluo, ranked 71, a battle Soul Saint, with the martial soul of the Jade Scale Snake. The title of Soul Saint instilled a sense of security among the students of Shrek. Zuo, you have returned. Does this mean you will not leave? Ning Rongrong tugged at Tang Zuo's sleeve, inquiring. Tang Zuo paused momentarily. He certainly had to depart due to the current circumstances. However, he felt a deep reluctance. Thus, he conceived a plan to invite Ning Rongrong to join him on his journey of training. I shall depart tomorrow. Tang Zuo's tone was laden with profound reluctance, causing Ning Rongrong to lower her head in disappointment. She understood that matters concerning men were beyond her interference. Tang Zuo, after deep contemplation, finally spoke up regarding Tang Zuo's future. Rongrong, would you care to join me for a stroll? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked up in surprise, her eyes clear and full of astonishment. Not just Ning Rongrong, but everyone else present was equally astonished. Zuo, what did you just say? Ning Rongrong asked incredulously. I said, let us embark on a journey together for a while. In return, just in time for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, Tang Zuo reiterated, which eased Ning Rongrong's anxious heart. With a bashful nod, she agreed. And at that moment, she was genuinely delighted. Brother, you must understand that love, when hidden, leads to one's own demise. Please refrain from flaunting your affections, Xiao Wu remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Zuo. What I do is none of your concern. Mind your own business, Tang Zuo retorted. It must be said that the name Tang San is indeed prone to misunderstandings. For instance, you constantly refer to my little third. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Zhu Qing remarked, glancing at Tang Zuo, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San, then quickly averting her gaze to Dai Mubai. Ah, Dai Mubai, she said lightly, instantly drawing the attention of the entire gathering. 3 distinct lines of black appeared on Dai Mubai's forehead. The relationship between Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong inspired envy among the onlookers. An exquisite match, a union destined by the heavens. Oscar stealthily approached Meng Yuran, who, upon noticing, instinctively took a step back, lost in thought. As for Ma Hongjun, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Is there no dignity for single souls? Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang exchanged glances, only for Yu Xiaojiang to swiftly divert his gaze, evidently uncertain how to face Liu Erlong. Dugubo's lips twitched as he observed the young couple's display of affection for the first time in his lengthy life. So, when shall we depart? Ning Rongrong playfully stuck her tongue out at Xiao Wu as if to boast. Tang San stood alone, feeling overlooked while watching the trio. Tomorrow. I have matters to attend to today, Tang Zhua announced. Little San, he called, prompting Tang San to perk up. What is it, brother? I require your company to a certain location where you should be able to advance to Soul Zone, Tang Zhua revealed mysteriously, extending a finger. The notion of advancing to Soul Zone invigorated Tang San, who inherently trusted Tang Zhua's words. We are heading to your medicinal garden to procure some herbs. You want tea mine, will you? Tang Zhua's mischievous gaze made Dugubo uneasy, wishing he could retaliate, yet refraining due to the crowd and Tang Zhua's background. I must say, you certainly do not treat me as an outsider, Dugubo sighed, resignedly glancing at Tang Zhua. All right, I shall accompany Little San for now and return before tomorrow. Farewell, Tang Zhua waved to the crowd. Wait for me, he said to Ning Rongrong before striding towards Dugubo. What are you waiting for? Come over, he called to Tang San, who approached him, bewildered. What do I do? Just hold on to me, Tang Zhua instructed. Following his guidance, Tang San placed his hand on Tang Zhua's shoulder. System, please locate Dugubo's medicinal garden, Tang Zhua commanded. And instantly, a map of the garden appeared in his mind. Employing the indicated method, he pressed his right hand to his head. Without warning, the three vanished from sight. Is this Tang Zhua's sixth soul skill? Flinder exclaimed, astounded, removing his glasses to rub his eyes. So swift, it's barely perceptible, Zhao Wujun remarked. Indeed, the power of that lad, Tang Zhua, is beyond our imagination, mysterious. Long Gong Meng, Shu chuckled, and this young lady from the Jiu Bao Liuli sect. To be paired with Tang Zhua is indeed fortunate, he added, a light-hearted jest that nonetheless rang true, recognized by all present. Long Gong, Tang San opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings and realizing he was in an entirely different place. Tang Zhua also opened his eyes. Little San, we have arrived. This is the old monster's medicinal garden. Dugubo's medicinal garden? Tang San questioned, now even more puzzled. He had anticipated that Tang Zhua would guide him to a place where he could advance to Soul Zone, yet they found themselves in a garden filled with herbs. As he pondered this, he scrutinized the array of rare herbs before him, even spotting a multitude of celestial grade ones, which captivated his attention. Little monster, what exactly is your relationship with him? Dugubo squinted at Tang Zhua, discerning that their connection was extraordinary. He is my brother, Tang Zhua replied. A brother? Dugubo's understanding dawned as he realized Tang Zhua's motive for bringing Tang San here. Little San, step forward and take a look, Tang Zhua encouraged with a serene smile. Resembling a sage from another realm, Tang San, initially mesmerized by the wondrous herbs, complied with Tang Zhua's request. What he beheld next left him utterly astonished. The central boundary of a massive water pool was remarkably undulating, with the waters on either side exhibiting stark differences. One side was crimson, while the other shimmered with icy blue. Despite the distance, the contrasting sensations of heat and cold pierced through him. He recognized from the Tang sect's ancient text that this phenomenon was known as the Binghua Liang Yin. The shock of uttering its name stirred tumultuous emotions within him. How do you feel about descending? Tang Zhua approached, placing a hand on Tang San's shoulder. Brother, you. Tang San began, but was interrupted by Tang Zhua. Understanding Tang San's trepidation, he reassured him, there is no need to overthink it. I have undergone trials in other Binghua Liang Yin before, now is your turn. Tang San remained silent, cognizant that Tang Zhua had brought him here, compelling him to take the plunge. He walked closer and paused at the edge, glancing back at Tang Zhua, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to peril. This place was a treasure for enhancing one's power, yet it also harbored the potential for demise, a realm of such miraculous duality. Little monster, what is this water? Dugubo inquired, puzzled, having no knowledge of the Binghua Liang Yan's existence despite its long-standing presence. Yet his instincts told him it was a treasure. It is known as the Binghua Liang Yan, beneath which lie two mystical herbs. One is the fierce Hoving apricot, and the other is the Bajiao shimming grass. They embody the extremes of heat and cold, representing unparalleled power. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and I finally comprehend why you remain alive despite being gravely poisoned. After listening to Tang Zui's explanation, Douluo found himself utterly perplexed. However, he grasped the general idea. So, there are indeed mystical herbs here? True to form, Douluo only focused on the existence of these herbs. Indeed, I do not even dare to enter this Binghua spring. Are you certain your brother can withstand it? Setting aside other matters, Douluo's understanding of Tang San is still rather limited, which is why he posed this question. This once-in-a-millennium treasure trove must be endured by Xiao San, should he fail to withstand it. The scene shifts to Tang San, who has removed his upper garments and gazes at the Binghua Liangyi Yin, feeling an inner turmoil. Summoning his courage, he clenches his fists and leaps forth. The sound of clear water resonates. As he enters the Binghua Liangyi Yin, excruciating pain manifests in Tang San's body. Feeling the extreme heat, he furrows his brow, enduring the pain as he swims downstream. Upon opening his eyes, he observes the murky waters of the Binghua Liangyi Yin, sensing a powerful surge of soul power. He finds himself unable to suppress it. The external soul bone is no longer within his control and erupts instantaneously. Upon reaching the other side, he notices a stark contrast. This side possesses a cold attribute. The disparity between the two sides reveals to Tang San the true essence of pain. Indeed, old poison, these divine herbs of yours are quite remarkable. Do share some with me. Faced with such an opportunity, how could Tang Zhuo not cherish it? With an array of divine herbs before him, it would be foolish not to appreciate them, only to regret their loss later. Little monster, are you being too greedy? No shitting. Douluo seemed to exhibit the petulance of a child. However, this reaction is quite understandable. After all, this is his medicinal garden. Tang Zhuo's suggestion to share even a little likely equates to a total plunder. Tang Zhuo was well aware that Douluo would not easily acquiesce. He produced a detonation talisman from his hand. Unlike the previous one, this talisman's explosive power is determined by an individual's soul power, effectively rendering it a potent soul-guiding artifact. When Douluo saw Tang Zhuo retrieve a piece of yellow paper from the flute of the jade figure, his confusion deepened. What is this? It is called a detonation talisman. Infuse it with soul power, and it will explode, with greater soul power resulting in a more formidable explosion. Tang Zhuo smiled as he explained the name and function of the talisman to Douluo. An explosion? What magnitude can it achieve? As he anticipated Douluo's inquiry, with a casual flick of his wrist, he sent the talisman soaring, where it adhered to the opposite wall. The material of the talisman was of such quality that it remained unscathed. It cannot be compared to ordinary paper. Shall we test it? Tang Zhuo suggested. Xinia, why don't you give it a try? To ensure the authenticity of the situation, Douluo also allowed Douluo Xian to conduct the test. Douluo Xian stepped forward. How do I infuse soul power? Just direct your thoughts into it. Upon hearing this, Douluo Xian summoned his martial soul and channeled his soul power into the detonation talisman. Initially, there was no reaction. Then, with a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted. The tremendous sound reverberated throughout the entire medicinal garden. Douluo was astounded by this spectacle. According to Tang Zhuo, the talisman's power is contingent upon soul power. The greater the soul power, the mightier the explosion. Merely allowing someone of Douluo Xian's relatively low soul power, likely at the bottom tier of the soul sage stage, to employ it triggered such an explosion. One can only imagine the devastation should someone of greater prowess utilize it. Little monster, may I attempt it as well? Upon hearing this, Tang Zhuo regretfully shook his head. No, why not? Douluo was further perplexed by Tang Zhuo's refusal. You're a title Douluo, what are you thinking? If you were to use it, the entire medicinal garden would be obliterated. Are you sure you wish to proceed? This comment was a wake-up call, based on the previous explosion's magnitude. If Douluo were to use it, the garden would indeed be in peril. Chapter 134. The Detonation Talisman for the Medicinal Garden. Whether you wish to exchange or not. Douluo cleared his throat awkwardly. If such power could be wielded in combat while the opponent is unprepared, this detonation talisman would indeed be a treasure capable of slaying beyond one's level. Moreover, it serves as a means to surpass the limitations of the title Douluo tier. For Douluo, who had just emerged from the lower echelons of title Douluo, this is of immense significance. Old poison, have you considered this? Tang Zhuo smiled at Douluo his mischievous gaze sending chills down Douluo's spine. "Little monster, where do you acquire such peculiar items?" Douluo inquired curiously. After all, despite Tang's exceptional abilities and talents, they seemed unrelated to his soul-guiding artifacts. They are entirely distinct concepts. Why concern yourself with such matters? I crafted them myself. Crafted? Douluo was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that Tang Zhua had personally forged these items. Initially, he assumed Tang Zhua had some formidable backing. Now, it was evident that it was solely Tang's skill. "Indeed, will you relent?" Douluo chuckled softly. "Humph. If I give them to you, you would undoubtedly plunder my medicinal garden completely." Tang Zhua acknowledged the validity of this assertion. "However, there is a caveat." "But what?" "You wouldn't utilize the herbs in the garden anyway. And I have already cured your ailments, correct? Furthermore, this item holds significant value and allure for you." Haha. Upon hearing this, Douluo began to ponder carefully. To be frank, the various herbs in the garden are almost entirely useless to him. His ailments have been resolved, and so have his granddaughter's. As for the herbs, does Douluo truly understand them? It's akin to whether Tian comprehends the Qi Tong Douluo. Not all. Therefore, these divine herbs are virtually mere decorative items for Douluo. Conversely, the detonation talisman is immensely beneficial to him. In the realm of title Douluo, unless one possesses extraordinary soul skills like Tang Hao's explosive rings that allow for level skipping, the disparity between ranks is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. A 91st level title Douluo would invariably lose to a 92nd level one. This is the brutal reality of the title Douluo tier. Moreover, title Douluos typically refrain from engaging in combat. However, should a conflict arise, it signifies genuine warfare, potentially determining life and death. The playful squabbles of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are not pertinent here. At such times, one must rely on cunning. Thus, the detonation talisman serves as Douluo's best means of safeguarding his life. Furthermore, considering how much Tang Zhua has aided them, and with Douluo now part of the Shao organization, what harm is there in granting him a medicinal garden? Very well, I agree. Little monster, may I have an additional detonation talisman? At first, the stern expression of Douluo softened instantly, revealing a gentle and amiable demeanor as he began to offer Tang Zhua an explosive talisman. "Shall I give you another one? How many do you think I possess?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zhua realized that Douluo regarded these items as exceedingly rare, given their capacity to defeat opponents of a higher level. But is it truly the case? The explosive talisman does not possess the power to slay a title Douluo by itself. Rather, it requires a capable user to unleash its potential. Thus, the emphasis lies primarily on the user's abilities. Furthermore, this merely detonates the user's soul power. The higher the soul power, the greater the combat prowess. Consequently, for Tang Zhua, crafting such items is indeed a trivial task. 2. Douluo gestured with 2 fingers. But upon noticing Tang Zhua's lack of response, he understood the gravity of the situation. 1. Tang Zhua recognized that Douluo had overestimated the rarity of these items. With a subtle smile, he waved his hand over the flute at the jade figure, and in a flash of golden light, a stack of yellow explosive talismans appeared in his grasp. Turning around, he presented them to Douluo, who looked on in bewilderment. "What? How is this possible?" Douluo's expression was a mix of confusion and curiosity, leaving him perplexed. "Am I really able to present just 1 or 2? Here are 15. Take them." With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Douluo's hands trembled as he accepted the talismans, his astonishment palpable. "How do you possess so many?" he queried, his tone rife with surprise. "They are of my own making. The quantity is solely at my discretion," Tang Zhua replied, bemused by whether Douluo was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance. At times, Douluo's demeanor made Tang Zhua question his intelligence, almost rendering him a charmingly simpleton. Meanwhile, Tang San, forgotten by the two, was enduring excruciating pain as he absorbed the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao and the Lai Huixing Jiao Shu. These herbs from the medicinal garden now belong to me, right? Tang Zhua was not one to indiscriminately plunder Douluo's garden like Tang San would. After careful consideration, he confirmed his decision. Yes, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo nodded in agreement. Turning back with a smile, Tang Zhua's face lit up with joy. This was a significant windfall. Having previously depleted his reserves of celestial herbs, he had now replenished his supply through Douluo's garden, thereby enhancing his spatial soul guide. This not only bolstered Tang Zhua's resources, but also further augmented his powers. At present, he found himself devoid of soul coins, and the recent lack of system tasks offering them posed a dilemma. Nevertheless, Douluo's current supply of explosive talismans provided Tang Zhua with a considerable advantage. The system shop now featured a selling function as well, allowing him to profit from celestial herbs that might otherwise be rendered useless. Just a few explosive talismans were all he sought to create at any moment. In a way, Tang Zhua had effectively taken advantage of Douluo, although it was not truly a scam, as these celestial herbs held little value in Douluo's hands. To be frank, the explosive talisman serves merely as a medium. The true explosion stems from Douluo's soul power, meaning that the authentic offensive capability remains his. It is merely a different form of expression. However, the resultant damage would indeed be amplified, catching opponents off guard. Douluo, however, overlooked the fact that due to Tang's was healing, his martial soul had transformed into the Tian Jing Shi, significantly increasing his strength, even elevating him by 2 levels instantaneously. This advancement consequently enhanced Douluo's standing within the realm of titled Douluos. At this moment, Tang Zhua had completed the absorption of both the Ba Jiao Xin Bing Chao and the Lai Hui Xing Jiao Shu. The current version of him was markedly different from the original narrative, having just arrived and not yet entered the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Tang Zhua was already at level 38. Thus, he did not endure the same harrowing pain as depicted in the original story. In chapter 135, Tang Zhua immersed himself in the hot springs while Tang Zhua remarked that he was merely indulging. Having absorbed the 2 celestial herbs, Tang Zhua's soul power had now reached the threshold of level 40, and upon absorbing the soul ring, it would surge dramatically due to the extraordinary efficacy of these herbs. Struggling to emerge from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Tang Zhua collapsed from exhaustion before he could speak. He glanced back at Tang Zhua, feeling a pang of sympathy and shaking his head in concern. This sentiment was natural for Tang Zhua, yet it was all for Tang Zhua's growth. It was a necessary step towards Tang Zhua's future. With a heavy heart, Tang Zhua stepped forward. The world of Douluo is one where joy can swiftly turn to despair, embodying the principles of survival of the fittest. A flash of green light enveloped Tang Zhua as Tang Zhua performed a healing technique upon him. "Oh, my foolish brother," he murmured, unaware of Tang Zhua's awakening. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Tang Zhua before him, Tang Zhua quickly comprehended the situation. Rising to his feet, he was astonished at the ease with which he moved. Feeling invigorated, the pain and pallor on his face transformed into a radiant glow. The ice and fire yin-yang I had not only enhanced Tang Zhua's soul power, but had also fortified his body. He felt as though he could strike down a bull with a single punch. Tang Zhua quipped, "I appreciate your newfound strength, but my wife cannot even achieve that." As he glanced back at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he wondered if he should fear it. After all, he had previously swum there daily. Yet, the benefits to his body were undeniable. It was the perfect remedy for the scars on his back. Tang Zhua's injuries ran deep, almost to the bone, a testament to the harrowing experiences he endured in the Stardow Great Forest. After exchanging for a volume of One Piece from the system, he was discovered by Tang Hao, who then subjected him to a rigorous training regimen akin to that of Garbs for Luffy. Tang Zhua was left dumbfounded, regretting his choices. "So, have you reached level 40 yet?" he inquired. "Yes," Tang Zhua replied. "All right, then I'll have Old Poison take you to hunt for soul rings." Upon hearing that Tang Zhua intended for Douluo to accompany him, Tang Zhua felt as though he must have misheard. However, this was in keeping with Tang Zhua's usual habits. Wherever he conversed, astonishment followed. "Shall we descend and enjoy the hot springs together?" Tang Zhua suggested, gesturing toward the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Tang Zhua's gaze shifted. "Oh my, you're joking about bathing in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, right?" If he had been drinking, he would have spat it all out. Tang Zhua removed his upper garments, revealing a physique that was enticingly muscular, reminiscent of Sasuke from Naruto. He looked delectable. As he peeled away the outer layer of his fake skin, the wounds beneath were laid bare. "Are you truly going to jump in?" It is not that Tang Zhua doubts Tang Zhua, but rather that he harbors concerns for him. The fearsome nature of the Binghua Liangyi Eye is abundantly clear to Tang Zhua, who has just returned from that place. The overwhelming heat and the extreme cold are formidable indeed. Was it not so? I used to frequently soak in the hot springs of the Binghua Liangyi Eye, and now I find myself rather nostalgic about it. "You used to soak in the Binghua Liangyi Eye hot springs?" Tang Zhua exclaimed, his face a tapestry of emotions. Tang Zhua did not respond, instead leaping into the Binghua Liangyi Eye. Douluo Xan, standing behind them, attempted to step forward but was restrained by Douluo. "Ah, That kid's strength is beyond our comprehension. It's best we keep our distance. Tang San, brimming with concern, hurried to the edge of the Binghua Liangyi, gazing at Tang Zhua, who appeared to revel in the hot spring's contrasting elements, showing no signs of discomfort. Tang San was left utterly astounded. Could Tang Zhua truly be human, enduring such pain? This was no ordinary hot spring. This was the Binghua Liangyi, fraught with peril. Tang Zhui's effortless movements within astonished anyone who understood the perils of the Binghua Liangyi. This phenomenon is what the author has dubbed the Tang Zhua theorem. After a while, feeling the scars on his body fade, Tang Zhua leaped into the air. Time seemed to stand still for that moment. His hair, flowing in the wind, splashed droplets of two colors, which sparkled under the sunlight. The scars on Tang Zhui's skin had healed, rendering it seemingly fairer than that of a woman. A sight that would leave even beauty influencers in awe. His long garments fluttered in the wind, igniting a sense of majesty within him. As he landed gracefully, the striking pose of Tang Zhua, with his damp hair, could only be appreciated by a select few. For they were the only ones who had witnessed this version of Tang Zhua. Dressed and ready. All right, Xiao San, let us venture forth to hunt for your soul ring, Tang Zhua declared. Tang San followed closely behind. Old Poison, keep up, Tang Zhua called out without looking back, as he and Tang San departed confidently. Douluo smirked. Somewhat perplexed, it seemed that assisting Tang San in hunting for a soul ring was a task Tang Zhua could manage alone. Xiao San, for your fourth soul ring, I hope you will challenge a 10,000-year soul ring, Tang Zhua pondered, recalling the original text, and suddenly remembering that Tang San's fourth soul ring was indeed a 10,000-year one. A 10,000-year soul ring? Tang San was filled with confusion, as the optimal configuration for soul rings typically comprises yellow, purple, black, black. 9 rings in total. How could the fourth soul ring be a 10,000-year one? Of course, with Tang Zhua as an exception. Why? Hearing Tang San's bewilderment, Tang Zhua maintained an inscrutable expression, exuding an air of certainty. Have you forgotten that you possess dual martial souls? Tang Zhua remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Can dual martial souls extend the age of soul rings? You need not overthink this. Simply tell me, do you trust me? Tang Zhua was reluctant to delve into lengthy explanations. This was not the time for such discourse. Trust. This simple phrase encapsulated Tang San's unconditional faith in his brother Tang Zhua and represented the security Tang Zhua provided him. Then, will you heed my counsel? Tang Zhui's demeanor shifted to seriousness, not due to the possibility of Tang San's failure, but to match the gravity of the moment. All right. The resolute response from Tang San filled Tang Zhua with pride, affirming that he had indeed raised a worthy brother. Little monster, are you certain you want your brother to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? While his talent is, in my view, unparalleled, is this not a bit reckless? Chapter 136, Astonishment. What has enabled a 100,000-year gorilla to speak human words? Reckless? Not at all. He is my brother, and I trust him. As the progeny of fortune in the original narrative, who could absorb soul rings successfully? How could Tang San possibly fail? Under normal circumstances, Tang Zhua would not wish for Tang San to take such risks. However, given the ample assurance he possessed, this was no longer a risk. Tang San, unaware of the truth, believed that Tang Zhua genuinely had faith in him. Thus he quietly resolved to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring to prove his worth to Tang Zhua, to show that he was not merely a younger brother. Yet in Tang Zhui's eyes, Tang San would always be a younger brother, embodying both meanings of that term. Well, I cannot argue with you, little monster. What soul beast do you intend to hunt for your brother's soul ring? Recognizing Tang Zhui's unwavering conviction, Douluo realized he could not sway his thoughts any longer. Although their acquaintance was brief, he understood Tang Zhua was neither reckless nor careless with his words. Continuing the discussion would yield no benefit and might even irritate Tang Zhua. If that happened, Tang San's life could be at risk. For your fourth soul ring, how about the Disha Huangzhu? An idea sparked in Tang Zhui's mind, recalling the soul beast that resided in the Stardow forest. Upon hearing this name, Douluo felt no recognition. It seemed he had never encountered this soul beast before. Tang San, despite his extensive reading, had never heard of the Disha Zhu Huang either. Why have I never heard of the Disha Zhu Huang? Douluo, proud and self-assured, was at least a title de law. While not necessarily the most powerful, he certainly possessed a solid understanding of soul beasts. Having never heard of such a soul beast was unprecedented. Yet, the name Disha Zhu Huang, uttered by Tang Zhua, transformed its essence. Moreover, The fact that this was a soul ring suggested by Tang Zhua for his brother Tang Sen piqued the curiosity of all three. Although Du Guxian had remained mostly silent, he too was intrigued. Humans are naturally inclined to explore the unknown. Why do you concern yourselves with this? Just follow my lead, but old poison, I may need your assistance shortly. Tang Zhua, aware that inquiries would ensue once he spoke, preferred to remain reticent. Initially, Tang Zhua had no idea what the Disha Zhu Huang was, having only learned of it from a system. The indigenous people of Douluo continent could hardly be expected to know. Tang Zhua had observed the entire timeline of the Douluo continent from a divine perspective, while Tang San and Du Gubo merely traversed the storyline crafted by the author. Hearing that he might be called upon for assistance piqued Du Gubo's interest. Enough talk. Let us move swiftly. At this, the three placed their hands upon Tang Zhua. True to form, Tang Zhui's first destination was still the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. For one, it was vital to sense their presence, as these were the only two soul beasts Tang Zhua was familiar with. Additionally, he aimed to establish a formidable impression on Du Gubo, who he held firmly in his grasp. The first aspect pertained to uncontrollable factors, while the second brought forth advantages from those uncontrollable factors without posing any danger. With a sudden motion, Tang Zhua disappeared in a flash of light after detecting the aura of the two soul beasts. The gentle sound of flowing water resonated clearly in the ears of the four. Suddenly, the sound grew louder, prompting them to open their eyes and gaze ahead. Except for Tang Zhua, the others took a step back. The human Tianqing Niupong was about to utter his next words when he froze upon recognizing the newcomer. Dan Duo, hearing Tianqing Niupong call out Tang Zhua's name left the other three utterly astonished. This was Tianqing Niupong, the sovereign of the Xingdou Great Forest, at least in the eyes of the world. Tianqing Niupong? Du Gubo stepped forward to block Tang Zhua, swallowing hard as his grave gaze fixated on the colossal creature before him. Tang Zhua, Tang San, Xer, you must leave at once, Du Gubo urged anxiously. The expressions of Tang, San, and Du Gubo Xen were beyond description, rendered speechless. Du Gubo was cursing inwardly, lamenting Tang Zhua's lack of caution in encountering Tianqing Niupong. This was tantamount to awaiting death. In stark contrast, Tang Zhua exhibited no signs of panic, instead finding amusement in the situation. Why the rush, Daming? Are you all right? Tang Zhua patted Du Gubo on the shoulder and waved at Tianqing Niupong. I'm well, and you? Have you ascended to the Soul Emperor rank in such a short time? Tianqing Niupong said, Tang Zhua Soul Emperor, recalling their last encounter when Tang Zhua had just achieved the rank of Soul King. It was indeed enviable. The astonishment was etched on Du Gubo's face, as it was on Tang San and Du Gubo Xian's. The ground trembled once more with the sound of heavy footsteps, and a figure resembling a giant gorilla emerged in the distance. Daiming, you've arrived, Tang Zhua exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. Tang San, upon realizing it was the Titan giant ape, immediately understood the situation. He had known from their previous encounter in the Xingdou Great Forest that the Titan giant ape posed no threat to them. It seemed that Tianqing Niupong would likewise not be hostile. With the knowledge that a soul beast would never harm him, Tang San felt no fear, regardless of their strength. However, Du Gubo was now in a state of panic, having just witnessed the presence of both Tianqing Niupong and the Titan giant ape. Moreover, the purpose of their presence was to hunt soul beasts. Yet, Tang Zhua appeared quite familiar with these two soul beasts, leaving Du Gubo perplexed. If Tang Zhua truly had such a close relationship with them, it would be remarkable indeed, granting him considerable influence in the Douluo continent. Tang Zhua even contemplated trading with the system to capture these two soul beasts under the pretense of borrowing Xiao Wu. Though his voice was coarse and somewhat stammering, the words were indeed spoken by the Titan giant ape. Daiming, you can speak human language now? What have you learned from Daming? The scene of Tang Zhua conversing with these seemingly brutish soul beasts shattered the worldview of the three once again. Du Gubo, who initially believed Tang Zhua's connections and background were already extraordinary, found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he was on the verge of clinging to Tang Zhua in tears. As for Tang San, he understood the significance of Tianqing Niupong quite well. He was the ruler of the Xingdou Great Forest, 100,000-year soul beast. In contrast, Du Gubo Xin maintained a calm demeanor. Was it due to a strong temperament? No. You are mistaken. He was terrified, as one could see his trembling legs. Chapter 137. Fresh ingredients are often prepared in the most simple manner. Dan Duo, you're quite ugly. As soon as these words were uttered, Tianqing Niupong seemed to transform into a mere snake. its entire body twitching before it swiftly appeared before the Titan giant ape, seemingly attempting to cover its large mouth. Tang's face turned dark. Well, had he ever been called ugly? The laughter from Douluo and the others was uncontrollable as they found Tang's misfortune utterly amusing. Hey, Diming, who taught you that? The murderous expression on Tang's face made the two soul beasts acutely aware of the harsh realities of humanity. Upon hearing this, Tianqing Yopong was bewildered. When had it ever taught the Titan giant ape such words? It seemed that the Titan giant ape had indeed learned something mischievous. Yet, Tang's could do nothing against them. He could not overpower them. This was a deeply rooted issue. For the first time, upon hearing another beast call him ugly, Tang's began to doubt his own appearance. Hey, Xiao-san, am I ugly? Tang-san was instantly incensed by the question, exclaiming, Are you seriously asking me that? Brother, do you really think you need to ask? Does this question not hurt? If you're not called handsome, then what am I? Can I even be seen? Tang-san's heavy breathing brought Tang a sense of relief, though it was the first time he had witnessed such anger in Tang-san. Returning to the matter at hand, ahem, Tangzwa, what brings you here? Tianqing Yopong inquired. I am here to hunt soul beasts for my brother. Is there a problem? Douluo immediately perked up, realizing the absurdity of declaring such intentions in front of soul beasts. Little monster, be quiet. Ah, it matters not. You are still as you were, saying whatever comes to your mind. Tang's scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. What soul beast are we hunting? The Earth Spider Emperor, Tang's replied. Earth Spider Emperor? What is that? Surprisingly, even the sovereign of the Qingdao Great Forest, Tianqing Yopong, was unfamiliar with the Earth Spider Emperor. This only piqued their curiosity further. Observing that Tianqing Yopong did not attack them and seemed familiar with Tangzwa, even allowing him to speak of hunting soul beasts without hostility, they became even more convinced of Tang's extraordinary nature. Was he merely extraordinary? No, he was extraordinarily extraordinary. The name Tang, so I had just mentioned, was unknown even to Tianqing Yopong and the Titan giant ape. Have you heard of it? Tianqing Yopong turned to the Titan giant ape for confirmation. The Titan giant ape shook its head without hesitation. The Earth Spider Emperor does not seem to exist in our Qingdao Great Forest. Tangzwa understood that Tianqing Yopong was not feigning ignorance, but genuinely unaware. This was primarily due to the peculiar habitat of the Earth Spider Emperor. It exists, and it is right beneath our feet. Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled. What do you mean beneath our feet? Tangzwa, without further explanation, widened his eyes. The Sharingan martial soul erupted in power. 6 soul rings burst forth, creating a formidable aura around him. Soul power surged outward, sending ripples through the surroundings. Lightly tapping the ground, Tangzwa did not charge forward, but instead retreated 2 steps. His graceful form exhibited the elegance reminiscent of the Lingbo Weibu. His agile silhouette appeared as light as a swallow, and the purple afterimage evoked the sensation of the ghost steps. It was a fusion of multiple martial styles. After retreating 3 steps, Tangzwa halted, his toes imbued with soul power, which violently created 3 deep depressions in the ground. First soul skill, Susanoo Strike. The gigantic Susanoo arm was vastly different from the one Tangzwa had summoned 6 years ago. It had grown several sizes larger, and naturally, its power had increased manifold. With a forceful strike against the ground, a sudden depression formed. However, Tangzwa shook his head in disappointment and continued to seek another location. The first soul skill, Suzaichi. The scene remained unchanged. After approximately 6 attempts, 6 massive craters marred the landscape, resembling 5 mountains. On the 7th attempt, Tangzwa finally identified the correct spot. Blood Yin-Yang Eye. A flash of crimson light transformed Tangzwa's eyes from Sharingan to Blood Yin-Yang Eye. The power of the Blood Yin-Yang Eye was unleashed without restraint. First soul skill, Suzaichi. At this moment, dust erupted, revealing a shadow beneath the deep gray soil. Tangzwa, swift and decisive, activated Earth Escape and summoned the technique of beheading. The shadow sensed a surge of energy and was forcefully pulled downward, leaving only its upper half exposed. Tangzwa let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this unfamiliar shadow, which elicited similar expressions from those present and the soul beasts alike. Is this the Disha Zhu Huang? Douluo inquired. Indeed, it survives by relying on larger soul beasts, possessing limited strength, yet as a soul ring. It is undoubtedly a superior choice, Tangzwa explained. So this fellow has been protected by us for over 10,000 years without paying any protection fee? The Tianqing Yomang, with its unique perspective, adeptly perceives the nuances of various matters, or one might say, it has a peculiar mindset. The official remarks are the most devastating. What do you require my assistance with? Douluo asked. I need you to incapacitate it with poison. This will increase the likelihood of Xiao San absorbing it. This soul beast is unlike the others. Douluo made an okay gesture, revealing a wicked smile. Third soul skill. Stun poison. 9 soul rings ascended, casting a crystalline green glow. White-blue smoke swiftly gathered above the struggling Disha Zhuhuang. This creature bore a terrifying visage, yet its size was pitifully small, a combination of deep black and purple hues, exuding a toxic aura. Its most distinctive feature was likely the spikes on its 8 legs. Indeed, it relies on these spikes for survival underground, facilitating burrowing and similar tasks. Douluo, a rank 93 title doll, effortlessly rendered the Disha Zhuhuang unconscious. Tang's was smiled faintly and tossed a knife from Yurun Hichu Jiaochue Xiao to Tang San. Startled, Tang San nearly dropped the knife, almost letting it fall to the ground. Xiao San, go forth and absorb it. Although somewhat confused, Tang San followed Tang's instructions and stepped forward. With a swift motion, he wielded the knife. Fresh ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Chapter 138. The Disha Zhuhuang, Master of Souls. With a soft sound, the Disha Zhuhuang departed peacefully from the mortal realm. In truth, the Disha Zhuhuang was not particularly weak, being a 10,000-year soul beast. It was unlikely to be overpowered by Tang San. The primary reason lay in the fact that the unconscious Disha Zhuhuang was in a state of almost complete awareness loss, compounded by the presence of Tang Zhua and Douluo. Thus, it was easily subdued. A black soul ring emerged from the deceased Disha Zhuhuang, glowing with a dark light. Xiao San, absorb it. I have faith in you. Encouraged by Tang Zhua, Tang San summoned his courage and stepped forward to meditate on the ground, preparing to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. After a prolonged moment of anticipation, Tang San gathered his resolve to absorb this soul ring, which was incongruent with his current strength. The soul ring of the Disha Zhuhuang coursed into Tang San's body, and he felt a warm current, followed by an excruciating pain that was entirely contrary to the earlier sensation. A severe agony instantly enveloped Tang San's entire being, yet he did not reveal it outwardly. Externally, one could observe Tang San drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth, though he displayed no overt signs of distress, only furrowing his brow. In his mind, Tang San appeared to be in a fierce struggle with the Disha Zhuhuang. I say, little monster, are you not at all concerned about your brother? Douluo teased. He is my brother. If I do not worry, should you? Get lost. After saying this, Tang's was shot a fierce glare at Douluo, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Within Tang San's inner world, a fierce clash unfolded between him and the Disha Zhuhuang. Before long, Tang San lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The Disha Zhuhuang lunged at him with its spider legs, but Tang San summoned all his strength to evade the attack. In the next moment, just as despair began to settle in, figures of Tang Zhua, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao, and others flashed through Tang San's mind. The Tang sect, Shrek Academy, brother, sister, father, everything important to Tang San became startlingly clear. He clung to the ground tightly, gritting his teeth, and in that moment, he seemed to possess boundless strength. The 8 spider soul bones erupted. Boom! Before Tang San could make a move, the Disha Zhuhuang vanished. This was a test of the mind. Had Tang San chosen to give up, truly relinquished hope, he would have been condemned to depart this world. Indeed, dragged down to hell by the Disha Zhuhuang. The Disha Zhuhuang, as its name suggests, is the spider of the hellish deities, the monarch of the spider realm, wielding dominion over souls. This soul beast appeared as a result of Tang's arrival. This 10,000-year soul beast was merely a manifestation of its spiritual essence, serving as a trial for those close to Tang Zhua, a test deep within the soul. Abruptly, Tang San opened his eyes wide, breathing heavily with trepidation. 4 soul rings emerged from the blue silver grass in Tang San's hands. Yellow, yellow, purple, and black. These 4 colors shone brilliantly. Brother, I succeeded. An ecstatic Tang San sprang up from the ground and immediately turned to Tang Zhua. I told you that you would undoubtedly succeed. What is your soul skill? Tang Zhua grasped the crux of the matter, as the success of the upgrade was already evident. Tang San's current strength had significantly increased compared to before. Now, Tang San could even proclaim fire immunity. His level had soared to 46. This stroke of fortune left Tang Zhua envious. He had directly advanced 8 levels and obtained a 10,000-year soul ring. My 4th soul skill is soul binding. Absolute control. This absolute control refers to the strength of the control being absolute, rather than an unbreakable restraint. Much like Gaara's absolute defense. Soul, deep layered attacks. Upon hearing the term soul, both Douluo and Douluo XN were instantly captivated. Xiao-san, demonstrate your soul skill on me. Tang Zhuo was intrigued. He wanted to witness how Tang San's soul skill compared to that in the original narrative. The outcome was, in truth, predictable. After all, the Disha Zhu Huang governed souls, and such deep-layered attacks soul skills were naturally birthed from it. Very well, be cautious. Soul binding. With that, Tang San extended a hand, and the blue silver grass on his hand vanished instantly. However, the soul rings continued to rotate. In the next moment, the perplexed Tang Zhuo experienced an extraordinary sensation, causing him to lurch forward abruptly. He could not help but move slightly. Suddenly, he felt as if something was ensnaring him. An indescribable feeling akin to the binding of his very soul. Indeed, the soul technique lived up to its name. The binding of the soul was precisely that. Brother, what do you think? Can you break free? To be honest, even with this soul technique acquired, Tang Sin understood that for his extraordinary brother, using a mere adjective to describe, it would be a trivial matter. As expected, Tang Zhuo flashed a devilish smile, and the colorless, ethereal blue silver grass, infused with a hint of the laws of the soul, shattered like glass. He shook his head and wrist. This soul technique should catch the opponent off guard in a battle of equal rank. Xiao-san, this soul technique is indeed impressive, he exclaimed, giving Tang San a thumbs up. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it was Tang Zhuo who had helped him locate this soul beast and assisted him in elevating his soul power with the ice and fiery Yang Eye. Now, he was receiving accolade from Tang Zhuo, which made him feel somewhat inadequate. Haha, I never expected this. Your family is quite remarkable, starting with Tang Hao. Before he could finish, Tang Zhuo quickly covered Du Bo's mouth, fearing the consequences. However, Tang San, with his keen hearing, had already caught on. Let go of me. Little monster. You know my father. In an instant, Tang San appeared before Du Bo, who seemed to realize something, his gaze evasive. What a sin, what a sin. Who is Tang Hao? I do not know him. Du Bo's acting was utterly mismatched with his demeanor, revealing a lack of authenticity. Senior Du Bo, please. If you know anything about my father, do share. Tang San's obsession with Tang Hao was palpable, while he did not depend on him. The bond of kinship was remarkably strong. Naturally, this bond was even more profound concerning Tang Zhuo, despite Tang Zhuo's apparent disregard for Tang San after meeting his sister-in-law Ning. But what did that matter? They were brothers, and Tang Zhuo had helped Tang San in numerous ways. Why must your mouth be so troublesome? Dan Duo Zima? Were he another titled Douluo, he would have likely faced dire consequences for such words. Yet, Du Bo displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he wore an expression of contrition and openness. What can I do? Chapter 139, Returning to Shrek. Brother, who exactly is our father? Why does the poisoned Douluo know him? Upon hearing this, Tang Zhuo was uncertain how to explain things to Tang San. Should he disclose that he was aware of all about Tang Hao, but was purposely concealing it? No, Tang Zhuo did not wish to assume the role of the villain. Du Bo was continuously signaling to Tang Zhuo, who reciprocated the gesture. Hey Xiao-san, let me explain. Tang San's spirit surged, immediately alert. What the 3 great sects? The 9-treasure glazed tile sect, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, and the Haotian sect. Xiao-san, what is your second martial soul? The Haotian hammer. Upon saying this, he extended his right hand, and the Haotian hammer shimmered with a dazzling azure light. Wait, the Haotian hammer. Haotian sect. Does that mean our father is from the Haotian sect? It suddenly dawned upon Tang San. Indeed, his father was from the Haotian sect, and a titled Douluo at that. The very mention of the title left Tang San in a state of bewilderment. His father, the drunken man, a titled Douluo? No, a super Douluo. If he revealed this, who would believe him? Tang Hao, in Tang San's eyes, was merely an ordinary middle-aged father who had endured the vicissitudes of life, perhaps even having faced significant setbacks. Is my father a titled Douluo? The shocking revelation startled Du Bo. And what about our mother? Since birth, Tang San had been accompanied solely by Tang Hao and Tang Zhuo. He had never seen nor even heard of his mother. It was clear that Tang Zhuo must know who their mother was, or at least Tang San thought so. Xiao-san, do not inquire about matters that are not yours to question. Focus on your own path. As for the matter of your mother, you will eventually learn all in due time. and your father will address everything personally. Tang San had no choice but to cease his inquiries. Meanwhile, Douluo Bo and Douluo Xin were astounded by Tang's authoritative tone. All right, let us depart. We are returning to Shrek. Having absorbed the soul rings and completed the necessary tasks, it was time to go home. Tangzhua, are we heading back? Before we leave, can you explain the situation regarding the Di, Sha, Zhu Huang? The Tian Qing Niu Meng approached Tangzhua, blowing gently towards him. Tangzhuo Hakwa Dilis Mai. Gazing at the Tian Qing Niu Meng in confusion. Are you saying I should clarify the matter about Erming calling me ugly? The visible strain on Tang's face made the Tian Qing Niu Meng retreat slightly. Had the onlookers not known the context, it would surely have made headlines the next day. Then let us spar. If you win, I will apologize, but if I win. The Tian Qing Niu Meng challenged, you, the 10,000-year-soul beast, want me to fight you? If you have the capability, transform. Only then can you truly showcase your strength. Had the Tian Qing Niu Meng been born a few years later, it might have genuinely been misled by Tangzhua, leading to an actual transformation. Yet, who could deny that the Tian Qing Niu Meng was indeed a genuine, unparalleled 10,000-year soul beast? Enough of this banter. We are leaving. The Tian Qing Niu Meng and the Titan giant ape appeared as though they wished to retain them, but they understood it was futile. All right, Xiao San, Old Poison. Dugushin, Oldontait. With a flash of golden light, the four found themselves at the entrance of Shrek Academy, precisely at the gates of Lanba Academy. Let's enter, brother. The quartet slowly made their way into Shrek Academy, but upon reaching the gate, they were halted. Who are you? Entry is forbidden for those who are not students of this academy. May I ask your name? I am Li Iliang. Upon hearing this eloquent name, Tangzhua felt an odd sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. It was an elusive feeling. Oh, I remember now. Unity is strength, Li Iliang. This lyric nearly made Douluo Bo and the others chuckle. Who are you really? Entry is prohibited for those who are not students or teachers of this institution. We are the teachers and students of this academy, having arrived a few days ago. As they entered Lanba Academy, the four felt no particular sentiments. As they walked, they eventually arrived at the training ground. Xiao San, go back and give them a surprise. Little monster, if you enjoy showing off, why must you drag your younger brother along? Isn't that a bit inconsiderate? Tangzhua shot Douluo Bo an annoyed glare. Why should I concern myself with your affairs? Looking ahead at the others, Tangzhua and Tang San simultaneously called out several names. Rong, I am here. Tangzhua waved his hand and shouted. Xiao Wu, I am here. Indeed, these two brothers shared a common purpose, one calling for Xiao Wu and the other for Ning Rong. This is truly a torment for Ma Hongjun and his fellow single companions. As Tangzhua and Tang San returned, expressions of excitement illuminated the faces of those present. Ning Rong recognized that Tang's return signified her opportunity to embark on an adventure alongside him, prompting her to dash towards him without hesitation. Brother, where exactly have you and third brother been? She inquired, wrapping her arms around Tang's neck. Third brother has already become a soul master, Tangzhua replied, donning a teasing expression. What? Third brother has become a soul master? Yet, brother Zhua is still more formidable. Although Ning Rong felt joy at the news of Tang San's advancement, her reaction was subdued as such occurrences had become commonplace. Third brother, how did you become a soul master so quickly? Xiao Wu asked, resembling a wilted rabbit. It was brother Zhua who took me to a special place and assisted me in obtaining my spirit ring, Tang San explained. Huh? Little San has become a soul master? Flinder adjusted his glasses, astonished. Indeed, Tang San answered without a hint of hesitation. A 12-year-old soul master is indeed terrifying. However, compared to Tangzhua, he still pales in comparison, Flinder added. You two brothers must have grown up consuming gunpowder, he remarked. By the way, little San, what is your fourth spirit ability? Yu Xiaojiang approached with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Tangzhua and Tang San with a smile. My fourth spirit ability is called Soul Binding. The mere mention of soul and binding elicited gasps from those present. Little San, what is the limit of your control? How many levels of opponents can you restrain? Tang San rubbed his chin, pondering a question he hadn't considered before. Father, Little San's ability can currently exert absolute control over spirit masters around level 42. Those 10 levels higher can still be restrained, but will break free quickly, Tangzhua elucidated based on his insights. Chapter 140, Rong. Do you want to join? Third brother, is that so? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly turned to inquire. Indeed, brother speaks without a hint of error, Tang San affirmed. surprised at how quickly Tang Zhua grasped the full characteristics of his spirit ability just by sensing his spirit power. This spirit ability is frighteningly powerful. After all, it is a matter of controlling the soul, which most individuals cannot escape. This is indeed an advantage. Which spirit beast did this spirit ring come from? Why have I never heard of any spirit beast capable of transcending dimensions? Upon hearing this, Tang Zhua understood that he would face an interrogation. My brother said it was from the Di Sha Zhu Huang. These 4 words weighed heavily and complexly on Yu Xiaojing's memory. Di Siaka Zuwan, Little Zhua. What is that? Yu Xiaojing asked. Di Sha Zhu Huang is a spirit beast from the Yellow Springs, referred to as the messenger of the Yellow Springs. After a series of explanations, Tang Zhua sighed as he watched Yu Xiaojing diligently taking notes. He lamented that he should have simply brought the Di Sha Zhu Huang's spirit ring to Tang San, sparing himself the tedious explanations. Explaining a spirit beast is no simple task. Rong, I will leave tomorrow. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? After careful consideration, Tang Zhua found himself at a crossroads. Ning Rong was momentarily taken aback. The question left her feeling bewildered. Of course I want to go. We will walk together for a lifetime. Tugging at Tang Zhua's arm, her resolute gaze left him somewhat perplexed. Ning Rong's words elicited a smile from Tang Zhua, his lips curving upward. This journey may take a year. A year? A year is neither long nor short. It is indeed a significant duration. Little Zhua, are you truly leaving? Yu Xiaojing turned to ask. Upon hearing that Tang Zhua was departing, everyone fixed their gazes upon him. Brother, why must you go on this journey? Can't you stay with us? Xiao Wu implored. Training is essential for growth. Only by becoming stronger can one survive in this world. It is a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Without sufficient power, all is but folly. Tang Zhua's words were undeniably weighty, akin to a dose of soul-stirring wisdom. But can't we grow stronger by staying at Shrek? Xiao Wu questioned. Staying at Shrek can foster growth. Yet I possess my own means of becoming stronger. Remaining here ultimately imposes limitations, while the outside world offers boundless opportunities for advancement. Xiao Wu found this difficult to comprehend, and indeed, so did the others. Tang Zhua's assertions were perplexing, sounding altogether different. Little Zhua, you must return after a year, Yu Xiaojing stated solemnly. After all, with Tang Zhua's exceptional talent, should he attract the attention of someone even more powerful outside, it could spell trouble. Dang Zhuo, do not draw too much attention to yourself while outside, as it may lead to countless troubles. Flinder and Yu Xiaojing were somewhat overthinking. Tang Zhua was not naive. He understood well the adage about standing out in the forest attracting the wind. Being somewhat ostentatious was permissible only under safe conditions, though it could still lead to complications at times. However, does Shrek fear trouble? Why should they? In a word, charge ahead. By the way, have the arrangements been made for Old Poison to come here as a guest elder? Tang was suddenly recalled and inquired. Douluo perked up at the mention of becoming a guest elder at Shrek. He realized he had nothing to lose. The talents of the students here were truly exceptional, each one formidable in their own right. While they may not rival Tang Zhua, they were not to be underestimated. Among the entirety of Douluo continent, Shrek students undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of talent. A 12-year-old soul master, a soul venerable, a great soul master, such talent speaks volumes. It is possible that Douluo might benefit from Shrek's reputation in the future. Senior Douluo, do you truly wish to come to our humble academy as a guest elder? Hearing this, Douluo felt a surge of indignation. Why did others always perceive him in such an unfavorable light? He was not a materialistic individual. Isn't it clear enough what the little monster said? Or do you not wish for me to take on this role as a guest elder? Douluo's expression was somewhat unnatural as he inquired. Senior Douluo coming to Shrek as a guest elder is indeed a great honor for us, Flinder stepped forward to say. Thank you for agreeing to teach at Shrek. Senior Douluo Xian was still a bit taken aback, as in his mind, it should have been Shrek Academy helping him. Yet now he found himself being thanked. He felt quite bewildered. Why are you thanking me? Douluo Xian asked, puzzled. Well, you're coming to Shrek to teach our students, so naturally, we must express our gratitude. Oh, that's fine. No need to thank me. It is my duty. Upon understanding the sentiment, Douluo Xian responded to Douluo, though he still seemed somewhat confused. Perhaps this is what it means to be simple-minded and not particularly sweet. Students, please reveal your martial souls and introduce yourselves to our esteemed seniors. Tang Zhua stepped forward first. Although he was not obliged to introduce himself, participation was paramount. I am Tang Zhua, wielder of the martial soul, Sharingan. and a level 63 all-around battle spirit master. As he spoke, 6 soul rings emerged, black and red, a dazzling crimson radiance illuminating the surroundings. His eyes transformed into Sharingan, and a formidable wave of soul power rippled outward. Next was Tang San at level 46 with a martial soul, blue silvergrass. 4 soul rings slowly ascended. The first 3 were quite ordinary, representing a standard configuration. Yet the 4th black soul ring shone conspicuously, further accentuating Tang San's imposing aura. Meng Iran, a level 38 battle spirit master with a martial soul, dragon staff, was also present. Both Douluo and Douluo Xian recognized her as the granddaughter of the legendary Long Po, possessing such talent at a young age. She was indeed among the elite of Douluo. Douluo had a favored disciple, Tian, who had enjoyed his special attention ever since entering the palace. Dai Mubai, a level 40 attack-type battle spirit master with a white tiger martial soul, radiated a powerful presence as his soul ring shimmered. Despite being at level 40, he had yet to hunt for soul rings due to a lack of time, as intense training had consumed his schedule. Young man, it appears you've been at level 40 for quite some time. Why haven't you sought out soul rings? Douluo inquired. Recently, my teachers and I have had little time, so I have not hunted for soul rings, Dai Mubai replied. Tomorrow, I will personally take you to hunt for soul rings. Douluo said, intrigued by Dai Mubai's remarkable potential. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, with a martial soul, soft-bone rabbit, and a level 36 attack-type battle spirit master. Due to the influence of the longing for the red flower, Xiao Wu's soul beast aura was effectively concealed, preventing even Douluo, a title de law, from detecting her true identity. Oscar, a level 38 food-type equipment spirit master with a martial soul, big sausage, raised an eyebrow, his 3 soul rings vibrant. He appeared rather unkempt, resembling a disheveled man. You are a food-type spirit master? Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Generally, at this age, a food-type spirit master reaching level 30 was considered extraordinary, yet Oscar had already attained 38. What is your innate soul power? Douluo asked Oscar. Me? Oscar pointed to himself, bewildered, as he had never been asked such a question in such a manner, especially by a title de law. Yes, Douluo confirmed. I possess full innate soul power. The simple statement stirred tumult within Douluo's heart. What? A food-type spirit master with full innate soul power? Indeed, haha. Understanding why Douluo inquired about his innate soul power, Oscar produced a mirror from somewhere, gazing at his reflection while occasionally adjusting his hair, exuding an air of vanity. Indeed, Shrek Academy is filled with prodigies. Of course, old monster, Shrek Academy is also known as Monster Academy. We only accept monsters here. Douluo couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Tang Zhua, who was rather infuriating. Ma Hongjun, martial soul, Phoenix, level 28 attack-type battle spirit master. The term Phoenix symbolizes divine beasts, representing the pinnacle of beast martial souls. Douluo trembled at the mention, having never encountered anyone with a Phoenix martial soul before, and it seemed quite grand. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun remained as he always was, with tufts of hair on his rear and arms, 2 animated soul rings. Douluo felt a wave of embarrassment as black lines appeared on his forehead. Are you certain this is a phoenix? Douluo loathed such bothersome matters. Indeed, my martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of annoyance at Douluo's question, but what could he do? Douluo was a title de law. He could neither retaliate nor argue, leaving Ma Hongjun powerless. Zhu Zhuqing, with a martial soul, Nethercat, stood at level 27. Her brief response starkly contrasted those of the others. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun had yet to surpass level 30, thus were unable to claim their soul rings. How about it, old monster? Is Shrek Academy impressive? Douluo contemplated striking Tang Zhua, as he had never encountered anyone quite as infuriating. How can you say that? Do you have any idea how much damage your extraordinary talents have inflicted on those of us who have labored tirelessly since childhood? Tang Zhua shot Douluo an annoyed glare, indicating his desire to laugh without uttering a word. All right, disband for now. Continue your training. Tomorrow, Tang Zhua will depart. And tonight, we shall feast. I'll treat. It was truly unexpected that Flander would treat them to a meal, given the rare occasion of such a splendid gathering. As expected, Flander treated them to the Shrek Academy cafeteria. Is this what you call a feast, Director? Tang Zhua awkwardly pointed ahead. Come, everyone, don't be polite. Eat up. Ma Hongjun, unfazed, dashed into the kitchen, indifferent to the fare. Upon seeing the nutritionally balanced dishes, he quickly realized he was still hungry. The afternoon passed swiftly, and tangs were returned, while Douluo had officially become a guest elder of Shrek Academy. The impressive display of Shrek students had left a profound impression on Douluo. This was no mere academy for geniuses. It was undeniably a school of monsters. At least in Douluo's view. In the Grand Soul Master Tournament, the Shrek team held a 99.9% chance of claiming first place, with the remaining 0.1% representing unpredictable variables. In the dormitory, Tangs assisted Ning Rongrong in packing her belongings, and it was undeniable that her luggage was quite substantial. One could hardly expect less from the young lady of the Jiao Bao Liuli clan. Brothers Hua, where shall we go first? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. Tangs had yet to formulate a clear plan. Despite the imminent departure, he felt somewhat muddled. Shall we return to the Jiao Bao Liuli clan first? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong nodded, seemingly eager to reunite with Ning Fengji, Chenxian, and Gu Rong. Rongrong, wait for me. I need to retrieve something. Ning Rongrong nodded without a hint of concern. Tangs placed his finger atop his head, a flash of golden light enveloping him, and he vanished in an instant. Observing the myriad medicinal herbs and the ice and fire yin-yang well before him, Tangs' lips curled into a smile. Approaching the ice and fire yin-yang well, he surveyed the surroundings and finally spotted the resplendent Chiluoyu Jingxiang. Quietly plucking it, Tangs, filled with joy, activated his teleportation ability and returned to Ning Rongrong's side. Rongrong, I'm back. Tangs held 2 Chiluo tulips in his hands, placing them behind his back while beaming at Ning Rongrong. Brother, what have you got? He asked. As he lowered his head slightly, the light cast a shadow, rendering half of his face dark. Eventually, despite the gloom, Tangs revealed the Chiluo tulips from behind his back. Upon seeing what he held, Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Zugu, how do you still have Chiluo tulips? Her eyes widened in shock as she inquired. Here, take it. Your Jiao Bao Liuli sect should find this quite useful, Tangs offered, genuinely concerned as he extended the Chiluo tulips to her. Surprisingly, Ning Rongrong did not accept them, explaining that she wanted to rely on her own strength. The evening passed swiftly, with the sounds of Chaner echoing continuously. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Rongrong, in the coming year, we shall bid farewell to this place known as Shrek Academy. Indeed, I am reluctant to part with everyone. Before she could finish her sentence, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly embraced Tangs and began to weep. Chapter 142. Rongrong kisses Tangs a metaphorical expression. Witnessing this, Tangs appeared somewhat embarrassed. Yet there was a hint of delight on his face. The night flew by, and soon it was the day of their departure. Rongrong, let us be on our way, said Tangs gently grasping her hand. Ning Rongrong glanced up at him and nodded, then called out to the others, everyone, we are leaving. As they retreated, it seemed as if they feared lingering due to their reluctance. The atmosphere at Shrek was somewhat somber. Each individual had, to varying degrees, received Tangs' assistance and shared a deep bond with him. The camaraderie between brothers and sisters formed an emotional barrier in their hearts. Tangs had protected and inspired them, and they looked up to him with admiration, wishing to repay his kindness. Undoubtedly, they were captivated by his charismatic personality. Had Tangs not stepped back, perhaps a dramatic scene would have unfolded. Hey, Zwiga, can't you stay? The Shrek members called out in unison. Tangs would turn around. If I stay, will you support me? We will support you. Their collective response ignited a spark within Tangs. However, as they prepared to leave, a silence fell. They understood that they could not dissuade him. This was his choice, and arguably the best decision for him. At Shrek, Tangs had reached his limits. The Academy had provided him with substantial aid, but its usefulness had nearly run its course. It was time to venture out and see if he could transform his potential into reality. Strength was of utmost importance, and his goal was to reach the Soul Sage stage within a year. Only then could he play a significant role in the impending conflict that might arise from his substitution for Xiaowu. Zugo, where are we going? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled, since Tangs had yet to disclose their destination. To a place akin to the Soto Great Soul Arena. This location was shrouded in secrecy, virtually unknown to the public, yet never lacked participants, as Tangs had learned from the system. Initially, he had considered going to the City of Slaughter, but with Ning Rongrong accompanying him, it wouldn't be appropriate. Thus, he opted for this alternative. If it resembles the Soto Great Soul Arena, couldn't we just go there? Tangs shook his head. It merely shares the arena format, but it serves a far greater and more brutal purpose. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong began to understand. So, there won't be any danger, right? This was indeed the most pressing concern. Nothing was more significant than personal safety. If one were to lose their life, what good would immense strength do? It would be akin to possessing a mansion worth billions in the city center, yet being unable to live in it due to financial constraints for renovations. Rest assured, there is an excellent protection system in place, so you needn't worry. Tang Zhuo reassured her, alleviating her concerns. With the assurance of safety, she felt comfortable allowing Tang Zhuo to proceed. All right, let us hurry. We have quite a distance to cover. Since Tang Zhuo had no acquaintances there, instantaneous travel was not an option, and without the Flying Thunder God technique, they would have to rely on their own pace. The two hurried along their route. Tang was summoned his soul bone, and enormous wings unfurled from his back. Come aboard. He smiled, extending his hand to Ning Rongrong. Hesitantly, she leaped up, her cheeks flushed. Brother, you are so kind to me. I cannot bear to part from you. Her voice trembled slightly, and her gaze was filled with admiration. Tang Zhuo looked down at her without uttering a word. Despite his outward calm, a tempest raged within him. What should he do? These two were already engaged, yet they remained so reserved, which was perplexing. Tang Zhuo was remarkably straightforward. His understanding of emotions could be described as murky at best, and he was unaware of his own feelings for Ning Rongrong until the system informed him. In the next moment, the air seemed to still, and Ning Rongrong pressed her lips against Tang Zhuo's. Although this had occurred before, Tang Zhuo, ever bashful, felt his face flush crimson. Rongrong, when you say you cannot part from me, does that imply you could if you wanted to? Dan Zhuo stam. His ability to change the subject unexpectedly heightened. What? No, I cannot part from you, Zhuge. How could you think that? Her final words struck a chord deep within Tang Zhuo. This was the essence of a true leader. After the moment passed, midday arrived. Ning Rongrong, noticing Tang Zhuo, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, felt a pang of concern. Zhuge, perhaps you should let me down. You must be exhausted. Her voice softened with worry. I'm fine, really, he insisted, though he silently chastised himself for saying it. Hey, Zhuge, there's a hotel ahead. Let's stay there for the night. Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened as she spotted a hotel named Hongminyan. However, Zhuge, it is time to rest. A person is like iron, and a meal is like steel. Missing one meal makes one uneasy. If you do not eat, I shall not go. This seemingly unreasonable statement from Ning Rongrong is imbued with profound concern. It leaves Tang Zhuo at a loss. How could Tang Zhuo not realize that Ning Rongrong cares for him? He is acutely aware of her affection. Very well. Let's spend the day here and continue our journey tomorrow. With no other choice, Tang Zhuo acquiesced to Ning Rongrong's wishes. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong knew that Tang Zhuo could finally rest, and her excitement made her smile brightly. Tang Zhuo descended to the ground, setting Ning Rongrong down with a sigh of relief. The name of this hotel is indeed the most vibrant flower amidst the myriad blooms, a heap of cow dung beneath. The atmosphere is truly splendid, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Chapter 143. The manager is female. All right, let us enter. With that, Tang Zhuo stepped forward and pushed open the grand door of the hotel. The establishment appeared rather shabby, with a layer of dust covering its surfaces. Upon entering, the words Hongmin Yin were boldly displayed on the beams overhead. Looking at these three characters, Tang Zhuo was left speechless, unable to fathom how the proprietor came to choose such a name. Proprietor, we would like to place an order. Tang Zhuo waved at the individual at the front desk, who was slumped over the table, showing no sign of movement. Noticing the proprietor's silence, Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong approached with curiosity. Tang Zhuo tapped on the table twice with his finger. Proprietor, wake up. As if responding to Tang Zhuo's heartfelt call, the proprietor opened his eyes and looked up at the two. Well, today is a lucky day. Guests have arrived. It seems quite a long time has passed since anyone visited. The proprietor rubbed his eyes, looking astonished by their presence. Here, the menu is available. He raised his hand, and without warning, a menu materialized, which he tossed to Tang Zhuo. Tang Zhuo's expression turned cold. The menu flew through the air with such speed that he felt he could not have thrown it himself. He reached out to catch it, and the menu landed firmly in his hands, causing him to take 2 steps back. Indeed, this proprietor possesses extraordinary strength. Zhuge, what is the matter? Ning Rongrong observed Tang Zhuo's reaction and inquired swiftly. It is nothing, let us order cough cough. Feeling the warmth emanating from the menu made Tang Zhuo further appreciate the proprietor's might. The proprietor's appearance was quite disheveled, with unkempt hair, a long face, and a rough beard. Had he not possessed such strength, Tang Zhuo might have thought little of it. However, his resemblance to Tang Hao suggested a certain disregard for trivialities. Yet, Tang Zuo agreed that details determine success or failure. He pondered which was preferable. It seems that once one becomes powerful, one becomes indifferent to the small details, for they become irrelevant. When one's strength vastly surpasses that of another, the minutiae truly lose their significance. The process may vary, but the final outcome remains unchanged. It is akin to a battle between Tang Zuo and a title Douluo. Without doubt, Tang Zuo could not budge a title Douluo an inch due to sheer strength. Based on the earlier display of the proprietor's effortless movement, Tang Zuo deduced that this individual was undoubtedly stronger than a soul sage. Perhaps even a soul Douluo or title Douluo. The proprietor yawned, occasionally glancing at Tang Zuo. Such a young man is indeed a rarity in this world. Tang Zuo felt as though he was being seen through, as if he were exposed before the proprietor. Instinctively, he covered himself, a reflexive action of self-defense. The proprietor smiled slightly. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Boom! A tremendous surge of soul power erupted, and the proprietor had already materialized before Tang Zuo. His eyes turned crimson, glowing with an otherworldly light. His unkempt hair floated about him, and a sword circled him 3 times. 9 soul rings appeared instantaneously. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. These 9 soul rings shone brilliantly, and a gust of wind caused the astonished Tang Zuo to retreat 2 steps. The earlier display had required no effort from the proprietor. It was a casual gesture. The fact that such a simple act could make Tang Zuo step back spoke volumes of his strength. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuso, wielder of the martial soul, Xian Yujian. I'm a 96th level super assault Douluo, known as the title Douluo, Pujia. The proprietor's deep voice made Tang Zuo's heart race. The name suited his imposing presence. You are a title Douluo? Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Yu Suo glanced at Ning Rongrong and chuckled. How could she even ask such a question? Is it not obvious? Yu Suo's response left Ning Rongrong feeling embarrassed. Her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Young man, reveal your martial soul, so I may see it. Yu Suo's gaze immediately focused intently on Tang Zuo. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Zuo's expression turned serious. Tang Zuo, martial soul, Sharingan, 63rd level all-around battle soul emperor. Upon uttering these words, soul rings began to rise around him, and the 3 tomo of the Sharingan formed within his pupils. A 12-year-old soul emperor? Do you harbor other secrets? Initially, Yu Suo appeared astonished, but upon reflection, he regarded Tang Zuo with renewed interest. Your martial soul cannot be singular. The age of your soul rings must be divinely bestowed. 2 statements confirmed Tang Zuo's previous suspicion. He had indeed been seen through, not merely in appearance, but in essence, by this individual named Yuso, a title Douluo. How do you know? Tang Zuo's shocked expression betrayed him. Haha, reveal your second soul ring for me to see. Ning Rongrong stood quietly to the side, understanding that it was not her place to speak, or that her words would be of no consequence. She could discern the current situation. Tang Zuo considered his options. He could only take a gamble, hoping that this title Douluo was not affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple, but rather a hidden adversary, for he had never heard of him in the original story. Perhaps this is the butterfly effect. Indeed, do the strong prefer to live in seclusion? Do the strong truly enjoy running shops? Do the strong care little for wealth? Do the strong disregard appearances? These questions burgeoned within Tang Zuo's mind. My second martial soul is called Shi Quan Jian. With that, a flash of red light erupted, and the soul rings remained unchanged, while the Sharingan did not disappear, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power. The sword, Shi Quan Jian. What a remarkable Shi Quan Jian. As one who possesses a sword martial soul, Tang Zuo could discern that the individual before him surpassed even the sword Douluo. It was not merely a matter of soul power, but the depth of swordsmanship and skill. His ethereal appearance spoke volumes. This individual is extraordinary. With an intriguing combination of gentleness and strength, Yu Suo exclaimed, Young man, would you be willing to take me as your master? Yu Suo marveled at Tang Zuo's immense power. But what was truly surprising was his desire to take Tang Zuo as a disciple. Tang Zuo summoned his blood yin-yang eye, perceiving the dissonance in the appearance of the man before him. Who exactly are you? Who am I? Yu Su, upon hearing the words, realized that her secret had been unveiled by Tang Zuo's mysterious soul technique. A subtle smile graced her lips, and a radiant light surged forth. This brilliance obscured her face. Yet from behind the luminescence, one could discern her flowing long hair. Clad in a verdant gown adorned with flecks of white, she was undeniably a woman of exquisite beauty. Chapter 144. You cannot teach me anything. As the golden light that lingered beside Yusu quietly descended, the stunning visage and slender figure were truly captivating. A beauty that could topple empires. Tang's withstood transfixed, not due to Yusu's allure, for he was indifferent to such matters, but rather because of her enigmatic nature and the words she had just uttered. You think I am a man, thus I shall be a woman. You believe I venture into solitude to establish an inn for profit, when in truth it is merely for respite. This revelation astonished Tang's Hua. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, observing Tang's Hua's dazed expression and the flush of his face, puffed up her cheeks in annoyance and stamped her foot. Still reeling from the shock, Tang's Hua felt warmth radiating from his waist, as Ning Rongrong unexpectedly embraced him from behind. Yusu, witnessing this scene, tilted her head in silence. In the next moment, an exclamation escaped Ning Rongrong's lips as she bit into Tang's Hua's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. A distinct bite mark appeared on his attire, and should he shed the sleeve from his shoulder, a wound would surely be revealed. Rongrong, what are you doing? Tang's Hua finally emerged from his stupor. Ning Rongrong, startled, initially intended to apologize, but after a moment's contemplation, she positioned herself protectively in front of Tang's Hua. Zugu is mine. This declaration seemed to assert her claim, indicating that he was hers and no one else's. Ah, little girl, I am over 70 years old. I cannot engage in such a teacher-student romance, let alone a sibling love. In an unsuspecting context, her assertion of being 70 would be met with disbelief, for her youthful appearance belied her years. Noticing Yusu's disdainful expression, it was evident that Ning Rongrong's overthinking was unwarranted. Tang's Hua indeed possessed a visage that inspired admiration from countless women, complemented by a heart that could ensnare many. Yet, he was merely a majority, not the entirety. Individuals like Yusu, who had transcended the mundane as a title de law, found Tang's Hua insufficient to stir her emotions. It could be said that Tang's Hua's current display was not enough to captivate her. Rongrong, why did you bite me? Tang's Hua shot Ning Rongrong a resentful glance, covering his shoulder as he spoke in a tone tinged with grievance. Why do you keep staring at her? Ning Rongrong asked, pouting with indignation. When a woman becomes fierce, she requires no explanation, for she is beyond mere humanity. She wishes to be my teacher, and suddenly transforms from a man into a woman. Would you not be astonished? Tang's Hua elucidated this to Ning Rongrong, prompting her to recoil. It dawned on her that she had not even noticed Yusu's former identity as a man. Ah, I see now. My apologies. After regaining her composure, she hurriedly bowed her head to Tang's Hua, the presence of her intellect in question. What do you teach me? Why should I become your disciple? Tang's Hua asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yusu felt a spark of interest igniting within her. You inquire what I can teach you? I'm a super Douluo, a being of unparalleled presence on the entire Douluo continent, and yet you dare question what I can impart. Yusu pointed to herself, gazing at Tang's Hua with astonishment. Sister Yusu, you must understand that even if you are a super Douluo, if you have nothing to teach me, I shall not take you as my mentor. Tang's Hua's gaze burned with intensity. Despite Yusu's superior strength, he recognized that in nearly every respect aside from soul power, he surpassed her significantly. For instance, her pride in her swordsmanship was unwarranted. Haha, your second martial soul is a sword, right? I could teach you swordsmanship. Yusu remarked, eyeing Tang's Hua as one might regard a fool, her expression dripping with disbelief. Your swordsmanship cannot compare to mine. Tang's Hua was not arrogant, nor was he overly confident. He merely stated a fact. In truth, when it came to swordsmanship, Tang's Hua was undeniably formidable, a veritable force to be reckoned with. If swordsmanship were to be ranked, he would certainly belong to the upper echelons. Oh dear, do you know what it means to be excessively arrogant? Yusu naturally did not believe Tang's Hua's words. Indeed, they sounded too far-fetched. No matter how powerful or gifted he might be, he was still merely a soul emperor, with a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the rank of soul sage, let alone a title de law like Yusu. I am not being arrogant. I am merely stating a truth. Frankly speaking, in terms of swordsmanship, you cannot surpass me. Tang's Hua's assertion began to sway Yusu. According to his reasoning, if it were solely a contest of swordsmanship, she might indeed find herself at a disadvantage against him. This was not merely speculation born from Tang's Hua's bold words, but rather a conclusion drawn from observing the well-defined muscles in his arms, indicative of a swordsman's physique, the very muscle that determines one's strength. How about we compete without using soul power? Tang Zhuo proposed, confident that facts would speak louder than words. Zhuogu, she is a titled Douluo. Competing against her is tantamount to courting disaster. Ning Rongrong's concern lay not in doubting Tang Zhuo's capabilities, but in worrying for his safety. Given Yusu's formidable status as a titled Douluo, Tang Zhuo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. Rongrong, trust me, I will prevail. In the realm of swordsmanship, I possess unwavering confidence. With that, he took 2 steps forward, gesturing for the duel to commence. Very well, if it must be so, I shall engage you in this contest, though I do not believe you can triumph over me. With that declaration, a surge of soul power erupted around Yusu. Her soul rings swirling with vibrant energy. In the next moment, her soul power dissipated, revealing a sword in her grasp. Its sharpness rivaling that of the legendary green dragon crescent blade. It was indeed formidable. Tang Zhuo smiled faintly as he summoned the Kusanagi sword and the Ten-Fist sword, both equally powerful in their own right, though their radiance faded swiftly. Sister Yusu, you may proceed. With that, a flash of golden light burst forth, and Tang Zhuo found himself before Yusu. Very well. The clash of blades resounded, sparks flying. The sparks were not blinding, yet their heat was palpable. Tang Zhuo gripped his sword firmly and thrust downward with great force. A tremendous power emanated from Tang Zhuo's blade, effectively pinning Yusu's sword. Haha, keep going. With each step, he grew more assured, gaining momentum. Tang Zhuo had seized the advantage, yet Yusu remained undeterred, holding her ground against him. Tang Zhuo plunged the Ten-Fist sword into the earth, anchoring it as he leapt with ferocity towards Yusu. She adeptly parried his attack with her salty fish sword. Yet the sheer strength behind Tang Zhuo's blow forced her to retreat 3 to 4 steps, placing her in a precarious situation. Chapter 145. I have one. I do not require a mentor. The harmonious blend of strength and grace, the Tai Chi sword, utilizing the ancient Chinese martial art of Tai Chi. Tang Zhuo gracefully wielded his sword, unleashing an extraordinary sensation as he did so. Beneath his feet, a colossal Tai Chi diagram seemed to materialize. The blades of the 2 swords once more clashed, and Tang Zhuo, gripping his sword, executed a fierce maneuver with the Tai Chi principle of yielding to overcome rigidity. To his astonishment, Yusu's sword was deftly deflected by Tang Zhuo. In an instant, he pointed his sword at Yusu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In this duel of swordsmanship, victory belonged to Tang Zhuo. You have lost, he declared, casting a glance at Yusu, who sat on the ground, incredulous. She had never anticipated her defeat, for swordsmanship was an area in which she excelled. Yet, without the use of soul power, she found herself bested by Tang Zhuo. I have lost, Yusu stammered, her shock revealing a deep sense of dissatisfaction, as though Tang Zhuo had undermined her dignity. Ning Rongrong, brimming with joy, scampered over to Tang Zhuo. Brother, you are amazing. You have defeated a titled Douluo. Tang Zhuo looked up and smiled in return. In terms of swordplay, he indeed triumphed. Yet when it came to actual combat prowess, he knew he would still be swiftly vanquished. Rongrong, I am merely adept at swordsmanship. If I were to truly face Sister Yusu in battle, I would likely be annihilated. Upon hearing Tang Zhuo's explanation, Ning Rongrong surprisingly began to show admiration for Yusu. The notion of a 12-year-old child referring to a 7-year-old titled Douluo as sister felt remarkably audacious, yet it seemed entirely fitting. Yusu's gaze towards Ning Rongrong softened with newfound affection. Rongrong, what is it? Tang Zhuo, still processing the situation, was taken aback to see Ning Rongrong so readily accommodating Yusu. Brother, why don't we downplay this? It's really not a big deal. In truth, the matter at hand had never been of significant consequence. What is happening? With that, Yusu leaned in, her eyes narrowing with anticipation. Tang Zhuo, do you wish to take me as your master? Yet, she had already surmised the outcome, knowing his eventual response without uttering a word. I must decline, Sister Yusu. Frankly, you cannot assist me in any meaningful way, and for that, I apologize. After saying this, Tang Zhuo performed a deep bow towards Yusu, seemingly expressing gratitude for her earlier guidance. Following their recent duel, Tang Zhuo felt a marked enhancement in his swordsmanship, a substantial improvement indeed. It seemed he had grazed the barrier between 2 realms, mere moments away from breaking through that delicate membrane. A talent like you is indeed rare, he remarked. Sister Yusu, why not become my mentor? Observing Tang Zhuo's awkward rejection, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Yusu was a super Douluo, and currently, She could not call upon the sword Douluo or bone Douluo for assistance. Should Yusu turn against them, they would be utterly defenseless. However, witnessing Yusu's calm demeanor, her lack of anger, and her genuine inquiry regarding Tongzuo's willingness to accept her as a mentor, ignited a desire within Ning Rongrong to seek mentorship as well. "Oh, please introduce yourself," Yusu encouraged, intrigued by Ning Rongrong's response. Since Tongzuo seemed to have no hope of acceptance, the prospect of taking Ning Rongrong under her wing appeared quite appealing. "I am Ning Rongrong, wielder of the 9 treasure glaze tile, a 36th level auxiliary soul master." The mere mention of a 9 treasure glaze tile left Yusu astonished. It had been ages since she had encountered that term. The 7 treasure glaze tile was common knowledge, recognized as the most powerful auxiliary sect throughout the continent. Yet the 9 treasure glaze tile and its associated sect were less known. Nevertheless, Yusu understood their significance. Having resided in seclusion for many years, she was unaware of the elevation of the 7 treasure glaze tile sect to the 9 treasure glaze tile sect, which further shocked her. "What is your relation to Ning Fengji?" Yusu inquired earnestly. "He is my father," Ning Rongrong replied. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's father's name, Tongzuo realized Yusu had ties to the 9 treasure glaze tile sect. "The daughter of Ning Fengji, how intriguing," Yusu exclaimed, patting Ning Rongrong on the back. "Very well, I accept you as my disciple." Thank you, master." Ning Rongrong was transformed by Tongzuo's presence. The princess-like temperament that had arisen from her pampered upbringing and her fear of difficulties began to fade, illuminated by Tongzuo like a beacon guiding her future. "By the way, you have yet to eat, correct? I shall prepare a meal for you. Please wait here." With that, Yusu vanished as swiftly as the wind. Tongzuo barely registered the gust before realizing the vibrant figure beside him had disappeared. 10 minutes later, Yusu reappeared, carrying 2 plates filled with noodles, now coated in a sauce that had unfortunately burned. Placing the plates on the table, Tongzuo gulped at the sight of the charred noodles. Ning Rongrong mirrored his concern. "If this is how we start our acquaintance, I might end up nauseous for a day," Tongzuo lamented. "Sister Yusu, how do you manage to live like this?" he asked helplessly. Yusu shook her head. "I simply eat as one does." "Are you certain this is edible?" Tongzuo gingerly poked at the noodles before him. "Haha, it has been a long time since I last cooked. My apologies. Perhaps you could prepare something instead?" Tongzuo felt increasingly exasperated. "Very well, please wait for me." He entered the kitchen, and the moment he did, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only was she relieved to avoid the charred noodles, but she also anticipated the aroma of Tongzuo's cooking. The 2 bowls of noodles, crafted by Tongzuo and Yusu, yielded entirely different results. Emerging from the kitchen, Tongzuo held 4 bowls of pasta, each larger and rounder, exuding an enticing fragrance that far surpassed Yusu's previous offering. "Look at these bowls, so ample and inviting, just like the noodles, long and wide," he remarked, placing them on the table. "Quickly, let us eat," Tongzuo urged, observing the 2 with a smile. Ning Rongrong eagerly picked up her chopsticks, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the sauce atop the noodles, her delightful reactions amusing Tongzuo. Chinese culture is vast and profound, and its culinary delights are not to be overlooked. Chapter 146, The Rift in the Underground Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong eagerly accepted the bowl of pasta from Tongzuo and began to enjoy her meal, while Yusu glanced from the noodles to Tongzuo. It was known that Tongzuo was a man, and in Yusu's view, it seemed absurd for a man to cook, had the evidence not been before her. She might have found it hard to believe. Yet, witnessing Tongzuo's culinary skill ignited a hunger within her as she gazed longingly at the delicious noodles before her. As Yusu regained her composure, she suppressed her desire for noodles and cast an amused glance at Tongzuo. "Well, young man, you certainly possess culinary skills." Tongzuo shifted a stool to sit down, smiling at the bowl of rice in his hands. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Tongzuo had lived alone for nearly 2 decades, making his ability to cook rather unremarkable. Observing Yusu's astonishment, Tongzuo shook his head slightly. He marveled at the resilience of the people in this world, unable to fathom how Yusu, who had burned her food beyond recognition, managed to survive. Did she simply endure this daily? Although Tongzuo had previously been compelled by Tong how to consume snakes and insects, the notion of eating such things in this context remained unpalatable. When faced with starvation, a snake placed before one would be cherished. For neglecting it would lead to regret. However, when one has options, choosing between a glass of cola and a glass of yellow liquid becomes a straightforward decision. One would undoubtedly select the cola. as the other would be entirely disregarded. Such is the harshness of life. Yusu, intrigued by this train of thought, felt her earlier craving for food replaced with curiosity. Tongzhua immediately sensed that he would be subjected to inquiries. Ning Rongrong set down her chopsticks and turned her gaze toward Tongzhua, her mouth still smeared with sauce. Tongzhua glanced over at the adorably bewildered Ning Rongrong and couldn't help but chuckle, while her confused expression was undeniably charming. The sauce at the corners of her mouth resembled a comical mustache, prompting a hearty laugh. "Haha, Rongrong, here, wipe your mouth." Yet, Tongzhua managed to suppress his laughter and retrieve a mirror and tissues from Yurinha Chu Jiao Chue Xiao, handing them to her. Uncertain of Tongzhua's intentions, Ning Rongrong took the mirror and, upon looking closely, her eyes widened in shock. She quickly lowered her head, hastily using the tissue to clean her mouth. Don't look." Tongzhua, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden sharp pain in his foot as Ning Rongrong stepped on it. Yusu, witnessing this humorous scene, could not suppress her laughter. "Ha ha ha, you two are gonna make me die of laughter." Her words elicited disdain from Tongzhua and annoyance from Ning Rongrong. Having cleaned her mouth, Ning Rongrong's face flushed a deep crimson, as this incident was quite embarrassing for her, or for many girls indeed. She cast a furtive glance at Tongzhua, who was now hopping on one foot while clutching his other. In truth, Ning Rongrong's action had not inflicted much pain on Tongzhua, but he feigned discomfort to divert her attention. "Zge, soda," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, standing up hurriedly in front of Tongzhua, her demeanor flustered. Tongzhua, upon witnessing her reaction, approached her directly. The two shared an intimate moment, and Yusu could easily discern that Tongzhua had been merely acting, leaving her feeling somewhat fed a mouthful of dog food. She also recognized Tongzhua as potential as a devoted partner, leading her to admire Ning Rongrong's ability to keep him so thoroughly enchanted. What method had she employed to tame Tongzhua so completely? Yusu couldn't help but wonder how she would react if she knew that their connection stemmed purely from love. Perhaps she would be overwhelmed or even yearn for romance herself. However, finding it difficult to adjust to this notion of dog food, even if it originated from her apprentice, she coughed to remind them of her presence. The couple turned abruptly at the sound of her cough, returning awkwardly to their original positions. "All right, Rongrong, let us eat." After hearing this, Ning Rongrong resumed her meal, but unlike before, she now seemed cautious and attentive, unwilling to embarrass herself again. This scene amused Tongzhua, who also began to eat, feeling hunger pangs. Yusu was nearly petrified by the toxicity of this dog food. "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" Tongzhua inquired, noticing her lack of action, suddenly reminded that this delightful food would soon cool and lose its appeal. Yusu exclaimed, "Oh, right, it's your dog food that almost made me lose my appetite." She eagerly picked up her noodles, contrasting sharply with Ning Rongrong's careful demeanor, devouring her food with abandon. Her boisterous and carefree eating style matched her bold personality, reminiscent of a carefree warrior. Tongzhua felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to respond. What should he say? Would it be wise to remind her to eat more delicately, lest she be mistaken for a bear? After finishing their meal, the trio began discussing their upcoming itinerary. "Hey, Tongzhua, you seemed quite hurried when you arrived. Where are you headed?" Yusu inquired, recalling that the two seemed to have something important to attend to. "Oh, we are heading to the underground Dohun Arena Rift." Upon hearing this, Yusu froze, slowly lifting her gaze to Tongzhua. "What did you say?" Seeing Yusu's astonished expression, Ning Rongrong seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "I said, I'm going to the underground Dohun Arena Rift." The term rift was all too familiar to Yusu. She could never forget the experiences from her youth. Back then, she had been led to the rift by a stranger, and her spirit power had already reached the rank of soul respect. With confidence, she approached the arena, but what transpired there left an indelible mark on her memory. Relying on her soul respect, strength, and youthful bravado, Yusu had felt invincible, perhaps even arrogant. But the harsh reality of the arena had severely shaken her confidence, leaving her with lingering psychological scars. "Are you certain you wish to go there? That place is one where age matters not, but only the level of strength." Her words seemed to serve as a warning to Tongzhua, cautioning him against arrogance due to his talent, reminding him that the arena did not favor innate gifts. Chapter 147. The Rift, Truly Terrifying. Yusu's warning made Tongzhua realize that she had indeed been there and understood its horrors. It was a mysterious place, notably devoid of spectators, and the eerie atmosphere had once sent chills down Yusu's spine, a memory that still haunted her. The rift's peculiar nature was merely one of its many drawbacks. Its deeper implications required personal exploration. Tongzhua, I don't care how you learned of this or why you intend to go, but I must advise you. It is a terrifying place, far more so than the City of Slaughter. Although Yusu was unsure whether Tongzhua was aware of the City of Slaughter, the fact that he knew of the rift, a location shrouded in near total obscurity, indicated that his knowledge was extensive. Yusu, I understand, but I must go. I believe in myself, and I believe in Rongrong. If I cannot overcome this challenge, then what is the point of my existence in this world? Tongzhua was determined not to let his inadequacies lead to his companion's demise, unwilling to utter mere apologies for being alive. Such matters evidently do not align with Tang's character. It is exceedingly inconsistent with him. Alas, since you have mentioned it, I shall accompany you on this journey. If I must, I will embrace a life devoid of purpose, rather than let my existence be anything less than extraordinary. This invigorating speech ignited a newfound appreciation for life within Yusu. With fervor coursing through her veins, she even contemplated joining them in their ambitious endeavor. After all, nearing the age of decline, her sensitivity to life seemed to have diminished. Is life not just that? If one cannot safeguard those they wish to protect, they can only retreat to a corner and lament, I am sorry for being human. Yet, if one possesses the strength, they can soar alongside friends, powerful as an eagle in the sky. At this moment, Tangzhua fully comprehended that Yusu had undoubtedly ventured to that enigmatic realm, the mysterious place he had yet to fathom. The rift of the underground battle soul arena. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, did not quite grasp the exchange between the two, appearing somewhat bewildered. This rift was something she had never heard of, not due to her limited exposure. Not only her, but even Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, Gurong, and even Tang Hao and Bibi Dong were oblivious to the existence of this rift, let alone Ning Rongrong. Brothers Hua, what exactly is this rift? Why have I never heard of it before? Ning Rongrong's inquiry penetrated Tang's mind, reminding him that he had never truly sought Ning Rongrong's genuine opinion. Gritting his teeth and summoning courage, he turned to grasp Ning Rongrong's hand. Rongrong, it is a perilous place, and this year will bring many unknown trials. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? If you feel it is too dangerous, you may return to the Shrek Academy and await my arrival. As I come to find you riding on a rainbow. Tang's words were heartfelt, yet Ning Rongrong felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing them. Simultaneously, she felt joy at Tang's concern for her, but sorrow at the thought, brothers, do you see me as someone who would give up at the slightest setback? A glimmer of tears seemed to shimmer at the corners of Ning Rongrong's eyes, barely perceptible. No, how could that possibly be? Tang's gently caressed Ning Rongrong's face, a slight smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, then from this day forth, we shall navigate through danger for the next year. After tonight, we shall step into peril together. With a smile, Tang's recognized the depth of his understanding of Ning Rongrong. She had transformed significantly. From the princess in the original narrative, she had evolved into the current Rongrong. Though petite and seemingly delicate, her heart brimmed with strength, never yielding in adversity, nor abandoning her friends in times of trouble. With a beautiful exterior and a kind heart, she possessed a loyalty that would never waver. Undoubtedly, anyone who beheld her would be captivated. These were the very qualities that Tang's cherished, for this was true love rather than the insincere phrase, I love everything about you. After hearing Ning Rongrong's question, Yusu anticipated the arrival of some sweet dog food, yet she did not expect it to be so delightful. A perfect smile of an aunt emerged on her face, seemingly marveling at her apprentice's sweet romance, while simultaneously expressing resentment towards the single dogs with no rights. This wave of dog food extinguished the fiery passion she had just ignited. What was once a blazing flame was now doused with cold water. All right, we must set off. Tang's remarked, glancing back at the dazed Yusu. Taking a deep breath, Yusu seemed prepared to re-enter that treacherous terrain. Tang's took Ning Rongrong's hand and sprinted ahead. Observing the two lead, Yusu summoned her martial soul. The Xian Yu sword emerged in a dazzling glow, resting firmly on the ground. With a gentle leap, a burst of green radiance erupted, exuding an imposing aura. Yusu darted forth with inhuman speed, astonishing all with her swiftness. Tang's watched as she surged ahead of him, smirking slightly. Enormous red wings sprouted from Tang's back, shimmering with crimson light. Rongrong, hop on, let us catch up with her. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement and gracefully leaped onto Tang's back. With a powerful launch, they soared into the sky, The red soul power behind Tang's were resembling a tempest. The overwhelming soul energy swept past the nearby trees. In mere moments, they caught sight of Yusu's figure. In the next instant, Tang's had outpaced Yusu. As Yusu glanced at the blinding red light ahead, she instinctively shielded her eyes with her soul power. Upon recognizing Tang's, her competitive spirit surged. Oh, you think you're impressive, do you? Let's have a contest. As a title Douluo, Yusu was akin to their previous sword duel. This sword is not to be underestimated. She still believed herself formidable, and indeed, she was in the world. This was a fact Tang's acknowledged. However, in certain aspects, should she surpass him, what right would he have to call himself a traveler within the system space? Sister Yusu, shake him off. Sister Yusu, speed up. DY shouted at the screen, displaying the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the system remained tranquil, casually enjoying popcorn while watching the spectacle. It was unclear why DY seemed to harbor resentment towards Tang's. Perhaps it was because Tang's had confined it, preventing its freedom to roam. How cruel. Are you certain you want them to go there? DY inquired. What do you mean I let them go? I do not wish for Tang's to go, but he insists, and what can I do? Observing the system's aggrieved demeanor, DY quickly shook his head. Say tu bon tang juo. Brother, how much longer until we arrive? Tang's turned to Ning Rongrong, his eyes filled with affection. Perhaps half a day more. We shall find a place to rest for a while, and then continue our journey in the morning. Yusu cast a glance at the two, seemingly irked by their antics. Bullying dogs, bullying dogs. The single dogs have no rights. Soon, the sky began to darken. The continuous chirping of cicadas echoed in the air, shattering the serene atmosphere. All right, let's take a moment to rest here. Tang's landed lightly on the ground, setting Ning Rongrong down, wiping the sweat from his brow, and reflecting on the bittersweet nature of their journey. Yusu descended as well. How do we rest? Sleep on the grass? It was not that Yusu could not sleep on the grass. It was merely a question. No need to sleep on the grass. Just watch me. With that, Tang's scanned the area and spotted an open space. With a slight smile, he approached and swiftly formed seals with his hands. In mere seconds, the ground began to tremble violently, and the grass cracked open. From the fissured earth emerged wooden beams. In no time, these beams transformed into a house, a two-bedroom villa. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Yusu stared wide-eyed at Tang's. Youngster, you truly possess remarkable abilities. I have never encountered such a soul skill before. You are indeed quite versatile. Yusu could not help but approach and touch this house. The structure was not only flawless, but, more crucially, exceedingly sturdy. This house is impressive. It seems my little apprentice will no longer have to endure hardships. It was at this moment that Tang's realized Yusu was genuinely concerned for Ning Rongrong. After all, in Yusu's eyes, Ning Rongrong was still a little girl. Perhaps due to her being Tang's girlfriend and the princess of the Jiubao, Liuli Zone, Yusu believed she might be quite pampered. However, unbeknownst to her, Ning Rongrong's spoiled nature had already transformed due to Tang's presence. Perhaps she would even be willing to sleep on the lawn with him. Well then, let us hurry inside. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. Yusu seemed to regard herself as part of the group, and upon hearing Tang's words, she directly pushed open the door and dashed inside. Tang's exchanged a glance with Ning Rongrong, both speechless, and shrugged. All right, Rongrong, let us enter. Ning Rongrong nodded and followed Tang's inside. Tang's retrieved a set of bedding from Yurun, Hichu Jiao Chue Xiao, and tossed it to Yusu before closing the door. Yusu stared blankly at the bedding in her hands, then glanced at the closed door, unable to suppress a pout. After Tang's made the bed, he too fell into a deep slumber. The night did not pass swiftly, for Tang's found himself unable to sleep. The impending journey to the rift naturally filled him with anxiety, as he had only a fleeting understanding of the rift, yet he knew it was perilous. Even the system issued a red alert. Moreover, Tang's flying thunder god technique would scarcely prove effective there. Teleportation could potentially be blocked. Such a mysterious and eerie place would cause anxiety for anyone. As he observed the peacefully sleeping Ning Rongrong beside him, a slight smile graced Tang's lips. Her adorable appearance softened his heart, making him reluctant to take her along. Nevertheless, she had made her own decision, and Tang's respected her choice. Ning Rongrong was his beloved, and he wished to shield her from danger, yet he also dreaded separation. Tang's had once been engulfed in such feelings. He was uncertain whether bringing Ning Rongrong along was the right choice, but since she wished to accompany him, he would take her along. Ning Rongrong awoke for reasons unknown. Seeing Tang's was silently gazing upward, She rubbed her eyes. So go, why aren't you sleeping? She inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing her voice, Tangzhou turned and smiled gently. Rong Rong, why are you awake? I cannot sleep. You should rest. His affectionate gaze remained unchanged as it lingered on Ning Rongrong. Oh, all right. In truth, Ning Rongrong was filled with curiosity and trepidation about the journey ahead. After all, it was an unknown venture, even feared by title Douluo. Meanwhile, Yusu lay in bed, lost in thought regarding the rift. The matter was of such magnitude that it was indeed perplexing. If anything were to happen to Tangzhou and Ning Rongrong, Yusu would likely feel guilt for a lifetime. The following morning, Tangzhou had truly spent the entire night awake, unable to find rest. However, he bore no dark circles or signs of fatigue. Truth be told, he could go 10 days without sleep without issue. Nevertheless, the previous night had been quite tormenting. Yusu awoke as well, having not slept much, but she had indeed managed to catch a brief nap. Now, she felt quite alert. Pushing open the large door of the house, Tangzhou was stretched and yawned. All right, let's continue our journey. The trio was set to embark once more. The monotonous trek could be rather tedious. Summoning his soul bone, he hoisted Ning Rongrong onto his back, and with a swift motion, they soared into the sky. Yusu also summoned her martial soul, gliding through the air on her sword. The interplay of green and red lights in the sky was nothing short of awe-inspiring. As the saying goes, red and green do not harmonize. Yet today, this combination was splendid, rivaling the beauty of Shishir and Diaochan against the setting sun. After some time, the trio entered another forest, the atmosphere within somewhat eerie, with the constant cawing of crows echoing around them. Bats flitted about, and if it were not for the glaring morning sun, the place would resemble a haunted house. It was likely to become quite frightening at night. Suya, this is indeed the forest, right? Tangzhou would turn to inquire of Yusu. With memories etched in her mind, she recognized this ominous place. Indeed, it is here. With that, the three charged ahead. At last, the Rift Soul Arena came into view. The words Rift were emblazoned upon the ground, surrounded by a gentle, glowing red light. The flickering red glow was surprisingly beautiful. Surrounding the words was a pattern resembling a teleportation array. Youngster, we have arrived. Yusu took a deep breath and glanced at the ground. Is this truly the rift? Tangzhou focused his gaze. Noticing a deep fissure at the center of the massive teleportation array, likely the origin of the Rift Soul Arena's name. So go, what exactly is this? Why do you all call it the Soul Arena? It is merely a pattern and a crack, is it not? Confusion filled Ning Rongrong as she voiced her thoughts. Tangzhou stepped forward with a smile. Rongrong, watch closely. Summoning his martial soul, the crimson Sharingan slowly manifested, and 6 soul rings rose around him. The black and red hues ignited a unique atmosphere, striking a balance between beauty and danger. As he released his soul power, Tangzhou gradually unleashed it. Once he had fully released his power, a flash of red light ignited the magic formation, and crimson flames erupted. Surrounding the flames was a radiant red glow, forming a barrier. Rongrong, this is how it works. Release your soul power and step inside. A rough voice echoed. Identification complete. Age 12. Soul Emperor. Green Pass. Talent Assessment XX. Assessment Invalid. Super Red Grade. The 3rd tier of the Soul Arena. The Martial Soul Level Assessment revealed. Divine Grade. As the effects gradually dissipated, a grand gate opened before Tangzhou. All right, Rongrong, hurry up. Let us enter together. Encouraged by Tangzhou, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and stepped forward, releasing her soul power. The Jiobao Liuli Tower slowly emerged, radiating 9-colored brilliance, instantly illuminating the surroundings. 3 soul rings rose, leaving Yusu momentarily astonished. Identification complete. Age 12. Soul Master. Talent Assessment. Orange-Red. High Tier. Tier of the Soul Arena. 3rd tier. Listening to her own data, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of joy. Although she was significantly behind Tangzhou, her spirits remained high, for those who could surpass him in this regard had yet to be born. Before her, a door materialized, seemingly resonating with Tangzhou's own, causing both to shimmer momentarily. Astonishingly, the 2 doors merged into one. The unfortunate entrance glowed with a dazzling red light. Yusu, observing the affectionate display between the two, approached them with a sense of resignation. Upon completing the assessment, it was revealed that Yusu was 73 years old and a super Douluo. Her talent evaluation was marked as orange, indicating a high level, while her spirit arena rank stood at the 3rd level. Although Yusu's innate abilities did not place her among the world's elite, they were undoubtedly among the finest. Possessing formidable strength, a 73-year-old title Douluo was indeed a rarity within Douluo. Even if others existed, they were likely as reclusive as Yusu. However, when comparing Yusu to Tang Zhua and the members of Shrek Academy, it was akin to a small fish before a great whale. The individuals from Shrek Academy were, without exaggeration, monstrous in their prowess. Regardless of whether they could rival Tang Zhua, they were true paragons of strength, boasting remarkable talent, formidable abilities, and powerful backing. Not to mention their unwavering dedication and perseverance. All right, let us proceed inside, Yusu suggested. Reflecting on the assessment that had been given to Tang Zhua, her heart trembled slightly. The talent that could not even be detected by the cracks was incomprehensibly powerful, surpassing the limits of her understanding. Akin to Sun Wukong existing beyond the realms and elements, Tang Zhua, too, could be considered as transcending the boundaries of this world. While the laws of this realm affected him, he bore attributes that did not belong to it. The three exchanged glances before stepping into the portal together. The secrecy of the teleportation array was indeed impressive, seemingly ensnared in a labyrinthine illusion crafted from soul power. Without Tang's was formidable mental strength. They might have never discovered this place. A blinding light enveloped them, prompting the trio to shut their eyes. When the radiance faded, they realized they had entered the fissure. As they slowly opened their eyes, the sight before them left the two, aside from Yusu, utterly astounded. Tang Zhua had anticipated that the fissure would be a dark and sinister place, yet the reality was entirely different. The fissure revealed itself as a genuine spirit arena, albeit one devoid of spectators. Looking ahead, they could see a crowd gathering. Sensing the potential danger, Tang Zhua swiftly retrieved 3 masks from his spatial tool, handing them to the others before donning one himself. Ning Rongrong and Yusu accepted the masks and followed suit. Tang Zhua, is this truly the fissure? It looks magnificent. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Indeed, the place was brightly lit and imposing, even captivating Tang Zhua's attention at times. Yes, it seems so, he replied, his previously anxious heart easing slightly at the splendid view. Do not be deceived by appearances. The essence of a place is what truly matters. To deem a location safe without understanding it could indicate one's unsuitability to be a soul master, Yusu pronounced with conviction, awakening the two to their folly. How did I become one to judge a place based on its appearance? Tanjuo muset e quali papa. Ning Rongrong shared his sentiment. Let us proceed with the registration. Fortunately, Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong encountered Yusu on their way, sparing them from potential complications. Following Yusu's lead, the trio approached a prominent platform. Behind it blazed a large flame, vibrant and alive. Yusu pressed a button on the table, causing the flame to turn toward them, sprouting eyes, a mouth, and hands, exuding an unexpectedly charming demeanor. Welcome to the Fisher's Spirit Arena. I am Miaoyan, the registration officer. May I inquire if you three prefer an upgrade battle or a life-and-death battle? Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong exchanged puzzled glances, turning to Yusu for clarification. Master, we're upgrade battles and life-and-death battles, Ning Rongrong asked, addressing Yusu with a title that warmed her heart. With a gentle smile directed at the front desk, Yusu explained, upgrade battles are offered in both dual and single formats. 2. The flame figure twirled in place, transforming into the letters OK. Subsequently, 3 sheets of paper floated before them. This is the life and death agreement. Regardless of the battle type, such documents are unavoidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to accidental death, which exemplifies the cruelty of Douluo. Its exterior may appear bright and pure, yet its essence is mired in corruption. Chapter 150. This is merely the first layer of the fissure. As they gazed at the papers, Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong hesitated to sign, while Yusu had already inscribed her name. Why aren't you two signing? Yusu inquired, perplexed. Tang Zhua furrowed his brow and turned back to Yusu. Sister Yusu, aren't you going to read the contents? What's there to read? It's just a life and death agreement. Signing is all that matters, she replied dismissively. Are you not concerned that it might contain hidden traps? Ning Rongrong added, echoing Tang Zhua's apprehension. Their concerns were valid. However, within the fissure, caution was unwarranted, as it posed no threat to them. The true terror of the fissure would only reveal itself on the battlefield. Why worry? I have been here before. There is no need for fear. Just sign, Yusu urged. Taking her words to heart, Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong also signed their names, shaking their heads in the process. The contract is established, a mechanical voice announced, and the 3 sheets spontaneously ignited. The ashes formed 3 distinct characters. Sister Yusu, does this mean we have completed the life and death agreement? Yusu shook her head, indicating they were still missing a crucial step. Please, each of you, drop a single drop of blood upon the characters, she instructed. The scattered flames reformed into lively flames, their expressions vividly human-like. Understanding the gravity of the blood pact, Tangswa gently pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall on the character. Ning Rongrong and Yusu mirrored his action. A brilliant red glow enveloped them, and their wounds healed instantly, revealing a character on the back of their hands adorned with 5 unlit pentagrams. The contract is effective. Hearing this declaration confirmed the formal establishment of their life and death pact. Please follow me. The contract is now in effect, and we shall soon enter the true fissure. Despite the opulence surrounding them, what does it truly signify? Only Yusu knows, while Tangswa and Ning Rongrong remain oblivious, gazing at the grand entrance before them. The trio cannot help but marvel at the extravagance of the Liahan. It seems evident that a formidable organization must be backing this place. As such, a Do Huanchong could not be constructed by mere small factions. Tangswa's conviction in their decision to come here has only intensified, for he may very well facilitate the further expansion of the Xiao organization. This could bring them tantalizingly close to the 4 sects. However, the poor Tangswa remains unaware that the direct inclusion of the Jiao Bao Lioli zone would elevate the Xiao organization to the ranks of the top 3 sects. It is not that Tangswa is foolish. Rather, he simply hasn't contemplated this possibility. As they slowly pushed open the grand door, they were greeted by a scene starkly different from what lay outside. Dozens of platforms came into view, many of which were already hosting fierce battles. The platforms floated in the air, each surrounded by soul-guiding devices that accentuated their magnificence. Observing the imposing platforms and the focused combatants above, neither Tangswa nor his companion sensed any imminent danger. The thunderous sounds of combat reverberated, prompting Tangswa to cover his ears. Continuing forward, they arrived at a reception area where a flickering flame resided. This flame appeared to burn more vigorously than the one outside. The smaller flame seemed to whisper something to the larger one, but even with his keen hearing, Tangswa could not discern the words. The larger flame, regaining its composure, turned to the trio and requested their code names. Tangswa and Ning Rongrong nodded, opting to retain the name associated with the Sachuo Do Huanchong. Xiu Sajinan, Tangswa announced. The larger flame registered the name. Lioli Xiannu, came Ning Rongrong's reply, a name that exuded beauty, which the larger flame also noted. Pu Jie Xianyu, Tangswa added, a name that seemed rather mundane, as only he understood its significance. Even Yusu had merely concocted it on a whim, viewing it as a nuisance. As for the meaning behind these names, he had never truly pondered. He merely felt they reflected his character. For their duo battle team, Tangswa contemplated and decided to stick with the Sachuo Do Huanchong name, Shuli Shuangxing. With all registrations complete, they were poised to step into the realm of true combat. As a Fenghao Douluo, Yusu had no concerns about being matched with an opponent. Would the Lihan lack Fenghao Douluo? In a life-or-death battle, the outcome hinged on fate. Should one possess adequate strength to defeat their opponent, survival was assured. Conversely, if one's strength fell short, survival depended on the opponent's mercy. Yet, those who had trained within the Liahan for extended periods typically displayed little compassion. In fact, the term soft-hearted likely never graced their lexicon. Every strong individual emerges through adversity. Only through genuine peril can one truly grow. One must weather storms to witness rainbows. No one traverses life without encountering obstacles. The path is often fraught with challenges. It is only in the depths of despair that one can unleash their true potential and achieve remarkable breakthroughs. If someone were to lead a life devoid of any setbacks, it could only be concluded that they have yet to attain true success. However, the combination of a soul emperor and a soul master in a duo battle presents its own challenges. Their opponents would surely consist of either 2 soul emperors, 2 soul saints, or one of each. Nevertheless, there is little cause for concern, as Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master with the Jiaobao Lioli Ta, provides formidable amplification. Not to mention Tangswa's prowess, which could easily dispatch 2 soul emperors. After all, each realm presents its own challenges, and 2 soul emperors would prove insufficient for him. Yet, both Tangswa and Ning Rongrong have significantly underestimated the terror of the Lei. Had it been so simple, Yusu would not have exhibited such demeanor. Even the system cautioned Tang Zhua against this locale, which could not possibly be akin to other Doansha. All experiences must be lived. Any conjecture before such experiences is but fanciful imagination. Perhaps in a few days, they will come to understand the true horror of the Linen, for they have only grazed the surface of its first layer. Chapter 151. The Man Hidden in the Depths. However, one must not underestimate this initial layer of for even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. From an outsider's perspective, it may appear innocuous, yet the true terror only manifests upon entering the arena. It must be noted that the efficiency here is astonishing. They had scarcely finished their registration when their opponents were already matched. Moreover, the confidentiality surrounding their opponents was evident. As no names were revealed, only a slip of paper presented to the two. Tang Zhua was taken aback, then quickly composed himself, accepting the paper and glancing at its contents, only to be astonished. He had anticipated facing two Soul Emperors, yet their opponents turned out to be two Soul Saints. This complicates matters considerably, for Soul Saints are no easy adversaries, even with Ning Rongrong's enhancements. Moreover, the unknown nature of the arena adds an extra layer of difficulty. The conditions are indeed stringent. In truth, this Penchang does not allocate opponents based on soul power, but rather on an individual's true strength. Many possess the ability to challenge those above their level, much like Tang Zhua. Therefore, if opponents were matched according to their actual capabilities, growth would be swift. Each battle would clearly exhibit one's might while also stretching the limits of their abilities. Rongrong, it's time for our first match here. Are you nervous? Perhaps seeking to reassure her, Tang Zhua gently tousled Ning Rongrong's short hair with a smile. With a cheerful expression, she shook her head. Tang Zhua was her source of solace, and wherever he was, fear and anxiety dissipated. The reason was simple. She unconditionally trusted him. Rest assured, I will protect you. Though merely a simple statement, it was a heartfelt vow from Tang Zhua. Following the flame, they gradually approached a designated area. A barrier surrounded this place, appearing to be an ordinary arena from the outside. But who could say what lay within? With a sense of trepidation, Tang Zhua took a deep breath. Although masked, his tension was palpable. This was a sensation he had seldom experienced in his life. In fact, he couldn't even recall the last time he felt this way. Perhaps it had never happened at all. Reflecting on his past, it seemed he had never encountered such feelings. At present, those who may be facing danger include Tang Zhua, Ning Rongrong, and Yusu. Although Yusu has previously visited this place and possesses confidence in her abilities, she remains unable to predict the strength of her opponents. This is an undeniable fact. Should her adversaries indeed surpass her in power, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to her demise. Nevertheless, the very reason Yusu dares to enter the life and death battle is her unwavering belief in her own strength. At the level of a title Douluo, opponents are allocated based on rank. As in this tiered realm, rank and strength are nearly synonymous. Consequently, such a distribution of opponents may result in inequities. Setting aside Yusu's situation, the focal point lies with the Xuanxing duo. Upon opening the barrier's gates, the sight that greeted them was utterly unbelievable. Before them hovered dozens of steps, suspended in mid-air, beneath which lay an abyss, unfathomably deep. Such a battleground is undeniably perilous, where one misstep could lead to fatal consequences. The two nearly lost their footing in shock. Their opponents had yet to arrive, but it was evident that the venue was devoid of spectators. Not a single shadow of an audience was visible to Tang Zhua. This further confirmed that the Rift Arena was not constructed for profit. The secrets behind its creation intrigued Tang Zhua immensely. However, there's a saying that he has remembered since his arrival in this world. Curiosity killed the cat. This adage is not exaggerated. One could even replace cat with human without losing its essence. Curiosity can indeed be the root of all malevolence. So, Suye, are we to battle two soul saints upon these steps? Ning Rongrong's demeanor revealed a hint of fear. Her legs trembled slightly, betraying her anxiety, accompanied by beads of cold sweat on her forehead. Such physical manifestations of trepidation are only natural, as fear and nervousness are expected emotions in such a situation. If Ning Rongrong exhibited no signs of distress, it would be more concerning. Indeed, Rongrong, you need not worry. I shall protect you. As one blessed with the Sharingan, Tang Zhua discerned the underlying truth of their surroundings. The depths below were an illusion. Should one fall, it would still be possible to return alive after breaking through the mirage. This was merely the first layer of the upgrading battle. While it would not be simple, It was unlikely to be so merciless as to extinguish one's life. The rift had seemingly existed for over a century, and according to the system, its leader had remained unchanged throughout that time. This individual appeared to have some connection to Tang Zhua. The significance lies not only in the continuity of leadership, but also in the power and confidence it implies. This further attests to the leader's enigmatic nature. At the essence of this place, everything is derived from soul power, including the teleportation array that Tang Zhua found oddly familiar. Despite the unsettling scenery, Ning Rongrong's faith in Tang Zhua remained unshaken. She believed in him and would willingly sacrifice her life for his sake. In return, Tang Zhua would do the same for her. Yet both were convinced that such a dire circumstance would not arise. Confidence can be a curious thing. Often, it is the misguided confidence that truly embodies self-assurance. As the two pondered, the barrier across from them opened, plunging them once more into a state of tension. Their anxiety rendered them utterly silent, creating an eerie stillness in the environment. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed, contrasting sharply with the near silence of the arena. In a dark corner of the Rift Arena, a voice proclaimed, "Ding! Detection of a super divine-level talent. 3 martial soul testers have entered, with a compatibility rate of 99.9% with a mysterious identity." The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness as a man pressed a button, extinguishing the flame that had been discussing Tang Zhua. Rising from his rocking chair with hands on his hips, he gazed ahead, an aura of distinction surrounding him. This individual was truly exceptional. As he shifted slightly, 9 soul rings appeared in response, astonishingly revealing him to be a level 99 pinnacle Douluo. Chapter 152. The battle commences. With a flick of his wrist, a glass of red wine materialized in his hand, which he swirled gently, allowing his soul power to seep outward. This outpouring of soul power symbolized his excitement. He was stirred by Tang Zhua's arrival, though the reason for his exhilaration remained a mystery, perhaps known only to him. "Haha, I wonder if it is you." Tang Zhua mused as he gazed at the two individuals before him, feeling a blend of anticipation and tension. Their appearances did not suggest they were irredeemable villains. Rather, they seemed quite amiable. Despite the half-mask obscuring part of their faces, their demeanor was unmistakable. Alas, in the world of Douluo, one must never judge by appearances. Such judgments are ultimately mere conjecture. The harsh realities of life reveal that many malevolent individuals may wear the guise of benevolence. Thus, one cannot assume that the opponent will hold back. This was merely the first layer, and they too were newcomers to the rift. This realization allowed Tang Zhua to relax somewhat, as the data provided by the front stage flame indicated that one of the opponents was named Lai Yin Quan, while the other was called Yin Sha. These names exude a sense of power, and their combined name, translated directly, became Quan Yin Sha. From their names, one could glean insights into their martial souls. Both Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong were not alone in feeling the weight of anxiety. Their adversaries were equally apprehensive. According to the information provided by the system, Tang Zhua, known as Suzujinan, was a soul emperor and to match a soul saint in the rift, where strength reigned supreme, attests to his formidable prowess. Lai Yin Quan possessed fiery red hair, instantly suggesting a connection to fire, adorned in a striking white and red ensemble, complete with wing-like designs on the back, exuding an ethereal presence. His most captivating feature was likely the small braid at the back of his head. In stark contrast, Yin Sha presented a different visage, appearing as a destined rival, one clad in red and the other in blue. With flowing hair, a sharp visage, his long, grayish-white attire trailed on the ground, emanating an imposing aura. As for Tang Zhua, he donned a light purple top and matching trousers, secure at the waist with a deep purple cord. His back bore the Kusanagi sword, and his wrist was adorned with a jade accessory. His distinctively styled hair lent him an air of striking handsomeness, while his piercing eyes elevated his allure further. Ning Rongrong's short pink hair framed her delicate, oval face, complemented by a white-pink gown that, while not a true skirt, featured a skirt like him. Her eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the cosmos within them, boundless and infinite. The mask worn is merely a typical facial covering, while Tang Zhua adorns an enigmatic mask of the dark faction. The two opponents, on the other hand, have donned only small masks that hardly conceal their identities. This is especially trivial for Tang Zhua, who possesses the Byakugan, rendering their efforts to hide anything futile. It is as if all their secrets have been laid bare before him, leaving no room for concealment, whether it be their soul power or their superficial appearances. Tang Zhua's intuition proved correct, These two are not malevolent individuals, but rather ordinary soul saints. Their presence here is solely to strengthen themselves. Is there a need for justification to grow stronger? The desire to improve requires no rationale. One must strive for strength, and even in failure. The journey of endeavor remains invaluable. At times, Tangzhou finds it astonishing how, in various anime, individuals can disguise themselves simply by affixing a band-aid, a sticker, or donning sunglasses, or even by sporting a mere tuft of facial hair, and yet others fail to recognize them. Is it possible they possess a certain charm that blinds others to their identities? Boom! The match commences. The announcement draws the four from their contemplations. The 9 treasures' glazed tile shines with radiant hues. First, power. Second, speed. Third, level. The third soul skill's name has been adjusted for coherence. A kaleidoscope of colors envelopes Ning Rongrong as the 9 treasures' glazed tower spirals in her grasp. 3 soul rings orbit above the tower, their brilliance mirroring the first 3 shades of a rainbow. This luminescence encircles Tangzhou, signifying an augmentation of his soul power, strength, and speed. It is noteworthy that Tangzhou's strength has surged by 30% based on his current foundation, and his speed has similarly escalated. Furthermore, his soul power has advanced by 1 level. The disparity between levels within the Soul Emperor stage is significant, and this elevation amplifies that gap. Tangzhou casts a concerned glance at Ning Rongrong before establishing a protective array around her, infused with the essence of spatial soul power. The Sharingan reflects vividly in his pupils. Black, 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 red, red. This astonishing display of 6 soul rings ascends from beneath Tangzhou, eventually dissipating above his head. The confluence of formidable soul power, augmented by Ning Rongrong's enhancement, conjures a gust of wind that ripples outward, drawing the Kusanagi from his back. Tangzhou can no longer afford to be concerned about revealing his strength. First and foremost, he acknowledges that even if he cloaks his soul power, these 2 soul saints will discern the true nature of his soul rings. Regardless of whether they can vanquish him, their soul power undoubtedly surpasses his. Recognizing the disparity in their soul rings is merely a matter of looking beyond the facade. Upon witnessing the shocking sight of 4 black soul rings, the Lian Hound instinctively recoils, nearly losing its footing. Furthermore, there are 2 red soul rings. In that moment, the 2 adversaries comprehend why they are pitted against a Soul Emperor and a Soul Master. It is evident that this Soul Emperor possesses substantial prowess. The data from the Rift fighting arena, however, did not disclose the soul ring configurations, leaving them utterly astonished. Gradually regaining their composure, they ponder their options. There is but one course of action: to engage. Red light bursts forth as the Lian Hound is enveloped in crimson flames. Martial Soul, manifest. A spectral canine silhouette materializes above the Lian Hound, sprouting ears and claws. 7 soul rings rise. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A standard soul ring configuration, emblematic of the world's strongest. Martial Soul, manifest. A colossal white shark emerges from behind the silver shark, exhibiting an identical optimal soul ring configuration, silently observing the battlefield with an air of majesty. Chapter 153, Ninjutsu versus Soul Techniques. This unpredictable match, shrouded in uncertainty, commences. Both sides remain poised, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment, yet neither reveals any vulnerabilities, beads of cold sweat forming on the brows of the 3. Ning Rongrong surveys the arena, swallowing nervously before diligently attempting to relax. The Lian Hound and the Silver Shark exchange a glance and nod in mutual understanding. In an instant, they spring into action. With lightning speed, the 2 charge forth, their forms radiating red and silver hues, reminiscent of a rainbow flag trailing behind them. Tangzhou's expression turns grave, for he faces a scenario unlike any he has encountered before. Although he had battled Zhao Wuji, a soul saint, during his time in the Soul Sect, Zhao had not unleashed his full power then, and Tangzhou had relied on the title Douluo experience card, rendering the victory somewhat awkward. As combat looms imminent, the first soul skill, Blazing Whirlwind, is unleashed. The Lian Hound turns its masked visage towards Tangzhou, 7 soul rings swirling around it. The first yellow soul ring ignites with brilliance. A torrent of flames erupts from the Lian Hound's hand, compressing into a densely packed fireball. The sheer potency of this attack is self-evident. It is a compressed fireball poised to explode. It bears a resemblance to the tailed beast bomb, though the compression and density are incomparable. Nonetheless, this is not a force one can endure solely with physical resilience. Tang Zhuo realizes the gravity of the situation, swiftly gathering his soul power and leaping to the right just as the fireball hurtles towards him. The fireball plunges directly into the space he had just vacated, engulfing his former position in a sea of flames. Third soul skill, Water Chaos Wave. The silver shark, unfazed, activates its own 7 soul rings. Although identical in number to the Lian hounds, the vibe it exudes is entirely different. If the Lian hound embodies destruction and terror, the silver shark conveys sharpness tempered with gentleness. Yet this gentleness is not ordinary. It carries an underlying dread. A massive column of water surges towards Tang Zhuo, swiftly forming seals with his hands, and aided by Ning Rongrong's soul skill. Tang Zhuo's speed in weaving the seals accelerates drastically. Previously remarkable, it now surpasses expectation. Water release, great waterfall technique. Lacking a source of water, the power of the water chakra diminishes considerably. While the effect may not mirror that of a grand waterfall, it suffices in comparison to the water chaos wave. Observing his ninjutsu countering the opponent's soul skill, Tang Zhuo reclines with a smile, promptly launching a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique. The silver shark regards the incoming kunai with a dismissive smile, as if it poses no threat whatsoever. However, it is true that this entity poses no significant threat to him, yet Tang Zhuo certainly can. This was beyond his expectations. With a light flick, he evaded the flying Lei Shun kunai, and Insha shook his head slightly. Tang Zhuo chuckled, and in the next moment, in the blink of an eye, a flash of purple light passed, and Tang Zhuo had vanished from his original position. Insha and Lai Yin Quan recognized that Tang Zhuo's previous charming smile indicated that the situation was not simple. Indeed, their instincts proved accurate. With the declaration of his first soul skill, Suza Ichi, as the words fell, the soul rings around Tang Zhuo glimmered to life, the first black soul ring suddenly expanding. A formidable surge of soul power erupted, forcefully striking the ground. Surprisingly, Tang Zhuo's intent was not to attack Insha, but to obliterate the platform. Aiming to eliminate Insha in this manner, enormous cracks appeared, perfectly aligning with the name of this soul arena. The platform split in two, and Tang Zhuo, who had meticulously prepared, effortlessly leaped away to another location. Meanwhile, Insha looked on in panic, entirely caught off guard. Tang Zhuo's unexpected appearance shocked him. Initially, he had underestimated Tang Zhuo's youth and lack of combat experience, thinking he could handle his throwing daggers, but Tang Zhuo had directly manifested at the location of the daggers. Subsequently, believing Tang Zhuo posed no threat, he thought, even if you can teleport, I can block your attacks. Neither of us should fear the other. However, little did he know that Tang Zhuo's target was not him, but the ground. As the platform descended, Insha realized that relying solely on himself to ascend was nearly impossible, especially given the vertical descent of the platform and the unexpected nature of the situation. Noticing Insha plummeting from the arena, Lai Yin Quan immediately activated his 6th soul skill. A pair of wings ignited behind him, composed of flames, though small. They were highly practical. He swiftly soared towards Insha, and indeed, Lai Yin Quan managed to save him. The two ascended together. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, observing everything intently, let out a forlorn sigh, her expression filled with regret. Tang Zhuo stamped his foot. Blood, the yin yang eye, the half-white, half-scarlet blood yin yang eye appeared out of thin air, emitting a red radiance. A 360-degree perspective enveloped Tang Zhuo's visual cortex. Insha, be cautious. Do not underestimate that young man, or it will be your demise. Compared to Insha, Lai Yin Quan's understanding was much clearer. He was right. To underestimate Tang Zhuo meant to prepare for failure. Tang Zhuo was precisely this way. If you sought to strike him, he would first leave you battered and bruised. Lai Yin Quan, let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Lai Yin Quan smiled knowingly, seemingly grasping Insha's intent, and effortlessly placed Insha on another platform. Lai Yin Quan unleashed his fierce assault, and Insha followed suit. Red flames flickered continuously, a result of their incredible speed creating afterimages. Lai Yin Quan's speed was indeed astounding, to the point that ordinary soul masters could hardly perceive it. However, before the one endowed with the blood yin-yang eye, this was insignificant. This miraculous eye, combining the properties of the Byakugan and Sharingan, although it could not yet merge the Mangekyo Sharingan with the half-rebirth eye, was sufficient for discerning speed. One could argue that the blood yin-yang eye was not perfect, but its power was undeniable. To undermine the dignity of such a formidable soul skill was utterly foolish. Unbeknownst to Lai Yin Quan and Yin Sha, Tang Zhua had nearly fully deciphered their movements, their actions echoing in his mind like scenes from slow-motion film. Chapter 154, the match concludes. Yet to others, Lai Yin Quan might have seemed a mere apparition, and ordinary individuals might not even perceive the illusion. Above Tang Zhua, red and silver lights danced. Yet in Tang Zhua's mind, these were mere tools to ascertain the positions of the two. His absolute perception allowed him to effortlessly evade attacks, despite facing two soul saints. Wanxiang Tianin, all of Tang Zhua's soul rings illuminated, indicating the immense soul power consumed by Wanxiang Tianin, necessitating the collaboration of 6 soul rings. It was not that Wanxiang Tianin required vast amounts of soul power, but rather that it depended on the opponent. For instance, using a magnet to attract a steel ball is simple, but attempting to attract a steel table would be deemed impossible. Wanxiang Tianin operated on similar principles, with its standards based on soul power. At that moment, Lai Yin Quan and Yin Sha, who were soaring above in search of Tang Zhua's vulnerabilities, suddenly felt an overwhelming gravitational force. They sensed their bodies weakening and were drawn towards Tang Zhua, despite their efforts to break free. Physical strength ultimately could not withstand Tang Zhua's soul skill. The two found themselves before Tang Zhua, yet he exhibited no signs of relaxation. Gathering strength, the energy surged. A green Bagua array appeared beneath Tang Zhua's feet. Assuming a combat stance, he lightly gestured towards the two. The powerful gravitational force instantly pulled them directly before him. In truth, given Tang Zhua's strength, he could not have done much. However, with Ning Rongrong's amplification, the situation changed drastically. At that moment, Ning Rongrong struggled to maintain her soul skill. Tang Zhua's power was immense, and with his high soul power, the consumption required for Ning Rongrong's amplification was significantly greater. One could say that Ning Rongrong's body felt weak and drained, as though her essence had been siphoned away. Tang Zhua was acutely aware of this and understood that his aim was to conclude the battle swiftly. Although this confrontation had not been prolonged, it was certainly not brief. And perhaps the pivotal moment for victory or defeat was approaching. Bagua, 64 empty palms. With the words spoken, a powerful energy surged forth, impacting the two. They felt an overwhelming force strike a specific acupoint, causing excruciating pain. The first hit, the second hit, the third hit, the 10th hit, the 50th hit, the 64th hit. After the completion of the Bagua, 64 empty palms, Yin Sha lay on the ground, and Lai Yin Quan was not much better off. This match ultimately demonstrated that Yin Sha and Lai Yin Quan had underestimated Tang Zhua. From a moment Yin Sha dismissed Tang Zhua's use of Lei Shan, Tang Zhua realized he could secure victory. Despite the opponent's formidable strength, approaching the battle with such a mindset was tantamount to seeking self-destruction. In contrast, Lai Yin Quan also failed to regard Tang Zhua with the seriousness he deserved, dismissing Tang Zhua's elusive skills. Yet the unfolding events felt surreal. Had either of them unleashed their martial soul true form from the beginning or midway through the match, Tang Zhua's chances of victory would have been exceedingly slim. Even if Tang Zhua managed to hold on, Ning Rongrong would not have been able to sustain her strength, leading to Tang Zhua's eventual downfall. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere 30% amplification in a single level of soul power. It is essential to recognize that Tang Zhua's prowess was at the soul saint level, augmented by an additional level. Consequently, both his power and speed received a 30% boost, compounding the original strength. What does that equate to? The disparity of merely 10% in this realm is sufficient to create a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. How much more so when there is a comprehensive enhancement of 30%? You have lost. Tang Zhua appeared to possess a slight air of superiority. Yet both individuals understood that this was a manifestation of his helplessness. To their surprise, the serious Tang Zhua suddenly smiled. Despite the seemingly straightforward nature of this battle, the perilous intensity had greatly assisted Tang Zhua, propelling his soul power to its limits. Ning Rongrong retracted her amplification, gazing ahead with a smile, and settled down on the ground. In this contest, Ning Rongrong had gained far more than Tang Zhua. Her soul power had surpassed the threshold, reaching the 38th level, on the brink of entering the soul sect. Gasping for breath, Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Zhua, who had emerged victorious thanks to her enhancement, her heart brimming with pride. Tang Zhua squatted down, employing his healing technique to mend their injuries. Yin Sha and Lai Yin Dog both displayed expressions of astonishment. You aren't going to kill us? Lai Yin Dog inquired. Tang Zui shook his head, gesturing for Lai Yin Dog to take hold. Cautiously, Lai Yin Dog extended a hand, and Tang Zui effortlessly lifted both him and Insha. I do not harbor such proclivities. I am no murderer. Upon hearing Tang Zui's words, the two were momentarily taken aback. After all, it is customary on the battlefield to eliminate any threats. Yet Tang Zui's demeanor was decidedly different. He was exceptionally gifted, yet remained humble, achieving a hard-fought victory without harboring resentment. Undoubtedly, Tang Zui had established a commendable image in their eyes. Did you think Tang Zui intended to eliminate them only to later release them? Did you truly believe he had nothing better to do? In truth, Tang Zui healed them to further bolster the strength of the Shao organization. This way, in the future, two more formidable forces could be added to Shao. Tang Zui was neither a saint nor a sentimentalist, yet he was not devoid of compassion. Insha leaned closer to Tang Zui's ear. I thank you for sparing our lives. I advise you to heed this counsel. Remain humble and patient. Do not indulge in misplaced sympathy. With those words, a flash of silver and red light enveloped them, and to Tang Zui's bewilderment, they vanished from the empty arena. The victors are the Shuangxing, the flames declared, and Tang Zui finally emerged from his stupor. He suddenly remembered, turning back to wave his hand gently. The barrier that had appeared to protect Ning Rongrong dissipated, and she sprinted to Tang Zui, embracing him tightly. Of course, one could also say she leaped into his arms. Brother, how did I perform? How could Tang Zui be unaware of Ning Rongrong's arduous efforts? She had enhanced him with her soul master level power until the very end of the match. The challenges she faced were unimaginable. Tang Zui found it difficult to fathom how Ning Rongrong had accomplished such a feat. Perhaps this was the power of love. In the depths of the Rift Duel arena, a man, seated with his back to the chair, swirled his wine glass and inquired, what of Lai Yin Dog and Insha? Powerful, exceptionally gifted, humble, and true to oneself was Lai Yin Dog's appraisal of Tang Zui. Fearsome and intimidating. Merely 12 years of age. Insha had discerned Tang Zui's age early on, but chose to remain silent. Ha ha, truly worthy of that individual. An exemplar indeed. The man remarked with a chuckle. Chapter 155. What to do about Yu Su? Deal with him. Zhuge, do you think Yu Su Jie will be alright? After all, she is engaged in a life-and-death battle, Ning Rongrong said, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Tang Zui. Yu Su was her mentor, and although she had not taught her much recently, once a teacher, always a parent. As Yu Su was female, that meant she was a lifelong maternal figure. In other words, Yu Su was akin to her rebirth parents, and it was only natural for her to worry. I believe Yu Su Jie will be fine. After all, she's a super Douluo. Being someone who has been here before, she wouldn't be foolish enough to engage with someone she cannot defeat. Tangs were reassured, ruffling Ning Rongrong's short hair with a smile. Upon reflection, Ning Rongrong thought this made sense. After all, Yu Su had previously been here. Even though she had now become a super Douluo, it was precisely for this reason that she was least likely to encounter trouble. Super Douluos are exceedingly rare in Douluo continent. How many would choose to live in seclusion? Do you think everyone wishes to retreat into obscurity? After enduring countless hardships to finally become a super title, would one then choose to hide away, rendering their skills useless? That would be idleness without purpose. Even according to the matchmaking mechanism of the Rift, Yu Su would only be matched against title Douluos or stronger opponents. With a stroke of luck, she might even face a level 91 title Douluo. Presently, Yu Su was essentially equivalent to 3 Dugabo. There was no need for concern. The scene shifted to Yu Su's perspective. Watching the unfolding scene, Yu Su smiled and shook her head. As expected, the arena for life and death battles lacked any fanciful embellishments or perilous traps. It was nothing more than a flat expanse, completely unobstructed. The ground bore no adornments, nor were there any obstacles. Yu Su turned her attention forward, for she sensed that her opponent was approaching. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, Yu Su summoned all her strength. The soul power of the super Douluo surged uncontrollably. The footsteps grew louder, and her opponent had pushed open the door. To Yu Su's astonishment, this individual bore no mask, adorned instead in a splendid white robe interwoven with red, creating a striking contrast. His flowing white hair cascaded down, and despite Yu Su's soul power stirring the air, he remained unfazed. With a countenance more handsome than any Oscar winner, he bore a slight resemblance to Tang Zui. It was undeniably unique. Upon witnessing this, Yusu instantly retracted her soul power, for this person was surprisingly to her liking. He was Xianyu Jian, a 96th level super Douluo. As soon as he spoke, a radiant white-green light erupted, and Xianyu Jian manifested. 9 soul rings shone brightly around Yusu, creating an exceptionally dazzling display. The opponent maintained a smiling expression, appearing neither like a ruthless killer nor a titled Douluo. Li Bai, Wuhu and Xiaohuang Jian, a 97th level assault type titled Douluo. A silvery light ascended, and a white phoenix burst forth from Li Bai's back. This phoenix soared into the sky, subsequently transforming into a sword that appeared in Li Bai's hand. The same 9 soul rings, yet distinctly different styles, while Yusu's soul power was domineering. Li Bai's was tranquil, as calm as still water. The previously serious atmosphere dissipated, seemingly transforming the arena into a venue for courtship. This was a life-and-death battle arena. Why had such a harmonious and sweet atmosphere enveloped the duel? One might ponder the thoughts of these two individuals. Upon hearing that her opponent was a 97th level super Douluo, Yusu panicked. What should she do? She might truly be unable to win. At this moment, Li Bai was striving to maintain his composure. As a titled Douluo, he could naturally discern Yusu's age. After over 80 years without knowing the meaning of love, he had inexplicably fallen for her at first sight. It felt as if some unseen force had stolen Cupid's arrow and struck them both, a perfect match indeed. However, let us set aside such matters for the moment. A battle must first commence. At this moment, Yusu shed her usual carefree demeanor, her expression imbued with an indescribable seriousness. Yet, within that seriousness seemed to dwell a multitude of other emotions, the nature of which only she could fathom. "Hey, let's get started," she urged. Upon hearing this, Li Bai paused momentarily, then nodded repeatedly. With a light tap of her feet upon the ground, Yusu propelled herself forward like a missile. "Sword Wanjia." As her words fell, a phantom of her idol's sword emerged, rapidly enlarging into a colossal blade that surged toward Li Bai. Li Bai, observing the impending assault, swiftly activated his soul technique. "Wanjio's sword, Qianwan Mountain, nearly a wine." With these words, the spot where Li Bai had stood transformed into a mere illusion, while he himself appeared behind the large sword. "Cup, do not stop." With that utterance, Li Bai was suddenly before Yusu. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Yusu promptly retracted her soul technique, nimbly retreating a step just in time to narrowly evade Li Bai's strike. In truth, that blow was one Li Bai had intentionally held back, refraining from exerting his full power. Had he unleashed his complete strength, Yusu would undoubtedly have been unable to evade it. After all, Jiubei Mo Ting was a spatial soul technique, making it exceedingly difficult to dodge. Yusu was clearly aware of this, and a sense of bewilderment washed over her, as if her thoughts were still lingering in a daydream. Li Bai frowned, grappling with the challenge of restraining himself so as not to harm Yusu. Defeating her was straightforward, yet doing so without causing her injury proved to be an insurmountable task. The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens. This seemingly inconsequential remark revealed Li Bai's loquacious nature, hinting at a certain youthful exuberance. Drawing a circle in place, an electric array materialized beneath his feet. As Yusu navigated around the electric array, searching for a flaw in Li Bai's defense, he suddenly vanished. Yuan Tian, Luan Hui. Countless swords erupted from the ground, and in an instant, these swords morphed into replicas of Li Bai. Summoning nearly 30 doppelgangers at once posed quite the headache for Yusu. If one were to pinpoint the most vexing aspect of battle, it would likely be spatial soul techniques and such extensive group assaults. While spatial techniques allowed for evasion, they also bewilder the mind. However, the need to locate doppelgangers was particularly irksome. As for Li Bai himself, he was not among those doppelgangers. Instead, he hovered above, his white wings radiating a stunning beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Should one endeavor to describe Li Bai, beautiful would be an apt adjective, though handsome would suffice as well. However, beautiful resonated more harmoniously with his essence. The white phoenix soared high in the sky. Suddenly, an inspiration struck Yusu. She recalled a soul technique of her own capable of countering this one. Her solitary idol sword transformed into 10, all of which surged toward Li Bai's myriad forms. In chapter 156, Girlfriend's Master brings back a pretty boy. As she witnessed Li Bai's doppelgangers dissipating into white mist, Yusu found herself at a loss for words, a burgeoning sense of accomplishment stirring within her. With each vanishing figure, her earlier anxiety gradually subsided. "Hey, Li Bai. Come out. If you have the ability, face me head-on instead of hiding. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're one level above me? I assure you, I'm not afraid. Come forth. Upon hearing Yu Suo's bold challenge, Li Bai, hovering above, felt somewhat taken aback. Such an audacious woman, with her carefree spirit, left him momentarily speechless. Listening to her words, he descended from the sky. Yu Suo, sensing the commotion, looked up only to find Li Bai directly above her, a cascade of black lines framing her expression. Nevertheless, the silver sheen glimmering upon Li Bai's wings imparted an ethereal quality, rendering them exquisitely beautiful. Gazing at Li Bai's appearance, Yu Suo felt a touch flustered. Huh? Why are you apologizing to me? Li Bai, equally perplexed, was unsure why he had uttered such words. Observing the endearing expression on Li Bai's face, Yu Suo suppressed a laugh. Perhaps I should concede defeat. Li Bai's voice was delicate and soft, unmistakably masculine. Yet in Yu Suo's presence, it carried a feminine quality. No need, I admit it. I cannot defeat you. I have lost this round. Yu Suo waved her hand, graciously accepting her defeat, which was indeed a reality. Setting aside the fact that Li Bai had pulled his punches, even if he had fought her at full strength, he would likely have emerged victorious effortlessly. This was a clear demonstration of an insurmountable disparity in strength. Ah, very well. Observing Li Bai's expression, Yu Suo felt a twinge of conflict within her. Despite her typically carefree nature, matters of the heart were an uncharted territory for her. Perhaps she was still somewhat naive? Ahem. All right, I admit my defeat. By the way, did you come alone? At this, Li Bai nodded, remaining silent. Yu. Li Bai pointed at himself in confusion, seemingly harboring a hint of anticipation. Do you have any family nearby? Li Bai shook his head, a somber expression washing over his face as if a painful memory had resurfaced. In this life of mine, although I live freely, it is fraught with sorrow. The sadness in Li Bai's words was evident, and Yu Suo could clearly perceive it. Yet, she refrained from probing further. After all, she could not bring herself to pry into another's suffering. Then let us walk together. I have a disciple and her boyfriend. Upon hearing Yu Suo's intention to have him accompany her, Li Bai felt a surge of excitement, only to be caught off guard by the mention of her disciple's boyfriend. What? You have a boyfriend? Seeing the astonished expression on Li Bai's face, Yu Suo was taken aback as well, realizing her slip of the tongue and wishing she could give herself a slap. Huh? No. I met my disciple's boyfriend. Finally, Li Bai regained his composure, having nearly turned pale moments before. After 80 years, encountering someone he fancied, only to discover that person had a boyfriend would surely have crushed him. All right, let's hurry down. By the way, how old are you? With a hint of curiosity, Yu Suo inquired, hoping to uncover any potential opportunities. I am over 80. Huh? Over 80? Older than me? How do you maintain such youth? Li Bai shyly rubbed his face. My martial soul is the Qiu Huang sword. The phoenix seeking the phoenix, a unique martial soul that resembles a fusion of beast and weapon souls. This martial soul allows for rebirth, resulting in my skin and body undergoing restoration every year. Having explained his unique situation, Li Bai grew curious about Yu Suo's age as well. However, he refrained from asking, as inquiring about a woman's age is often deemed impolite. Yet, Yu Suo divulged it herself. I had just referred to myself as sister before you. I thought being in my 70s was quite impressive. I did not anticipate that there are many who are older yet appear far more youthful. Indeed, given Yu Suo's appearance, one might assume she would boast about being in her 70s, for her visage and physique did not align with her actual age. To not proclaim, it would seem almost unjust. How about it? Shall we consider walking together? Yu Su's gaze was evasive, fearing that Li Bai would decline her proposition. If he indeed rejected her, she might just straightforwardly express her feelings. What? Are you unwilling? Have we wronged you by inviting you to join us? Observing the conflicted expression on Li Bai's face, Yu Su felt a surge of irritation. I am willing. In truth, Li Bai's expression was not one of conflict, but rather of surprise and delight. Splendid. Let us proceed. With that, Yu Su took Li Bai's hand and began to run ahead. Li Bai, bewildered, followed her lead. How curious it was that a respectable young man was being led away by this audacious woman. The two ran heedlessly, oblivious to their surroundings, while Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong approached from the opposite direction. At the next corner, this was precisely the scenario described by the phrase love at first sight. Tang Zhua quickly pulled Ning Rongrong behind him, vigilant as he scrutinized the incoming figures. Upon recognizing the scene before him, he was utterly stunned. What did he see? Sister Yusu was sprinting hand in hand with a man. Moreover, her cheeks bore a hint of crimson. This was the most pivotal detail. Do not question how Tang's could discern the flush on her face amid their swift movements. He possessed the Sharingan. Never compare your vision with that of a member of the Uchiha clan. They would leave you utterly exposed. It was akin to never challenging a scion in combat. Goodness, Sister Yusuyu. Tang's was astonished, eyes nearly popped out. Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Master. The way she called out resonated with echoes of Wukong, leaving one to wonder if it was merely an illusion. Upon hearing their voices, the two in flight came to an abrupt halt. Yusu's eyes seemed to slow down time as she closed them momentarily, gazing at Tang's and Ning Rongrong. Sister Yusu, this is Tang's words carried a tone of tentative inquiry, his excited hands trembling as he posed the question. Im sutento Levi, then lowered her head, immediately releasing his hand. In a state of panic, she stared forward. What did you see? Yusu demanded loudly. Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, their understanding instantaneous, and they nodded in unison. We saw nothing. They both shook their heads, insisting they had witnessed nothing at all. Li Bai stood behind Yusu, still in a daze. Chapter 157. The 100 Treasures Technique and Extraordinary Strength. In truth, Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong had not seen much. They merely observed Yusu grasping a man's hand as they dashed away. Their expressions suggested there was something more between them. Sister Yusu, who exactly is he? Tang Zhua inquired, pointing at Li Bai with a look of bewilderment. Li Bai's demeanor struck him as oddly familiar, yet he could not place it, which was quite vexing. It was akin to discovering you cannot consume fish after having just picked out the bones. The fragmented memories from his past life made certain crucial moments troublesome. Seeing Yusu momentarily frozen in place after encountering them, Li Bai smiled and stepped forward. He offered a polite bow to Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong. This gesture was not one of reverence, but rather a mark of civility, reflecting Li Bai's admirable character. It at least indicated he was not a rogue like Dugabo. Hello, you must be the disciples and the boyfriend of Sister Yusu, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong exchanged puzzled glances. Even Yusu appeared bewildered. Hey, who is your Sister Yusu? Yusu reacted swiftly, attempting to pinch Li Bai's ear, but was thwarted by her shorter stature, rendering the situation quite awkward. The atmosphere shifted to one of amusement. Ha, Sister Yusu, Yu Tang's laughter echoed, prompting Yusu to consider delivering a swift kick to silence him. Be quiet. Li Bai's cough restored some harmony to the scene. I am the opponent matched with Sister Yusu just now. Greetings, my name is Li Bai, and my martial soul is the Qiu Huang sword, a level 97 attack type titled Douluo. At this revelation, Tang Zhua was jolted awake. Li Bai and Qiu Huang? Isn't that a popular character from that MOBA game? Tang's skepticism regarding the authenticity of this world deepened. It was simply too absurd, regardless of whatever peculiarities lay within this realm. The idea of Qiu Huang being associated with Yusu seemed rather implausible. Gazing at the stunned Tang Zhua, Li Bai wondered if he had misspoken and instinctively took a step back. Just an opponent? Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow, her expression suggesting a different implication. Yusu shot a glare at Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, my little disciple, do you wish to undergo your master's training? Would Ning Rongrong shy away? Absurd. You both clearly share a connection that transcends mere friendship. Do you take me for a fool? Tang Zhua observed Ning Rongrong, feeling both exasperated and amused. It had been a long time since he had seen her smile like that, which was rather heartening. All right, Rongrong, look at their expressions. It's evident they have just met. Jusu Chakiv. See, Tang Zhua is so reasonable. Now look at you. How could I have taken you as my disciple? It was clear Yusu was jesting, and the camaraderie among the three was not easily disrupted by trivial matters. It was unmistakably a case of love at first sight. Tang's follow-up remark left Yusu momentarily speechless. Heh, Tang Zhua, how could you also? Yusu pouted in complaint. In this situation, who was most uncomfortable? Without a doubt, it was Li Bai. That went without saying. All right, enough of this. What shall we do next? Yusu interjected, halting the ongoing chatter. Shall we continue our adventure? Tang Zhua asked. We still have a year ahead of us. We must surely carve out our path here. Tang Zhua fell into contemplation, fully aware that he could grow stronger in this place, and the pace of his growth would undoubtedly be rapid, potentially allowing him to secure a position in the upcoming Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition against the Spirit Hall. Thus, the course of action became apparent. Rongrong, let us proceed. He smiled warmly at Ning Rongrong. Li Bai watched the two with a touch of envy. Just then, Tang's was seemed to have an epiphany. Li Bai, how old are you? The question left Li Bai somewhat bewildered. I'm over 80 this year. Tang's gasped. While he was aware that age and appearance often diverged in Douluo continent, he had never encountered such a stark contrast before. He wondered if he could maintain such youthful vigor at 80. This kind of preservation was indeed lethal for women, though the method was critical. Tang Zuo possessed the 100 treasures technique, yet he had never practiced it, so he had no fears regarding Ning Rongrong aging. Moreover, Ning Rongrong would never age. She was destined to be the 9-colored fairy in the future. Are you joking? While it is true that Tang's arrival may bring about some changes, what difference does it make? Tang's possesses a confidence that is not born of arrogance, but is, in fact, genuine assurance. With this thought in mind, Tang's suddenly recalled the Baisho technique. Rongrong, I have a soul skill that is perfectly suited for you. It can grant you power comparable to that of a formidable attack-type soul master, though it may be quite challenging to learn. Are you willing to attempt it? Tang's had already made up his mind. Both the monstrous strength and Baisho rely on soul power to operate in this world. Thus, it is entirely appropriate to refer to them as soul skills. Moreover, this is something any soul master on Douluo can learn, and there is no reason for Ning Rongrong not to pursue it, especially since she is Tang's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was somewhat perplexed. She had never heard of a soul skill that could endow an auxiliary soul master with the capabilities of an attack-type soul master. What could this possibly be? Nevertheless, she unconditionally trusted Tang Zua. Zhuge, I am willing to practice as long as you are willing to teach me. Tang Zua took a deep breath, slightly nervous, and retrieved a small booklet from the jade flute he had. Rongrong, these two books contain an introduction to the soul skills. One is called Baisho Technique, and the other is called Monster Strength. Hearing the names of the two soul skills, Ning Rongrong quickly deduced the nature of the second one, but the first remained inscrutable. Zhuge, will that soul skill called Monster Strength make my arms bulkier? As she spoke, Ning Rongrong adorably raised her right hand and pressed it against her arm. Tang Zua couldn't help but feel a sense of enchantment at her innocent expression. Rongrong, how could I bear to let you end up with thicker arms? Do not worry. It will be just fine. Then what is this Baisho technique? Ning Rongrong inquired. Baisho technique is a soul skill that relies on sealing. Chapter 158 reveals that the strength of Monster Strength is as mysterious as the cracks it creates. Baisho technique allows one to seal their excess soul power. The three of them found nothing particularly remarkable in this ordinary description. Zhuge, why would one want to seal their excess soul power? It seems rather pointless. Tang Zua smiled and shook his head, beginning to explain to Ning Rongrong and the others. This is called yin sealing. It allows one to seal away their surplus soul power without affecting themselves. At any moment, the seal can be released, allowing the stored soul power to be utilized without any risk of losing control. Just imagine a soul master with soul king-level power battling others. The seemingly unremarkable Baisho technique indeed harbors profound mysteries. Moreover, there is one crucial aspect that I believe will delight you, Rongrong. This piqued Ning Rongrong's curiosity. Curiosity may kill the cat, but does Zhu Zhuqing possess such curiosity? It seems not. What is it, Zhuge? Please do not keep me in suspense. Practicing Baisho technique can preserve one's youthful appearance, preventing aging. A simple statement, yet it stirred a wave of excitement in Ning Rongrong and Yusu. Maintaining eternal youth is a dream cherished by nearly all women in the world. Aging is an inevitable fate, but eternal beauty is a different story altogether. So yeah, I want to practice. No matter what you say today, I must learn it. Even if you refuse, I will seize it. With that, Ning Rongrong flashed a playful grin at Tang Zua, indicating she would bite him if he denied her. Tang Zua felt utterly exasperated. Rongrong, here you go. In truth, the cultivation of these two soul skills might not be particularly difficult for Ning Rongrong, for if they were to transform into soul skills, they could be regarded as specifically designed for auxiliary soul masters. The difficulty of cultivation would thus diminish significantly. The ability to enhance one's own strength, combined with the essence of monster strength, is a daunting prospect. This equates to the capability for one-on-one combat. Zhuge, what exactly is this monster strength? Is it to be taken literally? Tang Zhuo note that. Indeed, the surface meaning is monster strength, when cultivated to its peak. It is not an exaggeration to say one could collapse a mountain with a single punch. Tang Zhuo was not exaggerating. If monster strength were truly cultivated to its zenith, obliterating a mountain with a single blow would be entirely plausible. A mountain. Yu Su, who had been listening quietly, was now utterly astonished. As a mentor, she had yet to teach her disciple anything, and here Tang Zhuo had already bestowed upon her two such formidable soul skills. Should she feel joy or despair? It was a conundrum. Indeed, a mountain, and a substantial one at that. To be frank, if this had come from anyone else, Yu Su would absolutely not have believed it. However, when it comes from Tang Zhuo, the nature of the assertion changes entirely. Although Yu Su has yet to reach a point of complete trust in Tang Zhuo, his talent and the extraordinary nature of his abilities are undeniable. Therefore, disbelief is futile. That Tang Zhuo, right? Do you possess this soul skill yourself? Could you demonstrate it for us? Li Bai was not trying to challenge Tang Zhuo. It was simply hard to believe. I have only practiced the basics. I have not delved deeply into monster strength, so I've only reached the first level. If a demonstration is required, I can comply. Tang Zhuo raised his right hand, slowly channeling his soul power into it, closing his eyes to focus his energy. With a thunderous boom, his fist struck the ground with tremendous force. The ground beneath him was now dramatically altered. Tang Zhuo's fist had embedded itself into the earth, and the cracks were spreading outward. This was merely the result of having practiced the basics, and despite the factor of Tang Zhuo's inherent strength, the brilliance of monster strength could not be overshadowed. Witnessing this earth-shattering spectacle, Li Bai could not help but gasp in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Any lingering doubt was instantly dispelled. What was there left to doubt? Doubt Tang Zhuo's prowess? Doubt the utility of monster strength? With such evidence before them, disbelief was simply untenable. Zhuge, is this truly monster strength? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth as she gazed at the ground, as if profoundly moved by the sight. Indeed, at that moment, a flicker of flame erupted from the damaged ground, which soon transformed into a fiery figure. A warning echoed, stating that the arena of cracks prohibits random destruction, with a first warning followed by expulsion on the second. The fiery admonition left Tang Zhuo feeling rather embarrassed, scratching his head in awkwardness. It seemed he had entirely forgotten they were in a sacred arena. By the way, Brother Li Bai, how did you discover this crack? Tang Zhuo inquired, intrigued, as it was clear that unlike Bai Dong and the others, these hidden title Douluos were quite aware of it. Honestly, I do not know. I was merely strolling outside when I suddenly spotted that soul power array. And then I unknowingly entered. Listening to Li Bai's peculiar experience, Tang Zhuo felt somewhat speechless. Sister Yu Su, how about you? He placed his last hope of understanding the crack on Yu Su. I was brought here by my father during my childhood, but it seems that he, like many others, entered without understanding why. This ambiguous response left several people astonished, as it was indeed too bizarre. Moreover, will those who arrive here eventually achieve the title of Douluo? The silver shark and the blazing hound we encountered earlier are undoubtedly capable of becoming title Douluos. It is merely a matter of time. Tang Zhuo has done them a significant favor, and in the future, the Shao organization may gain two powerful allies. The promising future of the Shao organization is just around the corner, and we look forward to the brilliance reminiscent of the Hokage Shao organization in Douluo's Crimson Eye Douluo. At this moment, Tang Zhuo felt that the first trial did not showcase the terrifying nature of the Dahan arena. The reason for this perception lay in Tang Zhuo's own strength. Had he arrived during the Soul Sect era, he would have profoundly experienced the terror of being dominated. Reflecting on the past, Yu Su had come here as a great soul master and had nearly been annihilated in the first challenge. This exemplifies the cruelty of the Dahan arena. It may not necessarily make one immensely powerful, but it will undoubtedly yield benefits. It is akin to the adage that effort will be rewarded, which is often a mere self-deception, just like the saying that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. In chapter 159, the magnificent scenery of where the Jade people teach, the flute unfolds. Brother Zhuo, can I simply practice according to the instructions above? It won't take too much time, will it? Ning Rongrong inquired, holding two books in her hands. Tang Zhuo contemplated for a moment and realized that practicing this extraordinary strength and the 100 treasures technique would indeed mean he could not participate in the competition. However, practicing together seemed quite beneficial for enhancing their strength. Coincidentally, Tang Zhuo had neither practiced the 100 treasures technique nor the extraordinary strength. It shouldn't take too long. Since I haven't practiced either, let's train together, Tang Zhuo replied after some thought. Really, brother? Are we going to train here? Ning Rongrong responded normally, but upon further reflection, she felt that it might not be very convenient to train here. Yet, the thought of leaving crossed her mind. This elusive place might become inaccessible once they stepped outside, which troubled Tang Zhuo greatly. Suddenly, he recalled the phrase where the Jade people teach the flute. Interestingly, he had discovered that this place not only contained storage areas but also a hidden training ground. Rong, I can find a place to practice without the risk of not returning or needing to re-enter the competition. Ning Rongrong's curiosity was piqued. Anyone would be intrigued by a place they had never heard of. Brothers, well, where is it? In where the Jade people teach the flute, he responded. Ning Rongrong was quite familiar with this name, as she had often heard Tang Zhuo mention it, but she truly did not know what it was. What exactly is where the Jade people teach the flute? Tang Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. He thought Ning Rongrong was aware of what it was. Could this be the legendary Mandela effect at play? He pointed to the bracelet on his hand and nodded with a smile. This is where the Jade people teach the flute. Isn't it the bracelet that can produce numerous items? Tang Zhuo affirmed Ning Rongrong's observation. Hey, you two, are you really ignoring us? Yu Su interjected, unable to contain herself as she noticed the two were completely engrossed in their conversation. Initially, she intended to restrain herself with Li Bai nearby, but she found it difficult to suppress her irritation. What could she do? She was confident in her looks, figure, and strength, though her temper might be a little rough. She was unapologetic about it. Li Bai, witnessing Yu Su's unrestrained demeanor, felt a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Sister Yu Su, are you joining us for training? Upon hearing this, Yu Su pondered for a moment. Forget it. You two train on your own. Li Bai and I will engage in a duel match. With that, Li Bai was elated, feeling unexpectedly cherished. It might take a long time. Are you sure, Sister Yu Su? Tang Zhuo gazed ahead, realizing that if Yu Su truly agreed, it would indicate that she had feelings for Li Bai. Otherwise, with her temperament, she might not allow them to train there at all. What is there to be sure about? Did you not hear what I said? Yu Su shot Tang Zhuo a disdainful look. It seemed Tang Zhuo had discerned the underlying dynamics between the two. Ahem, fine, let us head in first. You two can enjoy your little world, Tang Zhuo said, folding his hands behind his head and swiftly turning to walk toward Ning Rongrong. Initially, Yu Su was caught off guard, but once she realized what was happening, she glared at Tang Zhuo. Tang Zhuo cast a fleeting glance at her before promptly pulling Ning Rongrong into where the Jade people teach the flute. Rongrong, let's go. With that, a flash of purple light enveloped them, and they vanished. Yu Su was left helpless, pondering how Tang Zhuo could be so mischievous. When she turned around, she found Li Bai standing still, a hint of nervousness on his face. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me? Yu Su stammered, squinting her eyes. Li Bai, akin to Yu Su, felt a wave of anxiety, perhaps even more so than her. Humph, he is merely spouting nonsense. Let us focus on the competition. Sometimes one must admit that Yu Su's ability to shift topics was quite impressive. Meanwhile, Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong arrived at their destination. Ning Rongrong opened her eyes and gazed ahead. The clear blue sky and the pristine white clouds exemplified the warmth and beauty of this place. The gentle sound of flowing water was truly refreshing. Brother, is this the interior of where the Jade people teach the flute? Is it really all right to practice that extraordinary strength here? Ning Rongrong joyfully twirled around, reluctantly commenting on the stunning scenery. Tang Zhuo shook his head helplessly. Rongrong, rest assured, even if the ground and mountains are damaged, they will quickly restore themselves. His reassurance eased Ning Rongrong's worries. Why is it so beautiful here? Ning Rongrong's hidden girlis emotions surget fort. Rongrong, do you enjoy this kind of scenery? Tang Zhuo inquired with a smile. Yes, I truly love this warm atmosphere. Her candid response revealed to Tang Zhuo a newfound realization. Then I will take you to a place someday. Tang Zhuo smiled and turned to gaze at Ning Rongrong. She seemed to be lost in her own fantasies. Are there such beautiful places outside, too? Growing up in the Qibao Lili sect, Ning Rongrong had seen much. But this level of beauty was indeed a first for her. Indeed, that place is rather clandestine. Clandestine? Why would such a beautiful locale be hidden away? Initially, I came here with the intention of training, but unexpectedly, I found myself captivated by the scenery. Rongrong, allow me to show you the sights. Ning Rongrong instantly perked up, her excitement causing her to leap into the air. Do not underestimate the profound impact that modern landscapes can have on those from ancient times. Well, Rongrong, stand still. Today, I shall introduce you to a different kind of splendor. With that, Tang Zhuo's eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Illusion, behold. A flash of crimson light enveloped Ning Rongrong, her pupils morphing into the Sharingan. Countless images flashed through her mind, each eliciting a myriad of emotions: shock, awe, and deep sentiment. As the spectacle concluded, Ning Rongrong remained ensnared in a state of astonishment. The grandeur of the edifices and the magnificence of the vistas could not be encapsulated merely through words. Chapter 160, Cultivation. Rongrong, what do you think? As Ning Rongrong emerged from her reverie, Tang's smiled at her, still somewhat dazed from the experience. Zwa, this is simply breathtaking. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with joy, excitement, and disbelief. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly bring you here again. The thought stirred bittersweet emotions within Tang Zwa, as it had been nearly 13 years since he departed from that place. Nostalgia was inevitable, yet he had no family ties left there, which tempered his desire to return. Moreover, he had forged many bonds here, particularly with Ning Rongrong. It could be said that he had no wish to return, nor could he. Thus, why dwell on that world? Tang Zwa had already distanced himself from that realm, his very essence no longer adhering to its rules. In fact, his strength surpassed the very forces that govern that world, until he could freely wield his powers. Even if he stepped back into that realm, it would collapse under the weight of his abilities. What then would be the purpose of returning? To witness desolation? Or observe a burst of fireworks? Such interests did not appeal to him. Besides, given his character, he would never stand idly by while innocent lives were plunged into despair because of him. This was a matter of principle, not to be trifled with. Is that truly so, Zwa? You are so kind. With that, Ning Rongrong leaped into Tang Zwa's embrace, gazing at him with a profound affection that left her momentarily at a loss. Although their relationship had long been established, they had traversed many experiences together, yet they remained shy in each other's presence. Even a simple embrace would cause their cheeks to flush. Rongrong, let us commence our practice. Once the flush faded from Tang Zwa's face, he grasped Ning Rongrong's shoulders. All right. Upon her agreement, Tang Zwa smiled. Given that they were in this enchanting place, he waved his right hand gently, causing 2 tomes to materialize upon the ground. Picking up the books, Tang Zwa brushed off the dust and opened to the first page, which detailed the introduction to monster strength. Ning Rongrong opened her own copy, finding the contents identical to Tang Zwa's without a single discrepancy. The introduction explained that monster strength involves the gathering and explosive release of chakra, a technique characterized by point-blank attacks. Ning Rongrong pondered the unfamiliar term chakra. Suye, what is this chakra? Why have I never heard of it before? Tang Zwa scratched his head. Chakra essentially refers to soul power. It is merely a different pronunciation. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in realization. What had been incomprehensible was now crystal clear in her mind. The initial pages were of little use to Tang Zwa, who had already dabbled in monster strength. He turned to the second page, which elucidated the intricacies of chakra gathering. Without understanding these principles, anyone could train in monster strength. The prerequisite was a natural talent for controlling chakra flow, an exceptional gift. The essence of monster strength lies not in the mere gathering of soul power, but in the explosive release thereafter. The potency of monster strength is determined by its explosive force. A practitioner lacking explosive power, who only understand how to gather soul power, cannot truly be considered adept in monster strength. At best, they would be a hollow facade devoid of technical merit. To amplify explosive power, one must master the control of soul power to its utmost limits, learning to compress it. Compression leads to explosion. A significant density can enhance the strength of soul power by a considerable margin. This is why certain individuals inflict great damage. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was profoundly moved by the concept of monster strength. The clear explanations had enlightened her significantly. The third page depicted the chakra flow diagram for monster strength. The trajectories of chakra were vividly illustrated before their eyes, delineating every meridian and vein with clarity. For Tang Zwa, this was all too familiar, as he had learned these concepts while studying medical ninjutsu. It was only now that he truly grasped the marvel of monster strength. At the bottom of the illustration was a small note indicating that if one followed the depicted trajectory and observed a faint green glow around their arm, it signified success. Tang Zwa attempted to replicate the image, extending his right hand and concentrating his soul power into a palm strike. Sure enough, in mere moments, a green luminescence enveloped his arm, marking his success. Such was the ease with which Tang Zwa learned. Seeing Tang Zwa's accomplishment, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of urgency. What if he completed his training long before her? Would she have him wait for her? The pressure within her ignited a spark of potential, likely spurred by Tang Zwa's encouragement. In the next instant, Ning Rongrong summoned her courage and raised her dominant hand, and a flash of green light signaled her own success. Tang's would turn to her, astonished. Rongrong, you learn it so quickly. Hearing Tang's was praise, Ning Rongrong felt a desire to prove herself. She could not rely solely on him. Her training in monster strength and the Baibaishu was for her own sake, ensuring she would not be a burden in battle. Zhuge, weren't you even faster than me? Tang's was momentarily a loss for words in response to Ning Rongrong's remark. Her talent was undoubtedly unparalleled among support-type soul masters. Within the system's realm, hey, system, what exactly is the purpose of letting them in? Isn't that an obvious question? Naturally, it's for combat, but they are practicing in Yuran Huchu Jiao Shu. The system cast a disdainful glance at Dysprosium. What of it? It's perfectly normal for them to train here. Dai recoiled slightly, falling silent thereafter. Ah, Rongrong, you cannot perceive matters in such a manner, can you? Although I may be slightly quicker than you, it is merely due to my inherent advantages. Tangswa chuckled as he spoke to Ning Rongrong. Did he truly believe that Ning Rongrong was naive enough to believe his words? Wow, Zhuge, that makes me quite impressive, she replied, somewhat playfully, yet she chose to humor Tang's remarks. Indeed, just look at how formidable you are. After successfully leading Ning Rongrong astray with his self-assuredness, Tangzwa was taken aback by her flawless performance, which was truly astonishing. All right, Rongrong, let us continue our training. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. The two then began to practice according to the subsequent chapters of their book. Chapter 161, The High Demands of Baihao Techniques. Rongrong, you see, I told you. The two soul skills I provided you are undoubtedly the most suitable for your offensive capabilities, Tangzwa proclaimed with a proud and joyful expression, tilting his head slightly. At that moment, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of happiness, as if she glimpsed the hope of possessing strength to stand on her own. After meeting Tangzwa, her gains had been immeasurable, all stemming from one individual, Tangzwa. Zhuge, do not worry. If you ever find yourself unable to defeat an enemy, I shall risk my very life to save you, he. Ning Rongrong's adorable tone caused Tangzwa to shake his head in disbelief. He mused that no matter the circumstances, even if he were to perish, he would never allow Ning Rongrong to take such a risk. Rongrong, how could you possibly defeat an enemy I cannot? Do not entertain such foolish thoughts in the future, he said as he stood up and playfully rubbed her cheeks, gazing at her with a smile. Ning Rongrong seemed a bit displeased, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. Yet, her puffed cheeks only made her face more delightful to pinch, much to Tang's amusement. Zhuge, you certainly know how to crush someone's spirit, Ning Rongrong retorted, turning her head away. But am I really that useless? She asked shyly, sneaking a glance at Tangzwa, her eyes revealing her sincerity. Rongrong, you must realize that as an auxiliary soul master, you are indispensable. If you had not been present in that recent match, I would have undoubtedly lost. Tangzwa's words were not mere platitudes. They were heartfelt truths. In that battle, he had barely triumphed over the fierce canine and silver shark thanks to the 30% boost she provided. Without her, how could he have possibly faced two soul saints with his initial soul saint strength? Moreover, one should never underestimate the significance of that 30% boost in the realm of soul saints. Not to mention that it could increase alongside the growth of soul power. That 30% could create a substantial gap. Although he was unaware of Ning Fengji's current level, it was certain that if Ning Fengji were to amplify Tang's power, he could potentially ascend to the ranks of the Wuhuan Temple, albeit ultimately facing defeat. Even with the addition of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, it would still be a formidable challenge. What could Tangzwa and Ning Fengji accomplish together? I understand that I am an auxiliary soul master, and I know I can provide you with boosts, but I'm truly wondering if my strength is enough to aid you. Zhuge, she expressed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Tangzwa was somewhat exasperated. Rongrong, are you overly self-deprecating? You are not merely a tool. You are my girlfriend. Ning Rongrong lowered her head once more, but this time it was not out of insecurity, but rather shyness. Her cheeks flushed. All right, let us continue. Tangzwa inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil. Ning Rongrong stood up alongside him as they resumed their training. The training for the extraordinary strength was not particularly difficult. Yet, achieving mastery was indeed akin to climbing a mountain. However, for those endowed with talent in this aspect, compressing the training time could prove advantageous. Ning Rongrong's adeptness in controlling her soul power indicated her exceptional capability in handling chakra. Were she in the ninja world, her talents in medical ninjutsu and extraordinary strength might even surpass that of Sakura. No, it was certain. Tangzwa found himself deeply astonished by Ning Rongrong. In this era, Few could truly leave him in awe. She was one of them, alongside Yu Su, and even when counting, the number remained exceedingly limited. Tang's own training pace and proficiency surpassed that of Ning Rongrong. It was not that her talent was lacking, but rather that Tang's talent was exceptionally remarkable, eclipsing all others. Even the fabled child of destiny, Tang San, paled in comparison before him. Of course, the term brother in this context held multiple meanings. Rongrong, gather your soul power and release. Tang's commanded, his voice steady as he focused intently on her. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong first trembled slightly, then nodded, albeit with confusion. Oh. With that, she withdrew her hands from her waist, and the soul power that nearly erupted was now contained within her grasp. With tremendous soul power concentrated in her hands, Ning Rongrong closed her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth as she struck downwards towards the ground. A thunderous crash ensued. The moment her fist made contact with the earth, it collapsed and shattered, fissures spreading outward. Tang's leapt back, gazing at the now ravaged ground in disbelief. Stunned, he could only manage to utter a response. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and the world reverted to its original state. Ning Rongrong beamed at her hands, nearly jumping in excitement. Brother, I did it, she exclaimed, thrilled at her newfound mastery over extraordinary strength. Tang's shared in her joy. Rongrong, you have successfully grasped the basics of extraordinary strength. Now, all that remains is diligent practice. We still have plenty of time before the end of these few days. So let us explore the Baihao techniques, he suggested, producing the book on Baihao techniques and waving it at her. Since she had already achieved the initial stages of extraordinary strength, it was the perfect opportunity to hone her skills in Baihao techniques. Yes. I am very much looking forward to the Baihao techniques. Ning Rongrong eagerly nodded, retrieving her own copy from Tang's and opening it. Before her lay the familiar anatomical diagram, clearly illustrating the flow of soul power. The appearance of the Yin seal on her forehead indicated the successful cultivation of the Yin seal. Once this cultivation was complete, it merely required the accumulation of daily soul power, and when the time was right, she would unleash her full potential. The first step in mastering Baihao techniques is to learn to thoroughly control one's soul power. Preliminary control is evidenced by the ability to utilize soul skills, while intermediate control is demonstrated by the capacity to research and independently employ soul skills. Advanced control signifies complete mastery over one's soul power, enabling the external manifestation of soul power in various forms. Tang's met this criterion. In the Douluo continent, few could meet such a standard, not due to its difficulty, but rather its obscurity. Yet, showcasing such soul skills before others could certainly create a stunning impression. Though the onlookers were unaware of the nature of this soul skill, its profound appearance stirred thoughts within them. While I may not comprehend what it is, I recognize its extraordinary essence, such as the tendency of humanity to marvel. In Chapter 162, departing from Yurinhachu's flute training and completing the training, Ning Rongrong, upon witnessing what she deemed an impossible condition, was struck with self-doubt. Zhuge, can this soul power condensation truly be achieved? She inquired. Danzuo not that hapfi my see. Rongrong, I possess the knowledge to teach you. At these words, the previously sorrowful expression on Ning Rongrong's face transformed into one of joy. Is that true, Zhuge? She asked, brimming with excitement. Tang Zhuo extended his right hand, closing his eyes to concentrate. In an instant, soul power began to coalesce in his palm, and a tremendous tempest of soul energy surged around them. Gradually, the soul power took shape, forming a white, spiraling vortex. Indeed, this is the spiraling sphere, Tang Zhuo proclaimed. Ning Rongrong had encountered this soul skill before, but witnessing it up close left her profoundly awestruck. She had initially assumed it was merely a standard manifestation of soul power. Yet it was a formidable technique beyond her imagination. Zhuge, is this the condensation of soul power? She queried, pointing at the spiraling sphere. Correct. This represents the condensation of soul power, albeit at its most rudimentary level. To her astonishment, the spiraling sphere began to tremble and morphed into a pentagram, which subsequently reformed into a circular shape. This spectacle left Ning Rongrong utterly speechless. The mastery displayed over the soul power transcended mere proficiency. It was complete command. Suye, how can I attain such mastery? Her curiosity ignited. Firstly, we must comprehend the genesis of soul power. In all existence, soul power is the essence. Only with sufficient soul energy can a soul master endure. To fully harness it, one must achieve thorough comprehension of soul power. Although Ning Rongrong grasped this concept, emulating Tang's prowess seemed an insurmountable challenge. To master soul power, one must grasp its fundamentals. Rongrong, begin by circulating your soul power throughout your body and attune to its flow. Upon receiving this guidance, Ning Rongrong promptly stood and followed Tang's instructions meticulously. Initially, she felt a warm current coursing through her. Soon after, she discerned the quantity of soul power within her. As the energy circulated throughout her being, Ning Rongrong leaped in exhilaration. So go, I know what to do now. It is noteworthy that Ning Rongrong was truly intelligent and possessed remarkable talent, greatly aiding her training. Her prior deficiencies in soul power levels compared to her peers from Shrek were primarily due to differing training methodologies. Training alongside Tang Zhua was a source of joy, and such enjoyment could enhance efficiency. With trembling hands, Ning Rongrong was eager to experiment. Extending her hand, 3 soul rings illuminated around her, and soul power emanated forth. As she attempted to unleash a soul skill, Tang Zhua smiled with satisfaction. Cautiously, the soul power in her hand took the shape of a heart. Though it shattered almost immediately, despite its fragmentation, this signified her successful first step. Tang Zhua marveled at Ning Rongrong's innate talent for soul power manipulation. Indeed, the techniques of great strength and the 100 treasures technique were perfectly suited to her. This was a fact substantiated by experience. "Suye, I succeeded," she exclaimed, unable to contain her exhilaration as she clenched her fists in triumph. "Well done, Rongrong, believe in yourself," Tang Zhua replied, extending his hand to meet hers in a celebratory fist bump. They stood facing each other, as Ning Rongrong had now fulfilled the first condition of the 100 treasures technique, with further training to follow. Indeed, the essence of the 100 treasures technique lies in the storage of soul power. Thus, for Ning Rongrong, it was not particularly difficult to learn, though mastering it posed challenges. The technique required specific trajectories and ranges for execution, and without proper instruction, mastery was unattainable. Dang Zhuo, too, had not yet mastered the 100 treasures technique, but his lack of proficiency stemmed not from an inability to learn, but rather from a lack of effort in that area. Most of his time had been dedicated to mastering ninjutsu, and his exposure to the technique of great strength was merely superficial. His ability to wield it came from practice rather than extensive knowledge. Had he not suddenly recalled Ning Rongrong's lack of self-defense skills, he might have forgotten about it altogether. After approximately 5 or 6 days, both Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong had made considerable progress in their studies of the techniques of great strength and the 100 treasures technique. It could be said that Ning Rongrong was nearing mastery, while Tang Zhua had already achieved it. "Rongrong, it is time for us to depart," Tang Zhua remarked, gazing at the sky within Yuanhechu's realm. "All right, Zhuge, we have indeed completed our training," Ning Rongrong replied, her expression reflecting newfound vibrancy. A distinct square symbol now adorned Ning Rongrong's forehead, while a pattern resembling black flames marked Tang Zhua's. This was a personal emblem he had crafted, symbolizing the celestial black flame. Once the 100 treasures technique was thoroughly mastered, altering its design would be a trivial matter. With a gentle wave of his right hand through the sky, a flash of purple light enveloped them. When they opened their eyes again, they had departed from Yuanhechu's world. As they surveyed the desolate landscape before them, both Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong could not suppress their shivers, for they now comprehended the terror that resided here. Unlike their initial arrival, when ignorance shielded them from fear, their present awareness cast a shadow of dread. Amidst their contemplations, a familiar voice broke through. "Tang Zhua, Rongrong, have you completed your training?" The appearance of Yu Su's spirit left Tang Zhua puzzled yet astonished, especially as Li Bai stood beside her, greeting them with a smile. "Yu Su Jia, why is Li Bai Gu here?" Ning Rongrong asked, perplexed. Well, let Li Bai Gu explain for himself," Yu Su replied. Li Bai, feeling as if he had been sold out, appeared somewhat disheartened. "Me? Really?" This scene prompted Tang Zhua to grow impatient, eagerly anticipating their next exchange. "Yes, it is indeed you," he pressed. With a resigned sigh, Li Bai continued, "Ahem, I have started a relationship with your Yu Su Jia." At this revelation, Tang Zhua coughed in surprise. "What did you say?" His astonishment was unmistakable as he sought clarification. "I said, I have started a relationship with your Yu Su Jia." Once Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong fully comprehended the statement, they swiftly turned to Yu Su. "Yu Su Jia, is this true?" Yu Su shyly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Both Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. Well then, I wish you both a long and happy union. May you soon be blessed with children, and may your bond endure for a century. In chapter 163, a commotion arose due to the fusion of martial spirits. Is this truly shocking? To be honest, it is not. From the moment Yusu brought Li Bai before him, he sensed that the bond between these two individuals was extraordinary. Even if nothing has transpired thus far, it is entirely possible that they may unite in the future. One cannot dismiss the concept of love at first sight. After all, Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong exemplify this phenomenon, do they not? The only aspect that warrants astonishment is the rapidity with which events have unfolded, exceeding Tang Zhua's expectations. He had anticipated a span of 10 to 15 days, yet has transpired in merely 5 or 6. Thus, Tang Zhua surmised that something significant must have occurred recently, likely related to their dual combat. Yusu, how did you two come together? Please share with us. Yusu's expression was somewhat enigmatic. Casting a fleeting glance at Li Bai, she promptly lowered her gaze. My goodness, what did Tang Zhua just witness? The proud Yusu actually bowed her head. Li Bai slowly approached, gazing down at the subdued Yusu, perplexed by her demeanor. Susu, what troubles you? This address rendered Tang Zhua speechless. This was the epitome of a typical straight man. Although Tang Zhua himself identified as such, he found it hard to accept. Yet little did he know, he had always referred to Ning Rongrong as Rongrong. Such was the lack of self-awareness. It's nothing. Xiao Bai, please, tell them your story. A faint blush adorned Yusu's cheeks, indicating her vitality. Upon hearing the term Xiao Bai, Tang Zhua fell into a state of shock, as he vaguely recalled that in his previous life, this name was often associated with dogs. Coupled with the overly affectionate tone, Tang Zhua involuntarily shuddered. All right, Tang Zhua, Ning Rongrong. The events transpired thusly. This cliché of reminiscence was utterly suffocating. The scene shifted, and they found themselves amidst the battle between the two. The matter was rather simple to recount. It merely involved the duo engaged in combat against two formidable super Douluos. Due to exhaustion, Yusu collapsed mid-fight. While this may sound absurd, one must recognize that this was a battle involving super Douluos, far beyond the realm of ordinary skirmishes. The initial dual battle, deemed earth-shattering, unfolded within the first layer of territory, yet Li Bai found himself thoroughly suppressed. His current predicament could only be described as utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, Yusu's collapse rendered their combat far from perfect, creating an almost inevitable loss. Subsequently, Yusu was struck out of the arena by the opposing female, Super Douluo. Just as she was about to plummet into the lava below, Li Bai, who had just been hit on his left foot, unexpectedly pulled Yusu back, sacrificing himself in the process. Amidst the adversary's taunts, a crystalline tear trickled down Yusu's face, illuminating the arena in a radiant glow, resembling a celestial paradise. The white light mingled with green hues, causing the arena to lose its initial vigor, as the red light was overshadowed. The two beams of light intertwined, and the martial spirits of Yusu and Li Bai re-emerged. They felt an inexplicable force drawing them together. Upon confirmation, it was indeed each other. Yusu? Li Bai cautiously called her name. Yusu turned, astonished by the spectacle before her. Is this a martial spirit fusion technique? Yusu could hardly believe that she might one day wield such a power. The opposing duo squinted against the brilliance, their expressions filled with confusion. Phoenix Yufei. Upon uttering these words, Li Bai's Qiu Huang sword transformed into a resplendent phoenix, while Yusu's Xianyu sword underwent a metamorphosis as well. Though the body lacks the wings of a colorful phoenix, the heart possesses a connection of understanding. Upon uttering this, the white and green luminescence intensified. A magnificent white phoenix enveloped the Xianyu sword, its ethereal soul power seemingly coming to life, as if it possessed its own consciousness. The adversaries finally managed to open their eyes against the blinding light, yet it was too late. The martial spirit fusion technique struck them, resulting in their defeat. So, you possess a martial spirit fusion technique? Ning Rongrong's astonishment prompted Yusu to raise her chin with pride. Indeed, we possess a martial spirit fusion technique, known as Phoenix Yufei. The pride radiating from Yusu transformed Ning Rongrong's mind into a declaration. I possess a martial spirit fusion technique. You do not. Tang Zhua and Li Bai exchanged glances, sharing a sense of camaraderie, as these two mentors and disciples bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Who says that I and Zoga lack a martial spirit fusion technique? Ning Rongrong's competitive spirit flared, despite the fact that her opponent was her own mentor. Yet what did that matter? Tongzhua and Ning Rongrong indeed possessed a martial spirit fusion technique. That is due to Tongzhua's prowess. What does it have to do with you? Well, I could just as easily argue that your martial spirit fusion technique derives from Li Bai's strength, which has nothing to do with you. Upon hearing this, Yu Su's temper flared. What did you say? It was as if flames ignited behind her, her hair billowing. Ning Rongrong, do not presume to act with impunity simply because Tongzhua and I are your mentors. I am clearly the one being unreasonable. This statement seemed accurate, as it was indeed Yu Su who instigated the conflict. However, delving into the underlying issues at this moment was not particularly practical. Tongzhua and Li Bai, sensing the rising tension, quickly positioned themselves beside their families. Rongrong, what troubles you today? You seem in a rather foul mood. This was truly the epitome of a rhetorical inquiry, having just witnessed the situation. The straight man's method of consolation was indeed distinctive. As a human being, I apologize. Cough. I digress. Zoga, Master is bullying me and claims we lack a martial spirit fusion technique. In truth, Ning Rongrong had considered the situation thoroughly. Had Li Bai not been present, she would have showcased their martial spirit fusion technique to Tongzhua. However, Li Bai was here. Although Li Bai had established a relationship with her mentor, this had only transpired over a span of 5 or 6 days. They had not even reached 10 days. Thus, it was wise to remain vigilant. Haha, Rongrong, I shall certainly assist you in reclaiming your dignity. The scene shifted to another perspective. Yu Su, why are you so fond of competing? Li Bai shook his head in exasperation. What do you mean by competing? It is clearly Rongrong's fault. How could Ning Rongrong be at fault? She claimed that she and Tongzhua possess a martial spirit fusion technique. What is wrong with that? Is there an issue? Yu Su pondered for a moment. You seem to have a point. All right, Tongzhua, how have you and Rongrong fared with your extraordinary strength training? Tongzhua's mood instantly brightened. Yu Su, I have mastered it, and Rongrong has also learned a significant portion. We can utilize it without any issues. Tongzhua replied. Chapter 164, Banter. Just a few days have passed, and you both have already acquired it? What kind of martial spirit technique is this? Show me. Upon hearing this, Yu Su's pupils widened, for this was indeed a significant matter. In their worldview, regardless of innate talent, the time invested in cultivating a martial spirit technique seemed to determine its strength. Yet Tongzhua and his companion had mastered the extraordinary strength technique and the Bai Hao technique in merely 5 or 6 days. If Tongzhua had spent such an extensive period honing his skills, Yu Su might have found it understandable. However, while Ning Rongrong possessed considerable talent, it was not particularly exceptional. Completing her training in merely 5 days was indeed quite remarkable. Yet, Yu Su's thoughts were not entirely misplaced. She simply overlooked one crucial detail. Although Ning Rongrong's innate abilities were not exceedingly prominent, her mastery over soul power was undeniably formidable. Yu Su Jia, do you see the patterns on our foreheads? Ning Rongrong inquired, pointing to her forehead. Yu Su squinted and nodded after a brief glance, while Li Bai also nodded in a daze. What is this pattern? The dark diamond-shaped emblem had gone unnoticed by Yu Su and Li Bai upon their arrival. Had Ning Rongrong not mentioned it, they might have easily overlooked it. This is a symbol of the Bai Hao technique, which stores soul power for explosive release. However, it cannot be used at present, as doing so would necessitate a complete recharge of soul power, Ning Rongrong explained, leaving both Yu Su and Li Bai feeling somewhat disappointed. The allure of such a soul skill piqued their curiosity, yet they were unable to witness its manifestation, which they found regrettable. However, I can demonstrate the strength technique, Ning Rongrong declared, extending her right hand and shaking her wrist. Instantly, Yu Su and Li Bai perked up, though they soon felt disheartened again upon noticing the delicate nature of Ning Rongrong's hand. My dear apprentice, with those slender arms of yours, how can you claim to possess strength? Yu Su's expression conveyed a mix of disdain and skepticism, though it stemmed from a place of disbelief rather than derision. It was simply too incongruous to fathom that someone with such frail limbs could execute a technique dubbed strength. Master, I don't care whether you believe me or not. I shall demonstrate it now. What will you do if I succeed? Ning Rongrong retorted, hands on her hips, her tone tinged with indignation. Tongzhua watched the banter between the two with an amused expression, exchanging glances with Li Bai before shaking his head. This was truly a spectacle of lively personalities colliding, an encounter between two spirited individuals, a clash of straightforwardness, a meeting of little princesses. What kind of sparks will they create? Let us eagerly anticipate the unfolding of Douluo. Crimson I Douluo. All right, If you can unleash your strength today, I shall. Yusuf faltered, her heart racing as she noticed Ning Rongrong's resolute demeanor. It was evident that Ning Rongrong was fully capable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so bold in her claims. What will you do? Ning Rongrong queried proudly. Yet Yusuf would not yield so easily. I will simply call you sister. Remarkably, Ning Rongrong accepted this absurd proposition. Such an astonishing display of skill. Ning Rongrong took a couple of steps forward, gazing at the imposing stone before her, taking a deep breath despite her nervousness. This was her first time showcasing this soul skill before outsiders, and she felt uncertain. Although she had practiced extensively in a controlled environment, it was a different experience altogether, one that required a shift in mindset. Gathering her soul power in her right hand, a potent aura radiated from her. This did not indicate the sheer strength of her soul power. Rather, it showcased her exceptional control. At this moment, she was channeling nearly all of her soul power, a feat that was far from commonplace. If an ordinary person could achieve this, strength techniques would be rampant. Mastering this was the greatest hurdle in learning the strength technique. Yusu, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, shaking her head in disbelief. What a pity. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as Ning Rongrong struck a battle pose, her right hand clenched into a fist. The massive stone before her had shattered into tiny fragments, dust swirling in the air. Yusu stood in stunned silence at the sight. Cease! Ning Rongrong exclaimed proudly, lifting her chin and turning to face Yusu, playfully waving her tiny fist. Yusu glared ahead, teeth clenched. You, don't get carried away. I am your master. Ning Rongrong shot her a sidelong glance. What have you taught me? Speak up. You haven't taught me anything. You are not truly my master. Upon reflection, Yusu had to concede that Ning Rongrong had a point. But you cannot expect me to call you sister. I'm over 70, and you're only 12. Age, after all, was an undeniable means of asserting authority. Yet Ning Rongrong was unfazed. Even Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu have called me little ancestor. Jian de la Qinshin and Gu de la Gaiong were not much older than Yusu, serving as examples of her assertion. Sister, is that acceptable? Yusu gritted her teeth, finally relenting. Ning Rongrong beamed with delight. Rongrong, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. After all, Yusu Jie is your master. Tang Zhuo interjected. At this, Ning Rongrong paused, glancing back at Tang Zhuo with a moment of surprise. All right, Zhuo, I will behave from now on. It seemed that only in Tang Zhuo's presence could Ning Rongrong adopt a sweet, endearing demeanor. In the company of others, however, she transformed into a true little devil. Hey, how is it that you share such a close bond with Zhuo? He tells you to tone it down, and you comply without hesitation? Yusu's face flushed with indignation. Li Bai approached slowly, draping his clothing over Yusu's shoulders. Don't be upset, Su. They share a strong bond, just as we do. His gentle tone slightly calmed Yusu's temper, though it did not alter her spirited nature. Akai me piaka, fine. I shall overlook her insolence for your sake. Tang Zhuo and Li Bai exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that Yusu's pride was unique. Brother, what shall we do next? They were only 5 days into their training, and according to Tang Zhuo's plan, they were meant to practice for a year. Completing their training in just 5 days meant that they would undoubtedly proceed to refinement. Rongrong, let us continue participating in the duo battles. This time, we shall only use strength and Baihao techniques unless absolutely necessary. Ning Rongrong understood Tang Zhuo's intentions. Their foundation, having only trained for 5 days, was not solid, and both of their soul powers undeniably required refinement. Tang Zhuo's insistence on avoiding other soul skills unless in dire circumstances was precisely for this reason. If the foundation of a building is unstable, any additional load could cause it to collapse. However, a strong foundation would withstand any pressure without faltering. This illustrated the difference between mastering a soul skill and merely learning it. All right, Zhuo, let's go register. But what if we encounter opponents we cannot defeat using strength and Baihao techniques? Ning Rongrong tilted her head, her expression adorably clueless. Rongrong, fret not, for I shall protect you. Did you not hear me say that we will only resort to other techniques if absolutely necessary? Tang Zhuo's reassuring smile instilled a sense of safety in Ning Rongrong. Yay! Beside them, Yusu and the other person observed Tang Zhuo as he began his display of affection, rolling their eyes in response. They soon became engrossed in their own world. As if I were without a boyfriend. Allow me to inform you, I am indeed in a relationship now. It is quite evident that Yusu is boasting, though perhaps not so overtly. All right, let us proceed to sign up. You two can wait here, Yu Sujie and Li Baiji. The pair nodded, graciously bidding farewell to the departing duo. Zuiji, let us be on our way. Just as they left, Ning Rongrong grasped Tang Zui's arm and hurried towards the registration area. Tang Zui looked at her with a cheerful smile, feeling a warmth in his heart. This indescribable sensation was truly delightful. In no time, they arrived at the familiar front desk, where the small flames flickered as before. Wait. This time Tang Zui intended to register for the first level. One reason being that this level was relatively safe. One could never know if the difficulty of the second level would suddenly escalate. Moreover, their goal was to practice soul skills rather than engage in life and death battles, thus necessitating a secure environment for combat. Following the familiar procedure, they modified their team name to Lu Li Su Su, discarding the cumbersome team designation in favor of their names, resulting in a clearer representation. Although the name remains simple, it is indeed quite appealing. Su Ye, why must we compete in the first level? Ning Rongrong's curiosity about the unknown persisted, prompting her to inquire about the appearances of the second, third, and even fourth levels. Unexpectedly, Tang Zui's expression grew serious. Rongrong, do you know? Curiosity killed the cat. Tang Zui was genuinely concerned for Ning Rongrong, and while she understood, his chilling demeanor sent a shiver down her spine. In the next moment, however, a smile graced Tang Zui's face as he gently patted Ning Rongrong's head. Rongrong, you must understand, the world is unpredictable and fraught with danger. While curiosity is a commendable trait, delving too deeply can lead to peril. Ning Rongrong exhaled in relief, believing Tang Zui's words were a response to her question. In truth, he had perceived her curiosity about the other levels. He wished to protect her from potential danger. It is akin to a child in elementary school, who upon graduation eagerly anticipates middle school, only to regret it once there. Such is life, filled with curiosity at every turn. Upon entering the familiar arena, Tang Zui and Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Who could our opponents be? Tang Zui Muset Alao. The opposing door swung open, a green light flickering within the arena. Two silhouettes gradually materialized before Tang Zui and Ning Rongrong. Qinsho Yinchao. One of the men stepped forward, and the surrounding green light blazed brightly. Vines, reminiscent of lawn, Yinchao yet distinctly different, surged forth from the ground. The other individual also advanced. Murin. Two wooden stakes appeared behind him, suspended in midair. They were not reciting the names of their soul skills, but rather their own names. One was a soul master, the other a soul sage. Tang Zui could not fathom why this encounter seemed less daunting than the last. The difficulty significantly reduced. In truth, it was the actions of the latter. Rongrong, it appears that the soul master is yours to handle, while the soul sage is mine. Let us employ brute strength and the Bai Chao technique. Tang Zui's serious expression vanished in an instant. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anxiety, eager to discern whether she possessed the capability for real combat. If so, she would no longer be merely a support-type soul master hiding behind her teammates, but could ascend as a formidable force, the Lu Lixian knew. Just envisioning it, a high-level soul master competition where support-type Ning Rongrong takes on 7 opponents. What a remarkable revelation. Truly invincible. Coupled with her self-enhancement, she would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. Jiubao Zhuan yields Lu Li. 1 denotes strength, 2 denotes speed, 3 denotes soul. As the words fell, 9 distinct colors of light radiated around Ning Rongrong's body. The first 3 colors infiltrated her soul rings. Tang Zui nodded at Ning Rongrong. Let us proceed. Sharingan. The crimson pupils bore 3 tomo, summoned to better analyze their opponents and intuitively gauge their movements. The opposing team's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Father, let us advance. Qinsho Yinchao, adorned in branch-like attire, appeared muscular, exuding an aura akin to that of a gang leader. Haha, such reckless abandon is the essence of manhood. These two truly are lively characters. The notion that muscle-bound brutes lack intellect seems fitting in their case. What was that saying? Simple-minded, yet physically adept. But are such individuals not the most captivating? Just as the two were about to make their move, Tang Zui had already materialized before the Murin. Gazing at the imposing figure, Tang Zui remained silent. The Murin swiftly lowered his head, extending his broad palm towards Tang Zui in a forceful strike. Tang Zui evaded, the hand crashing into the ground, sending dust flying and leaving a massive handprint on the surface. Tang Zui could not help but think, this strength is indeed formidable. Moreover, fortuitously, this opponent's soul power was exceptionally pure, precisely what was needed for practicing brute strength and Baichao techniques. In contrast, Ning Rongrong had dispersed her brute strength into her legs, enhancing her speed to remarkable levels. Chapter 166, A Battle of Proficiency. Effortlessly leaping over obstacles, Ning Rongrong found herself behind Qianshou Yinchao. The amplification effect from her own abilities significantly boosted her strength. Without exaggeration, Ning Rongrong was now confident and powerful, embodying a support-type soul master with the capability to stand on her own. Fu Sao Sku Lan Gao. As she spoke, vines began to sprout around Qianshou Yinchao, all targeting Ning Rongrong. Although they did not directly face her, they were still capable of launching an attack. This soul skill is indeed impressive. Ning Rongrong instantly unleashed her brute strength, shattering the vines with ease. The once soft and frail tendrils now felt as solid as stone. It turned out that Tang Zhua had utilized an ice shield to freeze them. By the way, only Ning Rongrong was relying solely on brute strength. Tang Zhua had mastered it thoroughly and thus did not require such training at the moment. Only then could Ning Rongrong break them apart. The synergy between the two appeared to have reached its zenith. Ning Rongrong's brute strength astonished Qianshou Yinchao, while the Murin, engaged in combat with Tang Zhua, was taken aback to witness Tang Zhua assisting his teammates simultaneously, causing a surge of frustration to rise within him. He believed that Tang Zhua regarded him with utter disdain. In the eyes of Murin, Tang Zhua was at best a mere child, and those who looked down upon him would inevitably face consequences. However, whether he possessed the necessary strength remained to be seen. The heart of Murin, a wooden stake. Upon uttering this, an abundance of wooden stakes erupted from the ground around Tang Zhua, reminiscent of the soul skill previously employed by Qianshou Yinchao. Observing the surrounding stakes, Tang Zhua fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, he was strategizing on how to navigate this predicament. Tang Zhua found himself in a quandary. Upon realizing that both opponents wielded would attribute soul skills, enlightenment struck him suddenly. Yin Duan, Mie Yin Si Shen. These 6 formidable words imbued Tang Zhua with an aura of power and ferocity. Black flames surged forth from the palms of his hands, causing temperatures to soar. As the black flames made contact with the wooden stakes, they were instantly reduced to ashes. Although the heat was intense, it bore a significant flaw. It could be easily evaded and had a limited range. These 2 shortcomings were undoubtedly fatal. Murin took a step back, raising his right hand, for which a small tear appeared in the sleeve that had not been touched by the flames. This was evidence of the burns inflicted by the heat radiated from the black flames. The temperature was indeed formidable. Muduan, Tang Zhua could wield wood attribute skills, but that was merely wood manipulation. This was the true essence of a wooden shield. The contrast between Muduan and Muduan, Tang Zhua and Murin, was akin to Qianshou Zhujian and Daiyuan. One nurtured nature, while the other constructed villages, each with their own strengths. Naturally, Murin was the one cultivating greenery, for his martial spirit was not of the control type. Asking him to build houses was akin to constructing a small dwelling with 4 wooden shields. The disparity was immense. Huiduan, Hao Hua, Qiuji Shu. Aiming at Murin, Tang Zhua unleashed a colossal fireball. It was ultimately a flashy but ineffective maneuver. The Hao Hua Qiuji Shu could indeed play a pivotal role in battles among lower-ranking soul masters, but Tang Zhua was contending with Murin. As expected, it proved to be utterly useless. Yet, did Tang Zhua truly remain oblivious? Clearly, he was aware. His ambitions extended far beyond this. In the next instant, Tang Zhua appeared before the wooden shield, employing the same method as Ning Rongrong had moments earlier. In a mere heartbeat, a blink of an eye, Tang Zhua's speed was astonishingly remarkable. Monster strength. It was uncertain what peculiarities Tang Zhua possessed, perhaps a consequence of excessive use of ninjutsu, leading him to recite names. Of course, he might have fancied himself like Lu Fei, declaring his intentions to his adversaries before engaging them in combat. A powerful punch struck the wooden shield, shattering what was once an impenetrable barrier. Murin stood in shock, witnessing the unfolding scene. Mushin, a radiant green orb composed of wood materialized in the sky, shining brilliantly. This was a large-scale explosive soul skill. Thanks to his Sharingan, Tang Zhua immediately discerned the formidable nature and potential devastation of this technique. It could indeed leave one with a hair-raising explosion. Qiankuan Denui, with a light step upon the ground, he soared into the air, touching Mushin, and in a flash of light, it vanished. Indeed, it disappeared right before their eyes. Where did it reappear? Outside the arena. Shinkoin Danuyi, to put it plainly, was a modified version of Tang Zuo's fifth soul skill, Shenwei. It cannot be termed merely an enhancement. It was in fact a newly derived soul skill. Unlike Shenwei, it lacked the spatial capabilities of Shenwei and could not perform many actions, yet possessed safety effects and speed that Shenwei did not. Each had its unique attributes. Preferences varied, after all. Upon relocating Mushin, Tang Zuo unleashed his sixth soul skill with a powerful kick to Murin's back. His sixth soul skill was instantaneous movement, and after appearing behind Murin, he delivered a fierce kick, sending Murin crashing against the edge of the arena. Murin was still somewhat dazed at this moment. Tang Zuo retrieved the seemingly forgotten Kusanagi sword and placed it against Murin's neck. Murin, unfazed, responded coolly, for he was a true man and would not resort to petty actions. I have lost, whether to kill or to maim. It is at your discretion. These seemingly casual words elicited a chuckle from Tang Zuo. Haha, rise up. This match is yours to lose. Tang Zuo extended a hand to assist Murin to his feet, confident that this individual would not go back on his word. Losing meant losing. Murin gazed at Tang Zuo in astonishment. He had initially perceived Tang Zuo as a ruthless individual, indifferent to the feelings of others. Yet he now realized how gravely mistaken he had been. You want to kill me? The enraged Murin inquired. Tang Zuo shook his head. Why would I wish to harm you? We are all human. I am not superior to you, and thus I possess no such right. At that moment, Tang Zuo's words resonated profoundly with Murin, akin to a single enlightening statement surpassing 10 years of study. Meanwhile, the situation for Ning Rongrong was equally favorable. In reality, Qinshu Yincao's soul power was 2 levels inferior to hers, although it did not significantly impact the battle for Ning Rongrong, who possessed amplification abilities and could wield monstrous strength. Qinshu Yincao appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Observing the panting Qinshu Yincao, Ning Rongrong smiled with pride. So, do you still refuse to concede? She gestured with her right fist, shaking it towards Qinshu Yincao in inquiry. Chapter 167. Yusu's hair will ignite. The naive Qinshu Yincao stared intently at Ning Rongrong, seemingly filled with indignation. The emotions swirling in his eyes were crystal clear, easily discernible with a single glance. Tang Zuo was evidently aware, as was Murin, who stood nearby. Tang Zuo abruptly turned to Murin, exchanging a knowing nod. Qinshu Yincao was on the verge of exploding with rage. It was hard to fathom what reckless actions he might take. Should that occur, Tang Zuo himself would be at a loss for what to do. Thus, in the next second, Tang Zuo swiftly appeared before him, firmly grasping him with both hands. Murin did not rush to assist Qinshu Yincao. Instead, he silently observed Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo was making the right choice. Indeed, Qinshu Yincao had considerably calmed down. His previous outbursts were merely the culmination of pent-up emotions, and now that the storm had passed, tranquility returned. You have lost. The emphatic declaration pierced Qinshu Yincao's very soul, and he abruptly turned his head, unable to believe that Murin had been defeated by Tang Zuo, a mere 12-year-old child. He was truly astonished. Simultaneously, he himself had also lost to that 12-year-old girl. Why had he lost? Frankly, Qinshu Yincao was perplexed. He had long ago recognized that Ning Rongrong was an auxiliary soul master, yet her immense strength and the enhancements she provided herself left him utterly unsettled. To lose to an auxiliary soul master was a source of profound embarrassment and shame for him, but the reason for his frustration lay not solely in his defeat. Rather, it was the fact that he allowed himself to become enraged over losing, a reaction he found intolerable, even to himself. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I lost control of my emotions. Currently, he is in a state of eager inquiry, profoundly impacted by Tang Zuo, though it seems that everyone who encounters him experiences the same awe, which is hardly surprising. Haha, it's all right. A loss is merely a loss. What does it matter? Losing to Rongrong is not something to feel aggrieved about. At this, Ning Rongrong proudly puffed out her chest, as if to declare her superiority. Zhuge has taught me soul skills. Losing to me is truly no disgrace. In that moment, Qinshu Yincao finally comprehended, fully realizing that all of this stemmed from the enigmatic young man, Tang Zuo. The world of youth is beyond our understanding. The wooden man, arms crossed over his chest, observed the scene before him and shook his head as if reminiscing about days long past. Qinshu Yincao's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost ready to ask if Tang Zuo could teach him. How could Tang Zuo be unaware of his intentions? With a gentle smile, he adopted the demeanor of a reclusive master. Soul skills, such an ethereal concept. If one wishes to learn, it must await the day of fate. When we meet again, should you enter my sect, I shall impart upon you the soul skills. Of course, Tongzhua communicated this telepathically to the Wooden Man and Qinshoin Sao, deliberately excluding Nin Rong Rong, as doing otherwise would be both meaningless and potentially troublesome. Why lower himself by directly inviting them to join his sect? Tongzhua had great faith in his own fortune. Why fear they might leave? After all, the previous two individuals were cases in point. Just as the two were about to ask Tongzhua questions in their astonishment, he waved his hand, and a radiant light erupted, enveloping both him and Nin Rong Rong as they vanished from sight, leaving the two behind in bewilderment. Perhaps this is what true strength looks like. Zwugga. How do we end up here? Amusingly, Nin Rong Rong appeared more perplexed than the others, not even grasping what had transpired before they found themselves in a new location. Almost as if without a trace. Don't worry about the details, huh? This dismissive laughter triggered an air of intrigue in Nin Rong Rong. Slowly, she leaned closer to Tongzhua, playfully raising an eyebrow. Tongzhua internally exclaimed in disbelief. Has Nin Rong Rong begun to flirt? Zwugga. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? Observing her demeanor, the oblivious Tongzhua swallowed hard, his throat tightening. His first instinct was to shy away. Cough. How could that be? Rong Rong, you're overthinking it. At that moment, a flash of silver light illuminated Tongzhua's surroundings, revealing a silver-haired man in white robes. Standing atop a sword with a woman hanging behind him. Undoubtedly Yusu and Li Bai. Yusu, where have you two been? Tongzhua still felt somewhat unfamiliar with Li Bai, hence he did not address him directly. We engaged in a thrilling duo battle. It was quite exhilarating, Yusu recounted, vividly illustrating the intensity of the combat. As a traveler from another realm, Tongzhua found himself questioning his understanding of the world of Douluo. The battles of Tidal Douluo were an entirely different experience than he had anticipated, leaving him utterly astounded. Next time, Rong Rong, and I must observe the competition. Oh, Zwugga, you actually have time to watch my match? What have I done to deserve such honor? Yusu's words were clearly jest. Yet cunning Tongzhua would not let her off so easily. Yusu, there's no need for such formality. Even if you feel unworthy, I still call you sister. Do you not agree? Following her lead, Tongzhua's retort almost incited Yusu's ire. Indeed, I still call you master, regardless of your worthiness. We must support you, mustn't we? Goodness, was Tongzhua insufficient alone, that the two of them conspired to tease Yusu together? You have no shame. Yusu's awareness was still rather low. She should have remembered a particular saying. What was it? The shameless Nin Rong Rong, what is shame? Tongzhua mused. One mountain surpasses another. One generation outshines the next. Do not inquire why Tongzhua is referred to as Tongzhuazhua. It is merely for the sake of rhyme. Susu, your brother and disciple, are truly amusing. Tongzhua realized that Yusu was over 70, older than his father, yet he addressed her as sister. Was it merely her youthful appearance that warranted this? Yusu, you are over 70, if I recall correctly. Yusu nodded proudly. Yes. So what? I'm only 12. Should I really call you sister? This time, Yusu was genuinely angered, reminiscent of a certain mother of a big-eared child, flames igniting behind her. Chapter 168, A New Instance. What is the most taboo subject for women? Undoubtedly, age. Tongzhua and Nin Rong Rong were practically courting disaster, though they were invulnerable to such folly. Li Bai appeared utterly astonished, turning sharply to gaze at Yusu, his heart racing unnaturally. Hey, aren't you all being a bit excessive? Yusu wasn't truly angry at this point. Of course, everyone except Li Bai understood that. Li Bai mistakenly believed Yusu was genuinely upset, but he was gravely mistaken. Come now, Yusu, stop pretending. Was it really necessary to joke about it? Tongzhua interjected. The flames surrounding Yusu instantly dissipated. Only then did Li Bai realize that this entire incident was merely their jest. Ding dong. A new instance has been activated. Please receive. The system reasserted its presence in this context. Tongzhua could not help but cover his forehead, silently reciting the words to accept. In the next moment, the world did not transform. But time seemed to halt as Tongzhua was transported into the realm of the system. Is this not the essence of an instance? The external world remains suspended in time. Thus, there is no need for concern. System, what instance is this? Tongzhua was reluctant to accept, yet he understood that this instance would yield significant rewards tailored to the circumstances. That was indeed appealing. The Chunin exam, defeating Orochimaru, saving the third Hokage. Tongzhua genuinely failed to perceive the difficulty of this instance. As the strongest in that realm, It was merely a matter of playing the part. Very well. By the way, what that dog? Suddenly recalling the Shiba Inu, Tang Zhuo inquired. I've locked him up. In a dark corner of the system S domain, DY lay crumpled on the ground. WDFKCCC, let us get started. With that, a silver light surged forth, and Tang Zhuo had no way of knowing precisely when he would be transported. Perhaps it would be just as the Chunin exam was about to conclude, or perhaps. As he opened his eyes, Tang Zhuo looked below. Below lay the arena, where a battle seemed to have just commenced. Due to the swirling dust, he could not discern the identities of the two combatants. As he glanced around, he unexpectedly spotted Kakashi and the three little ones. Kakashi, ever vigilant, seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to face Tang Zhuo, his pupils narrowing in surprise. Anada, indeed, the Japanese spoken would automatically translate into Chinese in Tang Zhuo's ears. Furthermore, Tang Zhuo was originally a translator, so how could he possibly be unable to comprehend Japanese? Kakashi? His fluent Japanese would likely not reveal any flaws to anyone. Upon noticing Kakashi's attention upon him, Tang Zhuo did not shy away. Rather, it was the opposite. Why would Tang Zhuo retreat? His prowess could be boldly asserted as the foremost in this realm, so what was there to fear? Moreover, this was merely a replica world. Setting aside the fact that Tang Zhuo possessed the abilities of the six paths in the Hokage universe without any restrictions, just this single point ensured his safety. Simultaneously, the three young ones also took note of Tang Zhuo. Sasuke abruptly stepped back, his eyes reflecting a sense of astonishment, covering his curse mark with his hand. Sakura continued to marvel at the striking resemblance between Tang Zhuo and Sasuke, lost in a reverie. It must be said that the matured visage of Sasuke was indeed a deadly allure. Nevertheless, Sakura was merely enamored. Her true affection lay with the Sasuke of this world. A mere instinctive reaction. Sasuke, it seemed, felt a twinge of jealousy. In contrast, Naruto displayed an entirely different demeanor. His expression radiated joy, for he perceived this individual as formidable and kind. Wow, big brother, it's you. You're amazing. Can you teach me? Observing the childlike Naruto, Tang Zhuo regretted his decision to reveal himself. The others present noticed the unusual reaction from Kakashi's team 7 upon encountering this person, and Kakashi even appeared somewhat apprehensive, which piqued their interest. It is known that very few can evoke such a reaction from Hitaki Kakashi. Hey Kakashi, who is he? Asuma skillfully lit his cigarette, shaking it slightly as he inquired. Yuhi Kurenai also exhibited a puzzled expression. The reason for their confusion was simple: curiosity. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, glancing at the two. Our youth brother Might Guy is the same. Might Guy's attention was split between Tang Zhuo and Rock Lee. Just as he was about to ask, the match below commenced. The contest between the diligent genius and the true genius would yield results only Tang Zhuo was privy to. Whether it involved opening the 8 gates or any other matter, Tang Zhuo was exceedingly well informed. He was fully aware of who would win or lose and how they would do so. Was there any significance in watching such a match? Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. Gaara was not yet prepared when a cloud of dust suddenly erupted. Indeed, it was caused by Rock Lee's astounding speed. That powerful strike nearly overwhelmed Gaara's absolute defense. In less than a second, Rock Lee appeared at Gaara's side, yet his attacks proved futile. The subsequent scene was quite familiar. Gaara struck Lee with his sand. Just as Lee found himself utterly drained, unwilling to concede defeat to Gaara, he unleashed his jutsu. Ningxi, the technique I prepared for you is about to be used. First gate open. Upon uttering these words, a green energy, seemingly akin to chakra, materialized around Rock Lee. Others may not have noticed, but Tang Zhuo observed with clarity. This was pure strength. To achieve such a feat, Tang Zhuo could not help but marvel at the wonders of the Hokage world. Although he could also perform it, he had never had the opportunity to do so. It appeared that everyone's focus had shifted to Tang Zhuo, yet the lethal allure of the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara diverted their attention. Only Sasuke continued to stare intently at Tang Zhuo. The world of replicas was interconnected. Since the last incident, Sasuke had embarked on a fervent training regimen. Awakened from his stupor by Tang Zhuo's words, he seemed to have found a goal to strive towards, surpassing Tang Zhuo and uncovering the truth. This was his current ambition. Indeed, it seemed unlikely that the target of his aspirations would be that man, as he now sought to surpass that man, locate him, and inquire of him. Both men had become his objectives. The Chinese level 10 listening comprehension test is now commencing. Did the curse mark not activate? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's body jolted as if a realization struck him. Chapter 169, Unique Methods of Pretense. regardless of the circumstances. Tang Zhuo seemed to feel that nothing could shake him. In any event, Tang Zhuo would always prioritize his own considerations. The curse mark, having shifted its target, had only been discussed between Tang Zhuo and Sasuke. Now hearing it from Tang Zhuo was quite astonishing. Moreover, since Kakashi was unable to resolve the curse mark issue, it appeared that Tang Zhuo was brimming with confidence. Unnoticed by others, Tang Zhuo exhaled sharply into the air, gesturing with his hands. This was not due to nervousness, but rather for Sasuke's sake. As expected, in the next moment, the curse mark on Sasuke vanished instantly. This was the power left behind by Orochimaru. Ordinarily, upon its removal, he would be able to sense it, yet Tang Zhuo had insulated that information. Consequently, Orochimaru remained unaware that his jutsu had been unraveled, and the curse mark bestowed upon Sasuke had dissipated. "Brother, you." Sasuke gazed at Tang Zhuo, his emotions nearly leading him to call him father. That sentiment was one of gratitude, devoid of any ulterior thoughts. Moreover, this address of brother was not the typical fraternal term, but rather a pure, spontaneous expression. Kakashi, whose attention had just regained focus, noticed the two and was unexpectedly struck by the realization that Sasuke's curse mark had vanished. It is worth noting that Kakashi had exerted countless efforts to eliminate that curse mark, yet now it had been effortlessly dismissed by Tang Zhuo. Furthermore, it was done with no display of emotion, appearing as if it were a simple matter executed with nonchalance. Regarding this event, Kakashi was not overly surprised internally. However, astonishment was inevitable. The reason for his lack of extreme surprise lay in his understanding of Tang Zhuo's unfathomable depth, yet he remained astonished by Tang Zhuo's comprehensive mastery. Tang Zhuo's prowess was evident to all, yet his sealing techniques surpassed Orochimaru's by a considerable margin, which was truly astonishing. As for how he knew this, it was because the curse mark was left by Orochimaru, and to achieve a complete seal, one must possess sealing techniques and ninja skills that exceeded Orochimaru's. Otherwise, it was futile to even consider it. Yet Tang Zhuo had instantaneously sealed it, and even caused it to vanish entirely. Does the magnitude of his strength require further explanation? Absolutely not. Furthermore, what caliber of strength did Orochimaru possess? In Kakashi's view, he held a status akin to that of a deity. He had profoundly experienced Orochimaru's terror. Merely the aura he exuded was sufficient to render Kakashi immobile. However, upon witnessing Tang Zhuo today, Orochimaru was rendered insignificant. No embellishment. He would be effortlessly defeated by Tang Zhuo. Simultaneously, the battle below had just entered a critical phase. Rock Lee now stood atop the elevated platform, gazing at Gaara below, feeling a moment of uncertainty. Could he truly win? Yet, recalling Might Guy's figure, his confidence surged. With that, he discarded the weights on his body, unleashing his full potential. The events that followed require little explanation. It was simply a chaotic assault on Iai Luo, which ultimately proved futile. Just as Iai Luo was about to unleash his jutsu to deliver a final blow to Li Luo Ku, Maite Kai suddenly sensed impending danger and dashed forward. A brilliant purple light flashed before Maite Kai, far more dazzling than he could have imagined, and its speed was unfathomably greater than his own. The velocity of the purple light rendered Iai Luo utterly unresponsive. By the time he registered the moment, Li Luo Ku had vanished. In the brief interval between raising his hand and releasing his jutsu, Tang Zhuo had already appeared atop the platform, cradling Li Luo Ku in his arms. Observing Iai Luo with an expression devoid of emotion, Iai Luo was left astounded. What kind of speed was this? He could not discern it at all. Maite Kai, having landed on the ground, shared a similar sense of shock, for he had acutely felt the swiftness of Tang Zhuo and realized that Tang Zhuo had not even exerted his full power. The 5 leaders on the platform, indeed, 5, quickly rose to their feet, all curious about this individual, with no one more intrigued than Sarutobi Hiruzen. This third Hokage, often regarded as the most formidable Hokage in history, now appeared somewhat apprehensive. He had the keenest perception of Tang Zhuo's strength, yet even he found it impossible to gauge the depths of his power, which surpassed all measures of assessment. What the other 4? They likely harbored similar thoughts. If this person was indeed from the Hokage's domain, caution was imperative, extreme caution. At that, Orochimaru, clad in the cloak of the wind shadow, felt an urge to retreat in this critical moment. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had not learned of such an individual in Konoha sooner. The Hokage himself was bewildered, having never encountered Tang Zhuo before, let alone anything else. Maite Kai stood below, equally perplexed, lost in contemplation as he gazed upward. Luo had not completely lost consciousness. Instead, he stared intently at Tang Zuo's face, gazing upward as if beholding a deity. Still dazed from being brought up by Tang Zuo, his admiration for Tang Zuo's earlier display of prowess was unshaken. Wow, brother, how are you so incredible? Can you teach me? Naruto, remaining true to his habitual nature, implored Tang Zuo earnestly. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, not out of disdain for his behavior, but because he too wished to approach Tang Zuo in a similar manner, though such an act would contradict his aloof persona, a risk he was unwilling to take. For now, maintaining his image was paramount. Haha, Naruto, my training methods are not suited for you. You ought to seek a teacher who aligns with your own style, rather than merely one who is powerful. Naruto, still young and innocent, nodded in partial understanding. Then who should I seek? Tang Zuo smiled gently. He knew precisely who would be the best fit for Naruto. I believe that Jiraiya would be quite suitable, but he does not know me, which complicates matters. As someone who had traversed into this world, Tang Zuo felt compelled to display a semblance of authority, calling Jiraiya a kid with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing Tang Zuo refer to Jiraiya in such a manner, the crowd gasped collectively, their attention turning towards him. This further underscored both Tang Zuo's elevated status and formidable strength. Orochimaru was not particularly surprised. He was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable among them regarding Tang Zuo. The sensation Tang Zuo had left when he dispelled Sasuke's curse mark lingered vividly in Orochimaru's mind. It seemed Tang Zuo had also left him with a warning. Orochimaru, be cautious. You had best abandon your plans, lest. Orochimaru recognized the truth in Tang Zuo's words. In this world, power was the ultimate currency. Yet, he found himself trapped, for the scheme had progressed too far to halt now. Chapter 170, Call Me Brother. The plan had reached its current stage, making it nearly impossible to pull back. After all, the wind shadow had already fallen. The situation had developed to this point, with only the final step remaining. Regardless of Tang Zuo's immense strength, Orochimaru retained a modicum of confidence in his 4 purple flames formation. Who is this individual, Kakashi? He is remarkably strong, Asuma, being the son of the Hokage, felt compelled to ascertain this information and assist Konoha in assessing the situation. This is Tang Zuo. We encountered him in the Land of Waves. Kakashi explained to the others, recounting their experiences in the Land of Waves while closely observing Tang Zuo's demeanor. Should Tang Zuo display any sign of discontent, Kakashi anticipated he would immediately cease his narrative. However, Tang Zuo appeared genuinely interested as he listened to Kakashi, adding an intriguing layer to the unfolding events. After Kakashi concluded, the others gained a deeper understanding of Tang Zuo. Yet, questions arose. Why was such a person present here? And what were his true intentions? These inquiries became the focus of several elite jonin. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure of Danzo lurked in the depths, seemingly preparing to make a move. He was intent on capturing Tang Zuo for questioning, an action fraught with peril. Yet, would Danzo heed such warnings? He never considered the power of his opponents, only whether they posed a threat to his interests. Indeed, Danzo's self-importance was a significant factor in his rise to power. He believed that once he ascended to the role of Hokage, peace would prevail in the ninja world. However, by the time he took action, there was a high likelihood that Tang Zuo would have returned to the Douluo world. Sasuke, allow me to train you, Kakashi proposed, though he felt a twinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, he recognized that Tang Zuo was undoubtedly the most suitable teacher for Sasuke, without question. No need to explain further. Simply the fact that Tang Zuo belonged to the Uchiha clan sufficed. Moreover, Tang Zuo's mastery of various jutsu far surpassed Kakashi's. Sasuke's expression shifted instantly as he eagerly nodded in agreement. Naruto displayed a look of envy, yet Tang Zuo had provided him with a path forward. Sakura felt even more envious. Sakura, why don't you join Sasuke in training? At this, Haruno Sakura beamed with joy. Opportunities to train alongside Sasuke were rare. And all of this was courtesy of Tang Zuo. I believe you would excel in medical ninjutsu. I can teach you some basics. And later you can learn the techniques of Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Tang Zuo seemed to have envisioned Sakura's future, which filled her with elation. With a piercing gaze, a pair of azure Sharingan manifested in Tang Zuo's pupils, and, as the Kimui pattern emerged, the 3 of them vanished. At that moment, the others finally realized that Tang Zuo belonged to the Uchiha clan. They had hardly paid attention to this detail earlier, but now it held significant implications. If Tang Zuo was indeed an Uchiha, he could potentially pose a threat to Konoha, albeit a slender possibility. Nonetheless, such a notion warranted suspicion. This was the vigilance that one should possess, the mindset expected of a ninja. Is that a Sharingan, Kakashi? Asuma inquired. Yes, he is an Uchiha, came the confirmation, validating their earlier suspicions. What do you think of him? At this juncture, Kakashi prepared to speak candidly. I do not believe he harbors any malevolent intentions towards Konoha, for his prowess is such that he need not resort to subterfuge. Even with the multitude of ninjas in Konoha, he could likely eliminate them with ease. Kakashi has profoundly grasped the terror that is Tangzwa. To provoke him would indeed be madness. However, whether others share this belief remains uncertain. Hey Hokage, that individual belongs to the Uchiha clan of your Konoha village, does he not? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Tangzwa was one of the Uchiha. If that were indeed the case, it might suggest he could harbor ulterior motives against Konoha. Yet upon reflection, his strength renders such intentions unnecessary. Both individuals and villages possess their pride. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a semblance of bravado. Yes, he is one of ours in Konoha. Where are we? Sasuke surveyed the surroundings, astonished by the vibrant crimson ambience that suggested an extraordinary locale. Meanwhile, Sakura's youthful heart brimmed with delight as she marveled at the beauty surrounding them. It must be said, it is indeed quite enchanting. The colors and atmosphere are rather exquisite. This is the Kamui space, one of the techniques of my Mangekyo Sharingan. Such a technique and such eyes stirred memories within Sasuke, particularly of Itachi. The impression left by Itachi's eyes was profound, and the technique known as Tsukuyami remains unforgettable. Now, he yearns for such power, desiring to surpass Tangzwa and confront Itachi to unveil the truth. However, such aspirations are not easily fulfilled and may require a lifetime of effort. Why bring her along? In truth, the prospect of training alongside Sakura did stir a modicum of turmoil within Sasuke, yet he seeks strength and validation, rendering these matters ill-timed for him. Thus, he inquired symbolically, train with her, and in the process, cultivate your bond. Tangzwa replied with utmost seriousness, leaving Sasuke somewhat flustered, prompting him to take several steps back. Sakura, already blushing profusely, covered most of her face while grinning at Sasuke. Sakura, catch this and practice with it. Tangzwa produced a tome from a beautiful woman teaches how to play the flute and tossed it to Sakura, also providing her with a basketful of fish, each slightly singed. Sakura found herself surrounded by numerous scrolls. How should I address you? The typically aloof Sasuke lowered his guard, uncertain of how to refer to Tangzwa. Call me brother. This word caused Sasuke to shudder slightly, halting his actions. After a brief moment, he composed himself, raising his gaze to meet Tangzwa's. Brother, what shall I learn today? The quality of Tangzwa's instruction is assuredly not on par with Kakashi's. I shall teach you 2 techniques, both of which are extraordinary. Master them, and not only will you secure victory in this competition, but you will also be invincible in the eyes of these individuals. Indeed, they are merely a group of frightful foes. Sasuke was instantly intrigued and took a seat beside Tangzwa. The first technique is called Raikiri. Upon saying this, Tangzwa concealed Sasuke briefly, extending his right hand as lightning erupted forth, scattering blue light in all directions. Chapter 171. The Allure Technique of Jiraiya. Sasuke was quite familiar with this technique, having seen Kakashi employ it. However, Kakashi's version far surpassed Tang's in potency, placing them in entirely different leagues. This is impressive, Sakura remarked in awe. Following this, Tangzwa retracted Raikiri, a faint smile gracing his lips, for the next technique was truly the epitome of power. The fire-style technique bears little difference from Raikiri in essence, yet the disparity in strength is substantial. Due to their elemental differences, the 2 techniques diverge significantly. One is the swift and explosive Raikiri, while the other delivers concentrated damage through the fire palm. Tangzwa twisted his wrist. His left hand remained still as crimson chakra surged with vigor. This chakra was not blood red, but a sinister shade that harmonized with the color of flames. Initially, a small ember manifested at the center of his palm, a fire ion that appeared untouchable. Subsequently, the red glow intensified, and a dark red sphere emerged in Tangzwa's hand. This sphere bore a curious resemblance to the Rasengan, though whether it was merely a psychological effect or something else, it certainly gave that impression. However, the essence was entirely distinct. The sphere gradually dispersed, beginning to scatter widely. Then, a stunning spectacle unfolded as Tangzwa extended his right hand, flames still flickering upon it, and gently thrust it forward. Boom! The flames surged forth like a lion, provoking astonishment. With another blow, the scene repeated itself. Tang's gaze sharpened as he focused on a specific location, unleashing an unknown number of strikes. The fiery lion's head he conjured had already scorched the ground ahead. When combined, this technique is referred to as destruction. The name alone suffices to convey the technique's might. Setting aside its classification, even the author finds it perplexing, for this technique is challenging to assess. Its efficacy fluctuates with the circumstances, rendering its power difficult to evaluate. Tang's possesses confidence in utilizing this technique to its fullest potential regardless of the environment. Yet, ultimately, it is solely Tang's mastery. As for why he chose such an unpredictable technique for Sasuke, it is merely due to the nature of the impending battle. It is the most suitable for him, albeit not the absolute best. I am, no spoilers. Sasuke was left utterly astonished. This technique, called destruction, surpassed Raikiri by several tiers. As these words echoed in his mind, the shock reverberated like turbulent waves. This technique is one Sasuke must learn. Meanwhile, outside a bathhouse, an elderly man with white hair was peering in. No need to inquire who this individual might be. Hey, how can you spy on a women's bathhouse? Naruto shouted, pointing at the white-haired elder. In truth, this man was merely an older gentleman, yet from behind, he appeared entirely different, a man with a wild, white-haired explosion. Naruto's perception was evidently flawed, mistaking him for a mere elder, though he correctly identified his peeping activities. Once Naruto's voice rang out, it echoed within the bathhouse, prompting all present to toss aside their belongings in shock. Jiraiya immediately recoiled. Hey kid, what are you doing? I'm merely gathering material. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto burst into laughter. Gathering material? You look like an old pervert. Oof. Old man, you are clearly just peeping. Naruto's strong sense of justice led him to regard Jiraiya as a criminal. You little brat, what do you know? I'm gathering material for my book. Don't speak out of turn. With that, Naruto's gaze fell upon the Ica Paradise in Jiraiya's hand, triggering memories of Kakashi during his battles with the three young ones. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Who exactly are you, old man? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya took a step back, firmly establishing his stance on the ground, and struck his signature toad pose. I, the sage of Maibuka Mountain, am none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The name Jiraiya, a revered figure among the Konoha Sannin, is one that Naruto cannot afford to be unfamiliar with. After all, Tang's had informed him that Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, would be the most suitable mentor for him. How could he possibly doubt Jiraiya after witnessing Tang's remarkable prowess? It would be preposterous. The influence of Tang's is deeply ingrained in people's hearts, despite his somewhat notorious reputation. What? You are Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Upon realizing this, Naruto exclaimed loudly. Jiraiya, delighted to see Naruto recognize him and express surprise, felt a rush of joy. How could someone like him be suitable to teach me? Did Tang Deage make a mistake? No, he is far too formidable to deceive me. Naruto murmured softly, and although his voice was barely audible, Jiraiya caught every word. What did you say? Tang Deage, am I not impressive? Hey, you the so-called lecherous sage, come teach me ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, bewildered that Naruto had referred to him as the lecherous sage. What? I'm a sage of toads. Jiraiya shouted at Naruto, who felt as though his eardrums might burst. Indeed, you heard correctly. Lecherous sage, teach me ninjutsu. After regaining his composure, Naruto casually smiled at Jiraiya. Observing Naruto's features, Jiraiya was reminded of someone, his own disciple, who happened to be Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Namake's Minato. The resemblance between Naruto and Namake's Minato was striking and perhaps not coincidental, as they seemed almost identical in certain aspects. I shall not teach you, Jiraiya declared, waving his hand dismissively. Naruto, seemingly unfazed by the rejection, appeared to know the outcome already, as Tang's had provided him with a strategy before departing. Hey, lecherous sage, watch closely. Jiraiya assumed Naruto was about to showcase his ninjutsu to persuade him to take him on as a student, but to his astonishment, it was the seduction technique. A burst of white smoke enveloped Naruto, and the once yellow-haired boy transformed into an exquisite beauty, exuding an alluring charm. Jiraiya's nostrils flared as he instantly gushed blood, his eyes widening in disbelief. As Naruto concluded his seduction technique, he teased, Hey, lecherous sage, if you teach me ninjutsu, I'll show you more. Well, I must admit, Naruto has truly picked up some bad habits, which is quite alarming. In an alternate narrative, the name Uchiha had become quite familiar to Kong Yi. In his previous life, he was an avid anime enthusiast, particularly captivated by the tale of ninjas in Naruto. Why is there an Uchiha here? Kong Yi furrowed his brow, suppressing his astonishment with the traits of his current body. Peering downward, he beheld the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the first demon king, who possessed a pair of red eyes adorned with a black tomo. Gazing upon this sight, Kong Yi's pupils dilated in shock. Could this be the Sharingan? He exclaimed in astonishment. However, the subsequent words brought him a sense of relief, as it was still unverified. Turning the page, Kong Yi was taken aback to discover an overview of the world. It became clear that the title of Demon King and Divine Demon did not refer to malevolent beings, as depicted in anime, but rather to the elite of the Shadow Empire. The Shadow Empire was also known as the Kingdom of Subhumans. Similarly, the Light Emperor was associated with the Rose Empire. It was said that these two great empires were founded by two friends, but for reasons unknown, conflict ensued. Interspersed between these two formidable factions was a powerful neutral force, one that both sides sought to win over, yet rarely encountered. This was the Elven race. The Elven race was a peculiar species, with the ability to manipulate the element of wind. The Elven King, a world-class mage, could obliterate half an empire if he exerted his full strength. The nature of the wind is to extinguish. As for the attribute of the Divine Demon, it was, of course, darkness. However, Kong Yi, neither leaning towards light nor dark, could become a Divine Demon due to his unique dual attribute magic, fire and lightning. Typically, high-level mages could only wield a single attribute, and historically, the lightning attribute had never been documented. Yet, Kong Yi could be likened to a rare flower in the grass, a vibrant crimson one at that. Prophecy. The two characters stood prominently upside down on the following page of the family tree. These words exerted a tremendous allure over Kong Yi. He paused, suppressing his restless heart, and gazed at the lower portion of the family tree. In the year 3945 of the Divine Demon Era, Kong Yi was born. In the year 4825 of the Divine Demon Era, Kong Yi was reborn. In the year 4825 of the Divine Demon Era, the Eye of the Demon awakened. In the year 4839 of the Divine Demon Era, the Celestial Fall. Beholding such a prophecy, Kong Yi felt an unprecedented shock, for his name in his past life was indeed Kong Yi, and thus he understood that this was referring to him. A wave of astonishment washed over him, leaving no room for concealment. He had now comprehended his lineage. He was a transmigrator who had usurped the body of the fourth Demon King. This was a world of magic where divine demons and 4 demon kings existed, and he was the Crimson Thunder Demon King, known as Boji Kong Yi. As of now, this was all that Kong Yi could ascertain, so he turned the page. Kong Yi paid little heed to the term Celestial Fall, for his experience with Japanese anime informed him that it must signify a significant event. The subsequent page revealed a foreboding darkness, a powerful magical aura that swiftly enveloped the entire Demon King's hall. A black vortex appeared above the family tree, from which a red dot emerged. Kong Yi stood frozen in place, inexplicably drawn to touch the red dot. However, the inherent danger sensed by this body warned him against such an act. Yet, his racing heart and trembling hand felt the pull of the guiding force, and ultimately, he made contact with the glowing red sphere. To his astonishment, this sphere seamlessly melded into Kong Yi's body, leaving no trace behind, as though it never existed. Following this, a sharp pain surged through Tang Zuo's entire being, eliciting a cry of agony as he shivered. The intense sensations of pain, pressure, and tearing coursed through Kong Yi's mind, as if it no longer belonged to him. A radiant red light erupted from Kong Yi, spiraling above him like a flower. This flower of red light ascended to Tang Zuo's crown, where it descended in a beam of purple light. From within this purple radiance, 8 spheres of varying sizes and colors manifested. 8 intricate patterns representing various elements, clock, moon, stars, flame, and water droplets, materialized beneath the feet of Kong Yi, forming a formidable array. As the array dissipated, the throbbing pain in his head gradually subsided, and the original memories of this body surged into Kong Yi's consciousness. The tumult of memories left him momentarily dizzy. Regaining his composure, Kong Yi opened his eyes, only to find that his once black pupils had transformed into a vivid crimson. No, blood red. Upon his blood red irises rested 3 distinct tomo, as a malevolent aura swiftly enveloped the entire room. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Kong Yi quelled the inner turmoil stirred by the influx of memories. Was this the Sharingan? Gazing into the mirror, a smile graced his lips as he adjusted his attire. Following the memories, he meticulously assessed his condition. Abruptly, his eyes widened. The prowess with which he once wielded high-level magic had astonishingly evolved. The attributes of fire and lightning had expanded into 9. These 9 attributes encompassed the 8 elements plus lightning. Transformed, Kong Yi sensed his world-class strength, rivaling that of the demon god, the light sovereign, and even the elven king. The exhilaration coursing through him was indescribable. The surprise he had brought upon himself left him momentarily dazed. His advanced magical abilities had fully evolved into a realm of world-class mastery. A thunderous boom resonated throughout the palace. A golden radiance soared into the heavens. Although it appeared unremarkable, it was indeed the light of the world forged from the combination of 9 elements. Shaking off his daze, Kong Yi recognized this light as the testament to the birth of a world-class mage. He wished to keep this matter concealed from others. Thus, he hastily conjured a solid shield above the beam, stifling its formidable aura. Sensing that he could effortlessly obstruct this world light, Kong Yi began to grasp the extent of his newfound power. Yet, the world-class aura was still sensed by 3 formidable individuals. However, there was no cause for concern, for those 3 merely recognized that another world-class mage had emerged, unaware of his identity. In the Demon God Temple, the environment was peculiarly extraordinary. Despite the humidity, flowers flourished abundantly. The lighting, though somewhat eerie, exuded an exquisite beauty. A figure sat majestically in a chair, radiating authority. "Lord Demon God, what troubles you?" inquired the water-curtained Demon King, Tian Kong, one of the formidable Dark Lords. "Another world-class mage has emerged. I wonder which side he stands upon." The Qiling continent is a realm governed by strength, where the weak are devoured by the strong. In this land, individuals awaken their qi and spirits at birth. The ranks of their qi and spirits directly influence their fates. The Guan family, one of the 6 great clans, inherits a blade as their qi and a dragon as their spirit. This day would be one of sleeplessness for the Guan family. In a corridor of the Guan estate, 3 men and 1 woman sat calmly together, while another man paced anxiously, repeatedly muttering the name Guan Yu. "Elder brother, please don't be too anxious. Come sit down. Worrying will not help," advised the muscular man sitting at the forefront. This muscular man, named Guan Shi, stood an impressive 2 meters tall, wielding a 6th-grade soul-cutting blade and a 7th-grade moondragon spirit. As the grand elder of the Guan family, his strength was formidable, having reached the astonishing level of Soul Spirit Emperor. Second brother, this is not your son. If it were, I wonder how anxious you would be." Guan Yin scoffed, a blend of emotions swirling within him: concern, excitement, and anticipation. "TCH, I would TB, so what?" Guan Shi retorted, lifting his chin arrogantly, his expression peculiar, hinting at mockery. Guan Yun vanished from sight, suddenly appearing before Guan Shi, grasping his beard in fury, casting a look that seemed to say, "If you keep talking, I will strike you." Guan Xian rose, exuding a powerful presence, her piercing gaze fixed upon the 2 men. Her position as the 3rd elder was hard-earned. Being a woman, her senior brothers indulged her, nurturing her from a pure little girl into a formidable figure. Behind Guan Xian, flames flickered fiercely, her long hair flowing above her head as a terrifying aura surged forth. Witnessing this spectacle, both Guan Yun and Guan Shi halted their actions, while Guan Qin and Guan Luo chuckled, unable to contain their amusement. If seen by ordinary folk, they would never guess that these 5 were the infamous 5 Azuras. Guan Yun, the leader of the 5 Azuras, was a battle Azura at the pinnacle of Soul Spirit Emperor. Guan Shi, the 2nd of the 5 Azuras, was a defense Azura at the Soul Spirit Emperor level. Guan Xian, the 3rd, was a charm Azura at the Soul Spirit Emperor level. Guan Qin, the 4th, was a speed Azura at the pinnacle of Soul Spirit Sect. Guan Luo, the 5th, was a strength Azura at the pinnacle of Soul Spirit Sect. Together, they ventured across the Qiling continent under the name of the 5 Azuras, battling from the Soul Empire to the Tianxin Empire, vanquishing countless evildoers, representing the 6 great clans in their assault on the Qiling Evil Master Alliance. A powerful green beam of spiritual energy descended, as a crimson phoenix and a cerulean divine dragon spiraled around each other, their spiritual power nearing that of the Qi spirits. The 4 elders and Guan Yun gazed upward in astonishment at this breathtaking sight. "Elder brother, It seems your son will become a significant figure in the future. Guan Xin remarked. Indeed, such a celestial phenomenon. It appears only our ancestor Guan Yu experienced something similar in Guan family history, another commented. Moreover, according to historical records, this phenomenon seems even more potent than that witnessed at the birth of our ancestor, Guan Shi said, suppressing his excitement. Ah, truly, heaven blesses our Guan family, Guan Yun exclaimed, his eyes glued to the radiant beam exuding spiritual energy, laughing heartily. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry echoed, though faint. For a being of the soul spirit emperor level, even the sound of paper falling could be amplified countless times. Guan Yun rushed forward, flinging open the delivery room door to reveal a beautiful maiden lying on the bed, beside her tiny infant. The baby's large eyes roamed curiously, seemingly observing everything around him. The infant gazed at the gathering, displaying an expression of bewilderment. As Guan Yun approached the beautiful maiden, tears shimmered in his eyes as he grasped her hand tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Cheer, thank you, you must be in pain. Guan Yun's grip on Guan Chi's hand tightened. I'm fine, you can go. Look, that is our son, Guan Chi replied, her pallor gradually improving as she gazed at the infant. Guan Yun nodded, moving closer to the child. The cradled infant attempted to speak, but only produced cooing sounds. His expression was remarkably calm, far from that of an ordinary baby. Where am I? Who are they? Upon overhearing the conversation, the infant realized he had traversed into another realm. In his previous life, he was known as Guan Yu, a direct descendant of the legendary Guan Yu, but after losing his parents, he had been instructed to seek the ancestral home of the Guan family. Following his father's dying wish, he set out, only to encounter an ambush along the way. Awakening, he discovered he had become an infant. Guan Yun gazed at the exceedingly adorable infant, unable to resist the urge to gently caress his nose. Guan Yu, who was actually 19 years old, was less than pleased and began to cry loudly. Upon witnessing Guan Yu's distress, Guan Yun was instantly thrown into a state of panic. The midwife nearby, assuming that Guan Yun was hungry, shooed all the men out of the room. The lady of the house and the young master must be hungry and in need of milk, the midwife stated nonchalantly, asserting that it was a perfectly normal occurrence. While blushing would be considered unusual. However, Guan Yu was different. In his previous life, he had been a strikingly handsome 19-year-old who had never even experienced love. His face flushed crimson from neck to ears. Guan Chi, too, felt a slight warmth in her cheeks, but she understood that this was simply the duty of a mother. She removed her garment and cradled Guan Yu in her arms. Guan Yu expressed his satisfaction. Guan Chi, noticing that he had ceased his wailing, gently laid him down on the ground, dressed herself, and her complexion grew even rosier. The 5 individuals re-entered the room. Cheer! Let's name the child, Guan Yin suggested. Of course, are we not to name him? Guan Chi replied with a smile, playfully observing the twitching corner of Guan Yun's mouth. How about we call him Guan Yu? Guan Luo, struck by inspiration, proposed a name. The 6 present nodded in agreement. Whether it was fate or mere coincidence, Guan Yu's name remained unchanged in this life. Guan Yu lay quietly in the crib as information about this world surged into his mind. His formidable spiritual consciousness was awakened, and a golden third eye manifested above his head, leaving the 5 Shura astonished. Is this the eye of the heavenly emperor mentioned in the historical texts? Guan Shi was utterly astounded. This child possesses extraordinary talent. Guan Yin stood there dazed, lost in thought. As Guan Yu absorbed the memories flooding his consciousness, he suddenly noticed everyone in the room looking at him. The eye of the heavenly emperor gradually closed, and 3 question marks appeared above his head. In a final epilogue, within the Liu family courtyard, the head of the Liu family, Liu Yun, gazed at the radiant pillar of light emanating from the Guan family's misty abode, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. The Guan family is destined to rise. It seems the stone tablet in the secret chamber is indeed authentic. Liu Yun's prayer beads crumbled to dust in his strong grip. In the Zhuge family, 3 individuals sat opposite each other on a trigram's patterned ground, smiling at the light pillar. It seems that this betrothal is indeed worthwhile. The Guan family is on the verge of rising. Zhuge Kong laughed heartily. Indeed, agreed the other 2, nodding in agreement. 3 years can be neither long nor short, and today marked the day of Guan Yu's awakening of the spirit. Guan Yu sat at the edge of cliff, swinging his legs. Despite being only 3 years old, the precocious nature of children in this world had allowed him to grow to a height of 1 meter and 20 centimeters. His flowing hair danced in the wind, and his black eyes bore striking golden-green heterochromia, with the beginnings of abs forming. From a distance, he resembled a dashing young lad, and one could only imagine how many admirers he would have attracted in his previous life on Blue Star. Little you, the family head has called for you to awaken your spirit. A gentle voice called out, prompting Guan Yu to turn his head immediately, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, I'm coming right away, he responded, waving to the young woman before dashing forward. The awakening area of the Guan family was framed by two grand dragon heads, predominantly green with golden accents, and statues of their ancestors, Guan Yun and Zhang, stood majestically on either side, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. At the center of the awakening area sat a table featuring a stone dragon claw gripping a translucent golden crystal ball. The five Shura were seated on the elders' platform, while the common folk gathered below, some adults accompanied by children, while others simply came to witness the event. Below the elders' platform stood 10 individuals, the 10 calamities of the Guan family. Come here, Guan Yin called in a rough yet tender voice as he extended his arms. Guan Yu smiled and ran toward Guan Yun, leaping into his embrace. Guan Shi affectionately ruffled Guan Yu's hair, beaming at him. Guan Yu turned to look at Guan Xin, his face lighting up once again. He rubbed against Guan Xin, who mistook his actions for affection. After all, Guan Yu was merely a 3-year-old child, unaware of his own psychological age of 23. Guan Shi shot Guan Yu a playful glare, softly chiding, "Little rascal, oomph." Guan Yu, in response, tugged at Guan Shi's hair with both hands, giving it a vigorous yank. Ah! Guan Shi's cry echoed throughout the awakening area, eliciting laughter from everyone present, including the 10 calamities and the 5 Shura, save for Guan Shi. A 6-year-old girl approached. "Little you, you've started mischief again," she said, gently removing his hands from Guan Shi's face. As she did so, she tightly gripped Guan Yu's hand and pulled it down. Guan Shi's cries filled the awakening area once more. "Sister Hua, you're amazing," Guan Yu exclaimed, giving Guan Hua a thumbs up with a cheeky grin. The awakening ceremony for the Guan family disciples commenced. First up, Guan Qin, boomed the voice of Guan Shi, the leader of the 10 calamities, drawing the gaze of all present toward the awakening platform. Trembling, Guan Qin stepped onto the platform, eyes fixed on the crystal ball, filled with anticipation. He slowly approached. "Do not be nervous. Simply place your hand upon it," Guan Shi encouraged with a smile. Following his instructions, Guan Qin placed his hand on the awakening sphere. Guan Qi snorted softly, and a black ancient dragon materialized, its shadow accompanied by a black warrior's sword charging toward Guan Qi. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the common folk. Is this the power of a spirit? Guan Yu mused inwardly, having never witnessed his father's spirit since birth. As Guan Qin stared in amazement, the black dragon surged into the awakening sphere. A blinding golden light erupted, causing Guan Qin to instinctively shut his eyes. Gradually, the golden light began to take form, coalescing into a yellow spirit snake that coiled around a knife resembling a woodcutter's tool. Guan Yu's heterochromatic eyes sparkled with excitement, his blood racing. Guan Qi waved his hand over Guan Qin's spirit. 5th grade spirit, golden snake dragon, 4th grade tool, cut-off knife. On the high platform of the Guan family, Guan Luo exclaimed, "It seems our family has a promising future. Indeed, the first is a 5th grade spirit. At the very least, we have a spirit king," Guan Yin said, ruffling Guan Yu's hair. "Father, why do you keep patting my head?" Guan Yu pouted, casting an annoyed glance at Guan Yun. His charming looks, tender age of 3, and adorable expressions elicited laughter once more. "Little you are just too cute," Guan Hua teased, playfully tugging at Guan Yu's cheek, nearly causing it to swell. Guan Yu turned his head away, ignoring the crowd. Guan Shun Yu, 7th grade spirit, red dragon, 6th grade tool, crimson flame knife, came the announcement, and the previously jovial atmosphere fell into silence. 7th grade? A spirit with a fire attribute? My heavens! The praises flowed incessantly as Guan Shinyu gave Guan Yu a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile. "Brother Yu, my spirit is of the 7th rank. I am certain I will become an elder to assist you," Guan Shinyu exclaimed. Guan Yu waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly become the next family head, and the strongest one at that." Guan Yun patted Guan Yu on the back, pondering whether the burden of the Spirit Emperor was truly so easy to bear. Despite his light touch, he almost caused Guan Yu to regurgitate his breakfast. "You little rascal, having fans at just 3 years old? In my day, your father—" "Ouch, father, that hurts." Realizing his own actions, Guan Yun quickly withdrew his hand. The testing voices continued unabated. Aside from Guan Yu, the rest of the Guan family had completed their tests, revealing 6 promising candidates, First place, Guan Xinyu. Second place, Guan Luocheng. Third place, Guan Qin. Fourth place, Guan Hua. Fifth place, Guan Shi. Sixth place, Guan Huan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these 6 individuals would likely become the next 4 elders or 10 evils. Next, Guan Yu. No one from the Guan family worried for him, as there was no need. The extraordinary phenomenon surrounding his birth remained vivid in their memories. Young master, please place your hand on the awakening orb, Guan Shi instructed. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Guan Yu gently raised his hand and placed it upon the orb. Guan Shi infused it with spiritual power. A burst of green light, intertwined with golden rays, erupted instantaneously. The light, imbued with spiritual energy, soared uncontrollably into the heavens, transforming into a golden pillar that illuminated the entire Guan residence. The pillar vanished just as swiftly, morphing behind Guan Yu into a massive azure dragon. This dragon was twice the height of Guan Shi's spirit. Adorned with a golden horn and glimmering scales, it bore within it a long blade. This blade differed from others, resembling the ancestral Qing Tian Dao of the Guan family. The hilt extended to a meter, and the connection between the hilt and blade was a dragon's head, exuding an undeniable majesty. Guan Shi nervously swept his gaze over the azure dragon. His trembling hand stilled. He took a step back, gathering all his spiritual energy at his throat. Guan Yu, divine spirit, the azure dragon of the 4 divine beasts, divine weapon, azure dragon Yinhua blade. The side story has been meticulously planned, and this marks the final chapter. Following this, there will be a vote, and the piece with the most votes will be published separately. Tai Chi begets the 2 forms. A massive water tank stood steadfast before the youth, its crystalline waters reflecting his image. The youth submerged his hands into the water. The 2 forms give rise to the 4 symbols. He rhythmically stirred the water within the large tank. The 4 symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams. As he withdrew his hands, the water surged, transforming the once placid surface into a swirling vortex. Break. A single word was forcefully uttered. The tank was immediately engulfed by the tumultuous waters, causing it to spin. Crack. The sturdy tank shattered under the torrent. Applause echoed gradually, capturing the youth's attention. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a smile crept onto his lips. Ah, old man, you still have the leisure to watch me train? He jested, gazing at the approaching elder. The elder, with a long white beard and dressed in traditional Chinese attire predominantly white, exuded an air of mastery. In the blink of an eye, the elder appeared behind the youth, one hand firmly gripping his neck and the other pressing down on his head. Li Qing, I've raised you since childhood. Can't you show me a bit more respect? The elder exclaimed, though his words were laced with jest, reflecting the respect Li Qing held for him. Ouch, that hurts. Old man, be gentle. If you kill such a fine disciple, where will you find another? Li Qing feigned pain, cooperating with the elder's antics. Oh, please, I know you well. With your iron cloth, do you think this little force would hurt you? The elder gradually released his grip, observing Li Qing with a smile, though he seemed lost in thought, eventually shaking his head. Li Qing, after all these years of teaching you, I have yet to witness your true strength. Let me see it today. The elder's expression shifted to one of determination as he placed his hands behind his back, standing resolutely. The gentle breeze lifted their white robes. All right, Li Qing replied, matching the elder's smile. Just as the elder was about to strike, Li Qing blocked him. Old man, I'll fight you, but you must agree to one condition. The elder furrowed his brow, looking at Li Qing with curiosity. What condition? He inquired. If I win, you must tell me your name. Ever since you took me in and brought me to this remote mountain, you have stubbornly refused to reveal your name. I must know it today, Li Qing said with indignation. Upon hearing this condition, the elder first thought to refuse but then conceded, fine, I agree. If you wish to know my name, let us talk after you win. The elder wore a confident expression, gazing at the visibly excited Li Qing. Seeing Li Qing so animated, he suddenly felt displeased. Hey, how can you be so confident? You don't actually think you've got me beat, do you? The elder's veins bulged as he spread his legs and crouched into a horse stance. Just watch. With that, Li Qing stepped forward, quickly charging at the elder. His movements appeared chaotic, yet when analyzed through the lens of the 8 trigrams, his footwork was a harmonious blend of hardness and softness, fluid and unrestrained. Li Qing's rapid pace stirred the air beneath his feet, yet the elder remained in his original stance, not moving an inch. A sly smile crept across the elder's face. Li Qing's foot struck the ground with force, launching him forward. Just as his fist was about to connect with the elder's face, the elder sprang into action. like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey or a cheetah chasing a gazelle. He swiftly deflected Li Qing's punch and sidestepped to the right front. Utilizing Li Qing's momentum, he redirected the attack towards the ground. However, Li Qing was not so easily subdued. He firmly planted himself on the ground, balancing on one foot without the slightest tremor. With keen eyes, Li Qing swiftly targeted the opening beneath the elder's feet. He leaned forward, feigning a fall. The elder, seeing this, clapped his hands. But the next moment brought an unexpected turn. Li Qing executed a sweeping kick. He instantly bent down, his right foot launching toward the elder's lower body like a fierce dragon. Though caught off guard, the elder was not to be outdone. He gracefully leaped, evading Li Qing's attack. But had he truly escaped? Li Qing halted his right foot, executing a complete 360-degree turn. With the momentum from his previous kick, the left foot of Li Qing surged towards the old man. The elder, caught in midair, could only shield his chest with both hands, realizing that evading Li Qing's assault was quite unrealistic. Thus, he was forced to retreat more than 3 steps from Tang's powerful strike. "You have some skills," the elder remarked with a smile. Too kind, Li Qing replied, retracting his raised left foot and slowly adopting a cupped hand gesture. Suddenly, the elder's expression darkened. However, this is far from over. With astonishing speed, he lunged at Li Qing like a cheetah. Gathering strength, he aimed his elbow towards Li Qing. "You old trickster," Li Qing exclaimed. In response, he placed his palm against the elder's attack, seemingly gliding along with the elder's force. Soft yet firm, it appears gentle but is, in fact, quite robust. "Excellent," the elder praised sincerely. Nevertheless, despite his compliments, he did not cease his movements. As an experienced Taiji master, he was not one to falter under such a slight push. The elder extended his entire arm, effortlessly redirecting himself to Tang's side, leaving behind the illusion of afterimages. Akin to a slow-motion replay, Li Qing felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that he was about to face a tempest of relentless attacks. As expected, a barrage of punches unleashed upon him. Li Qing cried out in agony. He then stomped his right foot firmly on the ground, akin to a sumo wrestler. Stabilizing himself, enduring the pain, he pivoted to the side, his gaze fixated on the ground beneath him, as a glimmer of insight flashed through his mind. The next punch was already hurtling towards him, aimed squarely at his face. Time seemed to slow dramatically. Li Qing's view was obscured by the approaching fist, which was now merely 2 centimeters away. With a light touch of his toes on the ground, he retreated a step, which inadvertently delayed his next move. He executed a dramatic bend at the waist, narrowly evading the punch that was perilously close to his face. Simultaneously, he propelled himself upward with his hands and kicked out, landing a strike on the elder. The elder was taken aback by Li Qing's quick adaptability. After years of training him, he had just realized that Li Qing's prowess was gradually surpassing his own. In Chapter 172, The Destruction of Zhua. However, Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin. How could he be so easily deceived by a child like Naruto? Indeed, he had fallen into Naruto's trap. Ahem, I assure you, this is for research purposes. Upon saying this, Naruto widened his eyes and nodded, while secretly pondering Jiraiya's reliability. To be honest, Jiraiya did not appear to be an impressive figure at all. He seemed like nothing more than a playboy. How could someone like him inspire confidence? Unless fate intervened. All right, I will first teach you a basic skill known as walking on water. With that, Jiraiya leaped onto the water surface. Contrary to expectations, he did not descend vertically in a uniform motion, but rather remained suspended above the water. This display left Naruto astounded. While it was not uncommon for ninjas to walk on water, for someone like Naruto, who had never witnessed such a phenomenon, it was extraordinary. Yet, it must be said that Naruto was indeed clever. After observing Jiraiya's demonstration, he immediately thought of tree climbing. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the two activities were remarkably similar. In other words, walking on water was merely an advanced version of tree climbing. As long as one possessed strong control over their chakra, they could run freely across the water surface. What a delightful thought. Believing he had grasped the concept, Naruto leaped onto the water, momentarily balancing there. However, just as a smile was about to appear on his face, he fell into the water. Stunned, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Not only was he confused, but Jiraiya was equally perplexed, unsure of what to say. Naruto was simply too impatient. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment, Jiraiya gleaned much from Naruto's attempt. Having a keen eye for detail, he zeroed in on Naruto's abdomen. Naruto quickly emerged from the water, and the two exchanged glances. Jiraiya, seemingly indifferent, tugged Naruto's collar upward and lifted his shirt, observing the exposed Kyuubi chakra and scrutinizing Naruto's features. As expected, this boy was indeed the son of Bo-Fong, Shuei-min. Realizing this, Jiraiya found a reason to assist him. Swiftly forming hand seals, dark energy enveloped Naruto entirely. Placing his hands on Naruto's abdomen, Naruto felt a warm sensation coursing through him, followed by a peculiar weakness. The subsequent pain was intense. Once the pain subsided, Naruto felt utterly drained. Yes, drained, you heard correctly. Jiraiya had applied the 8-trigram seal, stabilizing Naruto's chakra. Just as Naruto was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he discovered himself standing on the water. Astonished, he regained his balance for a moment, only to fall again with a splash. Meanwhile, Tang's will observe the intensity of Sasuke's training firsthand. The ground was littered with shattered stones, and a bruised Sasuke stood panting heavily, his body adorned with numerous injuries. Far worse than before, truly a sight to behold. Chidori. With those words, blue light flickered from Sasuke's wrist, coalescing into a current of electricity that burst forth in a flash. The dazzling lightning and the signature cry of Chidori were the very reasons behind its name. In an instant, the stone before Sasuke shattered, revealing the fierce crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan that stood defiantly on the other side. It must be said that Tang's educational prowess is truly remarkable. While Kakashi has merely taught Sasuke the Chidori during this time, Tang's not only imparted the Chidori, but also facilitated the transformation of his Sharingan into the 3-tomo variant. Even more astonishing developments were yet to unfold. The Fire Emperor, the War of Winds, and Destruction. With the emergence of lightning-based ninjutsu, how could fire ninjutsu be absent? This formidable technique of obliteration is indeed of a catastrophic caliber. Although Sasuke has not fully mastered it, its potential remains immeasurably powerful. Destruction manifests differently in each individual's hands, showcasing unique strengths. Sasuke's version embodies the essence of thunder and fire, known as Lei Huiyuming, with both hands tightly clasped in front of his chest. A continuous hissing sound reverberated, almost jarring to the ears. The flames and lightning radiated their brilliance, creating an aura that deterred any who dared approach. As he opened his clenched fists, a colossal flame flickered at the center of his palm, encircled by crackling electricity. When the fire intertwined with the lightning, it transformed into a striking yellow. No, it was orange, or rather, a vivid vermilion. This vermilion fire and lightning in Sasuke's grasp became an indistinct point to the naked eye. But do not underestimate this mere point. The spectacle was only beginning. This vivid point hurtled towards a stone, producing a thunderous explosion. The vermilion destruction unleashed by Sasuke obliterated the stone, leaving him somewhat fatigued from the chakra expenditure. Is it due to a lack of chakra on Sasuke's part? Nonsense, this is Indra's chakra we are discussing. The first reason lies in his youth. Sasuke is still quite young, otherwise he could have unleashed this technique multiple times. The second reason is that this destructive force demands an exorbitant amount of chakra. Kakashi might barely manage to wield half its power once without significant repercussions to his body. Indeed, such is the cruel reality. Sakura observed Sasuke, entranced by his gallant demeanor and formidable strength. Unbeknownst to her, she too had mastered healing techniques. The injured fish was now completely restored. Yes, today was indeed a splendid day. Meanwhile, Naruto remained his usual nonsensical self. As the 173rd card unfolded, the system initiated repairs, returning to Douluo. Just as Tang's contemplated advancing, he found himself enveloped in darkness so profound that it obscured even his outstretched hand. This darkness seemed beyond the capacity of words to convey. Gradually, a soft blue light began to emerge, coalescing around him. In a short time, the previously impenetrable darkness transformed into a brilliant azure expanse. This cerulean aura exuded a certain enchantment, drawing Tang's closer. Suddenly, the surroundings shattered, revealing the familiar system space alongside the system and die. Host, I apologize, but due to location constraints, this system requires temporary repairs, and thus the instance is paused. Upon hearing the system's words, Tang's realized the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a system crash. In his previous life, he had often encountered computer failures, yet he never anticipated experiencing a collapse of this magnitude within the system. A crash is a crash, but with the instance incomplete, he was left pondering the consequences of the potential loss of rewards. Could it be that a bug had been discovered? While not entirely implausible, Tang's, whose mind rarely faltered, refused to believe matters were so simple. If the system was undergoing repairs, there must be a significant reason behind it. He was acutely aware of the system's near perfection. However, it was not entirely flawless, merely commendable. Yet now, this very system claimed a need for repairs due to a flaw. How could that be? Tang was not easily deceived. Coupled with the system's somewhat frantic demeanor, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. Nevertheless, Tang chose not to voice his suspicions, opting instead to let events unfold naturally. For he understood that even if he pursued answers from the system, he would remain in the dark if it chose not to reveal them. The possibility of the system wanting him to know something was non-existent. Indeed, it was abundantly clear that the events facing the system could not be disclosed to him at this moment, lest they provoke dire consequences. Soon, the world around Tang would darken further. The ground was gradually shrouded in shadow, and the system and Dai began to fade from view. Just as Tang contemplated this, the system left him with a final message before its temporary departure. "Host, please keep this safe." Upon speaking, the system's space disintegrated, and fragments of a shattered realm coalesced into a crystal-like orb. This orb, akin to a luminous pearl, was flawless in size and texture, without any aspect to critique. As for its true nature, Tang was uncertain. However, he instinctively recognized its extraordinary significance. Gazing at the orb in his hand, he noticed the surrounding light intensifying. The orb itself began to morph, taking on the shape of an egg. What could this possibly signify? Tang was genuinely at a loss, utterly bewildered. His confusion was evident, for the reasons were glaringly apparent. Yet, he had little time to ponder. Hastily placing the luminous orb, now transformed into an egg, into the flute case of Yu Ren-He, the exit before Tang was swiftly closing. Although it had shrunk to a mere sliver, he remained unflustered. A subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly lifted himself off the ground. There was no gust of wind in his wake, yet he had vanished from his original position, reappearing before the exit. The sheer speed of his movement was astonishing, especially given the lack of disturbance in the air. Astonishment. Countless waves of astonishment. Tang emerged from the exit just as it sealed shut. A sudden shiver coursed through him. Indeed, he had returned. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find Ning Rongrong's face nearly pressed against his own, prompting a resigned smile and a shake of his head. Seeing Tang return to his senses, Ning Rongrong exhaled in relief. "Phew, Zhao Ge. I was starting to worry about you. You were so still for so long. Were you deep in thought?" Ning Rongrong's inquiry left Tang was somewhat perplexed. How should he respond? To the trio, it appeared as though Tang had merely momentarily spaced out, yet he had actually spent an extensive duration within the instance world, experiencing a system crash. "Ah, I was just thinking about Xiao San," he replied. The expression on Yusu's face froze as she turned her gaze toward Tang. "Huh, Xiao San? Are you joking?" Li Bai's reaction mirrored Yusu's, both equally astonished. Indeed, an incomprehensible level of astonishment. Yusu's bewildered inquiry elicited a profound sense of helplessness in both Tang and Ning Rongrong. "Yusu Jia, you're overthinking it. Xiao San refers to Tang San, my brother, Zhao Ji's younger sibling," Ning Rongrong clarified, and only then did Yusu comprehend the situation. After a prolonged misunderstanding, it turned out to be a comedic blunder. While Tang maintained a cheerful facade, internally he exchanged a few words with the system. Yet the system remained silent, a clear indication of its absence. Otherwise, would it truly ignore him? That was preposterous. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the world, in the enveloping darkness, the radiant light of freedom shone brightly, its beams soaring freely without any discernible path, illuminating what should have been an abyss of shadows. "Hey system, what exactly is happening?" The question was voiced not by anyone other than DY, for the darkness was already revealing itself. The system, too, needed an upgrade, otherwise the host would face considerable difficulties. Dai understood that it was wise to refrain from probing further, especially regarding such matters. If one were to encapsulate the system's expression in a single word, it would be grave, reflecting the seriousness akin to a soldier prepared to face the battlefield without a hint of negligence in their demeanor. With a resolute and upright gaze, DY fixated intently on the system, unwilling to let it slip from sight. Yet, within that gaze, there was an almost imperceptible flicker of apprehension. "All right, let us contemplate our next course of action." Yusu clearly displayed a hint of impatience, the previous blunder having been rather awkward. Eagerly, he shifted the topic. Levi stepped forward, but remained silent, clearly uncertain of what could be done. In such circumstances, it was evident that Tang Zuo would take center stage, for he possessed the ability to tailor training techniques for others and enhance his own prowess. His innate talent, diligence, intellect, and emotional intelligence enabled him to shatter all barriers, emerging as the most formidable man in the annals of Douluo, particularly among his peers. It was an undeniable consensus that Tang Zuo did not warrant doubt. His strength was simply self-evident. I have returned. Within the expansive interior space, various weapons were arrayed upon the shelves. Handguns, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, and mortars. By their names alone, one could discern that they belonged to a fire elemental technique, noted for producing true essence that, when compared to others of equivalent level, boasted at least double the potency. The manifestation of Zhao Lao's five-fingered mountain golden elixir was overwhelmingly powerful, incomparable to his sea spirit bubbles. Now, it seemed that underestimating Su Chang had backfired, potentially exposing her. Should evidence come to light, she could find herself in dire straits before her mother. Xiaoyang had not scrutinized the schedule closely, initially believing the matter to be a week away, only to realize it was imminent. Simultaneously, ethereal forms of Buddha, formed from condensed magical energy, emerged from all directions, adopting various postures surrounding the Xidigarba king. So, how was the cycle of reincarnation to be completed when the rules of reincarnation were still in their infancy? The plane crash that had befallen her parents might not have been a mere accident. Even the apocalypse appeared to have been manipulated from behind the scenes. Despite this, she felt no particular emotional upheaval. Merely mentioning death brought to mind Xinyu and Huang Lingxian. They suddenly emerged from beneath the earth, almost simultaneously, and upon reaching the center of this open space, a horde of monsters surged forth from all directions. As fists collided, the peaks grew taller and more solid, coalescing into a substance almost tangible, exuding a sense of oppressive power that instilled fear in all present, as if the mountain itself might descend upon them at any moment, invoking an overwhelming sense of impending doom. During the past week, he had traversed this mountainous terrain repeatedly, becoming intimately familiar with the area. However, after returning from a week of lurking and having barely slept for a few hours, he was summoned once more, leaving him in a foul mood. Unable to fire his weapon without knowing their numbers or positions, he remained composed, gradually lowering himself and inching towards the right side of the road, aiming to conceal himself in the underbrush. Yet, as the two approached the 9th level of spiritual communication, she suddenly recognized a source energy mark she had encountered before. What? Regretting your intrusion into my Falling Blossom sect is too late. Zhao Jinxia was famously known as the Iron Lady, far more resilient than her appearance suggested. As she spoke, she shifted her body, reaching for a dark cloth from a nearby box, wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead and hands. The Seven Fiends Poison Sect had once been the largest and most powerful sect within 100,000 miles, consistently suppressing the Liu family. However, upon Ruofeng's destruction of the sect, the Liu family had only grown more arrogant. This was indeed advantageous, as he extended the remaining portion of the cigarette pack to Xiong Wuqing, preparing to retrieve supplies with the company commander. If Chen Xuanwu, lurking in the shadows, were to reveal himself, he could contemplate his next course of action based on the current situation. However, Chen Xuanwu did not appear, leaving Xinyuan Hao hesitant to take any actions. Everyone was visibly excited, anticipating the slaughter. The logistics department contacted higher-ups, relaying the situation. Upon hearing that well-known journalists were present, they immediately complied with urgency, transmitting orders down to the Agricultural Reclamation Office. Li Lin felt an intensified pressure, greater than before, as the Crimson Bird unleashed wind blades directed at him once more. I didn't expect you to remember me. Shen Wushuang smiled at Richard, his amiable demeanor contrasting starkly with the lethal instruments of war produced under his command. The others, even the dim-witted, understood Richard's intentions, their faces betraying eager grins. The clay figure remained silent and motionless, resembling an ordinary statue. Dugu Jian scoffed, pointing sharply, and the fierce sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the clay figure in two. Witnessing this, the followers in the hall gasped, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yi trembled slightly, finding herself increasingly fond of the term husband. Look wherever you wish. I care not, but should I catch sight of something I should not, you shall be made to drink an entire barrel of bath water. At last, Li Lin had time to assess the effects of the recent bombardments, which evidently had inflicted far greater damage than the initial shell. He even observed a gaping wound approximately 10 centimeters wide on one side of the creature, blood gushing forth incessantly. Next, I must trouble President Ling Hu to find an adept in this field. Richard gestured with the bow, an arrow in hand, smiling. Why did Feng Muyang choose to convey this information to the journalists, subsequently allowing them to relay it to him rather than approaching him directly? Bai Wuchang had incited chaos in the desert, damaging the property of the Songlong Bai Lu while orchestrating wolf hunts with the herders. Qin Li, unable to refuse him, had no choice but to set up camp alongside him. How could he expect his team to continue sleeping in the temporary housing when their leader had so nobly returned it to the staff originally stationed there? Soon, the greedy wolf corps was decimated, almost entirely annihilated, while the blood demon corps engaged in brutal combat, with only a third managing to escape. Nearly 150,000 perishing on the battlefield. The Falling Moon Corps faced a similar plight, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers reduced to no more than 70 or 80,000. As the dragon-headed underworld scorpions engaged in fierce combat, many were slain by their kin, resulting in a veritable rain of scorpions descending upon the land, which soon became blanketed in their exoskeletons. What brings you here, dear nephew? Zhang Tianxing, known for his decisive and bold actions, posed the question straightforwardly, not lingering on the intricacies of the matter. The eight-winged angel, Moses, is destined to shatter the stalemate of the Buqiu ruined star domain, awaiting the moment when the Death Pyramid dimension completely falls into the hands of the Light Divine Clan. Only then will the home dimension of the mummified elders, the Buqiu Run dimension, become the next world for the angelic army of the Light Divine Clan to assault. Observing the shock and dismay in Wang Jintian's eyes, Supa let out a cold snort once more and moved to depart. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jintian's fists clenched tightly. Outside the cave, the night enveloped the towering mountains, and from deep within, the muffled roars of demonic beasts echoed intermittently. In the night sky, massive black shadows occasionally swept by, a wild and untamed aura permeating the air. Reporting to the Elder, this year's military supplies have arrived, totaling 3 times the amount of previous years. I have prepared a roster for your review. Pei Min respectfully presented the compiled list. Zhang Li gazed blankly at Chen Kun and resolutely stated, I have said that if you do not turn back, I shall pull you back. Ha! In my territory, dare you oppose me? A sudden surge of gray lightning flickered in the eyes of the sea python, striking toward Tu Ming, who was enveloped in murky seawater. Of course, this was merely a spark of inspiration. The practical application of it would require continued experimentation and training. Su Chu nodded in agreement, but remained fixated on Su's family, softly summoning a guard to pursue Zhang Ji, specifically instructing him to refrain from excessive chatter. Madame Nangong did not anticipate that the elder would trust her so readily after just one meeting with Jiang Ning, and even take the initiative to collaborate in business, which was quite surprising. However, this was evidently an impossible task. The Taotai were not fools. They would not passively await their fate, and they had not even afforded Jiang Pingyan such an opportunity. Despondency tends to spread, and Mingda, as the coach, must quell such emotions and ignite their fighting spirit. The reason practitioners divide their cultivation into realms above and below the heavens lies in the fact that only the Tao can transcend both heaven and earth. Jiang Ning thought to herself that this child was quite petty, harboring a desire for revenge over such trivial matters, which was indeed shameful. She fell into his embrace, her soft lips brushing against his cheek, like a spark igniting a pile of hay. At 10 o'clock, Sister Li's flight arrived. Chu Han, holding flowers, rushed over upon seeing her. He had come to realize that he need not expend so much energy on the game of strategy. Indeed, that young master mag in the EC restaurant was drinking on the 4th floor. I happened to see him there when I went to the restroom. It must be him. The leading soldier chuckled behind him. The 16-year-old boy, having just passed through the voice change period, had a voice that lingered between that of a man and a boy. People often say that hearing is deceptive and seeing is believing. However, it is likely that people will forever struggle to believe that beneath a dilapidated coffin shop lies a world of upheaval. Killing a 4th-tier demonic beast is no easy feat. It typically requires the combined efforts of at least 2 4th-tier masters, and even then, it is uncertain whether they would return unscathed. No one is inclined to take such risks. Nevertheless, Su Yin remained composed, a gentle breeze caressing the hills, and could not help but chuckle inwardly. This person must have poor eyesight, for they did not see me holding hands with Qianin, did they? Sister Gio experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment, mistakenly believing that the implications of his words were a promise of an increased price. Brother Emoli, Have you truly eradicated all the phantoms within? Shui Yuyuan questioned Montauk Li in disbelief. However, this only lasted for a moment before Shui and regained his composure. As if the previous moment had been an illusion, the rotund merchant began to analyze the battle conditions of the Battle of Douluo. While Li Tongxin and Pan Li listened and ate nearby, Su Yu's heart ached, rendering her speechless as she trembled back home. The once orderly arrangements of her home were now in disarray, the old elm tree in the yard, which had stood for years, reduced to a charred, blackened trunk by a fierce fire. Yes, I used to associate with assassins. Now that all the elder brothers have gone missing, I have begun to establish my own territory, the rogue said with a respectful demeanor. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but find the irony overwhelming. Had I known then what I know now, would I have acted differently? Would one be struck by the trajectory of the beam's sword? Just as Jafar thought this, the beam's path inexplicably veered, slicing horizontally through the legs of the death god Gundam, severing them from the body. While Jafar remained in shock, the unbalanced mech was forcefully kicked away by freedom. Chun Hao firmly believed in old Master Li, especially since this matter could not be concealed from him. It would be more graceful to admit it directly. The changes within were unnoticed, even by Wang Aoyan at first. However, once he did recognize them, the smirk at the corner of his mouth became increasingly pronounced. Nearby, Mu Shuili observed Chun Hao's dazed expression, allowing herself a moment of satisfaction. Ganzi glanced over and commanded, "You all stay outside. Whoever dares to enter shall be dealt with severely." Drawing a sharp knife from his waist, he pinned it to the wall, while the burly men forced Miss Yu out of Building 9. 5 years is neither long nor short, yet miracles continue to exist within this universe. I hope you can create a miracle upon your return. I shall not mind losing a Chada. You should understand my meaning. Qing Feng smiled. Indeed. He asked the system, how many ability points do I possess now? He recalled that he had previously accrued debts twice. Chapter 174. Gu Yi Li. Indeed, the strong possess their own burdens. No matter how powerful one may become, even upon reaching the pinnacle of the world, troubles remain ever present. At times, Tangs will pondered why he had become so mad, not in a mental sense, but in terms of strength. Not only Tangswa himself, but even Ning Rongrong felt that his extraordinary prowess was excessive and could attract trouble, a sentiment shared by Yusu and Li Bai. Yet at that moment, Tangswa suddenly sensed a slight disturbance in the melody of the flute from the song, "Where are the Jade People?" teaching flute. Though it was but a whisper, he could not afford to be negligent, for it could very well be a signal from the system. "Rongron, sister Yusu. Brother Li Bai, wait for me." Before anyone could react, Tangswa had already vanished. Ning Rongrong was about to say something, but upon seeing Tangswa's disappearance, she helplessly covered her head. Yusu, witnessing Tangswa's actions, felt a surge of anger, not for himself, but because Tangswa had upset his little disciple. He had resolved to wait for Tangswa's return to teach him a lesson. Within the space, Tangswa said nothing, merely observing the astonishing images before him. His face calm. The tranquility stemmed from his mindset, which had long been tempered. This was merely a remnant left by the system before its imminent update. So Tangswa would not be overly astonished. After all, the system is omnipotent. The space was now filled with a golden radiance, dazzling and indescribable. Yet it was exceedingly brilliant. This light seemed alive, as if possessing its own soul, weaving through the world. As the entity shattered, the golden glow gradually diminished. Yet the brilliance did not dissipate. Another, even more potent light began to shine forth. This light was also golden, though considerably paler than the current hue. One could easily describe it as yellow. Perhaps this is simply the color of light. Yellow light? As the golden light transformed into a yellow hue, Tangswa was indeed bewildered, pondering what was happening. Suddenly, it seemed a miracle was about to unfold, as a shadow flickered within the radiant golden glow. This shadow appeared both ethereal and insubstantial, almost as if it were a figment of imagination, yet undeniably real. Gradually, the shadow became more distinct while the light dimmed. Only when the brilliance had completely dissipated did Tangswa comprehend the nature of this phenomenon. It was truly miraculous. The shadow behind the light revealed itself to be a bird, adorned with a pattern. Indeed, it was the emblem of the system. This bird was imbued with a spirit of its own, flying directly towards Tangswa, who found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed upon this avian creature. What could this be? However, Tangswa did not dwell on such thoughts. He had faith in the system, and the fact that it had left behind this bird, although seemingly ordinary, was anything but trivial. He gently extended his hands towards the bird, his eyes wide with wonder. The bird seemed to resonate with Tang Zhua, its eyes sparkling with clarity. Observing the charming creature before him, a subtle smile crept across Tang Zhua's face, his handsome features still undeniably captivating. The bird perched upon his shoulder, and he tenderly stroked its head, once again falling into deep thought about how to explain this to Rong Rong and the others, as his earlier excitement had led him to rush in without a second thought, leaving them abandoned. Snowflakes danced in the air, the northern winds whispered their chilly song. Ahem, I digress. Tang Zhua was utterly perplexed about how to articulate the origins of this bird. Despite his formidable strength, he was not adept at handling family matters. After all, no one is perfect. While Tang Zhua could be considered an anomaly in many respects, at his core, he remained human, with his own shortcomings. After pondering for 30 seconds, a light bulb flickered in his mind, illuminating his thoughts. Ah, little yellow bird, from now on, you shall be named Gu Yili, he declared with a beaming smile. Upon reflection, it seemed like a splendid name, but was it truly suitable for a bird? Yet, Tang Zhua had little time to dwell on such matters. He had already concocted a backstory for Gu Yili, feeling thoroughly prepared for the encounter ahead. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhua stepped out of the ethereal realm, his expression slightly awkward as he faced the three individuals before him. Yu Su wore a serious countenance, but upon Tang Zhua's arrival, her eyes sparkled with excitement, not due to Tang Zhua himself, but because of Gu Yili perched on his shoulder. Indeed, a mature woman like Yu Su was utterly defenseless against such an adorable creature. However, after a moment of surprise, she quickly regained her composure. Hi, Dan Duo. How could you keep us waiting for so long? Where have you been? Who is that bird? You better come clean. Tang Zhua's silence only led Yu Su to tilt her head in confusion, and indeed, it seemed that Ning Rong Rong and Tang Zhua were too engrossed in their own world to notice her. Off in the distance, Li Bai could not help but chuckle at this amusing scene. These people are truly entertaining, he thought to himself. As he observed Yu Su, he clenched his fists, silently vowing to protect her smile, to guard it for a lifetime. Yu Su noticed Li Bai's demeanor from afar and turned to smile at him. He in turn acknowledged her, and they both basked in the warmth of each other's smiles. Meanwhile, Ning Rong Rong, who had been fixated on Tang Zhua, finally caught sight of Gu Yili. She too was one who could not resist the charm of adorable creatures. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, Suye, this bird is so cute. What's its name? Tang Zhua, seeing Ning Rong Rong's joy, felt a surge of happiness as well. Its name is Gu Yili. I just have to find it, he explained. Ning Rong Rong reached out to pet Gu Yili, but to her surprise, the bird turned its head towards Tang Zhua, seemingly pouting as if to say, Daddy, this woman wants to touch me. Tang Zhua humorously imagined himself as a father, albeit to a bird. Little Gu Yili. This is my girlfriend, my Rong Rong. Upon hearing this, Gu Yili's eyes narrowed into slits as it slowly regarded Ning Rong Rong. In that instant, Ning Rong Rong was utterly smitten by the bird's unintentional glance. Ah, Zhuge, why is everything around you so extraordinary? The imposing general had given the order. What could the others say? Yet they were all seasoned players in the court, well aware of the competition that day. They were eager to witness the prowess of this young prince. With a command, everyone rose to leave the tent, stepping out into the open battlefield. The crowd parted, leaving an empty arena behind. The heavens bore witness to the fierce energy of the impending duel. Li Tian sheathed his sword, his martial spirit contained as he prepared for the awe-inspiring strike to come. Chu Chu wrapped her arms around his waist, unwilling to part from him, determined to stay by his side until he sent her away. However, her breath was shallow, each inhalation a struggle, her pulse weak and nearly imperceptible. The siblings arrived at this place, but upon entering, there was no trace of the Bai residence, save for a few crumbled ruins, leaving only desolation in their wake. They exchanged glances, instincts prickling with unease. Indeed, and Shirley-S. grandfather, revered as the most gifted genius since the establishment of the Yin family, had finally made a breakthrough in his research on the Grand Soul Master. Coral, having taken her master's pulse discreetly, felt her joy vanish in an instant. Her brow furrowed as she supported her master, remaining still. Gao Chuan was right. Even if she triumphed in the duel, the evil sect would not spare them. To protect her master's life, she had no choice but to submit in silence. Yi Chen grew increasingly agitated. Shangguan Qing, concerned for him, attempted to pull him back, only to be brushed aside. Yi Yufei rolled her eyes. They were close friends, and some things were better left unsaid. You are a martial artist. I am not. I cannot endure the physical strain of a special forces soldier, especially when someone hasn't eaten meat for a month. Haha, well said. What is there to fear? Go on, girl. Isan Shan, who had no ill feelings towards Coral, was somewhat enchanted by her unique aura. In his dazed state, he unhesitatingly tossed his sword to her. Her voice, though soft, cut through the clamorous anger of the crowd, and the common folk fell silent at her gesture. Suddenly, a watch on her wrist began to beep. A device set for internal communication with Tang Yuan. Zhang Jiang, being an inept wastrel, sought an unworthy position, yet his ambition had grown too vast. The fruits she cultivated bore daily bounty. Most she sold, while the remainder she utilized for brewing wine, saving a portion for personal use. Qin Yu felt somewhat restless as he finally realized that this was an attempt to bring him and Lan Bingyan together, leaving him at a loss for what to do. They were devoid of scheming minds, lacked any sense of vigilance, and even had little desire for cultivation, living their lives in a manner that was both natural and carefree. Much like the majority of the inhabitants of Shunhuangyu, the 8 figures ahead needed to be subdued with a roar of hatred before the subsequent attacks could be unleashed. Zhang Mu witnessed the indiscriminate slaughter of over 10,000 humans, many of whom he recognized, and his anger surged to its peak. This adversary was formidable, and Jinlan's lips curled into a smile, clearly delighted to encounter an opponent of equal caliber. Lin Su, now able to comprehend the intentions of the spirit beasts, expressed his thoughts, prompting the creature to eagerly approach him. It showed no concern for nurturing offspring that were not its own. Rather, it appeared quite honored. Whether Lung Yu was willing or not, the selection process commenced. Fortunately, everything was managed meticulously by the eunuchs and matrons, and Lung Yu indeed, as Ruan Gonggong had stated, was merely responsible for observation and judgment, without any substantial work required of her. Madame Xie, Guiyan offered his respects to Xie Ji for the first time. Seeing her beauty, he couldn't help but ponder how the young master would forsake his identity as a scion of the Qin family for her. She was truly a captivating beauty. The Guo family united in their animosity towards the bandits, some hurling stones, others brandishing wooden planks, while yet others seized iron chains, all clamoring and striving to attack the brigands. The continuous onslaught of lightning summoned by the electric dragon inflicted considerable distress upon Lei Tian. However, he was fully aware of his own strength, and thus understood the power of the electric dragon. His current reluctance to eliminate it was primarily to gauge its offensive capabilities and endurance. Although slightly less handsome, he exuded an air of resolute dignity, tall and composed, causing ordinary soldiers to avert their gazes. The silent Li Jiu and Yi Ronghua, who had recently been rather subdued, were easily read by her discerning eyes. Wei Chunxiao was so enraged he nearly lost consciousness as he stumbled away from the boss. Returning to the shop, his resentment only deepened. Lamenting the loss of that parcel of land which had disrupted his grand scheme, he feared he might never find such a prime location again. As he harbored his indignation, a plan began to form in his mind. Chang Daong, responding respectfully, left the palace and sighed deeply, aware that his majesty missed Madame Xie. Alas, fate had played a cruel trick, and Chang Daong shook his head in dismay. Chapter 175, Gu Yi Li transformed. A shadow emerged from the darkness. Tang Zuo was taken aback that Ning Rongrong would pose such a question. After all, he was a traveler, and he wouldn't dare to claim his identity without some extraordinary occurrences around him. Perhaps it was due to his remarkable talents, his striking appearance, and his astonishing physique. He mused. Tang Zuo scratched his head, forcing the words out. Enough of that. Tang Zuo, don't be so vain. Little Guiyili, come here and let your sister have a look. The infatuated gaze of Yu Su unexpectedly sparked a hint of jealousy within Li Bai. Just as this jealousy arose, he swiftly suppressed it, for it was merely a little bird. One could only wonder how Li Bai would react once Gu Yili transformed into a human. But the thought was indeed amusing. Gu Yili took flight from Tang Zuo's shoulder and headed straight for Yu Su. Tang Zuo shrugged, observing that Ning Rongrong paid no mind to Yu Su. Ning Rongrong, equally fond of Gu Yili, ran towards Yu Su, leaving Tang Zuo in a state of bewilderment. Kneeling for a glimpse into Tang Zuo's psychological shadows, Gu Yili alighted upon Yu Su's hand, whose gaze brimmed with warmth as he gently stroked its forehead, discovering something unexpected. Hey, Tang Zuo, come look at this, Yu Su exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. Upon hearing Yu Su's query, Tang Zuo quickly approached, utilizing what appeared to be instantaneous movement to cover the short distance, which hinted at the magnitude of his spirit power. What was this blue energy, one might ask? Naturally, it was spirit power. Tang Zhua grasped Gu Yili and gazed at the spot Yusu indicated, revealing the unmistakable emblem of the system. This insignia radiated potent spirit energy. Within this emblem, Tang Zhua sensed an unprecedented yet familiar aura, as if it were guiding him. Unable to resist, he placed his left hand upon the totem. The moment he did, a golden light burst forth from around him. The brilliance surrounding him filled Tang Zhua with excitement, not merely because of the light itself, but due to the spirit energy it contained. As the spirit energy dissipated, everything around Tang Zhua vanished. Ning Rongrong, Yusu, and Li Bai seemed to have disappeared. In their place was an expanse of pure darkness, an absolute void devoid of any impurities, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Tang Zhua's expression grew solemn as the surroundings evoked a sense of unease within him, a rare occurrence for someone usually so composed. His concern was not for himself, but for Ning Rongrong. Her sudden disappearance filled him with anxiety. Despite knowing that the system would not harm him and that Gu Yili posed no threat, his worry for Ning Rongrong overshadowed everything. The normally skeptical Tang Zhua found himself gripped by apprehension. After turning in place, he felt an unusual urgency, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Just as Tang Zhua's emotions grew tumultuous, a golden light suddenly shone ahead, more dazzling than the previous radiance. This time, he was not filled with excitement, but rather caution. A figure emerged from the golden light, a man. This man possessed golden hair and eyes, exuding a golden aura that surrounded him. His appearance radiated a robust and sunny charm, with his meticulously styled golden locks cascading gracefully. Most striking were his eyes, which gleamed even more brightly than Daimu Bai's, filled with clarity. Though he might not surpass Tang Zhua in handsomeness, his visage could easily be considered divine in this world. Who are you? Tang Zhua's tone was not one of inquiry, but rather of accusation. The forceful tone caused Gu Yili to shudder slightly. "You ame Gu Yili." The true form of that bird, he replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhua immediately understood that he was within Gu Yili's spiritual realm. This realization quelled his anxieties and concerns. However, Gu Yili's subsequent words piqued Tang Zhua's interest. Meanwhile, at the location of the system in DY inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" "Yes, I have," came the reply. The gravity of their expressions and the beads of sweat on their foreheads indicated their fear. "She has arrived." As the words fell, a black vortex manifested before the second system, dog, gradually expanding. When it reached a standstill, DY and the system swallowed hard. Out of the vortex emerged a figure. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching her waist, and her dark pupils emanated a sinister aura that could be quite chilling upon direct contact. Her stunning figure rivaled that of Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps even surpassing it. Crimson lips and a prominent nose exude an alluring charm. Should this individual grace the world, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. Jiao clenched her teeth, forcing the two words from her lips, "It's me." These simple words, though few, conveyed her aloofness that belied her name. "In our childhood, we were the best of playmates. What caused such a transformation in you?" The system, with a quivering voice tinged with sorrow, astonished DY. While DY knew a little about Jiao, merely her identity, her current reaction suggested a deeper familiarity. It appeared that Jiao had transitioned from a beacon of justice to the shadows of darkness. "You are still as foolish as ever." Despite the tears streaming down the system's cheeks, Jiao remained unmoved. "Why? Can you not tell me?" This was the first emotional turmoil the system had faced since its inception. In that fleeting moment, memories of childhood with Jiao flooded the system's mind. Reminiscent of a time filled with beauty, DY watched the system with growing concern, as the usually carefree demeanor transformed into one of seriousness. The human form DY unfurled a folding fan, shielding the system's view. "If you wish to harm her, you must first pass through me." The system, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, felt bewildered by DY's unexpected bravery. "I have come to advise you to join our grand endeavor." As her words fell, Jiao vanished, her tone frigid and devoid of compassion. "Are you all right?" DY cast aside the chilling advice, focusing instead on the system's well-being. "I am Mifine." With a sigh of relief, DY's expression grew grave. "Is she the reason we must temporarily leave Tang Zhua? Take a day off." At Zhou's residence, Tang Rao had just used an invisibility spell to conceal himself on the rooftop, hoping to locate Zhou Jia's room. To his surprise, He was rewarded with immediate results. After a brief observation, the stout monk's hands trembled slightly, one gripping a knife, handle nearly a person's height, incessantly flipping it over, while the other caressed the crimson blade, scrutinizing it intently. Yet, amidst all calculations, a final vision emerged, a drop of blood, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance, slicing through the heavens to illuminate the starry sky before vanishing into the void. Ordinary armor-piercing bullets could not breach the defenses of divine artifacts or celestial tools. Only an electromagnetic projectile cannon could inflict damage on certain divine artifacts, while celestial tools remained impervious. Qi pondered whether burying herself in this summer would grant her liberation. A crystalline tear slid down her lashes, dampening her pillow and her heart alike. Although the houses in the No Man's Land had owners, occupancy was neglected, merely lacking water and electricity, which was hardly a significant issue. The primary concern was simply having a place to dwell. At present, her garments were tattered, revealing her snow-white skin marred by bruises, and her tear-streaked eyes clearly indicated she had endured exceptional treatment. Wan Huan nodded, having deduced that Yu Yang, the foremost of the Kunlun Five Arrays and the future appointed leader of Kunlun, was justified in designating him as the acting leader. Chen Tuan had never encountered anyone as unscrupulous as Tang Rao. He pulled out a parcel from his palace and, assuming it contained something valuable, tossed it into his space ring without even opening it. Meanwhile, the He Shenghe team was already en route, and debates in the live broadcast room raged on. Outside by Zhuang, near the airport's lawn, the spirited Bai Shi was seated at a table with several prominent figures from the cultivation world. Of course, at this moment, his transformation was incomplete, only able to assume a large portion of his form, either concealing his head or exposing his tail, while his chest, abdomen, hands, and feet retained hard scales and sharp claws. What do you need mechanical soldiers for? That's far too dangerous. Ken leapt up, utterly astonished. Wang Yuanfeng's luck had increased, and even the fortune of the Kong Jinlong had shifted, yet it was not solely these two who experienced a surge in fortune. Others associated with the Hunyuan instrument did as well. The two sped along until they reached a segment of the city wall. Li Muron produced a short flute and played a few notes, summoning a basket to descend from the wall. This matter does not concern you. It is merely my grudge with the He family. Do not interfere. Zhang Wu's dark, bright eyes revealed no change in emotion, resembling a celestial being. She vaguely perceived the remnants of their once happy existence, a fleeting glimpse of their last moment of bliss, oblivious to the future. Su Feng, she hesitated, placing the phone to her ear, preparing to listen to his clandestine plans, only to be met with a deafening roar. Gome, taste the flavor of death. A menacing laughter erupted from the colossal robot. Lu Meng, commanding the well and crossbow, ordered an immediate attack on the city wall as soon as it was fortified. Release. Yi Lingchuan coldly commanded, seizing the moment of distraction, disdainfully freeing himself from the grip and turning to depart, even without unsheathing his weapon. Lin Xin's group instantly recognized the sword in his hand as an extraordinary treasure. After expressing gratitude, Zhu Hui followed the disciple into the main hall of Songzhan's sect, where Zhuo was engaged in discussions with Su De, Xiongguang, Lu Ji, and others. The two emerged from the shop hand in hand, garnering 100% rate of attention, as they were truly born to shine. Tian nodded and began to sip his porridge, feeling that in the sweltering heat, consuming solid food was less comfortable than drinking thin porridge. While savoring the porridge, he pondered whom Feng Xiqin would recommend. Could it be that her brother, after 2 unsatisfactory days at Chishu Company, was incited by the foreigners to cause trouble? Xiao Luo was startled, watching the swift and precise cold sword approach him. He quickly dispatched a few chess pieces, the sound of whistling air filling the space as the pieces hurtled toward Zhang Tianxian. Yet, after a series of clanging sounds, Zhang Tianxian effortlessly deflected them with his sword. Qianmo, are you also happy for me? I hope you can live a happy life in another world. The chaotic afternoon left everyone anxious and flustered, with no appetite for food. When calmness finally returned, they realized their hunger, leading to a combined dinner and lunch. They seemed to foresee the catastrophic scenes of landslides and floods, countless innocents falling victim to the ensuing battle. Chu Yi had no intention of leaving any survivors among the invading Goguryeo soldiers in Liaodong. Many corpses drifted downstream to Qinshan Valley, where, for years, herbalists reported countless skeletons buried in the sediment. So you're Mr. Lin Huang. The young master often speaks of you, saying you're exceptionally talented at such a young age. Confirming Lin Huang's identity, the steward became significantly more cordial. In the time that followed, with his outstanding performance, he climbed from substitute position to second place. At that moment, Richard's heart fluttered. He had just thought that the sudden brilliance of a star was inescapable. Yet now see Ronaldo seemed to weave through two defenders effortlessly. Was this slight advantage in one goal enough to erase everything? The song of Yin Zhe must be silenced, for I fear I might perish under such anguish. Thus, I have no time to engage in battle with Nakamura Yuri. Chao Jinda observed him hastily adjusting his belt and departing, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Such a leader is truly exceptional, isn't it? Now that Wu Jiawei and Chen Yang have conceded, he felt a hint of smug satisfaction, not wishing to escalate matters further. The reporters hurriedly followed Richard and the players towards the parking lot, eager to pose their questions before they entered their vehicles, after which their chance would be lost. Is it not possible for us to utilize technological means to implant the associated genes of extraordinary beasts into the human gene chain? Wang Deshang inquired. Gua Ing was clearly taken aback by the audacity of this individual, her body momentarily stiffening before she gradually relaxed. Such grandiloquent rhetoric. Yet you merely seek to curry favor with Yi Fan to spare your life, Shang Xiong scoffed. Seizing the moment when Qin Yuan became distracted by a phone call, she forcefully pulled away his hand that was covering her lips. Zhang Xiao, upon witnessing Chang Tian, turned slowly to depart, seemingly unguarded, immediately intent on rushing out to capture the opponent. After speaking, Zhang Ye's eyes shifted, transforming instantaneously into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. Flames of gold igniting upon his right hand as he plunged it directly into the body of number 1. Chapter 176, The Red-Haired Reaper? Indeed, this unequivocal response left the heart of the observer enlightened. Analyzing the reactions of the two, their relationship was evident. Such a melodramatic scenario had not been heard of in either this life or the last. You left me behind just for him, didn't you? Gu Yili's words completely captured Tang's attention, and he instantly comprehended. Is there any need for further explanation? No, there is not. If my guess is correct, then yes. Gu Yili showed no other reaction upon hearing this, helplessly shaking his head before turning away. Alas, it seems turmoil is imminent. What turmoil? Tang's had long suspected matters were not so simple, and upon further contemplation, it indeed appeared complex. Moreover, this was not merely a complicated issue. Perhaps there were hidden intricacies as well. With a mixture of apprehensive curiosity, Tang's would dare to ask, Guidirema init impassive, exuding an air of calmness like that of a sage. After approximately 10 minutes, Gu Yili outlined the general sequence of events to Tang's, albeit only in broad strokes. To fully extract the details from Gu Yili was, frankly speaking, beyond Tang's current capabilities. He did not possess that level of qualification. Nevertheless, Tang's would grasp the gist. So, you were about to transform? Gu Yili merely nodded, a smile unexpectedly breaking across his face. Why the smile? The sudden shift from a serious demeanor to a carefree grin left Tang's with feeling distinctly uneasy. This sensation was indeed uncomfortable. In today's world, how many geniuses can compare to you? I, Gu Yili, have witnessed true talent. I remember my era, a time when many geniuses flourished, surpassing the sole masters of this age. Yet, despite being born in this era, you would undoubtedly rank among the world's elite even then. I am truly impressed. No, perhaps the term genius fails to encapsulate your brilliance. Astonishment filled Tang's eyes. The disparity in Gu Yili's demeanor was striking. From the initial poised gravity to the current exuberant freedom, this transformation seemed to have occurred with but a smile. All right, enough of this. I was merely testing you, Gu Yili remarked, and Tang's felt 3 dark lines form across his forehead, as if clouds of despair enveloped his vision. Brace yourself. I must erase my memories and transform into a soul master. During my time with you, my memories may become unstable, and at that moment, you might find yourself in peril. Be cautious, young one, he concluded with a lingering smile. Tang's shook his head, realizing he had forgotten to inquire how to depart. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the sky. Ahem, I neglected to inform you. Simply utter the incantation I provided earlier, and you shall be free. The bashful tone made Tang's question whether his hearing had faltered. Contemplating the incantation, he hesitated but ultimately complied, for there was no alternative if he wished to escape. Open sesame. The moment he spoke, the surrounding light dissipated, transforming into an expanse of black void. Tang's stood amidst the nothingness, gazing into the profound darkness ahead. Subsequently, a door materialized, unmistakably the gateway to the outside world. Approaching the door, he opened it to reveal a swirling vortex of colors, leaving him momentarily dazed. It seemed he might need a brace for a spell of dizziness. With one foot forward, he was swiftly pulled through the door. Whoosh! Return of the soul. His body jolted, and upon seeing those around him, Tangzua exhaled in relief. Zugo, what just happened to you? Ning Rongrong rushed toward Tangzua, her voice tinged with a hint of weeping. Tangzua, what transpired? This concern emanated from his elder sister, the Yusu. Xiaozhua, are you all right? Not to mention, Li Bai addressing him as Xiaozhua was rather surprising. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Guyi Li's call was unlike any other. Haha, I'm fine, fret not. I just dealt with an exceedingly important matter. In a desolate corner outside Douluo, the atmosphere was bleak, the wails echoing throughout the barren land. A colossal dragon was astonishingly bound to the ground, its limbs ensnared by chains of soul power, utterly immobilized. Roar! The dragon began to bellow, seemingly angered by someone's arrival. Indeed, the next moment, a whirlpool of soul power appeared before the dragon. Emerging from the vortex was a woman clad in black. Need one even guess her identity? Without a doubt, she was the earlier mentioned Jiao Jiao. Night Dragon, you shall serve me now. The tone was unmistakably authoritative, devoid of negotiation, an outright command. Should the dragon refuse, it might face control or even annihilation. The dragon roared once more, this time with a force far exceeding the previous. Observing Night Dragon's lack of submission, Jiao Jiao's irritation grew. Then, let us see what true suffering entails. With that, she gently raised her right hand. Boom! The ground around Jiao shattered, fissures appearing in abundance. A crimson aura began to rise from below, and in no time, her hair transformed to a fiery red. Following suit, a living black dragon with fearsome teeth erupted from the ground, swirling around Jiao. 9 soul rings ascended from below, and powerful soul energy erupted forth, creating a tempest around her. Even Night Dragon took a small step back. What was truly astonishing was that all 9 soul rings possessed a unique hue. This color, if one were to describe it, appeared both black and red. If one had to choose a single adjective, it would be blood red. These 9 blood red soul rings exuded an aura of unparalleled cruelty, possessing an earth-shattering, soul-stirring presence. As if 9 drops of divine royal blood resonated with red, emanating a dark allure. Night Dragon, you have one final opportunity. Yelong, witnessing this scene, was evidently alarmed, for it recognized the crimson-haired Jiao's martial spirit. Resembling the Grim Reaper, that was none other than its father, the former leader of the dragon clan, Yahua. What is the meaning of your martial spirit? Yelong inquired slowly, its voice resonating with ancient sorrow. It is a transformation I enacted a millennium ago after seizing control of your father. How does it feel to experience the essence of a puppet martial spirit? Yelong gasped sharply, its emotions now filled not with fear, but with rage. Yelong was enraged. Chapter 177, The Concluded Battle. Yelong had never anticipated encountering Jiao today. It recalled a time when its father was renowned. Not merely famous, but immensely powerful. Yelong was acutely aware of the extent of that power. Yet one fateful day, its father vanished, never to return. On that day, Yelong had waited in vain for his appearance, but the outcome was unexpectedly disheartening. Despite exhaustive inquiries, Yelong found no concrete information, clinging to a flicker of hope even now. Though that hope was faint, it was sincere. However, moments ago, Yelong reached a breaking point. The once tranquil surroundings began to exude a thick, ominous aura. This malevolent energy was palpably intense, and a terrifying presence emanated from it, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath Yelong. Cracks appeared at its feet, the force matching the fervent red energy of Jiao, boiling like a torrential river. The potent soul force erupted, shattering the seal that had bound Yelong for millennia. One can only imagine the depths of its despair and fury. This surge of anger surged into Yelong's mind, amplifying its dark soul power, akin to a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! This deafening sound was not the result of an attack, but the manifestation of Yelong's unleashed soul power. Jiao observed the unfolding chaos, realizing the situation had spiraled far beyond her control and plans. She had anticipated Yelong would be firmly restrained by the seal that had bound it for over 1,000 years. Yet she had not foreseen that its rage would bolster its strength enough to shatter that seal. This was a genuine rupture. a buildup of soul power so intense that it could only be described as madness. It was terrifying enough that even Jiao Jiao lacked complete confidence. Oh no! This lowly sigh encapsulated her predicament. Had she known better, she would not have provoked Yelong so. Yet, regrets are futile in this world. And now that the deed was done, even divine intervention could not save her. Especially since Jiao Jiao was already stronger than many of the so-called gods of the Douluo continent. After all, where did she hail from? Despite the overwhelming power, Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet there was no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. In truth, this battle was never absolute. There are no certainties in warfare. The so-called absolutes do not pertain merely to victory and defeat, but to the very survival of both parties. Frankly, even if Yelong was now immensely powerful, Jiao Jiao retained confidence that defeating it was not beyond reach. Why then should she succumb to despondency? This was one of Jiao Jiao's greatest strengths. She never concedes in battle. Her refusal to yield stemmed not from stubbornness, but from an unwavering belief in her own strength. She regarded herself as the strongest in the world, and thus, in her heart, no one could surpass her. She would forever remain the mightiest. The clash was imminent. Woman, you're playing with fire, Yelong declared with an air of authority before unleashing a torrent of flames. The intensity of these flames was so great that it approached the heat of the sun, revealing the formidable nature of the adversary that Tang would face in the future. Yet, Jiao Jiao remained unperturbed. With a simple step back, she summoned her soul power to erect a shield before her. This shield was formidable, entirely composed of soul energy, testing one's mastery over their martial spirit. When the flame struck the shield, it shattered, but in the process, it absorbed the fire, extinguishing it. The searing temperature returned to normal. Third soul skill, Mo Minghua. Seeing her opponent utilize flames, Jiao Jiao was determined to retaliate with her own. The Mo Minghua was something Yelong was all too familiar with. It was a signature technique of its father during his time with the Dragon Clan. True to its name, the flames were obsidian in hue. Jiao Jiao's third soul ring spiraled upward, radiating a dazzling red light. The brilliant illumination shot skyward, painting the heavens crimson, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The black flames blossomed within the crimson glow, forming several dark petals akin to lotus flowers, similar in appearance to the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus from Do Patsang Qiong. An even higher temperature surged forth, threatening to melt the very earth beneath them. As Yelong beheld the three Mo Minghua petals hurtling toward it, it remained motionless, devoid of any response. Subsequently, the fire lotus collided with its form, yet even that extreme heat left no trace upon it. Jiao Jiao was genuinely astonished. Fifth soul skill, Longzhan Pianyan. The four powerful words echoed forth, the alluring tone strangely harmonious yet oddly fitting. Boom! Following the resounding blast, Jiao Jiao's fifth soul ring flared to life, launching 3 slashing attacks forward. These strikes were remarkably swift and exceptionally sharp, defying description. Such a level of combat was akin to a return to simplicity, devoid of grandiose displays like 1,000 arrows or a myriad of swords. Typically, minor attacks concealed immense power within. Much like a single-tailed beast ball, it appeared innocuous, yet its might could obliterate an entire village. This was the essence of simplicity, powerful enough to seem ordinary. In a realm of cultivation, should one encounter an individual who seems devoid of strength but exudes an imposing presence, one should exercise caution, for they may very well be an imperceptible celestial emperor. As the slashes surged toward Yelong, it too retaliated with its own strikes, resulting in a collision of their attacks. Surprisingly, their assaults did not cancel each other out nor pass through. Instead, they merged, creating a rift in the fabric of space before them. Indeed, this was a testament to their formidable prowess, a manifestation of their terrifying techniques. A space rift? Shock and confusion erupted within Jiao Jiao's mind, for such a phenomenon demanded extraordinary capability to manifest. Though the preceding technique appeared effortless, she had expended her full strength to execute it. To create a rift in space meant her opponent could counter with equal force. Hope seemed dim. Just as Yelong prepared to strike, blinded by fury, it charged forward, yet before it could reach Jiao Jiao, she vanished. For as the saying goes, the best strategy of the 36 stratagems is to retreat. This is a battle destined for failure, and thus, the outcome is self-evident. In the desolate expanse of the planet, The solitary figure of the furious night dragon remains. Chapter 178. I, Gu Yili, shall be the most dazzling presence in the arena. In this bleak and shadowy world, Jiao Jiao clenched her fists, and her expression did not betray any sadness, unwillingness, or anger. On the contrary, she appeared quite elated. Her clenched fist seemed to signify something held within. As for what it was, perhaps only she knew. Slowly, she opened her palm, and a radiant light burst forth from her hand. The gradient of blue and purple light gradually illuminated the surroundings. Even Jiao Jiao's eternally icy visage bore a hint of a smile, an enchanting curve. In an instant, her hair transformed to match the hue of the light. Around her, crimson flowers of blood unfurled, their colors shifting gradually. Slowly, the blue-violet light enveloped the area, and a shadow of the night dragon materialized behind Jiao Jiao. Had the night dragon become her martial soul? When did this happen? Just moments ago, upon discovering the night dragon's prowess, Jiao Jiao had altered her strategy, opting for wit over brute force. Using her soul absorption technique, she stealthily drew the night dragon's spirit towards her. As the foremost figure in the realm of darkness, she is indeed Jiao Jiao. How could she lack means? Gazing at her martial soul, even her typically aloof demeanor brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, Tang Zhuo felt a tremor in his heart, a surge of foreboding rising within him. What could be so significant that it left us behind without a word? Umph. Ning Rongrong's final words were deliberately softened, appearing quite aggrieved. Indeed, they did not inform us before departing. Are you still a man? Yusu, unliken in Grongrong, pointed directly at Tang Zhuo, shouting in anger. Chirp, chirp. Look at Gu Yili. It seems to be blaming Tang Zhuo. Tang Zhuo felt utterly helpless. Even Gu Yili was complaining about him. Good grief. You see, isn't this little Gu Yili just born? If I don't hurry to assist in his delivery, he might perish, which genuinely caused some anxiety. My apologies. Speaking of which, both of them had been focused on Tang Zhuo just now and had not paid much attention to Gu Yili. Wow, how adorable. Women generally have no resistance against cute creatures. Not to mention Gu Yili, a little bird that could make any man's heart flutter. All right, I forgive you. Bringing back such a delightful little being is commendable. Yusu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhuge, who is this bird? So cute. Although Ning Rongrong felt similarly excited internally as Yusu, her outward demeanor was more restrained, especially with Tang Zhuo present. After all, Tang Zhuo had significantly changed her. The current Ning Rongrong was indeed a different person from before. Her character had undergone a profound transformation. He is Gu Yili. I just assisted in his delivery. Observing Tang Zhuo's demeanor, Gu Yili appeared ready to explode with anger. Though this was entirely self-inflicted, he deserved it. Li Bai maintained a warm smile nearby. Boom! Just as the group was engrossed in discussion, a sudden loud noise captured everyone's attention. The wall behind Ning Rongrong collapsed. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang's was Kin Bunchiko Haki activated, allowing him to instantly teleport behind Ning Rongrong and fiercely block the attack. Tang Zhuo was furious. Any threat to Ning Rongrong's safety was his bottom line, and the opponent's actions had crossed that line. Black, 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 red, red. The soul rings that had shocked countless individuals now rose conspicuously around Tang Zhuo. His scarlet pupils exuded a murderous intent, instilling fear. Hey, who is it? Come out. As he spoke, Tang Zhuo's Sharingan seemed to shift, though it appeared unchanged, leaving him perplexed. Yusu also grew angry. However, she had never witnessed Tang Zhuo's rage before. This revealed the significance of Ning Rongrong in Tang Zhuo's eyes. It seemed she no longer had to worry. Huh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a little brat. The thick smoke had yet to dissipate, and the opponent had not sensed Tang Zhuo's soul rings. Due to Tang Zhuo's mastery over soul power reaching its pinnacle, there was no trace of energy leaking out. To this soul king, Tang Zhuo appeared to be merely a little brat without a martial soul. As the smoke gradually cleared, the initially arrogant figure, who had been picking his nose, now stared wide-eyed in shock. What? A soul emperor? 6 soul rings? For black and 2 red? Are you kidding me? This scene, once shocking to countless people, replayed vividly in the eyes of this individual. Hey, you dare to freeze Rongrong's hand? Trust me, you're finished. The opponent, appearing to be in his 40s, was not entirely unjustified in his earlier arrogance. However, now, he could not muster any semblance of bravado. Yet, pride compelled him to maintain a facade. Kinkin, hey young man, you lack martial ethics. You ambushed me. Before he could finish his words, Tang Zhua unleashed his first soul skill, a massive Susanoo arm appearing and striking the Soul King fiercely. Indeed, invincibility is a lonely existence. The opponent didn't even get a chance to unleash his martial soul. Shut your mouth. If you threaten Rongrong again, your demise will follow. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Zhua in astonishment, unsure of what to say. The fierce expression on Tang Zhua's face instantly softened, revealing genuine concern. He turned and embraced Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, are you all right? This caring tone ignited a resonance within Ning Rongrong's heart. I am fine. Thank you, Zhuge. Oh, why are you thanking me? You are mine. How could I allow others to bully you? Every word from Tang Zhua etched itself deeply into Ning Rongrong's heart, akin to a beautiful poem. Zhuge, why are you so good to me? At this, Tang Zhua looked at her, as if she were foolish, bewildered. Huh? Is it not obvious? It is because I love you. Tang Zhua was not one for flirtatious phrases. He spoke from the heart, making him appear like a seasoned romantic. Cough, cough. All right, enough of your display of affection. As Yusu said this, she glanced at Li Bai, who looked increasingly uncomfortable, observing the unconscious individual on the ground. The group shook their heads, helplessly. Sigh, what bad luck. Encountering Tang Zhua almost harmed Ning Rongrong. This person must have committed some wrongdoing in a past life. Yusu lamented. Gu Yili responded with a series of chirps, seemingly in agreement. Thus, the focus of everyone shifted entirely to Gu Yili. In truth, Gu Yili was softly whispering into Tang Zhua's ear, "You disgust me." Chapter 179. The Realm of the Mind and Departure to the Next Level. This farce indeed angered Tang Zhua, but it passed swiftly. The person lying on the ground had merely fainted, yet it felt as though he had departed from this world. As for the reason, it is undoubtedly because Tang Zhua has taken action. Surviving under his hand can only be attributed to either an inability to harm him or the opponent being stronger than Tang Zhua. In the current situation, it is evidently the former. Had it not been for the rift, that individual would have long since met a gruesome end. It is not that Tang Zhua is ruthless. Rather, in the realm of Douluo, this is the norm. The opponent has acted against Ning Rongrong, which is a second reason. And the third is that they harbored murderous intent. When respect is not afforded to oneself, why should one extend it to others? This is the curious nature of a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. The strong command respect, and it is indeed a lamentable reality. All right, Rongrong. Yusu, we are about to engage in battle and then return early. Upon hearing this, Yusu appeared momentarily disoriented. Why must we return early? ISNT, there's still a considerable amount of time left in the year. Tang Zhua shook his head, saying, True, but I feel my realm is somewhat unstable. I am on the verge of a breakthrough, just lacking a catalyst. His tone was fervent, and this excited declaration deeply resonated with everyone present. What? Your realm is about to break through? Li Bai, who was unfamiliar with Tang Zhua, was instantly taken aback. Yes, my spiritual realm is about to ascend. Tang Zhui's clear response caused both Ning Rongrong and Yusu, who had yet to recover from their shock, to take a few steps back in astonishment. Spiritual realm? Little Zhua, what realm are you currently at? It is known that few across the vast expanse of Douluo are aware of the spiritual realm, and breaking through is an arduous challenge. Tang Zhua is poised to ascend, and although Yusu and Li Bai could discern that Tang Zhua possessed a spiritual realm, it seemed unfathomable. As the daughter of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, Ning Rongrong had only a fleeting understanding of this spiritual realm, merely knowing that it was something extraordinary. As for deeper knowledge, she remained oblivious, yet this did not diminish her astonishment. I am currently at the Tongling realm, which is still not particularly high. Upon hearing this, the two were struck with disbelief, naturally excluding Ning Rongrong. Not high. The Tongling realm? Is that even a reasonable statement? Little Zhua, I have just barely entered the Tongling realm, and you are demoralizing me. The usually composed Li Bai seemed utterly transformed, exhibiting a frenzied demeanor. Yusu approached Li Bai, scrutinizing Tang Zhua closely. Are you truly human? You can't be the offspring of some deity, or perhaps you have transformed from a spirit beast. Her first question indicated her broad perspective, while the second revealed her naivety. I can't answer the first question, so let us leave it at that. Yusu, have you perhaps lost your mind? Can you not tell that I'm not a spirit beast? Tang Zhui's candid reply provoked Yusu's ire, prompting her to reach for Tang Zhui's ear. After dodging her grasp, Tang Zhui exhaled a sigh of relief. Yusu, you must not bully Zhuge. Ning Rongrong approached angrily, puffing out her cheeks, her blush rendering her adorable. This left Yusu feeling somewhat awkward. All right, I shall comply with your wishes. Yusu appeared to genuinely care for Ning Rongrong, akin to a concerned mentor for her disciple. All right, let us proceed to the next level. Tang's cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and adjusted his mood. To be frank, he had not anticipated ascending in spiritual power. Perhaps it was due to his formidable max ability that his soul had become so robust, nearly rivaling that of a super Douluo. It was the first time I perceived Tang as one not merely for his age and strength, but for the chillingly mysterious aura he emanated. It was only now that he realized this incongruity stemmed from his spiritual power and mental realm. The nearly overflowing spiritual energy, akin to an ocean, was indeed astonishing. Tang's led the group at an astonishing speed towards a certain point of the rift, following the guidance within his heart to ascertain the location of the second level, though the origin of this guidance remained unknown to all, except for the author. At a particular location deep within the rift, a man observed the scenes displayed on a screen formed of soul power, his heart racing with anticipation. Quickly passed through. These few words highlighted this man's eagerness regarding Tang's. It was as if something monumental would occur upon his passage. Or perhaps he held a degree of reverence for Tang's, leaving one perplexed. Behind this individual, numerous powerful figures knelt, bowing in unison. As for what was said, it is not yet convenient to reveal. Stay tuned for what follows. Yusu, looking bewildered, inquired, "Littles, where are you taking us?" She posed a soul-level question. Tang's truly had no answer for her, as he could not simply say that someone had directed him to this place. To the next level. This succinct reply only deepened Yusu's confusion, as she pondered how Tang's knew where this level was, which left her quite puzzled. Yusu, just follows Wagu. Do we need to worry about anything else? Ning Rongrong blinked innocently, her clear pupils melting Yusu's heart slightly. All right. Yours Wagu is the best. Isntihi, my little disciple. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, her eyes wide with excitement. In the next moment, Tang's will unexpectedly appear behind Ning Rongrong and lifted her in a princess carry, summoning a soul bone, and addressed Yusu and Li Bai. Let us hasten our pace. Tang's dashed forward, cradling Ning Rongrong, a streak of purple light tracing a perfect arc in the air. Li Bai and Yusu exchanged glances, equally unwilling to be outdone. However, their competitive spirit felt somewhat peculiar. Li Bai also scooped up Yusu and charged ahead. Indeed, this was the essence of rivalry. Tang's found himself somewhat bewildered. Due to the suddenness of it all, both Ning Rongrong and Yusu blushed, with Yusu shooting a glare at Li Bai. Though it was merely an instinctive reaction, and Li Bai remained oblivious. The way Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang resembled that of an enamored admirer. Describing her as clear and radiant would not be an exaggeration. A streak of purple light and a streak of white light. Both arcs were incredibly graceful, as if they were dancing in the air, utterly beautiful. A magnificent symphony seemed to resonate, the two resembling curves that eternally approached the axes yet never intersected. Chapter 180. Challenging the heroic aura of the dragon. The group flew at an astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the entrance of the next level. Gazing at the grand door before them, their hearts quivered slightly. Are you curious about the appearance of this level? Tang's asked, his gaze towards Ning Rongrong imbued with affection and curiosity. I am indeed curious. I've been for quite some time, but this place seems perilous. Is curiosity permissible? Ning Rongrong's inquiry was undeniably charming. What is there to fear? I am here, am I not? Tang's gently brushed Ning Rongrong's hair, speaking reassuringly. Observing Tang's sturdy figure, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of emotion. How fortunate she was to encounter someone like Tang's. Now was not the time for such reflections, as they had already arrived at this level, with their next objective being to conquer it. There you go again. Why must you flaunt your affection? The collective ridicule from Yusu introduced a sense of warmth, seemingly intending for the two to genuinely experience warmth. Master Yusu, we call this Xinu Ling 11, a manifestation of our affectionate bond. Ning Rongrong's impassioned words were indeed a delightful display. Tang's placed his hand on Ning Rongrong's back, and, with a sudden lift, embraced her in a princess carry. Upon witnessing this scene, Yusu immediately erupted. Levi, come here. Hearing this, Levi readily understood Yusu's intentions. If others possessed it, she too must have it. If others showcased, she would do the same. Tang's would turn back with a smile, and the external soul bone gradually materialized behind him, a radiant purple glow shimmering as he vanished from sight. Levi, Akwaliun Yelding, stood upon the Qinglian sword, soaring through the air in pursuit of Tang Zhua. The door swung open, revealing a dazzling golden light before the crowd. As a colossal golden dragon ascended. Surprised? To enter this realm, you must defeat me. Do not underestimate this level. The strength of the dragon will adapt according to the challenger's power. The stronger the challenger, the mightier the golden dragon. Zugo, what is going on? Tang was shielded Ning Rongrong behind him, his expression grave. Rongrong, be cautious. This should be the guardian spirit of this level. Upon hearing Tang's words, the golden dragon appeared somewhat perplexed. This level? Kid, have you not learned your language well? This is the source of the rift. The source of the rift? This strange terminology resonated within Tang's mind, a term unheard by those present. Undoubtedly, they had ventured into the wrong place. Isn't this the third level of the rift? Upon hearing this, the golden dragon almost chuckled. The third level? This is the source of the rift, the very core of it. You have strayed, yet now that you are here, you shall not depart so easily. You have two choices, either defeat me to enter, or be vanquished and become a sacrifice. The dragon's warning jolted everyone into awareness. The situation remained shrouded in mystery, yet they understood that their sole recourse was to fight. Hey, stop delaying. Just say it outright. Is there no way to leave besides fighting? Yusu stepped forward, unleashing her commanding presence, formidable and grand. Indeed, you are correct. Now you can only engage in a vigorous battle with me. The golden dragon seemed to possess a few screws loose. Perhaps it had a penchant for masochism? Those capable of challenging Tang's protagonist Aura, the dragon, were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 181, The Tragic Dragon. Reluctantly, Tang Zhua and the others had to engage in combat. After deliberation, based on the dragon's assertion that the seal could be broken according to the opponent's strength, Tang Zhua proposed dividing the team into two squads for battle. The first squad comprised Li Bai and Yusu, while the second consisted of Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong. Hey, dragon, grant us a moment to discuss. Tang Zhua called out loudly, as the reason was that the dragon was hard of hearing. No matter how you discuss, the outcome will only lead to your defeat. This haughty remark reminded Tang Zhua of that man, the Jiaxiao heir. Rongrong, wait a moment, do this, then that, and finally this. After speaking, Ning Rongrong appeared astonished, followed by a radiant smile. Zhuge, let us proceed as such. Your strategy has grown even stronger. Ning Rongrong's tone of admiration resonated with Tang Zhua's aura, amplifying his already formidable presence. Are you ready, Rongrong? Let's advance. With that, 6 soul rings materialized around Tang Zhua, their dazzling colors blinding the dragon's eyes. For black and 2 red, this divine hue seemed to convey to the dragon that it had lived for millennia without witnessing such genius. However, upon reflection, it wondered if this could be an illusion. Kid, have you used some illusion to alter the colors of your soul rings? The dragon squinted at Tang Zhua, inquiring. Mighty dragon, can you not sense the power contained within these soul rings? If you cannot even discern the authenticity of my soul rings, you are unworthy to stand against me. At this moment, Tang's resolute demeanor and formidable talent reminded the dragon of that individual, leading it to ponder whether Tang Zhua might be that person's offspring, for there was an undeniable resemblance. Tang's eyes gradually turned crimson, 3 distinct twisting jade patterns emerging, unleashing an overwhelming dark energy. Aware that this would not be an easy battle, he also employed the Sharingan sword. Dual martial souls? And this sword? The dragon was utterly astonished, setting aside the fact that Tang Zhua had dual martial souls. The Sharingan sword was unmistakably the weapon used by that man to slay the 8-headed serpent. Subsequently, he had extracted the Kusanagi sword from its remains. The energy contained within the Sharingan sword made the dragon acutely aware that this was indeed the legendary blade, solidifying its suspicions further. Next, the dragon began to evaluate Tang's true strength against the vast data system of the rift, determining the dragon's own might. Golden light flickered, red light surged, and a clear 84 materialized above Tang's figure. The dragon was taken aback. After all, Tang Zhua was only at level 65, yet an evaluation of 84 had appeared. Was this a distortion of the dragon's nature or a moral decline? Has Zhuge become this formidable? Ning Rongrong gradually emerged from her shock. 3 soul rings soaring upward as a 9-tiered pagoda materialized. 9-colored radiance shot up to the heavens, and the gloomy atmosphere instantly transformed into clarity. 9 treasures, 9-colored glazed pagoda. Following the rhythm of the background music, Ning Rongrong gracefully descended to the ground, a value of 33 appearing above her head. as a supportive soul master. Possessing such a capability at level 33 in combat evaluations was indeed commendable. Now, with her enhanced strength, Ning Rongrong had effectively become a self-amplifying combat-type soul master. There was no need to speculate further. These two were undoubtedly prodigies. While Ning Rongrong's strength stemmed from Tang Zhuo, what of it? Without her own diligent efforts, such prowess would not have been possible. The dragon gazed at the two before it, lost in deep contemplation. Their talents appeared to be unparalleled across the entirety of Douluo continent. Not only on Douluo continent, but in all realms the dragon had witnessed, their talents were extraordinary. Next, it was Yu Su's turn. Yu Su stepped forward decisively, brandishing a lightsaber that slowly took form. 9 perfect soul rings gracefully ascended, exuding an overwhelming aura. Regardless, Yu Su was ultimately a super Douluo, her strength perpetually surpassing Tang's was. Yet in terms of momentum, Tang's was seemed to hold the upper hand. Tang's was aura felt boundless, as if it had coalesced into a skeletal figure looming behind him. Unmistakably, this was the fusion of Susanu's aura and the Conqueror's haki. Such an immense presence was rarely found throughout the Douluo continent, verging on divine. However, in terms of actual strength, he still fell short compared to those seasoned warriors. Yet, his innate talent was invincible, truly unmatched. Li Bai stood before Yu Su, casually glancing at her. With a smile, he turned to gaze at the formidable dragon before him. Summoning the Qinglian sword, 9 soul rings ascended, yet their aura surpassed that of Yu Su by a considerable margin. Li Bai's prowess was truly unparalleled among titled Douluos. Countless petals floated around Li Bai, seemingly crystallizing his soul power. The dragon, taken aback by the sight of these 4 individuals, was enveloped in astonishment, its eyes reflecting an ethereal confusion. Who exactly was Tang Zhuo, and what connection did he have with that man? This question loomed like a hidden bomb in the dragon's mind. Its stillness was precarious, for once ignited, the entire fracture would find no peace, as that man was simply too terrifying. Yet, despite the turmoil, maintaining composure was imperative, at least for appearances. Your talents are indeed formidable, especially that Tang Zhuo. But to enter, you must first pass through me. The dragon spoke these words with a forced bravado, the underlying provocation causing it to break into a cold sweat. Tang Zhuo and Ning Rongrong stepped forward, radiating their soul power and creating ripples of energy. Rongrong, let us go. With that, Tang Zhuo surged forward, appearing behind the dragon in an instant. The dragon shimmered with golden light, its strength elevated to Soul Saint. First soul skill, Susanu Strike. A colossal purple fist descended upon the dragon. A massive shield materialized before the dragon, and Tang's attack collided violently with it. The shield cracked slightly, and the dragon was sent hurtling backward. With a swift motion, Ning Rongrong appeared behind the dragon, the black diamond on her forehead extending into a mark, a symbol of the 100 Treasures technique. Focusing her soul power into her fist, she struck the dragon with great force. Boom! The dragon retaliated, launching itself at Tang Zhuo while expelling a torrent of bitter water. The 9 treasures turned into colored glass, amplifying their strength. Chapter 182, A Fierce Confrontation. As Ning Rongrong's radiant 9-colored light faded, a brilliant purple aura enveloped Tang Zhuo. The brilliance was blinding, and his eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic patterns. Initially, Tang's power rating was grossly underestimated, but the dragon adhered to its first impression. Thus, Tang Zhuo found himself slightly stronger than the dragon. Boom! Without question, a massive Susanu emerged behind Tang Zhuo, its purple giant eclipsing even the golden dragon. Witnessing this, the golden dragon's pupils constricted in shock. Indeed, it was unmistakable. The dragon murmured repeatedly, recalling the figure from the past, cold sweat cascading down its brow. Observing the dragon's discomposure, Yu Su and Li Bai sensed something was amiss. The sight of Tang's purple giant elicited a dreadful realization. Something was not right. A single word encapsulated their state, bewilderment. Perhaps even that word fell short in describing their shock. From any perspective, it was evident that this dragon had endured significant trials. Contemplating the purple giant, they resolved to inquire about it once Tang Zhuo emerged victorious. The golden dragon's gaze sharpened, a sinister smile curling at its lips. You share a connection with that person. You must be extraordinary. Haha, it seems a thrilling battle awaits. With these thoughts, the dragon lunged at Tang Zhuo. True Susanu Strike. The purple giant's fist charged toward the dragon, the winds it stirred indicating this was no ordinary assault. Aware of its power, the dragon braced itself, using its tail to block the fist. Boom! The dragon plummeted to the ground, creating a cloud of dust, the earth trembling violently. Blood speckled its robust form, but it quickly vanished, a testament to its unique self-repair ability. Great God Amaterasu! The Susanoo, in its skeletal form, was suddenly enveloped by a surge of formidable soul power, creating a tempest of energy. A massive sword cloaked in purple light materialized in its hand, its blade glinting with sharpness. Subsequently, black flames coalesced into a luminous sphere. Burn everything to ash, O great Amaterasu! The sphere of flames hurtled toward the dragon, which sensed impending doom. Just as it was about to impact, the dragon capitulated. Tang's was smiled faintly, utilizing his earth element to absorb the flames, his eyes devoid of discomfort or change. For the side effects had been largely extracted before the system's departure. The dragon took a deep breath, cold sweat pouring down. Recognizing the intimidating purple giant resembled that person from years past, if not even more formidable. You have lost. Can we enter now? Tang's expression turned icy, his gaze chilling to the bone. The dragon trembled, wishing never to experience such terror again. A multitude of emotions swirled within the dragon, refusing to dissipate. Tang's strength was beyond its wildest imagination, shattering any preconceived notions of youth and genius. In this realm, Tang San was deemed a peerless talent. Tang's, however, was an extraordinary prodigy beyond their comprehension. Chapter 183, An Uncommon Battle. Prepare yourself, human. The dragon shuddered, sensing an overwhelming chill. The murderous intent emanating from Tang seemed capable of annihilating it. Yet, reconsidering, Yu Su and Li Bai needed to overcome the dragon themselves. They could not possibly be more terrifying than Tang's. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The dragon seemed to spiral into madness, desperately seeking self-reassurance. The blow Tang's dealt was monumental. The dragon had anticipated a thrilling confrontation, only to be met with an instant defeat. Enveloped in the memory of Tang's striking presence, the dragon found itself haunted by psychological shadows. Yu Su and Li Bai, while not as formidable as Tang's, possessed strength that should not be underestimated. The first psychological barrier had crumbled under Tang's might, and the final line of defense was now shrouded in fear. Regardless of their strength, being associated with Tang signified their exceptional nature. Moreover, their apparent camaraderie with Tang left the dragon feeling utterly helpless. It had not experienced such emotions in millennia. Despite its powerful identity, the dragon felt as though it had transcended the mundane. How could someone of such youth possess such strength? It distinctly recalled that person at this age lacked such prowess. Not merely a slight inferiority, the disparity is indeed vast. The inhumane soul rings are increasingly terrifying to contemplate. So it is perhaps best to refrain from such thoughts, for the strength of the colossal dragon does not pose a threat to oneself. Yu Su Jia. You must strive hard. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, delightfully draping her arm over Tang's shoulder. Rongrong, fret not. Yu Su Jia has never known defeat. Tang's gently tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Rongrong, what do you think of Li Bai Jiafu's strength? Ning Rongrong, cracking her knuckles, fell into contemplation. Li Bai's prowess is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of Super Doa, yet the specifics elude me. Observing Rongrong's composed demeanor, Tang's smile widened. Haha, Rongrong. You greatly underestimate Li Bai Jiafu. His strength rivals even that of the limit Douluo. However, a thought crossed his mind. Why were Yu Su and Li Bai absent from the original narrative? The butterfly effect of their arrival ignited the fuse that summoned two formidable forces. Tang's couldn't help but admire his own boundless imagination. Tang Ji, is Li Bai Ji truly that powerful? Ning Rongrong's pupils constricted in astonishment, gazing at Li Bai, though her surprise was tempered. After all, she had exhausted her capacity for astonishment on Tang Zua throughout her life. Li Bai dashed toward the colossal dragon, which recoiled sharply, momentarily believing Tang Zua was about to strike. Only upon recognizing Li Bai did it manage to regain its composure. Ahem, young ones, it is now your turn. The dragon's countenance shifted to one of pride, unaware of the impending cruelty it was about to face. Yu Su slowly approached Li Bai, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Ha! Little Tang has triumphed completely. We cannot afford to lose to him. Li Bai nodded in agreement with a smile. Very well, young ones, please summon your martial souls. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from both of them. Li Bai unleashed his soul power, the aura of a tidal Douluo, as the Qing Lian Jian materialized around him. The overwhelming soul power stirred the air like tumultuous waves. Following suit, Yusu radiated a formidable energy. Though not as potent as Li Bai's, it was certainly formidable in its own right. The Xianyu Jin appeared, soul power surging forth, robust and fierce. 9 soul rings ascended. While in every aspect it paled in comparison to Li Bai, it was undoubtedly on par with any other Douluo of similar rank. They were certainly not to be underestimated. The dragon, sensing their powers, was not overly surprised. Though both were prodigies beyond the common measure, what could possibly astonish it after Tongzhua? If anything could, it was beyond the realm of possibility. Ha ha! That kid Tongzhua defeated me. Do not expect to triumph. The dragon, emboldened by its own strength, had ascended to the absolute pinnacle of limit Douluo. Indeed, it still had not discerned the full extent of Li Bai's power. Li Bai was quite the enigma, and even Tongzhua found himself occasionally marveling at him. Though he could not rival Tongzhua, he was nonetheless a sovereign in his own right when it came to talent. In that moment, the dragon underwent a transformation. Its golden scales gradually turned black. From the inky black scales sprouted enormous spikes, jagged and menacing. Its eyes became more imposing, adorned with small backward-facing spikes and 2 horns. Countless black scales grew massively from its form. Haha, it has been ages since I felt such power. What a delightful surprise today holds. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its size nearly doubling. A surge of soul power erupted, rippling through the air. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered, the atmosphere thickening. 3 powerful soul forces clashed in a fierce struggle. The sky darkened, ominous clouds swirling violently. Third soul skill, Annihilation Sword. Li Bai swung the Qing Lian Jian, unleashing a ferocious burst of black sword energy that struck the dragon. Yet, the dragon remained unscathed, its ebony scales untouched. Li Bai's expression turned serious. Yusu, observing the ineffectiveness of the sword strike, patted Li Bai's shoulder. That was insufficient. Haha, now watch me. Yusu gripped her Xianyu Jian, forming a circular arc before her. A blue sword energy coalesced into a ring, surging toward the dragon. The dragon regarded it with disdain, its eyes conveying a message. Little girl, this is futile. Do you think this can harm me? Don't be absurd. As anticipated, the sword energy dissipated against the dragon without leaving a trace. Now it was the dragon's turn to retaliate, its massive tail sweeping toward Yusu. Li Bai instantly positioned himself in front of her. 9th soul skill, Qingliandi Xin Jianshi. A multitude of invisible sword energies surged forth, forming a colossal sword. This great sword successfully intercepted the dragon's assault, leaving a mark upon its tail. The dragon, taken aback by the potency of this human's soul skill, realized it had underestimated them. Not bad. Human, you have wounded me. Yusu's expression turned grave. This battle was no trifling matter. Caution was imperative. Chapter 184. Divine Domain. Indeed, this dragon's strength is unfathomable. Li Bai's face was solemn, his demeanor tense. Tongzhua, observing from the sidelines, sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing. Tang Yi, what troubles you? Will Yusu Jie and the others be defeated? Tongzhua shifted his gaze to the dragon. No, Rongrong, do you recall how the dragon's strength escalates? It calculates its power based on its opponents, thereby matching their strength to triumph over them. Upon this realization, she seemed to grasp the situation. Indeed, the dragon's current strength exceeds our expectations. But what is the reason? Li Bai Ji or Yusu Jie's power must surpass what we anticipated. Ning Rongrong appeared to comprehend everything. The revelation was astonishing, rendering her momentarily incredulous. She recalled Tongzhua mentioning a term during their time in the alternate space, Divine Domain. Li Bai Ji, he could very well be the master of the Divine Domain. The dragon too sensed the abnormality, yet had no time for reflection. As a fierce slash was already approaching. Divine Moon Lotus. As Li Bai spoke, countless petals appeared around him, only to be severed by his overwhelming sword intent. A gust of wind surged forth as Li Bai's sword intent intensified. With sword in hand, Li Bai assumed a posture of unparalleled confidence. A chilling wind swept in, bringing a hint of coldness from the cavern's dark ceiling. The Qing Lian Jian in Li Bai's grasp suddenly transformed into hundreds of blades, his white robes billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. In the next moment, hundreds of sword energies surged toward the dragon, intertwining and gradually forming an immense sword energy. Li Bai appeared at a diagonal angle to the colossal dragon, once again unleashing a sword energy identical to the previous one. This sequence was repeated 4 times. After the 4th strike, the sword energy remarkably formed a sword formation upon the ground, instantly enveloped in a soft pink glow. The radiance was blinding, and the octagonal sword formation shimmered with brilliance. Break! With this command, the sword formation surrounding the dragon erupted with vigorous sword energies. Astonishingly powerful and precise. These sword energies struck the dragon without fail, leaving bloody marks all over its body, causing it to emit a mournful cry. Yet, as the sword formation dissipated, the wounds on the dragon began to gradually diminish, lacking the ferocity of the initial assault. Ah, young one, you are indeed formidable. Yet this is still insufficient to defeat me. Despite the apparent intensity of Li Bai's earlier maneuvers, the dragon seemed largely unfazed. Before it could finish speaking, the dragon suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind. Turning to look, it was none other than Yusu. Yusu had plunged his sword blade deep into the dragon's back, infused with a formidable soul power. The dragon, incensed, swept its tail to send Yusu flying. Li Bai instinctively caught the incoming Yusu, noticing a hint of a smile on his face, which instantly clarified Yusu's intentions. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the sword embedded in the dragon's body suddenly erupted. The dragon's back was instantly torn apart, collapsing to the ground. However, Yusu evidently underestimated the dragon, his smile becoming even more pronounced. Yet, Li Bai maintained a grave expression. Be cautious, our battle is far from over. Yusu glanced at Li Bai, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly rose to his feet. As anticipated, the dragon stood up again, emitting a fierce roar, a tinge of red appearing on its golden head, adding an element of absurdity to the scene. Oh no! Boom! The dragon became frenzied, launching brutal assaults on everything around it. Alas, it seems I must resort to that. Tang's expression shifted, as if anticipating something. While Ning Rongrong was filled with expectation. Divine Domain. Suddenly, vibrant colors erupted before Li Bai, the 9 hues resembling Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. But the soul power contained within was undoubtedly incomparable. A tremendous surge of soul power erupted, creating ripples that spread outward without a hint of cessation. A structure resembling the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda spiraled before Li Bai. He bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto it. Divine Domain peak. The pagoda suddenly expanded dozens, even hundreds of times, emanating an aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, reversing yin and yang, and seizing creation itself, an overwhelming force. Boom! Lightning struck down, shocking all who beheld it. The dragon's expression shifted to one of fear, pain, and distortion. A fierce wind rose again, reminding the dragon of madness and despair. After experiencing such feelings with Tangzhua, the dragon was left with a profound shadow of despair, wishing to find a crack in the ground to bury itself alive. Dragon, if you concede, I shall retract this divine domain. If not, do not blame the younger generation for their ruthlessness. Li Bai raised his hands to the heavens, standing firmly on the ground before the massive dragon, his demeanor regal and commanding. Alas, I concede. Today is filled with monsters. It pains me. Upon hearing this, Li Bai's expression softened into a smile as he gradually withdrew the divine domain. He then collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yusu rushed to support Li Bai, his worried demeanor oddly amusing. Tang Zhua and Ning Rongrong approached to assess Li Bai's condition, only to feel relieved upon realizing he was merely fatigued. Master of the celestial technique. A green light manifested in Ning Rongrong's hand, and as she swept it over Li Bai, he awakened. Mysterious young man, and a master of the divine domain, you have both passed the test. I shall now open the pathway for you. Good luck. With Tang's identity in mind, misfortune seemed improbable. Who could dare wish ill upon him? Reflecting on the formidable figures within this rift, one could only imagine their apprehension regarding Tang's identity. Undoubtedly, they all felt it. As for the one named Li Bai, he was the master of the divine domain. Although not a direct threat to those formidable figures, the divine domain was, after all, the possession of that individual. Some concessions were necessary, especially considering his association with Tangzhua. If he were linked to that person, it would be foolish to provoke him. As for the 2 young women, their close ties to these 2 men were evident. Were they to be moved? They dare not act. The divine domain? Yusu was filled with curiosity about this divine domain, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Brother Li Bai, you are the master of the divine domain. Indeed, we discovered the divine domain sword in a different space, for which we learned of the divine domain. Divine domain sword? His body jolted, clearly. This artifact was of great significance to Li Bai. Indeed, we obtained it there. With that, Tang's would produce the divine domain sword from the flute he had learned to play. Tang's himself was puzzled as to why the divine domain sword would appear in the system space. Could it be that the leader of the divine domain was the previous owner of the system? However, upon reflection, this notion was dismissed. Setting aside the possibilities, he understood that the system's awareness of this matter rendered its occurrence improbable. The system was birthed from the spiritual energy of traversers. And since no two individuals possessed identical spiritual energies, such a situation was impossible. Nonetheless, the reason for the divine domain sword appearance would have to await the system's return for elucidation. The sound of clear, flowing water drew Tang's thoughts elsewhere. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself in the system's space. System, are you there? Tang's displayed neither panic nor shock. His usual composure led him to first ascertain the system's presence. A soft yellow glow emerged, and the system gradually materialized. Tang's, if you see this residual image, then you must have found the owner of the divine domain. Tang's realized this was the system's way of leaving him a path before its departure. Yes. What exactly is this divine domain, and why has the divine domain sword appeared in your space? He rushed to voice all his questions. Yet he seemed to forget that the system was merely a remnant image at this moment and could not respond. It continued to speak on its own. Now, let me introduce you to the divine domain. The divine domain differs from the divine realms you are familiar with. It is a space, or perhaps a higher-tier universe. Higher-tier universe? Upon hearing this term, Tang's became instantly agitated. As a traverser, he might not fully grasp the extent of a higher-tier universe, but he understood its implications. In his previous life, he had stayed up late to read about such concepts online. That place is perilous. In that realm, infants are introduced to an educational methodology known as Pai Yu Bing. They undergo 9 years of mandatory soul master education, followed by examinations, with only the successful candidates qualifying for admission into advanced soul master academies. The students at these esteemed institutions endure numerous hardships in preparation for a final assessment that ultimately determines their eligibility for the prestigious Supreme Level Soul Master Academy. Like you, they are ordinary individuals, yet the education they experience is profoundly arduous. The initial 6 years may be relatively manageable, but from the 7th year onward, they are subjected to the trials of a harrowing nightmare. The rulers of that world, who refer to themselves as the Zunshang, possess powers that far surpass those of the divine monarchs of this world. In this realm, the notion of gods is absent. If there are any, then all within it are considered divine. In the year 3825 of the Shanghai calendar, the divine domain suddenly vanished. Approximately 3,000 years later, an elder from the remnants of the divine domain discovered the crystallized essence of the divine domain, which is now in the hands of Li Bai. He began to search for the reasons behind the disappearance of the divine domain. However, upon uncovering the truth, he abandoned his quest, and the reasons remained shrouded in mystery. With the crystallized essence of the divine domain, he fathered a son and a daughter, naming them Ma Yu Bai and Ma Dan Hui. The elder placed the crystallized essence within Ma Yu Bai's pouch and sent him to a frequented location. Fortuitously, he was adopted by a powerful soul master and cultivated into a formidable figure in the continent of Zhengpian. Meanwhile, the daughter was placed in the Star-Do forest of Douluo. When I first manifested before you, I explored the structure and geography of Douluo, along with the existence of the two siblings. Ma Yu Bai was renamed Li Bai, while Ma Dan Hui was inadvertently given the name Dan Hui. She resides with the formidable ruler of the Star-Do forest, Tian. In recent years, due to Ma Dan Hui's presence, Tian has long since transformed and attained extraordinary power. And this Li Bai is indeed the one you know. Tang Xuan now comprehends the complete narrative. Previously, he would have considered himself the sovereign of this world, yet he realizes that in the grander scheme, he may merely be a feather upon the wind. There is no need for the host to overly worry. Your talent is undoubtedly among the elite, even within the divine domain. However, do not become too complacent, for the world is boundless. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be subjected to the wind's force. Yet you're my host, and no gust can uproot a millennia-old giant tree. Tang's gazed at the gradually vanishing system, returning to his contemplations. It seems that Li Bai possesses memories pertaining to the divine domain, possibly transmitted by that enigmatic elder of the Ma lineage before departing. However, the appearance of the divine domain sword within the system's space warrants further investigation. Moreover, how does the system possess knowledge of everything regarding the divine domain? All these enigmas mark the inception of something mysterious. In the Douluo forest, under the luminous moonlight, the silvery beams illuminated the hills, accompanied by a gentle breeze. At the edge of the vast cliffs, a cave appeared, housing two figures within. The man, ethereal and otherworldly, walked a path adorned with golden blossoms. His white robe, intricately embroidered, shimmered with an aura, subtly revealing the mark of a colossal beast. Powerful waves of soul energy surrounded him, a testament to his formidable strength. Following him was a woman, possessing a porcelain-like visage, with sparkling almond-shaped eyes and delicate black hair that framed her exquisite features. She wore a sleeveless, light camel-colored embroidered top and a deep green skirt adorned with dual dragon patterns. Her hair styled elegantly with ornamental accents, and her ears adorned with jade earrings, complemented by a slender waist cinched with a black and blue tassel belt. Her beauty is beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. Danhui, your strength has grown yet again. The man gently caressed the beautiful woman's hair, his face radiating warmth. Of course, my strength has never waned, Dan Hui replied cheerfully, prompting the man to chuckle in response. By the way, Tian, when can we venture out to explore? Just as she spoke, Tian paused. As the sovereign of the Douluo forest, his departure could invite peril upon their domain. After all, the Douluo forest currently faced significant threats. In Chapter 186, the astonishment of Li Bai unfolds. Firstly, Tian, having transformed into a being, although not inherently problematic, signifies that his absence would leave the Douluo forest without leadership. Envisioned the potential chaos if titled Douluos from the outside world invaded to hunt soul beasts while Tian was absent. The entire Douluo forest would be in grave danger. The tragic fate of Xiao Wu's mother serves as a haunting reminder of humanity's cruelty. Given his unique status, Tian hesitated to depart, yet he was even more reluctant to allow Dan Hui to venture out alone. Why wish to leave? Is this place not satisfactory? The world would never suspect that Tian, the formidable ruler of the heavens, could exhibit such tenderness. On a moonlit night, the soothing sound of flowing water filled the air. Tian, while I enjoy life here with you, it feels somewhat monotonous. Observing Dan Hui's conflicté d'expression. Tian found himself equally torn. It seemed a journey to the human world was indeed necessary. Outside the cave, the Tianqing Niu Meng and Titan Giant Ape were engrossed in discussions regarding Xiao Wu when they suddenly sensed the ground tremble. Their expressions turned serious as they slowly turned toward the source of the tremors, eyes wide with astonishment. After years of silence, Tian had emerged today. The last time this occurred was when he decided to transform, and the Titan and Tianqing were filled with trepidation. With a radiant glow, a figure emerged from the dark cave, astonishingly alone. The Titan and Tianqing gazed at Tian. I must leave the Douluo forest for a time. You two are tasked with guarding this place. The expressions of the Titan and Tianqing grew grave, yet they could not object. For both were formidable soul beasts of 10,000 years. Failing in their duty to protect would render their existence meaningless. Yes, Tian waved his hand, casting forth a wave of soul energy that transformed into a sigil. If the Douluo forest falls into a crisis you cannot resolve, tear this apart. With that, Tian vanished, leaving the Titan and Tianqing exchanging glances bewildered. In the blink of an eye, a new day dawned. Tian, observing Dan Hui, who appeared dazed and recently awakened, could not help but smile with affection. Dan Hui, we shall depart tomorrow, Tian announced with a smile, tenderly stroking her hair. What? You wanted to explore the human world, so we shall set off tomorrow. Dan Hui was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Really? You are too kind. Tianjie, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him, her joy evident. A faint blush crept onto Tian's fair face. Indeed, the illustrious Emperor Tian has flushed with embarrassment. Should outsiders discover this, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, yet they dare not mock him. Dan Hui released her tight embrace around Tian, observing his crimson visage with a puzzled tilt of her head. Having lived in this realm for quite some time, despite Tian's numerous tales, she still found herself lacking in complete understanding. Tiango, what troubles you? Why is your face so red? Are you unwell? I told you to dress warmly, yet you never heed my advice. Look where that has led you. Tian was momentarily petrified, as if struck by a sharp arrow. "No, I am not ill. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon," he stammered, feeling the heat rise to his cheeks as he spoke. "Normal, indeed," he muttered, flustered. At that moment, Tangs were returned from the system space, and his gaze towards Li Bai transformed significantly, filled with curiosity, expectation, and perhaps even trepidation. "What troubles you, Tangswa?" Li Bai inquired, unable to withstand Tang's piercing stare, which caused him to falter. "Li Bai Gu, should I address you as Li Bai or Ma Yu Bai?" The expression on Li Bai's face turned grave, his formidable aura surging forth like a fountain. "Do not be agitated, Li Bai Gu. I mean no harm." Despite Tang's strength and exceptional talent, he found himself overwhelmed in the face of absolute power. After careful consideration, Li Bai decided to retract his imposing presence. "What is the meaning of this? How can you unleash such an aura towards Tangswa? And what does Ma Yu Bai signify? Explain yourself." Yushu suddenly seized Li Bai's ear, pulling it downward with considerable force. Although Yushu did not employ her soul power, her grip was undeniably firm. In an instant, Li Bai's ears turned a vivid shade of red. "Ah, be gentle, that hurts." The previously tense atmosphere evaporated, transforming the once formidable Li Bai into a figure seemingly afflicted by bronchitis. "Li Bai Gu, it is of little importance how I came to know. What matters is that I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Clearly, Tangswa was attempting to convey his sincerity, hoping to lower Li Bai's defenses. Despite his lack of malevolence, he still felt the weight of Li Bai's overwhelming presence. In a world where the wind seeks to uproot the tree that stands tall, a sturdy tree remains unperturbed by the gusts. However, Tangswa did not yet stand at the pinnacle of strength. He might excel among his peers. Yet in the grander scheme of the world, he was but a mere grain of sand. Nevertheless, he could withstand the tempest, for he had mightier trees shielding him. "Well, I cannot ascertain much else, but I can sense that you, Xiao, do not mean any harm," Li Bai sighed, realizing that it was the first time someone had uttered words regarding his past, instilling within him a profound sense of vulnerability. Though Li Bai trusted Tang's character, he could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety, for this was a matter concerning his secrets. "What is going on, Li Bai? Are you still concealing something from me?" Yushu erupted, her expression radiating fury. "Yushu Jia, I think it would be better for you not to know about this matter." Tangswa replied, shaking his head. It was still too early for Yushu to learn of Li Bai's past, as it encompassed his origins, future, and aspirations, elements of utmost significance. It was not that Tangswa feared any threat from Yushu. Rather, the concept of worlds beyond the law was too abstract and difficult to grasp, potentially reshaping their worldview. The tempestuous changes in their world would inevitably stir up much dust, but for them, it had already become a sandstorm. Perhaps, in due time, this storm would eventually subside. What do you mean, Xiaozhua?" Yushu's face was etched with displeasure and an air of intimidation, as if rebuking Tangs's words. "Yushu Jia, it's not that Li Bai Gu and I cannot speak. It's just that the timing is not right. Yushuya, Tangswa believes it is still too early for us to know, so I think it is best we refrain from pressing the matter. They will surely reveal it to us at an appropriate time." Ning Rongrong displayed her understanding, demonstrating a side of her that was both knowledgeable and rational. Did she not feel curiosity? Of course, but she was more concerned about not placing Tangswa in a difficult position. Yushu also relented, recognizing that everyone has their secrets and that one cannot demand complete transparency. Ultimately, she considered herself a person of reason, despite occasionally acting irrationally. She understood the balance of circumstances. Fine, Li Bai. If you continue to keep secret from me, do not blame me for being upset." Observing Yushu's demeanor, Li Bai felt a peculiar sentiment blossoming within him. Su, it is all right. I shall share with you," Li Bai resolved, seemingly having come to a decision. Tangswa could only shake his head in resignation. This was Li Bai's choice, and he had no right to intervene. However, he had not anticipated that Li Bai would choose to disclose such matters. Yushu paused for a moment, for although she had yet to learn the specifics, their expressions indicated that this was no trivial affair. "Li Bai, if you do not wish to discuss it or feel unable to, you need not share. I'm not in a rush to know, as long as I will learn of it eventually." Despite Yushu's reassurances, Li Bai was well aware of her impatient nature. If he withheld the information now, she would undoubtedly contemplate it for an extended period. Yushu often claimed her memory was poor, but Li Bai knew the truth all too well. "Let us clarify this today. Su, there should be no barriers between us." Yushu nodded slightly, and Li Bai began to recount his tale. You have a sister? Yushu exclaimed in astonishment, seizing Li Bai's shoulders with urgency. Yet, this revelation was not the most surprising. What astonished her more was her indifference to the other details Li Bai had shared. In truth, Yushu regarded these matters as inconsequential. What did it matter if there were other high martial worlds beyond Douluo? What significance did the so-called divine temple hold? Ultimately, these were matters that did not concern her directly. Even if they were relevant, they would only have future implications. But now, Yushu had learned that Li Bai had a long-separated sister, and her heart raced because she had always wished for a sister of her own. Indeed, but I have not seen her in decades. I have no idea where she might be now. Li Bai's words struck a chord within Yushu, for she abhorred the notion of separation. Simultaneously, she gained insight into Li Bai's inner struggles. Enough, Li Bai Xiaozhua. I truly cannot comprehend why you find this so hard to discuss. Am I not someone who values these matters? Upon hearing this, Li Bai felt a surge of emotion, while Tang Zhou found himself in an awkward position. What have I done to deserve this? He pondered, his face tinged with a shade of embarrassment. Yushu Jia. This matter is indeed quite significant, is it not? Tang Zhou remarked, feeling the weight of the situation. Ning Rongrong, having encountered Tang Zhou, seemed to have gained a broader perspective and did not view this issue as problematic. In the past, she might have been shocked or bewildered, but that was no longer the case. Everyone, may I invite you inside? The voice of the giant dragon was no longer as arrogant as before. Having witnessed the prowess of this group, particularly Tang Zhou, that will suffice. Tang Zhou felt an immense sense of relief. Salvation had finally arrived. Tang Zhou gazed at the colossal dragon, his eyes brimming with gratitude, while the dragon, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease from Tang Zhou's gaze, was filled with trepidation. What have I done wrong? Have I offended him in some way? How distressing. Following the dragon's lead, the group slowly ventured into the cave. The surroundings of the cavern were damp, illuminated by a faint light that revealed the path ahead. This light, however, did not emanate from within the cave, but radiated from the dragon itself. If it weren't for Tang Zhou's wealth, he might have contemplated plucking the dragon's scales to create luminous lamps for his entrepreneurial pursuits. Little dragon, your scales are quite remarkable. I wish to procure a few to craft some small lamps, he mused. It seemed as though his creative idea had been appropriated by Yushu, as Ning Rongrong could not help but laugh at Yushu's avaricious demeanor. The dragon, on the other hand, wore an expression of horror and embarrassment. It had never felt so vulnerable, fearing for the safety of its scales. As the group continued onward, a brilliant light burst forth ahead. Upon approaching the cave's entrance, they were confronted by two armor guards standing sentinel on either side. Immediately, the guards barred their path upon sensing the newcomers, only to lower their weapons upon recognizing the dragon. The group could sense the guards' formidable strength, clearly at least as powerful as Soul Douluo. If such prowess was merely that of a guard, what might the master of this domain possess? Tang Zhou's curiosity about the place deepened. The dragon appeared to serve as their pass, allowing entry without concern. Fear not, everyone. They are the guardians of this realm, the dragon reassured. Still oblivious to why Tang Zhou and his companions had come here, it certainly did not anticipate that they had merely stumbled in by mistake. In the depths of the cave, a circle of inscrutable elders sat together, observing Tang Zhou's every move. He has arrived, announced an elder clad in blue with white hair. Ha! Elder Yu, I never expected his son to be alive and to have come to our abode, chuckled an elder in red, leaving one to ponder whether he referred to Li Bai or Tang Zhou. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to his father, especially those eyes. Wouldn't you agree? Interjected the sole woman among them, interrupting the elder in gray. From her words, it was evident they were speaking of Tang Zhou. We still do not understand why he has come here, but we do know he requires a boost in strength. If they happen to find us later, we might as well enlist their assistance in training. Yes, and he seems unaware of his own identity, yet he has arrived here. We must fulfill our vow to that person. Precisely, our assistance is warranted solely because he is named Tang Zhou and possesses unparalleled talent. The elder's conversation flowed incessantly, leaving the identity of Tang Zhou's father shrouded in mystery, though it was clear that he was not Tang San's biological brother. Likewise, his father's strength must be formidable, reigning supreme. Returning to Tang Zhou's perspective, Ning Rongrong inquired, Brother Zhou, where exactly are we? Tang Zhou, genuinely perplexed, admitted he had no idea, as it was his first visit, and he had inadvertently wandered in. The group continued onward, emerging from the cave to find themselves surrounded by gold. the grandeur of the scene leaving them in awe. Chapter 188. The Hidden Main Hall. The fissure appeared mundane from the outside, as well as from the first layer and the crude cave. Yet, unexpectedly, it led to a lavish spectacle upon traversing through. The magnificent aura here rivaled any place Tang Zhua had ever witnessed, including the Tian Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, despite the vastness and opulence, only 2 guards were visible, and it felt eerily devoid of people. Might you be seeking the central hall? The dragon inquired cautiously. The group, however, looked utterly bewildered. What is the central hall? Yusu asked, confusion evident in his eyes. You are unfamiliar with the central hall? The dragon, taken aback, seemed to tremble slightly at their ignorance. Of course we are. We intended to go to the second layer, but accidentally ended up here, Yusu explained, his expression revealing his bewilderment. The dragon was rendered speechless, yet it recognized that regardless of whether their arrival was a mistake, Tang Zhua's identity was indeed intertwined with this place. Furthermore, it had adhered to the rules, bringing them here only after being defeated. Unbeknownst to the dragon, their arrival was orchestrated by the elders. Otherwise, how could they have strayed so easily? The internal structure of the fissure was entirely within the control of those elders, whose strength far surpassed what Tang Zhua could comprehend. Although the dragon speculated that their presence was accidental, it began to suspect. No, it was certain that their arrival was not mere happenstance. Well then, regardless of whether our entry was accidental, the outcome remains unchanged. We are here, so let us make the best of it, Tang Zhua optimistically declared, though the others felt a weight of apprehension. Would entering this place enhance their strength? Or would they encounter peril? These questions surged in their minds, and none of them possessed even the slightest understanding of this realm. Fear not, for your safety is an undeniable truth here. Follow me, the dragon asserted after careful consideration, resolving to lead them to the main hall, where the elders were located. However, the group remained skeptical of the dragon's words, especially since it had been defeated by Tang Zhua and his companions. Had they not seen the guards, the dragon would undoubtedly have faced severe skepticism about its credibility. Where are we headed now? Tang Zhua asked. To the main hall, the dragon replied succinctly. Very well, Tang Zhua acknowledged, and the exchange between him and the dragon was refreshingly simple. Golden technique. The dragon's clumsy claws formed a stunning silhouette as golden light shimmered, causing its form to swell dramatically. Violet-hued wings unfurled from its back, adorned with delicate golden glimmers. The brilliance was blinding, radiating warmth akin to the sun. The dragon's scales grew more robust, now featuring purple-tinted edges. Everyone climb aboard. I shall take you to the main hall. The dragon extended its colossal claw, inviting the astonished Tang Zhua and his companions to ascend. Once everyone was settled, a golden light enveloped them, forming a protective shield. Prepare yourselves. We are about to take flight. With that declaration, the dragon flapped its newly sprouted wings and soared toward the main hall. Tang Zhua, is this truly safe? Li Bai inquired anxiously, fully aware of the unfathomable depths of the fissure and the potential horrors that lay within this unknown territory. It should be fine, but we must remain vigilant. Do not worry, Brother Li Bai, Tang Zhua reassured him. The dragon, however, wore a bemused expression. The very notion that Tang Zhua felt at ease was almost comical. In any location, anyone familiar with Tang Zhua's identity and background would never dare to provoke him. Do not speak of the rift, nor extol the might of this place. Tang Zhua shares an intricate bond with it. In certain respects, he may even be considered a benefactor here, where only advantages can be bestowed upon him, with no room for detriment. Contemplating this, the dragon could not help but break into a cold sweat, yet it dared not voice too many thoughts. As it appeared, Tang Zhua remained oblivious to his own identity. Thus, the decision to reveal the truth to him would rest with the elders in the main hall. Otherwise, it could very well find itself in a pot for soup by the next day. This is no exaggeration. Fear not, Li Bai, Yusu reassured, patting Li Bai on the shoulder with a smile. The atmosphere among the group was surprisingly relaxed, devoid of tension or fear. Each individual here was far from ordinary. Even Ning Rongrong, who might seem merely mortal compared to them, had undergone a transformation since aligning with Tang Zhua. Mortal? The current Ning Rongrong could easily be likened to a celestial maiden from the heavens. The dragon-esque form surged forward, tracing a perfect arc through the air. To everyone's astonishment, despite its remarkable speed, it had yet to reach the main hall after quite a stretch of time. This was not merely a matter of peculiarity, but rather a testament to the vastness of this domain. Given the dragon-esque current velocity, It could traverse the entirety of Douluo continent in no time. Had it been in ancient times, it would have engaged in fruitful dialogues with humanity, perhaps even assisting in the exploration of Earth alongside that ship called Douluo. The unfathomable nature of this rift left an indelible mark upon everyone's hearts. Little dragon, how much longer until we arrive? Although Ning Rongrong's address irked the dragon, it had no choice but to comply and suppress any hint of discontent. Prepare yourselves. This Dragon King is about to unleash its full power. Upon hearing this line, Tang Zhou felt a sense of familiarity, instantly reminded of the diminutive Lu Shan. The dragon's speed reached an unprecedented level, allowing all to distinctly feel the currents of air assaulting the protective shield surrounding them. This was a pure hurricane of wind generated by its velocity. Though the dragon lacked a streamlined physique, it harnessed its soul power to achieve an apex of speed. The magnificent scenery along the way astounded everyone. Opulent palaces adorned with an abundance of gold and jewels, each corner eliciting awe. Yet, with no souls present, this place could easily be deemed another Douluo continent. At last, the dragon's immense form began to descend, signaling their arrival at the main hall. Under the moonlight, the group leaped from the dragon's back. Upon reaching the main hall, they realized that the grandeur they had previously witnessed was merely an appetizer. The majesty of the main hall left them utterly astonished. A golden radiance shot upward from the center of the hall, forming a commanding beam of light. The exterior of the hall was even more resplendent, crafted entirely from golden dragon scales interspersed with unidentifiable materials of a reddish-brown hue, exuding an aura of dominance. Even more astonishing was the palpable dragon might emanating from the structure. Zhuge, this is truly remarkable. As a time traveler, Tang Zhou might not outwardly exhibit as much as Ning Rongrong, yet his own astonishment was profound. He possessed a deep understanding of the original narrative and the world of Douluo continent. The sudden emergence of the rift and the divine hall completely upended his previous perceptions. Once ensnared in the unknown, all that he once considered advantageous could transform into perilous challenges. Tang Zhou found himself troubled by this conundrum. This was no trivial matter. Although he had anticipated such developments, the magnitude of the disparities was unexpected. Gazing at the splendid main hall, he found himself momentarily speechless, while Ning Rongrong, noticing his unusual demeanor, chose to remain silent, understanding his plight. Shall we proceed inside? Yu Su inquired, perplexed about their next course of action. Of course, the degree of mystery here was beyond our imagination, yet having arrived, there was no rationale for retreat. Even Tang Zhou, as a time traveler, had no comprehension of the divine hall. What did that signify? Variables. Indeed, Tang Zhou represented a variable, and so too did this divine hall. Let us enter. As the group approached the entrance of the hall, the grand doors miraculously vanished, seemingly anticipating their arrival. While the group was taken aback, they did not dwell on confusion, for they were in a realm brimming with miracles. Upon stepping inside the divine hall, the group was awestruck by its marvels. This is the interior of the divine hall. Follow me, the five-clawed golden dragon instructed, beads of sweat glistening upon its brow. For within these walls, there may dwell those it wished to avoid, or those who had designed it as a mere instrument of imprisonment. Rongrong, let us proceed. Tang Zhou appeared to momentarily forget the others, clearly absorbed in his own thoughts. Ah, young lovers in the throes of passion, Yu Su remarked, rolling her eyes, as their journey into the unknown approached its final chapter. Suddenly, an unexpected burst of light erupted. Rongrong, Sister Yu Su, be cautious. Naturally, Tang Zhou held little concern for Li Bai, for that being was a formidable entity in its own right. The five-clawed golden dragon's expression turned grave, bracing for the light's descent. As the radiance gradually dissipated, several elderly figures emerged before Tang Zhou and the others. These elders exuded an enigmatic aura, instilling a palpable sense of authority. Who are you? We have entered the divine hall by accident. We apologize for any disturbance. But are you attempting to intimidate us? Tang Zhou sensed their formidable power and summoned all his strength to unleash his Susanoo, simultaneously projecting his most potent aura, though he refrained from revealing his soul rings. Zhuge, when did you become this powerful? Even Ning Rongrong, closest to him, was filled with astonishment. Be careful, Rongrong, Tang Zhou warned as she took a half-step back. The massive purple armor gleamed brilliantly, accompanied by a sword radiating immense light, and the appearance reminiscent of a Tengu. This cannot be mistaken, absolutely not. One of the elders in green seemed to lose composure, muttering incessantly. As he rambled, his entire being trembled, and in that moment, the aura he exuded shattered Tang's was Susanoo. With a cough, blood spewed from Tang's lips, his momentum faltering as the once magnificent Susanoo began to crumble. "Qing, what are you doing?" The elaborately dressed elder interjected, abruptly shattering the green-clad elder's composure. The overwhelming might of these individuals instilled a deep-seated fear within everyone. How could they possibly bridge such a staggering power disparity? Yet, in the next instant, an unforeseen occurrence left everyone bewildered. "Young master." Qing acted impulsively and could not control his aura. "Please be lenient in your judgment." The elegantly attired elder knelt on one knee, addressing a specific direction with utmost reverence. As the other elders instantly knelt down in unison, they implored, "Please, young master, be lenient in your punishment." The elder clad in green bore a countenance heavy with remorse. Just as the crowd began to question the nature of their existence, pondering whether such formidable individuals could indeed have a young master, Ning Rongrong remarked, "It appears they are kneeling in the direction of Zhuge." In the 190th chapter, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. These individuals, once loyal confidants of Tang's father, owed their success to that singular figure. They hailed from an ethereal realm, yet they seemed reluctant to speak much of it. Everyone realized just how immense Tang's background truly was, and how woefully limited their own understanding was in comparison. "Xiaozhua, it is time for you to depart. Let us witness the fruits of your endeavors." "Peace, your eminence. I merely act upon what I believe to be right," Duanku replied, unfazed by Berila's outburst, smiling at him instead. At that moment, all members of the Duke's household had gathered in the main hall, with the family seated at one table and the servants at 5 others. The surrounding soldiers ceased their assault. Long Yuling, with his head bowed, felt the gentle breeze tousling his disheveled hair. The crimson liquid trickled down his sword, and his indigo robe was torn, yet he exhibited no semblance of distress, instead exuding a rugged charm. As Yu Yutai opened his eyes, he beheld the canopy of Yu Qing's bed. His gaze slowly shifted to find Chu Qingyan seated within the room. "Brother, I am heading out," Su Nuanyuan announced as she descended the stairs. While Su Julia disregarded her entirely, Wang Ruichong grew increasingly anxious as he drove onto a suburban expressway, noting the desolate road devoid of vehicles. The Citron C5 had evidently left him far behind. When Duanku arrived with Berilu via the teleportation device, Berilu could scarcely believe his eyes. Although he had doubts about Duanku's 2 statements, witnessing the scene before him made it clear that Duanku was intent on making a significant move this time. Avis, tears streaming down her face, gazed at Dai Wenna in silence, seemingly contemplating the meaning of her words. Qian Haosong's silver threads shifted in his hands, trembling like a specter. At that moment, Qian Haorong rushed over, extending 2 fingers of his right hand to extract a sharp copper coin from his sleeve. Seizing the opportunity while Murong Ju was distracted, he launched the coin, striking the back of Murong Ju's knee. It was her own fault. She had always yearned for a son to uphold the legacy of the Liu family. Yet, the Liu family had not been particularly ambitious for 2 generations. In her time, things were somewhat better, and although she resided in a remote mountain village, she had received proper martial training. Xiao Qingtian wore a half-smile as he regarded Zhao Feng, playfully remarking, after years of habit, he could not resist teasing Zhao Feng at such a moment. The Orange Star Realm had already placed enough pressure on them. Now, the emergence of a potential threat from the Red Star Realm was truly daunting. Every encounter with Xiao Yi felt like battling steel for Situ Tianheng. The physical strength of Xiao Yi was alarmingly formidable. What kind of physique could evoke such a sensation? She cast a venomous glance at Dean Li. Her eyes filled with malice, sending a shiver down his spine. Countless grooves marred the trunk of the colossal tree. Yet Liao Shi showed no signs of hesitation. Kill, kill, were the only thoughts in Liao Shi's mind. With immense strength, her powerful assault reduced the giant tree to mere splinters in an instant. Her gaze was cold, and her breathing rapid. "Hello," Zhou Yuxiang exclaimed upon seeing Su Mo, finally understanding why Yi Jinmu had so fervently recommended him. Such a handsome young man, regardless of his training and performance, would undoubtedly captivate everyone's attention simply by gracing the screen. It seemed the old Taoist and the rotund monk had spoken truthfully. Her strength had indeed seen significant enhancement. However, just then, a figure suddenly leaped forth, absorbing a lethal blow with their body, shielding them from harm. In the 191st chapter, Departure. Masters, we are to leave this place today, Tang Zhuo announced, gently bowing. Ha ha, Xiao Zhuo. Why not stay a couple more days? The elder in green jovially clapped Tang Zhuo on the shoulder. At that moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward to intertwine her arm with Tang Zhuo's. Grandfather Qing, we would indeed like to stay a few days, but we have matters to attend to, she said. The elder in green chuckled again. You little rascal. Since the elimination rounds began, the usually silent teacher, Zhu Taijian, finally spoke up. As they traversed the spatial passage back, when Xian and the others pondered what that opportunity could entail, certain it was related to each person's cultivation. But what could it be? If it was something conveyed by his father, then it would not be so surprising. Given his father's care and regard for him, it made sense that he would learn about his forthcoming journey from teacher Tian. When sin muset in wali, Sister Long, your whereabouts have always been elusive. When shall I see you again? Li Ku commented. Sister Qingqing asked me to tell you that the Blood Knife sect has bullied you, and she has already dealt with them for you. That blood Songli has been slain. I have reached an agreement with Ming. You need not continue to capture anyone. Beyond the Ming River, I will arrange a spiritual array to purify the surrounding spiritual energy. When Ming awakens, he will instruct you on what to do. Li Jiang stated calmly. Seeing that Ji Long was indeed prepared, Lu Xinghao immediately changed his approach, lowering his center of gravity as he unleashed a powerful hook punch aimed squarely at Ji Long's face. Only Long Luo understood that the seven-colored spiritual light had been left behind by the supreme of the Yuantian. Though it was merely a ray of spiritual light, only one such supreme had ever graced this world, and the magnitude of that realm's power was beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. What could possibly be wrong? I find it rather pleasant. A single needle and my entire body feels relaxed. What of it? Do you wish to try one? A sea rose from the ground, showing no inclination to continue idle chatter with Lu Xinghao. He picked up a heavy kettlebell nearby and resumed his arm workouts. When Wang Yukai spoke, Lu Shili lowered her head in embarrassment, her face flushed. Yang Su gritted his teeth and said, Just wait, I shall gather some silver. Having come to the county without sufficient cash, he had no choice but to borrow from Hieru and Quan San to gather enough money to acquire the inkstone packaged in a gift box. Zhang Yi and Zhu Jin slipped into the large tent, where everyone had gathered and awaited solemnly. Han Shui was thoroughly frightened by Li Tian. His shamelessness had far surpassed her limits. The unfortunate eagle had not even approached Fengshan before being struck down by a stone, its speed and force utterly astonishing. You are too polite. If I hadn't appeared, you would likely have descended the mountain with the fire Blue Dagger and Parker. Carlos and Cobra faced off, neither yielding an inch, their words laced with sarcasm. Once everything was in order, Li Tian felt hunger pangs, glancing at the noodles simmering in the pot. He bit his lip and reached for his growling stomach. Great elder, Chinner is about to arrive. Please do not be anxious, spoke Ling Yu, who regarded the elderly Ma Yi with utmost respect. As expected, everything unfolded as I anticipated. When I arrived at the training ground with my backpack, Hu Xinlei, Zheng Hao, and several other comrades were already standing before the class leader, their backpacks in tow. The inner elixir was placed into the Yihua Ding, transformed into a demon core for storage. Zi appeared timely within the sea of consciousness, presenting Zhang Yi with a formula before departing. The two successfully entered the cabin, where the interior was relatively clean, with a thick carpet underfoot. Chapter 192, Toying with the Youth. At this moment, the esteemed teachers of Shrek were convening in the assembly hall to discuss the candidates for the upcoming Soul Master Elite competition. Naturally, Xiao San and his companions would participate, being the most formidable students. Yet, one wondered about Tang Zui's sentiments. Flander sat despondently in the meeting hall, which was considerably larger than that in the original narrative. Perhaps we should wait for Tang Zui's return to deliberate, as the year-long appointment has now concluded. Wang Nu had previously overheard the former immortal sovereign mention his Dao title, which he believed to be either Ku Deng or Ku Deng. However, he could not discern it clearly. Upon their exit, all the pseudo-dragon snakes parted to the sides, granting them passage. Bozo was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. Sophie remained silent as well. Apart from the sound of breathing, the atmosphere was thick with oppression. The visitor was none other than Lin Yifei, who had aided Su Ting in her escape. Since that incident, he had been frequently visiting Jiangnan, ostensibly to inspect his business across the nation, yet his true concern lay with Su Ting. This was the only hall within the sect's compound, apart from the Fengwang Hall and the Lord S Hall, that radiated holy light. The components Lu Feng referred to were necessary for the production of laser warplanes. a task previously managed by Zhao Lele in coordination with Hu Shaoqing. Now, with Zhao Lele under supervision, Lu Feng had to personally intervene. Meanwhile, Tao Wu selected Tao Yuan deliberately to provoke Ning Chun, ensuring he did not harbor discontent. He mused that perhaps this time, after revealing his prowess, the Huaxiao would immediately turn to him, leading to an encounter akin to a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in the water. How delightful. Wang Nu clamped his legs together and, with a firm hand, struck the horse's rear, causing the war horses to neigh loudly before galloping towards the outskirts of the birch forest. In terms of cultivation, Xia Mao had now surpassed the original self on this timeline. Although he could not reach the realm of the sovereign, he felt significantly more powerful in comparison. Observing the thoroughly demonized world and subordinates, victory in battle appeared utterly assured. Haimu showed no hesitation, lifting the grass and wood and morphing into a shadow as he dashed away. Hearing the sounds of conflict within, Haimu was tempted to investigate, but ultimately decided against it. Keyed, remember, trusting your companions is crucial. Do not doubt them lightly, Yu Qiu advised, imparting some fundamental wisdom. Yet, days later, this naive, second-generation heir discovered he could no longer reach Emperor Rongyu. Since the ascension of the new emperor, the 4 regents appointed by the late sovereign seemed markedly different from ordinary officials. Logically, with the new emperor now of age, appointing a regent seemed somewhat superfluous. However, considering the late emperor had not established a crown prince, and none of the princes had undergone proper training, this decision was somewhat understandable. Some believe this to be a conspiracy orchestrated by the game party in collaboration with the streamer, intending to attract global traffic through a prank. Nevertheless, unless one planned to abandon future business, it seemed unlikely anyone would relent. Upon returning home that evening, Yi Chu unexpectedly received a call from Fu Tian, inviting her to the MGM dance hall the following day. Fu Tian's voice sounded peculiar, and Yi Chu vaguely sensed something amiss. The former Prince of Letters had not behaved in such a manner. This thought surfaced vaguely in everyone's minds. Suddenly, numerous disciples, servants, outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, chief disciples, and true disciples found themselves kneeling, pleading for mercy. It was a rare sight, yet they felt compelled to act thus to preserve their lives. As those warships approached, a colossal hammer of light manifested in their hands. No, not one, but thousands appeared around them. Chapter 193. Zhao Wujing, born to be beaten. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, esteemed titled Douluo, please follow me. Upon hearing that the 2 behind Tang Zhua were titled Douluos, Zhao Wujing's eyes widened dramatically. Furthermore, the prospect of serving as an honorary teacher at Shrek thrilled him immensely. There's no need. We are merely friends of Shaozhua. No need for such formality. Yu Su coughed lightly, feigning the gravitas of a titled Douluo, while Li Bai silently facepalmed. Zhao Wujing, upon hearing this, beamed with joy, casting a glance at Tang Zhua that sparkled with excitement. Soon, amidst the cacophony, Zhao Wujing ushered everyone into the main hall. At that moment, the hall was empty, compelling Zhao Wujing to ask everyone to wait briefly before retrieving Flander and the others. If only they knew Tang Zhua had returned, accompanied by the Soul King Ning Rongrong and 2 titled Douluos. My heavens! Sister Yu Su, Brother Li Bai, this is our school, named Shrek, where the students possess remarkable talents, a true academy of prodigies, Tang Zhua declared, leading Ning Rongrong. Indeed, while the facilities may not be fully equipped, the students are exceptional. Jusu reflective. After meeting Tang Zhua, she questioned how anyone could be interested in these somewhat talented mortal students, yet she reconsidered. At this age, possessing soul power exceeding 30 levels was already commendable, for not everyone could be like Tang Zhua. Just as they conversed, faint footsteps echoed from outside. One set of footsteps grew louder. Zhuge! Xiao Wu sprinted forward, enveloping Tang Zhua in an embrace. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this scene, puffed her cheeks in irritation. All right. Xiao Wu, let go. Dan Zhuo Ken Li Uget. Xiao Wu released her hold. Su Ye. Tang San approached slowly, tenderly brushing Xiao Wu's forehead. Xiao San, how have you been? Recently, the results of my cultivation have been remarkable. With the items you provided, our training has been exceptionally smooth, replied Tang San. Yu Su, overhearing this, scrutinized Tang San. Shaozhua, your friend is quite impressive. Would he be interested in becoming my disciple? Yu Su asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling. He will not be seized by Tang Zhua. This is my brother, Tang San. Dream on. Oh dear, esteemed titled Douluo, welcome. Flander approached, flanked by Zhao Wujing, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojing. No need for such courtesy. We are merely here to serve as honorary teachers, they assured. Upon hearing this definitive statement, Flander was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. Oh my, what a delightful surprise, he thought. Meanwhile, everyone collectively gave Tang Zua a thumbs up. This is our dean, Flander. This is our esteemed professor, Yu Xiaojing. This is our teacher, Lu Erlong, Li Bai, and Yu Su nodded in acknowledgement. The golden iron triangle. How splendid. This school truly harbors surprises, Xiao Zua. Come with me. Let us discuss the salary matters. Flander excitedly led the two out of the main hall. Xiao Zua, how has your training been during this period? Upon witnessing several individuals depart, Yu Xiaojing spoke up. He too felt perplexed, unable to discern Tang Zua's true strength. However, he was astounded by Ning Rongrong's king-level soul power. Indeed, her abilities had significantly improved, and there was hope for success in the Soul Master competition. Hearing this modest response, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but curl her lip. Rongrong, you are a soul king, exclaimed Lu Erlong. Tang San and Xiao Wu, oblivious to Ning Rongrong's true prowess, were immediately taken aback. Rongrong, surely, Zhuge has not subjected you to devilish training. Rongrong, my brother hasn't bullied you, has he? Rongrong, Xiao Zua hasn't coerced you into training, has he? Each inquiry pierced Tang Zua's heart like a dagger. Alas, I, Tang Zua, have lived my life with integrity. Yet in your eyes, I appear akin to an abuser. This was Tang Zua's inner thought. Ha, of course not. Zhuge treats me exceptionally well. Thanks to him, my progress has been rapid. Ning Rongrong chuckled at these remarks. That's good, brother. You must not pressure others into training. Tang San's ill-intentioned words caused Tang Zua to feel a flicker of annoyance. In the next moment, a sizable bump appeared on Tang San's head. Brother, all right, Xiao Zua. How is your strength faring? Inquired Lu Erlong. The group quickly returned to the matter at hand. At that moment, Zhao Wujia, accompanied by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, arrived. Long time no see, everyone, Dai Mubai greeted first. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they resumed their debate regarding Tang Zua's strength. How about this, teacher Zhao Wujia? You and I shall engage in a match. If you win, I'll reveal my strength, Tang Zua proposed with a mischievous smile. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief, a large question mark appearing above his head. Xiao Zua, it is permissible for the young to be brash, but arrogance is unacceptable. Zhao Wujia admonished Tang Zua in a teacherly manner. The two swiftly found themselves outside the main hall. Zhao Wujia trembled as a formidable soul power surged from the surroundings. 8 soul rings gradually materialized, and the might of a soul, Douluo, erupted, causing the onlookers to stagger backward. Not bad, teacher Zhao. Your strength has noticeably increased. Enough idle chatter. Unleash your martial soul, Xiao Zua. At this, Tang Zua remained rooted in place, displaying no change, his eyes transforming into the 3-tomo Sharingan. Yet his soul rings remained dormant. Come on, teacher Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia hesitated momentarily, but based on his understanding of Tang Zua, he initiated his attack. In a flash, Zhao Wujia appeared before Tang Zua, raising his fist as large as a sandbag to strike. Tang Zua did not evade. At the instant Zhao Wujia made contact, he found himself flung backward, while Tang Zua gently tapped him on the shoulder, resulting in Zhao Wujia tumbling to the ground. Indeed, Zhao Wujia was destined to be the one to endure blows. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Wujia gradually stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Xiao Zua, it is improper to toy with your elders. Zhao Wujia, suppressing his shock, charged at Tang Zua once more. Second upgrade, Great Strength Diamond Palm. With that, a powerful golden soul power formed a phantom that surged towards Tang Zua. Susanu Strike. Surrounding Tang Zua was a domineering purple aura, and a massive purple arm gradually emerged to counter Zhao Wujia's Great Strength Diamond Palm. Boom! Chapter 194, The Unfortunate Oscar. A cloud of dust erupted, and from the epicenter of Tang Zua and Zhao Wujia's clash, a formidable golden soul power spread outward, creating a protective barrier. Within this barrier lay the battlefield. As the dust settled, Zhao Wujia found himself at the edge of the battlefield. Good lad, such strength. Zhao Wujia shook his wrist, a sight that astonished everyone outside the battlefield, except for Yu Su and Li Bai. Teacher Zhao, do not underestimate him. Just as Tang Zua finished speaking, a surge of black death energy emanated from his gaze, and he reappeared behind Zhao Wujia. A spectral figure of death manifested behind Tang Zua. Grim Reaper, Phantom pressure. With those words, an overwhelmingly powerful pressure rushed toward Zhao Wujia, slowly materializing into a specter resembling the Grim Reaper. The onlookers outside the battlefield gasped in astonishment. Is this a soul skill? Isn't my brother's martial soul his eyes and that sword? I've never heard of such death energy. Xiao Wu and Tang San remarked. This is something Xiao's will learn during his time in the rift. You see, I nearly couldn't withstand it, Yusu replied calmly. Oh, so it's a learning type soul skill. Wait, you nearly couldn't withstand it. Flinder, who had been analyzing, nearly faltered at Yusu's words, realizing that Zhao Wujia was in for another severe beating today. Returning to Tang Zhua, under the immense pressure of Zhao Wujia's soul power, he sank nearly a meter into the ground, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Wujia attempted to prop himself up with his hands, but failed to rise. Good lad, let me show you what immovable means. A flash of golden light erupted. Formidable soul power exploded around Zhao Wujia. Martial soul, true body, great strength diamond bear. Tang's was stepped back 2 paces, the Grim Reaper's phantom shattered. While a colossal bear apparition appeared behind Zhao Wujia, Tang's understood that it was time to get serious. Teacher Zhao Wujia, let the challenge commence. With that, Tang's eyes turned crimson, and a purple soul power fusion appeared behind him. Susanukan, a powerful soul power emanated from Tang's, forcing Zhao Wujia to stagger back a step. Martial soul, true body, Xiaozhua has already reached soul sage, Lu Erlong observed, her gaze turning sharp at the sight of Susanu's manifestation. Rongrong, quickly tell us how strong Xiaozhua has become. Tiao wimploret ning rongrong eakerli. Yusu grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, seemingly wary of her revealing too much to Xiao Wu, as if concerned that the others harbored ulterior motives. It's all right, master. They're all our best companions. Zhuge has already attained the rank of Soul Douluo at level 83. Ning Rongrong remarked with satisfaction as she gazed at Tang Zhua. What? Exclaimed the others in unison, for such news was astonishing, even for someone like Tang Zhua. He was so young, yet a Soul Douluo? This was the pinnacle of Shrek Academy's combat strength. Not to mention the Soul Master competition. Would he only engage in battle? This was akin to a dimensional strike. As calmness returned to the crowd, they turned their gaze to Zhao Wujia, collectively facepalming. This is a disaster, Flinder commented. The scene shifted back to Zhao Wujia. 6 soul skill, great strength diamond roar. Zhao Wujia, alongside his formidable martial spirit, assumed a stance, unleashing a torrent of soul power from the Dolly King Kong bear. With a resonant declaration, he executed the Dolly King Kong palm. Subsequently, Zhao Wujia surprisingly employed the stacking technique imparted by Tang Zhua, merging their 2 sources of soul power into a singular force. In his heart, Zhao Wujia contemplated that should Tang Zhua be unable to withstand this strike, he would swiftly withdraw. Yet, to his astonishment, the next moment revealed that Tang Zhua seemed to have overestimated Zhao Wujia. With a flicker, the Susanu dissipated, and he gently raised his right hand. The transformation began from his forearm, gradually enveloping his entire arm in a shroud of darkness. Without uttering a word, Tang Zhua vanished and reappeared above Zhao Wujia. A resounding crash echoed as Zhao Wujia was instantaneously hammered into the ground, his martial spirit disintegrating. Remarkably, the earth showed no signs of disturbance. It turned out that Tang Zhua, mindful of the potential repercussions for Shrek Academy, had tempered his soul power. However, Zhao Wujia was not spared the consequences. In a matter of moments, he had been vanquished. Dai Mubai stepped forward, his demeanor ostentatious. The protective barrier dissipated, and Tang Zhua emerged calmly, instantly surrounded by onlookers. Just then, Oscar and Meng Iran approached the scene. Upon seeing Tang Zhua, their expressions brightened, only to be met with the sight of Zhao Wujia sprawled on the ground, resembling a dog in the mud, leaving them in utter confusion. Teacher Zhao, what happened to you? Xiaozhua, you're back. Oscar, caught in a flurry, seemed unsure of where to direct his concern. Tang Zhua approached Zhao Wujia, and with a flicker of green light from his hand, restored him to his former self. Zhao Wujia sprang to his feet, gazing at Tang Zhua with an expression of incredulity. Teacher Zhao, what just transpired? But, your appearance is quite amusing. Initially serious, Oscar burst into laughter at the sight of Zhao Wujia's disheveled state, prompting a ripple of suppressed chuckles among the crowd. You dare laugh. Zhao Wujia, already brimming with ire, found an outlet for his frustration. Xiaozhua, make sure to bring him back. Understood, Teacher Zhao. The understanding glance exchanged between Tang Zhua and Oscar left Oscar feeling a chill run down his spine. Teacher Zhao, please spare me. Let us not forget our past camaraderie. Oscar retreated, visibly apprehensive. In that moment, Zhao Wujia bore an uncanny resemblance to a statue of the immovable King Ming, though flickers of flame seemed to manifest atop his head. No. With Oscar's plaintive cries, Zhao Wujia's fury subsided somewhat. While Oscar assumed the very form Zhao Wujia had just exhibited, the laughter ceased among the onlookers, replaced by amusement at Oscar's predicament. With Ming, Iran joining in the mirth. After tangs were restored Oscar, he observed the despondent Oscar and shook his head. Xiaozhua, what is your current level? You haven't even summoned a soul ring. Although Zhao Wujia was unaware of Tang Zuo's precise strength, he sensed that Tang Zuo was at least a soul Douluo, and not a weak one at that. I'm at level 83. The understated revelation struck like thunder. 83. Zhao Wujia, Oscar, and Meng Iran, the latecomers, were left in a state of astonished disbelief. What the? Synopsis. Tang Zuo has traversed into the world of Douluo, becoming the brother of Tang San, though not by blood, unbeknownst to them. He possesses a strikingly handsome visage akin to Uchiha Sasuke. During the martial spirit awakening ceremony, he manifested the Sharingan and the 10-fist sword. Tang Zuo, who had remained silent until now, made a resounding impact as he unlocked his third martial spirit and system, heralding an era of invincibility across the continent.